Uchiha Ryuun harbors two secrets, the soul of a time traveler and a pair of prematurely awakened Sharingan, characterized by Three-Tomoe. Initially, he intended to conceal his brilliance and observe the unfolding events quietly. However, this changed when his red-haired classmate, often a target of bullying, awkwardly bristled with all her might to keep his secret. "Ryuun is mine," she declared, reminiscent of a small beast fiercely guarding its food. He gazed at her and suddenly smiled. What need was there to hide his brilliance? In this bitter and chilling world of ninjas, a flame was needed to incinerate all prejudice. When this flicker of fire turned toward him, he would gently brush away the dust from her hair and whisper, "Do not fear. From this day forth, I shall share my radiance with you." Chapter 1. The Soul of Uchiha. Instantly terrifying Kushina. Inside the Ninja Academy of Konohagakure, a boy from the Uchiha clan, with messy hair tinted black and purple, suddenly jolted awake at his desk. Uchiha Ryuun cradled his head in anguish as a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Soon, two distinct memories melded together. Within that small cranium, the merging of consciousness triggered a peculiar mental transformation. The vast mental energy pried open the latent power within his bloodline, and in the next moment, a vivid crimson hue emerged in his eyes. The first, second, and third black tomo materialized around his pupils. Not far away, a red-haired girl noticed the anomaly. It was currently lunchtime, and the classroom was momentarily deserted, save for the two of them. Observing her classmate clutching his head in apparent agony, she gently patted Ryuun's shoulder, inquiring, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Ryuun abruptly turned to her, his eyes of blood-red intensity instantly sending the girl tumbling to the ground in fright. "Is this hell?" His gaze was engulfed in a sea of crimson, and coupled with his memories of death, he believed he had descended into hell. "No, I'm not dead. Wait, I'm indeed dead." Ryuun stared at his small hands, speaking in disbelief. This soliloquy rendered the red-haired girl pale with terror. "Ah," she gasped, scrambling to her feet and rushing toward the classroom door. This little classmate had lost her mind, and she needed to fetch a teacher. Uzumaki. Kushina. As he watched her retreating figure, a familiar name resurfaced in his mind. Konohagakure Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha clan. Now I understand. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the situation. After my demise, I have traversed into... He had reincarnated into the world of Naruto, taking over the life of another Uchiha Ryuun who shared his name. The two consciousnesses, one grand and one youthful, fused together, with the memories of Ryuun, who had lived for over 20 years, seizing dominance. Young body, eyes brimming with potential, Ryuun occasionally glanced at his tender physique and lightly touched his newly awakened Sharingan. A smile gradually crept across his lips, and excitement flickered in his expression. The mundane life is over. A new chapter begins. From this moment onward, I am Uchiha Ryuun. Within a mere 10 minutes, Ryuun had readily accepted his transition from death to a new existence. In truth, acceptance was not his choice to make. He could only say, "Since I am here, I shall make the best of it." "Teacher Oda, hurry, come with me." Ryuun has gone mad. His eyes are terrifying. Kushina hurriedly led a Chunin teacher back to the classroom. As they rushed in, they found Uchiha Ryuun calmly performing eye exercises. Kushina felt something was amiss. How had he returned to normal so suddenly? After a moment's thought, she swiftly approached Ryuun and pulled his hand away. What are you doing, Kushina?" Ryuun opened his eyes, looking at her with a face of utter confusion. His large, bright eyes were full of life. There was nothing frightening about his gaze. "Your eyes were clearly not like this just now." Kushina was taken aback. "What are you talking about? What's wrong with my eyes?" "Just now, your eyes were blood red. How did they suddenly return to normal?" Kushina questioned urgently. "Ah, were they very red? Perhaps it's because I didn't sleep well last night. I thought they felt sore. I'm just doing eye exercises to relieve them." Ryuun explained with an awkward smile. He could not easily reveal his Sharingan, so he had to inconvenience Kushina a bit. Hearing this, Kushina's expression stiffened. She instinctively felt something was off, yet Ryuun's explanation seemed reasonable, leaving her in a state of doubt. "But what about the nonsense you were spouting just now? You said this was hell, then you said you were dead, then you claimed you weren't dead. Have you gone insane?" Kushina spoke quickly, while the Chunin teacher, confused about what had transpired, looked at Ryuun with surprise. "Ah, wasn't I just dozing at my desk? I must have been daydreaming and thought I was dead. then ended up in hell, Ryuun replied with an awkward smile. This explanation was airtight, making it difficult to refute. So it was just a daydream. Kushina, you're overreacting. You two should go rest. Stop acting crazy all day. After scolding them, Teacher Oda left the classroom with a frown. Kushina scratched her head and returned to her seat, her mind spiraling into self-doubt. No, it's not like that. I clearly saw the Three-Tomoe in those red eyes. Before she could finish her thought, Ryuun swiftly covered her mouth. Teacher Oda had not gone far, and they could not allow any prying ears to catch on. Lower your voice. This girl was clearly not easy to fool. With a boy's hand over her mouth, a blush crept onto Kushina's cheeks, and she quickly pushed Ryuun's hand away. Explain clearly, what was that all about? She asked, curiosity piqued. Don't ask, just promise to keep it a secret. Ryuun preferred not to elaborate further. What secret? The three black tomo? Why should I keep that a secret for you? Kushina blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Were you just pretending to be clueless? You got me scolded by Teacher Oda for no reason, and now you want me to help you? You must be dreaming. I'll clarify everything to Teacher Oda later. Kushina threatened with a cold laugh. Don't. Why do you always want to tell the teacher? Ryuun felt somewhat vexed. Were the elementary students in this ninja world so sharp-witted? Kushina found his instinctive address amusing. If you wanted to keep your secret, you should first explain what's going on with your eyes. After a long silence, Ryuun sighed in resignation. Have you heard of bloodline limits? The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. They were currently in 5th grade, and the knowledge of bloodline limits had already been introduced by their Chunin teacher. Are you saying you awakened a bloodline limit? The Sharingan, rivaling the Byakugan? Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. At school, she often heard debates between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans about whose eyes were superior, and she understood Ryuun's implication. Upon hearing this, Ryuun did not argue, but instead responded with a faint smile and a gentle nod. Chapter 2. First, a generous gift, then, do you consider yourself worthy? Bloodline limit. Could you show me again? I didn't quite catch it just now. Kushina said, swallowing hard. Just moments ago, she had nearly been frightened out of her wits, having only caught a glimpse of it. Now that she had regained her composure, her curiosity was piqued. You saw Three-Tomoe and still didn't get a good look. Ryuun thought, utterly speechless. He was about to say something, but was interrupted as a group of elementary school students entered the classroom. It's too crowded. I'll show you another time. Ryuun mumbled, attempting to evade the situation. All right then. Show me after school, Kushina replied. Hey, you two shady characters. What are you whispering about? A student called out, seeking trouble. The term shady character referred to Kushina, while Little Rascal was aimed at Uchiha Ryuun. Most members of the Uchiha clan boasted glossy black hair, while Ryuun's long hair had a hint of purple, earning him the nickname Little Rascal. This moniker had originated from the adults of the Uchiha clan and had been adopted by the younger generation, further fueled by the fact that his mother was not of Uchiha lineage, but rather an ordinary villager with purple hair. The dilution of the Uchiha bloodline rendered Ryuun's hair insufficiently black, hence the nickname. I advise you to stop seeking trouble, or you'll end up crying and looking for a teacher again. Kushina glared at the student. Hitting a sore spot, the student immediately snapped. Shut it, you brat. Haven't you caused enough trouble with the teachers yourself? Yeah, exactly. Always running to tell on us, aren't you? Rotten tomato? Another student joined in. Kushina often bullied them, but after beating them up, she would run to the teacher to report them for bullying her. The teachers in school never cared about who was right or wrong. They always favored Kushina. The boys were often beaten and scolded, suffering her wrath. This led to an unyielding rivalry, where they would rather endure beatings and scoldings just to annoy the rotten tomato. It's not like you don't go around being obnoxious for no reason, always insulting or pulling my hair. Kushina huffed. Who told you to have such bright red hair? It's blinding us. Who else should we blame? Ha, exactly. It's all your fault. The group of students burst into laughter, unwilling to reason with Kushina and opting instead for childish insolence. Oh, and don't forget about you, little rascal. Both of your hair colors are eye-catching. No wonder you sit together. You're practically a match made in heaven. Ha. This remark sent them into another fit of laughter. In the minds of these elementary school students, teasing classmates about potential pairings was just a form of malicious fun. Kushina's red hair was scorned by her peers, and Ryuun's unkempt hair was regarded by the Uchiha clan as evidence of impure lineage, both equally ridiculed. You brats, get away from me. Buzzing around like flies, it's infuriating. Kushina's cheeks flushed with anger. and her peculiar catchphrases escaped her lips. With just a bit more anger, she was ready to throw a punch. Ugh. Ryuun sighed softly, sitting quietly in the classroom. He hadn't bothered anyone, nor had he offended anyone. Yet trouble still found him. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied, little rascal? Why the sighs? Well, with a hair color like that of a rotten tomato, who would like you? It's a wonder you're even considered a couple. A student named Sato continued, but Ryuun was already leaning over his desk, scrutinizing Kushina's bright red hair. It's not bad. Quite cute, actually. Ryuun spoke earnestly, his sincerity catching everyone off guard. Even Kushina herself. What did you say? You think her hair is nice? And that Kushina is cute? Sato exclaimed in disbelief, even tugging at a lock of Kushina's red hair. Since she was momentarily dazed, she didn't retaliate but instead focused on Ryuun. Indeed, it's quite cute, don't you think? Ryuun pointed to her round face, emphasizing his words. With her distinctive red hair and round face, coupled with a knack for fashion, Ryuun couldn't bring himself to claim she was unattractive. Huffed, ha ha ha. The group of students erupted in laughter. Kushina's face turned a shade redder than a monkey's backside, transforming her into a massive red tomato. She buried her head low, unable to look at Ryuun anymore. Her temper had always been fierce and stubborn, coupled with her combative nature. She spent her days either arguing with boys or preparing for a fight. How could any of her peers find her cute? Was the fierce blood-red chili pepper ever considered adorable? It was no wonder that even the fourth Hokage barely glanced in her direction without reprimanding her. Having grown up, it was her first time receiving such earnest compliment from a boy her age regarding her hair and looks. Moreover, this praise was delivered with sincerity, without a hint of reservation or pretense. At that moment, her heart brimmed with indescribable joy, and her heart raced uncontrollably. In the world of ninjas, girls were generally quite mature, often aware of shyness by the tender age of 10. Ha ha ha! Point one student laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, instinctively ruffling Ryuun's hair with one hand. Dude, they had already teased him with the nickname Little Rascal multiple times, and now they dared touch his hair? Ryuun's patience had run thin. He stood up, raised his hand, and delivered a sharp slap to the student's face. Smack! The sound rang out, abruptly silencing the laughter. The student nearly had his mouth twisted from the force and fell to the ground. I despise it when others pull my hair. Are you that shameless? Ryuun brushed his hands together, his expression icy. The slap sent a few students retreating in fear, while the boy on the ground cried out, "Wah!" Exactly. I also hate it when people pull my hair. Are you all shameless? Kushina quickly stood up in solidarity. It seemed this little deskmate was her kindred spirit. Kushina was almost moved to tears. After being bullied for so long, she had finally found an ally. Uchiha Ryuun, with that familiar face, suddenly appeared somewhat strange to her. A boy who previously resembled Minato had, in that moment, become several degrees more handsome. Seeing the two of them standing fiercely together, Sato and his group were intimidated and dared not make a move. Just dealing with Kushina alone was already daunting. Now, there was also Uchiha Ryuun. Their courage to fight had vanished, and they hastily fled the classroom, taking the sobbing boy with them. Cowards! Ha ha ha! As she watched them flee, Kushina placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Just as she was reveling in her victory, she noticed Ryuun observing her with an odd expression. Kushina's laughter abruptly ceased, and the crimson hue that was fading from her cheeks returned with a vengeance. Chapter 3. The Peeping Tom, Kushina, and the Paper Ball Collector Minato. As Ryuun gazed at the suddenly bashful Kushina, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. With the end of the lunch break, students gradually filled the classroom once more. The class that Ryuun belongs to is relatively small, consisting of nearly 30 students. One day, a boy with yellow hair entered the classroom and smiled at Ryuun with a nod as he passed by. Ryuun discerned that the boy's interest was not in him, but in the girl, Kushina Uzumaki. In the ninja world, children, regardless of gender, tend to mature early, particularly in terms of their mental acuity. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Ryuun smiled faintly at him, though his heart was somewhat unsettled. Indeed, the fourth Hokage was quite handsome in his youth, almost akin to a girl. Ryuun silently appraised. He unconsciously overlooked his own appearance. In truth, he was also quite attractive with his smooth, straight hair that, when left untied, resembled that of a girl even more. Then Minato's. All right, class, settle down and pay attention. The first lesson of the afternoon was moral education, which Lu Yun regarded as a mere brainwashing session. The Ninja Academy prioritized loyalty above all, and such indoctrination lessons were a daily occurrence, sometimes more than once. The curriculum was extensive, covering reading, writing, various ninja knowledge, moral education, practical combat, and more. Over the span of 6 years, young ninjas had an overwhelming amount of material to learn, with their schedules filled to the brim. As Lu Yun gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces in the classroom, his tumultuous thoughts gradually settled. He chose to ignore the instructors droning about loyalty and instead focused inwardly, probing his own state. A vast mental power activated the bloodline power within him, awakening his Three-Tomoe Sharingan and significantly amplifying his chakra, increasing it by over tenfold. Given that his chakra was initially limited, even a tenfold increase merely placed him slightly above the average Chunin. This was the utmost energy his body could sustain, as he was still young and his physical strength was relatively weak. With continued training and growth, he would be able to accommodate even more chakra. It might not reach the levels of Naruto or Sasuke in the future, but it would certainly surpass that of an average Uchiha, providing him with a higher starting point. Look at Lu Yun, not paying attention in class, but practicing hand signs. Kushina noticed the covert actions beneath the desk of her classmate. Sensing her gaze, Lu Yun turned to look at the red-haired girl. Upon meeting his eyes, Kushina feigned nonchalance, though her stiffened posture betrayed her. The first time, Lu Yun disregarded it, but after the second and third instances of being caught peeking, he tore off a small piece of paper, scribbled a few words, and discreetly tossed it to her. Tossing notes was a common tactic among elementary students, and having done so in his previous life, Lu Yun found it quite refreshing to revisit. Kushina quickly noticed the paper ball, opened it to read, "Why are you stealing glances at me?" Her cheeks flushed, she picked up her pen and wrote a reply before tossing it back. "When did I steal a glance at you? Don't say such things." Lu Yun tore off another piece of paper and wrote, "Really not?" "No, no." "Then why is your face as red as a teapot?" Upon reading that, Kushina's face reddened even more. "What business is it of yours?" "I didn't." This paper ball struck Lu Yun's handsome face directly. "All right, just don't let me catch you." That was the end of their exchange. While they were immersed in their playful banter, Minato, sitting behind them, was left dumbfounded. As soon as the moral education class concluded, the students rushed outside for the second lesson, which was an outdoor class that included a practical assessment. Seizing the opportunity while most had vacated the classroom, Minato quickly approached their desks and secretly picked up the discarded paper ball. Opening it discreetly, an odd expression crossed his face. Why is Kushina stealing glances at Lu Yun? What does red teapot even mean? He felt that something was amiss with the two of them. Today's assessment involves the throwing techniques of shuriken and kunai. According to your seating numbers, we will proceed one by one. On the playground, the Chunin instructor pulled out a notebook to record scores. Number 1, Sukataro. The student called upon picked up a kunai from the bucket and hurled it at a target 20 meters away. The first throw missed the target entirely, prompting a round of laughter as Sukataro's face flushed red for his second attempt. Each student was required to throw 6 times, with 3 throws for kunai and 3 for shuriken. Sukataro hit the target 4 times and missed twice, barely reaching the passing mark. The assessment standards were not overly stringent. Not everyone possessed the keen eyesight or throwing skills of the Uchiha clan. As long as one could hit the target, no one expected them to showcase the technique to its fullest extent. "Hey, Lu Yun, this assessment is your forte. You should be able to score full marks, right?" Kushina approached Lu Yun and whispered. At this moment, candidates could freely move around if their names had not been called, as outdoor classes had fewer restrictions. "I don't know. I just hope I won't mess it up." Lu Yun replied modestly, having little desire for a perfect score, as there were no tangible rewards, and standing out too much could attract unwanted attention. "How could you? You performed excellently in this subject before, not to mention you've awakened the..." This earnest girl didn't finish her sentence before Lu Yun quickly covered her mouth. He glanced around and seized her delicate wrist, pulling her away from the crowd. As Kushina was led away, her heart raced, feeling the intimacy of Lu Yun's actions. She initially intended to resist, but for reasons unknown, she did not pull away and instead allowed him to lead her. "Weren't you supposed to keep a secret? If people find out I have the Sharingan, it could lead to trouble." Lu Yun whispered reproachfully near her ear. His intimate gesture was captured by a watchful eye. Minato widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that starting from that afternoon, the relationship between Lu Yun and Kushina had taken on an unmistakably ambiguous tone. He could not comprehend the cause of this sudden change. Chapter 4. Will you show me your eyes again? I have already seen through you. At just 10 years of age, possessing the formidable Three-Tomoe Sharingan, I have yet to witness anyone in the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan who has awakened such an eye. Should this information become public, it would not only cause a stir within the entire Uchiha clan, but it would also send tremors throughout the whole of Konoha. The Three-Tomoe Sharingan is a hallmark of the Uchiha elite. If certain influential figures were to catch wind of this, would there be any hope for a peaceful life ahead? Not to mention those peculiar researchers, like Orochimaru and Danzo, especially that old rascal Danzo, who would certainly view my awakening with disdain. Is possessing a bloodline limit not impressive? Why must I keep it hidden? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. Lu Yun sighed heavily at her words. You are still young. You cannot yet perceive the darkness that permeates this world. He hesitated, realizing he shouldn't burden her with such knowledge, as she was far from understanding. In any case, do not mention my Sharingan to anyone, nor speak of it, if you wish for me to remain unharmed. Lu Yun deliberately spoke with gravity. All right. I will be careful in the future. Realizing the seriousness in Lu Yun's tone, Kushina felt compelled to take his words to heart. After a brief assurance, she seemed to contemplate something, her large eyes fixed on Lu Yun as she eagerly asked, Will you show me your eyes after school? Sure, I will show you, but you must keep your promise. Lu Yun sighed in resignation. All right. Kushina's face lit up with delight. Even she did not fully understand why she felt such joy. Lu Yun too was perplexed, attributing it to the whimsical nature of women, finding satisfaction in their curiosities. Number 18, Uzumaki Kushina. Soon, the Chunin instructor called her name. Kushina took the stage and achieved a score of 1 out of 5, with her shuriken landing somewhat far from the target center. Her skills in kunai throwing were merely average. Kushina, total score, 72 points. The examiner announced her score. Next, number 19, Uchiha Lu Yun. The Chunin instructor called his name. It's Lu Yun. This is his forte. Prepare to witness his performance. Lu Yun, go for it. Achieve a perfect score. Several girls cheered him on, for he was quite popular in the classroom, especially among the girls. With an amiable temperament and handsome appearance, he garnered more affection than Minato, despite the latter's popularity. Lu Yun, go for it. Kushina waved her small fist, her voice ringing loudest in the class. Lu Yun found it amusing. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a kunai. At that moment, the target 20 meters away seemed as close as a whisper, ready to be struck. Since awakening the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, even without activating it, his senses had heightened significantly, especially his vision. At this juncture, not only could he hit a target 20 meters away, but even one 100 meters distant would yield to his aim if he wished it. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the kunai flying, striking the target, albeit slightly off-center. The small crowd gasped, surprised by the unexpected outcome. The first throw appeared rather mediocre. The second kunai flew true, hitting the bullseye. Well done, Kushina exclaimed in excitement. This is Lu Yun's true skill. He must have been too nervous for the first throw. A girl offered her explanation. The third kunai was released, missing the bullseye again, but demonstrating marked improvement over the first. After 3 kunai, Lu Yun casually picked up 3 shuriken from the bucket. He was too nonchalant to throw them one by one. With a graceful flick of his hand, all 3 shuriken flew simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 struck the target. Yet none found the bullseye. The girls on the playground erupted into applause, impressed by the flair of his throw. Simultaneously launching 3 shuriken and still hitting the target surpassed the abilities of most of his peers, reflecting well on his Uchiha heritage. Uchiha Lu Yun, total score, 90 points. The examiner announced, noting that even without hitting the bullseye, simultaneous throws received considerable score enhancement. Lu Yun appeared somewhat dissatisfied with his score, and another individual shared his sentiments. The Chunin instructor who specialized in throwing techniques. Lu Yun's performance, he believed, warranted more than a mere 90 points. Lu Yun, what happened? Your kunai should not have been thrown so poorly. Lu Yun paused, slightly taken aback. Before scratching his head and offering an explanation, perhaps it was due to a poor night's sleep. Nearby, Kushina's expression was one of disbelief. Not again. Is that your excuse? This phrase made her certain Lu Yun was hiding his true capabilities. Though unsure of his motives, her curiosity regarding her classmate intensified. In just a single afternoon, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. All of it began with the simple compliment. Your hair color is quite lovely. Number 23, Namake's Minato. Before she realized it, it was the future 4th Hokage's turn. Minato tossed his kunai, each one striking the bullseye, prompting enthusiastic applause and cheers from many. Receiving accolades from the crowd, Minato could not help but smile radiantly. However, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a certain red-haired figure, his smile faltered slightly, for at that moment, Kushina seemed to ignore him entirely. Come clean, did you purposely underperform? Kushina murmured beside Lu Yun. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is a score of 90 not high? You scored 72, which doesn't seem like a failure to me. Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, hands in pockets, deliberately ignoring her. Kushina found herself at a loss for words, momentarily convinced by Lu Yun's reasoning. No, wait. She suddenly recalled something, vehemently denying her previous thoughts. Your tone and attitude during that first statement were identical to when you were deceiving me. You are clearly pretending to be oblivious, Kushina declared, seizing Lu Yun's collar with a triumphant smirk, a look that said she had seen through him completely. Lu Yun was taken aback, staring at the triumphant girl before him. Why is it that every time he feigned ignorance, he was caught? Chapter 5. Two individuals entangled in each other's grasp. Lu Yun fabricates lies with open eyes. Haha. Why stop pretending? That surprised expression has betrayed you. Kushina laughed heartily, while they engaged in lively banter. The playground erupted with even more vigorous applause and cheers. Minato, like Lu Yun, had simultaneously launched 3 shuriken. 2 struck the bullseye, while 1 was very close. He became the first, and only, student to achieve a perfect score. The other students unwittingly began to compare him with Lu Yun, believing Minato to be far superior. A sentiment echoed even among the girls. Except for Kushina. In truth, she hadn't even glanced at Minato, for her mind was consumed by thoughts of how clever she felt, having unraveled Lu Yun's disguise. From initial self-doubt to outright denial, she reveled in the revelation of his true self. While her prowess in combat ranked her among the best in class, her academic abilities were notoriously lacking. To see through Lu Yun's facade proved that she was not the simple-minded girl others believed her to be. The triumph of intellect over brute strength brought her a sense of fulfillment far greater than any physical victory. Her intellect often received accolades for its sharpness. With such acknowledgement, how could Kushina feel disheartened? Typically, her mind would commend her physical prowess, asserting her martial skills as she triumphed in countless battles, relying on sheer strength. Yet now, she had achieved victories in mental challenges as well. Meanwhile, Lu Yun remained oblivious to Kushina's intricate thoughts, and he began to self-doubt. After all, these were his results. Whether others believed it or not was inconsequential. Ultimately, Lu Yun stubbornly pursed his lips. Even if Kushina discerned his feelings, it would not matter much. Voicing them would elicit skepticism from others, and even if true, it proved little. A score of 90 or 100 both signify excellence, with hardly a distinction. All right. I won't expose you in front of others, Kushina jested, waving her hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt an inexplicable annoyance, a sensation he had not experienced before. Soon, with the outdoor class concluding, a group of elementary students returned to the classroom. This was the final lesson of the day, conducted by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Oda. In class, Lu Yun was multitasking, listening to Mr. Oda while swiftly forming hand seals beneath his desk. In ninja combat, the speed of hand seals could sometimes sway the outcome. Moreover, to utilize the Sharingan's ability to replicate jutsu effectively, one required sufficient hand speed. Every moment on the battlefield could determine victory or defeat. Kushina occasionally cast sidelong glances at Lu Yun, and after a moment of contemplation, she discreetly tossed a small paper ball his way. In the back, Minato was taken aback by Kushina's actions. This time, it was Kushina who took the initiative. Hey, could you teach me the throwing technique? Read the note. She believed Lu Yun's skills in throwing shuriken were exceptional, and if he agreed to teach her, she would surely score higher in the next assessment. Upon reading this, Lu Yun appeared momentarily stunned. Kushina felt anxious, regretting her boldness, fearing he might decline. She wanted to gauge his expression but also feared being caught, causing her large eyes to betray her nervousness. Lu Yun, lost in thought, remained silent, his hands halting their movements, tapping his index fingers silently on the desk. Unable to contain herself, Kushina glanced at him again, her impatience growing. She desperately needed to know his response, whether it was acceptance or refusal. Yet, Lu Yun remained unperturbed, calmly holding his ground, occasionally locking eyes with her. his gaze revealing nothing of his intentions. Seeing his prolonged silence, Kushina assumed he was rejecting her request, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped for a friend in this new environment, yet the outcome felt as distant as ever. She lost interest in Lu Yun's reaction, even neglecting to pay attention to Mr. Oda's lecture. Just as her spirits sank, a small paper ball accurately struck her head. She shot a glance at Lu Yun, her heart racing uncontrollably. Pretending to be composed, she waited a while before retrieving the paper ball, as if this act could serve as retaliation, though she was eager to see its contents. Finally, with trembling hands, she unfolded the note. "If you teach me the sealing technique, I will teach you the throwing technique." A single sentence rendered Kushina's ears crimson, and she could not suppress the smile that crept onto her face. Upon witnessing her reaction, Lu Yun realized he had achieved his objective. This emotional tug-of-war had proven too much for the young girl. He felt he had a firm grasp on Kushina. And indeed he did. At that moment, Kushina failed to notice a significant issue. How did Lu Yun know she was knowledgeable about sealing techniques? It could not be said that she was an expert, but she certainly possessed a fair understanding of the foundational concepts. She had never utilized sealing techniques at the Ninja Academy, yet Lu Yun was aware of her knowledge in this area, a troubling thought that Kushina did not contemplate. The cleverness she had displayed moments earlier now felt like a mere illusion. Her mind had subtly transformed. Kushina quickly scribbled a character on the paper, then tossed it deliberately at Lu Yun's head. Lu Yun picked up the paper with his toes and discovered it bore the character for good. Soon, the bell rang, and Mr. Oda announced the end of the final class, eliciting joy from the students. Just as Lu Yun packed his bag to head home, Mr. Oda called out, "Lu Yun and Kushina, stay behind." A few students led by Sato exchanged mischievous glances. "Mr. Oda, is there something wrong?" Lu Yun asked quietly, lowering his head. "Did you slap Kamita this afternoon?" Mr. Oda inquired sternly. This normally docile child, who never retaliated or spoke back, had suddenly taken action. Kamita's tooth had nearly been knocked out. Had he not had pressing matters to attend to, he would have dragged Lu Yun to the office for a reprimand. "Mr. Oda, let me explain." Silence. "I am not asking you. Let Lu Yun speak for himself," Mr. Oda interrupted, glaring at Kushina. "He called me a little rascal and pulled my hair," Lu Yun recounted truthfully. "Is that so?" Mr. Oda turned to Kamita. "I only touched him lightly." Kamita hastily defended himself. With both sides presenting their accounts, Mr. Oda shifted his gaze to Kushina and gestured for her to speak. Kamita did pull, and quite forcefully. "I saw it with my own eyes," Kushina replied with unwavering conviction. In truth, she had seen nothing. Too preoccupied with her own bashfulness to notice whether Kamita had indeed tugged on Lu Yun's hair. She only knew what Lu Yun had told her. But that did not prevent her from choosing a side. Fabricating a story not only annoyed those troublemakers, but also protected her desk partner. Why not indulge in such a strategy? Stop playing the victim. During lunch break, it was you and Sato who instigated trouble, berating Lu Yun and me without reason. And now you dare act innocent? Shameless. Kushina would not coddle this little troublemaker. Upon hearing this, the involved students instinctively lowered their heads, and Mr. Oda immediately recognized that Kushina was not lying. These were the same rascals who had started the whole mess. "You all will write a 200-word reflection and submit it to me tomorrow. If it does not meet my satisfaction, you will rewrite it until it does." Mr. Oda imposed the punishment and dismissed the troublemakers. "Kushina, you can go home too." "Oh," Kushina replied, albeit slowly, wanting to wait for Lu Yun. "Lu Yun, while they were in the wrong, your response was too harsh. Kamita's tooth was nearly loosened. This afternoon, you will stay behind to clean the classroom in Kamita's stead." Mr. Oda signed. "Huh, serves him right." The troublemakers, eavesdropping outside, could not restrain their laughter. "You little rascals." Mr. Oda's temper flared, and he chased after them, causing the students to flee in fright. Lu Yun found Mr. Oda's punishment reasonable from an adult's perspective, viewing it as fair. However, from a child's standpoint, it felt quite unjust, especially for Kushina, who was seething with anger, her mouth continuously cursing those elementary students. After venting her frustrations, Kushina picked up a broom to assist Lu Yun in cleaning the classroom, considering them comrades in misfortune. "Hey, Lu Yun, aren't you angry?" Seeing Lu Yun quietly working, Kushina could not help but ask curiously. "Angry about what?" Lu Yun replied without looking up. "Those rascals clearly instigated the trouble, and yet you merely retaliated in self-defense, resulting in such punishment from Teacher Oda." Jacina clenched her delicate pink fist, her face a picture of indignation. Lu Yun looked up at her and smiled gently, his charming smile causing Jacinta to momentarily lose her composure, her anger dissipating significantly. She felt as though she could almost unleash her teeth upon them. What more could she do? Surely, one cannot simply eliminate that fellow. Lu Yun spoke with an ease that resonated powerfully in Jacinta's ears. Indeed, one cannot resort to taking lives, can they? Although those individuals are detestable, their crimes do not warrant death. You are right, but next time, you should strike harder. Perhaps knock out a few teeth so that they dare not trouble you again. With this realization, Jacinta felt her anger subside. Lu Yun remained silent, pondering how the fiery red pepper could relentlessly pummel others. Yet those very individuals never seemed to shy away from her. Suddenly, Lu Yun noticed something peculiar and couldn't help but exclaim softly, What's wrong? Jacinta asked, wiping the sweat off her forehead. Where have all the little paper balls gone? Lu Yun mused. I distinctly remember tossing them beneath my seat. How could they have vanished? Even the torn scraps are nowhere to be found. Upon hearing this, Jacinta hurried back to her seat. She looked down and discovered that her own discarded paper balls had also disappeared. Oh right, my paper balls are gone too, not a single scrap left. It's cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Jacinta was somewhat taken aback. However, she soon dismissed the thought. They must have been blown away by the wind. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, choosing not to dwell on such trivialities. This dreadful weather is oppressively hot. After exerting herself, Jacinta was drenched in sweat, her fair face flushed. Lu Yun nodded and then swiftly removed the white cloth that he habitually wore on his forehead. That fellow truly is something else, regardless of the weather. He always wrapped several layers of white cloth around his head. During his childhood, he was often mocked for his unruly hair and his unusually wide forehead by his peers. Lu Yun was unconcerned with others' opinions. After discarding the cloth, he also removed the hair tie that had been painfully tight. His silky long hair cascaded down over his shoulders. At that moment, he resembled a girl so strikingly that Jacinta found herself momentarily captivated. With a broad forehead, dark eyes, and straight long hair, each feature struck a chord with Jacinta's aesthetic sensibilities, aligning closely with her childhood admiration for Naruto. Just how smitten was little Naruto with Sakura's wide forehead. Jacinta felt similarly entranced, unable to divert her gaze, instinctively inching closer to see more clearly. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yun asked, puzzled. However, the next moment, he slightly lowered his head and asked with a smile, Do you think a wide forehead is ugly? This sense of insecurity stemmed from his original self. No, it's not like that. Jacinta quickly waved her hands in explanation. Your forehead is beautiful, your hair is lovely, and your eyes. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, until Lu Yun could hardly hear her. Thank you, he said, having caught the compliment about his forehead. Don't mention it, Jacinta replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why is your face so red? Is it too hot? As he gazed at her blushing visage, Lu Yun couldn't help but reach out to touch her cheek. Ouch, that is hot, Jacinta exclaimed, then playfully shoved him to the ground, mortified. Oh no. Just as Jacinta contemplated fleeing, she heard Lu Yun emit a cry of distress. Upon closer inspection, she realized she had pushed him too hard, causing him to bump his head against the chair. Ugh, Lu Yun winced, cradling the back of his head, taking shallow breaths. He felt for blood, but found none, though it certainly hurt. Thank goodness my head is tough. Are you all right? Jacinta, forgetting her embarrassment, hurried to help her fallen classmate. You're too violent, he complained. Who told you to touch me first? Jacinta chuckled awkwardly, her strange catchphrase escaping her lips. I merely touched you. Lu Yun shot her an incredulous look. Jacinta instinctively lowered her head, adopting a contrite expression. Yet in a moment of realization, she raised her head and retorted. Don't you know that girls are sensitive about their faces? You can't just touch a girl's face. I thought you were uncomfortable since your face was unnaturally red, Lu Yun replied. And you do realize you're a girl, right? How could you forget that when you're hitting people? Mind your own business. Jacinta shoved him again, causing Lu Yun to bump his waist against the edge of the table. Ah, he gasped, recoiling in pain. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Jacinta panicked, realizing she had inadvertently harmed him once more. Don't touch me, just stay away. Chapter 7. Under the Setting Sun. The Three-Tomoe Sharingan. A child cherished by his mother. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Jacinta repeatedly apologized, grasping Lu Yun's arm as she attempted to help him up. Please, just let me catch my breath. Lu Yun pleaded, cradling his back. All right. Jacinta awkwardly released him. Could you be a bit gentler? You just accused me of being rough. Lu Yun grumbled as he rubbed his waist. I was wrong, Jacino admitted, hanging her head in apology. Want me to massage it for you? Absolutely not. I still need this waist. Lu Yun shot her an exasperated glance. Once he felt somewhat recovered, Lu Yun slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. It's about time to head home. The school will close soon if we don't leave. Oh, Jacina nodded in agreement. Lu Yun walked ahead, while Jacina obediently followed. Just as Lu Yun was about to exit the classroom, Jacina could no longer contain herself and called out to him. Lu Yun, didn't you say you'd show me your eyes after school? Now seems like the perfect time since no one is around. Jacina gazed at him eagerly, or rather, at his eyes. Lu Yun had forgotten about this promise. He glanced outside the classroom, confirming that most of the students had already left. All right, he conceded, channeling chakra into his eyes, which transformed into a pair of blood-red ocular orbs. With his back to the setting sun, he gazed directly at Jacina, the bright rays illuminating him, rendering him almost ethereal in appearance. The sunlight dazzled Jacina, momentarily obscuring her view of Lu Yun's features. After rubbing her eyes and looking again, she beheld the mesmerizing Three-Tomoe Sharingan, which sparkled brilliantly in the twilight, radiant and captivating. These eyes, enchanting yet not seductive, were breathtakingly beautiful, a sight that could leave one spellbound, a veritable masterpiece of nature. It is said that someone who once viewed the Sharingan beneath the setting sun nearly succumbed to its allure, shaken in their convictions. At that moment, they believed the Sharingan to be the epitome of art, more exquisite than any firework display. Jacina, too, found herself entranced, her spirit wholly captivated. Her gaze fixated solely on those extraordinary eyes. The brilliance of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan overshadowed even the brightest sunlight, rendering it dim in comparison. Though Lu Yun cast no illusions upon her, at that moment, Jacina felt as though she were ensnared in the most potent jinjutsu. Her thoughts consumed by those beguiling eyes and that charming face. She instinctively reached out her hand, moving closer to caress the flawless visage before her. Lu Yun allowed her warm hand to graze his cheek and eyelids, yet, witnessing the dazed look in Jacina's eyes, he felt an unusual flush creep across his face and instinctively averted his gaze. As the gaze of those ruby-like eyes descended, Kushina suddenly awoke, her hand retracting as if struck by an electric shock, and she hurriedly fled the classroom. Lu Yun watched her retreating figure before closing his Sharingan. He made no effort to pursue her. Instead, he sighed and locked the classroom door. As he walked home, Lu Yun felt an unusual lightness in his heart, as if the very breeze surrounding him was imbued with sweetness, and his steps quickened instinctively. This was the blissful anticipation of returning home. Upon rounding a corner, he caught sight of a figure both familiar and slightly unfamiliar, a strikingly beautiful woman with purple hair standing silently at the door, awaiting his return. Lu Yun lowered his head, feeling inexplicably anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You know to come home, don't you? Where have you been playing around until now? She chided gently, her face devoid of anger, instead graced with a faint smile. Mom, he called, the word flowing from his lips with an ease that suggested an innate connection. As though she were indeed his mother. Asuka, where's your headband? Asuka inquired, regarding him with a curious expression. It was too hot, so I took it off, Leon confessed, standing awkwardly as he kept his gaze lowered. Aren't you afraid of being teased about your broad forehead? Asuka quipped, unable to suppress a laugh. Hearing her laughter, Lu Yun dared to glance at her, his tension inexplicably easing. I'm not afraid. I won't wear it again, he replied. Oh my, when did our Lu Yun become so bold? Asuka chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. Today, a girl complimented me on my forehead. He blurted out, and immediately felt a pang of shock at his own words. In front of his mother, he had regressed to a childlike state. This was the original owner's mindset playing tricks, a force he could not control even if he wished to. Haha, I knew it. That's why you stopped wearing your headband, because a girl praised your forehead. Asuka laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. After the laughter subsided, Asuka lovingly tousled his hair and said earnestly, Our Lu Yun is inherently handsome. It's only a matter of time before girls take notice. She never doubted her child's worth, especially regarding his looks. Though she noticed his slight insecurity about his forehead, she dismissed it as inconsequential. As he grew, he would naturally understand the notions of beauty and ugliness without needing guidance. Moreover, given Liu Yun's natural charm with the opposite sex, Not wearing a headband might even attract more girls, potentially leading to complications like fear of women or early romantic entanglements, reminiscent of Sasuke. Go wash your hands and face. Then it's time to eat. All right, Ryuun nodded, hastily departing. After a hasty cold shower, he emerged to find Asuka kneeling at the dining table, having prepared his meal. Their household consisted solely of the two of them. His father had heroically perished in the war 2 years prior, a jonin with the coveted double Tomoe Sharingan. Named Uchiha Ryuun. Let's eat. The food is getting cold, Asuka encouraged as she began her meal. Yes, Ryuun replied. In his past life, he had been an orphan. Now, having a mother felt quite nice. Where did you go this afternoon? You returned home so late. I was worried sick, she inquired. I was on cleaning duty in the classroom, which made me late, Ryuun explained after swallowing a mouthful of food. Wasn't it just recently that you had cleaning duty? How did it come around so soon again? Asuka asked, her expression one of skepticism. She was no fool. Her mind was sharp. I made a mistake and was punished with cleaning duty by the teacher. Ryuun decided to be honest, deeming it a trivial matter. Mistake? What kind of mistake? I hit someone. Huh. Asuka seemed to doubt her hearing. You hit someone? Weren't you the one who got hit? I hit them. Ryuun's lips twitched as he reiterated. You actually dared to hit someone? Asuka raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. How did you do it? Tell me, dear. At this. Ryuun was momentarily stunned. Logically, shouldn't she first inquire why he had struck someone? Instead, she was curious about how he had done it. Having slapped a classmate because he provoked me, Ryuun replied. Just a slap? He provoked you, did he? Didn't know to know? And he got you punished with cleaning duty? Asuka's cheeks puffed, her mouth full of food, not sure whether to be angry or amused. But you certainly have grown bolder, and that has caught your mother's attention. At that moment, Asuka appeared almost proud. Ryuun found it hard to comprehend how such a mother could lead the original owner to perpetually cower. Perhaps it stemmed from his father Uchiha Ryuun's influence. From the memories, he recalled his father's amiable nature, always kind to others and never seeking conflict. After dinner, Ryuun began exercising in their small yard. He performed push-ups, squats, and practiced striking a wooden post, his efforts causing Asuka to marvel. Son, why have you suddenly become so diligent? Her son rarely engaged in physical exercise, especially at night. Ryuun halted his movements upon hearing her. He didn't wish to exert himself. However, he understood the necessity. This was the world of ninjas, and the second great ninja war had yet to fully commence, with the third and fourth still looming ahead. As a ninja, lacking strength would leave him vulnerable to countless calamities. He was neither a protagonist nor a significant supporting character. He could easily fall victim to the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha massacre by Itachi, or the invasion by Pain. He did not wish to perish prematurely after having transmigrated, leaving his mother and family behind in sorrow, much like his father. With only a year until he would become a ninja, he needed to prepare thoroughly, Ryuun said vaguely. But this is rather premature, Asuka remarked, slightly embarrassed. Ryuun shook his head. He felt that time was too tight. During the Third War, even freshly graduated children were sent to the battlefield. Though there was no such requirement in the Second, Ryuun dared not assume otherwise. If the Second War mirrored the Third, then he would find himself in grave danger, especially as a mere background character. Gaining even a modicum of strength would afford him greater security. Enhancing his abilities was imperative. Well said. Your mother supports you. Asuka clapped and smiled, delighted by her son's ambition. She believed that understanding the importance of physical fitness could only benefit him. And as a mother, she was wholly supportive. She merely hoped her precious son would not abandon his efforts halfway. Tomorrow, I'll give you money to buy fitness equipment. You must train diligently and not slack off. Asuka encouraged him with a fist pump. Ryuun could only chuckle in response. After completing 100 push-ups, 100 squats, striking the post 100 times, and kicking it another 100 times, he was left panting heavily. Compared to his peers in the ninja world, his physical condition was decidedly lacking. At this moment, while his body felt exhausted, his mental state was surprisingly invigorated, a testament to the heightened spiritual energy following the fusion of his two souls. Sitting on the ground to rest, his caring mother had prepared beverages and ice water for him. After quenching his thirst, Ryuun began practicing chakra control, engaging in the well-known exercises of tree climbing and water walking. Son, what are you doing? Asuka finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity as she watched him repeatedly attempt to walk up the wall, only to fall back down. She was not a ninja and had never encountered this training method. Cultivating chakra control, Ryuun simply explained, indifferent to whether Asuka could comprehend. "Shall I fetch you a mat?" "I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself," she said, attempting to enter the house for a mat, but was halted by Ryuun's voice. "No need, Mom. If I fall, I fall. With chakra protecting me, I won't be harmed." Ryuun's words were indeed true. Falling a few more times would merely serve to strengthen his body, ensuring he wouldn't be easily defeated in future encounters. "All right then, practice at your own pace, but remember to rest early and don't stay up too late." After a moment of novelty, Asuka decided to return to her room to rest. In the stillness of the night, within the Senju clan's territory, a pink bedroom was brightly lit. A young girl sat cross-legged on the floor, patiently studying the sealing scrolls in her hands. These scrolls contained the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. A knock echoed twice, and an elderly woman pushed open the door. "Mito, what brings you here at this hour?" Kushina quickly stood up. "It's quite late. Why are you still awake?" Senju Mito observed the scattered sealing scrolls on the floor, her expression shifting from surprise to astonishment and then to satisfaction. These were the most precious treasures of their clan. The land of waves had fallen, and the Uzumaki clan had suffered great losses, with only a few members remaining who were eager to inherit these traditions, which brought her joy. In the past, Kushina had been too busy playing around, making it difficult for her to learn sealing techniques. "What caused this sudden change today?" "I can't sleep, so I thought I'd learn a bit more about sealing techniques," Kushina softly replied, her head bowed. She recalled a certain boy and a promise made. She wanted to learn more about sealing techniques so she wouldn't be at a loss in the future. "Very well. It's rare to see you so eager to learn. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Mito smiled with contentment, unaware of Kushina's deeper thoughts, believing that her granddaughter had finally wised up. "However, it's quite late. You should turn off the lights and get some sleep." Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced at the clock and realized, having been so engrossed, that it was already deep into the night. "Yes, I'll sleep now. You should head to bed early too, Grandma Mito." Kushina replied sweetly. "Good girl," Mito praised, gently closing the door behind her. Lying on her bedding, Kushina tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, thoughts of that boy surfaced, recalling his enchanting and beautiful Sharingan. The memory of his touch on her face and her gentle caress of his handsome features made her lips curve into a smile. How had I never noticed how handsome he is before? Kushina mused, her heart feeling as though it was coated in honey, sweet enough to keep her awake. Concealing his strength yet achieving remarkable results. He must be the top student in the class, such a modest fellow. Clutching her pillow, Kushina rolled around, occasionally mumbling to herself, her face adorned with a silly grin. Meanwhile, Ryuun lay on his bedding, occasionally sneezing, suspecting he might have caught a cold. Chapter 9. The Great Conflict in the School. Rather than waiting for you to strike, I shall act first. Early in the morning, just as dawn began to break, Ryuun had already risen and completed his morning routine. With his formidable mental strength, he only needed 5 to 6 hours of sleep to feel rejuvenated. This realization astonished him, marking it as the only advantage he had since transmigrating to this world. Stealthily opening the door, Ryuun commenced his day with physical training, starting with a morning run to compensate for his endurance deficiencies. After running about a quarter of the way around Konoha, the sun had fully risen. When he could no longer run, Ryuun leisurely made his way back home. Upon arriving, he found Asuka had prepared breakfast. After finishing his milk and bread, he grabbed his backpack and headed to the ninja school. What has gotten into him to suddenly be so driven? Asuka wondered, watching his retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Not only was he more diligent, but many habits had changed as well. His attire, his tendency to sleep in, and many trivial matters he now managed on his own without her nagging. Fortunately, these changes were all for the better, so Asuka had no cause for concern. At the ninja school, before Ryuun could reach his classroom, several elementary students intercepted him. "Isn't this the little brat? Why aren't you wearing your headband today?" Ryuun remained silent, instead surveying the group of students thoughtfully. These children, with their black eyes and hair, bore the Uchiha clan's emblem and were a year older than Ryuun, currently in the 6th grade. "Hey, I'm talking to you." One of them attempted to ruffle Ryuun's hair. Ryuun preemptively grasped his wrist. "Speak, but don't lay a hand on me." With a cold expression, he gently released the boy's arm. His words were not harsh, but they were received poorly by the others. "Oh, so you're getting bold, huh? It's been a few days since we last met, and you've grown a temper?" Uchiha Kage laughed maliciously, his intentions clear. "Looks like it's time to teach you a lesson." "Let it go, Kage. We're all from the same clan. Don't embarrass us, another Uchiha youth intervened. Their commotion attracted a crowd of onlooking students, including rivals from the Hyuga clan. A normally timid figure was now daring to confront him, and his perpetual scowl only fueled Kage's irritation. Humph, I'll let you off today, but when you leave school, don't let my friends find you, little brat. Uchiha Kage threatened before attempting to depart, unwilling to be the center of ridicule. Did I permit you to leave? Before he could walk away, Ryuun called out in a deep voice. While he could overlook being called a little brat, the term little bastard was intolerable. Oh, what do you want? Uchiha Kage inquired with a grin, but before he could finish, Ryuun delivered a powerful slap, infused with chakra, sending Kage flying through the air. Two pristine white teeth mixed with blood flew out as he crashed to the ground, utterly devoid of dignity. Everyone stood in shock, unable to believe that the seemingly meek boy had retaliated. Moreover, he had struck a fellow clansman with such ferocity. Rather than waiting for your revenge, I might as well take care of you now. The enmity was already established. Even if he backed down, others wouldn't let him off easily. Besides, why should he concede? Kindness invites bullying. An easy target only attracts more aggression. As Ryuun spoke, he advanced swiftly, catching the bewildered Kage off guard. Delivering a sharp kick to his face, blood gushed from his nose instantly. Ryuun's harshness was understandable. No other child had ever insulted him so brazenly, especially not a member of the Uchiha clan. This situation illustrated why Asuka had taken him away from the Uchiha territory, given the mischievous nature of elementary ninja students. If Ryuun didn't teach Kage a lesson today, the next day would surely bring more taunts of little bastard. Stop this at once. Before Ryuun could continue, two Uchiha clan members rushed forward to intervene. One of them kicked Ryuun, forcefully pushing him back. Brushing off his dirted wrist, Ryuun maintained a calm demeanor. Chakra, when concentrated in the arms, grants them immense strength and resilience. The kick from a primary school student may appear formidable, yet when delivered against Ryuun's hand, it causes no discomfort whatsoever. This exemplifies one of the advantages of mastering chakra manipulation. After a single night of practice, he was already capable of scaling walls, indicating his preliminary grasp of this discipline. His rapid progress is largely attributed to his indomitable spirit. Controlling the flow of chakra necessitates a formidable mental focus. And with his dual souls united, Ryuun possesses unparalleled mental strength. Furthermore, with the activation of his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, his personal mental prowess has reached extraordinary heights. The ability to initially control the chakra within his body significantly enhances his personal capabilities, enabling him to easily contend with a group of primary school students. How could you be so ruthless, Ryuun, especially since we're from the same clan? Uchiha Chia reprimanded, visibly incensed. Why don't you mention that he insulted me even more harshly? Does he truly believe I lack temperance and can tolerate such slander? Ryuun had often been bullied, and the nickname Little Mop was a product of this clan's gossip. In the eyes of those colorful-haired students, who was not merely a mop, who would dare to call anyone Little Mop? If he recognized me as kin, he wouldn't hurl such vile words. If he seeks to teach me a lesson, I shall ensure he remembers it. Should he dare to speak disrespectfully in my presence again, he must not blame me for being heavy-handed. With that, Ryuun, dismissing the astonished crowd, shoved his hands into his pockets and strode directly towards the classroom. Is this really the same Little Mop I knew? How did he suddenly become so formidable? Murmured the onlooking primary school students. What of his broad forehead? And why is such a handsome face deemed feminine? He's undeniably handsome. And his personality, oh my, how manly. Some girls were already swooning. Haha, the Uchiha clan biting each other. How amusing. Chuckled a member of the Hyuga clan. Many scions of prominent families wore expressions of mockery upon hearing this. Crying out, I must confront him. Uchiha Ryuun finally regained his composure and, recalling the earlier events, shed tears as he considered seeking vengeance against Ryuun. Hey, Ryuun, don't act impulsively. Class is about to commence, and the instructor will arrive shortly. Just hold on until after the first period to settle the score, suggested a clan member friendly with him. Let us report to the teacher. With injuries like this, you should first visit the infirmary, advised Uchiha Chia. No, if I report it, how can I take revenge? I'll just say I fell. Uchiha Ryuun spat blood, his face contorted with rage. If I don't knock out a few of his teeth, I won't bear the Uchiha name. Ryuun realized he had been careless, allowing Ryuun to strike. Should a real fight ensue, Ryuun would be no match for him. He had bested him before, and he had allies on his side. Chapter 10. Am I the fool? Don't run after school. Shortly after Lu Yun finished dealing with the ruckus, he nearly collided with Kushina at the classroom entrance. What is the hurry? She inquired, flustered. I heard from classmates that you were fighting outside. Are you hurt? Kushina asked anxiously, scanning Lu Yun for injuries. Her concerned expression elicited a chuckle from Lu Yun. Are you genuinely worried about me? Afraid I might get hurt? No, I'm not. Kushina initially thought to affirm, but suddenly deemed the question too ambiguous, hastily shaking her head. Oh, so you're not concerned for me? Fine. I suppose I was being overly sentimental. Lu Yun, feigning dejection, turned away and ambled toward his seat, his silhouette radiating a profound loneliness, akin to a soulless husk. This sudden shift in demeanor alarmed Kushina. She yearned to clarify her intentions, yet her bashfulness prevented her from admitting her concern. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. Kushina returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Lu Yun, who had lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his expression. He appeared to be in a state of sorrow. Is he truly upset because of my words? Am I so significant to him? This realization dispelled Kushina's earlier anxiety, replacing it with a sense of delight. Why is she acting like this? Lu Yun had initially intended to tease Kushina, hoping to elicit a reaction that would paint her as a ripe tomato. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her merely blushing, calm and composed, wearing a smile. Could it be that I am the one being overly sentimental? The thought struck him, leading to a sense of disillusionment. Finally capturing a delightful companion suitable for nurturing, just as the enjoyment began to blossom, it seemed to slip away. Am I the jester here? Lu Yun sighed, feeling lost, and slumped over his desk. This was not an act of despair. The lesson was mathematics, and he was indeed paying attention. Leaning on the desk alleviated the soreness in his legs after a long morning of running. Unbeknownst to him, Kushina misinterpreted his posture as a reaction to her words, believing he was simply disheartened. She tore off a piece of white paper, scribbled a message, crumpled it into a ball, and discreetly tossed it at him. Lu Yun felt a light thud against his head, glancing to find a paper ball on his desk. Turning to face Kushina, he saw her sitting upright, attentively listening to the class, her gaze fixed ahead. She wanted to even glance at me. I might as well ignore this paper ball, he thought, leaving it untouched. Observing this, Kushina grew anxious. Could he be upset with me? Quickly, she tossed another ball, which landed squarely in front of him. Lu Yun found it amusing. And in a moment, he blew the paper ball away. How dare you, Lu Yun? Is it really necessary to react this way just because I retracted my concern? Do you not realize how sensitive girls can be? Kushina fumed, gnashing her teeth, and resolutely threw another larger paper ball, which struck Lu Yun on the head. Lu Yun, as if oblivious to the paper ball, scratched the spot where it hit, showing no intention of picking it up. Witnessing this, Kushina's frustration intensified, her cheeks flushed with anger. Suddenly, Lu Yun heard peculiar cracking sounds as if joints were grinding, accompanied by a chilling breeze that raised the hairs on his arms. His curiosity piqued. He glanced at Kushina, who was glaring at him, her hair standing on end, fists clenched, cracking ominously. Startled, Lu Yun hastily picked up the two paper balls from the floor. An angry Kushina is truly terrifying. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The fabled fiery red pepper was indeed fearsome, and he instinctively felt a sense of dread. Why provoke me? Do you wish for trouble? Kushina silently scolded him, though a hint of a smile tugged at her lips. Are you courting death? Do you believe I want to retaliate? This was the content of the second paper ball. Seeing this, Lu Yun's forehead glistened with sweat as he forced a strained smile. Don't be angry. I rushed out of the classroom to help you. But you all finished so quickly. You're not hurt, are you? The first paper ball conveyed genuine concern through its words. Upon reading the words, Lu Yun felt an immense sense of relief. The sweat ceased to flow, and his back straightened with newfound confidence. After jotting down a response, he tossed the crumpled paper back. Jio Shinai hesitated for a few minutes upon seeing the paper ball, but after shooting Lu Yun a fierce glare, she picked it up. How could I possibly be hurt? You already know I'm concealing my strength, right? My brother is truly formidable. There's no need to worry about me. As she read the words on the paper, especially the reference to brother, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, battling against the overwhelming embarrassment. Jio Shinai took a few deep breaths and nonchalantly stuffed the paper into her backpack. The conversation was far too humiliating. It must not be seen by anyone other than Lu Yun, or she would face social ruin. Tearing off a fresh piece of paper, Jio Shinai began to write another note. I've never seen you fight anyone, so how could I know how strong you are? How about we practice alone after school? Lu Yun looked at the note, utterly speechless. She was undeniably cute, yet her boldness was rather excessive. Always seeking a one-on-one practice session, did she really embody the essence of a girl? Before Lu Yun could respond, another small paper ball hit him squarely on the head. What? Are you scared? Coward. Upon reading those words, Lu Yun turned and shot her an annoyed glare. This audacious girl was getting too bold, truly thinking he was still the gentle and easily toppled Uchiha Ryuun. Picking up his pen, he wrote in bold. Vigorous characters. If you dare, don't run after school. Seeing the words, Jyoshinai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her reaction immediately drew the attention of their teacher. Jyoshinai, what are you laughing at? Is my lesson that amusing? The math teacher scolded sternly. Chapter 11. Trapped by Jyoshinai. The rampaging blood-red chili pepper faced with the math teacher's inquiry, Jyoshinai broke into a cold sweat. Stammering, without being able to articulate a coherent response, Lu Yun observed the scene, stifling his laughter, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Out of the corner of her eye, Jyoshinai caught sight of Lu Yun suppressing a laugh, and in the next moment, she raised her eyebrows and pointed at him, declaring loudly, Teacher. It was Lu Yun making funny faces that made me laugh. Lu Yun's smile immediately froze, and he hastened to deny, I didn't. It wasn't me. You too. Go stand at the back and listen to the lecture. The math teacher, without further ado, ordered them to the back of the class. Stupid tomato, you set me up? Lu Yun muttered under his breath. Isn't it all your fault, you little rascal? Jyoshinai retorted quietly. Did I make you laugh? With such a low laugh threshold. You blame others? Lu Yun glared at her fiercely. When the teacher caught me, you laughed, didn't you? If I'm suffering, you won't have it easy either. Jyoshinai smiled mischievously, playing the rogue. Already weary from standing, the punishment was making Lu Yun feel utterly despondent. As the first class was nearing its end, Jyoshinai noticed Lu Yun's legs trembling uncontrollably. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Hey, why are your legs shaking? Isn't it because of you? Lu Yun shot her a glare. He had ample time to rest. It's just standing, and you're shaking like that? Are you a soft-shell shrimp? Her words made Jyoshinai chuckle. After the morning run, plus the distance from the ninja school to my home, and now standing as punishment, wouldn't you be soft too? To be fair, had it been Jyoshinai, she wouldn't have been weak at all. After all, she possessed the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan, and by adulthood, her chakra capacity would far exceed that of an unawakened sage. As the Jinchuriki, even when the Nine Tails was forcibly extracted, she didn't perish immediately and could restrain the complete Nine Tails for quite a while. In contrast, Uzumaki Naruto, with half of the Nine Tails extracted, nearly met his end. Had it not been for his protagonist's halo, he would have been long gone. This demonstrated just how formidable Jyoshinai's physical constitution was. Based solely on this advantage, defeating the current Lu Yun would be a piece of cake. I'm not that weak. Jyoshinai mocked mercilessly. Shut up. Lu Yun felt his teeth grind in frustration. Soon, the first class came to an end. Fortunately, the math teacher noticed Lu Yun's trembling legs and his drenched appearance. So he didn't press them further, scolding them a few times before turning to leave. Hey. Lu Yun barely took a few steps before nearly collapsing due to numbness in his legs. Thankfully, Jyoshinai swiftly caught him. I'll help you back to your seat. Jyoshinai said softly, her cheeks rosy. At that moment, they stood quite close, allowing them to catch each other's scent. I want to thank you. Lu Yun pouted, trying to sound tough. Then I want to help you, Jyoshinai teased, pretending to release him. I don't need your help. Lu Yun struggled to push her away, but saw Jyoshinai cling to him again. Fine. Seeing how pitiful you look, I want to hold it against you. Jyoshinai wore a beaming smile, making Lu Yun want to punch her, but in the end, he refrained from retaliating and allowed her to support him. What is wrong with Lu Yun? Minato approached to help Lu Yun on the other side, his legs numb and weak. Lu Yun was unable to speak when Jyoshinai interjected with a giggle. He should really work out more. As Lu Yun was escorted back to his seat, he promptly pushed Jyoshinai away upon sitting down, smiling as he nodded in gratitude to Minato. Jyoshinai, unoffended by being pushed away, happily took a seat beside him. Minato observed this curious exchange, wondering when Jyoshinai's temperament had become so amiable. Before he could ponder further, a group of younger students stormed into their classroom with fierce determination. Upon spotting the leader, Lu Yun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This little brat named Uchiha Ryuun had yet to learn his lesson. He had just been beaten up not long ago, and here he was again, challenging Lu Yun. Truly, He had a short memory. As Ryuun stood up, hands braced on the desk, he demanded, "What do you want?" Seeing the situation escalate, Joshinai rushed forward to block several Uchiha youths. With fierce glares directed at Ryuun, the Uchiha clan members recalled the incident of Ryuun's earlier confrontation. Joshinai understood their intent to invade the classroom all too well. "It's none of your business. Get lost, or we'll beat you up too," one Uchiha member hissed coldly. Attempting to push Joshinai aside, he was shocked when she seized his wrist and executed a powerful shoulder throw, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Are you trying to bully Ryuun? As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on him." Joshinai's aura surged as she stood over the fallen 6th grader, intimidating the Uchiha clan members into a state of shock. All right. Ryuun couldn't help but applaud her. How could he not adore such a little darling? The feeling of being protected was utterly delightful. "Go, Nai. I support you spiritually." Ryuun raised his tiny fist, cheering for Joshinai. At those words, Joshinai's face turned crimson. "Did he just call me Nai? Everyone, attack. Beat them both up." Uchiha Yahan's face twisted in fury as he waved his hand, initiating the brawl. Ignoring her embarrassment, Joshinai unleashed her strength. Grabbing an Uchiha from the ground to use as a weapon, swinging him into the approaching group of younger students, sending them wailing in distress. Her ferocity frightened many. Even Ryuun was left gasping in awe at her fierce display. He was aware of Kushina's formidable strength, yet he never anticipated it to be this overwhelming. The rampaging Crimson Pepper was capable of single-handedly taking on a group, most of whom were merely 6th grade elementary students. Among them, the Uchiha descendants displayed considerable prowess. And despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to subdue her, instead being forced to retreat under her relentless onslaught. The Uchiha being used as a human weapon fared even worse. He was foaming at the mouth, on the verge of losing consciousness. Witnessing Kushina's frenzied state, Ryuun, struggling to stand, hastily urged, Hey, Kushina, put him down, or at least switch to another weapon. This guy is about to collapse." Fighting too fiercely at school was unacceptable. If something serious were to occur, the teachers would certainly not spare Kushina, even if she was destined to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After all, the Uchiha in her grasp was already frothing at the mouth. Ryuun rushed forward, urging her to calm down, at the very least to give her captive a moment to breathe. Chapter 12. Fearlessly shielding her from Kanai, the attacker instead becomes the hero? Kushina was receptive to his advice. She violently tossed the Uchiha into the crowd, causing quite a commotion among the onlookers. Afterward, she clapped her hands, placing her hands on her hips, fixating her gaze on the remaining Uchiha. "You think you can bully people?" Before she could finish her sentence, a whooshing sound pierced the air as a kunai shot directly toward her. The sight of the speeding kunai struck fear into her heart, and as she attempted to evade it, it seemed too late. Ryuun's brows furrowed. In a moment of urgency, he extended his hand, and with remarkable agility, he caught the kunai in his grasp. Crimson blood began to drip from his hand, where the sharp edges of the kunai had sliced 2 small wounds. This was merely a practice kunai, unsharpened for training purposes. Had it been a genuine one, he might have lost his hand. Ignoring his injury, Ryuun swiftly turned the kunai around and, without a second thought, flung it back at its original owner. A piercing scream echoed as the kunai embedded itself into Uchiha Hayato's thigh. Seeing blood, many surrounding elementary students sensed the gravity of the situation and fled in terror. A few Uchiha, realizing the chaos had spiraled out of control, hurriedly lifted the howling Uchiha Hayato and fled the scene. They had lost all interest in fighting. This incident was far too serious, and the teachers would undoubtedly intervene. "Ryuun, your hand." Kushina grasped Ryuun's palm, her words tumbling out in a rush. Had he not reached out to catch the kunai, it would have been her who was injured. The thought of someone willing to risk themselves for her brought tears to Kushina's eyes, which cascaded down her cheeks. "Why are you so foolish? Do you not realize the danger of a kunai? You dared to catch it barehanded." Kushina felt a mix of anger and gratitude as tears streamed down her face. "I grabbed it precisely because it was dangerous. If it had struck you, it could have caused a grave injury." Ryuun replied earnestly. "You already intervened to teach them a lesson. How could I allow you to be hurt?" Upon hearing this, Kushina was momentarily stunned, and the next instant, she burst into sobs. After spending so long in this unfamiliar village, this was the first time she felt the significance of a peer's care. It was a selfless act of protection. What girl could remain unaffected by such a profound display? Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Ryuun, crying uncontrollably. When did they become so close? Their intimacy was evident. Some girls witnessed this scene and gasped in surprise. Indeed, they had reached the point of defending one another, standing in harm's way for each other. Many classmates looked on in shock. When had these two become a couple? They were unknowingly fed dog food, oblivious to the romantic tale unfolding between them. However, in the eyes of some girls, a man willing to shield a female from danger was undoubtedly a sign of true love. A hint of jealousy glimmered in their gazes as they looked at Kushina, wishing to find such a dashing boy for themselves. All right, stop crying. It's just a minor wound. In a bit, it will scab over, Ryuun chuckled, patting her back. Many are watching. Kushina immediately snapped to attention, casting a quick glance at their classmates, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. In the next moment, she pushed Ryuun away and dashed back to her seat, burying her head in her arms, too embarrassed to face anyone. Ryuun accepted a piece of paper from a classmate, pressed it against his palm, and soon stopped the bleeding. As anticipated, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Oda, quickly arrived to address the situation. Uchiha Ryuun, Uzumaki Kushina, both of you, follow me to the office. Upon arriving at the teacher's office, Mr. Oda first examined Ryuun's injuries, and upon confirming they were merely superficial, he sighed in relief. Nevertheless, he retrieved a bandage and diligently wrapped Ryuun's wounds. What exactly happened with Uchiha Hayato? Mr. Oda inquired, gazing intently at Ryuun. Ryuun reluctantly recounted the conflict. Knowing that many had witnessed the events unfold, lying would serve no purpose, and he aimed to extricate Kushina from blame. So, you initiated the attack first? You knocked out 2 of his teeth? Mr. Oda groaned, rubbing his temples. That guy was hurling insults and threatening me. Knocking out his teeth was a minor reprisal. Kushina mumbled. Be quiet. I haven't even addressed you yet. Mr. Oda shouted at Kushina, nearly spitting with frustration. Mr. Oda, this isn't Kushina's fault. She acted out of a sense of justice as my classmate. If it weren't for her, I might have been seriously harmed today. Ryuun asserted seriously, portraying Kushina as a courageous figure, thus absolving her of blame and potentially granting her merit. In truth, that was nearly the case, though Kushina had indeed struck first. Is that so, Kushina? Mr. Oda scrutinized her with skepticism. Of course, she doesn't even know Uchiha Hayato, and there are no past grievances between them. Why would she attack without reason if not to protect a classmate? Mr. Oda, I believe Kushina's intentions were noble. We cannot deem her at fault simply because she emerged victorious. If such a perspective is taken, who would dare to act heroically in the future? Ryuun interjected, preempting any further critique. Upon hearing this explanation, Mr. Oda instinctively nodded, recognizing the validity of Ryuun's argument. Kushina stared at Ryuun in awe. She had to admit that he was quite eloquent, effortlessly clearing her name with just a few words. She even felt that Mr. Oda might commend her bravery. When his fighting in school ever earned a teacher's praise? Setting aside Kushina, Uchiha Hayato's injuries were serious, and his teacher was furious, declaring he would report the matter to the Hokage. What do you think should be done? Mr. Oda turned to Ryuun. If you can articulate your thoughts so well, then provide a resolution, Mr. Oda challenged. I believe Uchiha Hayato should face severe consequences for his actions. He openly attempted to commit violence in another's classroom. His intentions were malicious, and he deserves punishment. Ryuun stated earnestly, leaving the surrounding teachers astounded. The kunai belonged to Uchiha Hayato, and it was aimed with lethal intent, targeting Kushina's throat. Had I not acted swiftly to seize it, she might have already perished. What? Upon hearing this, Mr. Oda could no longer remain composed. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. This matter must be reported to the Hokage immediately, Mr. Oda declared decisively, realizing he no longer had the authority to handle the situation alone. Chapter 13. The distinctive third Hokage and the contrasting approaches to disciplinary matters soon. The events transpiring at the Ninja Academy reached the ears of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To the astonishment of many, this busy Hokage took time out of his schedule to personally address the situation at the school. This action reflected his significant concern for the incident and for Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails. Was there an intention to assassinate the future Jinchuriki? Was this act a mere accident caused by Uchiha Kagami? Or was it prompted by someone else's directive? He felt compelled to investigate the matter thoroughly. Being the principal of the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen was indeed deeply invested in the well-being of the children attending the school. After conducting a series of inquiries, he quickly grasped the basic cause and course of events. In essence, this incident was a result of infighting among the Uchiha clan's youth. However, what warranted his attention was Uchiha Kagami's reckless use of a weapon. Can you confirm that Uchiha Kagami aimed a kunai at Kushina's throat? Hiruzen asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Yun with an air of seriousness. Yes, I am quite certain. Lu Yun responded with unwavering conviction. Though he could not definitively ascertain whether it was the throat or the shoulders, he knew that once a weapon had been drawn, he would not show mercy or leave any room for his adversary. Were it not for his own lack of strength and the limitations imposed upon him, Lu Yun would have wanted to declare that this boy must not be spared. Based on the trajectory of the kunai, Lu Yun's height, his action of reaching for the kunai, and the testimonies of witnesses present, it could be reasonably concluded that his account was likely accurate. A ninja with professional investigative skills analyzed the information and concluded, return that child to the Uchiha compound, and subsequently arrange for his expulsion. Moreover, inform the Uchiha clan that they must enhance the ideological education and supervision of their children. The skills taught at the Ninja Academy are not meant for use against one's own kin. Hiruzen's words left many teachers in shock, and even Lu Yun felt a tremor of fear. The third Hokage was acting with an unexpected decisiveness. For elementary students, such a punishment seemed excessively severe. Was he using this incident to reprimand the Uchiha clan? Or was he genuinely enraged due to Kushina's peril? Perhaps he merely wished to use this matter as a cautionary tale for other students at the academy? Or was it because Uchiha Kagami's nature was too malevolent for him to be fit as a ninja? Lu Yun found it difficult to ascertain the precise motivations behind Hiruzen's actions. Wasn't he the third Hokage supposed to be a benevolent leader? A wave of confusion washed over Lu Yun as he dared not meet Hiruzen's gaze, fearing his thoughts might be perceived. Perhaps the change in Hiruzen was due to age. He was no longer the kindly elder depicted in stories. Lu Yun realized that he could not judge his character or thoughts solely based on the original narrative. Perhaps Hiruzen was not inherently merciful. He only displayed compassion when dealing with individuals of significant influence. In mere minutes, Lu Yun's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Uchiha Lu Yun, do you realize the error of your ways for resorting to violence against a classmate over a mere insult? Hiruzen spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone, his presence imposing upon Lu Yun's breath. While the insult little bastard could be understood as provocation warranting a response, if the retaliation had been excessively violent, it could not be overlooked. I understand my mistake, Lu Yun replied, lowering his head. Although he felt justified in his actions, he needed to feign humility at that moment. Given your bravery in protecting your companions from danger, I shall refrain from pursuing your faults for now. Focus on your studies and refrain from causing further disturbances. Hiruzen's leniency towards Lu Yun starkly contrasted with his earlier judgment of Uchiha Kagami, signifying a distinctly different attitude. This was the benevolence Lu Yun had associated with the third Hokage in the original tales. Hiruzen's decision to show mercy was influenced by two primary factors. First, Lu Yun's father, Uchiha Mori, was a martyr who had fallen in battle. Hiruzen typically demonstrated compassion towards the families of fallen heroes. Second, Uchiha Lu Yun's willingness to protect his companions, even at the cost of his own safety, made him a prime candidate to inherit the will of fire, a spirit that Hiruzen deeply valued. Your father, Uchiha Mori, was an exceptional ninja, brave and unwavering on the battlefield. Hiruzen began an extensive discourse on moral values that lasted several minutes. Lu Yun listened attentively, occasionally displaying a sorrowful expression. I hope you will study diligently and one day inherit his will of fire, becoming a valuable asset to Konoha. In response to Hiruzen's admonitions, Lu Yun appeared obedient, nodding when appropriate and feigning sadness, even if he could not produce tears. Overall, Hiruzen was quite satisfied with Lu Yun's demeanor and generously overlooked his misdeeds, even dismissing the incident involving Kushina's actions. The unfortunate ones were those who had instigated the turmoil, particularly Uchiha Kagami, who not only suffered physical punishment, but would also no longer be able to serve as a ninja in Konoha. Expulsion from the academy meant he could not receive a Konoha headband. Without it, he could not be recognized as an active ninja, nor could he join the Konoha military police force. He would likely remain within the Uchiha compound, reduced to serving as a private guard for some elder. As Lu Yun returned to his seat in class, Kushina hurriedly passed him a note, her concern evident. How did it go? Did the Hokage give you a hard time? No. Everything was resolved favorably. That's a relief. Why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying? Kushina inquired, Her curiosity piqued. Just lost in the moment. Give me a moment to recover, Ryuun replied. What do you mean? Literally what I said. Within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Ryuun, a jonin, was alerted to the news of his son's injury and expulsion. Overwhelmed with concern, he rushed home, abandoning his duties in the Konoha military police. Upon learning the full story, Uchiha Ryuun was nearly driven to madness. His son had lost 2 teeth, suffered a bloody nose, and been wounded by a kunai, while the assailant faced no repercussions and the victim was expelled. This is absolutely outrageous. Fear not, my son, I shall advocate for you. Enraged, Uchiha Ryuun's Sharingan flared involuntarily. He momentarily pacified his weeping son, Uchiha Kagami, before storming out, intent on confronting the 3rd Hokage. However, as he stepped outside, he reconsidered. Instead of heading to the Hokage Tower, he redirected his path to the Konoha Military Police Department. He intended to leverage his family's influence to pressure the 3rd Hokage. Only through collective strength could they hope to persuade him to reinstate his son in the academy, as Ryuun knew that his solitary efforts would be insufficient. Chapter 14. The future leader of the Uchiha clan and the fractured relations within the Uchiha clan within the Konoha Military Police Department. The Uchiha clan elder, Uchiha Munenori, sat solemnly, sipping his tea. Because of a trivial mistake, the 3rd Hokage seeks to strip Kagami of his right to be a ninja. This is clearly an attempt to reprimand our Uchiha clan through my son. The 3rd Hokage's actions are so unjust. Elder, you must stand up for Kagami, Uchiha Ryuun exclaimed. His eyes reddened with emotion as he bowed respectfully. I have already investigated this matter. It was Kagami who instigated the trouble with insults, and he targeted one of our own kin. After suffering a beating, he still did not temper his temperament, and even colluded with several clansmen to brawl in another class. It would have been one thing if they had been bested by others, but they even had the audacity to brandish a kunai, openly threatening a female studentess' throat. This reckless behavior from Yin is truly alarming. With such occurrences, how can I offer assistance? Both parties involved are from the Uchiha clan, and this internal family conflict has become the talk of the village, almost reducing us to a laughingstock. In light of this incident, not only is the Hokage furious, but even I, the actual head of the Uchiha clan, find myself dissatisfied with Uchiha Yin. However, my son has been the one consistently injured, while the girl has not sustained any actual harm. The 3rd Hokage's punishment seems excessively harsh and lacks compassion. Uchiha Ryuun protested loudly, taken aback by the indifference of even the clan's elder, with everyone attributing the blame solely to his son. At this moment, the Uchiha clan remained unaware of Kushina's unique identity, believing her to be an ordinary girl. The selection of the Ninetales host is regarded as a top-secret matter by Konoha's higher-ups, with very few privy to this information, let alone allowing the Uchiha clan to know. The 3rd Hokage's punishment indeed appears too severe, and I shall discuss it with him to see if there is a chance to offer Yin a path to redemption. The elder sighed. After all, Uchiha Ryuun is a jonin of the clan, and he must not let the other party feel disheartened. It is essential to lend assistance where it is due. Upon hearing this outcome, Uchiha Ryuun showed visible dissatisfaction. What do you think should be done with that little bastard? Yin merely insulted him and lost 2 teeth. And then he was even shot in the thigh. This child is ruthless and shows no regard for kinship. I request the clan to impose sanctions. Uchiha Ryuun fell silent at these words. I implore the elder to seek justice for my son. Uchiha Ryuun bowed once more. Grandfather, Uncle Ryuun has worked diligently in the security team over the years, lacking in glory but not in toil. If you can help, please do. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, the elder's grandson and a chunin, spoke up in support. Having left the school a few years prior, he was currently employed in Konoha's security department. It is indeed excessive to resort to violence over a mere jest. That little brat has gone too far. This time, our Uchiha clan has been reprimanded by the Hokage and ridiculed by others. While we cannot place all the blame on that individual, he must bear some responsibility. Uchiha Fugaku continued, his words resonating with Uchiha Ryuun, who took them to heart. Uchiha Ryuun looked at Fugaku with deep gratitude, never expecting that the one to stand up for him would be young Master Fugaku. Uchiha Ryuun nodded in agreement with Fugaku's statement. The elder was quite pleased that his grandson's simple words had managed to sway an elite jonin. He had kept Uchiha Fugaku close to better nurture him, as the Uchiha clan had not appointed a clan leader in many years, and he wished for his grandson to take on that role. The woman named Asuka had taken the little bastard far away from the clan grounds, likely harboring grievances against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryuun sighed heavily, believing that the little brat's violent outbursts stemmed from the influence of his mother, Asuka. Fugaku, please summon Uchiha Ken. Uchiha Ken is a cousin of Uchiha Mori, making him the paternal uncle of Ryuun. Soon, Uchiha Ken entered the office. He was also part of the security team, as most Uchiha ninjas worked there. Elder, what is your command? Uchiha Ryuun gestured for him to sit, and proceeded to explain the situation regarding Yin and Ryuun. The elder hoped Ken could act as a mediator, ideally convincing Asuka to bring the little brat to apologize to Uchiha Do's son, thereby resolving the matter completely. However, Uchiha Ken appeared somewhat troubled. What is it? Is there a problem? Uchiha Ryuun furrowed his brows. The main issue lies with Asuka. She is difficult to communicate with. I will attempt to see what I can do. Uchiha Ken ultimately accepted the task. As night fell, Uchiha Ken knocked on the door of Ryuun's home under the pretext of a visit. What do you want? Ryuun, upon seeing the visitor, did not immediately open the door, but instead coldly questioned him. Uchiha Ken had not been friendly towards their family, often looking down on them. His disdain stemmed from Uchiha Mori's comparatively weaker abilities and his marriage to an ordinary outsider, which led Uchiha Ken to hold them in low regard. Little brat, don't you know to open the door when your uncle arrives? Is this how Asuka has raised you? Uchiha Ken reprimanded sternly. Ryuun, already harboring a poor impression of him, felt no obligation to tolerate such insults. Who do you think you are? I don't know you. Get lost. We have nothing to spare for beggars like you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ken was instantly enraged. You disrespectful little bastard. You have no manners. He was about to continue when a woman with purple hair stormed out, wielding a broom in anger. He swallowed his impending retort. Try insulting him again, Asuka said coldly, standing before Uchiha Ken with the broom in hand. Despite being an ordinary person without any ninja abilities, her fury was such that even the Jonin Uchiha Ken could not meet her gaze. Asuka, may we come in to talk? It concerns little Ryuun. Uchiha Ken forced a smile, trying to maintain composure. The commotion drew the attention of several passers-by, and Uchiha Ken felt humiliated to be stuck at the door like this. No, we do not welcome you. Please do not disturb us, or I will not hesitate to inform the Hokage and seek justice for us, a widow and her child. Asuka replied without mercy. Among the Uchiha, she held a particular disdain for Uchiha Ken's family, as they had been the harshest bullies towards Ryuun's household. To prevent Ryuun from living a life of ostracism, Asuka had moved away from Uchiha territory shortly after Uchiha Mori's death. The Uchiha clan looked down upon her as an outsider, deriding Ryuun's hair as impure. Thus, she had no fondness for the Uchiha clan and had no desire to remain among them. At this moment, facing Uchiha Ken, Asuka chose to confront him directly. Chapter 15. The Fierce Mother with Clear Distinctions of Love and Hate. What constitutes a true man's youth? Asuka had already learned from Ryuun about the events at the ninja school. She did not perceive her son as in the wrong, for the third Hokage had not punished him, which she took as a sign of his innocence. She was unaware of why the elders sought Ryuun, but instinctively rejected those from the Uchiha clan, suspecting that their intentions were not benevolent. Thus, she did not hesitate to send them away, caring little for what the elder had to say. After all, she had no intention of returning there, nor would she allow Ryuun to return. So she felt no need to care for others' opinions. You are quite something. I will report everything here to the elder. Uchiha Ken, filled with rage, left that remark before retreating in disgrace. He did not dare confront Asuka, as the laws of Konoha protected her. Although the Konoha security team had the authority to apprehend individuals, they required just cause. Otherwise, they would find themselves in dire straits. In Uchiha Ken's eyes, Asuka was precisely the kind of defiant individual who would not hesitate to stand her ground, making it perilous to provoke her. Let us return. As Asuka rested her hand upon Ryuun's shoulder and gently urged him home, she promptly secured the door behind them. What has caused you to suddenly lose your fear of him, Uchiha Ken? She inquired, recalling how her son had once displayed a demeanor of timidity in his presence. Observing the growing audacity of her son, Asuka felt a flicker of doubt regarding his identity. Sensing her scrutinizing gaze, Ryuun broke into a nervous sweat, offering a half-hearted explanation. In the clan's territory, we encountered one another frequently, and I had no choice but to avoid him. Now that we have relocated, why should I fear him? Asuka hesitated for a moment, and then a smile graced her face. It seemed that the decision to move was indeed the right one. I should never have allowed you to dwell in that dismal place for so long, which rendered both of us weak and insecure, allowing anyone to insult or belittle you. She lamented, tenderly stroking Ryuun's head. The Uchiha clan was notoriously insular, and Asuka had endured considerable hardship and disdain after marrying into their ranks. Yet, her feelings were unequivocal. She harbored a deep love for Uchiha Moru, despite her disdain for his clan. Even now, she never voiced regrets about marrying into the Uchiha family. For it was through Moru that she had come to know her beloved Ryuun. From now on, I shall not tolerate any insults directed at me. And those who dare to bully you shall face retribution, Ryuun declared with resolute conviction. Asuka could not help but chuckle at his fervor. Ah, my dear, let us not resort to violence so easily. My only wish is for you to grow up safe and happy, she said, enfolding him in her embrace. Overwhelmed by her intense maternal affection, Ryuun blushed and wriggled free. Mother, I must go practice now. Off you go, and give it your all, she encouraged. Soon, the sounds of wooden stakes and sandbags being struck filled the courtyard. While Ryuun could make noise during the day, he knew to keep it down at night, as Asuka required ample rest for her early mornings and work obligations. After expending his excess energy, Ryuun took a cold shower and returned to his room. He sat at his desk, quietly studying the few ninjutsu techniques left behind by his father. Uchiha Moru was merely a chunin, and his repertoire was limited: 1 shadow clone technique, 2 C-rank fire release techniques, and 1 C-rank genjutsu. Of course, when including the body flicker technique and kunai throwing techniques, his skills were not entirely meager. Shadow clone technique. Ryuun formed the necessary hand seals, and with a resounding poof, a clone identical to him appeared. Surprised by how effortlessly it had come to pass, he chuckled softly. With a formidable mental fortitude, he learned quickly, especially when it came to genjutsu. Unfortunately, his father had little expertise in illusion techniques, leaving behind only a minor skill. Should I consider using the shadow clone to attend classes in my stead? Ryuun mused, recalling how the original Uchiha Itachi had done the same. Given his mental prowess, this approach would be entirely feasible. However, he feared that if his clone were to excel too conspicuously, it might attract unwanted attention. In these early stages, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous, and if possible, Ryuun wished to bide his time until the end, though he recognized this was unlikely. Perhaps I shall contemplate this later, he decided, securing the scroll before lying down on his bedding to drift into a deep slumber. The following dawn, he rose early as usual, embarking on a run around Konoha to practice. His goal was not to cover vast distances, but simply to surpass his previous day's achievement by an additional 200 meters. With determination, Ryuun set off at a brisk pace. As he perspired through his run, he encountered a familiar, yet unfamiliar green figure before him. Ah, young brother. Are you running again today? It's impressive. I've never seen such a diligent student, the green-clad figure exclaimed, approaching with an innocent and friendly smile. Clearly a person of genial disposition. Ryuun's heart raced in surprise. This was none other than Might Guy. Maintaining his composure, he responded, Indeed, uncle. I see you are running as well. With that, Might Guy stumbled, falling dramatically to the ground. Don't call me uncle. I'm not married or a father yet. Just call me brother, he said, wiping his brow with an awkward smile. Very well, what shall I call you, brother? Ryuun chuckled as he continued running. My name is Might Guy, you can call me Dai, he replied, giving a thumbs up and showcasing a classic guy-style grin. Ryuun's eyes nearly sparkled at the sight of his gleaming white teeth. I am Uchiha Ryuun, and I look forward to your guidance in the future, he introduced himself. An Uchiha child, Might Guy exclaimed, his surprise evident as he instinctively glanced at Ryuun's hair. The boy's hair, a rare blend of black with a hint of purple, was indeed unique among the Uchiha clan and even within all of Konoha. Are you up early today, Ryuun? Don't you have school? Might Guy inquired curiously. Yes, I do. I'll head home to eat after I complete my running goals, and then go to school, Ryuun replied. Wow, you're quite ambitious, aren't you? Might Guy exclaimed, feeling a kinship in their shared enthusiasm. Not particularly ambitious. I simply believe that youth should not be squandered in bed, Ryuun stated, pausing to point at the rising sun, then wiping the sweat from his brow and letting it drip from his fingers. See, the sweat flowing in the morning sun is the essence of a true man's youth. Might Guy was taken aback, and the next moment, he covered his face, choked up with emotion. What a wonderful sentiment, he exclaimed, wiping away tears as he had not expected to find such a kindred spirit in a young student. Chapter 16. A battle of wits with the Uchiha, the guardian of grass, Kushina, and the charismatic assistants of handsome men. Having run quite a distance with Might Guy, the two eventually parted ways with reluctance. See you tomorrow morning, little brother. Let us continue our grand camaraderie. Might Guy flashed another of his signature smiles. Ryuun was both amused and bemused, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Perhaps it would be beneficial to cultivate a friendship with this older brother. Walking home, Ryuun's mind raced with thoughts. Might Guy was a master of taijutsu, and Ryuun was eager to see if he could learn some powerful techniques from him. The sweltering morning heat was nearly unbearable, and upon returning home, he downed several glasses of chilled milk and hastily devoured a few slices of bread before grabbing his bag and heading off to the Ninja Academy. That child is exhausting himself again. Will he be able to focus in class in this state? Asuka observed with concern as she noted Ryuun's fatigued demeanor. Upon arriving at school, before classes could begin, Ryuun was surrounded by a group of students, the very ones he found most irksome, an all-Uchiha ensemble. You've caused Hayato great distress. We heard he might be expelled from school. Are you pleased with yourself now? One sixth-grade student stated ominously, drawing attention from others in the vicinity. Their ruckus attracted considerable notice as the classroom was bustling with students, and given the Uchiha clan's penchant for cliques, they were always guaranteed to draw a crowd. Is that so? I could not be happier. With one less menace in the school, Konoha will be rid of a toxic presence. How could I not rejoice? Ryuun retorted with a smirk. The words "the drifting clouds can kill" without compensation instantly ignited the fury of all the Uchiha descendants. You are truly seeking death. A friend of Uchiha Kagami, who was on good terms with him, immediately stepped forward and seized Ryuun by the collar. I advise you not to resort to violence. Do you want to be expelled from school? Ryuun coldly met his gaze. If possible, he truly wished to avoid a public confrontation with this group of Uchihas. For once he engaged, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, making it difficult to evade the scrutiny of the ill-intentioned. At his words, the Uchiha's expression changed, and he instinctively released Ryuun's collar. Observing this scene, Ryuun couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. To him, this group of Uchihas seemed merely a disorganized rabble. Fool, what are you afraid of? Do you think he is the principal of the Ninja Academy? Can he expel you just like that? An Uchiha shouted, startling the previously furious individual into realization. Enraged, he was about to strike back. Stop! A loud female voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of everyone present. The protector of the grass, Uzumaki Kushina, made a dazzling entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Ryuun pushed aside several obstructing individuals and quickly made his way behind Kushina. Nana, these shameless little ruffians are trying to bully me with numbers. You must stand up for me. Ryuun complained pitifully about the Uchihas. The onlooking elementary students were left speechless, as Ryuun's actions were utterly unexpected. Just a moment ago, he had projected an image of a tough guy, engaging in fierce verbal battles without hesitation. Yet he suddenly transformed into someone who could only hide behind a woman. I said it. He didn't even throw a punch, yet he was already sweating profusely, looking like a weakling, and he resembles a girl. How could such a person possibly be a tough guy? A boy muttered. Many boys nodded in agreement. Exhausted from the morning run, Ryuun had not even had a moment to rest, which naturally left him looking rather pale. In front of so many people, being called Nana caused Kushina's cheeks to redden, despite her usual confidence. However, instead of blaming Ryuun, she acted like a protective hen, shielding the little weakling behind her. You persistent lot, are you looking to bully someone again? Kushina glared at the Uchiha group. You meddlesome redhead, this is a family matter of the Uchiha clan. What business do you have interfering? A sixth-grade student named Uchiha and spat. Exactly, you outsider, stinky tomato. What does our family matter have to do with you? Some of the Uchihas who recognized Kushina began hurling harsh insults. You bunch of shameless individuals. How can you claim family when you bully your own kind? Kushina clenched her teeth, her red hair flying in fury, nearly transforming into a blood-red pepper. Seeing Kushina being insulted, Ryuun decided not to indulge the Uchihas any longer. Who the hell considers you family? Everyone, let us judge this. Have you ever seen a family that bullies its own? This statement caused an uproar among those present. Truly shameless. How could they still claim it was a family affair? I told you, the Uchiha clan loves infighting the most. They bully their own kind much harsher than outsiders. A Hyuga descendant sneered. In an instant, countless students outside began pointing and gossiping about them. The Uchiha descendants turned red with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. You, Uchiha Ryuun, don't slander. You were the one who got Kagami expelled. How dare you say we bullied you? Uchiha shouted, his face flushed. This remark snapped the Uchiha descendants back to reality, and they began to angrily curse. Yes, you are unworthy of being our kin. The Uchiha clan has no place for traitors like you. They labeled him a traitor to the Uchiha clan. As the Uchiha clan stirred with indignation, the onlookers fell silent, their eyes fixed on Ryuun, eager to see how he would respond. Me? The one who harmed Uchiha Kagami? Please, can you at least think before you speak? You too, who followed Uchiha Kagami yesterday. Can you explain why he got beaten? Ryuun asked, pointing at two Uchiha members without a hint of anxiety. Uchiha Chiya and the other turned pale, stuttering and unable to speak. Is it excessive to get slapped and kicked after instigating trouble, insulting others, and boasting about fixing someone? I know what happened yesterday. It was Uchiha Kagami who instigated the fight and got beaten. When he couldn't accept it, he gathered people to gang up on me. But those individuals were subsequently dealt with by Kushina. An onlooker who witnessed the entire sequence of events stepped forward to clarify. So it was like that. The Uchiha clan is truly shameless. How can they accuse others of being the first to harm? Others are the disgrace? I see they are the real disgrace. A bold member of another clan took the opportunity to stand up against the Uchiha. Indeed, I know this little guy. He has a great temperament and has never bullied anyone. Rather, he has always been bullied by his own clan members. What family members? They are merely a bunch of Akita dogs who only bully the weak. Ryuun's association with the Uchihas felt like a stroke of bad luck. These people were utterly cold-blooded, targeting their own kind mercilessly. The crowd erupted in laughter, directing scorn and criticism at the Uchiha descendants, leaving them utterly humiliated. And within mere moments, they fled in disgrace. Observing this scene, Ryuun couldn't help but reflect. Good looks indeed attract assistance. Chapter 17. The little mischief maker is being misled by outsiders? The compromise in the eyes of the blonde boy in an instant, due to Ryuun's incident. The Uchiha clan became notorious for bullying in the ninja academy. In truth, their reputation was not good. The Uchiha clan, owing to their formidable strength and unity, was generally not to be trifled with at the ninja academy, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they walked with impunity, being accustomed to their family's dominance. It was only natural that some clan members would become arrogant, inciting dissatisfaction and inevitably incurring public wrath. However, this time the rebellion against the Uchiha clan came not from outsiders but from their own kin, igniting a heated discussion that brought shame upon the entire Uchiha clan. That damned brat, we must make him pay after school, one Uchiha descendant declared with hatred. At that moment, the group of Uchihas huddled in the restroom, each wearing a grim expression. Let's forget it. After all, he is still one of us, and it was Kagami who was in the wrong first, Uchiha Chiya began, but was interrupted by a sharp reprimand. Shut up. That brat has already moved out of the clan's territory. He is no longer one of us. Today, he has insulted the Uchiha, and we must make him remember this, shouted a clan member named Uchiha Yuta. If we let him go, then anyone will dare to humiliate the Uchiha in the future. We must teach him a lesson. This is not about right or wrong. This statement garnered nods of agreement from many clan members. All right then, do as you wish, Uchiha Chiya sighed. He knew Ryuun and considered him somewhat of a friend. Ryuun was usually very obedient, a genuinely good person. Originally, he had no intention of bullying him. But as Ryuun reached his limit and fought back against Uchiha Kagami, the situation escalated dramatically. That once weak little brat had transformed into someone who stood his ground, and the Uchiha clan suffered repeated setbacks at his hands. The arrogant and proud Uchihas felt their authority was being challenged, believing that Ryuun was a traitor to the Uchiha clan. In their perception, the young and unruly member of the Uchiha clan believed that he could engage in a private duel with Uchiha Kagehiko without seeking external assistance. However, Ryuun not only sought help from others, exacerbating the situation, but also led to Kagehiko's expulsion from school. Today, he audaciously insulted them and openly declared that he did not consider them family. This statement effectively severed ties with the Uchiha clan, prompting the clan members to feel that there was no longer a need to regard his clan identity and that they should take action against him. They attributed the blame to that troublesome Uzumaki Kushina. After all, Kagehiko's expulsion was also related to her. One clan member expressed his indignation. I believe that the young rascal was deceived by that Uzumaki Kushina, which caused him to end up in this predicament. Think back to what kind of person he used to be. At this moment, Uchiha Chiya spoke up, intending to shift the blame onto the outsider Kushina, so that the young rascal would not be subjected to too harsh a punishment. Indeed, the young rascal is usually quite honest. I was wondering why he suddenly became so obstinate. It must be that damned woman who has incited him to turn against us. Once this sentiment was expressed, many clan members found it quite reasonable. Originally a straightforward clan member, he had suddenly become their adversary. They were unwilling to believe that there was no outsider involved. You are right. After school, let us deal with her as well. Thus, excluding Uchiha Ryuun, the members of the Uchiha clan within the ninja school reached a consensus. In classroom 501, lessons were in session, yet beneath one desk, crumpled paper balls flew about in a lively manner. Hey, Ryuun, can we discuss something? Well, in the future, could you refrain from calling me Nano in public? It's quite embarrassing. Upon reading this note, Ryuun nearly burst out laughing, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If calling her that in public is unacceptable, does it imply that it is permissible in private? Upon reading this line, Kushina's face flushed crimson once more. For the past few days, she had been playfully teased by someone, and despite her embarrassment, she found herself enjoying it immensely. That is still not acceptable, Kushina replied, lowering her head to scribble a response. What can be done then? Ryuun mischievously pressed. Kushina hesitated for a moment before finally sending her reply. Do you dislike me calling you that? Ryuun suppressed a laugh, feigning ignorance. It's just that you shouldn't call me that in public. Seeing this response, Ryuun turned to Kushina, wearing a knowing smirk. You certainly have a cheeky smile. I never realized you could be so sly. That's because I'm not sly at all, Kushina retorted, leaning on her desk and exchanging playful glares with Ryuun while the teacher lectured earnestly at the front of the class. Unbeknownst to them, Kushina found this secretive interaction both amusing and exhilarating. A certain blonde-haired individual watched this scene unfold, feeling a twinge of bitterness and jealousy. The two were clearly exchanging affectionate glances, and he was tempted to stand up and report them to the teacher, exposing their shameless behavior. However, the thought of the consequences held him back, forcing him to maintain a facade of blindness. Honestly, I don't think the Uchiha clan will let this slide. After class, don't leave the classroom alone. Stay by my side. Kushina wrote a lengthy message. You will protect me, right? Ryuun tossed a paper ball, gazing at her with hopeful eyes filled with emotion. He wasn't genuinely afraid of those Uchiha kids. If he wished to confront them, it would take mere moments. It merely seemed unnecessary at present. Kushina's face turned scarlet, yet she shot him a fierce glare. This insufferable guy always asked questions he already knew the answers to, forcing her to make mortifying declarations. What if I can't hold it in? What if they corner me in the restroom? Surely, you can't accompany me into the boys' restroom. Ryuun stifled a laugh, pretending to be serious. Then wait until the last minute before class to go. Due to time constraints, they won't have the chance to act against you. Kushina had evidently anticipated this solution, or perhaps she had experience with such matters. After all, she had often been cornered by troublesome boys in the past. This answer surprised Ryuun, realizing how protective she was of him, and for a moment, he refrained from teasing her further. Kushina, he whispered softly. She instinctively responded, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Thank you. Chapter 18. To enter the system, one must endure. Ryuun took the opportunity to take advantage of the young girl. Within the Konoha security department, the elder said, that ungrateful woman, Asuka, does not appreciate kindness. I personally visited her, even mentioning your name, yet she wouldn't even let me through the door. Infuriated by such treatment, Uchiha Jian's face turned red with rage, and he loathed Ryuun's family even more. After hearing Uchiha Jian's complaint, Uchiha Zong felt speechless, thinking that this so-called cousin was a complete failure. Under normal circumstances, how could one be turned away without even being allowed entry? Even strangers would not be treated in such a manner. It seems I have sought the wrong person. The elder had initially believed that familial ties would facilitate communication, but it turned out to be counterproductive. Forget it. You may leave. Uchiha Zong waved his hand, no longer interested in listening to Uchiha Jian's grievances. After Uchiha Jian departed, Uchiha Zong turned his attention to Uchiha Do. Do, I have spoken with the third Hokage, and he has agreed to allow Kajihiko to return to school. The elder had personally visited the Hokage Tower to plead for the child, and it seemed that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not disregard such a request entirely. Politics often involved mutual concessions. Rarely would politicians fight tooth and nail over a single individual or incident. Every significant and trivial matter could serve as a political bargaining chip. As long as these matters held sufficient value, politicians would not ignore them. Thank you for your efforts, Uchiha Do replied, his eyes reddening as he bowed. The third Hokage has stipulated a condition. Kagehiko must obtain the forgiveness of the two parties involved, Ryuun and Kushina. What? Uchiha Do was taken aback, and upon realizing the implication, he grew furious. Has the third gone insane? My son is the victim. Kagehiko can barely walk. He is still limping. And we have not sought justice from anyone. Yet the third wants my son to apologize to others? Uchiha Zong sighed upon hearing this. In fact, the one who proposed this requirement was not the third Hokage, but one of his advisors, Tsunade Haruno. That old woman simply wished to provoke the Uchiha clan. And whether the third Hokage agreed out of malice or ignorance, he nodded in agreement without a second thought. As the weaker party, the elder could not afford to say much. After all, the fault lay with Uchiha Kagehiko, and he had no choice but to agree to this condition, viewing it as a favor for himself and the third Hokage. It was better to let Kagehiko admit a mistake than to let him be the one who instigated the trouble in the first place. Before Uchiha Do could protest, Uchiha Zone continued, Kagehiko must graduate to obtain a ninja headband. To join the security team, he must become a Konoha ninja. Surely, you don't want Kagehiko to be unable to become a ninja or remain confined to the family forever. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Do found himself momentarily speechless. To forfeit the chance of becoming a civil servant due to a moment of anger? To be unable to enter the system? Even though Uchiha Do was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept the reality, as this matter concerned his son's future and destiny. One day at the Ninja Academy concluded with the ringing of the bell, and a throng of elementary students joyfully rushed out of the campus. You rascal! Packing up so quickly, where do you intend to run off to? Just as Ryuun finished organizing his backpack and was about to step out of the classroom, he was abruptly caught by Kushina, who had seized his sleeve. Of course, I'm heading home. Where else could I possibly go? Ryuun tilted his head in confusion. Humph. Didn't you tell me not to run after school last time? Well, today, just as you wished. A mischievous smile appeared on Kushina's lips, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. It seemed she was eager to challenge Ryuun to a duel. I was just joking before. Are you scared now, coward? Kushina employed a tactic to provoke him. If you say so, then so be it. A real man does not argue with a woman. Enough talk. You made me laugh in class, and now I've been punished to stand. Do you think you can back out now? Kushina held onto the corner of Ryuun's clothing without letting go. Is this how you reason? It's clearly your own low humor that got you punished. Yet you have the audacity to blame me? Ryuun felt his teeth clench in frustration, wishing he could bite down on that fair, delicate arm. I don't care. You made a promise, and promises must be kept. It's still early. Let us have a little fight before heading home, shall we? In truth, her motive for challenging Ryuun wasn't solely for a duel. She was simply too shy to express her true intentions. All right, this is your own doing. But if I end up hurting you, don't you dare cry. Ryuun conceded to her unreasonable demand. This girl was getting bold. A good smack would probably set her straight. As they exited the Ninja Academy, Ryuun noticed a group of suspicious elementary students peering at them from a distance. Instantly raising his alertness, he instinctively furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, pretending as if nothing was amiss while closely following Kushina. Nana? Aren't we not allowed to fight at the Ninja Academy? Do we need to pick a location for our duel? After walking a short distance, curiosity got the better of Ryuun, and he inquired, having no idea where Kushina intended to lead him. Less chatter, just follow me, Kushina replied cheerfully, her mood evidently light. Wait a moment, Ryuun spoke again. What now? Kushina raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting to one of irritation. Without responding, Ryuun hurried to a nearby convenience store, where he took out his pocket money and purchased a large ice pop. Here, he broke the ice pop in half, offering the other half to Kushina. Kushina stared at him in astonishment, her cheeks flushing as she finally came to her senses after a moment. Is it sweet? Ryuun asked with a smile, his eyes narrowed. Sweet. Kushina nodded instinctively while savoring the refreshing ice pop. Not only was the ice pop sweet, but her heart also felt as though it were filled with sweetness. Her smile radiated innocence and joy, and Ryuun found himself momentarily entranced. Emboldened, he boldly took her small hand. Kushina was taken aback, her face turning crimson as she instinctively tried to pull her hand away. But suddenly she heard Ryuun whisper, "Don't move, someone is following us." It's the Uchiha clan. Kushina raised her gaze, noticing Lu Yun's serious expression, and he gestured for her to be cautious of their surroundings. Pretending not to notice, Kushina casually glanced back and indeed saw Uchiha youths with dark hair and eyes trailing them. They are probably planning to ambush me. But this road is too crowded for them to act openly. Let us find a more secluded spot. I intend to teach them a lesson today and make them remember it, Lu Yun declared as he tightened his grip on her cool, delicate hand, causing Kushina to feel a sudden sense of apprehension. In reality, being followed and holding hands had no real connection. Spending 2 coins on an ice pop and asking to hold her hand didn't seem excessive, did it? Chapter 19. When reasoning fails, can fists suffice? Lu Yun led Kushina to a secluded area with sparse foot traffic, and at that moment, the group of Uchiha children surrounded them. A total of 8 Uchiha. These were all top students from the Ninja Academy, each boasting commendable rankings in their respective classes. Kushina, you stand aside for now, Lu Yun gently pushed her aside. No. You know my strength. I can help you. Kushina exclaimed urgently. There's no need. If I can't handle them, you can step in to save me later. Just listen. Lu Yun's confident demeanor left Kushina feeling uncertain. All right, but be careful. She retreated, her fists clenched tightly, clearly anxious. Little brat. We don't know why you've turned into this, but if you're willing to publicly apologize to everyone in the clan and sincerely apologize to Yahiko, we can still accept you back. Otherwise, Uchiha Shinya spoke first. Otherwise what? Lu Yun inquired casually, a smile gracing his lips. Otherwise, we'll beat you until you're afraid. Until you submit. Uchiha Yin declared angrily, irritated by the smile on Lu Yun's face. Just as Lu Yun was about to challenge them to come at him, Shinya interjected. You weren't always like this. We know you've been swayed by that vile woman. If you can recognize your mistake, I can make sure you suffer less. Lu Yun was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Uchiha Shinya's words, and instinctively asked, which woman? Of course, it's her. That vile tomato. One of the Uchiha pointed at Kushina. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that this group of Uchiha had overthought the situation. Why should Kushina be blamed for something that was clearly his own issue? Why was it that they wanted him to apologize for Uchiha Yahiko's problems? Why did they think they could bully him with their numbers, attempting to publicly humiliate him, when it was their own actions that would tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation? Lu Yun fired off 3 questions in quick succession, causing the 8 Uchiha youths to change their expressions. Bastard. I told you not to reason with him. Just beat him up. Uchiha Yunta gritted his teeth in anger. They had no justification, so how could they possibly respond to Lu Yun's inquiries? What a waste of breath. Since you're so confident in your strength and believe that fists can speak louder than words, then bring it on. Lu Yun beckoned, not expecting to reason with this arrogant group, but instead, he was ready to let his fists do the talking. You really don't know your own strength. Uchiha Yunta was the first to launch an attack in response to Lu Yun's provocation. Feeling provoked by a normally timid little weakling, he couldn't hold back any longer. Uchiha Yunta charged forward, throwing a punch straight at Lu Yun's face. Facing the oncoming fist, Lu Yun stood firm, his feet slightly apart, showing no intention of dodging. He channeled chakra into his arm, raising his fist to meet the attack head-on. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a resounding thud, sending a shiver through the onlookers. Uchiha Yunta let out a shrill scream as he recoiled from the impact. But before he could retreat, Lu Yun, like a specter, surged forward and delivered a powerful blow to Uchiha Yunta's jaw. The scream abruptly ceased as Uchiha Yunta was sent flying, a splash of crimson spraying forth, stark against the muddy ground. 2 punches, 1 Uchiha Yunta. In terms of physical prowess, Lu Yun may not surpass Uchiha Yunta, yet when it comes to chakra manipulation, Lu Yun can effortlessly overpower everyone present. By channeling chakra to specific body parts, he enhances their strength and significantly boosts their resilience. When chakra is applied to weapons, it sharpens them and amplifies their destructive power. This is a technique accessible only to Chunin, yet in the original narrative, Kakashi preemptively imparted chakra control methods to the 3 Genin, resulting in a substantial increase in the abilities of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. The Uchiha clan members were bewildered, unable to discern Yunta's shortcomings, as none had awakened the Sharingan to perceive the internal fluctuations of chakra, only perceiving the superficial. The outcome left everyone astonished, as they believed Lu Yun had triumphed through sheer physical superiority. Lu Yun's physique appeared slender and frail, while Uchiha Yunta was tall and robust. The stark contrast in their appearances was utterly astonishing. Seizing the opportunity presented by their stunned silence, Lu Yun dashed towards a young Uchiha, delivering a powerful blow to his face. The impact sent the Uchiha boy spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. What incredible strength! Kushina gasped in awe, marveling at Lu Yun's flawless combination of power and speed. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming classmate harbored such depth of skill. With the battle barely underway, he had already incapacitated 2 opponents. Everyone, stop dawdling and join in. Uchiha Yin shouted, his voice snapping the 6 dazed individuals back to reality. They could no longer afford to be blindly arrogant. If they did not unite and confront this formidable foe, they risked defeat at the hands of this scrappy fighter. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with determination as he faced the overwhelming advance of 6 Uchiha, maintaining his composure. These opponents were unarmed, having been instilled with caution following the incident involving Uchiha Ryuun. The Uchiha had learned not to recklessly wield weapons. The school had tightened regulations on concealed weapons, and Uchiha members had been sternly warned by teachers and parents alike. Aside from regular training, they were strictly prohibited from using kunai or shuriken to harm classmates. As Lu Yun channeled chakra through his limbs, anyone possessing Byakugan or Sharingan would witness the remarkable blue energy circulating within him at an astonishing velocity. Each punch and kick he delivered contained immense power, forcing Uchiha Yin to retreat repeatedly, his limbs numb from the onslaught. When a teammate took his place in combat with Lu Yun, Yin eagerly retreated, gasping for breath. Upon inspecting his arms and legs, he found them swollen and tender, flinching at the slightest touch. Watching Lu Yun maintain the upper hand against the 6 attackers filled Kushina with excitement and a palpable sense of relief. Go, Lu Yun. Teach those persistent rascals a lesson. She cheered, raising her tiny fist in encouragement. Chapter 20. Together they vanquished the Uchiha. The sudden appearance of Orochimaru, the 6 Uchiha coordinated their efforts against Lu Yun, who initially held his ground, yet soon learned the reality of facing overwhelming numbers. These were all children of the Uchiha clan. Their martial skills surpassed those of ordinary children considerably. To emerge unscathed in a 1-on-6 confrontation was an unattainable feat for Lu Yun, especially with his opponents refraining from using weapons or ninjutsu. In the chaotic melee, despite his keen eyesight and quick reflexes, he could not entirely evade several strikes. However, the effects of their blows were minimal, as Lu Yun still possessed ample chakra within him. Enduring the punches and kicks of children posed no challenge. When caught in a pincer movement, Lu Yun absorbed a kick to his back, but seized the moment to deliver a powerful blow to an Uchiha boy's abdomen. The force expelled the contents of his stomach, sending him flying backwards. Lu Yun stumbled from a subsequent kick, but swiftly regained his footing, narrowly avoiding a punch from behind. Lu Yun, I'm coming to help. Seeing her classmate take several hits, Kushina could no longer restrain herself and leaped into the fray. Lu Yun, concerned for her safety, attempted to call out for her to stay back, but another opponent leaped high, aiming a kick at Lu Yun's head. In that instant, he had no time to react. With sharp focus, Lu Yun perceived the opponent's movement. He raised his arm, advancing rather than retreating, and executed a counter elbow strike that collided forcefully with the young Uchiha's leg. The impact was unforgettable. The boy's face turned crimson as he let out a heart-wrenching scream, crumpling to the ground, clutching his leg, unable to continue fighting. 4 of the 8 Uchiha had already been defeated, and Kushina targeted Uchiha Chiya, leaving Lu Yun with only 3 adversaries. One of them, sensing the tide turning against them, grew increasingly anxious, struggling to fight back, and ultimately fell victim to Lu Yun's swift kick. After toppling another opponent, Lu Yun turned his attention to Uchiha Yin, and they engaged in yet another fierce clash. Uchiha Yin was formidable, his martial arts impressive, and for a moment, Lu Yun found it challenging to subdue him. However, his chakra reserves remained largely intact, and his stamina was still at half. It was merely a matter of time before he would overcome Uchiha Yin. Wait, I give up. After an intense exchange of blows, Uchiha Yin could no longer endure the pain and waved his hands in surrender. His limbs were swollen and bruised, and his injuries were not significantly lighter than those of his fallen clanmates. Oh, you think you can just quit? How naive. Lu Yun scoffed, his assault unabated. A minute later, Uchiha Yin was knocked to the ground, unable to maintain his aloof demeanor, his cries echoing. Meanwhile, Kushina was overpowering Uchiha Chiya, who stood no chance against her. He quickly found himself on the ground, as Kushina unleashed a series of relentless stomps upon him. What a monster! the last remaining Uchiha. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt the urgency of the situation. His limbs ached terribly, and he lost the will to fight, fleeing while screaming in terror. Ryuun pursued him, delivering a decisive kick to his back. The boy fell face first to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks from the pain. Ryuun surveyed his fallen adversaries, and upon noticing any semblance of recovery, he promptly delivered additional blows. How dare you bullies pick on Ryuun? You Uchiha think you're so tough, always showing off. I'll teach you a lesson. Kushina, now fully immersed in the thrill of the fight, joined in with fervor, inadvertently rallying Ryuun as they fought together. The two of them relentlessly pummeled the 8 Uchiha, who, despite their injuries, were forced to flee to escape further punishment. In that secluded clearing, only one boy and one girl remained. Haha, Ryuun, you are amazing. I never expected you to be this strong, Kushina exclaimed, laughing heartily. Reveling in the exhilaration of their unexpected victory over the Uchiha clan, known as the true bullies of the school. Just as they were celebrating, a series of applause echoed around them, snapping their attention back to reality. What a remarkable battle! To my astonishment, there exists within the Ninja Academy a student of such remarkable prowess, capable of defeating 7 Uchiha on his own. A man with a hoarse voice, slender and tall, with serpentine eyes, approached with deliberate strides. As he spoke, he applauded, his gaze towards Ryuun filled with admiration and curiosity. Could this be Orochimaru? Ryuun was taken aback, realizing that this individual had observed the entire battle. His thoughts were preoccupied with the Uchiha youths, causing him to overlook Orochimaru's hidden presence. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Orochimaru-sama, what brings you here? Kushina exclaimed, clearly recognizing him. At this time, the legendary Sannin of Konoha had yet to be named by Hanzo of the Salamander, but they already held significant renown within the village. Since Kushina was temporarily residing with the Senju clan and had a good rapport with Tsunade, she had naturally encountered Orochimaru and Jiraiya on several occasions. Ah, Orochimaru. Ryuun initially uttered his name, then quickly realized the implication of his status as a jonin and hastily added the appropriate honorific. Orochimaru did not find it surprising that Ryuun recognized him, as the Sannin often accompanied the Hokage, making it uncommon for anyone in Konoha to be unfamiliar with his visage. A flicker of amusement crossed Orochimaru's lips as his serpent-like gaze fixated on Ryuun. The term Sama sounded somewhat peculiar to him, a notion that he could not quite place. Your accent is rather unusual, Ryuun thought to himself, recognizing the hint of a Huaxia accent while feigning a puzzled expression. Kushina, the sun is almost set. Should you not return? Mito-sama must be waiting for you, Orochimaru remarked with a gentle smile directed at Kushina. During this period, Orochimaru was not yet tainted by malice. He exhibited humility and courtesy, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, which naturally endeared him to others. He was held in high esteem by the 3rd Hokage, surpassing even Jiraiya and Tsunade in regard. All right, I must head back, Kushina said, glancing at the descending sun, aware that Mito would indeed be anxious. Ryuun, Orochimaru-sama. I shall take my leave. Yes, go on. I too must return home, Ryuun replied with a warm smile. They both watched as Kushina departed, yet neither made an immediate move to leave. What is your name? Orochimaru inquired. Returning to Orochimaru-sama, my name is Uchiha Ryuun, he bowed, averting his gaze from Orochimaru's icy, serpentine eyes. Uchiha? You are also of the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru expressed his astonishment, noting Ryuun's hair, which was neither black nor purple and seemed uncharacteristic. Indeed, Ryuun confirmed with a smile. What prompted the conflict? Orochimaru asked with keen interest. It was merely a trivial matter. We were compelled to retaliate, Ryuun replied, not wishing to delve deeply into the specifics, deeming them insignificant in Orochimaru's eyes. His response caught Orochimaru off guard. Ah, a trivial matter, you say? A compelled retaliation. Is it? Uchiha Ryuun, I shall remember you. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Ryuun before gently patting his shoulder and departing. Only after Orochimaru's figure had completely vanished did Ryuun snap out of his stupor. Unbeknownst to him, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Being targeted by Orochimaru was hardly a favorable circumstance. Although he presently exuded an aura of non-maliciousness, he remained a cold-blooded creature. As he gazed at the dimming sky, Ryuun sighed and hurried home. Missing the curfew would surely cause concern for Asuka. Upon reaching a corner, he spotted Asuka waiting for him at the door. After enduring a reprimand from his mother, Liu Yun finally sat down at the dinner table. Running around again, playing recklessly, "Are you too exhausted to eat?" Noticing Liu Yun's lack of appetite, Asuka could not help but scold him once more. "Go wash up and take a moment to relax before dinner." "All right." Liu Yun hastily left the table. The refreshing water washed away much of his fatigue, and as he glanced at his swollen limbs, he could not help but let out a sigh. His physical condition was still too poor. Despite being able to channel chakra to enhance his body, he could not escape injury and pain. Fighting 7 Uchiha was no easy feat. His original self had never been fond of physical activity. Even a few days of rushed training would not miraculously elevate his physical prowess. Building a strong physique required time and perseverance. One could not rush such a process. After dinner, Liu Yun refrained from his usual training regimen, as his body was sore from the earlier conflict, making excessive exercise unwise. Instead, he sat at his desk, diligently completing his homework. Upon finishing, he listed significant plot points and events from the original Naruto series from memory. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to leave the village for the Land of Rain, suggesting that the Second Shinobi World War had not yet officially commenced. Hanzo had not formally declared war on the Land of Fire, but Liu Yun speculated it would likely occur within the next year or so. The timeline for the Second War was vaguely addressed in the original series. Liu Yun had only watched the anime and had not delved into external research, which hindered his ability to accurately gauge the plot. Naturally, he regarded the Shinobi World Wars with a sense of reverence, hoping to avoid participation. The conflicts of others were of no concern to him, as long as Konoha did not descend into madness and send young ninjas into battle. He merely wished to live peacefully until the conclusion, content with his current happiness. The following morning, Liu Yun embarked on a new day of training. It was the weekend, and with no classes to attend, he felt it appropriate to increase his training regimen. During his morning run, he encountered Might Guy, seizing the opportunity to inquire about body cultivation experiences and methods. "Ah, Liu Yun, my young brother. Body cultivation is rather straightforward. Simply focus on the areas where you struggle. The key is to ensure that your blood circulates freely throughout your body. My advice is to practice until your entire body aches each day. If you do not push yourself, you will not achieve the desired enhancement of your physique, but overexertion can lead to exhaustion, which is equally detrimental." As they performed push-ups, Guy and Liu Yun exchanged insights on their training experiences. They were in Konoha's shared training grounds, which, despite being outdoors, boasted a variety of fitness facilities. "Guy, you must possess considerable knowledge of taijutsu. When you have time, could you teach me?" Liu Yun could no longer contain his eagerness and asked Might Guy for guidance. "Taijutsu? You may laugh, but I only have a rudimentary understanding of it," Guy confessed, surprising Liu Yun. "What do you mean? If Guy is only somewhat knowledgeable about taijutsu, who in the shinobi world dares to claim expertise?" "I'm not joking." Liu Yun was about to respond when he heard Guy's serious explanation. "In the shinobi world, only the Hyuga clan truly comprehends taijutsu. Those of us who follow the straightforward path primarily touch upon the surface level of taijutsu. Most practitioners of straightforward taijutsu tended to focus on speed and strength, often lacking in technique, insight, and reflexes. Only members of the Hyuga clan can truly be considered masters of physical combat. They possess an abundance of speed and strength, while their Byakugan grants them unparalleled insight. And their various gentle fist techniques showcase their extraordinary skill, coupled with their innate flexibility and remarkable reflexes. It is no wonder that Might Guy holds the Hyuga clan in high esteem, believing them to be the true experts in the art of combat." Upon hearing his words, Liu Yun comprehended why he asserted that only the Hyuga clan truly understands physical martial arts. Of course, understanding is one thing, but strength is another matter entirely. As a reincarnator who has witnessed the world of Naruto, Liu Yun knows that mere comprehension does not guarantee might. Precision and finesse are equally crucial. Many ninjas have achieved success in physical combat, with notable figures including the Might Guy duo and Tsunade, a powerful practitioner of strength-based techniques, as well as the third and fourth Raikage, who excel in speed through a combination of ninjutsu and physical prowess. They all follow specialized paths and have achieved commendable feats, their true combat power undoubtedly surpassing that of the versatile Hyuga clan. The Might Guy duo boasts remarkable speed and strength, and their forbidden technique, the 8 Gates, significantly amplifies these attributes, which is a key factor in their illustrious reputations. "Liu Yun, I believe a focus on speed would suit you well. Speed can generate power. And being a member of the Uchiha clan, you surely possess keen insight. Might Guy offered his counsel. Could I truly become a speed-oriented ninja? Lu Yun murmured softly. Absolutely. If you set your mind to it, you can achieve it. Might Guy declared confidently. He considered Lu Yun to be the most diligent student he had encountered. Such a person could accomplish anything they desired. Might Guy believed that effort surpasses innate talent, a principle he would instill in his son, Might Guy. Chapter 22. The Overindulgence in Japanese Cold Dishes. Being a dutiful son throughout the morning, Lu Yun diligently trained at the outdoor training ground. Old Guy had to leave midway to undertake a mission for income, bidding farewell to Lu Yun as he headed to the Hokage building. 9979989991000. As Lu Yun grit his teeth and completed his last frog hop, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed onto the ground. Given his physical condition, it was initially beyond his capacity to complete this training goal without interruption, but with chakra enhancing his legs, achieving 1,000 frog hops became feasible. Frog hops primarily serve to develop explosive leg strength, allowing blood and chakra to remain in the legs for extended periods, thus nurturing muscular vitality. Enabling the release of leg power when necessary, an essential component of the body flicker techniques training. Lu Yun had already begun to grasp chakra manipulation, easily directing chakra to his legs, which allowed him to engage with the training exercises Old Guy taught. Unbeknownst to Might Guy, he did not believe that a mere elementary student could master chakra control. Nor did he think Lu Yun possessed enough chakra to sustain his training. After resting for a brief period, sprawled out on the ground, Lu Yun summoned the strength to return home. Approaching noon, he gazed at the Japanese cuisine in his bento and fell into silence. Rice balls, sashimi, meatballs, and vegetables. This was the nutritious lunch prepared by his mother, Asuka. Since Asuka typically did not return home for lunch due to work, Lu Yun often dined alone, consuming the cold dishes she had prepared in the morning. He had grown weary of this Japanese meal set, harboring a deep resentment from the original host's memories. Lu Yun closed the bento box and, taking his pocket money, stepped out of the house, intending to purchase some ingredients to prepare a warm meal and enhance his diet. Given his family's limited finances, he was cautious not to buy overly expensive ingredients. He purchased a few eggs, a cheap taro, and, after a moment of hesitation, a small amount of crab stick rolls. After a brief flurry of activity upon returning home, he successfully prepared 2 delightful dishes. One was steamed egg with crab sticks, and the other was sweetened taro. These dishes required skill, and most people would struggle to replicate them without knowing the little tricks involved. Lu Yun savored the dishes with his rice balls, quickly consuming half of it, his stomach now pleasantly full. He packed the remaining portion of his meal into a lunchbox and stepped outside, intending to deliver it to his mother, Asuka, for her enjoyment. Although this action may raise suspicions about his identity, Lu Yun was unconcerned, as he spent every day in close proximity to Asuka, making it impossible to completely conceal his true self. Furthermore, home was a place of relaxation, and he did not wish to wear a facade there, finding such an existence exhausting. Thus, he chose to be authentic. Even if he did not embody the persona of Uchiha Lu Yun, as long as he recognized Asuka in his heart and could call her mother, he remained Uchiha Lu Yun. Asuka juggled the responsibilities of earning a living while caring for Lu Yun's meals, making life quite challenging. Lu Yun wished to alleviate her burden, determined not to become a nuisance as the original host had been. At that moment, Asuka had yet to eat lunch, and her meal was identical to Lu Yun's cold food set prepared that morning. Asuka, come out. Your son has brought you lunch. A woman suddenly called out. What? Asuka, who was about to eat, was taken aback. Her son was delivering lunch? Did she not already have food? What could her son possibly bring her? She hastily rose and rushed to the factory entrance. Mother, you haven't eaten yet, right? I just made 2 dishes and thought you might like to try them, Lu Yun said, extending the lunchbox toward her. You made all of this? Asuka gazed incredulously at the dishes in the box. Yes, I followed a recipe to prepare them. Please give them a try, Lu Yun replied with a nod and a smile. Your child should still be in school, yet he can cook? A woman commented upon overhearing their conversation, struck with astonishment. Goodness, this child is exceptionally considerate. Another factory worker chimed in, expressing admiration. The commotion drew a number of female workers to gather around in curiosity. What a thoughtful and dutiful child. Asuka, how did you raise him? They exclaimed, each voice filled with praise for the mother-son duo. Asuka ignored the chatter surrounding her. At that moment, The summer sun blazed down mercilessly outside the factory, and seeing her son, drenched in sweat, left her momentarily speechless. She clasped her mouth tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Had Asuka ever doubted that someone had taken her child's place? Indeed, she had. Ryuun's behavior was too unusually mature, making it difficult for her not to question. Yet, gazing at this good child before her, the genuine and pure love emanating from him was undeniable, especially the sincere, expectant look in Ryuun's eyes. A clear expression of a son yearning for his mother's approval and recognition. From that gaze, Asuka could be certain this was indeed her son, Uchiha Ryuun. Only a mother could truly comprehend such a gaze, and from that moment on, Asuka would perceive her son as having suddenly matured and become more understanding, no longer doubting his identity. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she took the lunchbox and embraced Ryuun tightly. "Thank you, my son." Her voice carried a distinct quiver of emotion. Ryuun stood frozen for a moment, before gently extricating himself from Asuka's embrace. "Mother, please go ahead and have your meal. I will head home first. This dreadful heat is unbearable, and being embraced tightly by someone is rather uncomfortable. Moreover, surrounded by a group of women is quite stifling." Asuka instinctively nodded. "Wait a moment," she called out to Ryuun, who had taken only a few steps. She swiftly pulled out a banknote from her pocket and placed it in Ryuun's hand. "My dear son, it's too hot. Use this to buy some ice cream and drinks to cool off." Ryuun paused for a moment, surprised by the bill in his hand, but quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Thank you, Mom. I'm off now. You should hurry to eat." Yes, the sun is scorching outside. "Stay at home and don't wander around," Asuka advised, waving her hand at him. "Understood," Ryuun replied, as Asuka gazed at his slender figure, lost in thought until someone playfully snatched the lunchbox from her hands, jolting her back to reality. Chapter 23. The protective Asuka and the fluttering heart of a young girl. "Let me see what your precious son has prepared for you," the forewoman exclaimed as she opened the lunchbox, releasing a delightful aroma of steamed eggs. "How fragrant! These eggs are so tender, and they contain crab sticks. I've never seen this dish before. Does it have a name? Does anyone know how to make it?" the forewoman praised while inquiring, not daring to taste the dish since it was made by someone else's son. The enticing aroma and appetizing appearance stirred her curiosity. "I don't know. Just ask Asuka." The other workers chimed in. I don't know either. Perhaps Ryuun learned a new recipe from somewhere." Asuka blushed, shaking her head amidst the barrage of questions. "Look at this dish. It resembles a snack. The taro is fried and evenly coated with a thin layer of sugar. How did he manage that?" The forewoman picked up a piece of taro. "Asuka, let me have a taste." The forewoman, unable to contain her curiosity, boldly requested. "All right. Everyone can have a taste," Asuka replied, willingly sharing the sugary taro. "I want some too. Share a bit with me." With only 10 pieces of taro available, but many eager workers, each could only receive half a piece. As the taro entered their mouths, a wave of sweetness enveloped them. The crunchy exterior and chewy interior burst with an intense, rich flavor, leaving them in awe and applause. Crispy on the outside and tender within, the taste was absolutely exquisite. For many of the women, this was their first encounter with such a unique delicacy, and their faces lit up with surprise. "This plain-looking taro. How can it be so delicious? Is this really made by my son?" Asuka exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. A simple wild taro could transform into such a delightful treat? Asuka was utterly baffled and resolved to inquire about it thoroughly after work. Savoring the lingering sweetness, Asuka regretted having shared all the sugary taro. Had she known it would be so delicious, she would not have been so generous in sharing it with others. Realizing this, she hurriedly covered the lunchbox, for there was another dish inside. "Hey, Asuka, let me have a bite of that steamed egg. Just a small taste," the forewoman urged, and the other workers chimed in, eager to sample the different flavors. "Next time. I haven't eaten yet. If I share with you, I'll go hungry." Asuka clutched her lunchbox tightly. "But you have a bento, right? Don't worry about going hungry. I'll trade you sushi for it. If not, I have prawns in my bento I can offer. We're just curious and want to taste it." The workers clamored, some even brandishing forks and chopsticks. "No. This was made by my son, and I don't want to trade." Asuka firmly refused. "Just a small taste. Don't be so stingy. We one tea take much. I one tea give it. If you want to eat, let your sons make it." Asuka, overwhelmed by their insistence, finally snapped, unable to open the lunchbox for her meal. "What if someone doesn't have a son? Then go have one. Stop bothering me while I eat. Asuka, how can you be so selfish? What a miser. Amid the envious and jealous remarks from her colleagues, Asuka felt a swell of pride at their praises of Lu Yun. Her son had brought her immense pride today. As she savored the dishes, Asuka found them exceptionally fresh and tender, finishing the crab stick steamed egg in no time. After bidding farewell to Asuka, Lu Yun did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured into the nearby wilderness, following a small stream to a secluded grove. This place, seldom visited, offered water and trees, ideal for his discreet training. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Lu Yun created 2 shadow clones and began a new phase of chakra control training, known as water walking. He focused the chakra to his feet and gently stepped into the stream. Suddenly, a splash echoed as he fell into the water. The 2 clones ignored the main body and began practicing the Uchiha clan's unique throwing techniques with shuriken and kunai. Refreshing. The main body, submerged in the water, felt no disappointment. Instead, the coolness brought him joy. After some time underwater, he leisurely emerged from the stream. On shore, fall into the water, absorb experiences, and continue trying. Lu Yun was making continuous progress, gradually understanding the essence of water walking. His formidable spirit endowed him with a strong mental presence, enhancing his comprehension abilities beyond the ordinary and allowing him to grow at a terrifying pace. On shore, the sound of kunai and shuriken clashing seemed chaotic, yet remarkably. They struck their targets with increasing accuracy. The shadow clones helped Lu Yun's main body gain training experience, and their precision with the weapons was rapidly improving, becoming more effortless. The cool water and gentle breeze beneath the trees made for a pleasant afternoon, and Lu Yun immersed himself in the joy of training. Within the Senju clan, Kushina sat with Uzumaki Mido in a pavilion, studying the intricate and obscure sealing techniques. After a diligent morning of study, she found her focus waning in the afternoon. "Child, let us stop here for today. You may go play," Mido said kindly, not pressuring Kushina to continue. Knowing that mastering profound sealing techniques required both talent and a good state of mind, Kushina, however, felt she couldn't afford to slack off, for she aspired to become a teacher and impart sealing techniques to someone in the future. No, Mido grandma, I can continue." Kushina chuckled nervously. "Go play. Grandma is a bit tired." Mido gently ruffled her beautiful red hair. "All right then." Hearing this, Kushina felt relieved and left the pavilion, running out of the Senju clan's grounds. What is Lu Yun up to right now? The lovesick girl pondered, wanting to find him but hesitating due to her pride. She stood at a crossroads, indecisive, her head lowered as she paced back and forth, unable to make up her mind. Right. I meant to challenge him to a spar yesterday, but didn't he get the chance? With a newfound purpose, Kushina's face brightened, and she strode confidently toward Lu Yun's home. Chapter 24. The Girl Under the Tree, the taste of being pampered around 3 in the afternoon. Is Lu Yun at home? When Kushina arrived at Lu Yun's doorstep, she found the door firmly locked. After calling out twice, no one responded. Where could this guy possibly be if he isn't at school? Kushina muttered to herself, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. She hesitated at the entrance, torn between leaving and staying, pondering that he might return at any moment. The sun blazed mercilessly, the ground radiating heat, and the air was suffused with a stifling warmth. Shielding her eyes with her hand, Kushina could no longer endure the sweltering heat and sought refuge under a nearby small tree. As the clock neared 4, after an arduous afternoon, Lu Yun finally mastered the skill of water walking. He faced the river, moving upstream against the current, an involuntary smile lighting up his face. Every increment of improvement filled him with joy. Suddenly, 2 shadow clones vanished simultaneously, flooding Lu Yun's mind with a surge of training experience. Thud. This sudden influx created a mental shock, causing him to lose his rhythm and plunge back into the water. Clearly, more practice was needed to attain the level of not a single drop touching him. Clambering onto the bank, Lu Yun set a new goal for himself. If he could refine the water walking skill to perfection, he might even become immune to techniques as formidable as the A-rank waterfall technique. Just like when Pain confronted the rampaging Naruto, where the gushing underground water rivaled water-style ninjutsu, but Pain could walk upon the waves as if on solid ground. This required an extraordinarily high level of chakra control, a feat Lu Yun was far from achieving. After wringing out his clothes, Lu Yun meandered homeward. Approaching his doorstep, a familiar figure beneath a small tree caught him by surprise. He hurried over, drawing Kushina's attention. "Are you here looking for me? How long have you been waiting?" she asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yun, unable to catch her words clearly, took her hand and hurried toward the house. In this sweltering heat, he worried about how long the little girl had been standing under the tree, her face crimson and her dress damp with sweat. Upon entering, Lu Yun quickly led her to the shaded area behind the house, where the air circulated more freely, providing a cooler refuge than indoors. In moments past, he would often hide here to read comics or take a nap. Sit here, he urged, guiding Kushina onto a bench before darting back inside to fetch some chilled drinks. Here, drink this to cool off, Lu Yun said, handing her the beverage while fanning her to create a breeze. Seeing his earnest care, Kushina's eyes sparkled with joy as she took several hearty gulps of the icy orange juice. The refreshing, tangy sweet flavor invigorated her, washing away her discomfort. You said you would come today, but you didn't mention waiting outside in this sweltering heat. Why didn't you just jump the wall and come in to escape the sun? So foolish, Lu Yun teased, fanning her vigorously. Who are you calling foolish? Do you believe I would punch you? Kushina threatened, clenching her fist. Seeing Lu Yun remain silent, she let her fist drop and shot him a glare. I just got here. And besides, who jumps over the wall to enter someone else's house for the first time? Am I a thief? Lu Yun scratched his head, conceding her point with an awkward smile. Big dummy. Kushina couldn't help but scold him, though a smile crept at the corners of her mouth. After a moment of silence, she noticed Lu Yun was drenched and couldn't resist asking, Did you fall into the water? You're soaking wet. Yeah, I slipped and fell in. Lu Yun chuckled, explaining with a grin. Haha, I knew you were a big dummy. Someone who can't even walk without falling into the water dares to call others foolish. Kushina laughed heartily. Once her laughter subsided, Lu Yun said, Wait here, I'll go take a quick shower and change into dry clothes. Okay, go ahead, Kushina replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she waved him off. Soon, Lu Yun emerged, the scent of soap wafting around him as he sat beside Kushina on the bench. Their closeness palpable, the fragrance enveloped her in comfort, causing her heart to flutter. Instinctively, she lowered her head, her face burning with warmth. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lu Yun expressed concern. Why is your face so red? You're not really feeling faint, are you? As he reached out to touch her forehead, she quickly turned away. I'm not faint. Don't touch me, she stammered, her voice growing softer. However, Lu Yun seemed unresponsive. When she turned to look, she realized he had disappeared into the house. Kushina paused, a wave of disappointment washing over her. As time passed, this feeling intensified, prompting her to consider leaving. That jerk Lu Yun. Can't he at least say something before going inside? She grumbled, cheeks puffed in frustration. Here, wash your face and cool down. Lu Yun suddenly reappeared, handing her a clean, damp towel. He had gone inside to fetch it and prepare a basin of cold water for her. Don't worry. The towel is new and hasn't been used. He chuckled at her dazed expression. What are you dawdling for? Do you need me to help you with it? No. I can do it myself. Kushina protested, quickly snatching the cool towel and wiping her face. Lu Yun took back the towel, rinsed it in the icy water, then handed it back to her. Wipe thoroughly, then use it to cool down. Okay, she replied, pressing the cold towel against her flushed face, feeling utterly refreshed. Watching Lu Yun attentively preparing the towel for her made her heart tremble with a newfound sense of happiness, a feeling of being cherished. Is this what it feels like to be valued? He truly is so gentle. Chapter 25. Uninvited Guests Apologize. The art of transferring hatred. Lu Yun and Kushina sat together on the bench, chatting amiably until two uninvited guests arrived, abruptly dissipating the cheerful atmosphere. Uchiha Obito. Lu Yun instinctively frowned at the sight of the newcomers. Uchiha Obito, accompanied by his mother, Uchiha Ko, stood at his doorstep, holding a basket of fruit. Kushina Uzumaki. You're here too. Uchiha Obito exclaimed upon spotting Kushina beside Lu Yun, unable to contain his surprise. What? Uchiha Ko responded, taken aback. They had initially planned to find Lu Yun first before confronting the troublesome girl, never expecting them to be so cozy together during their break. Excuse us for interrupting. I brought my son Obito here to apologize for the incident at the ninja school. It was indeed Obito's fault, and I hope you can forgive him, Uchiha Ko said, suppressing her discomfort as she explained their purpose, bowing slightly with a humble demeanor. Ugh, those two. Uchiha Obito silently cursed, though a forced smile remained on his face. Lu Yun and Kushina exchanged glances, both expressions reflecting their astonishment. Regarding the matter of Uchiha Hikaru, the homeroom teacher, Oda, has already spoken with both of them. He mentioned that he would ensure Uchiha Hikaru sincerely apologizes and suggested that the two could allow each other some leniency. After all, to impede someone's future is akin to taking away their parents. One should leave room for reconciliation, as it is important to foster harmony. Oda offered a modest gift, hoping that both Lord Ryuun and Miss Kushina would graciously accept the fruit basket that Uchiha Sain presented. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. If Uchiha Hikaru wishes to graduate smoothly from the Ninja Academy and aspire to become a ninja, he must earn the forgiveness of these two individuals. Otherwise, the teachers at the Ninja Academy would not permit Uchiha Hikaru to continue his studies. However, Ryuun did not immediately accept the fruit basket. Instead, he regarded Uchiha Hikaru with a calm, yet piercing gaze. The four of them exchanged silent glances, enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Uchiha Sain's arms grew weary from holding the basket, but the two across from her remained silent. In a moment of desperation, Uchiha Sain subtly gestured to Uchiha Hikaru. "I apologize, Lord Ryuun. Miss Kushina, I was wrong." Uchiha Hikaru exclaimed. His face reddened as he admitted his fault. "What exactly was your wrongdoing?" Ryuun inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I should not have bullied Lord Ryuun, nor should I have threatened Miss Kushina with my kunai. At that moment, I only intended to strike his shoulder and had no intention of harming Miss Kushina." Uchiha Hikaru bowed deeply after his statement. "I implore you to overlook my transgressions and forgive me this once." Ryuun regarded him expressionlessly until Uchiha Hikaru felt a chill down his spine, prompting him to turn toward Miss Kushina. "What say you, Miss Kushina?" Ryuun asked seriously, witnessing his feigned solemnity. Miss Kushina nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it at a crucial moment. "Very well. Considering your attitude is somewhat acceptable, I shall forgive you this time. But do not make a habit of bullying others." Miss Kushina graciously decided to pardon him. "Thank you, Miss Kushina." Uchiha Hikaru lowered his head, concealing his expression. "And you, Lord Ryuun?" Uchiha Sain smiled at Ryuun, only to find him ignoring her, his expression darkly fixated on Uchiha Hikaru. "Those clansmen from yesterday, were they summoned by you?" "What?" Uchiha Hikaru lifted his head, bewildered. Ryuun appeared somewhat surprised. It seemed Uchiha Hikaru was unaware of the events that transpired the previous afternoon. The two that surrounded Ryuun must have acted on their own accord. "Are you pretending to be ignorant, or are you genuinely clueless? 8 Uchiha members came to assault me yesterday. Did you not call them here?" Ryuun scoffed. "I did not. I had no part in it." Uchiha Hikaru repeatedly shook his head. He had been confined at home, nursing a leg injury, and his parents forbade him from going outside, leaving him no opportunity to meet with others. "No. If you did not instigate them, how could they have conspired to bully me? Moreover, Uchiha claimed they came for you. You should determine how this matter should be resolved," Ryuun stated, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. "I truly did not. I was completely unaware of what transpired." Uchiha Hikaru's distress was palpable, nearly to the point of tears. At that moment, Uchiha Sain stepped forward to clarify, asserting that her son had been confined and had not left the house for days. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe. If you had not directed them, how would they have united to confront me? Furthermore, Uchiha explicitly stated it was for your sake. You should decide how to address this issue," Ryuun replied coolly. "I genuinely did not. I have no idea what happened." Uchiha Hikaru lamented, feeling utterly helpless. He feared that this situation could spell the end of his aspirations to become a ninja. "This matter does not involve my son Hikaru at all. We will investigate it thoroughly once we return home." "Lord Ryuun, Miss Kushina, please grant us some time," Uchiha Sain assured, regaining her composure after a brief moment of panic. "Since Ani has said so, I shall extend her some consideration." Ryuun decided to relent, refraining from applying further pressure. If Uchiha and the others wished to advocate for this boy, Ryuun would observe whether Uchiha Hikaru would accept their favor and how he would ultimately respond. They had united against Ryuun, so he would embrace the role of the outsider, seeking to dismantle their unity, rendering them a disorganized assembly, denying them the opportunity to stand united against him. "You may take the fruit basket back with you. I trust you are aware of the ninja code. We cannot accept these fruits, nor can we partake in them." Ryuun declined their offering, for a ninja cannot recklessly accept fruits given by others. If someone were to conceal explosive tags among the fruits or poison that is tasteless and odorless, they would only realize the danger days later. Uchiha Sain felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and after exchanging farewells, she and her son departed. "Humph, that duplicitous scoundrel. The group from yesterday must have been summoned by him." Miss Kushina scoffed as she watched Uchiha Hikaru's retreating figure. I doubt that, Lu Yun replied with a smile, devoid of any negative emotions. Is that so? Should we then forgive him? Miss Kushina asked in surprise. Forgiveness is certainly warranted. After all, Uchiha Hikaru's father is an elite jonin. When our strength is insufficient for self-defense, a sense of respect must be maintained. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone an elite jonin. However, the moment for such considerations had not yet arrived, which is why Lu Yun intended to apply some pressure and intensity on Uchiha Hikaru. Given Uchiha Hikaru's notorious temperament, had he learned of yesterday's incident, he would surely blame Uchiha and the others for meddling, deeming them responsible for his lack of forgiveness. Lu Yun's intent to sow discord among them was merely to redirect their animosity, even if the hatred remained. At least he and Miss Kushina would no longer be targeted collectively by the Uchiha clan. Chapter 26. The Spark That Attracts Kushina. Meeting the parents upon hearing Lu Yun's profound remarks, Miss Kushina regarded him thoughtfully. Her initial reaction was not to contemplate the wisdom of his words, but rather to perceive that Lu Yun spoke with the gravitas of an adult, a manner of speech not typically associated with children of their age. He seemed to harbor an abundance of secrets, although Miss Kushina could not fully discern him. The previous incidents, his current words, and certain subtle details she had observed only deepened her conviction that this boy was indeed extraordinary and remarkably dependable. This was precisely why she found herself unconsciously drawn to Lu Yun. Attraction sparked by appearance, ensnared by talent, his enigmatic nature incited her curiosity. His exceptional abilities instilled within her a profound sense of security. Possessing the strength to contend with seven, yet maintaining a humble demeanor, he was gentle and considerate. Possessing a good temperament, humor, and the capacity to show warmth. Most importantly, he remained unaffected by societal norms, complimenting her hair and beauty without hesitation. Each of these shining attributes was sufficient to captivate Miss Kushina. When they converged, how could she possibly resist being enchanted? Son, are you standing here waiting for me? Asuka had just returned home from work and was delighted to see her son at the door. Mother. Lu Yun greeted her with a smile. Ah, is that Liu Yun's mother? Upon seeing Lu Yun approach and call out to his mother, Miss Kushina's heart raced, and she instinctively felt a wave of nervousness. Oh, who is this lovely young lady? Asuka inquired, her eyes scanning Miss Kushina with a warm smile. Mother, this is my classmate, Uzumaki Kushina. She is my desk mate and a dear friend who came to visit today, Lu Yun introduced, his face flushing slightly. Hello, Ani. Miss Kushina bowed politely, her complexion noticeably redder than Liu Yun's. So she's your desk mate. Hello. Kushina. Asuka slightly bowed and extended her palm. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the two boys reddened further, especially Kushina, who resembled a ripe tomato. Girlfriend. Kushina instinctively reached out her small hand to shake Asuka's, feeling an overwhelming shyness that prevented her from looking up at the beautiful lady. Kushina's hair was truly lovely. Asuka couldn't resist touching it. Furthermore, that little face was flushed, resembling a small tomato, utterly adorable. Asuka repeatedly praised her, feeling an undeniable affection towards Kushina. Their tastes and aesthetic judgments seemed to align perfectly. Even their comments mirrored one another, which only confirmed their undeniable bond as mother and daughter. Mom, Kushina doesn't like being called a tomato, Lu Yun teasingly reminded. Ah, my apologies. I didn't know, Asuka responded with a hint of surprise. Kushina hurriedly waved her hand in explanation. No, I just don't like eating tomatoes. You can call me Tomato if you wish. Faha. Asuka couldn't contain her laughter any longer, finding the little girl irresistibly charming. Lu Yun was also amused by her words. The three stood at the doorway, chatting for quite some time. Asuka wished to invite her into the house, but Kushina politely declined. Auntie, it's getting late. I need to go home. Come have dinner at our place tonight. Auntie will make you something delicious, Asuka urged. Mom, you need to make a reservation in advance for dinner. Otherwise, Kushina's family, the Uzumaki, will be worried if she doesn't return. Lu Yun interjected to ease the situation. You're right then. Kushina, do come over to play next time. Asuka gently pinched Kushina's chubby cheek with a smile. Okay, Kushina shyly nodded. Lu Yun, please see Kushina off. I'll go prepare dinner. Lu Yun walked alongside Kushina, escorting her to the fork in the road. I'm leaving now. You head back, Kushina softly said. All right. See you tomorrow. Lu Yun smiled warmly. The ninja school had a heavy workload, with only Sunday off, so they had school the next day. See you tomorrow. Kushina beamed sweetly, then like a little sprite, turned and ran. After a short distance, she suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I came here to pick a fight. Realizing this, she instinctively turned back, only to see that the boy remained in place, not having left. Upon seeing her turn, he revealed a meaningful smile and vigorously waved his hand. So embarrassing. Seeing her reluctant demeanor, Kushina suppressed her shyness and hastily turned into another path. Given how considerate he was today, she decided to forego the fight, thinking she could address it another time. As she walked, she muttered to herself, her smile nearly reaching the heavens. As soon as Ryuun returned home, Asuka approached him with a mischievous glint in her eye. Son, is Kushina the girl who complimented your forehead? The gossiping mother left him momentarily speechless, though he eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Hee, well done, son. That little girl is quite the beauty with her delicate features and graceful figure. She will undoubtedly captivate hearts when she grows up. You should seize the opportunity now. Mom, aren't you supposed to be cooking? Hurry up. Ryuun quickly interrupted, not wanting her to continue. This woman was revealing too much. Haha, you're even shy now? Look at that little face. So red, just like Kushina. Asuka chuckled until tears streamed down her cheeks. Ryuun, flustered by her words, shot her an irritated glare before dashing out of the room, prompting Asuka to laugh even louder. When dinner time arrived, mother and son sat at the dining table, and Asuka finally inquired about how Ryuun learned to cook. Son, did Kushina prepare those 2 dishes for lunch? I still can't believe my son can cook. Had she not seen Kushina, she might have doubted it. But knowing she had been around, the truth dawned on her. The dishes were likely crafted by that little girl. I made them, but Kushina taught me. She has quite a few unique recipes, Ryuun explained after some contemplation. I knew it. How could my son suddenly possess such culinary skills and create dishes I've never made? It must be due to that little girl, Asuka expressed with a hint of disappointment. Yet Ryuun's next words brightened her face once more. Kushina taught me many dishes. I'll make them for you to try when I have the time. All right. Asuka nodded eagerly, her admiration for that little girl growing even stronger. She must be the reason Ryuun has become so mature. Early romance. Though it was indeed early, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Chapter 27. The self-divided Uchiha and the family feud in public within the ninja school. That heartless wolf. I took a beating from that little brat for him. And he not only didn't thank me, but also blamed me for stirring up trouble. For whom am I doing this? On the playground, the Uchiha clan gathered. And Uchiha Yuta wore a grim expression, cursing softly. Ah, did he come looking for you too? A fellow Uchiha student expressed surprise. He sought me out as well. That scoundrel not only showed no concern for our injuries, but also implied we were meddling, claiming we would ruin him and prevent him from becoming a ninja. Uchiha Yen, with reddened eyes, spoke up, having been disgusted the previous night, resulting in a sleepless evening. Uchiha Kazuki had sought out 8 individuals overnight, his efficiency commendable. He feared he wouldn't receive forgiveness from that little brat and would be unable to become a ninja, which led to this chaotic situation. Uchiha Chiya sighed. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you blaming us now? The hot-tempered Uchiha Yuta snapped. That is not my intention. I meant no one is to blame. Nonsense. Don't muddy the waters here. This entire incident is the fault of that scoundrel Kazuki. If he hadn't insulted that little brat, none of this would have happened. And Uchiha stepped forward to voice his grievances. Yes, it's all that wide-eyed wolf's fault. Yuta echoed. I literally spent all day in bed recuperating. When my mom asked how I got injured, I didn't dare tell the truth. The Uchiha, who had been elbowed in the shin the day before, stepped forward to speak. They all aligned in their narrative, not daring to admit they had been beaten. 8 against 2, they were pummeled into the ground. And none of them could voice their embarrassment. Even if they did, their parents likely wouldn't stand up for them. They had foolishly sought to pick a fight. Yet with so many of them unable to win, any parent with a sense of dignity wouldn't confront the Ryuun family over this matter. Besides, being a ninja was inherently a combat profession. Getting injured by classmates or inflicting harm was a normal occurrence, as long as it wasn't excessive. Parents typically wouldn't overreact. I warned you all days ago not to provoke that little brat. But you all arrogantly assumed the role of justice to defend that idiot Kazuki. A 6th grade student named Uchiha Xiaoming sneered. He was one of the few opposed to bullying that little brat. His previous warnings had been ignored, and he faced considerable backlash. Now, as the truth proved him right, witnessing his clansmen suffer for disregarding his advice filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Honestly, you just saw that little brat as easy prey. wanting to step on her to elevate your status among the younger clan members, only to end up getting beaten up. Now you're caught in a dilemma. Uchiha Xiangming publicly rebuked the group, brutally exposing the harsh truth without reservation. His words instantly ignited the fury of several individuals. You scoundrel, cease your nonsense here. Are we not doing this for our clansmen? Indeed, are we not striving to uphold the dignity of the Uchiha clan? Qingmeng, stop your insidious insinuations and slandering others. Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Yen exhibited expressions of exasperation. But Ryuun is also one of our clansmen. A younger Uchiha spoke softly. Upholding the Uchiha's dignity? In my opinion, you are tarnishing the very reputation of our clan. That little brat was originally one of us, and his affairs with Yen are personal matters. It is you self-righteous individuals who have publicly cornered him, forcing the little brat to sever ties with the Uchiha. How can you still believe you are in the right? Another stepped forward to voice support for Ryuun. Yes, you are not acting for the Uchiha. You merely use our name for your own gain. He deserves to be beaten. He deserves the scorn. You dare say that again. What will you do about it? Resort to violence when you can't win an argument? You, a mere clown, think you can dispense justice? It is not as you perceive. Allow me to explain. In an instant, the Uchiha clan within the school was embroiled in chaos over the matter of Ryuun. The once tenuously united clansmen began to accuse and insult one another, even resorting to physical altercations. The commotion attracted many onlookers, and the Uchiha had become a complete laughingstock at the school. As Ryuun entered the campus with his backpack, he immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere on the playground. The Uchiha clan was, shockingly, fighting amongst themselves in broad daylight. Occasionally, he could hear his name and nickname mentioned among certain clan members. It appeared the events from the previous day had carried over into today. Ryuun coldly observed the group of Uchihas on the playground, having no intention of intervening to quell the disturbance. In truth, if he chose to speak out, he could easily rally their hearts. Even Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Yuta might be swayed. Unfortunately, that was not his intent. No one defended him during the previous incident, thus, why should he step in to calm the turmoil now? Having those Uchihas pressed to the ground served as a testament to one undeniable truth. Notions of loyalty and justice are utterly worthless in the face of power. Moreover, what use would it be to subdue a group of Uchiha brats? To be their leader? Aside from attracting attention, there would be no tangible benefits. Furthermore, today's outcome was precisely what he had orchestrated. Both he and his mother had been treated as outsiders by the Uchiha clan. He would not demean himself by seeking their approval. In this world, wealth attracts friends. In the ninja realm, strength draws allies, if not followers. Ryuun's current plan was to discreetly engage in self-improvement, solidifying his foundational strength. If possible, he wished to conceal his abilities beyond taijutsu from others and did not wish to involve anyone other than Kushina in his endeavors. Are you not preparing to return to the classroom before class starts? Ryuun spotted Kushina among the crowd. Her vibrant red hair was hard to miss. Ah, you're here. Yes. Yes, let's go to class. Upon seeing him, Kushina could hardly contain her joy, cheerfully trailing behind Ryuun as they ignored the crowd and made their way to the classroom. I must tell you about that group of Uchihas. Days swiftly passed, and Uchiha Yen had returned to the ninja school. However, upon his return, he faced isolation and ridicule from all his clansmen. No one was willing to befriend this wide-eyed wolf. Ryuun paid little attention to Hien's circumstances. After suffering a harrowing lesson, Hien dared not provoke him or Kushina again. Yet, one matter vexed Ryuun. Sato and his group, classmates of his, continued to seek trouble with him and Kushina daily without fail. They had yet to experience Ryuun's true strength. And seeing him unperturbed by being called a little brat emboldened them to continue their antics, as they had always done. These individuals were audacious, to the point where Ryuun found himself begrudgingly impressed by their audacity. Against this persistent group of troublemakers, Ryuun typically chose to ignore them. These little rascals had stubborn spirits and sharp tongues. Even if he were to beat them, they would dare to return for more, perhaps even escalate their antics. If a thrashing could teach them a lesson, Kushina would have resolved the issue long ago. Take, for example, the last time when a certain elementary student received a resounding slap. He dared not lay hands on Ryuun again, yet he remained a constant presence during their disputes. This group of miscreants thrived on the principle, either you beat me to death, or if you can't, I shall insult you to no end. Ryuun occasionally marveled at their tenacity and courage. Indeed, there were students who were unafraid of a thrashing in this world. Kushina remained her usual self, scolding those deserving of it, and when necessary, retaliating against those who crossed her. This time, Ryuun took the initiative to assist her, and together they brought Sato and his gang of elementary students to tears. Even with reinforcements from other classes, they were no match for the duo. In no time, Ryuun and Kushina garnered a notorious reputation among their peers, with some mischievous souls coining a rather impressive nickname based on their hair colors, the Black and Red Twin Demons. Which fool came up with that ridiculous nickname? I must know, or I shall make them pay. Kushina's cheeks puffed up in indignation, her small fists cracking ominously. Ryuun refrained from responding, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Always by Kushina's side, he played the role of her sidekick. Such high-profile attention was unlikely to attract unwanted scrutiny, but he often found himself the target of disdain from others. His strategy revolved around verbal sparring, attempting to deflect confrontation as much as possible. During fights, he often hid behind Kushina, provoking frustration in their opponents while appearing to enjoy himself. He believed that as long as he could lead a joyful life, it was acceptable to occasionally play the role of a sycophant if it meant making others miserable. Kushina excelled in combat, yet struggled in verbal disputes. Ryuun conveniently filled that gap. Recently, it seemed that anyone who dared to provoke them faced dire consequences, leading to the playful nickname the Black and Red Twin Demons. Ryuun, we have no classes tomorrow. Do you recall our previous agreement? In the last moments of their break before the weekend, Kushina, with a flushed face, boldly posed this question. What agreement? Ryuun instinctively inquired. The agreement we made on the day we looked into each other's eyes. Have you forgotten? Kushina frowned, reminding him. The day we looked into each other's eyes. Ryuun pondered briefly but could not immediately recall. Kushina gazed at him with a look of reproach. As class was about to commence, Ryuun dismissed further thought. Coupled with an urgent need to use the restroom, he rose and dashed away. Upon his return, class was already starting, and he missed the opportunity to continue his conversation with Kushina. The final lesson of the day focused on the fundamentals of ninjutsu, a topic Ryuun found immensely important. He became engrossed in the material, unaware of Kushina's lingering, melancholic gaze directed at him. When the school bell rang, signaling the end of the last class before the weekend, the excitement among the elementary students was palpable. They hastily packed their bags and rushed out of the school gates. The drifting clouds moved at a leisurely pace as they packed their belongings. Just as he turned around with a beaming smile, Ryuun noticed that the red-haired girl had already risen before him. Kuzina, Ryuun called out, but she paid him no mind and walked away decisively. What was going on with her? Ryuun found himself perplexed, but before he could ponder further, he quickly grabbed his backpack and hurried after Kuzina. Upon reaching the school gate, just as he was about to call out to her, he noticed someone stealthily trailing behind her. What was that little brat Sato up to? Ryuun was puzzled, yet curiosity propelled him to follow discreetly. He wanted to see what mischief this little rascal was up to and why he was tailing Kuzina. Isn't that Sato? Is he stalking Kuzina? The normally homeward-bound Namikaze Minato suddenly stumbled upon this strange scene. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly followed suit. Why is Minato also here? Ryuun, lagging behind, spotted Minato's figure. At that moment, Kuzina appeared dejected, at times sorrowful, and at others restless. She didn't look back and remained oblivious to the string of followers behind her. As they passed through a cherry blossom grove belonging to the Senju clan, a memorable scene unfolded before Ryuun's eyes. Recently, Sato had been on the receiving end of Kuzina's relentless beatings, so he enlisted his subordinate brother to seek revenge in the cherry blossom grove. Minato, who had been observing the three from his perch in the tree, suddenly sensed something amiss. As he turned, he spotted Ryuun standing on another large tree. Shoo! Ryuun smiled and gestured for silence. Since when did this guy arrive too? Minato was surprised but managed to nod in acknowledgement. Watching as the subordinate ninja pursued Kuzina, Minato noticed Ryuun remained remarkably calm, seemingly unwilling to intervene. Was he not planning to reveal himself? Minato was astonished. After all, these two were known as the Black and Red Duo, their reputation echoing throughout the school. Ryuun suppressed his presence and, like Minato, silently observed Kuzina. This was a small battle that would allow Kuzina to recognize her own strength, a lesson that the elementary students at the ninja school were a world apart from true ninjas. In Ryuun's view, experiencing a little hardship in advance was a good thing. However, when he saw Kuzina being kicked to the ground and her hair yanked painfully, he found it impossible to remain entirely indifferent. Did she not even notice this was a substitution technique? Truly just a little kid. That coarse red hair was quite an eyesore. The subordinate ninja wore a smug expression, reveling in defeating a girl who wasn't even a ninja. You deserve it. Sato gloated nearby. Whoosh! A shuriken flew at incredible speed, slicing the back of the subordinate's hand, causing him to instinctively release his grip on Kuzuna's hair in pain. Ryuun could allow her to endure some minor hardships to understand the treachery and danger of being a ninja. But he could not bear to see the little girl crying. Why are you crying? Your brother is here. Chapter 30. Is Ryuun going to kill? Time for Sato to get a new hairstyle. Hearing that familiar voice, Kuzuna's tears immediately ceased. A shadow fell over her, and before she could look up, a rough little hand extended toward her. Reflexively, Kuzuna placed her palm against it, and Ryuun, with a nonchalant smile, effortlessly pulled her up from the ground. This warm and strong hand provided Kuzuna with a profound sense of security. Upon seeing his familiar gentle smile, the grievances buried deep within her heart surged forth like a flood. Her lips quivered, and the tears began to flow uncontrollably. This was a moment she would likely never forget. Ryuun raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. After all, she was the undefeated blood-red chili. How could she cry over a minor setback? Upon hearing the praise of being undefeated and the title of blood-red chili, Kuzuna's tears transformed into laughter. Realizing her loss of composure, she felt embarrassed and irritated, and she bumped her head against Ryuun's chest. Humph! Ryuun's smile froze, and he let out a muffled grunt. The impact nearly took his breath away. Kuzuna's mix of crying, laughing, and shyness left Minato, who was watching from the tree, utterly astonished. Their relationship was closer than he had imagined. You little rascal. This guy bullied me at school too. They call themselves the Black and Red Duo. You need to teach him a lesson. Sato exclaimed, pointing at Ryuun, exasperated. The Black and Red Duo? Such arrogance? The subordinate ninja sneered. That shuriken you just threw was yours, wasn't he it? A meddlesome fool. With that level of accuracy, you dare to play the hero? He mocked, revealing his slightly injured hand. The earlier shuriken had merely broken the skin due to Ryuun's intentional restraint. A graduate subordinate ninja. And yet here he was bullying a girl still in school. What a pathetic sight. Ryuun glared at the subordinate, pulling Kuzuna aside before boldly stepping towards him. How about I teach you how to use a shuriken? The subordinate ninja grinned menacingly, pulling a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and flinging it towards Ryuun's face. The swiftly approaching shuriken loomed large in Ryuun's vision, causing Kuzuna to panic at the sight. However, before she could warn him, Ryuun calmly tilted his head, allowing the shuriken to zip past his cheek effortlessly. He dodged with precision, his footsteps never faltering or pausing. This display astonished everyone, leaving the subordinate ninja in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had boasted about teaching others to wield shuriken, only to be easily evaded by a mere child. You little brat. The subordinate cursed through clenched teeth, tightening his fists and charging forward with a punch aimed at Ryuun's face. Ryuun, just like he dodged the shuriken, swayed his head to avoid several punches and retreated a step to evade a sweeping kick. To Ryuun, the subordinate's movements appeared slow and clumsy, filled with openings. Setting aside the question of whether he could perform ninjutsu, his physical skills were, in some aspects, even inferior to Uchiha Ryuun, a mere elementary student. Damn it. All you can do is dodge, the subordinate yelled, throwing another punch that Ryuun effortlessly sidestepped. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryuun's figure flashed, and a fist struck heavily against the subordinate's abdomen. The tremendous force sent the subordinate flying like a cannonball, leaving him incapable of even a grunt. Impressive. Minato couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This sudden burst of power was so swift that even he struggled to comprehend it. Was that the body flicker technique? Minato mused, recalling a formidable ninjutsu his teacher had once explained. It was incorrect. There was no seal. This explosive power was solely generated by his legs. The young ninja rolled on the ground for several rounds, and upon stopping, he felt dizzy, his stomach in a relentless spasm. The next moment, he vomited everything he had eaten for lunch. Brother, Sato cried out in horror. He intended to rush over to check on his brother's condition, but Ryuun swiftly appeared before him, kicking him to the ground. Ah, Sato exclaimed, tears almost spilling from his eyes due to the pain. Before he could rise, Ryuun sat directly on his back, brandishing a kunai. Ah, what are you doing? You're going to kill me. Sato was terrified by this sudden turn of events. Seeing Ryuun's stern expression as he drew the kunai, the figure perched on the tree. Watergate was equally taken aback. Lu Yun, don't do anything rash. Watergate urgently called out to stop him. Lu Yun ignored Watergate, grinning menacingly as he grabbed Sato's hair, resembling someone intent on decapitating him. Sato was paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down his face. Don't kill me, help. Sato frantically clawed at the ground, his feet kicking wildly. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not free himself from Lu Yun's grasp. Lu Yun, no? As Lu Yun raised the kunai high, ready to strike, Kushina's mind went blank, and she instinctively shouted to intervene. If Lu Yun were to take a life over this, his bright future would likely be ruined. Although Kushina disliked Sato, he did not deserve to die. The consequences of Lu Yun killing him were too terrifying to contemplate. Watergate could no longer watch. He quickly jumped down from the tree, but before he could intervene, Lu Yun had already acted. Whoosh! A flash of cold light cut through the air, and Watergate could only widen his eyes in shock. Kushina, frightened, covered her eyes. Sato on the ground had completely wet his pants. You, who always mocks others' hair, today, brother will give you a free haircut. Ha ha. Lu Yun laughed heartily as he stood up. Watergate, witnessing this scene, felt both amused and exasperated. Hearing Lu Yun's laughter, Kushina quickly opened her eyes. The anticipated bloodshed did not occur, but upon seeing the bald-headed Sato on the ground, she was momentarily stunned. My hair. Looking at the short hair carelessly discarded in front of him and feeling the chilly top of his head, Sato's face was one of disbelief, and the next moment, he let out a piercing scream. Stop screaming. Hurry up and take your brother and get lost, or I'll shave off your eyebrows. Lu Yun chuckled, giving his rear a light kick. The scream abruptly ceased, and Sato hastily scrambled to his feet, dragging his injured brother away as they fled in a most pitiable manner. Serves you right. Ha ha. Once she regained her composure, Kushina couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sato's baldness was simply too hilarious and tragic. At that moment, she felt no grievances, her stomach aching from laughter. Standing together, Lu Yun and Watergate also found it hard to contain their amusement as they watched the two brothers flee in disarray. Chapter 31. The adorable little pepper and her path to wealth. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, cherry blossoms fluttering like a scene from a poem. In the picturesque Cherry Blossom Grove, an exceptionally attractive pair of students strolled together amidst the floral sea. When did you and Watergate arrive? Kushina asked, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Of course, we followed closely behind you. With all the little tailing behind, it's quite astonishing you didn't notice. How foolish. Lu Yun shot her a glance. Why are you all following me? Kushina questioned, a quirky expression crossing her face. What kind of expression is that? Do you think I'm a pervert trailing a little girl? Lu Yun glared at her, clearly displeased. Hee, you said it yourself. I never said that. Humph. If it weren't for Sato stalking you, do you think I would want to follow you? Then why didn't you remind me? Kushina blinked her big eyes, inquiring. Do you dare say I didn't call you? Did I not shout for you when school ended? The more I shouted, the faster you walked away. Lu Yun's voice involuntarily rose several notches. Who told you to forget that promise? Kushina mumbled, lowering her head. When did I forget? Isn't it just teaching you the throwing technique? I'll come find you tomorrow. Lu Yun gazed at her with a hint of longing. You started sulking and ignoring me before I even had a chance to speak after school. Hee. Kushina suddenly laughed, wrapping her arms around Lu Yun's arm and playfully shaking it. Her cute, cheeky demeanor left Lu Yun momentarily dazed, yet also a bit helpless. It turned out this girl could also be charming and adorable. In truth, the little tomato was quite sweet when she wasn't throwing tantrums. Lu Yun couldn't bear to scold her any further. I've arrived. It's getting late. You should head back. Lu Yun escorted her to the entrance of the Senju clan. Kushina smiled and playfully pushed his back, signaling that he could leave. Tomorrow at 7 in the morning, I will wait for you at this gate. She set a time and waved goodbye to him with a smile. Oh, Lu Yun nodded, but his gaze was drawn to two figures within the Senju compound. One large and one small. He recognized them. Tsunade and Shojuro. At that moment, Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, reprimanding her mischievous younger brother. Due to the distance, Lu Yun could not hear her words clearly. Shojuro had graduated early from the ninja academy and had been taken under Orochimaru's wing as his direct disciple, closely following him to learn ninjutsu. Shojuro already wore his forehead protector. It seemed the Second Shinobi World War was approaching. Lu Yun softly murmured. In fact, at this moment, the Leaf Ninja had already engaged in combat with the Sand Ninja in the Land of Rain. However, both sides were exercising restraint. and a large-scale battle had yet to erupt. The Second War had essentially begun, once the Hidden Rain village officially intervened and declared war on the Land of Fire. The legendary three would gradually make their way to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and this Shojuro would follow his master Orochimaru to the battlefield, where, on the very first day, he would honorably sacrifice himself, becoming the first minor character to die from an explosive tag trap in the original work. Orochimaru would witness his bravery and succinctly summarize it as, Shojuro had a strong presence. Shojuro charged swiftly. Shojuro soared high. Lu Yun sighed softly, watching the young figure, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, there was no way to warn him, and even if he did, it might not be effective, as it sounded too absurd. He would never believe him and would not carefully observe each step he took. If he spoke out and the person lived, it would be laughed off. But if he spoke out and the person still died, especially if a third party learned of it, it could lead to dire consequences for him. Especially with a peculiar mind like Orochimaru's, such occurrences would not be seen as mere coincidences. Lu Yun would not allow himself to fall into a crisis, and besides, he was not familiar with Shojuro, so he naturally would not invite trouble. The next morning, Lu Yun, with weighted leg bindings, began a new day of training. Utilizing one of his newly purchased physical enhancement gear, Asuka was worried that using weights would hinder his growth, so she only allowed him to bind them to his calves, forbidding anything above the knee. Fitness equipment is quite expensive, as are physical enhancement gear, weapons, hidden weapons, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and other ninja tools. Lu Yun planned to find a way to earn some money. Asuka was under considerable stress, and her job was arduous. He could not further burden her financially. Shadow clone technique. Lu Yun formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. His original self headed towards the Senju clan to keep the appointment, while the shadow clone made its way to a bustling street. As Lu Yun arrived at the entrance of the sensory clan, he found Kushina already waiting there, her face alight with excitement. "Where shall we practice throwing techniques today?" she inquired eagerly, her small face brimming with enthusiasm. She had even brought along her ninja tool pouch, filled to the brim with hidden weapons. "Wherever we throw them, it doesn't matter," Lu Yun responded with a smile. "Just grab a piece of chalk, find a tree, and draw a circle. There are no specific venue requirements. How about the Cherry Blossom Grove? It's beautiful there and relatively quiet," Kushina suggested, realizing it would be a splendid spot for their outing. "All right, let's go." Lu Yun agreed, and just like the previous day, Kushina gently pushed him forward, urging him to hurry. In a shadow clone form, Lu Yun waited outside a bookstore for quite some time until nearly 9 a.m., when the store owner, Ushin Ming, finally opened the door with a yawn. "Is that you, little Lu Yun? Up so early to buy comic books?" Ushin Ming, who was also a comic artist, recognized Lu Yun and paused for a moment, surprised. They were quite familiar with each other, as Lu Yun was a devoted fan of comics and a regular customer. "No, I'm here to discuss business with you today," Lu Yun replied, stepping into the bookstore. "Business? What could you possibly want to discuss?" Ushin Ming asked, puzzled. "I would like to propose a collaboration. I will write the story, and you will illustrate it, so we can create a new comic together," Lu Yun said earnestly, looking directly at Ushin Ming. "You must be joking," Ushin Ming replied with a frown, contemplating whether to dismiss Lu Yun outright, were he not such a familiar face. "I'm not joking. Here's the beginning of the story along with a partial outline," Lu Yun said, handing over the draft he had carefully prepared the night before. "Take a look at it. If you find the story intriguing, we can collaborate. If it bores you, I can always come up with something else." Ushin Ming furrowed his brow as he examined the draft. But as he listened to Lu Yun's confident presentation and noticed the absence of customers in the shop at that moment, he reluctantly began to read. "Dragon Ball." Ushin Ming instinctively exclaimed at the unusual title. However, he soon found himself completely captivated by the novel storyline, his eyes widening in amazement. Before long, he had thoroughly read the story's beginning and outline. The concept of collecting 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon is quite innovative and appealing. "Are all these characters and plots your creations?" Ushin Ming could not help but marvel. Dragon Ball, in comparison to other Japanese comics, is well suited for dissemination in the ninja world and is likely to resonate with the youth of this realm. Lu Yun had given this much thought before putting pen to paper. "Of course," Lu Yun replied, hands in pockets, speaking with confidence. "I never would have guessed that you had such a brilliant imagination to produce such an outstanding work." Ushin Ming expressed his admiration, believing Lu Yun to be a natural talent destined for this path. "So, Uncle, are you interested in this story? If not, I'll simply seek another collaborator," Lu Yun said with a smile, indicating he had other options and was not solely reliant on this particular bookstore or artist. "Well, I am interested. But are you sure you can produce the subsequent parts of the story? What if you suddenly stop or write something nonsensical?" Ushin Ming hesitated, genuinely fond of the story but concerned about Lu Yun's youth and potential inconsistency. "Rest assured, I can guarantee the continuation of the story," Lu Yun replied calmly, firmly believing in the potential of Dragon Ball. "Then let's give it a try. Start by creating one issue and we'll see how the market responds." Ushin Ming, being straightforward, quickly finalized a series of agreements with Lu Yun. Initially, he intended to buy out the entire story, but Lu Yun, desiring to earn more rather than quick cash, politely declined. "I still have more stories. As long as your update speed is quick enough, we will have many opportunities to collaborate in the future," Lu Yun smiled, knowing that for some exceptional comic artists, a complete main outline is sufficient to create an excellent comic work. Having watched numerous animations in his previous life, Lu Yun found it incredibly easy to derive ideas from existing stories. Dragon Ball, One Piece, Bleach, Digimon, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Fullmetal Alchemist, Fairy Tail, and many others could all potentially bring in revenue. If the original comics don't suffice, I can always borrow ideas from my homeland. And that will more than suffice to make a living, Lu Yun assured, nodding as he discussed collaboration details with Ushin Ming. In the Cherry Blossom Grove, Lu Yun, in his shadow clone form, meticulously instructed Kushina on throwing techniques, while his main body navigated through the complex and shifting trees. Each step left clear imprints on the cherry blossom trees, and his chakra was swiftly depleting. Achieving explosive speed on the trees without causing damage or leaving traces was an exceedingly challenging task. Lu Yun sighed as he observed the distinct footprints behind him. This was the next stage of the body flicker technique, which required reaching a state of effortless mastery. The first stage of the body flicker technique involves an explosive burst of chakra in conjunction with the body. The second stage requires mastering that burst of power. It is said that when this stage is perfected, one can even walk on air, a skill taught to him by Might Dewey. Lu Yun did not consider Dewey's claims to be mere exaggerations, as he had read the original work and knew that opening the 8 gates and unleashing one's potential truly allowed for such feats. Mike Guy had a profound comprehension of the body flicker technique, and while there were characters faster than him in the original, such individuals were few and far between. This was all under the premise that he was not using the 8 gates. Once the 8 gates were opened, the absurd speed achieved would surpass even the Flying Thunder God technique over short distances, fast enough that even the likes of Madara Uchiha would struggle to react. The body flicker technique was an advanced ninjutsu reserved for Jonin, while the body flicker was categorized under taijutsu, which was tenfold more challenging to master. The critical aspect of the body flicker technique is that its speed is not fixed. It enhances as one's physical strength increases, with the speed limit depending on one's physical prowess. In addition to these two forms of body flicker technique, there exists an advanced version known as the ninjutsu body flicker technique. For instance, Hanzo's water body flicker, the Rakige's lightning body flicker, and before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze utilized wind body flicker. All those who mastered the ninjutsu body flicker technique were renowned for their speed and formidable reputations. At present, Lu Yun was not in a position to access the ordinary body flicker technique, let alone the advanced ninjutsu body flicker technique. His current mentor for this training was Might Dewey. Though Dewey was an eternally low-ranking ninja who knew no ninjutsu, he was well-versed in this body flicker technique. Lu Yun, eager to grow stronger, certainly would not overlook the opportunity to learn the body flicker technique. Most ninjutsu and skills could be learned through shadow clones, so he was not concerned about his future capabilities in ninjutsu or jinjutsu. "I want to learn the shadow clone technique as well. Please teach me," Kushina pleaded, waving her arms with childlike charm. She was astonished that Lu Yun had mastered such a powerful ninjutsu. The nearly tangible shadow clone technique is one that even an average genin may find impossible to master. "I'll teach you the basics. Yet if you cannot grasp the basic clone technique, how can you aspire to learn the shadow clone?" Lu Yun lightly tapped her wooden head. "Who says I cannot perform the clone technique? I merely lack practice. I may fail 1 or 2 times out of 10, Kushina retorted defiantly. In truth, her skill level was commendable among her peers, yet Lu Yun believed that such proficiency was far from sufficient. "First, learn the art of throwing. Then I shall teach you how to climb trees, and only after that will I instruct you in the shadow clone technique." We must take it step by step. Do not aim too high, Lu Yun advised earnestly, revealing his intent to impart genuine skills to the girl. What do you mean by climbing trees? Isn't that simple? Why do I need to be taught that? Why not just teach me the shadow clone technique directly? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. Climbing trees is not as straightforward as you believe. I've already said not to aim too high. Are you going to learn the throwing technique or not? Lu Yun tapped her wooden head again as a form of reprimand. It hurts. I will learn. I will learn. I never said I wouldn't. Don't hit my head. It will make me stupid, Kushina exclaimed, covering her head with a look of dismay. Chapter 33. Coaxing and Deceiving the Little Girl. Inviting Kushina for pork trotter rice. At 10 in the morning, the shadow clone that had previously visited the bookstore voluntarily dissipated, sending a wealth of memories rushing back to the original. Lu Yun let out a soft grunt, instinctively closing his eyes as his mind rapidly processed the intricate memories. What's wrong? Kushina noticed Lu Yun's unusual demeanor and approached with concern. It's nothing. Lu Yun reopened his eyes, realizing that the shadow clone had struck a deal with the bookstore owner, Ushin Ming, and he might soon have some money to earn. Time is running short. Let us call it a day for now, Lu Yun decided, planning to return home to cook, as his mother, Mikasa, wished to enjoy his culinary creations once more. He nodded in agreement to this small request. It's still early. Are you really heading home so soon? Kushina expressed mild dissatisfaction. Happy moments always seem fleeting. I have to cook, was Lu Yun's casual reply. Cook? You can cook? Is that true? Kushina seemed somewhat skeptical. I can manage a bit. I need to buy groceries and deliver food to my mother, so I can't stay too late. Buying groceries, cooking, delivering food? You're not joking, are you? Kushina's expression remained doubtful. In the ninja world, men who can cook are scarce, and children who can cook are even rarer. Boys who can cook are practically non-existent. She suspected Lu Yun might be deceiving her. Suddenly, Lu Yun flashed a charming smile. Would you care to come home with me? I'll cook for you. Come home with you, and you'll cook for me? Kushina instinctively murmured, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. I'll be home alone at noon. Lu Yun leaned in close to her ear, his voice laced with an unspoken allure. Kushina's already flushed face deepened in color, her heart racing, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Didn't you want to know if I could cook? Don't you want to taste my culinary skills? After we eat, we can train together. Don't you wish to become stronger? Lu Yun continued to tempt her softly, his warm breath and gentle tone constantly stimulating her senses. Lu Yun had successfully piqued her intense curiosity. She longed to agree, yet her modesty and sense of shame held her back from nodding in consent. Come on. Lu Yun suddenly embraced her delicate arm and gently shook it. A pose reminiscent of her own playful antics from the previous day. Kushina's mouth opened in surprise, staring at him blankly. After a moment, for reasons unknown, she found herself nodding in agreement. Haha, then let us go, Lu Yun exclaimed, taking her hand. At that moment, he resembled a certain charming rogue enticing a little girl home, coaxing and deceiving her step by step until, wait, I can't. Grandma Mito will worry if I'm late for lunch. Kushina quickly pulled her hand away from his grasp. That is simple. It's still early. And your grandma probably hasn't started cooking yet. Just tell her you'll be back later, right? We can share a lunch. It's no big deal. Don't we often sit together for lunch at school? Lu Yun shrugged, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Kushina suddenly found Lu Yun's reasoning quite sound. It's just lunch, after all. In broad daylight. What is there to be embarrassed about? What could possibly be wrong? Well, okay then. I'll ask Grandma Mito. Kushina lowered her head, fidgeting with her clothing. All right, let us agree on that. I'll go buy the ingredients first. Soon, they parted ways, with Kushina returning to the Senju clan, while Lu Yun headed to the market. Damn it, seafood is so cheap, but pork is outrageously expensive, Lu Yun lamented, carrying a pork trotter, feeling the pinch as he realized that he had already spent 2/3 of the grocery money his mother had given him. Green vegetables were exorbitantly priced as well, prompting Lu Yun to abandon the idea of buying groceries altogether. Fortunately, during his morning run through the fields, he had gathered a few wild loofahs for free. Though not favored by most, he relished them and knew how to prepare them deliciously. Why is there no marinating sauce available? In the original story, I distinctly remember Naruto enjoying marinated ramen, and it seems Kushina likes that flavor too. Lu Yun entered a grocery store, but found none of the desired spices. He had already purchased his ingredients, and with no alternative dishes to consider, he reluctantly visited a few more shops. Ultimately, at the third grocery store, he found what he sought. Once he finished gathering the ingredients, he hurried back home. Due to the time constraint, he summoned his shadow clone to assist him. Fire release, fireball technique. A small fireball erupted from his mouth, incinerating the hair off the pork trotter in an instant. Before long, he had prepared the midday meal, and just as noon approached, Kushina arrived at Lu Yun's doorstep. "Lu Yun, I'm here," Kushina said shyly, her face flushed, standing at the door. Her voice was soft, but Lu Yun heard her from within. "I'm here. Come on in." "Oh, okay." Kushina stepped inside, her head lowered. As she entered, she spotted Lu Yun and a shadow clone. "I've prepared the food. You should wash your hands first, and then we can eat." "All right." Lu Yun took out a food container and packed a portion of the freshly made meal, handing it to his shadow clone. "Take this to my mother, and be quick. If it gets cold, it won't taste as good. Don't worry." The shadow clone took the food container and turned to leave, a sight that left Kushina in awe. A shadow clone can be used like this? How convenient. Of course, it can, as long as you can handle the influx of memories, Lu Yun casually explained, not caring whether Kushina understood or not. What a fragrant marinated meat. The rich aroma wafting through the air and the sight of the tender, succulent meat in the dish made Kushina's eyes light up. She hadn't expected Lu Yun to be truthful. He was genuinely skilled in the kitchen. And this rice, why is each grain so glistening? Try it. Lu Yun offered her the chopsticks. "Okay, I'll dig in now." Kushina accepted the chopsticks and performed a small ritual before eating. Meat can be cooked to such perfection? Moreover, it has a glistening, gelatinous sheen. What kind of meat is this? Kushina's face was filled with astonishment as she saw Lu Yun smiling without answering. She then placed the tender meat slice in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, a rich, savory flavor exploded in her mouth. Tender and delectable. Fatty yet not greasy. The most important aspect being the intense, explosive meat aroma. "Is this pork?" Kushina's eyes sparkled. It was her first time tasting such delicious marinated meat. "To be precise, this is pork trotter," Lu Yun said with a radiant smile. "This is a dish of marinated pork trotter rice from Huaxia." "Huh, pork trotter? Where are the trotters and bones?" Xian gazed wide-eyed in astonishment. In the cooking pot, not rice but pig trotters were present. You are braising pig's feet in a rice cooker?" she exclaimed, lifting a glistening mound of rice and placing it into her mouth. Such chewy rice, so fragrant, far superior to rice balls. "How did you prepare it?" Xian's face was filled with amazement, wondering how Lu Yun's rice could be so extraordinary. "It's not boiled, it's steamed." Chapter 34. Not only can melons be eaten, but they can also be used for bathing. The feeling of being cherished. "What? Steamed rice? Can rice really be steamed?" Xian, still inexperienced in cooking, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Indeed, but it requires a bit of skill," Lu Yun patiently explained. "The aroma of the rice and the meat together is so delightful that I feel I need nothing else." Xian was thoroughly satisfied with the pig's feet rice, her cheeks puffed with food. "Try this dish," Lu Yun smiled, gesturing towards the green vegetables on the plate. "All right." Xian nodded with a smile after swallowing a mouthful of rice and sipping some refreshing juice. "This seems to be a type of melon. Stir-fried melon with shrimp?" She picked up a slice of the sautéed melon, the rich sauce whetting her appetite. So tender and sweet. Although it was a savory dish, Xian found it surprisingly sweet. The sautéed zucchini was naturally sweet, and absorbing the shrimp flavor made it even more delectable. "What kind of melon is this?" She eagerly took several slices, finding it even more appetizing than the braised pig's feet. Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Xian asked, puzzled. "What do you use to bathe?" "Why do you ask that?" Xian felt a bit embarrassed. "Didn't you want to know what kind of melon this is? Then just tell me what you use for bathing." While Lu Yun spoke, he ladled some sautéed melon sauce over the rice. "What is the connection?" "I use loofah pulp." "You know? You mean this is loofah?" Xian's eyes nearly popped out. "Well, to be precise, it's angled loofah." "How did you make it like this? Why is there no grassy taste at all?" Xian recalled the unpleasant taste of loofah from her previous experience, regretting it immediately. How could Lu Yun's sautéed loofah have no grassy flavor, yet taste so fresh and delightful? "Is it because of the shrimp?" she asked curiously. "No. The shrimp merely enhances the freshness. First, blanch it in boiling water to eliminate the fishy taste, then stir-fry it vigorously. The heat must be intense." Lu Yun revealed the key techniques. The intense heat transforms the fishy flavor into a sweet and savory taste. Xiao felt a bit lost, but instinctively thought Lu Yun was incredibly skilled, knowing almost everything. You are truly impressive. She couldn't help but compliment. This admiration extended beyond mere appearance. Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled, seeing Lu Yun as the legendary treasure boy. Just as they were savoring their meal, Lu Yun suddenly turned his head sharply toward the window. It was empty outside, devoid of anything. Who is it? Lu Yun sensed a subtle feeling of being watched. If he was correct, someone had just been outside the window. He chose not to chase after them, as it would be futile if no one was there. If there was someone, an ordinary person would not have such quick reflexes. If someone was outside, it must be a ninja. Beneath the window, Tsunade crouched down, her exquisitely beautiful face filled with shock. Did he notice me? What a coincidence. As an elite jonin, she found it unbelievable that a mere elementary student could detect her hidden presence. Vortex Mito, noticing Xiaoxian's odd behavior, felt uneasy and sent Tsunade to check on her. Tsunade hadn't anticipated that the little girl would be bold enough to dine at a boy's house. She was peering in with great curiosity when the boy suddenly turned, startling her immensely. Her heart raced wildly. After distancing herself from the window, Tsunade exhaled, losing the desire to spy further. As long as Xiaoxian was fine, that was all that mattered. She contemplated investigating the boy's background once she returned. If Xiaoxian had been lured in, what if she fell for it a few more times? Wait, I'm full, don't give me more rice. Xiaoxian waved her hands repeatedly, having already consumed 2 large bowls of white rice. Eating more would be unladylike. How can one eat so much on a first visit? Even if the food is delicious, I shouldn't overindulge. What if I scare him? What if he thinks I'm a glutton? What if he refuses to cook for me again, or thinks he can't afford to feed me? Just eat it. It's the last bowl. If you don't, it will go to waste. You wouldn't want my efforts to be wasted, would you? I'll do the labor. So you must take care of your appetite, Lu Yun said, while filling her empty bowl with more rice. The bowl was cleaner than a dog's lick. Lu Yun didn't believe she was full. Most people in the ninja world had hearty appetites, especially those with special physiques. All right, then I'll have just one last bowl. Lu Yun presented her with a heaping bowl of rice and filled her large cup with sweet and sour juice. Xiaoxian observed this, feeling that Lu Yun was incredibly thoughtful. A blush of embarrassment surged within her. Would you like some pig's feet? They're very easy to chew. Lu Yun retrieved a small half of a pig's foot from the pot, nibbling on it enticingly. Seeing Lu Yun disregard table manners and munching happily relaxed her surprisingly. Then just a little bit, Xiaoxian replied softly. In the next moment, Lu Yun placed a large portion of the pig's foot before her. Just grab it and eat. No need to be shy at my place. I'm not shy, Xiaoxian murmured, following Lu Yun's lead and enjoying the pig's foot. After 3 large bowls of white rice, 2 big cups of juice, and devouring every dish, Xiaoxian finally patted her round belly, stating she truly couldn't eat anymore. Next time, I'll prepare more dishes for you, Lu Yun said earnestly. In southern Huaxia, it is considered impolite if guests finish all the food. He hadn't anticipated that Xiaoxian could eat so much. Even more than him. Yes. Xiaoxian was oblivious to the deeper meaning, but smiled so widely that her eyes nearly disappeared. To her, being cherished by Lu Yun was a tremendous happiness. She felt quite comfortable at his home. Aside from the initial nervousness, once she relaxed, it felt incredibly pleasant, far exceeding her comfort during her time in the Senju clan. Chapter 35. The Senju clan has never disappeared. Future troubles. After finishing lunch, the two sat in the living room, sipping tea and chatting idly. Xiaoxian, where have the other members of the Senju clan gone? Why do only you few reside in the Senju territory? Lu Yun asked, voicing his curiosity, as Xiaoxian should have some knowledge of the matter. Gone where? They haven't gone anywhere. They're still in Konoha. Xiaoxian tilted her head, somewhat perplexed by Lu Yun's question. After a moment, she realized why Lu Yun asked. You mean why they are concealing their identities, right? Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback by the words, yet he quickly nodded in agreement. This matter, I had heard from Granny Mito. It is said that the Senju clan traces its origins back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The surname's inception does not point to a single individual's descendants. The term Senju signifies a collective, the emergence of a clan formed by many. A collective of hands. Lu Yun mused softly. According to the original tale, Ashura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, ultimately became the heir of the ninja sect, always accompanied by a retinue of followers. Perhaps it was from that time that the Senju clan began to take shape. After recounting the origins of the Senju, Kushina proceeded to explain the reasons for their anonymity. It is said that during the establishment of Konoha, the Senju clan, being the most substantial in size, cultivated numerous privileges. They believed that since Konoha was founded by the Senju clan, they should hold absolute leadership over all other families and be regarded as superior. The Senju clan was once so powerful that no other clan dared to provoke them. From that point on, the villagers of Konoha began to shift from respect to fear towards the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama believed that when a small collective's power grows excessively, it could disrupt or even endanger Konoha's stability, and the greater the unity of the Senju clan, the more pronounced this risk would become. Even Senju Tobarama could not deny this. They became increasingly arrogant, stifling all other clans in Konoha, and later, the first Hokage, unwilling to allow any clan to overshadow Konoha, disregarded the opposition and voluntarily erased the surname, disbanding all clans. Except for the second Hokage, who retained the surname due to fierce resistance, all others, including the descendants of the first Hokage, were forbidden from keeping the Senju name, fearing that the hard-won Konoha would eventually fall into disarray. Hashirama made a decisive choice to disperse everyone, leading to the division of the Senju clan. The original Senju territory was vast, with wealth beyond measure, yet after the division, all possessions were allocated among the clan members, leaving only 2 estates. One belonged to Hashirama himself, now inhabited by Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, while the other belonged to Tobarama, currently occupied by the Tsunade siblings. In truth, the Senju clan has always persisted, once a collective of hands. They have now become a collective of Konoha. This phrase, uttered by the first Hokage, facilitated the acceptance of their anonymity and division among the remaining clan members. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Once a collective of hands, now a collective of Konoha, being a traveler well-versed in the subsequent narrative, Liu Yun could not help but admire Hashirama's expansive vision and far-reaching foresight. The Senju clan's integration into Konoha, though resulting in the loss of their surname and certain privileges, genuinely preserved the well-being of all. The Uchiha clan, which could barely rival the Senju, became the new object of fear among others. The hollow prestige of being Konoha's foremost clan subjected the Uchiha to unrelenting hardship. While the Uchiha reveled in their supposed triumph over the fallen Senju, they remained oblivious to their new status as the feared adversary, soon becoming the target of disdain and exclusion from all of Konoha. Failing to recognize the essence of their situation, the inevitable outcome would be their downfall. Had the Senju clan retreated, their demise would have been certain. Now, with the Uchiha clan unwilling to yield, annihilation became an inescapable fate. The more united they became, the swifter their demise would be. Did the Uchiha truly desire rebellion? Did Uchiha Fugaku genuinely wish to revolt? No, they were compelled to act, for they had no avenues left to retreat. An overly prosperous clan is not necessarily a boon. The resources of Konoha are finite. With each bite taken by one, another must go without, inevitably breeding conflict. Without a visionary to resolve these tensions, enmity would become inevitable. Throughout the 5 great ninja villages, there are tales of clans that have been extinguished due to their influence over villages. Yet none speak of a clan successfully overthrowing a village. The familial structure of the Warring States era has been supplanted by the villages. Those clans unaware of this transformation and unable to adapt will inevitably face decline and extinction. It is no wonder that throughout the extensive 700-plus episodes of the Naruto anime, the Tsunade siblings have never openly declared their surname. Liu Yun pondered quietly. Granny Mito, how is her health nowadays? Having gleaned some understanding of the Senju clan, Liu Yun posed his second inquiry. Granny Mito? She is quite well, Kushina replied, somewhat surprised by Liu Yun's question about Uzumaki Mido. Quite well? Indeed, her health is excellent. Kushina smiled in response. Liu Yun nodded, his concern for Uzumaki Mido primarily stemming from the Nine Tails. However, a more significant motivation was Kushina, the vessel of the Nine Tails. Becoming a Jinchuriki is an unfortunate fate. Liu Yun sincerely hoped that Uzumaki Mido could live for at least another decade or 2, granting him ample time to grow and ultimately alter Kushina's destiny. As long as she did not wish to become a Jinchuriki, Liu Yun would not permit anyone to coerce her into such a fate. though he currently possessed limited strength. He firmly believed that with diligence and his foresight of the Naruto narrative, he could attain sufficient power before Kushina became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. While he might not be able to thwart Konoha, he was confident in his ability to lead Kushina away from it. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to regard this young girl as a cherished treasure, and Kushina's significance in Lu Yun's heart had grown alongside their deepening relationship. Although they appeared merely as classmates, their bond had subtly transformed. Each day spent together underscored the uniqueness of their connection. While it was not quite the case that a day apart felt like 3 years, there existed an instinctual desire to remain in one another's company. Unless Lu Yun chose to sever ties with Kushina or sought a different developmental goal, he would inevitably confront the challenge posed by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For him to abandon this precious girl was simply out of the question. Chapter 36. Battling Kushina, the perverse one targeting her rear? In the afternoon, Lu Yun led Kushina to the riverside where he had previously trained. His water-treading skills required refinement, while his shadow clone remained on the shore, continuing to instruct Kushina on her throwing technique. How impressive! You can walk on water. How did you manage that? Kushina inquired, gazing in awe at the figure on the water's surface. Did I not tell you about climbing trees? Water treading is an advanced version of tree climbing. You must first master climbing trees before you can learn to tread water. The shadow clone demonstrated what tree climbing entailed. The sight of a figure perched upside down on a tree trunk left Kushina utterly astonished. I want to learn. Teach me how to climb trees, Kushina exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. One step at a time. First, master your throwing technique, achieving perfect accuracy at least 100 times. And then I will teach you how to climb trees, the shadow clone warned sternly. All right, I understand. After practicing for half the afternoon, Kushina suddenly dropped her kunai and proposed, Lu Yun, shall we have a spar? I want to see how much of a gap there is between us. While she suspected she might not be Lu Yun's match, she could not resist the urge to test her limits. Are you feeling a bit reckless? Lu Yun, momentarily taken aback, asked earnestly. Who is being reckless? You are definitely going to win, right? Kushina retorted, her small face betraying her defiance. You couldn't even defeat a measly Jinin, and you think you can fight me? Lu Yun teased her deliberately. In truth, even without intervening, Kushina could have easily triumphed over that opponent. The reason for my statement is primarily to stimulate her, providing her with the motivation necessary for self-improvement. It is always beneficial to possess an additional measure of self-defense. That incident was merely a result of my carelessness. Had we engaged in a real fight, he would undoubtedly have been no match for me. Oh dear, who was that adorable little creature crying at that moment? If one could win, would they resort to tears? Lu Yun, in his usual mischievous manner, began to tease her again. Silence! Jio exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she launched a punch towards the shadow clone. Lu Yun raised his arm to block, only to be pushed back several steps by her furious strike. Wow, what incredible strength! Lu Yun remarked, shaking out his arm. In terms of physical prowess, Jio was far superior to him. After all, she could easily consume 3 large bowls of rice, more than he could manage. As Jio charged at him with remarkable speed, the shadow clone quickly assumed a defensive stance. The two exchanged blows for over 20 rounds, with the shadow clone ultimately dissipating into smoke due to accumulating minor injuries. Defeating a shadow clone was hardly a cause for celebration. In the next moment, she hurled a shuriken directly at Lu Yun, who was spectating by the riverbank. I see you are feeling particularly frisky. Lu Yun swiftly dodged the shuriken, his gaze towards Jio taking on a more serious tone. Enough chatter. Come forth and engage me in battle, Jio challenged, a smirk gracing her lips as she beckoned with her fingers. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before grinning wickedly. Since you wish to dance, so be it. He leaped from the riverbank to stand before Jio. In an instant, she dove towards him, delivering a fierce kick. Lu Yun raised his arm to block and then attempted to seize her ankle. Jio, with her exceptional flexibility, executed another kick while suspended in midair. However, before her second kick could connect, Lu Yun swiftly disrupted her rhythm, gripping her ankle and tossing her aside. Jio spun through the air before landing gracefully, immediately springing back into action, charging at Lu Yun once more. Impressively capable, Lu Yun couldn't help but praise her as he evaded another punch. After several exchanges, he delivered a kick, but Jio managed to block it with her arm, only being pushed back a couple of steps. What is this? Do you look down on me? Jio questioned, unable to suppress her frustration, feeling that Lu Yun was deliberately holding back. This is my true strength. I simply did not apply chakra to my foot, hence the diminished power, Lu Yun explained candidly. Elaborating on the specifics, precise chakra control is an advanced training curriculum beyond that of a genin, commonly referred to as tree climbing and water walking. Once you master these techniques, your strength will undoubtedly increase rapidly. Now I understand. I always wondered how your body seemed so frail, yet your taijutsu is so formidable. It all comes down to precise chakra control. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression darkened. Who are you calling frail? Jiu Shinai taunted, sticking out her tongue. You are asking for it. Even without actively applying chakra, I can still handle you, Lu Yun declared as he launched an attack. His speed surprising Jiu Shinai and compelling her to respond quickly. With his exceptional visual acuity and quick reflexes, Lu Yun maintained a steady upper hand against her. It was challenging for Jiu Shinai to land a hit on him, while she found herself struck several times, her frustration mounting with each blow. The two sparred for a significant number of rounds. It must be said, Jiu Shinai was remarkably resilient and possessed extraordinary stamina. Despite the prolonged engagement, she showed no signs of fatigue, seemingly growing stronger with each exchange. Lu Yun, struggling to keep pace, realized he could no longer afford to hold back. The Uzumaki clan possessed an exceptional physique, with recovery capabilities surpassing those of ordinary individuals, making it difficult to wear Jiu Shinai down. I'm done. You perverted fiend. Jiu Shinai screamed after receiving a sharp slap on her backside, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. At that moment, she clutched her rear, her tear-filled eyes burning with fury. I never intended to fight you. It was you who sought the beating. Lu Yun laughed, slightly out of breath. You scoundrel, Jiu Shinai retorted. Her face flushed with anger as she turned and ran away. She was genuinely upset and no longer wished to play with that insufferable rogue. Hey, where are you going? We still need to practice throwing techniques, Lu Yun called after her in a panic. No more practice, Jiu Shinai shouted without looking back. Lu Yun shook his head and chuckled at her retreating figure, having no intention of pursuing her. After all, it was getting late. Chapter 37. Exploiting the weakness of elementary students. Early profit sharing from the comic the following day at school, with her backside slightly swollen from the earlier encounter. Jiu Shinai was in a foul mood. Lu Yun attempted to soothe her for quite some time, but failed to lift her spirits. It wasn't until a bald figure entered the classroom that Jiu Shinai couldn't contain her laughter, begrudgingly forgiving Lu Yun for his earlier transgressions. Sato had been left with a bald head after a kunai incident, and he had no alternative hairstyle apart from shaving it completely. Jiu Shinai pointed at his shiny dome and laughed heartily, causing Sato to cry out in frustration several times. Following this incident, the elementary students in the class dared not provoke Lu Yun any longer, while they might not fear being beaten or scolded. The thought of losing their hair like Sato was far more daunting. After all, no one wanted to be the subject of ridicule. And the greatest fear for elementary students is facing the judgment of their peers. It seems these little rascals do indeed have their vulnerabilities. Observing the well-behaved students, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Naturally, it was impossible to expect Sato to behave. At that moment, he had no weaknesses left. While others refrained from bothering Lu Yun, Sato was still bold enough to provoke him. Unless his hair grew back, there was no hope for his tranquility. During moral education class, Lu Yun's eyes were half closed, his hands resting on his legs, as he delved into chakra refinement, seemingly oblivious to the discussions about sacrifice. All he desired was to focus on his chakra training. This fool, Jiu Shinai, left to her own devices, resorted to throwing paper balls without receiving a response. The mundane days passed swiftly, and a month later, as night fell, Wu Shanming took the initiative to visit Lu Yun. The initial release of the Dragon Ball manga had garnered tremendous acclaim throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, with exceptional sales. Little Lu Yun. This is the early profit sharing from the manga, totaling 100,000 Rio. Imagine it in terms of R's value, Wu Shanming stated, placing a large stack of bills and a profit statement before Lu Yun. Seated beside Lu Yun, Asuka's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of such a sum. Still struggling to comprehend the situation, Lu Yun ran his fingers over the bills, his expression inscrutable. In Asuka's eyes, her son appeared entirely like a miniature adult at this moment. Do not dismiss this amount as insignificant. Currently, the manga is only distributed within the Hidden Leaf Village and nearby settlements. The publisher is tirelessly ramping up printing. And soon the manga will be sold nationwide and even to other countries, at which point the profits will multiply exponentially, Wu Shanming continued with a smile. The overwhelming success of Dragon Ball was not unexpected. The story itself was inherently engaging. As long as Lu Yun continued to produce content, earning substantial profits from this comic was merely a matter of time. I understand. It must have been quite the endeavor for Master Ushin Ming to make the trip. Here is the continuation of the storyline that I have recently organized, along with important character illustrations. Lu Yun retrieved a draft and several character portraits from a long box. The illustrations of Goku, Master Roshi, and Krillin from Dragon Ball were all crafted by his own hand. It can be said that there are very few instances where Ushin Ming truly needs to exert his intellect. He earns his money quite comfortably. How wonderful. With this draft, the next issue of the manga is assured. Ushin Ming was overjoyed. This draft was like a soothing balm for his mind, allowing him to unleash his creative talents once more. After thoroughly reviewing the later plot, Ushin Ming could hardly contain his delight. Though Lu Yun's writing may lack finesse, he had nonetheless sketched out a rough outline, and producing the manga based on it would pose no problem. In less critical areas, Ushin Ming would make slight adjustments in the manga, provided that the general premise remained intact. Lu Yun was permitted to infuse some of his own whimsical ideas. For instance, planting various cherries and grasses for certain characters. The young people in the ninja world have a penchant for such things. At this moment, Jiraiya had yet to pen Make Out Paradise. After bidding farewell to Ushin Ming, Lu Yun handed 50,000 ryo to his mother, Asuka. For me? Asuka stood in shock, holding the money. This amount could equate to several months of her salary. How had her son acquired such wealth? Well, Mom, you won't have to work hard anymore. I can take care of you. Lu Yun smiled. Ah, son, how on earth did you come by such a sum? Asuka's face was etched with astonishment. Lu Yun recounted the entire story. Heavens, you can write now? And you proactively sought Ushin Ming for collaboration to create a manga? Asuka found herself increasingly bewildered by her son. He was nothing short of a prodigy. What had caused this transformation? It seemed that ever since he removed his headband, his intellect had shifted. Could it be that covering his head had stifled his cognitive expansion? Unable to deduce the reason, Asuka's thoughts began to spiral. Delighted, she accepted the money and eagerly took a newly released Dragon Ball manga from Lu Yun, happily diving into the comic. Initially, Lu Yun had no intention of giving her the manga, as it contained some of Ushin Ming's added embellishments, but she would undoubtedly seek it out at the bookstore regardless. Reluctantly, he issued a warning, placing the blame entirely on Ushin Ming, and showed Asuka the original draft to clear his name of any unsavory accusations. Son, I must tell you, collaborating with Ushin Ming is fine, but be careful not to be led astray by him. That fellow's mind is filled with dubious thoughts. A perfectly good story could be turned into something inappropriate. Asuka scolded, grasping the manga. Did you hear me? Noticing her son's silence, she tapped his head with the comic book. All right, I understand. Lu Yun quickly replied, cradling his head. In the future, you should also avoid such comics. They are not beneficial for a young person's mental and physical health. Yes, I'll listen to Mom, Lu Yun responded, adopting a compliant demeanor, prompting a satisfied smile from Asuka. The following day, with his newfound wealth, Lu Yun visited a ninja tool shop and purchased an array of training items, such as ninja swords, shuriken, and training dummies. Money seemed to flow like water, yet he felt no remorse, for wealth held little significance for him. His pursuit was power. He took out an expensive chakra testing paper from his pocket and infused it with his chakra. He wished to ascertain his chakra attributes to determine the direction of his subsequent ninjutsu training. As Lu Yun poured chakra into the testing paper, it first crumpled and then instantly turned to ash. Lightning and fire dual attributes? Not bad. Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction. Nearly every member of the Uchiha clan possessed a fire attribute, and many also had dual attributes, predominantly lightning and fire, with few exceptions. Lu Yun's dual attributes marked him as having commendable innate talent. He decided to focus primarily on these two types of ninjutsu. For fire techniques, the Great Fireball technique and Phoenix Fire technique would suffice, one being a mid-range technique and the other a long-range area attack. What he lacked was a close combat technique with sufficient power, making the lightning release, Chidori, his top choice. As for defensive techniques, as the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense, so he deemed them unnecessary for the time being. However, independently discovering the Chidori would not be an easy task, as it was an A-rank ninjutsu. If he could learn the complete hand seal sequence for the technique, coupled with shadow clones, he might grasp it swiftly. But at this moment, the creator of Chidori, Kakashi Hatake, had yet to be born. Attempting to discern the technique from mere conceptual understanding would undoubtedly require a significant expenditure of time and energy. Thus, he had no choice but to send his shadow clones to school for the time being, intending to return to his studies once he had developed the Chidori himself. With this thought, Ryuun summoned his shadow clones and commenced his ninjutsu research. Though he was unsure how to initiate the Chidori, Ryuun believed he needed to manifest the electrical current in his palm first. With one main body and 3 shadow clones, after struggling for most of the day, only his main body managed to release a sound from its rear, while not a single spark of electricity emerged. It seemed he would need to guide his chakra transformation through hand seals. Ryuun had initially hoped to bypass the hand seals, using his potent mental focus to direct the chakra transformation, but it appeared he had overestimated his capabilities. Utilizing hand seals to guide chakra transformation was a method taught in ninja school. For instance, Ryuun knew how to form the hand seals necessary to expel fire chakra from his mouth. His foundational knowledge of ninjutsu was decent, so he was aware of the seals required to convert chakra into electricity. Just to generate electricity from his palm, he utilized 6 hand seals. He would remember this sensation and attempt to simplify it gradually later on. Chidori seemingly required only 3 hand seals. But knowing those seals at this moment would serve little purpose, for they represented the simplified hand gestures of someone who had fully mastered the technique. Attempting to execute Chidori with only 3 hand seals before mastering the ninjutsu was entirely out of the question. As the days passed, Ryuun diligently completed his physical training tasks, dedicating much of his remaining time to fervently studying lightning release and mastering Chidori. After 2 weeks of continuous effort, the prolonged exposure to electrical currents caused some damage to his palms. Fearing potential lingering issues or hidden injuries, Ryuun reluctantly paused his Chidori development. Furthermore, with the end of the semester approaching, a lengthy summer vacation loomed ahead. 2 days later, Ryuun's main body attended the ninja school for the final exams. A series of assessments awaited him, and after this day, when he returned to school, he would proudly be a 6th grade student. On this day, the 3rd Hokage set aside his busy schedule to personally oversee the assessments at the ninja school. As the school's principal, he usually need not be present, but he had to attend the final exams and the opening ceremony for new students. The 3rd Hokage brought along his 3 most trusted disciples, who now gathered in the principal's office, surrounding a crystal ball as they observed the graduation assessments of the 6th grade students. Typically, graduating students would be evaluated on one of the ninjutsu techniques related to the 3 body techniques, as long as one's ninjutsu talent was not severely lacking. Graduating from the ninja school was generally quite straightforward. Orochimaru, where are you going? As Jiraiya observed the crystal ball, he inquired about Orochimaru, who had abruptly risen and departed. A bit bored, just wandering around, Orochimaru replied without turning his head. Shortly after Orochimaru's exit, Tsunade also stood up from her seat and exited the principal's office. Tsunade, what business is this of yours? Jiraiya's words were cut short by Tsunade's impatient outburst. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. I'll go see what those two are up to, Sarutobi remarked, casting a glance at Orochimaru's retreating figure without uttering another word. Orochimaru strolled leisurely through the ninja school, ultimately pausing by the window of Class 1, Grade 5. His serpent-like eyes scrutinized Ryuun, who was diligently working on his exam paper. Sensing a gaze upon him, Ryuun abruptly looked up towards the window, and their eyes met in an instant. An intriguing Uchiha brat, Orochimaru mused with a knowing smile, noting the slight surprise on Ryuun's face. What are you doing here? Tsunade suddenly approached Orochimaru. Nothing, just observing an interesting little fellow, he replied with a raspy chuckle. Their voices lowered to avoid disturbing the students inside. Interesting little fellow? Are you referring to Kushina? Tsunade asked, somewhat taken aback, aware that Class 501 was Kushina's. She had come over to see Kushina and her little desk partner. As she glanced over, both Kushina and Ryuun appeared oblivious to her presence, engrossed in their work. No, Orochimaru denied. Not her. Then who do you mean? Tsunade was initially surprised, but then seemed to recall something, tentatively voicing a name. Uchiha Ryuun? Oh, you know him too? Orochimaru was now the one surprised. Hey, what are you two sneaking around for? Just as they were about to delve deeper into conversation, Jiraiya's arrival caused both to frown in silence. His voice was loud enough to disturb some students in the classroom. Little teacher Oda peered out to check and made a shushing gesture. Idiot. Tsunade scowled, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar and dragging him away. You fool. Don't you know you can't disturb the examinees? 30 minutes later, the final written exam concluded, and all the examinees from Class 501 gathered in a corner of the playground. The final exam still included a throwing technique assessment, a skill deemed even more crucial than the shadow clone technique. Both 5th and 6th graders were closely monitored by their instructors for their proficiency in throwing concealed weapons. Those who could not manage to throw shuriken or kunai properly would be a liability on the battlefield, wasting precious strategic resources. Such individuals were unworthy of even wearing the Konoha forehead protector, if one struggled with the clone technique, as long as they possessed some other merits. Konoha might overlook it, like with Guy, Lee, and others, allowing them to graduate as ninjas. However, failing at throwing techniques would likely mean Konoha wouldn't spare them a second glance. Chapter 39. The remarkable Kushina. Is her unruly hair due to the Senju bloodline? In this throwing technique assessment, each student had 10 chances to throw concealed weapons, with the target distance increased from 20 meters to 30 meters. Given that this was the final assessment, the examinees appeared somewhat anxious. After all, poor performance could genuinely lead to expulsion from the ninja school. The rules of the ninja school were exceedingly harsh, though the original narrative did not reveal such details. The higher the grade, the fewer students remained. In the class where the main character Naruto Uzumaki was, there were no underperformers. Those who reached 6th grade typically had their strengths, and most could graduate smoothly. Only Naruto became the exception due to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. Don't be nervous. Your brother has taught you throwing techniques for so long. You'll handle this assessment with ease. Ryuun observed Kushina's silence and slight tremor, finding it somewhat amusing. What are you talking about? I'm not nervous. I'm just excited. Finally, it's my turn, and I'm going to score full marks today, Kushina exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Under Ryuun's patient guidance, she had mastered her throwing techniques and was ready to impress everyone. Number 18, Uzumaki Kushina. The examiners soon called her name. 5 kunai and 5 shuriken were thrown from Kushina's hands in quick succession. With a series of bullseyes, the gathered students gasped in astonishment. My goodness, how has that tomato girl improved so quickly? Did she hit the target 10 times? Kushina scored an astonishing 98 points. With 9 hits on the bullseye and 1 shuriken slightly off. The examiner announced her score loudly, causing an uproar. No one expected Kushina to achieve such a score. Not even Minato, who looked incredulous. The throwing technique had never been Kushina's strong suit. How had she improved so remarkably? Are you all dumbfounded? Although she didn't achieve a perfect score, Kushina couldn't help but revel in the astonished chatter of her classmates, especially among the younger students. The sight of Kushina's triumphant expression made their faces twist in displeasure, as if they had swallowed something foul. Well done, Kushina. A sudden feminine voice rang out from the playground. Everyone turned to see the 3 legendary ninjas, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, watching from a distance. Sister Tsunade. Encountering Tsunade at school delighted Kushina, but unable to greet her due to the ongoing class, she could only wave in acknowledgement. Ryuun felt the weight of the 3 ninjas' gaze, sensing a mix of pressure and nervousness, unsure of their intentions, yet acutely aware of being scrutinized. Number 19, Uchiha Ryuun. Upon hearing his name, Ryuun exhaled softly and then grasped the concealed weapons from the bucket. He launched 5 kunai one after another, then held 2 shuriken in his left hand and 3 in his right, releasing them all simultaneously. His graceful execution surprised many of his fellow students. Uchiha Ryuun, 10 hits, with 4 bullseyes, scoring a commendable 94 points. The score drew applause from the audience. Kushina crossed her arms, visibly dissatisfied. Ryuun had clearly mastered throwing techniques in private. Yet when it came to formal occasions, he chose to downplay his abilities. It wasn't he so much hiding his skills as it was performing slightly better than average, leaving Kushina feeling frustrated. Orochimaru, who had been quietly observing, suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Tsunade inquired curiously, and Jiraiya turned to look as well. This Uchiha's performance is rather ordinary. His abilities are not markedly different from other Uchiha children. It is quite normal for the Uchiha clan to excel in throwing techniques. He is just holding back. Holding back? No way. Scoring 94 points. Is there really a need to hold back? A mere 6 points separate him from a perfect score. Why not aim for full marks? Besides, what child has such cunning? Jiraiya believed Orochimaru was overthinking it. Previously, I had witnessed firsthand how he single-handedly defeated 7 peers from the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru directly revealed this information, causing both individuals to change their expressions in an instant. Is this true? Jiraiya's face was filled with astonishment. Although the Uchiha clan does not boast a stellar reputation in Konoha, their prowess is indeed formidable. Even within the Ninja Academy, children from this clan significantly outshine their counterparts. The seemingly frail Uchiha before them possesses the ability to take on 7 adversaries. All from his own clan. What must his true strength be? If Orochimaru is not lying, this boy is likely concealing his true capabilities. In the academy, the Uchiha's greatest strength lies in their throwing techniques. If this boy truly possesses such prowess, he should not have merely scored 94 points. So it was not an illusion that day, Tsunade murmured subconsciously. What are you saying? Orochimaru frowned and inquired. Nothing. I also believe that guy is hiding his strength. Kushina has been closely following him lately, so his remarkable progress in throwing techniques must be attributed to his guidance. Tsunade disclosed what she knew. Even someone like Kushina, who is not adept at throwing techniques, managed to score 98 points. Could it be that Uchiha Ryuun, who spends time with her, is inferior? Have you investigated him? Orochimaru asked again. Yes, his father, Uchiha Mori, was a chunin who bravely sacrificed himself 2 years ago. His mother, Asuka, is an ordinary person, but interestingly, she has some blood relation to our Senju clan. Tsunade had thoroughly examined his background, uncovering details even Ryuun himself was unaware of. A hint of Senju blood? No wonder his hair color differs from the norm. The Uchiha lineage could not entirely darken his locks. Orochimaru could not help but chuckle. It is quite peculiar for a man from the Uchiha clan to marry a Senju woman. Such unions could only occur after the Senju clan concealed their identity. This perspective helped Tsunade understand why Ryuun's family chose to move away from the Uchiha territory. Exclusion was inevitable. Why are you investigating him for no reason? Jiraiya, curious, questioned why the two were interested in the same Uchiha boy. Mind your own business. A grown man should not meddle. Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. Hey, why is it that when you ask, it's not meddling, but when I ask it is? Jiraiya feigned an expression of hurt, but Tsunade was clearly unimpressed. I won't tell you. What's it to you? Chapter 40. Find a time to assassinate Sato? I am quite irate right now. Next up, Namake's Minato. As a highly popular genius among his class, Minato's appearance elicited considerable cheers. He did not disappoint, hitting all 10 targets with his throwing techniques, achieving a perfect score. While others completed 10 throws over 10 attempts, he finished all 10 in just 4, hitting the bullseye every time. His throwing style was swift and graceful, executed with such precision that it captivated numerous female classmates, and even several boys couldn't help but applaud. Ryuun was among those enchanted. That kid is quite impressive. Does anyone know his name? Jiraiya inquired, suddenly intrigued by Minato. Namake's Minato, a rare prodigy, consistently ranking first in his grade and seemingly well-liked. Orochimaru provided his assessment. Namake's Minato. Jiraiya committed the name to memory. Minato truly was handsome from a young age. Ryuun couldn't help but admire Minato's abilities and charm, recognizing his exceptional nature. If he were not secretly competing, he might indeed be outshone. What's so great about him? Ryuun can perform multiple consecutive strikes with kunai. Kushina muttered softly, her face reflecting her dissatisfaction. She scored 98 points, yet received minimal applause, while Ryuun, with his 94 points, also garnered little cheer. When it came time for Minato to perform, a crowd erupted in cheers even before his throws began. She did not deny Minato's immense popularity, but firmly believed that Ryuun was superior. However, this old fox was too cunning, never willing to exert his full strength in front of outsiders, save for empty boasting. Look at Minato, then look at you. You used to be quite popular. Why are you becoming less favored? Kushina glared at Ryuun in frustration. Ryuun was taken aback to find himself under fire for simply existing. In the next moment, he clasped his hands behind his head and offered an explanation. We're now notorious as the infamous duo at school. Everyone says I'm your little brother. That Sato brat even tells others I'm your offspring, so no one wants to play with me. Can you blame me for my lack of popularity? Upon hearing Ryuun's words, a flush crept onto Kushina's cheeks as she felt embarrassed. The key was that he said this without a hint of shame. How thick-skinned could he be? When she caught sight of Ryuun's nonchalant demeanor, she could no longer contain her anger. Are you just going to let him run his mouth? Aren't you going to confront him? I did, but does it matter? You don't understand? Ryuun replied, feigning helplessness. Kushina found herself momentarily speechless. Wait until later. I'll find an opportunity to deal with him, Ryuun declared, mimicking a slicing motion. Seeing Ryuun's serious expression, Kushina was instantly alarmed. She quickly grasped his arm, imploring him not to act rashly. No, those who insult me must be punished, eventually. Ryuun spoke sternly. Realizing he had truly been provoked, Kushina hurriedly reassured him. It's not that serious. Although that scoundrel is detestable, his crimes do not warrant death. Calm down. Don't do anything foolish, and don't stoop to his level. Holding onto Ryuun's arm with a forced smile, her heart raced. She genuinely feared he would attempt to assassinate Sato during summer break. If that were to happen, it would spell disaster. Not stooping to his level? Too late. Ryuun scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Sato amidst the crowd. I'm incredibly angry right now. Sato suddenly felt an unexplainable chill wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Calm down. Kushina quickly cupped his face in her hands, preventing Ryuun from continuing to glare at Sato, lest he truly lose control. How about I help you beat him up, just to vent your frustration? You can't really go do something foolish. Are you concerned about me? Feeling the warmth of Kushina's palms, Ryuun suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze earnest and flirtatious. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face turned crimson. Hey, what's going on with them? Jiraiya exclaimed, sensing something amusing unfolding. With their blushing faces and tender gestures, would they be kissing next? Shut up. Before Jiraiya could finish, Tsunade struck him, sending him flying, her expression darkening. Kushina was like a sister to her. She couldn't let such early romance go unchecked. After dealing with Jiraiya, Tsunade angrily sought to confront Ryuun, but was halted by Orochimaru, who caught her arm. Do not disturb the children during their examination. The situation is likely not as Jiraiya foolishly imagines. Indeed, as he spoke, the atmosphere between Kushina and Ryuun lost its romantic tension. For someone gazing at the close-up of Kushina's flushed face, it was impossible to maintain composure. And he suddenly burst into laughter. Kushina realized she had been deceived once more, her temper flaring as she disregarded the setting and chased Ryuun, who was now cowering in a defensive posture. As the final outdoor class concluded, a group of students returned to the classroom, where teacher Xiaotian had already graded their exams during the outdoor session. Each student received their end-of-term evaluations. Ryuun and Jusanai were among the top students, while Minato stood out as an exceptional student. After assigning summer homework, Xiaotian bid farewell to the students. Once he departed, some classmates hurriedly exited the school, while others lingered in the classroom to say their goodbyes to friends. Ryuun, Jusanai, see you next semester. Minato, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, approached to greet them. Yes, see you next semester. Ryuun replied with a smile, extending his palm. Minato returned the gesture with a slight smile and shook hands with him. See you next semester. Minato-kun. Jusanai bowed slightly, this time refraining from her usual aloofness, demonstrating her polite demeanor. After Minato left, Jusanai discarded her ladylike facade and playfully kicked Ryuun's calf, causing him to wince in pain. Ow! I already admitted my mistake, and now you've hit me again. Isn't that enough? What are your plans for the holiday? Ignoring his complaints, Jusanai placed her hands on her hips and inquired. What else can I plan? Of course, I'll continue my training. Ryuun instinctively replied while rubbing his leg. In a few days, I'll teach you sealing techniques. You should have taught me earlier. Then I won't teach you how to climb trees or use shadow clones. You wouldn't dare. Jusanai's fists crackled ominously. Outside the school gate, they waved each other goodbye, knowing they had plenty of time to gather during the holidays, so there was no overwhelming sentiment attached to their farewells. Just as Ryuun was making his way home, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Oh, are you going home now, Ryuun-kun? It's still early. Would you like to find a place to chat? Ryuun was taken aback by Orochimaru's unexpected invitation, but eventually nodded, following him to a picturesque, secluded spot. Ryuun-kun, could you tell me why you choose to conceal your abilities? Orochimaru asked directly, voicing his curiosity. What do you mean by hiding my abilities? Ryuun responded. Confusion etched across his face, as if he did not comprehend the question. Orochimaru fixed his serpent-like gaze upon him, instilling a sense of unease within Ryuun. What are you afraid of? What concerns you? Orochimaru probed again. A boy with a seemingly unblemished background, possessing strength far beyond his peers. yet remains excessively low-key. Such atypical behavior piqued Orochimaru's interest. He was eager to understand why Ryuun harbored such a strong sense of caution. Ryuun contemplated revealing that he feared Orochimaru, but reconsidered, recognizing that at this point in time, Orochimaru held a significant reputation in Konoha, making it unnecessary to be overly wary. Moreover, having already exposed his strength, any pretense of ignorance would seem redundant, leaving him without a suitable excuse to deflect the inquiry. Who would have thought he would encounter Orochimaru in such a remote location? Well, since Ryuun doesn't wish to share, I want to press you. Noticing Ryuun's silence, Orochimaru offered him an escape. Are you currently practicing lightning release techniques? Upon hearing this, Ryuun's pupils involuntarily constricted. When practicing Chidori, he often activated his Sharingan to better control his chakra. Had Orochimaru uncovered his secret? No, that was not it. Ryuun instinctively glanced at his right hand, where faint electric burn marks were visible. Did you deduce this from the scars on my hand? He was surprised by Orochimaru's attention to detail. Yes. After careful consideration, Ryuun nodded, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Could you share what lightning release technique you were studying? Orochimaru's curiosity intensified, as techniques that required physical contact with lightning were rare within the ninja world. I'm attempting to develop a close combat lightning release technique. But my progress has been somewhat challenging, Ryuun admitted with a sheepish grin. You aspire to create a new ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. I'm merely passing the time, Ryuun responded with a nervous chuckle. Ryuun, your thoughts are truly elusive. Orochimaru suddenly licked his lips, a subconscious gesture triggered by his excitement. Creating a new ninjutsu is an arduous task that typically requires extensive knowledge and experience, making Ryuun's ambition quite bold for someone of his age. Moreover, he aimed to transform a technique typically suited for mid to long-range use into a close combat application. In the ninja world, only the lightning armor technique from the Land of Lightning achieved such a feat, while others might dismiss Ryuun's audacious claims as mere childish fantasies. Orochimaru's interest remained piqued. Ryuun, could you elaborate on your ideas for the new lightning technique? Perhaps I could assist you. Orochimaru sincerely offered. Prior to being ruthlessly defeated by Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru's primary fascination lay in the study of various ninjutsu, with an overarching desire to master every technique in existence. Ryuun's words struck a chord with him. Of course, with your guidance, Lord Orochimaru, I believe the challenges of developing my new technique will soon be surmounted. Ryuun's face brightened with excitement. If the current Orochimaru was willing to mentor him, it could indeed prove beneficial. Initially, Ryuun had intended to remain cautious of Orochimaru, as many children in the original story had been manipulated by him, often ending up as discarded pawns. Not everyone could be like Naruto, who garnered Orochimaru's unwavering loyalty without expecting anything in return. Even Sasuke Uchiha was initially viewed by Orochimaru as a potential vessel for reincarnation, which drove him to invest in Sasuke's training. Thus, Ryuun had always believed it prudent to maintain vigilance around Orochimaru. Based on the original narrative, he understood that Orochimaru possessed an insatiable curiosity and a peculiar penchant for enticing and nurturing talented children, particularly those who captivated his interest. Presently, Ryuun sparked considerable intrigue in him as a prodigious young talent in ninjutsu research. With two compelling factors at play, it was too late for Ryuun to retreat. Rather than fleeing, it might be wiser to embrace this seemingly harmless serpent. At this point, Orochimaru was still mentally and physically healthy. It would not be until he witnessed the deaths of his disciples, Shinju and Kato, that his psyche would begin to warp into something sinister. For now, there appeared to be no reason for Orochimaru to cause him harm, and thus Ryuun temporarily set aside his reservations. I wish to create a lightning release technique that can be harnessed in the palm, enabling rapid, close-range thrusts, Ryuun explained, forming hand seals. Soon, a brilliant current of electricity manifested within his palm. As he channeled more chakra, the intensity and quantity of the electrical energy increased. Orochimaru watched in astonishment. The scene before him exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that a mere elementary student could exhibit such formidable chakra control. While ninja academies certainly taught theoretical knowledge, the actual techniques, such as tree climbing and water walking, were not readily imparted, due to the inherent scarcity of chakra within young children, and their lack of mental fortitude to manipulate it. Being able to extract a sufficient amount of chakra is already indicative of remarkable mental strength. How did Ryuun manage to achieve this? To gather electric currents in his palm is indeed a feat of ingenuity. As the electrical energy grew increasingly radiant, Orochimaru anticipated witnessing a miracle, only to be taken aback when Ryuun abruptly halted the chakra output. Raising his battered palm, Ryuun earnestly inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, how can one wield the power of lightning capable of piercing an enemy's body without injuring their own hand?" Chapter 42. The Challenges of Chidori and the Reasons for Failure. At this moment, the electric current Ryuun conjured was far from possessing the ability to penetrate objects. This was not due to a deficiency in chakra, but rather the fact that his palm would sustain injuries from the electric flow. This perplexity left Ryuun in deep contemplation. As the original work suggested that Kakashi had not encountered such an issue, this was the challenge Ryuun faced, requiring resolution if Chidori were to be successfully developed. Thunder itself is an exceedingly difficult force to control. To harness it in one's palm without causing self-harm while maintaining its penetrating power is theoretically arduous. Orochimaru, momentarily unable to devise a solution to the challenge presented by Ryuun, found this unsurprising. After all, Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, its difficulty comparable to that of Rasengan. The original work only touched on it briefly. The critical issues must be navigated through their own exploration. Ryuun entrusted this conundrum to Orochimaru, hoping that this master of ninjutsu could illuminate the path forward. "Please write down the sequence of hand seals from earlier. I will study it. And you can visit me at my home tomorrow morning." Ryuun's hand seal speed was remarkably swift, and with numerous seals involved, Orochimaru hadn't observed them closely, prompting him to request Ryuun to document them. Nodding, Ryuun retrieved pen and paper from his backpack, and Orochimaru then provided his home address. After taking the paper, Orochimaru contemplated the seals inscribed upon it, engaging in a brief conversation with Ryuun before taking his leave. The prospect of a new ninjutsu piqued his interest. He felt there was a chance of success and was eager to delve into it. Upon returning home, Ryuun placed his backpack down and exchanged a few words with Asuka, who was at home tending to flowers, before hastily departing again. He jogged to Konoha Hospital, where he paid and registered to see a medical ninja. "I have sustained injuries to my palm due to electric shocks. I kindly request your assistance with medical ninjutsu." "Let me take a look," said the female medical ninja, examining his palm closely and confirming it was indeed an electric burn. She immediately employed medical ninjutsu to begin treatment. "How did you get such an injury? And judging by the state of your palm, it seems this isn't the first day you've had it, is it?" she asked, frowning as she treated him. "Yes, you're correct. But the specifics are not suitable for disclosure," Ryuun replied with an awkward smile. The female ninja seemed slightly taken aback by his response, nodding lightly without pressing further. After 10 minutes, Ryuun noticed a significant reduction in the pain in his palm. "Sister, I saw in the hospital lobby that they are recruiting medical ninjas. Must one be a genin to learn medical ninjutsu? Why? Are you interested in medical ninjutsu?" she asked. "Indeed, I find it fascinating. I believe medical ninjas are the angels of the ninja world," Ryuun flattered her slightly. "Haha, little brother, if you're not pursuing powerful ninjutsu, why would you think of learning medical ninjutsu? To become a medical ninja, one must possess a forehead protector. If you are not even a ninja, lacking chakra, how could you learn medical ninjutsu?" She replied with a laugh. "Is that so?" Ryuun murmured. He was indeed quite eager to learn medical ninjutsu, as having multiple skills is always beneficial, especially in critical situations. Furthermore, his mental strength was quite formidable, and with the assistance of shadow clones, he could learn anything swiftly without concern for lacking energy. Especially now, with summer vacation at hand, he could prepare for several training projects. Unfortunately, medical ninjutsu required the identity of a ninja to enroll, so he would likely have to wait until he received the Konoha forehead protector. All done. Soon. The female ninja had healed Ryuun's injuries. "Your wounds are not severe, but it would be best to minimize hand activity to avoid further injury," she kindly advised, noting the numerous calluses and roughness of his hands, indicative of a boy who was not merely ordinary. "Thank you, sister. I will be cautious," Ryuun said, slightly bowing as he took his leave. There was no way he would abandon his pursuit of developing Chidori. The following morning, Ryuun completed his usual morning training tasks. After a quick breakfast at home, he hurriedly made his way to Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru, being a war orphan, lived alone in a sizable yet secluded manor, situated alarmingly close to the Konoha cemetery. Lord Orochimaru. Upon meeting him, Ryuun bowed respectfully. No need for such formality. Come in, Orochimaru gestured, leading them to the garden. Within the garden, Ryuun encountered numerous exotic snakes of varied colors, an unsettling sight indeed. With a mere wave of his hand, Orochimaru commanded the serpents to retreat to the corners and conceal themselves. I have familiarized myself with the new technique you demonstrated yesterday. I must say, Ryuun, you are truly a genius in ninjutsu. At such a young age, you have already begun to grasp the transformation of chakra in both form and nature, Orochimaru lauded. Though Ryuun felt little impact from the praise, as he had merely replicated what he had learned. In the original work, Kakashi had explained the concepts of chakra transformation and nature alteration on multiple occasions, and with the various ninjutsu knowledge from school, Ryuun found it relatively easy to comprehend. He had devoted considerable time and effort to developing Chidori, with much of that energy focused on understanding the transformation and nature of chakra, foundational prerequisites for creating Chidori. Despite the seeming simplicity of Ryuun's electric gathering display, it required a high level of ninjutsu mastery, a fact Orochimaru recognized only after delving into the new technique. Ryuun's understanding of chakra and ninjutsu far surpassed that of his peers. They were on entirely different planes. His exceptional abilities were beyond mere description. He resembled an anomaly hidden within a crowd, capable of blending and yet remaining undetected. This notion was chilling, and even Orochimaru felt an uncharacteristic sense of unease towards him. Had he not witnessed Ryuun defeat 7 Uchiha clan members, he might have remained oblivious to the existence of such an anomaly in the Ninja Academy. I am also aware of the difficulties you mentioned yesterday. In truth, your approach to the new technique is sound, and the ninjutsu and hand seals are fundamentally appropriate. The reason you sustain injuries is primarily due to your overly cautious nature. It is also possible that your chakra is insufficient, which prevents the new technique from materializing. Orochimaru explained. Hearing this, Ryuun eagerly sought further clarification. Chapter 43. The initial release of Chidori and Orochimaru's desire for another apprentice now. Attempt the new technique once more. And heed my instructions, Orochimaru urged Ryuun to try Chidori again. Understood. Ryuun swiftly formed hand seals, and soon arcs of electricity manifested in his palm. The key to this technique lies in amplifying the output of chakra. At this moment, one must not hesitate to expend chakra. Failing to allow the arcs to fully unfurl can result in injury to the palm. Orochimaru suddenly exclaimed, and upon hearing this, Ryuun instantly recognized his mistake. So that was it. He had previously failed to comprehend this point, always holding back during exertion, which had ultimately led to his repeated failures. Such a simple reason. Yet it had troubled Ryuun for a prolonged period due to no one having pointed it out. Now enlightened, Ryuun dared not to hesitate any further. The chakra within him converged explosively into his palm. Gradually, arcs of electricity began to emit a piercing, thunderous sound, and the true power of the technique was finally revealed. The intensity of this thunder made Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily constrict, and the serpents lurking in the shadows scattered in fright at the sound of the thunder. Ha ha! Now it resembles something. Ryuun held the sphere of lightning aloft and laughed heartily. Despite the visible depletion of chakra within him, he could not contain his joy. The previous arcs had been silent. This was the true essence of Chidori. What a blinding radiance! Orochimaru instinctively squinted, internally deeming this brilliance a flaw, as it might create visual blind spots for the user, easily exploitable by an adversary. Moreover, this deafening thunder was also a shortcoming of the technique. The moment your technique is initiated, the enemy is already aware that you are about to unleash a powerful attack. Even a fool would know to be on guard, at least retreating in advance. Let's see how powerful it is. Orochimaru pointed to a large bizarre stone placed within the garden. Very well. Ryuun squinted and, with rapid steps, dashed towards the stone. With a dazzling hand strike, he unleashed a torrent of terrifying lightning, and the massive stone exploded upon impact. Quite impressive strength. Orochimaru could not help but clap his hands in praise. Ryuun examined his palm, which grasped the lightning. It bore only minor injuries. Such damage was unavoidable, but entirely acceptable. The substantial loss of chakra left him gasping for breath. He could only release this attack 3 times at most. Of course, once he fully mastered this technique and utilized chakra more appropriately and skillfully, the consumption would likely be significantly reduced. While Chidori possessed immense power, its flaws were equally apparent. The multitude of hand seals, blinding light, overwhelming noise, and substantial energy consumption, as well as a fixed attack pattern, all contributed to the technique's shortcomings. Despite these considerable flaws, Orochimaru still regarded it as a successful ninjutsu. Ryuun, have you thought of a name for this technique you created? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ryuun replied with a grin. Let us call it Chidori. The piercing thunder resembles a chorus of countless birds singing simultaneously. You truly have a knack for naming. Orochimaru praised him generously. My apologies, Kakashi. Ryuun silently mourned for 3 seconds. The theoretical knowledge regarding chakra involved in this new technique was exceedingly complex. Given the difficulty of mastering it, Orochimaru classified it as an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Ryuun, would you care to share what inspired you to create this technique? And who imparted this ninjutsu knowledge to you? Orochimaru did not believe that the ninjutsu taught in schools could empower someone to create an advanced A-rank technique. He surmised that Ryuun must have had guidance from someone. To be honest, my father stumbled upon a scroll of ninjutsu while executing a mission found on the body of an enemy ninja. However, since he lacks lightning affinity and the ninjutsu was incomplete, it remained stored in our home's warehouse. When my mother was organizing the warehouse, she discovered this scroll. Seeing the immense potential of the technique combined with my own lightning affinity, I was inspired to refine this lightning release ninjutsu. Ryuun recounted the excuse he had formulated the night before. The reasoning lacked authenticity, yet it could barely pass as an explanation. Orochimaru nodded, not intending to press the matter further. The fact that Ryuun could derive a complete advanced ninjutsu from a fragment demonstrates his remarkable talent that should not be overlooked. I wonder if Ryuun wishes to learn more ninjutsu? If so, I would be glad to teach you. Upon hearing this, Ryuun's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Orochimaru would want to take him as a disciple, especially considering he was currently the master of Konoha's young prince, Shoju. What? Ryuun, are you unwilling? Seeing him frozen in place, Orochimaru found it somewhat amusing. No, I am willing. Ryuun quickly responded. With Orochimaru, one of the future legendary three, guiding him, he would undoubtedly avoid many pitfalls in his training and growth. The benefits far outweighed the risks. After a moment's thought, Ryuun clarified the pros and cons in his mind. This opportunity was too rare to pass up. Sensei, please allow me to bow before you. Ryuun bent forward, performing a formal bow of apprenticeship. Ha ha ha, I never said I would take you as a disciple. Orochimaru chuckled, delivering a statement that left Ryuun feeling somewhat awkward. Recently, Orochimaru had been idly passing the time, contemplating guiding Shoju's training while simultaneously providing guidance to Ryuun. After all, he was a highly valuable talent. And although Orochimaru did not plan to take on another disciple for the time being, he still wished to assist him in his development. With school now on summer break, if Ryuun finds the vacation too dull and wishes to learn ninjutsu, he can come and seek me out. For any queries regarding ninjutsu or other training matters, feel free to approach me anytime. Orochimaru left his contact information and even generously gifted him a communication white snake, which could be used to send messages if needed, ensuring Ryuun would not struggle to find him. The two conversed leisurely in the garden for quite some time, with Orochimaru teaching him how to simplify the hand seals for Chidori and explaining the various shortcomings of the technique. Ryuun listened intently. He was already aware of Chidori's flaws. The rapid advance generated when executing Chidori, along with the visual blind spots created by the blinding light and thunder, could all be mitigated upon activating the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. While Orochimaru considered this the most troublesome aspect, Ryuun was already equipped with the means to overcome it. He dared not mention his possession of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan at this moment. Here is a scroll containing foundational knowledge of lightning release ninjutsu, filled with the training experiences of predecessors. You may take it home and peruse it. It will aid you in mastering Chidori. Orochimaru tossed a scroll to Ryuun. He believed that Ryuun's control over the nature transformation and form alteration of his lightning affinity chakra was insufficient, which would make it more challenging for the ninjutsu to take shape and increase its energy consumption. The knowledge within the scroll could assist Ryuun in better mastering Chidori. Thank you, Master Orochimaru. Ryuun accepted the scroll and immediately bowed deeply, his smile beneath his messy hair appearing somewhat sinister. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. While he found this title somewhat inappropriate, it did seem more pleasant than silly chicken or fool. Chapter 44. A gloomy path to earning money? Upon returning from Orochimaru's residence, Ryuun sat in the corridor, engrossed in the ninjutsu scroll. After Asuka finished watering the flowers in the yard, she approached him. Her son, who once enjoyed reading comics, now seemed to have developed a penchant for studying scrolls, particularly those concerning ninjas and ninjutsu. He had even given up sleeping in late, dedicating his days solely to training. Previously, he occasionally ventured out to play with friends, but now his social life appeared to have diminished entirely. Shouldn't you go out and play with your classmates? Taking a break now and then wouldn't be too tedious, would it? Asuka tentatively suggested. What break? Isn't school already on summer vacation? Ryuun replied absent-mindedly, not lifting his gaze from the scroll. Mother implies that while striving for progress is commendable, it is equally essential to take periodic rests. Ryuun raised an eyebrow, tilting her head in a peculiar manner as she gazed at Asuka. Weren't you always the one advising me to stop being lazy and to study more? Why the sudden change of heart? Her pointed retort left Asuka in a state of self-doubt. Indeed, hadn't she previously hoped for him to exert more effort and dedicate himself to his studies? Now that her son was obedient, why had her perspective shifted? It seemed not only had her son transformed, but she herself had undergone changes as well. Previously, she questioned whether he was truly her son. Now, he was questioning whether she was indeed his mother. It is a natural occurrence for individuals to change. No one remains static, though the magnitude of change may vary. Asuka felt as though she had a revelation. Perhaps I should visit my aunts more often, engage in conversation, or go shopping, she mused. Ryuun, engrossed in her scroll, replied, how could anyone accompany me, a leisurely person, for shopping daily? They all have jobs. Ryuun, relying on her manuscript royalties, was more than capable of providing for the family, thus sparing her the toil of laboring in a stifling factory during the sweltering summer. However, having resigned from her job, she found herself somewhat at a loss, feeling bored at home, unsure of how to occupy her time. You could tend to flowers, cultivate plants, or if that fails, perhaps consider opening a small business, Ryuun casually suggested, believing that finding her mother a pastime would alleviate her incessant nagging. This suggestion sparked Asuka's interest. I'll venture out later to explore potential small business opportunities. Upon hearing her mother's newfound interest in business, Ryuun suddenly conceived an idea. Actually, I know of 2 promising small enterprises. Would you care to explore them? Asuka's curiosity piqued instantly. What kind of business? You could open a flower shop, primarily selling chrysanthemums, carnations, and lilies. A flower shop. That's a splendid idea. But why focus on those particular flowers? Asuka queried, her face reflecting confusion. Ryuun shook his head, chuckling silently without providing an answer. What's the other business? Asuka, intrigued by the flower shop idea, pressed for details on the second venture. You could also establish a clothing store or a garment factory, primarily focusing on manufacturing morning attire. What? Asuka was taken aback for a considerable time. And once she collected her thoughts, she was immediately incensed. You foolish child, what nonsense is running through your head? She chastised Ryuun, twisting his ear. Chrysanthemums are for the deceased, carnations are for the ailing, and black clothing is mandatory for mourning. How could either of these businesses not be associated with death? Asuka's frustration was palpable. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Ryuun grimaced, repeatedly apologizing until Asuka reluctantly released his ear. With the impending war, there will undoubtedly be casualties. If common folk wish to earn a living without transgressing taboos, these 2 businesses are indeed worth considering. Ryuun lamented, feeling unjustly punished. Earning money is not shameful. Mother, you are too sensitive. He rubbed his ear, casting a mournful glance. What money? Tell me, who would buy such morbid items now? Asuka glared at him fiercely. You'll soon discover the demand once you establish your shop. It may not be long before sales become a concern, Ryuun replied, unable to suppress a mysterious smile. However, the next moment, he was pinched on the cheek by Asuka, receiving another round of reprimands. Ultimately, Asuka absorbed part of his suggestions, believing the flower shop held potential, especially since she had a fondness for flowers, and thus began to entertain the notion of opening one. However, she firmly rejected the idea of selling chrysanthemums or white flowers. Watching Asuka depart, Ryuun couldn't help but murmur, foolish mother, soon you shall realize which flowers sell best. 3 days later, a series of jarring thunderclaps echoed by a secluded riverbank. 1,000 birds. Ryuun, channeling lightning, propelled himself forward with exaggerated speed, his electrified hand striking the target with precision. Ryuun, a girl's voice called from afar. Noticing her approach, The Three-Tomoe Sharingan in Lu Yun's eyes flickered out. Whether it was the joy of mastering a rank ninjutsu or the delight in seeing her, a broad smile illuminated his face as he waved enthusiastically at Kushina, who was jogging towards him. "You're indeed here," Kushina exclaimed, her face radiant with happiness. "Didn't you say you'd come find me in 2 days? Why are you only showing up now?" Lu Yun drew closer, circling Kushina as he complimented. "Oh, what a lovely dress you're wearing. I never saw you in it at school." Flattered by Lu Yun's praise, Kushina blushed, having chosen to wear this new dress for today. "If I didn't come, would you have taken the initiative to find me? What boy behaves like you do, wanting to learn a skill, yet waiting for others to seek you out?" She placed her hands on her hips, feigning displeasure, her adorable pout making her all the more charming. "Is it not the same? Next time, I'll come looking for you." That's more like it." Kushina huffed, her face brimming with pride. Soon, her attention was captured by a charred, smoking tree. "I think I just saw you wielding a bolt of lightning." The tree bore a gaping, charred hole, confirming that Lu Yun had indeed demonstrated a formidable technique. Chapter 45. Let Kushina call him father? A heartfelt confession at close range. "How did you accomplish that?" Kushina's face displayed awe. "It's merely a lightning release ninjutsu." Lu Yun replied with a casual smile. "Incredible. You've mastered so many techniques. I want to learn powerful ninjutsu too. Please teach me." Kushina's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Very well. I'll first teach you how to climb trees." Lu Yun pondered before deciding to start with the fundamentals of chakra control. "However, today you're in a dress, which may hinder your movement," he noted, frowning slightly at her beautiful frock. "Oh, that's all right. I'll change into casual clothes tomorrow." Kushina replied, not rushing the matter. "Do you want to learn sealing techniques?" "I came prepared today," she announced, producing 2 small scrolls from her waist. "Absolutely. I want to learn." Lu Yun nodded enthusiastically. Sealing techniques were akin to cheat codes in the original anime. They were mysterious and unfathomable, capable of sealing nearly anything. In the ninja world, regardless of strength, even the Ten-Tails or the progenitor of chakra could be subdued by sealing techniques. Lu Yun had long coveted the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan since the day he arrived in this world, viewing Kushina as his sole avenue for mastering these techniques, reliable and ideal. "Call me Annie, and I'll teach you the sealing techniques." The sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan were a closely guarded secret. Kushina felt she couldn't make any demands, lest it be too advantageous for him. Lu Yun paused momentarily before leaning in closer to Kushina with a mischievous grin. "What are you planning?" Startled by Lu Yun's sudden approach, Kushina stepped back repeatedly. However, she soon found her back pressed against a large tree trunk, retreating nowhere else. Lu Yun extended his hands, effectively trapping her before him, though he had yet to act. Kushina dared not meet his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. "If you insist on playing this way, then tomorrow it will be my turn to teach you about cultivation. Don't blame me for making you call me daddy." Lu Yun whispered softly in her ear, and the faint fragrance emanating from Kushina invigorated him, prompting him to take a deep breath. "Perverted rogue. You sicko." Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to push Lu Yun away, only to discover she could not budge him at all. Clearly, Lu Yun had anticipated this, with his hands firmly anchored to the tree trunk using chakra, and his feet secured to the ground, making it impossible for Kushina to move him. "Hee, Kushina, what are your hands doing? Who's the rogue now?" Lu Yun smirked, his gaze fixated on the delicate hand pressed against his chest. "I'm not. I didn't do anything. Stay away from me." Kushina stammered, flustered. Her small hands caught in a dilemma of whether to pull away or not. Kushina had been contemplating whether to kick this lecher away when the unusual sensation from her right hand caused her to pause. It turned out Lu Yun was feigning calmness. She realized that his heart was racing as well, possibly even more than hers. Having uncovered this secret, Kushina felt a surge of confidence as her shyness and trepidation diminished significantly. "Didn't you want me to call you aunt? How can you hear me if you don't come closer?" Lu Yun maintained his mischievous demeanor. "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and call me. I'm listening." Kushina suddenly flashed a grin, her embarrassment fading slightly. Lu Yun's smile faltered. Why was this girl behaving so unpredictably? Seeing the surprise in his eyes only fueled Kushina's confidence, and her smile grew even wider. "Come on, why aren't you calling me? Is it because we're not close enough?" As she spoke, Kushina leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching. Lu Yun was caught off guard by this bold move, his pupils constricting as his heart raced even faster. "Kushina, keenly aware of these subtle changes. Felt triumphant, believing she had turned the tables and would soon have Lu Yun under her control. Are you really not afraid of me? Lu Yun's dark eyes gazed intently at Kushina, his cheeks betraying a hint of color. Kushina instinctively swallowed hard, feeling the proximity overwhelming. She had thought Lu Yun would pull back, but he did not. Lu Yun made a soft sound, his gaze drifting down to her rosy lips. Kushina's heart raced as she frantically pondered how to respond. What did he intend to do? Was he really going to kiss her? What should she do? Just as Kushina hesitated, Lu Yun tilted his head slightly, closing the already ambiguous distance between them. They could even feel each other's breath. Lu Yun was inching closer. While Kushina was retreating, her back pressed against the tree trunk, leaving her nowhere to escape. Stop! Kushina, startled by the proximity of his lips, turned her head away, instinctively closing her eyes tightly. Hadn't she been so bold just moments ago? Why was she frightened now? Lu Yun whispered in her ear, his warm breath causing her to break out in a sweat, an inexplicable sensation washing over her. Has anyone ever told you that you look adorable when you're blushing? The words resonated in Kushina's heart like a thunderous bell, her eyes widening in shock. Has anyone ever told you that your red hair is quite beautiful? Another soft murmur. And Kushina's pupils dilated, her mind echoing those enchanting words. What I want to tell you is. Lu Yun's words trailed off as the tip of his nose brushed against her ear. I like. The strength of Kushina's small hands suddenly diminished, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was unexpected that the carefree Kushina would faint from embarrassment, much like Hinata Hyuga. However, upon reflection, his approach had indeed been rather intense. It was natural for a girl experiencing such teasing for the first time to be overwhelmed. He gently leaned her against the tree, picking up the scroll from the ground and opening it with great interest. Without his support, the unconscious Kushina slumped to the side. Chapter 46. The first meeting with the first Hokage's Jinchuriki. Kushina's fainting spell was brief. After a while, she regained consciousness, her head cooling down after the initial rush. As she opened her eyes slightly, she found herself resting in Lu Yun's embrace. Before her were rough hands and a small sealing scroll. The warmth of his chest, the heat radiating from him, and the unique, pleasant scent surrounding him left Kushina both bewildered and comforted, unsure whether to rise. She felt torn between the embarrassment of the moment and an inexplicable attraction to the safety of his chest. Maybe I should just wait a bit longer? The fragrance of the young girl was quite alluring to Lu Yun, who was currently engrossed in the scroll. While his thoughts remained pure, his breathing unconsciously quickened. My neck hurts, what should I do? After maintaining an awkward position for too long, Kushina felt discomfort creeping in, just as she was about to pretend to awaken. She felt a hand resting on her shoulder, gently lowering her onto the grass. Lu Yun had known all along that she was awake. How could he not sense the change in her breathing with such proximity? However, he didn't expect Kushina to remain still, pretending to be unconscious. If it weren't for the numerous incomprehensible elements within the scroll, necessitating her expertise for clarification, he would have been curious to see how long she could maintain her act in his embrace. Wake up, Kushina, Lu Yun chuckled, lightly tapping her cheek. Soon, Kushina played along, feigning the grogginess of just awakening. Faced with his meaningful, sunny smile, despite her mental preparations, she still couldn't help but blush. Perverted rogue. What are you staring at? Kushina pushed him away and quickly stood up, a sudden urge to flee the scene washing over her. Hey, where do you think you're going? You can't run away before learning sealing techniques. Lu Yun called after her. Kushina hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stay. If you keep being cheeky, I won't teach you anything and won't talk to you. Kushina shot back, glaring at him fiercely. What had been genuine praise turned into playful banter in her eyes. The girl's thoughts were as elusive as ever, prompting Lu Yun to sigh in resignation. Fine today. Whatever Kushina-sensei says goes. Upon hearing this title, Kushina nearly lost her composure, almost bursting into laughter. I could just bite this guy to death. She felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, utterly at a loss with this audacious character. Lu Yun snapped off a tree branch pierced by Chidori, inviting the girl to sit beside him. Kushina picked up the scroll and began to explain the art of sealing to him. Lu Yun listened attentively, posing questions whenever he encountered something he did not understand. Kushina remained patient, answering each query with care. By the tranquil riverside, the two boys, no longer bickering, enjoyed a harmonious interaction. The intricacies of sealing techniques surpassed Lu Yun's expectations, Even the fundamentals seemed daunting enough to require 10 or more days for him to grasp adequately. Sealing techniques are indeed challenging. Are you truly certain you wish to continue learning? As dusk approached, Kushina concluded her explanations of the 2 foundational scrolls she had brought, uncertain of how much Ryuun had comprehended. Of course I want to learn. I have never shied away from difficulties, Ryuun replied with a smile. It's getting late. Shall we return? Rising, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and extended an invitation to Kushina. You've worked hard today. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to treat you to dinner. Haha, you still have a bit of conscience. Kushina chuckled. However, I didn't inform my family beforehand. So perhaps we should skip it. Isn't that simple? I can just accompany you home and let them know, Ryuun said, boldly taking her small hand. But no buts. After dinner, I'll take you to explore the night market, he encouraged her, gently tugging her along. The little girl quickly lost her ability to think rationally, her mind consumed solely by thoughts of food and fun. Ryuun sent a shadow clone home to inform his family before leading Kushina to the Senju clan's estate. To their surprise, they encountered Uzumaki Mido at the entrance of the manor. Is this the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Ryuun approached her politely, though his mind was awash with thoughts. At that moment, Mido appeared frail and aged. Her once vibrant hair had dulled to a dark brown, signaling her waning lifespan. As she neared the end of her days, why is it that the chakra fluctuations are so weak? Ryuun sensed no oppressive aura from Mido, which struck him as quite unusual. Possessing formidable mental strength, his perception was keen, enabling him to distinctly feel the pressure from Orochimaru's presence. The strength of one's chakra could typically be sensed with relative ease. Yet, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their abundant chakra, Ryuun could not discern any substantial chakra emanating from Mido. Moreover, he sensed not even a trace of the Nine-Tails' presence, as if she were merely an ordinary elderly woman. Without knowledge of her true identity, even sensory-type ninjas would struggle to detect anything amiss. The reason Ryuun was unable to sense the Nine-Tails chakra was due to the securely sealed state within Uzumaki Mido. The Jinchuriki was stable, preventing the Nine-Tails from impacting the outside world. No wonder I felt her chakra was weaker than mine. I nearly forgot about this sealing technique, Ryuun realized, observing the diamond mark on Mido's forehead. That was the Uzumaki clan's In seal, a technique of boundless utility. Under normal circumstances, a certain amount of chakra would be infused into it, allowing the In seal to preserve youth, and during battles, it could serve as a hidden reserve of energy. The majority of Mido's chakra was stored within the In seal. Should the Nine-Tails show signs of rampaging, she could suppress it with the vast chakra contained therein. Having lived to this age, especially after her husband, Hashirama Senju, passed away, she no longer relied on the chakra within the In seal to maintain her appearance. Now, her chakra served only 2 purposes: to prevent the Nine-Tails from losing control and to sustain her daily physical needs, allowing her to live longer while awaiting a new vessel for the Nine-Tails to fully form. While Ryuun observed Mido discreetly, the elderly woman was also closely examining him. As a princess of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed exceptional perception abilities. Uchiha Ryuun, is it? What a fine young man, Mido remarked, reaching out to gently ruffle Ryuun's unruly hair. She felt that his large eyes were unusually bright. That brightness was an outward manifestation of his strong mental power. Even without activating his Sharingan, Ryuun's eyes and gaze were distinctly different from those of ordinary children. Chapter 47. No Secrets Beneath the Heart's Eye. The bloodline crystallization of 2 clans. Over the years, Mido had encountered many powerful Uchiha warriors, but the one who left the deepest impression on her was undoubtedly Madara Uchiha. In her youth, due to her husband Hashirama's influence, she could not avoid encounters with Madara, even before he activated his Sharingan. His dark eyes were as bright and spirited as Ryuun's, leaving a lasting memory. Grandma Mido, Ryuun plans to take me out for dinner tonight. I wonder if that would be all right, Kushina said, her head down and cheeks flushed as she shyly inquired. Of course. If your little classmate wishes to treat you to a feast, how could we refuse? Mido responded warmly, showing great understanding and kindness toward Ryuun. Just as the 3 were laughing and chatting at the door, a discordant voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Hey, you shameless little brat, daring to flirt right at our doorstep? It seems you're tired of living. Tsunade strode towards them, her face displaying annoyance. It was one thing for this Uchiha boy to maintain a flirtatious relationship with Kushina at school, but now he had the audacity to attempt to woo her at their home? Did he truly think the Senju clan was without guardians? Sister Tsunade, Kushina quickly greeted, her face burning with embarrassment from Tsunade's teasing words. Ugh, you silly girl. Ryuun bowed politely, appearing well-mannered, yet Tsunade felt a surge of inexplicable irritation, particularly at his peculiar accent. Tsunade, you mustn't be rude. As the elder sister, you ought to set a good example, always making a fuss and lacking decorum. How have I taught you? Mito reprimanded, her face stern. This troublesome girl had a penchant for nonsense, emulating bad behavior instead of good. Grandma, I am merely guarding against little thieves. If I don't intervene, your precious heart may be stolen away. Though Tsunade felt some trepidation toward her grandmother, she pressed on with her explanation. Ryuun stood silently, his expression one of confusion, as though he did not comprehend Tsunade's words. Seeing the bewilderment on Ryuun's face only intensified Tsunade's irritation. Oh, pretending to be clueless, are we? I know exactly what you're thinking, you little rascal. Tsunade leaned in, her head nearly touching Ryuun's, exuding an air of someone who had seen through him. Startled by her mischievous grin, Ryuun instinctively took a small step back, forcing a stiff smile. Enough, Tsunade. Mito grasped her cane, preparing to tap Tsunade on the head. Tsunade, frightened, ducked and fled, no longer daring to tease the two youngsters. It's getting late. You both should hurry off to dinner so you don't go hungry, Mito said with a gentle smile, waving them off. Yes, we shall take our leave now. Grandma Mito, do make sure to eat as well. Ryuun bowed to her. Soon, the two boys walked away under Mito's watchful gaze, heading towards the distance. Grandma, dinner is ready. Let us eat, Tsunade said, noticing Mito standing there, lost in thought as she watched the boys depart. Have you noticed? That child's eyes are quite special. Mito suddenly spoke softly. When Tsunade heard this statement, she was momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief contemplation, she responded. It is quite normal for one possessing the Uchiha bloodline to have bright and expressive eyes. In truth, Tsunade felt that those eyes held a distinct quality. Yet she struggled to articulate it clearly, settling with the description of bright and expressive. No, his ocular prowess is evidently extraordinary, even surpassing that of most adult members of the Uchiha clan. Pay close attention to this aspect. Upon comparison, it will become evident. Uzumaki Mito's expression suddenly turned grave. What? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's countenance shifted dramatically. When her grandmother spoke earnestly, she never did so lightly. Her words must have stemmed from a profound realization. The Uzumaki clan possesses a unique perceptual ability known as the mind's eye, which her grandmother had awakened and mastered. I suspect he may have already activated the Sharingan. Impossible. How old is this child? He isn't even a ninja yet. Tsunade instinctively dismissed this notion, her disbelief at her grandmother's speculation palpable. You are mistaken. The chakra he possesses rivals that of a typical jonin, Uzumaki Mito asserted, a hint of trepidation crossing her features. Nanny. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in astonishment. This defies all logic. Grandmother, could you have misperceived? Although she was aware that Uzumaki Mito was rarely mistaken, Tsunade could not help but entertain such doubts. In reality, Uzumaki Mito had already confirmed her observation repeatedly, even having touched the body of Ryuun, thus ruling out any possibility of error, despite her own confusion regarding the situation. It cannot be wrong. I too was initially incredulous, but the truth is as such. That child is exceptional. If possible, you should pay more attention to him. Tsunade, still reeling from the shock, remained somewhat unresponsive. After a moment, a thought struck her, and she gazed at Uzumaki Mito, her voice trembling. Uchiha Ryuun, possessing both Uchiha and Senju bloodlines. Grandmother, could it be that the simultaneous inheritance of these two supreme bloodlines is the cause of this anomaly? The powerful merging has resulted in such a transformation? The Uchiha and Senju clans are the two most formidable clans in the ninja world, naturally endowed with a chakra capacity far superior to others. Tsunade pondered whether Ryuun, this little rascal, had merged these two powerful bloodlines and thereby awakened the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. This could also explain why he possessed the chakra levels of a jonin and why his ocular prowess appeared to be exceptionally potent. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's pupils contracted sharply. This possibility cannot be dismissed. In truth, during the Warring States period, there had been instances of unions between the Uchiha and Senju clans. If Ryuun's case were common, the two clans would have long since intermarried extensively and collaborated on grand endeavors. Yet Uzumaki Mito hesitated to dismiss this possibility entirely, as Ryuun was indeed a living example. The notion of a 5th-grade elementary student possessing Jonin-level chakra and potentially having awakened the Sharingan was utterly ludicrous. Uzumaki Mito had a premonition that Ryuun's significance might surpass even that of Kushina. This matter must be kept confidential, otherwise it could undoubtedly bring calamity upon the child. With a serious expression, Uzumaki Mito issued this warning. I understand. Tsunade nodded hastily. She grasped the gravity of the situation without needing further instruction from her grandmother. Chapter 48. Is Ryuun a hidden wealthy heir? At this moment, Ryuun remained blissfully unaware that his secrets had been largely unveiled. He and Kushina searched through the bustling streets of Konoha, but found no ramen shops. The renowned Ichiraku Ramen, famed in the original story, seemed deserted during this time. Ryuun was uncertain if he had mistaken the location or if the establishment had yet to open for the day. Ultimately, undeterred by financial constraints, Ryuun treated Kushina to an extravagant barbecue feast, and the two indulged heartily. After satisfying their appetites, they strolled through the lively night market. Passing by a jewelry stall, Kushina's eyes lit up at the sight of an exquisite butterfly hairpin, and without hesitation, Ryuun reached into his wallet and purchased it for her. The items at the stall were reasonably priced, and Kushina graciously accepted the small gift without protest. "Ah, this bracelet is quite lovely. How much is it?" Ryuun inquired, captivated by a beautifully crafted bell bracelet. This piece, adorned with small bells, was predominantly made of gold, likely the finest and most expensive item at the stall. "You have an eye for quality. This is the treasure of my stall," the female vendor remarked with a smile, indicating a price. 28,000. A modest bracelet commands such a steep price? Ryuun was taken aback. "This bell bracelet was handmade by my mother as a wedding gift. She passed away last year. Although I am in dire need of funds, I cannot bear to part with it cheaply," the vendor explained with a bittersweet smile. "If this item is so precious to you, why put it up for sale?" Ryuun casually asked. "My husband passed away a few months ago, leaving me with 2 children," she replied, her smile tinged with sorrow, evoking a sense of sympathy in Ryuun. He recognized that her situation mirrored that of his mother, Asuka, though it appeared that her circumstances were far more challenging. It seemed that the lives of ordinary individuals in the ninja world were generally fraught with hardship, particularly for widows without a male protector. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to selling such a treasured heirloom. "Ryuun, let us take a look elsewhere." Kushina gently tugged at his arm. To her, while the bell bracelet was indeed beautiful, its price was simply exorbitant. Being mere elementary students, they could hardly afford such a precious piece of jewelry. The vendor herself doubted that a young student like Ryuun could afford such a treasure. Her previous explanation merely a matter of courtesy. "The materials may not justify the price, but the craftsmanship is exquisite. It is evident that your mother poured her heart into creating this piece," Ryuun commented as he examined the bracelet closely. Gold in the ninja world was not as valuable as one might expect, but when combined with the artistry of the piece, it certainly warranted the price. "This is a purely handcrafted item. Without genuine skill, it could not have been created, requiring immense time and effort. Moreover, the cost of materials is not insignificant." "Are you truly certain about selling this bracelet?" Ryuun asked earnestly. He believed that a gentleman should never seize what others cherish unless the woman genuinely wished to part with it. "Yes, for my children, I believe my mother would understand," the vendor replied with a soft chuckle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Very well, I shall take it," Ryuun declared, producing a stack of bills from his wallet. What? You truly intend to buy this bracelet?" The vendor's face registered shock as she beheld the cash. Were all elementary students so affluent nowadays? Or had she stumbled upon a hidden wealthy heir? Kushina's expression mirrored that of the vendor. With her meager monthly allowance, she could scarcely afford small snacks and trinkets. The extravagant barbecue feast had already consumed a considerable portion of her monthly funds, and Ryuun's willingness to spend such a sum left her astounded. Could it be that Ryuun was a concealed wealthy heir? This thought flitted through Kushina's mind. "Of course, why else would I ask so many questions?" Ryuun replied, his tone lighthearted. "Sister, you wouldn't suddenly change your mind and decide not to sell, would you?" "If one truly does not wish to sell, I would not impose." A gentle smile graced Lu Yun's face. "No, you are overthinking it, my friend. I shall pack it for you right away," the female vendor hurriedly responded, tears unbeknownst to her trickling down her cheeks. Lu Yun nodded, accepting the jewelry box that was handed to him with both hands. After leaving the modest stall, Jiao Xin Nai appeared somewhat discontent. What troubles you? Lu Yun inquired with a knowing smile. That sister. Jiao Xin Nai hesitated. Do you think we should not have purchased her bracelet? She instinctively nodded. If we do not buy this item, selling it may not be an easy task for her. Lu Yun stated candidly. He had indeed earned some money recently, but that did not imply that there were many affluent individuals within the Hidden Leaf Village. The jewelry primarily attracted a younger demographic, but how many of them could truly afford it? Moreover, who among the wealthy would frequent such a small stall? She needed the money to support her 2 children. By acquiring the bracelet, we are assisting her in overcoming her difficulties, rather than seizing her treasured possession. If her mother were still alive, she would undoubtedly support her decision, for to a mother, nothing in the world is more precious than her children. As Lu Yun articulated these thoughts, Jiao Xin Nai's expression was even more astonished than when Lu Yun had spent a considerable sum on a purchase. She had not anticipated that Lu Yun's contemplations were deeper and more comprehensive than she had presumed. Understanding the crux of the matter, Jiao Xin Nai's mood visibly brightened. Lu Yun, where did you acquire such wealth? She finally remembered to ask. Follow me, and you shall soon discover why your brother possesses the means to indulge. Lu Yun replied with an enigmatic smile. He intended to take Jiao Xin Nai to the bookstore of Wushan Ming, not far from their current location. And who do you intend to gift this bracelet? Jiao Xin Nai's voice grew softer, her face reddening as she lowered her gaze. Who do you think? In a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, Lu Yun leaned closer to her side. I do not know. Jiao Xin Nai fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her voice barely audible. In the next moment, Lu Yun opened the jewelry box and retrieved the golden bell bracelet. The melodious chime resonated in Jiao Xin Nai's ears, sounding remarkably delightful. Chapter 49. A precious gift for a cherished one, the collision of emotion and reason. Under the dim streetlight, occasional passers-by on this narrow street could observe a pair of young lovers, their faces flushed with shyness. The two stood opposite each other, both appearing somewhat awkward, the girl maintaining her gaze downward, her delicate hands incessantly toying with the hem of her skirt as if it were the most fascinating object. With one hand holding the bell bracelet, Lu Yun slowly extended his other hand, gently taking Jiao Xin Nai's soft, pale hand. Her cold, delicate fingers trembled slightly, initially instinctively resisting his grasp, but as she turned her head away, her arm lost its will to struggle. This bracelet had once embodied the precious bond between a mother and daughter. Now, it had a new owner, and that beauty had become a memory. Though now it was merely an unremarkable ornament, Lu Yun vowed to imbue it with new meaning, transforming it once more into a treasured possession. Today, I wish to bestow it upon one I hold dear. He earnestly and boldly expressed his feelings, gently pulling Jiao Xin Nai's hand closer. Jiao Xin Nai, would you accept this precious gift? Though Lu Yun did not declare his feelings outright, his words resonated more deeply than a mere confession. He refrained from immediately placing the bracelet onto Jiao Xin Nai's wrist, instead articulating his sentiments and sincerely inquiring about her willingness. The best emotions are mutual, not one-sided. This bracelet had become a token of their bond, carrying a different kind of love. It was no longer a mere trinket. To give it away required the other party's agreement, and the process could not be careless nor forced. Faced with the heartfelt confession of this young man, Jiao Xin Nai involuntarily displayed a glimmer of joy, her body trembling with the surge of emotion. A precious gift for me. Am I the one he cherishes? Lu Yun's declaration felt like a confession. Should she accept it? Her mind raced. Her heart pounded fiercely, but after a moment, she seemed to gather her thoughts, gradually sinking into a prolonged silence. Should I consent? But is it not too soon? Teachers and elders say one should not engage in early romance. If I agree now, will I seem too forward? What if he does not cherish it? No, she could not agree. It was too hasty. I am not prepared. It cannot be like this. Jiao Xin Nai's arm began to instinctively resist. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, his previously steady breath now becoming erratic. This outcome was unforeseen. He did not wish to let go, but as Jiao Xin Nai felt the increasing strength of his grip, her initial reluctance intensified. Sensing her struggle, Lu Yun's heart constricted, and his expression bore traces of disappointment and discomfort. Have I been too impatient? There is still plenty of time ahead. We have many opportunities to be together, and there is no need to rush. Realizing this, he promptly released his hand, fearing that he might frighten her, hurt her, or provoke her aversion. Yet, The moment he loosened his grasp, Jiu Xinai felt a sudden void in her heart. The next instant, a sharp pang shot through her chest, causing her to instinctively bite her lip. The unbearable sensation spread throughout her body at an alarming pace. She looked up at Lu Yun, only to find him with his head bowed, his once bright eyes now dimmed. Am I not the one you cherish? Why did you let go so easily? Jiu Xinai's eyes brimmed with tears as she took several steps back. Noticing her unusual behavior, Lu Yun immediately turned his gaze towards her. Both seemed to share a common sentiment, disappointment mingled with disbelief. Jiu Xinai felt he should not have released her. That declaration of cherishing her had just been spoken. Yet how could it turn into a lie in the next moment? Conversely, Lu Yun believed she should not have resisted, nor should she retreat. His release was merely a sign of respect for her wishes, never intended to frighten or coerce her. It was precisely because he held her dear that he chose to let go, if only temporarily. This marked the first collision of emotion and reason, and both seemed to misunderstand each other's reactions. Jiu Xinai parted her lips to confront him, but the words caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. Her voice was choked, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Seeing the girl in tears, Lu Yun felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively reached out his hand. Yet, before he could even come close to touching her, she retreated several steps, and in the next moment, turned and fled from the scene. Lu Yun wished to call out to her, but observing her vanishing figure left little room for reconciliation. He refrained from pursuing her, recognizing that both needed time alone to collect their thoughts. His outstretched arm fell limply to his side as he stared blankly at the golden bracelet in his hand. Rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. After a long while, he carefully placed the bracelet back into the jewelry box and returned home, burdened by a heavy heart. As Lu Yun returned home, Mingxiang approached him eagerly. However, before she could utter a word, she noticed an unusual expression on his face. Son, what troubles you? Why do you look so downcast? Curiosity was etched across Mingxiang's features. Didn't you go out for dinner with your classmates last night? You appear as though you've suffered a heartbreak. Nothing. Lu Yun gently shook his head, unwilling to elaborate, and indeed feeling a sense of shyness. He disregarded Mingxiang's persistent inquiries and retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. This child, Mingxiang furrowed her brow, hesitating to disturb him by knocking. She resolved to inquire further the next day. Seated at his desk, Lu Yun picked up 2 scrolls on sealing techniques, a gift from Kushina. She had advised him to delve into these foundational concepts, admitting that she might have overlooked some details in her teachings. Thus, the scrolls required his thorough study. Summoning a shadow clone, he began to meticulously review the scrolls from start to finish. Immersed in his training, the feelings of frustration and melancholy within him dissipated significantly. In a shadowy corner before the Senju clan's grounds, a red-haired girl crouched on the ground, burying her head in her arms and weeping silently. After a long while, the girl, her eyes visibly swollen from crying, straightened up. I shall never pay attention to that deceiver again, Kushina declared with indignation, wiping her tears and mucus from her face before slowly entering the Senju compound. The next morning, after his customary morning exercises, Lu Yun arrived early at the gates of the Senju clan. He had arranged to meet Kushina today to teach her the skill of tree climbing. Unfortunately, after waiting for quite some time, he did not catch a glimpse of her. Vortex Mito noticed him, leaning on her cane to engage him in conversation for a while. She mentioned that Kushina seemed to have had a sleepless night, finally managing to sleep only as dawn broke, and likely would not awaken until late morning. Subsequently, Mito inquired about the situation between the two, questioning why Kushina had been crying. Lu Yun stammered, unable to articulate an explanation, but fortunately, she did not press further, which relieved him considerably. With no sight of Kushina in the morning, he resolved not to waste time and began his body training anew under the scorching sun. Youth should not be squandered. Before the summer break, he had requested Might Dai to devise a scientifically reasonable daily training regimen. If he adhered to all tasks, his free time was quite limited. Thus, he sometimes utilized shadow clones to assist with minor matters outside of training, while he focused on completing his daily physical tasks. In the entire Konoha, there was no one else, especially not his peers, who could rival his level of diligence. Even adults could not compete with him. In his previous life, he had also strived hard for a better existence, but in China, countless others worked harder than he, yielding little wealth or status. Now, having been granted a second chance, he retained his inclination for diligence, though this time, he sought not material possessions. In this world, Strength was the foundation of survival. He needed to cultivate power swiftly to ensure his safety, so that he could later leverage his understanding of the storyline to realize his ambitions. At midday, Lu Yun shared a Chinese meal with his mother, Mingxiang, and afterwards spent an hour drafting a segment of the Dragon Ball narrative. Completing his daily tasks, he stepped out of the house, intending to visit the Senju clan once more. However, as he neared his destination, he fortuitously encountered two figures. Lien Kuan? Orochimaru's face lit up with mild surprise. Orochimaru-sensei? Lu Yun found himself at a crossroads, face to face with Orochimaru and Shinjiro. Haha, what brings you here, Lien Kuan? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. Just passing by, Lu Yun sheepishly scratched his head in explanation. Just passing by? I find that hard to believe. Shinjiro crossed his arms with a knowing grin. Aren't you looking for Kushina? You took her out for dinner last night, and it seems you made her cry. Shinjiro bluntly revealed the truth. Orochimaru's expression turned peculiar at this revelation. Lu Yun was left feeling quite embarrassed, unsure how to respond. All right. Orochimaru waved his hand to alleviate the tension. Lien Kuan, where are you headed? We have a small task that requires us to leave the village, Orochimaru casually explained. After a moment, he turned to Lu Yun with a mischievous smile. Do you have time today, Lien Kuan? Taken aback by this question, Lu Yun hesitated only momentarily before nodding gently, indicating that he was free every day. Then, would you like to join us on our excursion outside the village? Orochimaru proposed, licking his lips in anticipation. Lu Yun had not expected Orochimaru to invite him out of the village, and it appeared that there were intentions for him to participate in the task. Honestly, he was curious about Orochimaru's motives, but he had planned to seek out Kushina in the afternoon. Do you have a date this afternoon? Orochimaru teased. And no, with your invitation. I'll make time even if I didn't have any. Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly. He hoped to learn ninjutsu from Orochimaru, so he certainly could not refuse. Very well. Orochimaru was pleased with his response, finding Lu Yun's demeanor entertaining and agreeable. Humph, sycophant, Shinjiro muttered under his breath, unable to contain himself. Lu Yun shot him a sidelong glance. Choosing not to engage, he sighed inwardly as he glanced in the direction of the Senju clan. Let her rest for a while longer, he thought. Under the watchful eyes of many, he could not summon a shadow clone, so he resolved to visit Kushina the next day. Sensei, when did you secretly take on another apprentice? How come I never heard of this? Shinjiro gazed at Orochimaru with a hint of resentment. Haha. It is quite reasonable for Lien Kuan to call me Orochimaru-sensei, as I impart knowledge to him, Orochimaru explained lightly, intentionally leaving their relationship ambiguous, though Shinjiro grasped the underlying meaning. The teacher has not taken on a new disciple. I remain the sole student, Shinjiro added. Could you share details about the task outside the village? Is there anything I should prepare? Lu Yun quickened his pace to catch up with them, inquiring about Orochimaru's plans. The task is confidential for now, and you need not prepare anything. Once outside the village, you need only observe, Orochimaru replied, a unique smile gracing his lips. Lu Yun forcibly suppressed his curiosity, nodded, and refrained from further comments. Within the Senju grounds, after lunch, Kushina appeared anxious, frequently glancing towards the gate. Mito had informed her during the meal that Lu Yun had waited for her outside for the entire morning. Initially, this news had delighted Kushina, alleviating much of her displeasure from the previous night. Lu Yun had not forgotten their agreement, proving he valued their connection. However, the events of the previous night had angered Kushina. She felt a sense of satisfaction knowing Lu Yun had waited for her. Yet, as time passed, her pride transformed into anxiety and unease. Because it seemed that Lu Yun had not come to find her in the afternoon. Is he upset with me? Is he angry that I didn't go out in the morning? I overslept. Kushina hid in a corner not far from the entrance of her clan's territory, her heart filled with anxiety, devoid of the previous joy and pride. The absence of Lu Yun had her truly worried. How could he claim to cherish someone yet act like such a fraud? He even told Grandma Mito that he would come looking for her in the afternoon. Such blatant lies. But wait, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't miss an appointment. Perhaps he encountered some unforeseen circumstance that delayed him. Throughout the entire afternoon, she was caught in an internal struggle, her mind a tumult of emotions. Oscillating between recalling his virtues and his faults, the image of that boy occupying her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yun had already woven himself into the fabric of her heart. Her emotions swayed by his every word and action. In truth, both were in somewhat similar situations. One simply knew how to divert his attention, while the other, lacking guidance, was prone to overthinking, leading to a persistent state of despondency. Chapter 51. A Night of Shadows and Bloodshed. Ryuun assigned the dirtiest task as night fell. Ryuun followed Orochimaru and his apprentice to an unfamiliar mountainous region. The destination was not far from Konoha, yet their pace seemed deliberately slow, as if they were waiting for darkness to envelop them. As ninjas, combat was inevitable, and so was killing. Their mission tonight was to eradicate a bandit stronghold. Pointing to a brightly lit hideout, Orochimaru clearly delineated their objective. Ryuun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being brought out to witness bloodshed tonight. Shinju, you are to execute tonight's mission alone. Ensure that not a single survivor remains, Orochimaru commanded, showing no intention of forcing Ryuun into action. Understood, Sensei Orochimaru. Shinju nodded respectfully, betraying little tension. He had already been tempered by the crucible of bloodshed. Having killed once, he was not overly anxious about receiving another assassination assignment. A competent ninja inevitably undergoes such bloody trials. After all, a ninja is synonymous with an assassin, and no ninja's hands remain unstained by blood. On this dark and windy night, Shinju, cloaked by the cover of clouds, stealthily eliminated the lookout guards of the bandit stronghold. His strikes were swift and decisive, and soon, with Orochimaru and Ryuun observing, he infiltrated the hideout. Follow me, Orochimaru beckoned, leaping down from a tree and striding purposefully towards the bandit lair. Ryuun emerged from the underbrush and hurried to keep pace with him. Upon reaching the entrance, the sight of the crimson-soaked ground was shocking. Bandits and vicious dogs lay lifeless, their throats slit by Shinju in a matter of moments, blood pooling beneath them, their eyes wide in death. Having grown up in a rural setting, Ryuun had witnessed the slaughter of pigs as a child. Fearless by nature, even his first encounter with such brutality did not frighten him. He found it cruel. And while the bloodshed was unsettling, it did not instill fear within him. Fear compels one to avoid such sights, yet he had never felt that instinct. In this moment, however, confronted by the sight of the slain bandits, he felt a heightened discomfort, though he lacked the sympathetic response he had experienced while watching the slaughter of cattle. The visceral reaction did, however, leave him slightly pale and uneasy. Taking a few deep breaths against the evening breeze, Ryuun gradually calmed himself, his complexion returning to normal. Oh, Ryuun, your courage is commendable, far superior to Shinju's first encounter with death, Orochimaru rasped with a hint of praise. Ryuun offered a stiff smile, choosing not to respond further. As they entered the hideout, a gust of wind mingled with the nauseating scent of blood filled their nostrils. Simultaneously, shouts and sounds of struggle erupted from within, indicating that Shinju had clearly been discovered by the bandits. Orochimaru exhibited no sign of panic. He had unwavering confidence in Shinju's abilities, believing that mere bandits could not withstand a ninja's prowess. Even if there were those among them trained in chakra, they would hardly pose a challenge to Shinju. With each step Ryuun took, he encountered a corpse. Within the bandits' quarters, the bodies were even more numerous, many having been slain in their sleep, their throats cut by Shinju. The encounter was a one-sided slaughter, especially as Shinju had concealed his presence and aura. Ryuun, I have a task for you now. Collect all the bodies. Orochimaru's raspy voice broke the silence. Ryuun's face paled at the command. Yet he ultimately nodded and set about the grim task of body collection. Orochimaru had not summoned him merely to observe. He was to engage in the sordid business of battlefield cleanup while also learning obedience to his superiors. Ryuun moved through the rooms, dragging out body after body, carelessly tossing them into an open space. The air was thick with the stench of excrement and blood. The sight of the slain bandits was not overly repulsive to him, until he came upon one who had been cleaved in two, which finally overwhelmed him, prompting him to retch, cursing Shinju's ancestors in his heart. He was nonetheless grateful he hadn't eaten that evening, sparing him from feeling too ill. Battling through the overwhelming stench and nausea, Ryuun continued to gather the dismembered remains. Before long, a loud explosion echoed, plunging the entire stronghold into an eerie silence. Teacher, the task is complete. They've all been dealt with, Shinju reported, striding confidently before Orochimaru, though his pallor indicated the psychological burden he bore. After all, he was still a bright and lively youth, and engaging in such grim work would naturally leave him unsettled. How many dogs were killed, and the number of bandits? Orochimaru inquired with an impassive expression. 3 dogs outside, 2 large dogs, and a litter of pups inside. As for the bandits, I didn't keep count, Shinju replied honestly. You didn't count? I've told you before, maintain clarity of mind during battle. If you can remain composed while killing, you will not forget how many bandits fell. Especially since their numbers were not significant, Orochimaru's tone remained cold, his disappointment evident. I'm sorry, sensei. Shinju bowed his head, acknowledging his error. Next time, be mindful. Do not let excessive negative emotions cloud your mindset. Your mind must remain clear and calm at all times. Orochimaru sighed, waving his hand to dismiss further reprimand. Yes. Go assist Liu Yun in cleaning up the battlefield and collect any valuable items, he instructed methodically. Understood. One commanded, another collected bodies, and the third gathered valuables. Their roles were distinctly defined. Heh, Liu Yun, you've worked hard. Shinju remarked playfully upon encountering the weary Liu Yun engaged in the grim task. Liu Yun maintained a stern expression, not deigning to respond to the impish youth. As the voice of Orochimaru echoed outside, calling for him, Liu Yun instinctively furrowed his brows. Here I come. Chapter 52. The Offering to the Menacing Giant Serpent. A Life of Murder and Arson. Orochimaru-sensei, what are your instructions? Liu Yun inquired. Tossing aside a lifeless body onto the heap of corpses, he wiped the blood from his hands and approached him. Come take a look at this person. He appears to still be alive, Orochimaru said, gently nudging a bandit at his feet, gesturing for Liu Yun to examine him. Liu Yun knelt before the bandit, placing his hand over the man's heart. He nodded, confirming Orochimaru's assertion. There is still a heartbeat, but due to excessive blood loss, he will not survive much longer. Orochimaru smirked hoarsely and kicked a long knife toward Liu Yun. Take this knife and end his painful and sinful life. Observing Orochimaru's sinister smile sent a shiver down Liu Yun's spine. He instinctively picked up the long knife, his expression betraying little panic, yet his trembling hands revealed the turmoil within. Hurry, stab him in the heart, and the task will be complete. As Liu Yun hesitated, Orochimaru's smile vanished, replaced by a cold urgency. Shengshu, standing nearby, had already prepared for the aftermath, silently observing Liu Yun. Only those who had endured such moments could fathom the horror of this scene. Once that knife plunged, they would no longer be the innocent youths they once were. Even under the blazing sun, a part of their hearts would forever remain shrouded in darkness. A hand that had taken a life could be washed clean, but the heart would always perceive it as tainted. Liu Yun's expression gradually morphed into a grimace, and under the watchful eyes of Orochimaru and Shengshu, he drove the long knife viciously into the bandit's body. The heart, still pulsing, was pierced directly, and the blade emerged from the other side, embedding itself into the ground. Witnessing this, Shengshu's eyes involuntarily twitched. At that moment, he lacked such ferocity. The bandit's fierce gaze and Liu Yun's frenzied grip seemed to suggest a vendetta as personal as a father's murder. Clap, clap, clap. As he watched the youth kneeling and gasping for breath, Orochimaru could not help but applaud. In his view, the youth should possess such tenacity. He held high hopes for Liu Yun's future. Liu Yun was oblivious to their thoughts, but as he acted, he reflected, in my past life, I could not avenge my nation's grievances. In this life, I have been granted the opportunity. A man must not be ineffective, nor should he show mercy. He slightly hypnotized his mind, and suddenly his hands ceased to tremble, and a murderous intent naturally surged within him. Orochimaru bit into his right thumb, drawing a line of blood across his left palm. He slowly formed hand seals and then slammed his hands onto the ground, invoking the summoning technique. Boom! With a billowing cloud of mist, a menacing giant serpent emerged before them. Orochimaru, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. The serpent's voice echoed with indignation, revealing its impatience. Teetering on the brink of fury, the fearsome serpent intimidated Shengshu, causing him to retreat several steps. Even Liu Yun instinctively stepped back, but as he grasped the creature's origins, the fear dissipated. Wanshi, this is the offering I have prepared for you. Orochimaru pointed to the pile of corpses on the ground, a stiff smile plastered on his face. Wanshi's eyes glimmered momentarily, but upon scrutinizing the heap of bodies, its dissatisfaction became evident. Corpses? I suppose I should fill my stomach first. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly, appearing quite humble before Wanshi. Humph! Wanshi snorted, its massive body undulating slightly. In the next instant, it erupted in rage. Its colossal form moving with astonishing speed, jaws dripping with foul venom, lunging toward Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru's pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a step back. Considering the food, I shall let this slide this time. Wanshi halted abruptly, its immense body demonstrating formidable strength in that moment of motion and stillness. Next time, prepare me 100 offerings. And they must all be alive. Faced with Wanshi's menacing demeanor, Orochimaru dared not express any discontent, instinctively nodding in acquiescence. You two brats. Why aren't you hurrying to serve your lord's meal? Wanshi lay down, its cold serpent eyes scanning the two youths nearby. If you dawdle any longer, I might just swallow you whole. As they remained unmoved, Wanshi's fury flared once more. You two, toss the corpses in. Orochimaru sighed, issuing the command. Be mindful to strip away any clothing or belongings. This lord despises anything beyond flesh and blood. Wanshi reiterated, its attitude exceedingly arrogant. Shungshu hastily complied, while Lu Yun instinctively narrowed his eyes. This beast was brazen, yet his Sharingan was a natural counter to such colossal summoned beasts. If not for the presence of others, he would have shown this creature the meaning of reverence. What are you staring at? Is my command ineffective? Wanshi suddenly noticed Liu Yun's gaze, and a wave of disgust and murderous intent surged within it. Stop dawdling and come help. Shungshu, pale-faced, urged Liu Yun. This child is too timid. He has been scared into silence. Orochimaru quickly intervened. He had also noticed Liu Yun's expression. This child displayed no fear before the massive Wanshi. In fact, for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though he bore a glint of ferocity. Such audacity truly astonished Orochimaru. Liu Yun averted his gaze, no longer meeting Wanshi's eyes. He joined Shungshu in the grim task of stripping the corpses, one after another, feeding them into Wanshi's foul maw. This beast required personal attendance for its meals. A blatant show of arrogance, a blatant affront to their dignity. Alas, the timing was not right for him to strike. Liu Yun could only endure, pinching his nose in silence. As Wanshi consumed the corpses, the heaps were swiftly eradicated. After a hearty meal, it vanished into a cloud of smoke, returning to its lair, clearly dismissing Orochimaru without a second thought. Strangely, Orochimaru exhibited no signs of anger. His expression conveyed an air of acceptance. Let us return to the village. The mission is complete. As the entire mountain stronghold ignited in flames, illuminating the night sky, Orochimaru turned to leave for Konoha. Shungshu instinctively followed his teacher. Murder and arson, check. Watching the rising flames, Liu Yun's lips moved as he murmured. Moments later, he exhaled a breath of resignation and resolutely turned, striding after the two figures ahead. Chapter 53. A caring yet gossiping mother. The simpleton playing with leaves. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already the dead of night. Fortunately, before Liu Yun departed, he had stopped by home to inform Asuka. At the riverside, not far from home, Liu Yun plunged into the water to cleanse himself of the foul blood. He discarded his soiled shirt into the river, then returned home bare-chested. Once home, he washed again with soap, changing into clean clothes, finally regaining some semblance of normalcy. Son, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something to eat for you? Asuka's voice called from outside the door. Mother, have you just woken up? Or have you been awake all night? Liu Yun opened the door to find Asuka. Upon hearing a commotion, I rose to my feet. With my mother currently unemployed, her waking and sleeping hours were entirely her own. Please wait a moment while I prepare something delicious for you, I said. My thoughtful mother refrained from immediately inquiring about Liu Yun's specific task, fearing instead that her son might go to bed hungry. Liu Yun, feeling a slight pang of hunger, rubbed his stomach in acknowledgement. At the dining table, as she watched her son devour his meal, Mingri couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. What mission did you undertake with Lord Orochimaru today? She asked. Had she not seen Orochimaru himself at their doorstep, she would have found it hard to believe her son's words. The elite Jonin, a disciple of the Hokage, had sought the companionship of a mere elementary student who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy for a mission outside the village. It had left Mingri utterly flabbergasted, though she dared not ask further questions in Orochimaru's presence. Instead, she had carefully instructed Liu Yun to prioritize his safety and entrusted Orochimaru with his well-being, thereby granting permission for their excursion. After all, her son would inevitably leave the village to undertake missions as a ninja, and Orochimaru had reassured her that gaining experience was beneficial, which eased her concerns somewhat. It was nothing significant, just dealing with a few petty thieves. Lord Orochimaru merely had me observe and learn, Liu Yun vaguely summarized. Oh, I see. Lord Orochimaru is indeed kind to you. You should spend more time with him. After all, he is a disciple of the Hokage, and learning from him would be invaluable. Ming-ri continued, "By the way, how did you catch Lord Orochimaru's attention? You never mentioned it to your mother." As her questions multiplied, Lu Yun found himself at a loss, resorting to half-truths and distractions to placate his inquisitive mother. After finally escaping her prying questions, he returned to his room, only to find sleep elusive. With his eyes closed, he was haunted by visions of the bloody massacre he had witnessed, a traumatic experience that had left a profound psychological impact. Rope Tree had offered to share his insights, stating that such reactions were normal, but Lu Yun could only force himself to push the thoughts away. However, as he tried to suppress the memories of the gruesome scenes, his mind unavoidably drifted to the emotional turmoil concerning the red-haired girl, which seemed even more distressing than the violence he had witnessed. Lost in thought, he dozed for a brief 2 hours before rising at dawn, as was his custom, to commence a new day of morning runs and training. With his dual souls, a short rest was sufficient for a swift recovery of his mental state. In fact, even if he went without sleep for 2 or 3 days, it would unlikely result in fatigue, a testament to the strength of his spirit. That morning, Lu Yun arrived early at the entrance of the Senju clan, feeling a twinge of disappointment when he did not spot little Chili immediately. Nevertheless, he did not leave. Instead, he found a discreet spot and squatted down to play with some leaves. He picked up a leaf with his fingers, channeling chakra into it, attempting to ignite it. Achieving this was no simple task. It required countless attempts, serving as his practice for manipulating fire-type chakra while he passed the time. Meanwhile, Kushina, having tasted the bittersweet pangs of longing the previous day, fought through her fatigue and drowsiness to approach the clan's gates. She wanted to see if that infuriating boy had come looking for her. Since the previous afternoon, she had lost count of how many times she had paced back and forth from the estate to the clan's gates. Each time, she felt both a yearning to see him and a fear of the reality of that encounter. Today, she resolved not to endure this mental torment any longer. If she did not see him that morning, she would seek him out herself, regardless of any potential judgment. Yearning is a kind of affliction, and Kushina was unaware that she was already ensnared by it. Is he still not here? She thought, gazing through the gates at the empty street outside. A bitter smile forming on her lips as a wave of sadness washed over her. Having experienced a night of insomnia, she contemplated retreating home to sleep. But she feared repeating the previous day's scenario. Letting that boy wait another morning could irreparably damage their relationship. Thus, despite her overwhelming fatigue and poor state, she steeled herself and set out to find Lu Yun. At worst, she could apologize to him, and they might return to their previous rapport, freeing her from the torment of her restless thoughts. Last night, she had come to the realization that her own impulsiveness and sensitivity had led to their emotional rift. Reflecting on Lu Yun's kindness, she could hardly identify any shortcomings on his part. The moment she had let go, it dawned on her that her struggles had precipitated that very moment of release. It became clear to her that Lu Yun had done nothing wrong. As she stepped out of the clan gates, she instinctively glanced around. At first, her casual observation revealed no sign of Lu Yun, and disappointment clouded her expression. Yet suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly turned her gaze to a corner. There, squatting on the ground with a comical expression while playing with leaves, was none other than the trickster Lu Yun. Chapter 54. 2 Open Hearts. The power needed to confront the Nine-Tails Kushina. Dropping the leaf in his hand, Lu Yun swiftly rose and jogged toward her. As he approached, the surprise on Kushina's face faded, replaced by a fluttering heartbeat. "Kushina," he called gently, noticing her red-rimmed eyes and weary demeanor. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively moved closer. However, his utterance prompted tears to stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. Realizing her moment of vulnerability, Kushina quickly turned away, unwilling to let anyone witness her fragility. "Why did you come looking for me?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. In truth, she had intended to apologize, but in her emotional state, the words morphed entirely. This was a classic case of unintentional words. The moment her words left her lips, she regretted them, and without a thought for her vulnerability, she hastily wiped her tears and turned to gauge Lu Yun's reaction. To her surprise, rather than anger or dissatisfaction, she found only guilt and concern etched on his face. "I'm sorry," he spoke before she could express her own apology, his tone imbued with sincerity and tenderness. "Forgive me, Kushina." As his heartfelt apologies reached her ears, Kushina instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief, tears of gratitude spilling forth once more. Lu Yun reached out, gently wiping away her tears. In that moment, unable to contain her feelings, Kushina nodded in affirmation and threw herself into Lu Yun's embrace, her delicate hands wrapping tightly around his back. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Lu Yun's expression softened, and he held her close, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. Within the estate of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mito observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. When it came to her child's early romance, she had no intention of intervening. In fact, she might even provide subtle assistance. As the new vessel for the Nine Tails, Kushina needed to be filled with love, for one devoid of affection could never become a proper Jinchuriki. Having coexisted with the Nine Tails for decades, Mito understood the immense power of its hatred and resentment, an embodiment of negativity. A vessel lacking love, regardless of its formidable sealing powers, would inevitably succumb to weakness and be led astray, resulting in a catastrophic loss of control. Only love, be it romantic, familial, or platonic, could stand as a counterforce against the Nine Tails' malevolence. Mito's time was running short, as was the time available for Kushina's growth. Before the transition of power between the old and new Jinchuriki, she had to ensure that love existed within the new vessel. Only then could she depart with peace of mind. Moreover, as a contemporary of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, she was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, which possessed the capability to directly control the Nine Tails, a fact that even the current third Hokage might not fully grasp. The boy, Ryuun, was not an ordinary individual. Not only did he potentially possess the Sharingan, but he also bore the bloodline of the Senju clan. He hailed from a noble lineage, was gifted, mature, and appeared reliable. Importantly, Kushina harbored feelings for him, leading Mito to believe that no one else in Konoha would be more suited to be her future partner as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. She felt at ease in trusting Kushina to Ryuun's care. Additionally, it was evident to her that the boy genuinely cherished Kushina and was willing to tolerate her capriciousness. Overall, Mito held a favorable view of the pair and was satisfied with the current state of affairs. It was a delightful sight to behold the two tightly embracing one another, prompting a smile of contentment from Mito. However, an unwelcome thought intruded her mind, a vexing image of Tsunade. Why had that girl not learned from Kushina? Despite being of age, she had yet to find a boyfriend and spent her days either drinking or gambling. Mito had a premonition that she might not live to see Tsunade wed, let alone cradle her great-grandchildren. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten angry so easily," Kushina said earnestly after wiping her tears and bowing in apology to Ryuun. She was not lacking in the courage to admit her faults, and once composed, she could clearly articulate her feelings. "No, it's my fault," Ryuun replied with a smile, attributing the misunderstanding to his own impatience rather than blaming Kushina. "No." Kushina shook her head, wishing to deny that assertion, but before she could continue, Ryuun grasped her hand gently. "Let us move past it. Today, I will be your teacher and show you how to climb trees." Kushina paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile, instinctively wrapping her arm around Ryuun's. "All right." As they walked towards their training ground, Kushina once again apologized, recalling the misunderstanding from the previous day. "I overslept this morning and missed our appointment, leaving you waiting all morning." "I know. Grandma Mito told me," Ryuun responded cheerfully. "Then why didn't you wake me?" "Learning to climb trees requires a good mental state. If you're tired, it's counterproductive. So I plan to let you rest and find you in the afternoon." Before Kushina could question Ryuun about his absence, he recounted his encounter with Orochimaru and how he was dragged into some unsavory tasks. As a ninja, Kushina would inevitably face bloodshed, unlike ordinary individuals such as Asuka. So Ryuun felt comfortable sharing more details with her. "Oh, so that's what happened. I knew you wouldn't just stand me up." Kushina laughed, shaking his arm playfully. Her mood visibly brightened. At that moment, their intimacy deepened significantly. However, she could not help but wonder what Orochimaru intended by sending him to witness bloodshed so soon. "You must have had nightmares last night, right?" The thought of a scene filled with corpses sent a shiver down her spine, recalling the memories of her hometown, once laid to waste. "Nana, what's wrong?" Ryuun noticed her sudden pallor and slight tremor. The destruction of the Uzumaki village had left a considerable impact on her young psyche. This psychological scar might fade with time, but it would never completely disappear. "It's nothing," Kushina replied weakly with a forced smile. "Did I frighten you with my words?" Ryuun asked, puzzled. He had not anticipated that Kushina would think of the Uzumaki village, assuming instead that she was reacting to the prospect of future bloodshed. Don't be afraid. I will be here to face all challenges with you. Sensing her anxiety, Lu Yun took her hand, his face brightening with a sunny smile. The warmth of his grasp instantly quelled her trembling and alleviated much of her fear. Thank you, Lu Yun-kun. In that moment, Kushina seemed to grasp the essence of reliance and love. Let us skip training by the river for now. Come home with me, rest this morning, and we'll start tree climbing in the afternoon. Kushina appeared fatigued, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she might have suffered from insomnia the previous night. Lu Yun suspected she required some proper rest. All right, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing Lu Yun suggest resting in the morning, Kushina instinctively exhaled in relief, recognizing her own need for rest. However, the thought of going to Lu Yun's home sparked uncontrollable fantasies in her mind. Could it be that he intended for her to sleep at his house? The mere possibility sent her heart racing, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Lu Yun, is your mother home? As they arrived at Liu Yun's doorstep, Kushina, as nervous as ever, inquired. She is not home this morning. She mentioned she was going to check out a few shops to see where it would be suitable to open a flower store, Lu Yun explained with a smile. Kushina let out a quiet sigh of relief, straightening her posture as they entered. Isn't she going to work? Why is she thinking of opening a flower shop? They settled in the living room, and Kushina casually asked. She quit her job. I encouraged her to do so. As for the flower shop, she felt bored staying at home and wanted to find something to occupy her time. Lu Yun piled an array of snacks on the low table, almost covering it entirely. What? You encouraged her to quit? Kushina was taken aback, doubting her understanding. Yes, her previous job was quite taxing, so I suggested she stop working. After all, I can provide for her, Lu Yun stated matter-of-factly. What? You can't be serious. Kushina realized she had heard correctly, and it seemed Lu Yun's claims were becoming more outrageous. We are still just elementary students. How could you possibly afford to support your mother? She thought to herself, recalling the night market excursion when Lu Yun had spent thousands without revealing where that money had come from. Seeing the confusion on Kushina's face, Lu Yun finally revealed that he had been writing and creating stories. Nanny? Kushina's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her features. The words of Lu Yun were to her nothing short of fantastical, utterly absurd, as if one were to say, ridiculous, the essence of ridiculousness. Xiao Nai momentarily found herself engulfed in doubt. It was not that she was disbelieving. Rather, Lu Yun's statements were so preposterous that they defied comprehension. Who would believe that a mere elementary school student could amass wealth through writing, without witnessing it firsthand? Observing the astonishment etched on her face, Lu Yun casually retrieved a comic book from beneath the low table. This comic is adapted from my story. You may wish to check the name of the scriptwriter, he said, nonchalantly tossing the book before Xiao Nai. To her astonishment, it was Dragon Ball. Xiao Nai could not suppress her exclamation. She vaguely remembered seeing Shinshu with it, and had heard numerous classmates discuss the comic. Although she had little interest in manga, she was aware of its considerable fame within the Hidden Leaf Village. Could it truly be genuine? Trembling, Xiao Nai picked up the comic, and upon glimpsing the lower right corner of the cover, her eyes widened instinctively. There, in small print, were several lines along with two names: manga author, Akira Toriyama; story scriptwriter, Yi Lu Yun; character design, Yi Lu Yun. This comic was co-created by the two aforementioned individuals. Originally, the authorship should have solely credited Yi Lu Yun, but due to joint copyright and Akira Toriyama's desire for recognition, his name was included. Lu Yun was unconcerned. He had no intention of achieving fame through imitation. The popularity of Dragon Ball was not surprising, and it was inevitable that someone would step forward to share the spotlight, allowing Akira Toriyama a portion of the fame, which Lu Yun found inconsequential. What he truly desired was wealth. So, Yi Lu Yun is truly you. Xiao Nai stammered, her words faltering. Earlier, within the school, some students had made jokes about Lu Yun using the name Yi Lu Yun, a fact Xiao Nai had heard whispers of but understood little. Given her lack of familiarity with manga, she vaguely recalled Lu Yun smilingly acknowledging that this name indeed belonged to him, that he was Yi Lu Yun. Xiao Nai remembered a group of bullies mocking him, and in a fit of anger, she had once beaten one of them up to defend Lu Yun. Now, reflecting on it, could it be that this Yi Lu Yun was indeed him? You may consider Yi Lu Yun my pen name, Lu Yun replied casually, munching on snacks. Xiao Nai instinctively covered her mouth, her gaze shifting from shock to admiration. while others deemed Lu Yun a pretentious fool incapable of creating the Dragon Ball manga. She believed wholeheartedly in his talent. Had she not seen the name, she might have harbored doubts, but now, she was completely convinced that this comic was indeed his handiwork. Uchiha Ryuun and Yi Lu Yun. What an extraordinary coincidence in the small hidden leaf village. The talent exhibited by Lu Yun was so abundant that Xian was certain she could not enumerate it all. The notion of a treasure boy was not mere fantasy. Even now, she struggled to comprehend the limits of his abilities. The key was Lu Yun's extreme modesty. It seemed that only she had discovered this treasure boy. As she pondered this, Xian felt a surge of delight, letting out an involuntary snort of laughter. Nai, what are you laughing at? Do you not believe that Yi Lu Yun is truly me? Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with displeasure. No. I believe. I just never imagined that my elder brother Lu Yun was such a polymath. I laugh at my own fortune. Xian's voice diminished, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness, leaving Lu Yun puzzled. What did you find? I didn't catch that. If you didn't hear, then forget it, she replied. The two conversed leisurely for quite some time, yet the relaxed atmosphere soon lulled Xian into drowsiness, her yawns becoming frequent. You are tired. You should rest properly for a while, Lu Yun observed her, his tone gentle yet earnest. Oh, no need, I'm not tired. As the thought of being in Lu Yun's home crossed her mind, her weariness dissipated significantly. The idea of sleeping here, should word get out, would be mortifying. Thus, even if she truly felt drowsy, she dared not close her eyes, nor could she disregard her image by lying down on the tatami mat. I say you are tired, Lu Yun repeated, a hint of authority in his voice that brooked no argument. Xian instinctively turned to him, only to be met with the sight of his blood-red Sharingan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she collapsed onto the tatami mat. Lu Yun closed his Sharingan, approaching her with a faint smile. Hypnotic Genjutsu was merely one of the fundamental abilities of the Sharingan, given Xian's weakened state. She had no resistance to his hypnosis. In truth, even if she were in peak condition, she might still struggle against him, for Lu Yun's mental prowess was formidable. In a direct confrontation, no peer could withstand his illusions. Gently cradling the seemingly boneless red-haired girl, Lu Yun strolled toward his room. Xian felt heavier than he anticipated. He was certain she outweighed him significantly. Girls typically matured faster than boys, and at this age, Xian was nearly his height, though noticeably more robust. He carefully laid her down on his bed, then covered her with a blanket. After ensuring she was comfortable, he exited the room, quietly closing the sliding door behind him. Shadow clone technique. In the courtyard, Lu Yun gathered a plethora of dry leaves to commence his training in fire-style chakra nature transformation. This practice could be delegated to his shadow clones. While Lu Yun's physical body engaged in a series of rigorous exercises, push-ups, handstand push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, weighted squats, and static horse stance, thus thoroughly conditioning most of his muscle groups. Under the sun, he let his sweat flow freely. He was unbothered by the prospect of tanning, even encouraging the sun to bask him longer. With his somewhat feminine features, excessively fair skin would only accentuate his appearance, which he wished to avoid. Sunbathing had numerous benefits, aiding in calcium absorption and overall strength, provided one was cautious of overheating. Before long, midday arrived. Asuka returned home, carrying a multitude of ingredients. I'm back. Did you find a suitable location, Mom? Lu Yun casually inquired. I found two. Son, help me decide which location is suitable for opening a store, Asuka replied, producing a map of the Hidden Leaf Village. Did you not consider the general area I suggested? Did you check it out? Lu Yun asked while busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. I did, but that spot has very little foot traffic. It probably isn't suitable for a flower shop. Asuka scratched her head, believing flower shops should be located in bustling areas. Yet the area Lu Yun indicated was evidently lacking in visitors. Just tell me if there are any affordable and spacious stores available. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. The area he indicated was strategically located between the hospital and the cemetery. Ideal for business. Only timing was needed. There are, and not just one, but. Asuka hesitated, sensing her son had misunderstood her. No buts. Select a sufficiently large one in that location. The foot traffic may be low, but the rent is cheap, and we can buy it outright, Lu Yun decisively stated. What? Buy the store outright? Not lease it? Asuka exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. What to rent? You can lease a popular shop in the bustling downtown area. and the rent is almost enough to purchase a place there. While this statement holds some truth, the crucial factor is that the location may not be conducive for business. Ayaka softly countered. Who says so? It's merely that the timing has yet to arrive. One can take advantage of this opportunity to build the flower shop's reputation. All right then, let us proceed with your suggestion. However, if we suffer losses, you cannot blame me, Ayaka teased. Yet, with the financial backing provided by her son, she could only helplessly acquiesce to his opinion. Rest assured and proceed boldly. If there's profit, it will be yours, and if there's loss, it will be on me. Ryuun said with a grand gesture. You said it. Ayaka chuckled. Her son, with such determination, looked truly impressive. Hey, why did you prepare so many dishes? Surely, the two of us cannot finish them all. Ayaka inquired with confusion while assisting in the kitchen. Kushina is coming over for lunch today, Ryuun replied with a smile. When did she say she would come? If I had known earlier, I could have bought more ingredients, Ayaka chided playfully. This was her son's potential girlfriend. She believed she must treat her well and not be disrespectful. She's at our place, resting in my room, Ryuun casually mentioned while cooking. What? Ayaka exclaimed, dropping the ingredients in her hands. Last night, did my son sleep with Kushina? At his age, how could he do such a thing? Upon hearing her scream, Ryuun immediately understood that his mother's thoughts had wandered. He quickly clarified the facts, and Ayaka sighed in relief afterward. While she could accept her son dating, she could not condone reckless behavior at such a young age. I will go wake her up for lunch. After finishing the midday meal, Ayaka volunteered to wake Kushina. Let me handle it, Ryuun interjected, walking directly to the room. Watching his retreating figure, Ayaka couldn't help but smile. Her son was far more capable than his late father, at such a young age. He had the audacity to invite a girl to his home and even share his bed. This ability was truly unparalleled. As a mother, she felt a mix of fear for her son's potential indiscretions and pride in his charm and capability in courting girls. Chapter 57. The Enthusiastic Mother-in-Law and the Furious Kushina. Ryuun knelt beside Kushina and channeled his chakra into her. In a short while, Kushina slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Ryuun, she momentarily froze before instinctively smiling. At that moment, she appeared somewhat dazed, as if she were dreaming. The dreamlike Ryuun still bore that captivating smile, still exuding charm. Time to get up. A gentle call startled Kushina, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Where am I? Kushina asked, wide-eyed, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Where else? This is my home, Ryuun replied with a smile. Then, where am I sleeping? On my bed, Ryuun responded. At this, Kushina's pupils dilated, and she hastily scrambled up from the bed. Why am I on your bed? How long have I been asleep? What time is it? What happened? Kushina inquired. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to recall what had transpired. Under the influence of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, she had been hypnotized. 3 hours felt like an entire day, and her mental state had noticeably improved. You fainted at the table this morning from exhaustion. I was worried you wouldn't sleep well, so I carried you to my room to rest. You've been asleep for 3 hours. It's now noon, Ryuun explained, addressing all her concerns. Ah, I fainted. No wonder my consciousness was interrupted, and I can't recall anything. I opened my eyes and Kushina ran her fingers through her hair, shaking her head slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. All right, don't dwell on the details. Let us go out for lunch. My mother is waiting for you, Ryuun said, rising to his feet. What? Auntie is waiting for me outside? For lunch? Kushina was taken aback, her words coming out in a jumble. Yes, don't be nervous. My mom has been thinking about you and really likes you. Ever since we last met, she has been urging me to invite you over, Ryuun gently reassured her, noticing her anxiety. But I haven't informed my family. Kushina worried that her grandmother might fret over her absence. You don't need to worry about that. I've sent a shadow clone to inform her. Grandma already knows and has given her approval, Ryuun assured her. A look of surprise crossed Kushina's face. Ryuun was indeed reliable. So, does Annie know that I stayed over? At this point, Kushina felt somewhat embarrassed and was hesitant to face anyone. Had she not fainted suddenly, she wouldn't be in this awkward position. What if Auntie thought she was a modest and of questionable character? Relax. I told her you were practicing illusions and fainted from overexertion. She's worried about you, so she wouldn't think like that. Ryuun waved his hand to offer comfort. Hearing this, Kushina visibly relaxed. You're so smart. Let us hurry there. We shouldn't keep Annie waiting, Kushina anxiously urged, pulling on his hand. Wait. I need your help with something. What is it? Lu Yun requested her assistance in maintaining his cover story. Previously, he had deceived Ayaka, claiming that his culinary skills were entirely due to Kushina's teachings. If the two women dined together, he feared that his inquisitive mother would pry into these matters. What? You lied to Annie too? And how did you acquire your culinary skills? And why the deception? Kushina was both astonished and curious. Lu Yun was indeed a master at deceiving everyone. Kushina wondered how many more secrets he was hiding. Mom is waiting for us to go eat. Let us dine first. And afterward, I'll explain everything, Lu Yun prompted. All right, but you mustn't deceive me again. After we eat, you must confess everything honestly. Or I won't help you with your story, Kushina threatened. Soon, the two arrived at the dining table, one after the other. Nai. Upon seeing Kushina, Ayako approached her enthusiastically, expressing warmth that even Lu Yun hadn't used before. Auntie, Kushina replied shyly, blushing as she faced Ayaka's concern and inquiries. All right. If we don't eat soon, the dishes will get cold, Lu Yun's stomach protested loudly. Yes, let us eat first. Ayaka cheerfully urged Kushina to take a seat. During the meal, Ayaka indeed brought up Lu Yun's culinary skills and praised Kushina profusely. She lauded her for mastering various cooking techniques at such a young age, elevating her to the status of the most exceptional and considerate girl in the entire ninja world. Kushina smiled awkwardly and buried her face in her food, her blush never fading. Lu Yun had placed all the attention on her. Kushina felt cornered by their earlier agreement and couldn't deny it. Taking advantage of Ayaka's diverted gaze, she glared at the big liar more than once. If it weren't for Ayaka's presence, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. Lu Yun sat contentedly beside them, continuously serving food into both women's bowls, showing no intention of coming to Kushina's rescue, and even occasionally chiming in with enthusiastic praise. Listening to Lu Yun's incessant fabrications, Xiao felt an overwhelming anger bubbling within her, yet she refrained from expressing it openly. Instead, she channeled her frustration into her appetite, engaging in a fierce battle with a bowl of rice. After their lunch, Asuka pulled Xiao into a leisurely conversation until Lu Yun suggested they practice outside, at which point Asuka reluctantly let the little girl go. You despicable liar, spouting nonsense at every turn. Once they had stepped a short distance from the house, Xiao could no longer contain her fury and forcefully kicked Lu Yun to the ground. I was trying to cover for you. Instead of being grateful, you not only failed to help me out, but also placed the blame squarely on my shoulders. You even had the audacity to gloat during lunch. You claim to enjoy laughing so much. Why not continue now? Xiao leaned down, gripping Lu Yun's collar with a fierce grin. That's utterly unfounded. I was not gloating. Nai, please don't resort to violence. Allow me to explain. Lu Yun waved his hands in an attempt to calm her, a stiff smile involuntarily appearing on his face. The moment he smiled, Xiaoxian's eyes blazed with fury, and in the next instant, she unleashed a powerful punch directly to his handsome face. Chapter 58. The Art of Climbing Trees. Is Lu Yun truly Xiaoxian's creation? By the river not far from home, a battered Lu Yun was instructing Xiaoxian on the intricacies of tree climbing while nursing a bruised face. Xiaoxian, no longer believing his tall tales, decided that rather than feigning belief, it would be more satisfying to unleash her frustrations through a good beating. Concentrate your thoughts and channel your chakra to your feet, Lu Yun advised patiently. Armed with a kunai for marking, Xiaoxian commenced her tree climbing training. Initially, the practice led to a series of falls, leaving her sore and dirty. Lu Yun, unable to watch her struggle, stood at the base of the tree to catch her as she fell. Their initial harmony soon shifted when Lu Yun made an ill-timed grab, inadvertently touching a sensitive area. The next moment, Xiaoxian let out a piercing scream and instinctively slapped him across the face. You pervert. If you think I'll keep talking to you after this, you must be out of your mind. Lu Yun, his anger transforming into a sardonic laugh, decided to ignore her and resumed his own training. Xiaoxian grimaced, shaking off her irritation as she returned to her tree climbing. However, after a few more falls, regret began to creep in. Yet, despite her misgivings, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily, especially after having just fought him. The more she suffered, the more she sensed Lu Yun's delight, particularly the smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He may master this technique in a night, but I shall surpass him. This fool won't be laughing for long. Rubbing her sore backside, she silently encouraged herself while casting a threatening glare in his direction. If Lu Yun could hear her thoughts, he would surely be doubled over with laughter. Climbing trees was a skill that required either innate talent or an extraordinary mental focus. Like Lu Yun's, mastering it in an afternoon was simply unattainable for someone like Jiu Xian. She had many more falls ahead of her, and Lu Yun had no intention of coddling her any further. After some time, a familiar face approached Lu Yun along the riverbank. "Xingshu, what brings you here?" Lu Yun inquired, puzzled. "Jiu Xian, what are you doing here?" Xingshu exclaimed upon spotting her. "I'm training with Lu Yun. Did Mito-san send you to find me?" Jiu Xian paused her training momentarily. "Not exactly. It was Orochimaru-sensei who asked me to come find you." Xingshu replied while rummaging through his ninja pouch. "Looking for me? Is there a mission?" "No, during your last mission outside the village." The teacher completed the task and collected the payment. He divided the reward into 3 portions and sent me to deliver yours. Xingshu explained his purpose. "That's unnecessary. I'm just doing some trivial tasks." Lu Yun scratched his head, wanting to decline. "That is not acceptable. Sensei is very strict about these matters. Especially since you put in a lot of effort during the last mission. We don't want to take advantage of you. You must accept this reward." Xingshu stated firmly while elaborating on some ninja principles to Lu Yun and Jiu Xian. "Fine. Please thank Orochimaru-sensei on my behalf. I appreciate you making this trip." Lu Yun nodded, accepting the reward. "Sensei also asked me to give you this scroll." Xingshu tossed a small scroll to Lu Yun. After ensuring that Jiu Xian was not being mistreated, he took his leave. "Look at that. Before even becoming a ninja, I've earned quite a sum from missions," Lu Yun remarked. "Mind your own business." Jiu Xian began to retort, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Yun's dismissive gesture. Her smile faltered instantly, and the next moment, her red hair stood on end as she appeared exasperated. "How could my kindness be taken for granted? Don't expect me to acknowledge you again. You big jerk. Likewise, I'll return that remark right back at you. You rotten tomato." Lu Yun shot back, instinctively touching his face. "Try saying that again." Jiu Xian glared, her fists cracking ominously as she seemed on the verge of an explosion. A wise man does not engage in conflict with women. Lu Yun determinedly chose to avoid confrontation. Seeing him relent, Jiu Xian scoffed and resumed her tree climbing practice. Lu Yun, anticipating her impending struggles, shifted his training position closer to observe her inevitable misfortunes. Initially, he found amusement in her plight, but as her training continued to falter, she began to vent her frustrations at him. "What are you laughing at, you bumbling fool? If I catch you grinning like that again, I'll make you pay." Jiu Xian glared menacingly, threatening him directly. Lu Yun rolled his eyes but continued his training, though his smile had faded. A half hour later. "What are you staring at? What is so fascinating?" Lu Yun fled the scene, seeking refuge by training on a wooden post, adopting an attitude of indifference. Witnessing this, Jiu Xian seethed with frustration, feeling powerless against him. Another hour passed. With a distinct thud, silence descended upon the area where Jiu Xian was training. Lu Yun detected no sounds of inhalation or pained groans, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned to look at her. To his shock, she lay motionless on the ground, eyes shut, seemingly unconscious. Oh no, what if she accidentally hit her head? Panic surged through him as he rushed to her side, checking her condition. "Hey, Jiu Xian." Lu Yun gently tapped her cheek, calling her name, but received no response. "Could she have really hurt her head? I specifically warned her to be careful," he exclaimed, pulling her into his arms and examining her head closely. "Seems like she isn't scathed." Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from Jiu Xian, realizing she had feigned unconsciousness. Lu Yun's face flushed with anger. He pushed her away, attempting to rise, only for Jiu Xian to cling to him like a stubborn leech. He, didn't you say you'd ignore me? Didn't you say that if you bothered me again, you'd be my creation?" Jiu Xian pinned him to the ground, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Chapter 59. Kushina's second breakdown. Uchiha visitor Kushina. Having anticipated that Lu Yun would not ignore her, feigned injury and unconsciousness as a means to tease him. "Ha ha ha, perhaps I should call out mommy for you to hear?" In response to her mockery, Lu Yun's temper flared instantly. With a swift motion, he flipped her onto the ground and delivered a resounding slap to her rear. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, and Kushina's cheeks flushed with visible speed. "Ah!" she cried out, nearly shedding tears from the pain. "You bastard! I'll kill you. Fury painted Kushina's face as she glared at Lu Yun, who was retreating. Having already hurt her backside, this slap had likely inflicted even more pain than the last time. Transforming into a scarlet pepper, she abandoned her training in the trees, consumed by thoughts of revenge. Unfortunately for her, Lu Yun was quick-witted. He vanished in an instant. Standing upon the river's surface, inciting a fit of rage in the fiery girl on the bank. Swish, swish, swish. Kunai and shurikens flew from her hands. But Lu Yun had anticipated her attack, easily batting the projectiles away with a kunai of his own. Are you still not a man? If you have the guts, come ashore and fight me, you filthy little brat. Kushina shouted, hopping on the bank in frustration, feeling helpless against him. He could tread water while she couldn't even climb a tree. If she dared swim over, she'd be at his mercy. Huh, I won't. If you're capable. Jump over here and fight me, you big fool. Lu Yun capitalized on his verbal prowess, provoking Kushina to scream in exasperation. I'm jumping up. Lu Yun suddenly leaped onto the shore, prompting Kushina to chase after him. I'm jumping back. Just as she was about to reach him, he playfully leaped back onto the water's surface. What's the matter? Can't catch me? Ha ha ha, tomato fool. Kushina was left speechless, utterly astonished by his antics. In school, she had often laughed at his witty repartees, witnessing her peers fume with rage, some even brought to tears by his taunts. At that moment, she truly understood the feelings of those foes from before. The frustration of being unable to retaliate against someone so infuriating was utterly despairing. Kushina trembled with rage, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Hee, weren't you just boasting? Why the tears now? Observing the sobbing girl, Lu Yun's expression morphed into one of mischievous delight. Oh dear, what a little crybaby you are, he said as he approached her deliberately. Stop crying. I'll let you punch me if you want. Standing before her, he grinned wickedly. Sensing his presence, Kushina abruptly ceased her weeping. The next moment, she exploded with rage and landed a swift punch to Liu Yun's mouth. Her speed was astonishing, catching him completely off guard. As she struck her target, her laughter erupted, but suddenly, she noticed something amiss, her smile freezing in place. Boom! Lu Yun exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Ha ha ha, tomato fool, you're adorably dim-witted. Liu Yun's laughter reverberated, and Kushina experienced a second emotional breakdown. Kushina screamed once more, her vibrant red hair rising without wind, an overwhelming chakra surging forth from her body, startling Lu Yun on the water's surface. Whoa, this chakra presence. Liu Yun's complexion paled slightly. If she unleashed the full force of the Uzumaki clan's sage body, it would indeed be entertaining. In her rage, Kushina hurled everything she could find on the bank into the river, but alas, none of it could harm a single hair on Liu Yun's head. Infuriated, she turned and fled, declaring she would never play with that little brat again. Today, Lu Yun had taught her a lesson. Whether it was climbing trees, treading water, or utilizing shadow clones, each could easily bully her alone. Having suffered such a setback, the young girl would likely strive harder in her training next time. Humph, let you take advantage of me, and still dare to make me call you mommy? I'll make sure you regret it, you little imp. Lu Yun smirked, feeling quite pleased with himself. It was only right for her to treat him well. But he couldn't indulge her in everything, lest she become unruly and uncontrollable. Glancing at the setting sun, Lu Yun deemed the hour still early and settled against a large tree. Perusing the scroll sent by Orochimaru via Shinshu. To his surprise, it contained 2 lightning release techniques. Orochimaru was quite pleased with Liu Yun's performance that night, thus sending him these techniques as a small reward. The lightning release, lightning strike, and lightning release, ground walk were of modest rank. Yet they held great significance for Lu Yun at this stage. After pondering by the river for nearly an hour, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Yun finally dusted himself off and headed home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was greeted by a stern-looking young ninja adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. An Uchiha? What is going on? Lu Yun furrowed his brow and inquired softly. Are you Uchiha Lu Yun? Yes. May I ask what brings you here? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. In 2 days, the Uchiha clan will hold its mid-year gathering, and your family must send a representative. The Uchiha envoy spoke coldly. Lu Yun was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Uchiha clan to send someone to notify them. After all, they had already moved away from the Uchiha territory. Thank you for your concern. May I ask, is this message from the clan or an elder? Lu Yun bowed respectfully, maintaining a humble demeanor. He was aware of the gathering but felt it necessary to ask for clarification. The Uchiha Chunin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a youth could articulate such formalities. It is the clan's directive. The elders have not stripped you of your surname, so it is customary for me to inform you. Chapter 60. The Uchiha clan's mid-year gathering. Plans against the red-haired little thief. Upon hearing the messenger's explanation, Ryuun nodded thoughtfully. I would like to remind you that even if you do not reside within Uchiha territory, each household must send a representative. It is the least respect owed to the clan. Last year, your family did not send anyone to the gathering. If you fail to attend this mid-year gathering as well, given your current circumstances, the clan may consider stripping you of your surname. Noticing that Ryuun's demeanor was composed and poised, the Uchiha Chunin felt compelled to offer a few words of advice. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Ryuun expressed his gratitude with a smile, and the Chunin nodded before departing. Mom, why do you seem so distracted? At the dining table, Ryuun inquired cheerfully, having just shared news of the mid-year gathering with Asuka. And nothing, dear. Asuka opened her mouth, but hesitated. Is it that you don't want to attend the Uchiha clan's mid-year gathering? Ryuun discerned her thoughts and spoke up. Due to the passing of Uchiha Sori, coupled with Ryuun's youth, Asuka had previously attended the gatherings out of concern for him being bullied and not being able to handle the situation. Amidst a throng of raven-haired individuals, the presence of one or two with distinct hair colors is a glaring anomaly. For a family with such an exclusivist lineage, merely being allowed entry into their ancestral hall is already a considerable concession, and receiving a warm welcome would be nothing short of extraordinary. The Uchiha clan does, in fact, engage in intermarriage with women from other clans. However, during grand gatherings like clan meetings, outside women typically make a concerted effort to stay away. In the case of the Ryuun family, which comprises mainly orphans and widows, Asuka's attendance is a matter of necessity rather than choice. With her striking violet hair, she would be regarded as an outsider within the clan territory, and her appearance at the clan meeting would naturally draw disapproving gazes from others. Ryuun is unsure of what she has endured, but it is certain that she faced exclusion at previous clan meetings, and her apprehension about attending such events is undoubtedly justified. Do you wish to go? Asuka inquired. If you do not want to be stripped of your surname, I can. I certainly do not wish to attend. To hell with the Uchiha name, Ryuun interjected with a smile, cutting off Asuka's impending words. Asuka stared at him in astonishment. To be honest, I do not desire to engage with that family any further, and I share this sentiment with you, mother. Ryuun first expressed his stance, ensuring Asuka knew he firmly stood by her side. If it is merely a surname, it makes no difference to us whether we keep it or not. Our family does not rely on the Uchiha clan. Do you not agree? As he spoke, he endeavored to uplift Asuka's spirits, attempting to alleviate her anxiety and unease. Indeed, my son speaks wisely. Asuka nodded emphatically. The Senju clan, which is even more formidable than the Uchiha, does not place value on surnames, opting instead to conceal their identities and integrate into the village, while the Uchiha clan clings to their surname as if it were their very essence, desiring to emblazon it upon their faces. Ryuun is acutely aware that this insular family is destined for ruin, hence he has no intention of forging deep connections with them. However, he cannot entirely sever ties just yet, as his father, Uchiha Moru, is interred in the Uchiha clan's exclusive cemetery, situated within their territory. While the surname can be discarded, his father's body cannot be forsaken. I will attend this clan meeting alone, and when I possess the means, I shall retrieve his remains from the Uchiha cemetery. Soon, it will be the anniversary of Uchiha Moru's death. Without the Uchiha identity, it is likely they would deny him the opportunity to pay respects. Therefore, despite his disdain, Ryuun must participate in this mid-year clan meeting. Upon hearing her son mention her late husband, Uchiha Moru, Asuka's eyes welled with tears. After a moment, she managed a smile, praising Ryuun for his reliability and thoughtfulness. She regularly visits to honor Uchiha Moru and never misses the anniversary. Should she be unable to enter the cemetery to pay tribute to her husband due to surname-related issues, while she would not resort to desperate measures, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. Ryuun understands this and wishes to spare his mother from sorrow. Thus, even if he harbors resentment towards this clan and is reluctant about the meeting, he must endure and attend. The following day, a cunning red-haired girl lay in wait at Ryuun's doorstep. Aware of his habit of morning runs, she concealed herself in the nearby bushes, preparing to ambush him. However, She was oblivious to the fact that Ryuun sleeps late and rises even earlier, and due to his recent efforts to familiarize himself with the terrain of Konoha, his running route is unpredictable. Consequently, the would-be ambusher was easily detected by Ryuun, who, possessing exceptional awareness, devised a counter-ambush in his mind. Oh, it seems the little firecracker enjoys playing ninja games. Allow me to indulge you today, Ryuun thought, a wicked grin gracing his features. Unbeknownst to the girl hidden in the bushes, Kushina, she had unwittingly transformed from hunter to prey. Foolish and seemingly patient, she bore a sly smile, convinced that soon she would exact revenge on Ryuun for yesterday's humiliation. Before long, a cheerful boy with tousled hair emerged from his home, striding confidently and entering her line of sight. Here he comes, Kushina exclaimed with excitement, her eyes gleaming as she instinctively tightened her grip on the wooden stick in her hand. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you will have no reason to smile. She could not bring herself to spare him simply because he was handsome and cheerful. Ryuun appeared oblivious to her presence, walking directly towards her. Just as he was about to pass by the bushes, Kushina could no longer contain her excitement. She grasped her stick, ready to launch her surprise attack. However, just as she was about to reveal herself, a familiar voice startled her. Ryuun, Asuka called out as she appeared from a nearby path. Thank goodness it's Aunt Asuka, Kushina thought, her body going limp with relief. To ambush her son in front of his mother would surely obliterate the obedient persona she had maintained before Asuka. Even if she had 10 mouths, she could not adequately explain herself, and her chances of stepping foot in Ryuun's home again would be dashed. Mother, is there something you need? Ryuun deliberately paused by the bushes, positioning himself to subtly block Kushina's escape route. Today, he was determined to teach this red-haired little thief a harsh lesson, revealing the treachery of human hearts. Where are you off to? Why not invite Kushina over for lunch? Your mother adores her, Asuka said, casting a discreet glance at the bushes while subtly sealing off another escape route. Hearing Asuka's affectionate words, Kushina felt a rush of joy, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. Auntie is so kind to me. Invite Kushina for lunch? I'd rather not, Ryuun flatly refused. At this, Kushina's smile faltered, her elegant brows instinctively furrowing. How can you say you want to go? Don't you like her? Asuka inquired casually, picking her nose. Upon hearing this sensitive topic, Kushina's ears twitched involuntarily, and her heart raced with anxiety. Well, it's not that Ryuun began, hesitating as he noticed her fidgeting. What is it? Asuka pressed. It's just that I'm afraid. I upset Kushina yesterday, he admitted. Kushina, concealed within the bushes, felt a swell of pride. Humph, now you know fear, do you? Yet before she could revel in her triumph, Ryuun's next words sent her spiraling into panic. Kushina said she would kill me. She means it. And she won't let me off easy. Ryuun feigned distress, even crouching down with his hands on his head. Given the proximity, Kushina's face turned pale with fear, her back slick with sweat. Fortunately, Ryuun was too preoccupied with his act of despair to notice her, allowing her anxious heart to relax slightly. However, just as she began to ease her tension, a loud reprimand startled her. Nonsense. Kushina is such a sweet, understanding, and lovely girl. How could she possibly kill anyone? How can you slander her like that? Asuka sounded genuinely angry. Oh no, it seems I am highly esteemed in Aunt Asuka's eyes, Kushina thought, covering her mouth, nearly moved to tears. I'm not slandering her. I woke up this morning with a twitching eyelid, feeling as though calamity was looming. I suspect that Kushina might be plotting to assassinate me. At the very least, she would ambush me and give me a severe beating. Upon hearing these words, Kushina, hidden in the grass, nearly lost her composure. Stop being so paranoid. Kushina is not that kind of person, Asuka retorted loudly. Really, Kushina will not spare my mother. You have no idea how terrifying Kushina is when she is angry. The school even nicknamed her Crimson Pepper. When she goes wild, she even harms herself. Upon hearing this, a look of incredulity spread across Kushina's face. I harm myself? This confusion quickly morphed into a raging anger. Shut up. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I will never believe you, Asuka scolded sternly. But Mom, I'm your own son. Why don't you believe me and only trust Kushina? Ryuun shrugged helplessly. Humph, you often spout nonsense. Who would believe you? Trying to slander me? Fortunately, Auntie is wise. Kushina thought with a sense of superiority. If she could manifest herself at this moment, she would want to embrace Aunt Asuka and plant a few kisses on her cheek. I believe you're lying. That girl is perfectly fine, And you're calling her a violent maniac, a murderer? And plotting to assassinate you and ambush you? Why don't you say that Kushina is hiding in the grass right now? Asuka said, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. Kushina's heart raced in terror, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. Huh, why do I smell a familiar fragrance? It seems to be emanating from the grass. Ryuun delivered a shocking revelation, one that was particularly terrifying. Really? Let me see what's going on, Asuka responded, a look of curiosity spreading across her face as she bent down to investigate the unusual sight in the grass. Bang! A small cloud of smoke erupted, and Asuka's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Instead of the girl she expected, a red-haired old woman appeared from the grass. In a critical moment, Kushina had resorted to transformation techniques. However, as the school only taught humanoid transformations for the time being, she had to wait until the 6th grade to learn the techniques for transforming into objects or animals. Furthermore, the hastily executed transformation had many flaws. She needed to understand the appearance and attire of the person she was trying to mimic. Thus, she instinctively created a rough simulation of Uzumaki Mido. Who are you? Asuka initially appeared bewildered, followed by a fleeting look of appreciation, which quickly turned into fear. The red-haired old woman, panic-stricken, remained silent, leaping from the grass and covering her face as she sprinted toward the gap beside Asuka. Hee, a bit clever, but not much, Ryuun remarked as he watched the old woman flee. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward, instantly disappearing from his spot. The red-haired old woman was fast, but Ryuun was evidently faster. Stop! Ryuun suddenly appeared in front of her, causing Kushina to nearly lose her mind. How can you be that fast? Kushina could hardly believe that someone had used shadow techniques, transformation techniques, and instantaneous techniques, all to play a trick on her. You old hag. You think you can run away without apologizing for scaring my mom? Ryuun grinned maliciously, advancing toward her. I am sorry. Upon hearing this, a small expression of glee almost escaped Ryuun's lips. Kushina, in her panic, inadvertently shouted her catchphrase. Damn it. Ryuun's face clouded with confusion. Realizing she had accidentally revealed her catchphrase, the red-haired old woman hurriedly covered her mouth. To my knowledge, there is only one person in the entire Hidden Leaf Village with such thick, bright red hair. Asuka seized the moment to speak up, standing up from the ground with an odd expression, behaving unusually. To my knowledge, there is only one person in the entire Hidden Leaf Village who utters such peculiar catchphrases when anxious. Ryuun chuckled wickedly, following Asuka's lead. Both of them advanced toward the red-haired old woman, causing Kushina to tremble in fear, instinctively retreating. Chapter 62. Firmly holding Kushina, remedying all forms of disobedience. Kushina, unaware of the underlying scheme, failed to notice Aunt Asuka's own peculiarities. Overcome with panic and fear, she only wished to escape the situation. Just as she was stepping back, her back suddenly collided with a soft body. A pair of familiar little hands gently rested on her shoulder. Kushina's pupils constricted sharply as she mechanically turned her head. Got you, you fool, Kushina. The person behind her wore a sinister grin, their blood red, enchanting Sharingan sending Kushina into a spiral of emotional turmoil, causing her to lose her composure entirely. Just a single glance was enough to render her as limp as a puddle of mud. Ha ha. The three of them could no longer contain their laughter, with Asuka being the first to dispel her transformation, while Ryuun promptly closed his Sharingan, steadily hoisting Kushina onto his shoulder. Not far from home, by the riverside training ground, sometime later, as Kushina slowly opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself bound tightly with soft ropes, resembling a human-shaped caterpillar. The mastermind sat before her, watching with a mocking expression. Seeing this scene, Kushina realized she had fallen for their trap again. If Aunt Asuka wasn't a fake, she would certainly not be treated this way. Everything was a scheme devised by that annoying brat. He had definitely discovered her beforehand. You bastard. If you have the guts, let me go and face me one-on-one. Kushina shouted, her face flushed with anger. However, just as she cried out, Ryuun swiftly stuffed a large tomato into her mouth. This was her most detested food. Woo-woo. Kushina was seething with rage, struggling helplessly, wriggling like a large maggot, which only amused Ryuun further. When she finally grew weary and ceased her struggles, Ryuun cheekily removed the tomato from her mouth. You little cutie think you can ambush me? Now you know my power, don't you? Ryuun poked her round face with his finger, unable to suppress his glee. In the next moment, Kushina fiercely bit at his finger, startling Lu Yun, who quickly pulled his finger back. Had he not reacted in time, he would surely have drawn blood. I'll bite you, you bastard. Kushina threatened, baring her teeth. Are you a dog or something? It seems you're not willing to back down, huh? Today, I'll teach you a lesson, Lu Yun declared, pulling out some small tools he had prepared. First, he took a small jar of red paint and a brush. Lu Yun dipped the brush into the paint and held it up in front of Kushina. What are you going to do? You big bully. Kushina shrieked in alarm. I'm going to paint a large tomato on your face and a big pig's head on the other cheek. Lu Yun chuckled wickedly, bringing the brush closer. No. Get away. Kushina screamed in terror, causing Lu Yun's eardrums to ache. In the next moment, he shoved the large tomato back into her mouth. One hand held her body still while the other began to paint on her lovely face. The process was swift and decisive, executing his plans without hesitation. Woo-woo. Kushina glared at him with red eyes. If looks could kill, Lu Yun would have surely fallen dead on the spot. Ha. Lu Yun tossed the brush aside, admiring his masterpiece and unable to contain his laughter. Little flower face, do you still seem unconvinced? Lu Yun leaned closer to her, his face adorned with a sinister grin. Upon witnessing his bizarre reaction, Jiu Xian felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, instantly quelling her anger. Brother specializes in handling all forms of defiance, Lu Yun declared, moving to Jiu Xian's side. I remember, yesterday, you were struck here, right? Lu Yun pointed to the area of her posterior that had not been tied up. Jiu Xian's eyes widened in horror as she watched Lu Yun's hand rise high. The mere thought of what was about to transpire drained the color from her face, and tears began to flow before the hand even descended. Being struck there truly hurt, and she had developed a slight psychological trauma from it. Noticing the tears in her eyes, Lu Yun felt a pang of compassion and retracted his raised hand. Never mind. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't spank your little bottom, he said, clapping his hands and standing up. Jiu Xian visibly exhaled in relief. But her heart sank again at Lu Yun's next words. However, I have my ways of dealing with you, Lu Yun said, retrieving a new brush. He then removed the tomato from Jiu Xian's mouth. Release me, you scoundrel. If you continue to bully me like this, I will never speak to you again. I will tell Auntie, and you will regret it. Don't come any closer. As Lu Yun ignored her warnings and threats, Jiu Xian screamed in fright once more. Lu Yun approached her from behind and removed her sandals. What are you doing? Let me go, you filthy rogue. Lu Yun grasped her delicate little foot. His face twisted into a malicious smile. Go ahead and keep insulting me. I don't believe I can't handle you. Gripping her ankle, he gently brushed the fluffy tip of the brush against the sole of her foot. Ah, you pervert. Jiu Xian struggled to suppress her laughter and tears. Cursing him again. As she cursed, Lu Yun continued his actions. Soon, her little foot became unbearably ticklish, and Jiu Xian could no longer contain her laughter. Ha. Brother Lu Yun, ha, stop it. Tears streamed down her face, and she could hardly hold on any longer, begging for mercy. What did I do wrong? Lu Yun paused momentarily. As he stopped, Jiu Xian began to breathe heavily, nearly laughing herself to the point of breathlessness. I shouldn't have ambushed Brother Lu Yun, nor should I have threatened you. Please, be magnanimous and spare me this time. Once she caught her breath, her tear-filled eyes truly embodied the essence of pity. Lu Yun, who found such a sight irresistible, discarded the brush and approached Jiu Xian. If you had submitted earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering, he said, cradling her face so their eyes met, and proceeded to untie her. A faint smile graced Jiu Xian's lips, yet her gaze transformed from innocent to fierce. Sensing her emotional shift, Lu Yun's movements abruptly halted. Lu Yun, I really was wrong, she stammered, her complexion paling in fear. What's wrong, my dear? Why are you about to cry? Lu Yun inquired, feigning innocence. I only wanted you to admit your mistakes. You already did, and I forgave you. Now, let me help you untie those ropes. He gently caressed her cheek before liberating her from her bindings. All right, it's getting late, and our training has been delayed. Let's begin, he said, taking Jiu Xian's small hand and leading her to the great tree where they had previously trained. Indeed, we should commence, Jiu Xian replied. Lowering her head, her eyes flashing with a chilling light, her fiery red hair rising without wind. Suddenly, she called out to Lu Yun. What is it? Lu Yun turned instinctively, only to find Jiu Xian grinning maliciously at him. In the next moment, an overwhelming force gripped his wrist, and he was yanked towards her. Die! A pale fist struck his face hard, causing him to spit out saliva. Before he could react, the force seized his wrist again, and he felt himself lifted before crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Lu Yun was thrown down with a shoulder throw, and before he could comprehend what was happening, a delicate foot landed squarely on his handsome face. Jiao Xian, her face alight with a sinister smile and excitement, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lu Yun, her fury seemingly devoid of reason, as she struck the boy mercilessly. Soon, Lu Yun lay battered and bloodied on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, the scene spiraling into chaos, a gruesome spectacle indeed. As she gazed at the bloodied figure on the ground, Jiao Xian's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, her smile freezing in shock. What just happened? Staring at her bloodied hands, her face shifted from red to pale. Lu Yun. She had merely intended to teach him a lesson. How could there be so much blood? How could he be so grievously injured? In reality, Lu Yun sat nearby, absent-mindedly picking his nose while observing the dazed Jiao Xian. The ropes binding her had not been untied. She had fallen deep into an illusion since their eyes first met. With his overwhelming spiritual power, even without activating his Sharingan, he could ensnare her in an illusion through close eye contact. Witnessing Jiao Xian's transition from a wicked smile to hysteria, then to shock and fear, he deemed it the right moment to dispel the illusion, restoring her consciousness to reality. Jiao Xian, originally kneeling beside Lu Yun and weeping bitterly, suddenly found the world spinning around her. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the unscathed Uchiha Lu Yun beside her. What? Jiao Xian's face was a picture of disbelief as she stood frozen for a while, only to snap back to reality moments later. She realized she had been directly manipulated by Lu Yun's illusion. How did you do that? This time, Jiao Xian's reaction was not anger, but a profound curiosity tinged with trepidation. All her previous anger had been fully vented within the illusion. Having heard her words, Lu Yun smiled gently, cradling her face once more, pressing his forehead against hers, his dark eyes quietly gazing into hers. So that's it, is it? Your eyes? Jiao Xian's face paled, and she unconsciously swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. And after a moment, the flowing clouds first untied the ropes binding Kushina's lower body, and then suddenly knelt before her, embracing her thigh and humbly conceding, "Nana, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." He altered his previous demeanor, offering a sincere apology that conveyed a profound sense of humility. The hour was growing late. The commotion had gone on long enough, and if they did not seize the moment to train, their morning practice tasks would remain unfulfilled. Kushina was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and it took her a moment to comprehend the antics of this individual. After a lengthy contemplation, she realized this was an opportunity he was presenting her, and upon understanding this, she swiftly kicked him to the ground. "Hurry and untie all the other ropes on me." Kushina glared at him fiercely. "Just don't hit me, okay?" he replied with a chuckle. Furious at his nonchalance, Kushina retorted, "I'll count to 3. 1, 2. In a flash, a cold glimmer revealed itself as the ropes binding her were instantly severed by a kunai, rubbing her sore skin. She found it to be quite real, not at all like being ensnared in an illusion. Yet, that mischievous fellow stood defenseless before her, seemingly full of vulnerabilities. Lu Yun grasped the hem of her clothing with both hands, his contrite demeanor appearing quite out of place. Kushina's face reflected her uncertainty. For a moment, she struggled to distinguish between reality and illusion. She felt she was no longer ensnared in a jinjutsu, yet Lu Yun's behavior was peculiar, almost as if it were yet another illusion. Especially after their foreheads had touched, Kushina distinctly noticed a fleeting crimson glow in his eyes. The conditions for casting the technique were once again met. Perhaps she had unwittingly fallen under another illusion. Unsure how to dispel the jinjutsu, Kushina could only helplessly wave her hand. "Please remove the illusion. I won't harm you anymore." "Nana, what are you talking about? I haven't cast any illusion on you." Lu Yun tilted his head in confusion. "Are you sure?" Kushina's brow furrowed, her fists feeling itchy and uncomfortable. "Absolutely. If I'm not attacking you, why would I cast an illusion on you?" Lu Yun said, taking her hand in his. "All right, time is of the essence. Today's training has already been delayed. We should get started." Kushina felt she was on the verge of madness. Wasn't this precisely the kind of dialogue that would occur within an illusion? Even the tone was identical. Lu Yun's silhouette mirrored how he had appeared moments ago, How could he claim it was not an illusion? I was wrong. Let us make amends. Kushina genuinely felt fear and a sense of resignation. After all, Lu Yun had not truly harmed her. He had merely provoked her anger. Forgiving him seemed the simplest course of action. Besides, since the slap she received yesterday afternoon, she had been the one enduring the losses and being bullied. Continuing to clash would likely yield no significant change in outcome. This fellow was simply too formidable. Kushina recognized that at her current stage, she was no match for him. Rather than allow herself to be consumed by frustration and confusion, it would be wiser to cease hostilities and reconcile. Chapter 64. The best and most excellent in the world? Yes, the fault is mine. I shall not cause any more trouble. We are still the best in the world, Lu Yun said, gently pulling her closer and embracing her. Feeling the warmth and softness of his body, inhaling his appealing masculine scent, Kushina felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She uttered softly, realizing she should refrain from getting angry so easily. That way, Lu Yun would not be provoked to the point of exasperation and would continue to cherish her. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed a vivid red stain on the collar of Lu Yun's shirt, the very place where her cheek had rested. Red, the color of paint. Her cheeks still bore the remnants of Lu Yun's handiwork. You rascal! Kushina exploded in anger, delivering a punch that sent Lu Yun sprawling to the ground. A bewildered Lu Yun exclaimed, "What happened to being the best in the world? Quickly take off your shirt and wash my face. If the paint doesn't come off, I swear I'll make you pay." Kushina shouted, her menacing aura causing Lu Yun to pale. "I'll go right away." Lu Yun hurriedly removed his shirt and scrambled towards the riverbank. The red paint, lacking stubborn oily components, was easily wiped away with Lu Yun's wet shirt, successfully removing the large tomato stain from Kushina's face. The girl with a round face remained indignant throughout the ordeal, and upon seeing the slightly enlarged red mark on her face, Lu Yun could not help but burst into laughter, which promptly earned him a few more punches from her. Standing there with her hands on her hips and a sullen expression, Kushina permitted Lu Yun to meticulously clean her face, her gaze occasionally drifting to steal a glance at the shirtless boy beside her. After extensive training, Lu Yun had developed a few muscle lines, and Kushina found herself increasingly unable to look away. Though he appeared somewhat thin while dressed, he possessed a muscular build that radiated strength when bare. Had it not been for her sense of modesty and pride, she would have been tempted to reach out and touch him, observing without daring to touch. She unconsciously swallowed several times. Lu Yun remained oblivious to her unusual behavior, returning to the riverbank to rinse and wring out his t-shirt before putting it back on. "Today, you will continue climbing trees," Lu Yun announced, summoning several shadow clones to commence their daily training. Wait, can you have one of the shadow clones catch me below?" Kushina, thinking of her own safety, mustered the courage to make this request. Lu Yun cast her a sidelong glance, and after a moment's hesitation, reluctantly nodded. "Fine, but don't go flipping out on me." Got it. Enough with the nagging. The original body began a new day of physical training. While one shadow clone practiced fire-nature transformation, another assisted Kushina in climbing the tree, and a third went to the riverbank to experiment with a new fishing technique. Lightning release, body flicker technique. The shadow clones swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with force. In the next instant, the electric current surged underground and swiftly spread into the river. Fish leaped from the water, startled by the electric shock. Yet the expression on the shadow clone's face remained impassive. A technique that couldn't even incapacitate fish was undoubtedly deemed a failure in Lu Yun's eyes, indicating he required more practice. As the day passed, Kushina still struggled to master the tree-climbing technique, which deeply discouraged her. She felt akin to an inept glutton, excelling only in eating. Fortunately, Lu Yun's encouragement prevented her from losing heart. That day, while Lu Yun was away, 2 Uchiha clan members came seeking him, but upon finding him absent, they left disappointed. Lu Yun was not surprised when he learned of this from his mother. As the mid-year clan meeting for the Uchiha was set for the following day, the Uchiha clan was fond of forming small groups, and he was held in high regard among the younger Uchiha at the Ninja Academy. Some would approach him to curry favor, while others operated from fear, and a few harbored hostility, even hatred. However, following the incident involving 1 against 7, none dared to openly bully him anymore. After all, Lu Yun was no longer the easy target he once was. Those who had experienced his strength were well aware of it. Moreover, his prowess was matched by his sharp tongue, Uchiha clan members often found themselves avoiding him rather than provoking him. Other elementary school students believed that Uchiha Ryuun was merely shielded by Uzumaki Kushina. But only those who had suffered losses at the hands of the Uchiha clan knew that Ryuun was the true patriarch. The infamous Black and Red duo was spoken of by a member of the Uchiha clan, with Black being regarded as more formidable than Red in the eyes of the Uchiha school bullies. While the blood-red scion was still considered too inexperienced to stand alongside the likes of Zamaho. The following day, Ryuun donned a short-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with the clan emblem and, mindful of the time, entered the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Ryuun was there to represent his mother, Uchiha Asuka, at the family assembly. Before entering the ancestral hall, Ryuun had to announce himself for proper registration, as there were clan members tasked with verifying the identities of attendees. In truth, he was only going through the motions today. He wasn't even his true self, but rather a particularly special shadow clone. The clan member responsible for registration eyed his head of dark hair, streaked with purple, and instinctively frowned. "Which branch do you belong to? And who is your father?" "From the third elder's branch. My late father is Uchiha Shung," Ryuun replied to the inquiry. Soon enough, the registrar found Asuka and Ryuun's names in the family tree. "Why did no one from your family attend the last year-end clan meeting?" The registrar questioned sternly, perceiving it as a slight against the clan. For it was rare for Uchiha members to miss such significant gatherings. "We were delayed by matters," Ryuun casually remarked. "What kind of matters could delay you? What could be more important than family? And why didn't you send someone to convey your absence? Do you even consider the family?" The registrar's displeasure was evident. The registrar, a middle-aged man, was prone to lecturing the youth, often adhering to outdated views. "I don't know. I've forgotten what it was, given that it was last year," Ryuun said nonchalantly, hands in pockets. He was there to attend the meeting, not to endure an interrogation by this old man. His simple reply left the registrar fuming. Yet, in the next moment, Ryuun disregarded him entirely and strode into the ancestral hall. Chapter 65. The iconic scene of Zamaho. Uchiha Yahiko's provocation once more. The Uchiha clan's ancestral hall was divided into two sections, occupying a vast area. Today marked the mid-year clan meeting, and the hall was bustling with activity. Upon arrival, Ryuun heard a clan elder speaking. He listened for a while, but quickly found it immensely tedious, filled with hollow proclamations of family glory, nonsensical drivel. After enduring nearly an hour of the elder's speech, the most critical part of the gathering, the communal meal, was approaching. Ryuun needed to partake in this family meal before he could request to leave early. Otherwise, he could not simply depart at will, as it was the clan's custom, which Asuka had informed him of beforehand. "What a hassle," he muttered, hesitating for some time before ambivalently approaching the table designated for his age group. As a shadow clone, he couldn't consume food, so arriving early meant he could only sit idly, which was rather awkward. Thus, he timed his arrival to coincide with the meal already in progress. Just as he reached the table for those aged 8 to 15, someone called out his name. "Hey, isn't that the infamous Zamaho from school? Why are you so late? Come to wash dishes?" A Uchiha genin who had graduated from the Ninja Academy mocked him with a grin. His name was Uchiha Sho, who had previously been bested by Ryuun in the 6th grade, and now that he no longer had to return to the academy, he felt emboldened. Upon hearing this, the other genin at the table erupted into laughter. They were clearly interrelated, and upon hearing one of their own speak derisively, many knew how to play along. "Do I have a habit of arriving early?" Ryuun countered with a shocking retort, causing the smiles on their faces to vanish instantly, replaced by shock and anger. "Who does this Zamaho think he is? How dare he speak to us like that?" One genin exclaimed angrily. Ryuun had no intention of lingering at their table, but hearing that remark, combined with his lack of appetite and idle time, prompted him to step closer. "Who do you think you are to inquire about my name?" He shot back, as others were there for camaraderie during the meal, while he had no intention of eating, so he might as well disrupt their gathering. After all, fighting was prohibited during clan meals, but he excelled at verbal sparring. Moreover, he held no fear for this group of younglings. Even if he encountered clan jounin or elders, he would remain unfazed, for he had already caught the attention of Orochimaru. If any real conflict arose, who would dare disregard the favor of a disciple of the Hokage? "What did you just say?" The angered genin looked incredulous, thinking he must have misheard. But Ryuun ignored him, moving instead to Uchiha Sho's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't think that just because you graduated, you can spout nonsense in front of me. I disregard any words that I find displeasing. My name, Uchiha Ryuun, is known throughout the academy. Don't you know? As he said this, Ryuun gently patted Sho's cheek, then pointed to the youngest student at the table. You don't know either? This guy is the same age as me, Uchiha Sho's cousin, who still has another year to spend at the academy. Upon being called out, the younger student turned pale and hastily waved his hands, awkwardly laughing, signaling that it had nothing to do with him. Who in 5th grade doesn't know about the black and red duo? Even a red can teach him a lesson, let alone the more terrifying black. How audacious! Many children nearby gasped in shock, inhaling sharply. They had never witnessed someone so brazen, so arrogant in both demeanor and speech, leaving many utterly astounded. Where did this Zamaho come from? He's unbelievably arrogant. Uchiha Genin, who didn't recognize Ryuun, murmured, though his voice unconsciously dropped in volume. Just a joke, don't take it to heart, brother Ryuun. Uchiha Sho chuckled awkwardly, attempting to clarify. With strength inferior to Ryuun's, he couldn't afford to speak defiantly. According to Uchiha Yuta and others' predictions, Ryuun likely possessed strength close to that of a Chunin. Ryuun-kun, come over here. A group at another table, noticing the commotion, eagerly waved him over. The speaker was Uchiha Chingmong, who had a decent rapport with Ryuun at school, and their table had formed a small collective. Ryuun-ji, Ryuun-kun, Zamaho. As he approached this table, several elementary students stood up to greet him. This esteemed figure was quite renowned in school, and many clan members were eager to befriend him. Unfortunately, he had made it clear he would not join any factions or groups, nor did he fancy being paraded around publicly. Were it not for this, he would likely have a considerable following by now. Ryuun sat among them, sharing laughter and conversation, yet he did not touch the exquisite dishes before him. Nevertheless, many still offered him food. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable today. I really can't eat much. I appreciate the thought, brothers. Let us plan for a meal together another day. Ryuun smiled, offering polite words. If you can't eat, why are you still here? If you can't eat, just leave. A jarring, discordant voice suddenly rang out. Ryuun instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, immediately spotting a familiar face. Uchiha Yahiko? Ryuun, with a look of astonishment, uttered the name. Ryuun Jun. That fellow Hien has taken Fujiwara Jun as his elder brother after graduation. You'd best avoid a direct confrontation with him. Just endure it, and it will pass, Uchiha Chingmang whispered at that moment. Uchiha Fujiwara? Ryuun murmured, immediately turning his gaze towards Uchiha Fujiwara, who sat at the same table as Uchiha Hien. Ryuun was well aware of who Uchiha Fujiwara was, as even the original had memories of him. This individual was the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder and the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan. At such a young age, he had already gathered a large entourage of followers. Having just witnessed Ryuun's audacious demeanor, Fujiwara believed that someone who lacked humility could never achieve greatness and would ultimately meet an untimely demise. Thus, he subtly gestured for Uchiha Hien to speak up, curious to see what the once timid Ryuun would dare to say now. Chapter 66. Confronting Men and Flirting with Women. The shining moment of shadow clones faced with Uchiha Hien's provocation. Ryuun did not heed Uchiha Chingmang's advice to hold back. He summoned a shadow clone, ready to unleash chaos if necessary. What was there to fear? The revelation of his shadow clone technique would merely elevate his standing among his clan members, a skill even Uchiha Itachi had mastered at a young age. Moreover, even if the real Ryuun were present, he would not shy away from a confrontation with someone like Uchiha Hien, nor would he be intimidated by the Grand Elder's grandson. Ryuun slowly rose from his seat and strode purposefully toward Uchiha Hien. Oh, who do we have here? It's the white-eyed wolf, Uchiha Hien. What is this? Now that you've received your graduation headband, you feel bold enough to act tough? Have you forgotten how you once came to me, seeking my forgiveness? Ryuun quipped playfully as he approached. You're talking nonsense. His words caused Uchiha Hien's face to turn crimson with rage, trembling with indignation. Who asked the white-eyed wolf? Who came to you for forgiveness? Speak again, and I swear I'll kill you. The revelation of his past misdeeds in front of so many clan members made Uchiha Hien's eyes well up with tears, not the Sharingan. Whether or not you are a white-eyed wolf, all present know that you were once an ungrateful wretch, and now you show no sense of responsibility. Lacking even the courage to admit your mistakes, Ryuun chastised as he stood before their table, raising his voice to berate Uchiha Hien. Many peers shared amused smiles. Uchiha Hien's reputation as a white-eyed wolf was well known throughout their clan. Were it not for his father, Uchiha Do, an elite jonin and a renowned clan expert, Fujiwara would likely have never taken such a person under his wing. At that moment, Ryuun appeared to be the life of the party, transforming the gathering into his own stage as the majority of onlookers turned their attention to him. This once timid lad had shed all inhibitions, speaking boldly and confronting others with remarkable flair. "Shut your mouth." Uchiha Ryuun, filled with rage, stood up, and in a moment of reckless abandon, attempted to confront Ryuun. Fortunately, someone nearby quickly restrained him. "Is this all you can do? When you can't reason with someone, you resort to violence," Ryuun mocked, observing Uchiha Ryuun's loss of control, which only fueled his frustration further. "Ryuun, fighting is prohibited during clan meetings. Calm down," Uchiha Fujiwara interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Ryuun after speaking. "And you, young rascal, we are all clan members. You should refrain from excessive remarks. It is all in the past. There's no need to bring it up and embarrass others." Upon hearing this, Ryuun furrowed his brow. Fujiwara's words seemed to paint him as small-minded, while he, in contrast, appeared magnanimous. Uchiha Ryuun had provoked him, yet Fujiwara was attempting to elevate himself at Ryuun's expense. "Excuse me, who are you? We don't seem to know each other well. Does anyone know who he is?" Ryuun exclaimed unexpectedly, causing disbelief among the surrounding youths. Is there truly someone who doesn't know Fujiwara and dares to question his identity? Ryuun surveyed the crowd, and then suddenly noticed a familiar figure. "Oh, isn't that Miss Meichin?" Ryuun remarked, spotting the beautiful girl seated next to Uchiha Fujiwara, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Uchiha Meichin, of the same age as Ryuun and on good terms with Kushina, felt a mix of nervousness and curiosity upon being called out. She rose politely to greet him. "Ryuun, the little rascal is quite the celebrity this year. I am very intrigued by this handsome and powerful boy," she thought, reflecting on Ryuun's transformation from a meek youth to a social dynamo. Regrettably, Ryuun had already distanced himself from the Uchiha clan, and they were not in the same class, making it unlikely for their paths to cross again. At this moment, as she caught Ryuun's attention, a flutter of excitement mingled with her anxiety. "My apologies. I didn't notice you were here, Miss Meichin. Had I known, I would have come over to greet you sooner. Could you tell me who that fellow beside you is?" Ryuun asked, feigning ignorance. His question was simply to irritate Uchiha Fujiwara, given their close seating arrangement. "Ah, he is Fujiwara-kun. Ryuun, you don't know him?" Uchiha Meichin replied with a sheepish smile. "How could anyone in the clan not know Fujiwara-kun? What nonsense are you spouting?" One of Fujiwara's followers retorted sharply, as some had long held a distaste for Ryuun. "Huh, if I knew him, would I need to ask Miss Meichin?" Ryuun chuckled, unperturbed by the insults, instead grinning at the visibly irate Uchiha Fujiwara. This individual, who had once looked down on him, now acted as if he were above him. If others sought to provoke him, Ryuun had no intention of letting them feel comfortable. "Are you blind? How could you not know the Grand Elder's grandson?" Another of Fujiwara's followers shouted at Ryuun. "What? I thought he must be someone of importance, but it turns out he's just a grandson?" Ryuun exclaimed, his expression one of mock astonishment. As he spoke, several girls gasped, while the other male peers exchanged incredulous glances. Has Ryuun truly lost his mind? Uchiha Ching-mang and others broke into a cold sweat, utterly astonished that Ryuun would openly challenge the esteemed grandson of a prominent clan. "Are you seeking death?" Uchiha Fujiwara, livid, stood up, his face flushed with rage. He had never been humiliated like this in his life, especially not in front of so many clan members. Hey, Fujiwara, don't be angry. It was a slip of the tongue. Blame this fellow who said you were just a grandson, as if your identity should be common knowledge among all clan members." Ryuun shot a fierce glare at the sycophant. As soon as those words left his mouth, both the sycophant and Uchiha Fujiwara were visibly shaken. Moreover, not just the two of them. The entire entourage of Fujiwara followers reacted angrily, glaring at Ryuun. "You're asking for it. I advise you to apologize to Fujiwara-kun immediately, you sharp-tongued brat. Shut your filthy mouth." Witnessing the crowd's fervor, Ryuun maintained a cheeky demeanor, embodying an almost infuriating nonchalance. As a mere shadow clone, why should he harbor any fear? In Chapter 67, he defiantly challenged, "Dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall retaliate with a vengeance." The shadow clone strategy was straightforward: provoke without hesitation. Should trouble arise for the original, it could effortlessly withstand the repercussions, as it was in dire need of training partners. Mike Guy had advised him to seek opponents of equal strength to hone his taijutsu skills, asserting that solitary practice would not suffice in fostering improvement. In the original text, characters like Guy and Lee frequently visited other training halls to seek worthy adversaries, a task that proved challenging. Lu Yun's actions today in the clan's territory were tantamount to barging into a dojo, inciting a palpable surge of animosity as Uchiha Fugaku's faction appeared ready to strike. At this moment, a group of over 20 youths encircled Lu Yun, their intentions evident as they seemed poised for confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Qingmang and his companions turned pale, paralyzed by fear, unable to muster the courage to stand in solidarity, let alone approach to support him. Uchiha Fugaku, renowned within the clan for awakening the Sharingan at a young age, was a paragon of talent, strength, and connections, unmatched among his peers. Recent graduates, and even those yet to finish their studies, felt intimidated by this formidable figure. Is it the case that the many can bully the few? Or do you seek to disrupt the clan's established rules? Fighting during a clan assembly? Lu Yun, amidst a sea of flustered youths, stood tall and unyielding, surrounded by blustering roosters. Yet he exuded neither fear nor panic. This audacity astonished a nearby group of girls, who marveled at his extraordinary courage and composure in the face of overwhelming odds, traits seldom seen in boys of his age. The disparity between his delicate appearance and his resolute demeanor captivated the young ladies, who found themselves unwittingly concerned for his safety. Do they truly seem as if they wish to devour me? Then let them approach. Anyone wishing to engage may come forth, Lu Yun taunted, dancing perilously close to the edge of recklessness. His words ignited the ire of the youths, each eager to spring into action. Yet, as his next statement rang out, their resolve faltered, and they hesitated. As the grandson of the clan's elder, instigating a brawl during the clan assembly would surely leave a lasting impression on Lord Fugaku. A sinister smile crept across Lu Yun's face as he declared, "If you have the audacity to touch me, then prove it. If not, why encircle me? A gaggle of sycophants, what do you seek to prove?" In that instant, the young crowd lost all appetite for their meal, now merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Lu Yun continued to stoke the flames, his words cutting deeply, as the surrounding sycophants seethed with frustration, yet they remained apprehensive of Uchiha Fugaku's reaction. During the clan assembly, even youthful ignorance would not exempt them from punishment. The clan's rules mandated strict discipline, including confinement for transgressors. "Cease this at once," Uchiha Fugaku bellowed, his countenance dark and foreboding. As his words resonated, the encroaching crowd reluctantly retreated a few paces, for when a leader speaks, his subordinates must heed his command. One must possess self-awareness and a sense of reverence. Yet Lu Yun appeared utterly oblivious to this fundamental principle. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku unveiled his Sharingan, the ominous red eyes casting a palpable aura of intimidation over the assembly. During the clan assembly, boasting and publicly insulting others shall earn you 10 slaps, according to our clan's regulations. His stern expression wielded the clan's laws as a weapon. The sound of applause echoed. Yet it was not Lu Yun who faced the repercussions. Rather, he clapped mockingly, giving Fugaku a thumbs up. Truly, the grandson of the elder knows the clan's rules well. However, those rules should not be wielded for personal vendettas, nor should they be misapplied, lest one loses their dignity. I admit to my boastfulness, but I will not accept the accusation of public insult, Lu Yun proclaimed, effortlessly pushing aside 2 lower-ranked shinobi standing in his way. His audacity left the younger generation momentarily stunned, instinctively stepping back. "You emphasize that Fugaku is the elder's grandson. I emphasize that you are merely a grandson. Must I remain silent while you assert your status?" Lu Yun stepped directly before Uchiha Fugaku, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Though he stood a full head shorter, his presence radiated strength, captivating the onlookers. Sharp-tongued, what of Uchiha Ryuun? Did you not publicly insult him? Do you lack the courage to admit your faults? Fugaku, suppressing his fury, maintained his composure. In that moment, even Lu Yun recognized Fugaku's remarkable restraint, a quality befitting one destined to succeed Uchiha Madara as clan leader. Most scions of the elite would have resorted to violence by now, yet Fugaku remained level-headed. Uchiha Ryuun, is not the moniker of White-Eyed Wolf universally acknowledged? Moreover, this nickname did not originate from me. If everyone else can name him so, am I not permitted to do the same? Lu Yun cleverly countered. If you claim my words constitute an insult, does that not mean you have insulted me by calling me a mere brat? You are distorting concepts and creating confusion. Fugaka had never encountered such audacity. Distorting what concept? Am I not stating the truth? You need not feign innocence. Everyone knows Hyan is your subordinate, and you merely wish to defend him. What is the charade for? Lu Yun remarked, his final words directed at the clan members. You speak nonsense. Before Fugaku could react, Uchiha Hyan's eyes blazed with anger, and he activated his Sharingan for real this time. In Chapter 68, the truth lay bare, as the jester turned out to be none other than himself. While the shadow clone was besieged, the original remained preoccupied with a little girl fishing for goldfish. You speak nonsense. A voice, tinged with a cry, erupted. Uchiha Hyan had endured enough scorn. His peers had shunned him, all due to the provocations of this insufferable brat. Now, this rascal sought to incite further isolation, and Hyan could no longer contain his rage. Amidst the intense emotional turmoil, his eyes glowed a furious crimson, and the familiar black Tomo manifested within. Ah, Hyan has awakened. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they beheld the emergence of Uchiha Hyan's Sharingan, igniting widespread astonishment. Unexpectedly, a quarrel could lead to the awakening of a pair of Sharingan. While the onlookers were incredulous, they couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the young impudent one. Perhaps no one in the entire Uchiha clan could surpass him. As he beheld Uchiha Hayato, who had opened his eyes in anger, Lu Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon hearing the gasps and exclamations from the surrounding clan members, Hayato's fury was visibly quelled, and he quickly grasped the situation. I have awakened my eyes? Uchiha Hayato murmured as he caressed his eye sockets, and in the next instant, elation spread across his face. Ha, I have truly awakened. Even without a mirror, Uchiha Hayato knew he had manifested the bloodline limit of his clan. At that moment, he laughed joyously, uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks. He owed his gratitude to Uchiha Lu Yun. It was this wretch who had enabled his awakening, a 12-year-old awakener. From this day forth, Uchiha Hayato could be deemed a genius. Those who could open their eyes at such a tender age were indeed rare within the clan. In truth, his innate talent was not lacking. His father, Uchiha Do, was a Three-Tomoe elite jonin, a formidable figure within the clan. Could his offspring be any less? Observing the raucous laughter of Uchiha Hayato, Lu Yun's expression darkened to an extreme. The sensation was akin to swallowing a pound of rat droppings combined with another pound of dead flies. Had he known such an event would transpire, he would have humbly bowed out rather than provoke that insufferable creature. What is happening? Finally, some adults noticed the unusual commotion, and several esteemed elders approached the area. Someone has awakened their Sharingan during the clan banquet. A voice boomed. What? Is that true? Who has awakened their Sharingan at this time? Several respected clan elders were suddenly intrigued. To them, this was an excellent omen, heralding prosperity for the clan and signifying that the Uchiha lineage would thrive abundantly. In no time, the name Uchiha Hayato spread like wildfire, and he was personally escorted to the dais by the elders, who praised and encouraged him face to face. Not only did he make a public appearance before all clan members, but he also brought immense honor to his father, Uchiha Do. Standing beneath the platform, Lu Yun was entranced, lost in thought. As he listened to the cheers and applause for Uchiha Hayato, the realization struck him. He was the jester in this scenario. As the clan meeting progressed, Uchiha Hayato deliberately sought Lu Yun out just as he was about to leave. Ha! Lu Yun, dear brother, where are you off to? Uchiha Hayato blocked his path. At this moment, he was brimming with bravado, addressing Lu Yun as brother without a hint of modesty, his face alight with smugness and mockery. Lu Yun's lips twitched involuntarily, avoiding eye contact, choosing silence instead. At such a moment, any words would feel utterly powerless. Ha! Lu Yun, dear brother, take a look at my Sharingan. All thanks to you. Uchiha Hayato stepped into Lu Yun's line of sight, forcing him to behold his newly awakened One-Tomoe Sharingan. I must thank you, Lu Yun. It was you who enabled my awakening. The elders have promised to nurture me with great care. Ha! As Uchiha Hayato spoke, he boldly grasped Lu Yun's hand. Feeling the clammy, perspiring palm of Uchiha Hayato, Lu Yun was momentarily repulsed, goosebumps rising on his skin. In the next instant, he forcefully yanked his hand away. Get away from me, you disgusting creature! Lu Yun shouted, his voice laced with indignation. Ha, what is this? The little imp has lost his composure? You were so arrogant before. What has caused you to falter so suddenly? Uchiha Hayato wore a smug expression, akin to a small man reveling in his moment of triumph. buzzing around Lu Yun like an insistent fly that one could not swat away. "Hello, uncle. I'm not feeling well and wish to leave early to rest at home," Lu Yun stated shortly after the banquet had commenced, contemplating an early exit. The clan meeting had only just begun, with Chunin, Jonin, and clan elders gathered to discuss clan matters. As for the Jinin, women, and children like Lu Yun, they were permitted to leave early without restriction. Stepping out of the clan hall, Lu Yun quickly sensed that a group was tailing him, each member's expression hostile, clearly intent on blocking his path. Given that he had established a significant conflict with Uchiha Fugaku, as a Chunin and the grandson of the elder, he was expected to attend the evening clan meeting. However, this did not mean they would let him depart easily. Uchiha Fugaku had ordered that after the evening meeting, he wanted to see all 10 of Uchiha Lu Yun's teeth. Missing even one was unacceptable. Casting a glance over his shoulder at the pursuing Jinin, Lu Yun unconsciously frowned. These were not mere freshly graduated rookies. Many possessed ninjutsu and exceptional throwing skills. Even if his original self were present, he would likely face a headache. As for his shadow clone, it was no match for them. Furthermore, since they were unaware of his ability to create shadow clones, he deemed it unwise to reveal this before them or engage in a desperate confrontation. After all, squashing a few soft targets was of little consequence. Naturally, he did not wish for his shadow clone to do nothing and explode. The shadow clone was keen to continue performing as long as it could. Contemplating this, Lu Yun suddenly surged forward, his speed astonishing. Not good. The little imp is trying to escape. Everyone, chase after him. With numerous onlookers around, they had initially planned to follow him until there were fewer people before taking action. However, with Lu Yun attempting to flee, they cast aside their previous intentions and began a fervent pursuit of the shadow clone. 15 Uchiha, split into 3 groups, launched a grand encirclement operation. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's original self was blissfully engaged at a night market stall, catching goldfish with a lovely girl, completely oblivious to the dire situation facing his shadow clone. Chapter 69. Drawing away the calamity. The pitiful clan soldiers and the aggrieved Jinin, have they found him? No, that little wretch is too fast. He vanished around the corner. At this moment within the Uchiha territory, a group of young Uchihas were relentlessly pursuing Lu Yun's shadow clone. Be cautious of any transformation or invisibility techniques. All living beings within the encirclement must be thoroughly inspected to avoid being deceived. As ninjas, they were well aware of the evasive tactics employed by their kind. Hiding in a tree, Lu Yun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Most of the clan members were gathered in the clan hall, leaving few people wandering outside. And those present were mostly women and children. Lu Yun found it challenging to utilize transformation techniques to escape, let alone instigate any trouble. Wait, perhaps I can turn this to my advantage and let these little rascals suffer a significant setback. Lu Yun, utilizing his agile mind, devised a clever plan. The next moment, he jumped down and dashed in a specific direction at breakneck speed. The little imp is over there. Help! A Jinin shouted, and in an instant, the nearby pursuers were drawn to the commotion, all rushing toward the same direction. I remember seeing patrolling clan soldiers nearby. Where did that fellow go? Lu Yun murmured softly, a hint of anxiety creeping onto his face. I found him. Over there. Spotting the person he sought, Lu Yun swiftly concealed himself nearby. What is happening? Who is this little brat? What is he doing? Uchiha Chun, who had been lazily enjoying the moon from a rooftop, watched in bewilderment as a scruffy-haired boy pinching his nose and diving into a large trash bin came into view. The child appeared to be stealthily behaving, yet he took the initiative to wave towards me. If one were to claim that this fellow posed no threat, his furtive actions and peculiar conduct would suggest otherwise. What sort of rational individual would willingly plunge into a garbage bin? Surely, it cannot be that enticing. Uchiha Chun scratched his head, hesitating on whether to leap down and ascertain the situation. Had he found something? No. However, I am certain he is in the vicinity. There is no way he could escape. An agitated group of children surrounded him, and at that moment, the bewildered Uchiha Chun found himself at the epicenter of their encirclement. There's someone on the roof. Soon, someone spotted Uchiha Chun perched atop the building. Don't let him escape. He is likely the little scoundrel. An elite Jinin commanded loudly. What is happening? Faced with the approaching throng of Jinin, Uchiha Chun felt a pang of panic. As a patrolling clan soldier and a Chunin, his responsibility involved safeguarding the clan's territory from intruders, thieves, and various hazards. Why are there so many of you? Have you come to reprimand me for being idle? Observing their hostile expressions, Uchiha Ryuun's mind began to race with irrational thoughts. Yet, it was equally absurd. How could such a bunch of inept genin dare to meddle in his affairs? You think you can run away, you mutt? One genin sneered. Huh? Who are you cursing? Uchiha Ryuun widened his eyes in disbelief. Still pretending? Foolish mutt, why didn't you find a genin to transform into? Don't you know that the Chunin are all in a meeting at the clan hall? With a brain like yours, how dare you openly insult Lord Fugaku? Another genin jeered. As laughter erupted among them, they mocked the little scoundrel's foolishness. In their eyes, he had lost his composure and was acting irrationally. What nonsense are you spouting? What transformation? And what is the meaning of surrounding me like this? I am a clan soldier. My duty is to patrol. If you all attend the clan meeting, who will keep watch? Who will ensure the safety of our territory? Uchiha Ryuun's expression darkened. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of these children, he might have already chosen to retaliate after being insulted. Stand aside. Obstructing a clan soldier's duty incurs severe consequences, Uchiha Ryuun threatened coldly. Keep pretending, and soon you won't be able to continue. The earlier elite genin retorted icily. At this moment, some were diligently surveying the surroundings and had not entirely closed in. There were few hiding spots nearby, and within the single-story building. 3 genin had searched thoroughly without uncovering any trace of the little scoundrel. What is the progress? The elite genin, suppressing the urge to take action, inquired one last time. Nothing found. This entire encirclement contains only this one person, no other living beings, someone reported loudly. Hey, you lot must be searching for a 10-year-old kid, right? That child is hiding in that garbage bin. Uchiha Ryuun quickly interjected to clarify the situation. He sensed that the earlier child was quite suspicious and believed these individuals were his enemies. This was likely a misunderstanding, and he had no intention of bearing the brunt of someone else's misdeeds. Nonsense. I've already checked that spot, and you, mutt, should stop pretending. A genin shouted furiously. Baka. Provoked beyond measure by the incessant insults, Uchiha Ryuun could no longer contain his fury and delivered a swift slap to the genin's face. The genin, taken by surprise, forgot to evade and was sent flying off the roof, landing with a painful cry. His action startled many. Blind fools. There's clearly someone hiding inside. Why would I deceive you for no reason? If you don't believe me, go check again. Uchiha Ryuun maintained a portion of his attention on the larger garbage bin, certain that the person within could not escape unnoticed. The one who claimed there was no one inside was clearly lying. The elite genin, initially doubtful, began to suspect Uchiha Ryuun's sincerity. Surround him tightly. I will investigate myself. The elite genin leaped down from the roof and approached the garbage bin to examine the situation. As he neared, a foul stench assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively pinch his nose. Peering into the bin, he found only remnants of food waste and a bulging black plastic bag. The elite genin was about to erupt in anger when a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the scoundrel had employed a transformation technique? With that thought, the elite genin, suppressing the overwhelming stench, drew a kunai and sliced at the black plastic bag. An intensely foul odor immediately enveloped him. The bag contained nothing but cat litter and excrement, causing tears to well up in his eyes from the nauseating smell. Realizing he had been humiliated, the elite genin kicked the garbage bin over in fury, pointing at Uchiha Ryuun, shouting in rage, "Everyone, beat him senseless." At his command, chaos erupted on the rooftop, and cries of pain filled the night. Chapter 70. A mistaken assault? Attempting to flee? Observations from the higher echelons of Konoha. You little rascals. Have you all lost your minds? Uchiha Ryuun, glaring with his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, cursed vehemently. Though battered and bruised, he managed to take down several genin. As the skirmish ensued, a realization dawned upon the genin. Typically, a transformation technique would falter under such relentless blows. How could a chunin withstand their assault for so long? Wait. Stop hitting. One genin shouted. We may have truly attacked the wrong person. With his words, many began to cease their assaults, quickly recognizing the oddity of the situation. How could this be? We clearly surrounded the little scoundrel. He had no chance to escape or hide. How could he have evaded our scrutiny? Confusion spread across many faces. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to breathe, Uchiha Ryuun swiftly signaled for urgent assistance. Obstructing enforcement. Assaulting a clan soldier. None of you will escape. Uchiha Ryuun bit back tears, gritting his teeth in anger. He had neither provoked nor offended anyone. Yet he had been unjustly beaten. Now, they claimed to have mistaken him for someone else. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Run. Realizing the clan alarm had been activated, the Genin no longer dared to question Uchiha Chen's identity as a clan soldier. They understood they had committed a grievous error and scattered in panic. None of you will escape. You think you can assault someone and simply flee? Do you really believe clan soldiers are pushovers? Uchiha Chen pinned one elite genin to the ground. As he apprehended one, he noticed Clan Jonin approaching. Today, not a single one of these rascals would escape. Even if they managed to elude him momentarily, the clan soldiers would undoubtedly pursue the trail to the very end. In the night market, the original body of Lu Yun, having received the memories of his shadow clone, displayed a myriad of expressions. I can't believe I was so audacious. Lu Yun was astonished that the shadow clone had inherited his sharp tongue and arrogance, even surpassing him in reckless abandon during the clan meeting, launching into a tirade. The hatred levels were off the charts. What's wrong? Who's being too audacious? Noticing Liu Yun's peculiar demeanor, Kushina blinked her large eyes, curiously inquiring. As the clouds of doubt settled, Lu Yun found himself in a state of bemusement. The audacious claims made by his shadow clones were now undeniable, and thus began his entanglement with Uchiha Fugaku. Ultimately cornered, he managed to hold his own, yet the fact that Uchiha Hyun had witnessed his awakening was a source of discomfort for Lu Yun, leaving him perturbed for a good part of the day. What fortune that dog possesses! Not only did he awaken the Sharingan, but he also caught the attention of the clan elders. Lu Yun muttered in discontent. What are you mumbling about? You seem lost in thought. Kushina paused, observing the distracted young boy with curiosity. Do you remember that rascal Uchiha Hyun? Yes, what about that scoundrel? He awakened the Sharingan. What? The two walked hand in hand on their way home, engaged in casual conversation. Yet, mid-discourse, Lu Yun suddenly halted, his words trailing off. What's wrong now? Lu Yun sensed an unsettling gaze upon him, one that seemed to emanate from the very sky above. Stealthily glancing upward, he found no trace of a figure. Could it be the third Hokage's distant observation technique? Contemplating this, Lu Yun maintained a calm facade and resumed their previous topic. The old man occasionally used a crystal ball to check on Kushina's well-being. He seldom looked in during school, estimating that he checked once or twice a month. As few places in Konoha could rival the safety of the academy. However, during summer vacation, his observations became more frequent, often every 10 days or so. Kushina, as the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was not entirely ignored, even if the actual time until she became the host was still several years away. These two little ones seemed to share an extraordinary bond, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, taking a puff from his pipe. Extraordinary is an understatement. That girl Kushina is almost entranced. Tsunade whispered. Within the Hokage's office were several individuals, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, and two advisors. The fact that the new Jinchuriki was a closely guarded secret when Kushina first arrived in Konoha was known even to the legendary Sannin. Nowadays, however, anyone curious enough to investigate this red-haired girl could easily deduce her identity. Who is this little rascal? Tsurugi Kamaki inquired with curiosity. His name is Uchiha Lu Yun. This lad previously undertook a mission alongside Orochimaru, Jiraiya interjected. Uchiha? Kamaki furrowed her brow instinctively. Why does his hair color seem off? Am I imagining things? Mito Menka adjusted his glasses, murmuring softly as he unconsciously shifted closer to the crystal ball. In the dim light of the night, Lu Yun's unruly hair appeared alternately black and purple, causing visual confusion. You are not mistaken. He is indeed a mixed blood, possessing the lineage of the Senju clan, which explains his slightly muddled hair color. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, exhaling a plume of smoke. Upon hearing that Uchiha Lu Yun had Senju blood, Kamaki's furrowed brow relaxed without her even realizing it. It was indeed rare to encounter a mixed blood of the Senju and Uchiha clans. When Orochimaru registered a B-rank mission, I had to list 3 names, and one of them was Uchiha Lu Yun. He must be that little rascal, Mito Menka recalled, responsible for recording missions. This child does not wear a Konoha forehead protector. He must still be in school? Yet Orochimaru dared to involve him in a B-rank mission? Both advisors exchanged puzzled glances. Logically, this was against protocol. When Mito Menka filled in that name, he was somewhat bewildered, not immediately recalling who Lu Yun was, thinking he might be just another Uchiha ninja. Now, looking back, he realized this was merely a young child yet to fully mature. How could he dare participate in a B-rank mission before graduation? Is he aiming for the heavens? Who knows? But it seems Orochimaru has high hopes for him. Jiraiya casually remarked. The legendary Sannin often gathered for drinks and banter, and Jiraiya had heard Orochimaru speak highly of Uchiha Ryuun, referring to him as a prodigious talent. Tsunade, what are you pondering? You've been silent with your head down. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed his disciple's unusual demeanor. Chapter 71. A prodigy who understands the art of accumulating power in secrecy, Brother Dai has been busy courting. Confronted by her mentor's inquiry, Tsunade snapped back to reality. Nothing much. Earlier, her thoughts had been consumed by Ryuun, this extraordinary anomaly. She was uncertain whether or not to disclose this knowledge to her teacher. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, had instructed her to keep it a secret, emphasizing that even her teacher, the third Hokage, should not be informed. At such a tender age, possessing chakra levels comparable to a Jonin, and seemingly awakening the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, her grandmother had made it clear that this child possessed an extraordinary ocular power. Revealing either of these points would undoubtedly draw significant attention from Konoha's upper echelon, marking Ryuun as an even more exceptional entity than Kushina. Tsunade could scarcely fathom the heights he might achieve, for this child was indeed remarkable, not only gifted but also terrifyingly disciplined. She had discreetly inquired about Ryuun from Kushina on multiple occasions, gaining insight into his daily endeavors. It was evident that he devoted himself almost exclusively to training and learning, demonstrating an immense gap in purpose compared to his peers. Among the legendary Sannin, Tsunade emerged as the second to harbor apprehension towards Uchiha Ryuun, following Orochimaru. Had she not sought to truly understand Ryuun, Tsunade might have dismissed him as just another ordinary child, perhaps a minor genius. However, delving deeper into his life revealed a singular focus. He was quietly amassing power and growing at an astonishing rate. Were he merely an ordinary child, Tsunade would not have felt such trepidation. Much like Might Guy and the original character of Rock Lee, who were diligent yet lacked the talent for ninjutsu, Tsunade did not foresee them making substantial waves. But Ryuun was different. He possessed a natural aptitude for ninjutsu and bore the dual lineage of Senju and Uchiha. Not only was he fiercely dedicated, but it appeared he had also awakened his bloodline abilities. What was most alarming was his ability to conceal his true self, doing so with remarkable depth and skill. Reflecting on this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, Ryuun hailed from a reputable lineage. His mother was a former Senju, and his father's loyalty to Konoha was unquestionable. His cheerful and composed demeanor, coupled with his affection for Kushina, forged a strong bond that alleviated Tsunade's more sinister thoughts. Were it not for these mitigating factors, Tsunade would have unhesitatingly exposed him. Then she would have engaged with Konoha's high-ranking officials to discuss the potential risks Ryuun posed, pondering whether he might become a threat to Konoha in the future and whether additional measures were needed to instill loyalty in him. While it may not have resulted in his demise, increased oversight and management would have been unavoidable. Her grandmother had expressly instructed her not to share this information, leaving Tsunade with no choice but to keep this secret for someone else. Unbeknownst to Ryuun, he had already revealed much of himself. However, in his mind, exposure was merely a matter of time. Each dawn, he would jog around Konoha, patrolling ninjas, and Umbu surely could not overlook such an anomaly. As long as he safeguarded the secret of his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, ensuring that his eyes remained hidden, he remained unconcerned about the revelation of his other talents. As the clouds flowed, escorting the charming girl home, he stumbled upon a scene that took him by surprise while passing through a small park. To his astonishment, his elder brother Dai was having a sweet date with a woman in the park. Realizing this, Ryuun hurriedly pulled Jio Xian into the shadows, stealthily observing the two on the bench. Ah, so that's why Brother Dai has been neglecting his training lately. He's busy courting someone, Ryuun mumbled, sparking Jio Xian's curiosity. Brother Dai? Could it be the one who always accompanies you for morning exercises? Indeed, my elder brother has quite the unique taste. He prefers sturdier women, and he knows how to give flowers. He is more romantic than I am. Ryuun chuckled while secretly watching the couple. You know romance? Since when did you? A training fanatic understand romance? Jio Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. After spending so much time with this guy, she had yet to receive even a single flower, and he had the audacity to claim he understood romance? For a moment, Ryuun was at a loss for words. However, after a quick mental turnaround, he retorted defiantly, "Isn't it romantic to watch cherry blossoms together? Isn't it romantic to admire the scenery at Hokage Rock? Isn't it romantic to catch little goldfish at the night market? What does shopping count as romance? Besides, I took you to see the cherry blossoms. And I was the one who invited you to Hokage Rock, Nai said, playfully pinching Lu Yun's ear. You clearly don't understand romance, yet you shamelessly claim to. Ow, ow, ow. All right, I admit I don't understand. Just let go. As Lu Yun rubbed his sore ear, sensing Nai's considerable resentment, he proposed a date. How about I accompany you to Hokage Rock to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning? Isn't that romantic enough? Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Nai's face, but she quickly feigned modesty and hesitation. Should I go? If not, I'll just continue my morning run tomorrow. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you ask a girl out? Nai stood with hands on her hips, pointing at Lu Yun. Initially, she found the idea romantic, but his words instantly drained the sentiment. I should learn more from your elder brother. He is clearly a romantic expert, she quipped, teasing him. Hey, you can call me a straight man, but there's no need to add stinky to it. What's wrong with adding stinky? Stinky straight man, stinky messy hair, stinky fart. Nai teased, smirking as she insulted him. Then I'll add stinky too. Stinky tomato, stinky redhead, stinky tomboy. Watch it. You stinky bastard. What did you just call me? Nai grasped his collar, clearly irritated. A gentleman uses words, not fists, Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly, trying to reason with her. But the next moment, Nai launched another wave of insults. You shameless, stinky pretty boy, stinky sissy, stinky little feet. Lu Yun retorted nonchalantly. The next instant, Nai's eyes blazed with indignation, and the playful banter escalated into a full-blown personal attack. Her shriek startled even Brother Dai, who was on his sweet date. The next day at dawn, Lu Yun jogged in the dark, arriving early at the Senju clan grounds to fetch a certain red-haired girl who had just woken up. They spent half an hour running to Hokage Rock, engaged in playful banter for another half hour, and finally watched the sunrise for 30 minutes. Lu Yun, feeling a bit restless, suggested continuing their morning run. But Nai immediately protested. After eagerly anticipating a romantic outing all night, waking up was challenging enough, and they ended up finishing in just half an hour? After watching for an additional half hour, seeing her companion scratching his calves, Nai reluctantly decided to join him for the new day's run. However, lacking the habit of morning runs, she quickly grew tired and had to stop. You're really out of shape, Lu Yun chuckled, using her earlier jibes against him to tease her. Girls obviously have less stamina than boys. Nai countered defiantly. Lu Yun was speechless. If the Uzumaki clan lacked stamina, then it seemed no one in the ninja world had any. Shall I carry you while running? Lu Yun suggested softly, causing Nai's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. But before she could respond, Lu Yun's next words made her face turn from red to black. Just think of it as adding weight. You. Nai realized this guy truly had no tact. Fuming, she stomped her foot and turned to march back to the Senju clan grounds. Where are you going? I'll take you for breakfast. Lu Yun hurriedly caught up. Go away. What had started as a pleasant conversation had suddenly escalated again. In the afternoon, Lu Yun, under the pretense of visiting his teacher, entered Orochimaru's private residence. Lu Yun, how thoughtful of you to visit. Do you have any training queries? Orochimaru teased with a smirk. Haha, not really. I just passed by your place and thought I'd see if you were home. Having learned 2 ninjutsu before, he felt it necessary to visit his esteemed teacher to inquire about new techniques. You arrived just in time. I was about to step out. If you had come a few minutes later, you might have missed me, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Where are you going? Lu Yun was about to ask when a loud voice interrupted him. Teacher, I'm here. Shosuke leapt over the wall. As you might have guessed, we are heading to the Hokage building to accept a new mission, Orochimaru explained, then chuckled dryly. Since you seem to have no pressing matters, why not join us? Lu Yun fell silent. He suspected Orochimaru might want him to do some heavy lifting again. Well, whatever. If I have to move, I'll move. After all, there's money to be made. With that thought, Lu Yun nodded with a smile. Although he didn't lack funds, he couldn't casually decline Orochimaru's invitation. After all, the last time he took on a task, he was rewarded with 2 ninjutsu. Very well. Go home and inform your family that you will be leaving the village for a mission. The duration is uncertain. Once you are done, wait for us at the village gate. Shosuke and I will go find suitable tasks. As Lu Yun walked home, his mind was deep in thought. He had gleaned a lot from Orochimaru's 2 statements. and there were contradictions within them. Orochimaru had clearly stated they were going on a village mission with an uncertain duration, indicating that this task might take a long time. Yet, he mentioned looking for suitable tasks, suggesting they hadn't even accepted any yet. Why was Orochimaru so certain that it would take a long time? Ryuun analyzed that he likely already had a task in mind, one that would require considerable time. Bringing Shosuke along to the Hokage building to accept a task might mean he intended to tackle two missions simultaneously. Ninjas prioritized efficiency. Individuals like Orochimaru, who felt life was fleeting, were even more so. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ryuun swiftly created a shadow clone. The original returned home to inform his mother, Asuka, of his plans while preparing the necessary items for the journey. The shadow clone headed to the Senju clan grounds to explain the situation to the little tomato and request her to practice tree climbing at home. The power of bloodlines surpasses even that of the princess of the vortex, a being so resilient that it could endure 1,000 falls without faltering. Previously, she would often lament the soreness of her backside after a tumble, but such complaints were mere excuses. When she plummeted from a great height, her comrades below were always there to catch her, and this game could engage Kushina for an entire day without weariness. 1 hour later, Orochimaru and his 2 apprentices arrived at the village gate. Shoju, burdened with numerous supplies, contrasted sharply with Orochimaru, who bore nothing, appearing unencumbered and at ease. "Let us depart, my students," Orochimaru declared, gesturing grandly as he led the way out of the village, with the 2 quickly matching his pace. 3 days later, at the border between the land of waterfalls and the land of fire, within a small village belonging to the latter, Orochimaru, accompanied by the 2 youths, had lain in wait for an entire day. Upon exiting the village, he commanded a rapid march, and within 2 days, they reached the border. Their mission was classified as A rank, entailing the assassination of a group of rogue ninjas from the land of waterfalls. These renegades had recently plundered several small villages within the land of fire, prompting an urgent response from the Fire Nation, which commanded Konoha to eliminate the intruders without exception. In truth, the primary executor of this mission was Orochimaru, as one of the rogues was a jonin, rendering the task perilously high-risk and unsuitable for genin or academy students. However, Orochimaru, ever audacious, believed it prudent for his disciples to witness the true clash of higher-level ninjas. Thus, he disregarded the counsel of the Hokage's advisors and brought the 2 youngsters along once more. As unfamiliar figures approached, possibly the targets of their mission, Orochimaru instructed, "You 2, conceal yourselves and refrain from revealing your positions or acting independently." Utilizing the summoning snakes he had dispersed, he had already gleaned the enemy's movements. "Obey my commands and await my signal to reveal yourselves." "Understood." Shoju and Ryuun nodded solemnly from their hiding places atop a large tree. Given the high-stakes nature of this mission, they knew they must remain vigilant. Chapter 73. Plans fall apart, throwing techniques to slay the enemy moments later. A band of vicious brigands swaggered into the village square. "Charge!" commanded an elite rogue ninja named Wanshiro, as 2 chunin, 6 genin, and a small band of mountain bandits stormed into the village with ferocity. From his concealed vantage point, Orochimaru furrowed his brow at the sight of such a formidable assembly. While encountering 1 or 2 rogue ninjas might have been manageable, this group was nearly organized, leading Orochimaru to suspect that the rogue ninjas had been deliberately sent by the village of waterfalls to raid the land of fire. In the world of ninjas, as long as there was profit to be made, they would not shy away from any unscrupulous task, devoid of moral consideration. Soon, the village echoed with screams of terror and the sounds of battle. Orochimaru had refrained from warning the villagers to evacuate, fearing that it would alert the intruders. Thus, casualties were inevitable as the brigands entered. However, he did not waste time. After confirming the number of enemy ninjas and assessing his ability to contend with them, he decisively revealed himself. Snake hand technique. Orochimaru erupted from his hiding place, his arm transforming into a myriad of venomous serpents that lunged at Wanshiro and a chunin. "An ambush!" Wanshiro shouted, retreating swiftly, while the chunin, taken by surprise, was struck in the throat by a venomous snake, dying instantly. Orochimaru's strike was swift and ruthless. He had eliminated a chunin in a single blow. "He's a jonin. Retreat!" Wanshiro called to his comrades as they hastily withdrew. Their objective was clear: to plunder the land of fire, and upon spotting Konoha ninjas, they were to retreat immediately, regardless of their adversary's strength. Do you think you can escape? Orochimaru sneered, and as he spoke, two shadow clones appeared at the village entrance, blocking the foe's escape route. You all retreat. I will cover you. Wanshiro swiftly issued commands, then charged towards the shadow clones. Observing this, Orochimaru's frown deepened. Was there such camaraderie among these rogue ninjas? Willing to cover for their subordinates? As they made their exit, the rogue ninjas hurled several explosive kunai toward Orochimaru. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the air. Amidst the chaos, Orochimaru's voice rang out, "Shoju, Ryuun, leave those genin to you." With that, the two youths leapt down from their perch in the tree. Originally, Orochimaru intended to handle the task himself while allowing them to observe. However, the unexpected number of rogue ninjas led him to reconsider, believing it an opportune moment for the young ones to test their mettle. Remember, engage if you can, but if not, delay. After imparting this wisdom, he immediately clashed with the Jonin. Yes, the two youths replied before swiftly pursuing the fleeing ninjas from the land of waterfalls. Orochimaru engaged the Jonin. One shadow clone battled the Chunin, while another stealthily shadowed the two youths from behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Shoju, do not rush recklessly. Watch your footing. Ryuun instinctively cautioned, creating distance between them. Although Shoju may not have met his fate in such a manner in the original tale, Ryuun was wary of any potential missteps. In the current scenario, coupled with Shoju's headlong pursuit, it seemed plausible that he could inadvertently trigger an explosive trap. Ryuun watched in trepidation, his skin prickling as he instinctively distanced himself further. Do not dawdle. If you wait too long, they will escape. Shoju was undeterred by the words of a mere academy student. Though he was currently a genin, even most Chunin would struggle against him. Ryuun, still ungraduated, should be heeding his command rather than offering advice. I understand, but remain calm and cautious, especially since the enemy may have set traps to hinder us, Ryuun urged, having exhausted his limits in terms of warnings. If Shoju was to fail, there was little he could do. There are many enemies. I may not be able to protect you. Stay alert, Shoju shouted, his words meant as a warning rather than a rebuttal to Ryuun's earlier caution. For they had now caught up to the genin from the land of waterfalls. Shoju was the first to launch a kunai affixed with an explosive tag. With a resounding explosion, chaos erupted around them. Ryuun, seizing the moment, retrieved 4 shuriken from his tool pouch and, without hesitation, hurled them at the target genin. One of the genin, startled by the incoming projectiles, raised his kunai to deflect 3 of the shuriken, but the last found its mark, piercing his chest and eliciting a cry of pain. The commotion from Ryuun's attack soon attracted the attention of another genin. Seeing the young boy without a forehead protector, the rogue's anger flared, and he halted, intent on eliminating this child before making his escape. How dare this little brat impede our path? The rogue genin exclaimed, flinging his kunai with deadly intent toward Ryuun's head. With a swift motion, Ryuun raised his kunai to intercept, effortlessly deflecting the incoming weapon. The sight of this startled the rogue genin, who quickly realized that this young boy was not to be underestimated. Ryuun reached back into his tool pouch, grasping 2 kunai, and with precise movements, launched them at 2 separate targets. His actions were fluid and decisive, unmistakably showcasing his proficiency in throwing techniques. The rogue genin prepared to intercept the approaching kunai, but to his astonishment, just as he was about to act, another kunai shot forth with even greater speed. What? The subsequent shuriken precisely struck the first, altering the trajectory of both projectiles in an instant. It would be no easy feat to evade such an attack without keen perceptive abilities. The lower-ranking ninja, Takumi, managed to deflect the shuriken aimed at his vital points, but the other shuriken deftly embedded itself in his shoulder. Fortunately, due to the peculiar nature of this throwing technique, much of the attack's force was dissipated upon impact, resulting in minimal harm to the young shinobi, merely a superficial wound, with no bone injuries. However, his companion was not as fortunate. Previously, that individual had been pierced in the chest by Liu Yun's shuriken, and when faced with the Uchiha's throwing technique, he was unable to evade in time, resulting in his immediate demise as a shuriken found its mark in his throat. Bastard! Witnessing the death of a comrade, Takumi's eyes reddened with rage as he seized a shuriken and charged towards Liu Yun. The boy's throwing skills were formidable. He could not allow himself to be toyed with any longer. He believed that if he could close the distance, a single strike would be sufficient to bring the insolent child to the ground. Chapter 74. Completion of an A-rank mission. Another task begins faced with the towering Takumi wielding a deadly weapon. Liu Yun retrieved his last shuriken. Having never engaged in combat with a ninja before, this encounter provided an excellent opportunity to hone his combat experience and test his skills. He had not set out with an abundance of shuriken or kunai, and now his supply of hidden weapons was depleted. Even if Takumi did not attack first, Liu Yun would initiate close-quarters combat, seeing the boy neither flee nor evade. Takumi's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he swung the shuriken toward Liu Yun's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Liu Yun stood firm, effortlessly blocking the heavy strike. What? Shock registered in Takumi's eyes. A mere child, still in his adolescence, had the audacity to withstand his full-force attack without so much as a step back. Takumi's thoughts remained anchored in the disparity of their sizes and ages, as his understanding of chakra was rudimentary at best, lacking the finesse of scientific control. Liu Yun, with his feet firmly planted on the ground and arms brimming with chakra, possessed sufficient strength to repel his opponent. After blocking the strike, Liu Yun exerted his energy, shoving Takumi back while forcefully launching his weapon. The shuriken flew swiftly toward Takumi's face, and the lower-ranking ninja, startled by the imminent threat, instinctively turned his head to evade. Alas, Liu Yun had infused the shuriken with lightning chakra, granting it incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to dodge. A portion of his ear was severed by the shuriken, though his life was spared for the moment. Takumi had scarcely regained his composure when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Liu Yun's fist had struck true. The lower-ranking ninja was sent flying, and before he could land, he coughed up blood. Liu Yun's blow was heavy, and he showed no mercy against an enemy from another land. Takumi crashed into a large tree 10 meters away before coming to a stop. Liu Yun quickly formed hand seals, preparing for his final assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Liu Yun unleashed a massive fireball, its terrifying force leaving the opposing ninja trembling in fear. He could hardly believe that a mere child, not even a full-fledged ninja, possessed such formidable power and mastery of jutsu. The fireball expanded rapidly in his vision, engulfing him and the tree behind him in flames. Boom! The explosion caught the attention of Orochimaru's shadow clone, who was observing the battle from a distance, ensuring that Shuju was fending off for opponents. The explosion prompted him to glance toward Liu Yun's direction. Seeing Liu Yun victorious, Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk, even chuckling lightly. This child had not disappointed him. A prodigious talent capable of developing the Chidori would undoubtedly handle 2 lower-ranking ninjas without error. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in alarm as he shouted at the stunned Liu Yun, "Watch out." A shuriken plunged fiercely into Liu Yun's chest. "Did you think you had won? Remember this lesson in your next life," Takumi sneered. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, he sensed something was off as the shuriken pierced flesh. The lower-ranking ninja was no ordinary opponent. He was an elite shinobi. In the final moments before the fireball struck, he had employed the body replacement technique. Seizing the moment while Liu Yun was distracted, he delivered a fatal blow. "This line I return to you unchanged," he declared. With that declaration, the shuriken struck only an illusory image of Liu Yun. This was a mere shadow clone, not even a full-fledged shadow technique. But it was sufficient to deceive such a lower-ranking ninja. Lightning release, lightning bolt technique. A bolt surged from above Takumi, striking him and inflicting severe injury. The chakra-generated lightning was far less potent than natural lightning, and given that the lightning bolt technique was a low-level jutsu, it wasn't lethal to a sturdy opponent. Liu Yun, however, was not surprised. He stepped forward and delivered a decisive kick, bringing an end to his adversary's life. This close-quarters killing evoked little psychological burden. Perhaps the adrenaline surge was to blame, as he felt no tremors in his limbs, only a slight quickening of his heartbeat. With time, as he accumulated more lives taken, he would likely become desensitized to even that reaction. With the battle concluded, he waved at Orochimaru to signal his safety. Orochimaru, ever generous with praise, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Shuju was engaged in a fierce struggle, without Orochimaru's intervention. He swiftly dispatched 3 lower-ranking ninjas and was now locked in combat with another. Seeing this, Liu Yun had no intention of assisting, for the remaining ninja was already wounded. Nearing his end, even without help, Shuju would likely finish the job quickly. 3 minutes later, the skirmish in the woods came to a decisive end. The two swiftly made their way back to Orochimaru's location, only to find him had concluded his own battle. The Jonin, Wanzaru, lay dead. while Orochimaru was interrogating a Takumi Chunin who was proving rather obstinate. However, the ninja had bitten down on a concealed poison capsule, denying Orochimaru any chance of extracting information. This was entirely within Orochimaru's expectations. The enemy showed no sign of emotional turmoil as he met his end. In his view, these were likely members of Takumi village, deliberately masquerading as rogue ninjas. Ideally, there would be no issues. Takumi village could amass wealth freely, and even if Konoha's ninjas discovered them, a few rogue ninjas would hardly implicate the entire village. Konoha, in fact, had little recourse for such nefarious actions. They could hardly wage war over a handful of rogue ninjas from minor villages. The most they could do was eliminate one as needed. The resources of 10 small villages could scarcely produce such a cadre of ninjas. This time, they had eliminated a Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 6 Genin, marking a significant loss for Takumi village. Had another Jonin from Konoha taken on this mission, they likely would have faced dire consequences and probably would not have retained Wanzaru and his companions. But the one who accepted this A-rank mission was Orochimaru. This time, Takumi village had drawn the short straw. The trio paused for a brief respite within the village, where they were warmly welcomed by the locals. Seizing this opportunity, Shunshu inquired about the safety conditions in the vicinity. Upon learning of a nearby den of thieves, they set out early the next morning, subsequently leaving no trace of the bandits behind. After completing this task, Orochimaru had no intention of returning to the village. Instead, he led the two youths into another nation. Chapter 75. S-Rank Mission. The nature of the task changes, expressing refusal through silence. The Land of Sound had never established a reliable ninja village since its inception, resulting in chaos and insecurity for its citizens, plagued by countless mountain bandits and thieves. The feudal lord of the Land of Sound, often left with no choice, would spend considerable sums to hire ninjas from larger countries to eliminate these marauders, occasionally seeking assistance from foreign powers to suppress rebels and riots. Upon entering the Land of Sound, Orochimaru focused solely on one objective: exterminating bandits. The three of them advanced from the border, with Ryuun even unaware of the true purpose until they had obliterated 3 bandit dens, at which point Orochimaru finally elucidated the mission. S-Rank Mission. Upon hearing the classification of the mission, Shunshu was instantly filled with exuberance, as this marked his first S-Rank task since undertaking missions. Moreover, it appeared that S-Rank missions were communicated privately by the Hokage, never to be displayed for ordinary ninjas to peruse or select at will. Each was shrouded in secrecy. Is this S-Rank mission merely about eliminating bandits? Ryuun inquired curiously. Initially startled by the mission's classification, he wondered why a mere student was being thrust into such a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, Orochimaru reassured him that the danger level was not high. The high payment from the Land of Sound, combined with the time-consuming and labor-intensive nature of the task, as well as certain political factors, had collectively warranted its S-Rank designation. Having completed over 100 S-Rank missions in the original work, Orochimaru believed that bringing along 2 young ones would pose no problem. While the primary objective was to eliminate bandits, he refrained from elaborating on the secondary reasons. 2 nights later, the trio found themselves before an unusually large bandit den. According to intelligence, this den housed over 1,000 individuals, making it one of the largest strongholds within the Land of Rice. For safety's sake, they lingered nearby for half a day to gather specific information about the Black Cloud village. You two, each guard a mountain pass and ensure that not a single bandit escapes, Orochimaru instructed, pointing to a crude map in a hushed tone. We only need to guard the pass and not engage in killing? Ryuun asked quietly. Over the past few days, he had grown somewhat desensitized to murder. He had lost count of how many lives he had taken. Now, upon seeing a person, his attention would instinctively gravitate towards their neck and heart. No need for that. And try not to kill anyone if possible. The Dragon Cave will handle it themselves. We merely need to guard the various entrances, Orochimaru replied, his tone imbued with chilling indifference. The Dragon Cave? Ryuun instinctively furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that those serpents go in and devour people? Haha, Yinkuen. You are quite clever, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. At this, Ryuun's pupils constricted and his eyes narrowed slightly. To be candid, he felt some resistance towards this mission. If Orochimaru had tasked him with slaying bandits, there would be no hesitation. He would undoubtedly comply without question. However, the notion of allowing the serpents from the Dragon Cave to feast upon humans while he merely blocked their path felt entirely different. No, It was not merely a feeling. The very nature of the mission had shifted. Orochimaru was seemingly appeasing those beasts, leading Ryuun to feel as if he was no longer human. What? Are you unwilling? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing further. Indeed, Orochimaru was more ruthless than Ryuun had anticipated. In his eyes, ordinary people led lives of suffering, and sometimes, taking a life was merely a means of offering release. For instance, in the original work, upon first encountering Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, his initial reaction was to eliminate them, thereby liberating them from their tragic and painful existence, a viewpoint that astonished both Jiraiya and Tsunade at the time. At this moment, Orochimaru's intent was to exploit the situation. The bandits were destined to die, so it was preferable for them to serve as living sacrifices to the Dragon Cave. Ryuun's belief was that killing should not be cruel. He could take a life, but to harm others merely to satiate a pack of cold-blooded beasts, and to be required to block their path without killing. This was a task he genuinely resisted. To put it simply, I am merely here to execute a mission, but you are asking me to forsake my humanity. Even if you were to grant me 10 jutsu afterwards, I would not wish to accept this task. Silence signified his unwillingness. Orochimaru glared at him for a moment before shifting his gaze to Shinshu. Shinshu, what is your stance? To Ryuun's surprise, Shinshu's face flushed, his gaze wavering, and he did not immediately express his opinion. Very well. Seeing that both had developed a sense of resistance, Orochimaru sighed softly, choosing not to pressure them. After all, people's thoughts differ, and he could somewhat understand the sentiments of the two youths. In the past, he too had his own limits, but as time passed, that boundary had long since vanished. Just keep watch, you two. Old teacher. Shinshu hesitated for a moment, opening his mouth to convey his intentions, but Orochimaru waved a hand, interrupting him. Orochimaru formed hand seals and summoned 6 shadow clones, which then dispersed to block the paths. Summoning technique. A white serpent emerged from the summoning. Ryuun and Shinshu observed from a distant vantage point as the serpent seemed to be in conversation with Orochimaru. Half an hour later, a horde of vividly colored, fearsome serpents surged into the Black Cloud village. The chilling sounds of terror and the hissing of the serpents soon echoed throughout the stronghold. In Ryuun's eyes, the serpents from the Dragon Cave were voracious, devouring multiple people at once with great relish. This was a banquet of gluttony. They reveled in the sensation of the living struggling within them. Ordinary villagers and a few low-ranking ninjas were utterly powerless against these monstrous serpents. Even explosive tags failed to harm the thick-skinned creatures, plunging the entire Black Cloud village into despair. A multitude of bandits began to scatter in panic. Yet every escape route was guarded by Orochimaru's shadow clones, forcing them back into the heart of the village. With ninjas in front and serpents behind, the population of Black Cloud village dwindled at an alarming rate. Cries of anguish and terror spread even beyond the stronghold. Ryuun and Shinshu, mere spectators, could acutely feel the palpable despair in the air. Though they did nothing, their breathing grew rapid, escalating into heavy gasps as the scene unfolded. Chapter 76. Orochimaru and the feudal lord of the Land of Sound in Compromise. Mission accomplished. Night fell. The terrifying screams and the hissing of the serpents within Black Cloud village finally subsided. Ryuun and Shinshu descended from their elevated position and approached Orochimaru within the stronghold. Gather all the valuables and pack them up, Orochimaru wearily gestured, casually seating himself upon a large stone. Yes. The two nodded in unison and began a thorough search for treasures. In a stronghold housing over 1,000 individuals, the wealth contained within was so abundant that even storage scrolls could not accommodate it all. The two companions could only collect the most valuable treasures, while the commercial goods and provisions were set ablaze, leaving nothing behind. After ridding themselves of the Black Cloud stronghold, the trio ventured to a nearby black market, where they transformed their recent spoils into cash. Orochimaru, without delay, divided the money into 3 equal parts, aware that he could not shirk the substantial profit from this task. Ryuun decided to suggest purchasing a fine weapon, thus redirecting the earnings back to Orochimaru. Due to the strict regulations on weaponry in Konoha, a mere academy student could not procure a quality blade from the village's tool shop. Orochimaru-sensei, could you assist me in selecting a weapon capable of channeling chakra? I can cover the cost with these earnings along with my mission remuneration. If it falls short, I shall supplement the difference, Ryuun articulated. Explaining that he possessed lightning attribute chakra, and a superior weapon would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Ah, you little student, your knowledge is surprisingly extensive. Even concerning weapons that can channel chakra, Orochimaru remarked, narrowing his eyes with a sinister grin. His disciple, Shoju, had been by his side for quite some time and remained unaware of such weaponry, while Lu Yun, despite his youth, exhibited an impressive grasp of knowledge beyond his years. He had previously overheard discussions among clan elders about such weapons, which piqued his curiosity. Orochimaru nodded slightly, finding the explanation somewhat plausible and not wishing to press the matter further. While metals capable of channeling chakra are indeed precious, they are not exorbitantly priced. I'll see what I can find upon my return. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. The trio spent half a day refreshing themselves in a small town before heading directly to the capital of the Land of Sound. After a day's journey, Orochimaru brought them to the residence of the feudal lord, which, despite being a small nation, was impressively grand. They were personally received and welcomed by the lord, and Lu Yun noted the seemingly close relationship between the feudal lord and Orochimaru, leading him to ponder various implications. In the original narrative, Orochimaru established the Sound Village within the Land of Sound, and Lu Yun had not anticipated their swift connection. Orochimaru and the feudal lord engaged in a private conversation in a secluded room, while Lu Yun and Shoju enjoyed refreshments in the reception hall, listening to music and watching performers. Reveling in the experience, the dancers were alluring and skilled, leaving the two youths momentarily entranced. Shoju, blushing profusely, found himself overwhelmed by the provocative displays he had only previously encountered in comics, now witnessing such alluring dances up close. The unique fragrances wafting from the dancers heightened his embarrassment and curiosity, igniting a noticeable restlessness within him. Lu Yun fared somewhat better, having viewed similar content before. He found the dancers captivating, yet not enough to elicit a blush. Moreover, he was put off by the dancers' exaggerated makeup, with their faces appearing ghostly pale and lips painted a stark red, which he found unsettling. Not that he had matured to the point of being overly influenced by such things, but even if he had, encountering such a sight at night would be daunting, unless the lights were extinguished. At that moment, he found himself appreciating the dancers' movements, their grace and fluidity captivating his attention. He couldn't help but reflect on the luxurious lives of the nobility. As night fell, Lu Yun and Shoju shared a room, while Orochimaru accompanied the feudal lord on an outing, leaving the two youths unaware of their destination. When Orochimaru returned to the lord's residence the following morning, his clothing bore unmistakable stains of blood, leading Lu Yun to speculate that he had engaged in some unsavory business. It was likely connected to another S-rank mission, but Orochimaru disclosed no details, and the boys dared not inquire further. After a night's rest, Lu Yun noticed that the feudal lord was markedly warmer towards them. The trio spent 2 days in the lord's residence, indulging in the pleasures of a leisurely existence. Subsequently, Orochimaru bid farewell to the feudal lord, picked up a large map marked with coordinates, and set off again with the two boys on a mission to eliminate bandits. They managed to eradicate the majority of the bandit nests within the Land of Sound, thereby securing a more favorable living environment for the populace. Although this S-rank task was not overly perilous, it proved to be more arduous than anticipated. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. Many sought such missions but found no opportunities. Only Orochimaru, as a student of the Hokage, could undertake such low-risk, lucrative assignments. The duration of the 2 missions, one S-rank and one A-rank, exceeded a month. Upon entering the Land of Fire and catching sight of Konoha Village, Lu Yun's previously suppressed emotions began to ease. The anticipation of returning home filled him with joy. Once inside the village, he quickly parted ways with his companions and hastened towards his home. Unfortunately, upon arrival, he found his mother, Asuka, absent. After a brief contemplation, he decided to head towards the Senju clan's grounds. To his surprise, he found no sign of Kushina. He was informed that she had left early that morning, though her destination was uncertain. What is going on? Why are both my mother and Kushina missing? Lu Yun furrowed his brow unconsciously. After pondering for a moment, a realization struck him, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. I know where my mother is. Having been away from Konoha for a month, Lu Yun surmised that Asuka's flower shop had likely reached a stable phase. It was broad daylight, so she must be running the shop. As he approached a street, a new store adorned with fresh flowers caught his attention. Yunxiang Flower Shop, what a lovely name. Lu Yun smiled knowingly upon seeing the shop's sign. Chapter 77. The Harmonious Mother-in-Law Relationship. My guy is getting married? Upon stepping into the flower shop, Ryuun was greeted by the sight of the two women he had longed to see the most. Mother, Kushina. So you are both here. With the new shop opening and the street not being particularly busy, Asuka and Kushina were enjoying a leisurely moment. As soon as they spotted Ryuun, their faces lit up with uncontainable joy. Son, Ryuun. Asuka hurriedly approached and embraced her son, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Where have you been for so long? I was so worried about you. Having never been away from her side for such an extended period, Asuka had even visited the Hokage Tower multiple times to inquire about her son's safety. I was on missions in other countries, and it took quite a while, Ryuun explained, blushing as he extricated himself from his mother's embrace. However, due to the classified nature of the S-rank and A-rank missions, he could not divulge too much information. What? You went abroad? Asuka exclaimed in surprise, having believed her son was undertaking missions domestically with Orochimaru. To her understanding, foreign lands were chaotic and fraught with danger. Yes. I'll explain everything when we get home. He indicated, aware of the confidentiality surrounding ninja missions, and though he was not yet a ninja, discussing such matters in a flower shop was inappropriate. Let us go home now. We want to open the shop today since there are hardly any customers, Asuka declared. Already beginning to pack up their belongings in preparation to close the shop, Ryuun found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Approaching Kushina, he took her hand gently. The girl beamed at his presence, yet due to Asuka's presence, she felt the need to exhibit a modicum of restraint, daring only to lean closer, remaining silent while the mother and son conversed. In this moment, confronted by Ryuun's affectionate greeting, Kushina blushed deeply, her joy unmistakable. Did you miss your brother? Ryuun teased as per his usual manner. Stealing a glance at Asuka, who was engrossed in tidying up and oblivious to their exchange, Kushina murmured, You've been gone for over a month. Annie has been so worried she can't sleep well. And what about you, Nanny? Did you worry about me? Ryuun leaned in to whisper. Don't feign ignorance, you rascal. Kushina retorted, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, casting him a playful glare. His laughter was genuine, elicited by her adorably shy demeanor. What is so funny? Hurry up and step outside. I'm closing the shop. Asuka interjected, ushering the two youngsters out of the flower shop. After locking the door, she took each of their hands, cheerfully leading them towards home. Ryuun and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles behind her back. Upon arriving home, Ryuun recounted his mission in vague terms, omitting the details of its difficulty, and then inquired about their activities. How did you end up at the flower shop? Nanny has been helping me manage the shop lately. Worried that Mom would be too lonely, so she comes to keep me company. Asuka chimed in, pouring 2 cups of fragrant tea for them. Not at all. I Haven tea really helped Auntie. I just love flowers and had nowhere else to go, Kushina shyly explained. Feeling cherished by Asuka's kindness and the warmth of maternal affection she had long missed. With Ryuun away for an extended period, she found solace in visiting the shop daily, nurturing her bond with Asuka while waiting for the return of the boy with tousled hair. Is that so? Ryuun observed her with a smile, causing her to feel a tad bashful under his gaze. By the way, son, Ushin Ming has been coming by every day to inquire about your whereabouts. He mentioned that if you don't resume your updates soon, he might just hang himself at our doorstep. Asuka shared this news with a laugh. Moreover, he recently sent a considerable sum for your manuscript fees, claiming it was a share of the earnings, with a portion being a personal bonus for you. He merely hopes you can update the story soon. I had forgotten about that, Ryuun admitted. The month-long task had taken him by surprise, and it was only natural for Ushin Ming to be anxious. Soon, Ryuun conjured a shadow clone dedicated to writing and sent it to Ushin Ming. This was his source of income, and it could not be allowed to falter. The current manuscript earnings were already substantial, and as the Dragon Ball manga spread further, his profits would only continue to grow. Additionally, your elder brother Dai recently got married. He initially wanted to invite you to the wedding. Asuka revealed this significant news. What? Ryuun exclaimed, rising from the sofa in shock. How long have Dai and his partner been together? They're already married? The sudden news of Might Dai's hasty marriage caught him off guard. However, considering Dai's nature, it wasn't entirely surprising. A fleeting moment of emotion might have prompted him to propose. Mom, did you contribute to the wedding gift? Ryuun inquired hastily. Of course. He formally came to notify you. It would be rude not to. However, he consistently declined, so I ultimately gave the gift to his wife. Asuka explained the situation. Good. But it's not enough. I still plan to visit his home later and prepare an additional wedding gift for him, Lu Yun resolved. Might Dai had been like a mentor to him, imparting invaluable knowledge of martial arts. Now that he was married, Lu Yun felt he could not merely offer a monetary gift. With Dai's swift marriage, it likely wouldn't be long before Might Guy followed suit. Lu Yun mused silently. Nanny, have you completed your tree climbing training? Sitting closely on the bench behind the house, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to inquire about her progress. Of course, climbing a tree is hardly a challenge for me. The very day after you left Konoha, I successfully mastered the chakra control technique. Kushina replied, her head held high, exuding a proud, playful demeanor that amused Lu Yun greatly. Really? Nanny, is that impressive? Lu Yun teased. Mastering chakra control was no small feat. Even Naruto and Sasuke had spent several days grasping the technique, yet Kushina managed it in under 2 days. In truth, she had fallen several times over 5 days before mastering it. She only claimed success so swiftly to avoid Lu Yun belittling her. Of course it's true. Who do you think I am? Kushina insisted, forcing a laugh. Wow, look at you. Now that you've grasped chakra control, I'll teach you advanced techniques tomorrow. Starting with water walking, Lu Yun announced, a playful grin spreading across his face. Swimsuit Kushina? Or drenched Kushina? I can hardly wait for tomorrow. Chapter 78. The one Lu Yun fears most. Want me to graduate early? Don't even think about it. You're going to teach me water walking tomorrow? That is wonderful, Kushina exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Ever since Lu Yun had playfully teased her by standing on water, she had longed to learn this skill, envisioning a day when she could turn the tables on him if he ever angered her again. Neither was aware of the other's thoughts, yet their joy was palpable. I'll teach you sealing techniques tomorrow night, Kushina declared, prompting Lu Yun's eyes to light up with elation, his expression shifting to one of unabashed enthusiasm. Why are you suddenly grinning so mischievously? Kushina instinctively felt wary upon seeing his reaction. Is that so? No, not at all. As night fell, Lu Yun prepared a gift and headed to Might Dai's home. When he emerged, it was nearing 9 o'clock. After parting ways with Dai, Lu Yun sensed he was being followed. Before he could lead the pursuer to a secluded area, they stepped into his path. It was a member of the Konoha Umbu. Uchiha Ryuun, the Hokage requests your presence. Please come with me, the Umbu stated coldly. Lu Yun instinctively furrowed his brow at the mention of the Umbu. What could Sarutobi Hiruzen want with him? He felt an ominous premonition. May I ask what the Hokage desires of me? I cannot say. You will understand upon your arrival. The Umbu replied impassively. Moments later, Lu Yun entered the Hokage's brightly lit office, where only 2 people were present, one of whom instilled a deep sense of trepidation within him, Shimura Danzo. If there were anyone Lu Yun should be wary of in Konoha, it would undoubtedly be this old man. The reason was simple. He disregarded rules and morals, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals, capable of anything. A power-hungry fanatic, he operated without boundaries, solely pursuing personal gain. Such an individual was exceedingly difficult to handle. Lu Yun found it challenging to employ any rhetoric to influence or sway him. With someone like Danzo, one either had to possess greater authority to suppress him or possess strength formidable enough to threaten him. Unfortunately, Lu Yun possessed neither, resulting in a slight sense of insecurity within him. Hokage-sama, you summoned me for something? Ah, Lu Yun, you've arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, setting down the documents in his hand. There is nothing particularly special to discuss. I mainly wish to clarify a few matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignited his smoking pipe, revealing a serious demeanor. You have participated in a B-rank mission, an A-rank mission, and an S-rank mission alongside Orochimaru. Logically, you should not have been able to partake in such missions before officially becoming a ninja. However, since you have completed them successfully, we must preemptively record your name in the archives. All 3 missions will become a part of your ninja career. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Orochimaru's reckless behavior and disregard for rules had entangled him, as the mentor, in this predicament. This matter was reported to Danzo by the 2 Hokage advisors, resulting in a severe reprimand for Orochimaru. The 3rd Hokage, aware of his negligence and unable to refute the accusations, reluctantly bore the brunt of the higher-up's ire on behalf of his prized student. Yet, Hiruzen could only blame Orochimaru's capriciousness, directing no ire towards Lu Yun. Summoning Lu Yun was primarily to prevent such occurrences in the future. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to inquire if you wish to graduate early. After all, The 3 high-level missions have demonstrated your capabilities. Should you desire to graduate early and become a genin, I can facilitate that. No, 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 I do not wish to. Seeing the third Hokage's intentions laid bare, Lu Yun hastily interrupted. What a ludicrous proposition. He was enjoying a comfortable and vibrant life. Why would he want to graduate early and toil as a mere pawn? His earnest pursuit of ninjutsu was solely for self-preservation and empowerment. Who in their right mind would willingly become a ninja, if not for the pursuit of strength? Was it enjoyable to be a mere cog in the machine? Or to engage in violence and chaos? Liu Yun's aspirations were to become a formidable force, not just a ninja. The high-level missions were primarily undertaken by Orochimaru-sensei and Shinsuke. I was merely there to broaden my horizons or to perform menial tasks, Lu Yun awkwardly clarified. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating the veracity of this statement. Noticing the third Hokage's expression, Lu Yun surmised that Orochimaru had likely not shared the mission details with Hiruzen. In truth, after registering the missions, Orochimaru had vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving a shadow clone behind to head to the Hokage's office. He hadn't even given Hiruzen the opportunity to express his frustration. Shinsuke remained in the Hokage's office for interrogation, but he was notoriously uncooperative, seemingly intent on concealing the truth. Due to his esteemed status, no one dared challenge him. Please recount the mission details in full. Danzo finally spoke up, his expression devoid of emotion, maintaining an air of seriousness. Which mission do you refer to? Lu Yun scratched his head. Let us discuss the S-rank mission, Danzo stated, his gaze fixed on him. At this, Lu Yun instinctively glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who subtly nodded in encouragement. His mind raced, and he proceeded to recount the details of the mission in the Land of Sound, where they had eliminated various bandits. He emphasized downplaying his role, asserting that he was merely responsible for tasks such as collecting corpses and gathering spoils, presenting himself as nothing more than a simple tool. What need have you for collecting corpses? And why set fire to things if you are to gather the dead? Danzo suddenly interjected. Well, to feed the great serpent. Of course, Lu Yun gestured, indicating the size of Orochimaru's summoning beast. This was common knowledge among the higher-ups in Konoha, and he did not consider it a breach of confidentiality. Furthermore, since Orochimaru had not explicitly instructed him to keep any mission detail secret, he felt comfortable sharing most of the information during Danzo and the Hokage's inquiry, provided he omitted any sensitive details. Lu Yun elaborated extensively, so much so that recounting the eradication of a bandit hideout took nearly half an hour. Get to the point. Danzo interrupted, his tone growing impatient. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Do you not wish to conclude? Did you not ask me to elaborate? Lu Yun replied, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he turned to the third Hokage, falling silent. Danzo, his expression darkening, stood up and stormed out. Hokage-sama, did I say something wrong? Lu Yun asked innocently, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 79. The Unabashed Old Man. Uchiha Fugaku's heartthrob Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, wore a look of resignation. I would like to know how you came to know Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but admire the reliability of Uncle Snake. Clearly, Orochimaru had not disclosed Lu Yun's circumstances to his Hokage mentor. Of course, the matter regarding Chidori was something Lu Yun had insisted Orochimaru keep confidential. How did I come to know Orochimaru-sensei? I first met him through Kushina, Lu Yun pondered before responding. Be specific. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke. One afternoon after school, I was with Kushina when a few unruly individuals confronted us. Together, we dealt with them, and Orochimaru-sensei, witnessing this, expressed his admiration for my abilities. Lu Yun recounted the events of that fateful afternoon. He couldn't conceal everything. After all, the Hokage was no fool. Naturally, he wouldn't divulge every detail, as some information only required partial disclosure for the astute to deduce the rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, not probing further into specifics. He merely sought to understand the general circumstances. Do you truly not wish to graduate early? With Orochimaru guiding you, I could expedite your acquisition of the Konoha ninja headband, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired again, unable to suppress his curiosity. In truth, his insistence on Lu Yun graduating early stemmed from a desire to prevent his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, from continuing his reckless behavior. After all, the implications of taking a young student on high-level missions could lead to significant repercussions if word got out. Should Lu Yun become a ninja, such issues would be alleviated. At worst, People would simply remark that his apprentice was undertaking advanced missions, and with Orochimaru's prowess, no one would dare accuse him of misconduct. Nor would they blame the Hokage for his negligence. Ryuun was witnessing the audacity of Sarutobi Hiruzen firsthand, having just declared he did not wish to graduate early. The Hokage still pressed on. This was clearly an attempt to make his life more difficult. With the Second Great Ninja War already underway, graduating at this point would only lead him to be sent as cannon fodder in the Land of Rain. While he had seen students beseeching the Hokage for early graduation, he had never witnessed a Hokage pleading with a student for the same. I prefer to wait. When I am ready to graduate early, I will approach Hokage-sama. Ryuun politely declined. Very well, but you must refrain from participating in any C-rank or higher missions with Orochimaru again, as you are not yet a ninja, should anything occur. Both Orochimaru and I, as Hokage, would bear the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen patiently explained the stakes. I understand. Very well, Ryuun conceded, expecting to hear something along the lines of, then I shall graduate early and become a ninja. Yet, to his surprise, he heard Ryuun state, I will wait another year before undertaking missions with Orochimaru-sensei. All right. An additional year of study could be beneficial. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed a stiff smile. If Ryuun did not wish to graduate early, as Hokage, he had no grounds to compel him, unless a war broke out with another major nation, prompting the academy to consider shortening the 6-year curriculum and sending freshly graduated students into the fray. Regarding the confidentiality of missions, Orochimaru should have discussed that with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually inquired, tapping the ash from his pipe. Orochimaru once advised that even upon the completion of a mission, one must remain discreet. It is understood that tasks of C rank and above are classified as high-level missions, and thus, even to family or close friends, confidentiality must be maintained. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I comprehend, replied Ryuun, standing upright, her small face etched with earnestness. This display of seriousness momentarily amused Sarutobi Hiruzen, who then waved his hand with a smile. Go back and rest. If your mother cannot find you later, she will surely worry. Upon departing from the Hokage building, Ryuun instinctively wiped the sweat from her brow. Undertaking missions alongside Orochimaru bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in utilizing his reputation as a formidable shield, while the disadvantage was the inevitable scrutiny from the higher echelons of Konoha. Ryuun mused that with Orochimaru's current standing, he may not be able to deter the likes of Danzo. However, should a full-scale war erupt between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind, the renowned names of the 3 Sannin from Konoha would bolster his stature. As a recognized disciple of Orochimaru, she felt little fear towards the Konoha elite, provided she did not err greatly. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, a member of the clan's patrol informed Fugaku Uchiha Ryuun has returned to the village. A chunin entered the security office to relay the news. Finally decided to return, has she? Fugaku muttered under a darkened expression. Previously, Uchiha Ryuun had humiliated him in front of many clan members and had subsequently conspired against his dispatched chunin, leading to his disgrace and punishment. This debt Fugaku had not forgotten. He had initially intended to confront her, teaching her a lesson for crossing him, but she had swiftly escaped beyond the village, thwarting his plans for retribution. Since the clan meeting mid-year, thoughts of vengeance had consumed him, yet Ryuun had vanished for an entire month. He suspected that she had fled to avoid his wrath. Not only he, but also the clan members who witnessed their feud shared similar thoughts. Many praised her cleverness, yet more believed her departure was an act of cowardice. Eventually, she would have to face Fugaku. Please notify Uchiha Aoki to come to me, he commanded. Yes. The chunin bowed in response, aware that while both he and Fugaku were chunin, their statuses were worlds apart. It was a privilege for him to be summoned. At Ryuun's home, she approached Asuka, holding a letter. Mother, where did this letter come from? Asuka replied, I don't know. It was left at the door nearly a month ago. The letter warned her to be cautious of Fugaku, questioning if there were any grievances between her and the elder's grandson. Ryuun scratched her head, having read the letter and recognizing the handwriting as feminine, imbued with a faint scent of orchids. She had no idea which girl had sent her the letter, ruling out Kushina. Why must you be wary of Fugaku? Asuka inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. It's nothing, just a minor issue, Ryuun replied vaguely, but Asuka remained apprehensive. You didn't offend him during the clan meeting, did you? Be honest with me. Asuka's worry stemmed from Fugaku's esteemed position and his swift rise to chunin at such a young age. They could not afford to offend him. There's truly nothing to worry about, mother. I know how to gauge my actions, Lu Yun reassured her, alleviating her fears somewhat. Asuka realized her son had matured and was indeed responsible. Well, if there is nothing amiss, it's best. It's late, go to sleep. She kissed him on the cheek and gently urged him to his room. Good night, mother, Lu Yun said, his cheeks slightly flushed as he dashed into his room. In the deep of night, he lay in his comfortable bed, yet sleep eluded him. For the past month, he had infiltrated enemy hideouts nightly, leaving him spiritually drained. Though returning home should have brought relaxation, the scrutiny from Konoha's higher-ups gnawed at him, particularly after hearing from Orochimaru about the escalating conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. He felt a sense of impending doom. The psychological toll of his recent actions, the onset of war, and the watchful eyes of the elite all contributed to his insomnia. In essence, he felt a profound lack of security, as his abilities were not yet sufficient to grant him peace of mind. Why couldn't I have been granted a system or some advantage in this world? Lu Yun sighed deeply, while others traversed worlds with systems to vanquish foes. He had awakened his Sharingan through the fusion of souls, a feat that hardly qualified as an advantage. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Kushina arrived early at Lu Yun's home. Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you hot? Lu Yun remarked, noticing her peculiar attire. Kushina was clad in a special waterproof bodysuit, evidently prepared for an outing. A swimsuit, perhaps? What Kushina? Alas, I shall never witness such a sight, he mused. For Kushina had always favored modesty in her attire. Nevertheless, her figure beneath the bodysuit was commendably curvaceous, providing him a fleeting moment of delight. Of course it's hot. But it won't be once we're in the water, she replied cheerfully. You've become quite clever. Lu Yun responded. All right, let us proceed to the riverbank. Although disappointed not to see what he had hoped, he was not in haste. There would be more opportunities. At the training grounds by the river, with a splash, Kushina fell into the water once again. Liu Yun's shadow clone pulled her from the depths. Relax your body. Don't tense up. Maintain a steady flow of chakra in your feet, neither too much nor too little, and don't interrupt, he patiently instructed. Kushina found this practice challenging, even more so than climbing trees. Had she not been a proficient swimmer, she would have hesitated to engage in such training, though Lu Yun was there to safeguard her. The moment her feet touched the frigid water, she instinctively felt anxious, requiring time to adjust. Emerging from the water, her skin glistened, complemented by her wet crimson hair, creating an enchanting sight that caused Lu Yun to glance back more than once. As noon approached, they concluded their morning practice and returned home together. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Yun sensed a gaze upon him. Turning to investigate, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow slipping away. The individual moved stealthily, clearly not a figure of good intent. Upon realizing he had been discovered, he hurriedly fled the scene. Lu Yun had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, he stood in place, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. The man possessed black hair and dark eyes, and considering Lu Yun's previous grievances with Uchiha Fugaku, along with that letter, he speculated that this sneaky individual was likely sent by Uchiha Fugaku to surveil him. It seemed the shadow clone had inflicted considerable harm a month ago, and thus, it appeared that the issue could only be resolved through force. Lu Yun murmured to himself, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Over the past month, he had experienced numerous battles and skirmishes, mastering his skills, and felt confident in confronting the Chunin Uchiha Fugaku in a one-on-one encounter. Provided the latter did not bring too many allies and did not shamelessly request assistance from the clan S. Jonin. Just as he pondered these matters, a timid voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yun, may I take a bath at your home? Kushina asked, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, she was covered in the muddy scent of river water, and her clothes were drenched. She felt it would be somewhat embarrassing to return to the Senju clan in such a state, hence her desire to change clothes at Lu Yun's place. Of course. Did you bring any clothes with you? Would you like me to buy you a new outfit? Lu Yun asked kindly with a smile. No, it's all right. I thought of this beforehand and brought a change of clothes, Kushina replied, raising the small scroll in her hand, within which her clothes were sealed using a sealing technique. That's good to hear. You may go wash up. The bathroom has fresh soap for you to use, which will help eliminate the muddy odor, he said. Okay, I understand. Shortly after, a pure and lovely girl emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a light blue dress, her long hair damp and fragrant. You're looking lovely. Lu Yun praised her while preparing food in the kitchen. Thank you. Let me help you, Kushina said with a shy smile. Lu Yun, who was quite handsome while cooking, made the atmosphere in the kitchen feel harmonious. During lunch, Asaka was at the flower shop, leaving just the two of them alone at home. Lu Yun, this afternoon, I will teach you the sealing technique instead of going to the river. I have memorized the training tips, and I will practice in the pond at home these days, Kushina said while eating. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun paused momentarily in his eating. Yes, practicing at home is fine. There's no need to go to the riverbank. He agreed with a smile. However, I need to step out this afternoon to handle some errands, which may take around an hour. Please wait for me at home. He felt it was best to resolve the trouble with Fugaku sooner rather than later, especially since they had already come to confront him. He could no longer pretend to be indifferent. Okay, Kushina nodded obediently, not probing further into Lu Yun's errands. Your cooking is truly delicious. I feel so full, but there is still so much left. It's a pity I can't eat anymore, Kushina said, patting her round belly with a satisfied expression. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Lu Yun chuckled at her lazy and content demeanor. Seeing Lu Yun about to clean up, Kushina eagerly stood up to help. Let me do it. You go rest. Lu Yun, unable to refuse her insistence, allowed her to tidy the dining table. Sitting in the living room, watching the red-haired girl in an apron diligently wash the dishes, Lu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and happiness. Could this be what it felt like to live together with Kushina? The thought brought a smile to his face. What are you smiling about? Kushina turned her head, asking curiously. Nothing much. I need to head out now. If you find it too boring or feel sleepy, feel free to take a nap in my room, Lu Yun replied, gathering his ninja gear as he prepared to leave. You're going out now? Please return soon, Kushina said, wiping the cups with a cloth. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun's heart fluttered. If not for fearing to startle her, he would have wanted to rush over and give her a passionate kiss. However, as the girl had yet to fully mature, he forced himself to remain calm. Understood. With that, Lu Yun stepped out of the door. Watching his retreating figure, Kushina couldn't help but smile sweetly. This kind of life was precisely what she yearned for. For a brief moment, she imagined herself in the role of a wife. Though it was a bit embarrassing, it felt wonderfully peculiar. As soon as Lu Yun exited his home, he immediately spotted the Uchiha spies lingering nearby. He feigned nonchalance, hands tucked in his pockets, leisurely wandering about the street. Soon, the shadows following him began to multiply. Sensing the timing was right, Lu Yun strode into a secluded area. Before long, several Uchiha genin cornered him in an encirclement. Uchiha Lu Yun, it's time to settle our scores, Uchiha Hyun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. In his view, today was the day they would finally deal with Lu Yun. Where's Uchiha Fugaku? Why are there only the likes of you? Lu Yun frowned and inquired. Does it require Fugaku to handle a mere child who hasn't even graduated from the academy? I'm curious. You must know we've been following you, right? Did you intentionally lead us here? Uchiha Aoki questioned, his face full of doubt. Though this individual was arrogant, many within the clan acknowledged his strength, with some even claiming he possessed power rivaling a Chunin. Uchiha Aoki suspected Lu Yun was aware of their surveillance, but remained unfazed, deliberately leading them to this remote location. Was he overly confident in his abilities, or did he have traps or ambushes laid out? Perhaps he had allies hidden away? Of course, I lured you here intentionally, and you need not look around nervously. To deal with a few insignificant fish like you, I neither require allies nor any schemes, Lu Yun stated calmly, as if merely laying out the facts. You remain as arrogant as ever. To be honest, I wanted to deal with you during the clan meeting, Uchiha Aoki said darkly. Although only 7 genin had come to surround Lu Yun today, their combined strength could easily overcome an average Chunin. Lu Yun's audacity in facing them seemed to Aoki a clear sign of recklessness. Do you truly believe this is still the clan meeting period, where no one dares to touch you? Keep pretending. Today, you and Hyun will witness the might of the Sharingan, Uchiha Hyun declared, revealing his One-Tomoe Sharingan. Do you see this? Before my eyes, you are nothing. The Uchiha clan values pure bloodlines. Someone like you, a mixed breed. Before Uchiha Hyun could finish his sentence, Lu Yun had already made his move. His speed was unparalleled, swift enough that the 7 of them could barely react. How fast? Uchiha Hyun watched in horror as Lu Yun approached at a terrifying speed. His Sharingan barely managed to catch a glimpse of Lu Yun's form, but before he could react, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the mouth, sending him flying through the air. In the midst of the air, Uchiha Hyun could only emit a painful scream. His pristine white teeth, mingled with crimson blood, immediately spilled forth from his mouth, and he involuntarily rolled his eyes back. One punch, Uchiha Ryuun. You disobedient little brat. I had intended to deal with you during the clan meeting, yet you dare to appear before me today, chattering away? Lu Yun sneered coldly. This wretched being had only managed to awaken his Sharingan with the assistance of his shadow clone, a matter that had long irked Lu Yun. Now, emboldened by his audacity to insult him again, Lu Yun resolved to make him the first target. He intended to demonstrate to this insolent brat that even with the so-called Sharingan, he remained merely a small fry, easily annihilated. As Uchiha Ryuun was swiftly dispatched, the remaining 6 Uchiha members instinctively gasped in shock. However, having matured since their induction into the ninja ranks, they quickly regained their composure and launched a vigorous counterattack. Numerous shurikens and kunai were hurled towards Lu Yun's position. Lu Yun, aware of the gravity of the situation, executed several backflips and leapt into the air, successfully evading the initial wave of assault. Yet, these Uchiha were not mere novices. They had all tasted blood and would not hold back in their retaliation. As long as no fatalities occurred, what did it matter if Lu Yun was stained with blood? Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku would shoulder any repercussions. With Lu Yun suspended in midair, a keen-eyed Uchiha swiftly launched his concealed weapons. Lu Yun reached for his ninja tool pouch, intending to draw a kunai for defense, but the assailant had timed his attack perfectly, and before he could react, 3 shurikens pierced his body. Chapter 82. No match. The Forsaken. Unfortunate as Lu Yun was struck by the shurikens, several lower-ranked ninjas displayed expressions of delight. Yet, before their joy could fully blossom, a dull thud resounded, and Lu Yun's figure transformed into a wooden log. It was a substitution technique. The 6 were astonished that this yet-to-graduate student could wield the technique with such finesse. With this skill alone, graduating from the Ninja Academy would be a mere formality. Be careful. He.S. over there. Someone spotted Lu Yun's whereabouts and shouted a warning. Yet Lu Yun's speed was too swift. Just as the direction was indicated, his figure vanished from sight. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of weapons slicing through the air emerged from a patch of grass, with 3 shurikens followed by another 3 flying out, all aimed at 3 Uchiha lower ninjas simultaneously. Faced with the oncoming projectiles, 2 attempted to block them head-on, while 1 chose to evade. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 shurikens collided before being deflected or dodged, disrupting their original trajectories and causing chaos among the 3 Uchiha, who were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air as 1 shuriken successfully embedded itself in a lower ninja's shoulder. The second, who had attempted to evade, was struck in the left arm by a wayward projectile. The third, quick-witted and agile, managed to deflect the incoming shurikens with a kunai, emerging unscathed. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Aoki unleashed his ninjutsu, launching fireballs towards the grass where Lu Yun had been hiding. In an instant, the underbrush was engulfed in flames, and a chilling scream erupted from within. Upon hearing the cry, the others assumed Uchiha Aoki's ninjutsu had succeeded, and they hurried towards the burning patch. Yet, before they could approach, a cold voice resonated from the other side of the inferno. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Fireballs erupted from Lu Yun's mouth, hurtling towards the 4 approaching figures at alarming speed. The size and temperature of his projectiles surpassed those of Uchiha Aoki's, demonstrating superior power and speed. As the 4 Uchiha faced the oncoming assault, 1 elite lower ninja utilized the substitution technique just in time to evade, while another was struck by a fireball, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. The third, unfortunately, was caught directly in the blast, igniting into flames. The last, positioned at a safe distance, managed to evade the incoming fireballs through quick rolls and jumps. Help! The ignited lower ninja screamed in agony, prompting his closest companion to rush to assist in extinguishing the flames. This urgent rescue could not afford to be delayed. 1 misstep could result in severe consequences. Lu Yun refrained from hindering the rescue efforts and instead, in a flash, appeared before Uchiha Aoki. So fast, the sudden appearance startled Aoki. Yet as a wielder of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, he could somewhat perceive Lu Yun's movements and attempted a counterattack. Aoki's fist swung towards Lu Yun's face, but Lu Yun's reflexes and vision were far superior, allowing him to merely tilt his head to evade the blow. Seizing the moment while Aoki's momentum carried him forward, Lu Yun exerted tremendous force, raising his right knee and delivering a fierce strike to Aoki's abdomen. The overwhelming power caused Aoki to double over, expelling his midday meal. Before collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, Lu Yun paid no further heed to Uchiha Aoki, instead scanning the grass for any abnormalities. Upon detecting a peculiar presence, he vanished from sight and swiftly dove into the underbrush. Moments later, a figure was forcefully ejected from the foliage. "Just with you insignificant little fish. You dare to recklessly obstruct me?" Lu Yun emerged from the grass, brushing off the leaves clinging to him, and regarded the injured lower ninjas with disdain. "You wish to trouble me? Then let Fugaku's wretched son come personally." As he spoke, Lu Yun approached Uchiha Hyun, delivering a harsh stomp onto his calf. Uchiha Hyun, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, was jolted awake. The three less severely wounded Uchiha lower ninjas, witnessing Lu Yun's overwhelming strength, realized they could not contend with him and hastily retreated, carrying their injured companion. "Save me! Don't leave me! Help!" Uchiha Hyun, now terrified, sensed that Lu Yun had no intention of letting him off easily. "Hang on, we'll find someone to rescue you," shouted the figure leading the retreat. Unable to assist Uchiha Hyun due to Lu Yun's foot pinning him down, the others reluctantly abandoned him, leaving only two figures in the desolate area. "You treacherous bastards!" Uchiha Hyun seethed with despair, watching as his comrades fled. Lu Yun seized a handful of Hyun's hair, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Am I truly nothing before those eyes of yours? Lu Yun, it's all a misunderstanding." Uchiha Hyun forced a smile, his eyes betraying palpable fear. "A misunderstanding? Wasn't it you who shouted the loudest and the most fervently just moments ago? How can this be a misunderstanding?" Lu Yun leaned closer, feigning confusion. "No, it's not like that. It was Fugaku who sent me to find you. Yes, it's all that scoundrel's fault." Uchiha Hyun plastered a smile across his face, attempting to shift the blame entirely onto Uchiha Fugaku. "I regret my lack of discernment, esteemed Lu Yun. Please, in your magnanimity, consider my plea and let me go, for I vow never to oppose you again." Uchiha Hyun repeatedly bowed, his demeanor filled with humility as he attempted to atone for his past transgressions. In a desperate bid to avoid a severe beating, he was willing to forego his dignity. "What happened to calling me a bastard just moments ago? During the clan meeting, you referred to me as the scruffy little brother. How have you suddenly elevated me to brotherhood?" Lu Yun grinned malevolently, tightening his grip, forcing Uchiha Hyun's spiky hair down against the ground. With each exertion of force, Hyun's face was pressed into the earth, subjected to a rough friction. "Ouch, it hurts. I was wrong. Grandfather Lu Yun." Uchiha Hyun cried out, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "Now, unveil your Sharingan," Lu Yun commanded, once again grasping his hair with a mocking smile. "Wah, Grandfather Lu Yun, I truly repent. Spare me, please." Uchiha Hyun sobbed, his nose running from distress. With a swift motion, Lu Yun delivered two sharp slaps, echoing in the air. "Show me your eyes. Why all this prattle?" he threatened, gripping Hyun's hair viciously. "Please, no more. I truly regret it, Grandfather Lu Yun." Uchiha Hyun sobbed, tears and snot mingling as he confessed his faults. Yet, under Lu Yun's menacing threat, he reluctantly activated his Single-Tomoe Sharingan. Seeing that Hyun had complied, Lu Yun seized a handful of sand from the ground and swiftly threw it into his eyes. The instant the sand invaded his vision, Uchiha Hyun let out a piercing scream. Yet, before he could voice more cries, Lu Yun resorted to his previous tactic, scooping up a handful of dirt and hurling it into his mouth. "You wanted to flaunt your eyes before me. If you ever trouble me again, I shall make you regret it." Lu Yun relished in the satisfaction of revenge, feeling both his spirit and body lifted. "Now begone. I do not wish to see you again," he said, rising and brushing the dirt off his hands. He gave a couple of kicks to Hyun's rear, signaling him to leave. As Uchiha Hyun stumbled away, coughing and sniffling, all he desired was to escape and find water to cleanse his eyes and rinse his mouth. Lu Yun could not help but chuckle at his disheveled appearance. Surely, this insolent fool would think twice before crossing him again. Having dealt with several of the Uchiha subordinates, Lu Yun hummed a merry tune as he returned home. "I'm back," he exclaimed cheerfully as he opened the door, only for his smile to fade at the sight before him. "Whose letter is this, written by a girl for you?" Kushina, seated on the living room sofa, raised the letter in her hand, her cheeks puffed with indignation as her sharp gaze bore into him. The elegant handwriting and the faint lingering fragrance, coupled with the concern woven between the lines, indicated that the letter originated from a girl, and Kushina was certain it must be from a gentle and sweet-natured girl. Most importantly, Lu Yun had left the letter on his desk, suggesting he had read it numerous times. I honestly do not know who wrote this letter. Lu Yun scratched his head, offering a sheepish explanation. Are you trying to fool me? You simply do not wish to share, Kushina pouted, her eyes glistening with impending tears. I truly don't know who sent it. Neither the inside nor the outside bears a signature. I am just as perplexed as to who would kindly write to warn me about Fugaku, he continued. My mother found this letter at our doorstep. You can ask her if you doubt my words. Lu Yun sat down beside the little tomato, hoping to soothe her. Really? Kushina raised an eyebrow. Skepticism etched on her face. Truly, I've received many letters from girls at school. When have I ever concealed anything from you? Have I not always either submitted them willingly or burned them before your eyes? Since the last incident where Lu Yun risked himself to protect Kushina from a kunai, his appeal among girls had blossomed. Even though he often spent time with Kushina, numerous girls had secretly penned letters for him. Kushina was aware of this and, hearing Lu Yun's words, found herself convinced. The enchanting Uchiha with her flowing hair was undoubtedly popular among the girls at school. Kushina knew this well and could not help but feel a twinge of insecurity at the thought of other girls vying for her beloved boy. Then why do you still keep this letter? Kushina asked, her lips pursed in mild jealousy. It is not a love letter. Why should I discard or burn it immediately? Besides, I have no idea who the well-wisher is. Shouldn't I study it a bit? Lu Yun rolled his eyes. All right, have you deduced who the kind-hearted individual is? Kushina pressed. And what is your connection with this Fugaku? Is he a threat to you? She inquired, concern lacing her voice. Lu Yun paused for a moment. Recognizing the letter undoubtedly came from a girl within the Uchiha clan, but he could not ascertain her identity. He contemplated Uchiha Makoto, but she had a good rapport with Fugaku, and, given their limited interaction, it seemed unlikely she would betray him by offering a warning. There were many girls his age within the Uchiha clan, yet he remained uncertain of who it could be. That night, the impression he left on the girls was indelible. A handsome and bold boy, who possessed charm and confidence. Who would not admire him? It was entirely natural for a girl to offer him a warning. I am not sure. As for Fugaku, he is merely a trifling character, Lu Yun replied, stretching his limbs. He attempted to draw Kushina closer, but upon noticing her gaze, he hesitated. Instead, resting his arm on the back of the sofa. Are you really all right? If you encounter trouble, I can assist you, Kushina said earnestly, her eyes filled with concern. I assure you, it is nothing. You are aware of my capabilities, are you not? The one who wrote the letter simply underestimated my strength. Believing Fugaku could pose a threat to me, Lu Yun smiled wryly. Kushina considered his words, recognizing his formidable strength and the Three-Tomoe Sharingan he possessed, realizing that he was unlikely to face issues. Moreover, Lu Yun's low profile meant others were unaware of his prowess. Thus, a warning to be cautious seemed entirely reasonable. For some reason, I feel as though the orchid scent from the letter is familiar, reminiscent of something I've encountered before, Kushina mused quietly, sniffing the letter once more. This little vixen surely sprayed perfume on it. Otherwise, the fragrance wouldn't linger so long, she thought, feeling the scent was rather cunning. Does it smell nice? You seem to be inhaling it endlessly, Lu Yun chuckled. It's pleasant enough. It just feels familiar, as if I've encountered it before. Oh, Kushina exclaimed. Her words cut short as Lu Yun pulled her into an embrace. He leaned in closer, whispering softly in her ear, I believe you smell far sweeter than the letter. After uttering this, he took a deep breath, savoring the delightful scent of her youthful essence. Kushina's eyes widened, and her delicate face flushed crimson, radiating warmth at an alarming rate. Chapter 84. The Agile Sealing Technique. Uchiha Hayato's verbal duel. Does he intend to feed Lu Yun diluted concoctions? Afternoon. At home. Lu Yun covered his slightly reddened cheeks, attentively listening to the red-haired teacher explain the sealing technique. He had just been reprimanded severely by her for his mischievous behavior. Kushina might allow him a hug or even a whiff of her scent, but if he dared to kiss her neck, that would be utterly intolerable. Try to see if you can use your chakra to materialize the sealing technique. Kushina explained the methods and skills clearly before preparing to let Lu Yun attempt it on a blank sealing scroll. I'll give it a try, Lu Yun nodded. Placing his hands over the blank scroll, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to envision the sealing technique in his mind. manipulating his chakra through mental will to induce a transformation, subsequently releasing it. Kushina patiently guided him, detailing each step with meticulous precision. In truth, mastering the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan was far from simple. Some issues even delved into the nature of chakra, concepts Kushina herself struggled to comprehend. The matriarch of the Uzumaki had once informed her that certain specific sealing techniques could only be wielded by their clan, and the prerequisite to mastering those techniques was possessing a formidable yang-type chakra. The Uzumaki clan inherently possessed varying degrees of yang chakra, and only those who awakened a certain level of yang release could learn the profound sealing techniques. If an individual lacked such chakra, no amount of study or instruction would yield significant results. Kushina overlooked this detail, confident that the sealing techniques could not possibly stump Liu Yun, and thus refrained from offering reminders, instead directly imparting some core skills to him. Moments later, a series of peculiar characters emerged beneath Liu Yun's palms. Upon witnessing this, Kushina's face lit up with sheer astonishment. "You succeeded on your first attempt. Liu Yun, you are truly remarkable," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. When she first attempted to manifest the sealing technique, it had taken her several hours, and even then, Mito had praised her as a genius. She never anticipated that Liu Yun would accomplish it in mere minutes. Her precious boy was indeed extraordinary. As Kushina's voice faded, the sealing technique appeared to come alive, undulating momentarily before retracting partially. Hey, maintain it. Don't let it retreat," Kushina exclaimed, hastily reminding him. However, as she spoke, the sealing technique shrank even faster, ultimately vanishing completely. Liu Yun opened his eyes and shot her an exasperated glance. "Stop panicking. My apologies." Realizing her words had disrupted him, Kushina quickly smiled and apologized. She extended her hand to completely unfurl the sealing scroll on the ground, then gestured for Liu Yun to continue. "Extend the sealing technique from start to finish. Then sever the connection to solidify it. Once you accomplish this, you will have fully mastered the sealing knowledge for today." Liu Yun nodded gently, not finding the task particularly challenging. He possessed a minor portion of the Senju clan's bloodline, which endowed him with yang release power. The sealing technique in his hands was far more fluid than when Kushina first attempted to manifest it, as though it truly possessed life. While Liu Yun devoted himself to his studies at home, a furious voice erupted within the Uchiha clan's territory. "Incompetence. 7 lower ninjas cannot even defeat a mere elementary student. What use are you worthless fools?" Uchiha Fugaku glared at the few individuals before him, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Wowu Fugaku, you must stand up for me. That brute." Unable to awaken his Sharingan, out of jealousy, threw sand into my eyes. "Look at my eyes." Uchiha Hayato's eyes were red and swollen, several teeth knocked out. Speaking with a lisp, his appearance utterly miserable. Seeing his loyal subordinate in such a wretched state, Uchiha Fugaku momentarily lost the will to chastise him further. He rubbed his temples and ordered someone to fetch a small bottle of premium eye ointment. "You've only recently graduated. Your strength is lacking. I had advised you against it, suggesting Aoki and the others handle it, but you insisted on joining for the excitement." Uchiha Fugaku sighed in exasperation, handing the eye ointment to Uchiha Hayato. "Apply a drop to your eyes." "Thank you, Fugaku." "Woo-woo." Uchiha Hayato cried, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "I also want to contribute to Fugaku," he continued. "Previously, they abandoned me, and that brute not only tormented me, but also spoke ill of you, calling you a cowardly wretch." Uchiha Hayato activated his verbal prowess, fanning the flames of discord and fabricating tales that made Uchiha Fugaku's veins bulge with rage. "I was so furious that even after he slapped me several times, I retaliated with insults. Can you believe it? That brute claimed I was just putting on a brave front, stuffing mud into my mouth. Wowu Fugaku, look." As Uchiha Hayato spoke, he opened his mouth, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to clearly see the remnants of dirt lodged between his teeth, coupled with the distinct handprint marks on his face. Uchiha Fugaku found himself entirely convinced by his subordinate's words. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inept little brother would dare to stand up for him in such a manner. Feeling a surge of emotion, he instinctively wrapped an arm around Uchiha Hayato's shoulders. "Good brother, I promise I shall avenge you soon. That scoundrel knocked out a few of your teeth. I shall ensure he loses an entire set. That brute fed you mud. I'll feed him something far worse." Uchiha Fugaku's expression was serious and earnest. "Wowu, thank you. Fugaku, you are like a true brother to me." Uchiha Hayato wiped his tears, feeling profoundly moved. Brother, when the time comes to feed that scoundrel, let me provide the ingredients. He does not deserve anything clean. I happen to be experiencing a bit of an upset stomach lately, Uchiha Hayato said with a twisted grin. Ahem, do as you see fit, Uchiha Fugaku replied, feigning seriousness while suppressing a chuckle. Though he found his little brother's words repulsive and his demeanor crude, he appreciated his unwavering loyalty and the fact that he had a powerful father. Uchiha Fugaku decided to tolerate his antics for now. Chapter 85. The Prophetic Dream of the Great Toad Sage, A Divine Glance. Within the sanctum of the three great sage lands atop Mayaboku Mountain, a grotesquely large toad lay sprawled upon a throne, deep in slumber. At this moment, the toad was dreaming, a dream both prophetic and nightmarish. It envisioned a terrifying upheaval within the ninja world, one that deviated from the familiar trajectory of its previous dreams. A mysterious figure had emerged, altering everything. This was a man with dreadful eyes, continuously shifting in appearance, causing the dreaming toad to gaze with uncertainty and trepidation. The prophetic dream was peculiar and fragmented, obscuring the visage of the one who instigated the upheaval, for the man's form was ethereal, eluding clear perception. Yet, certain horrifying scenes within the dream, along with the figure's eyes, remained strikingly vivid and profound. The toad even glimpsed itself and caught a glimpse of Mayaboku Mountain's future. It lingered intentionally at this dream juncture, eager to discern the fate of Mayaboku Mountain upon the arrival of that enigmatic individual. The old toad occasionally dreams of two distinct outcomes, much like when it foresaw the savior of the ninja world. One outcome foretells the destruction of the ninja realm with Uzumaki Nagato as the savior, while the other envisions a peaceful realm under the guidance of Uzumaki Naruto. Both scenarios stem from Jiraiya, the master of the savior. At the current dream node of Mayaboku Mountain, two starkly contrasting fragments emerge. One fragment depicts a cataclysmic scene, with mountains crumbling and a sea of bloodied corpses scattered, rendering Mayaboku Mountain akin to a hellish landscape, chilling the old toad to its core. The other fragment presents a serene scene, where the sacred mountain remains tranquil. Yet unfamiliar figures have settled, sharing this bounteous natural sanctuary with Mayaboku Mountain. The first outcome is undeniably dire, one that the old toad seeks to avert at all costs, while the second outcome, in its eyes, is hardly preferable. The notion of sharing the sacred mountain with humans is something the sage of six paths would never have entertained. To the old toad, its kind are the rightful rulers of Mayaboku Mountain. How could it allow others to slumber beside it? The existence that brings forth these two outcomes is the same individual, leading to a tentative conclusion: destruction or subjugation. Opposing that person would manifest the first catastrophic result, and even a host of sages would be of no aid. Succumbing to that individual would mean the inevitable partitioning of Mayaboku Mountain's territory. It seems there is no choice, the old toad sighed despondently. Departing from the dream node of Mayaboku Mountain, the old toad soon witnessed the downfall of the ninjas. As a single reformer buried an entire era, as time unfolded, the figure of that person became increasingly ethereal and indistinct. The old toad rubbed its eyes vigorously, striving to glimpse more of the future. Alas, the fragments that followed grew ever more fragmented and incomprehensible. It beheld a towering divine tree and a colossal figure clad in black armor, equally as tall. In the dream's final moments, time became unquantifiable. The surrounding world faded in color, yet that initial silhouette remained ever present, as if an embodiment of eternity. This figure continued to advance, never pausing, while the old toad, with wide, bloodshot eyes, endured profound mental fatigue, striving to discern the figure's ultimate direction. Just as it concentrated with all its might on that tall silhouette, the figure abruptly halted. The dreamlike shadow swiftly morphed into reality, and that unfathomable being, whose visage remained elusive, slowly turned to glance in its direction. That gaze sent shivers down the old toad's spine. A fragment of the figure's countenance was revealed, yet it could not commit it to memory. At that moment, when that gaze fell upon it, the old toad felt an excruciating pain in its eyes, and the dreamscape began to twist and shatter. Awakened abruptly in the grand hall, the old toad emitted a piercing scream, blood tears streaming from its eyes. What transpired? Outside, a horde of toads rushed into the hall, the swiftest being a small, green-skinned old toad. "My lord, what has happened to your eyes?" the anxious Sennin asked, bewildered by the absence of intruders. Why were the Lord's eyes wounded, weeping blood? Fetch healing remedies and a talisman. We must tend to the Lord's injuries. The Sennin instructed the nearby Jima Sennin, gradually regaining composure. No need, it is of no consequence. The old toad replied wearily, its thoughts consumed by the image of that formidable being. No, more accurately, it was the recollection of that final glance that haunted it. The visage it could no longer recall clearly, or rather, it had not paid attention. Its entire focus had been ensnared by those terrifying eyes. Those were eyes capable of captivating the soul, and as they turned towards the old toad, 9 strange black tomo quivered ominously. The old toad could distinctly sense an overwhelming mental force emanating from those eyes. The power was so vast that it felt like a mere leaf adrift in a tempestuous sea when faced with the tidal wave of that gaze. It found itself devoid of any capacity to resist. That eye left a profound impression. It resembled a pair it had encountered a millennium ago. The old toad surmised it to be a unique form of the Rinnegan, for its hue bore resemblance to that of the Sage of Six Paths, and both shared similar ripples of reincarnation. However, that beguiling left eye was adorned with countless black tomo, reminiscent of the 9-tomo Sharingan of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Was it truly the Rinnegan? Or was it the 9-tomo Sharingan? How could it possess such immense power? I exist not in reality, nor even in the realm of illusion. How could it perceive me? Furthermore, it shattered my dreamscape and inflicted injury upon my eyes. In the eyes of the old toad, such methods transcended human capability. Surpassing its millennium of understanding, it seemed less than human and more akin to a true deity. The old toad paid no heed to the chattering green-skinned toad beside it. Instead, clutching its eyes, muttering to itself. It appeared unable to see, uncertain of how long this condition would persist. Was it temporary blindness? Or perhaps permanent? Such a unique mental trauma could not be healed by remedies or talismans. It understood this well, hence its refusal to allow its descendants to squander resources on its treatment. Chapter 86. An Unforeseen Future, the Whirling Ominous Eye. My lord, are you truly all right? Blood continues to flow from your eyes. Let me assist in staunching the bleeding. The Sennin said, applying hemostatic remedies and bandages, hastily covering the old toad's eyes. Once the situation stabilized, the Sennin dismissed the crowd of toads and turned to the old toad with a serious inquiry. My lord, what exactly transpired? Why are your eyes injured? What are the Rinnegan and 9-tomo Sharingan? Who is this being? Did you have another prophetic dream? The Sennin posed all these questions in one breath. Indeed, it was a prophetic dream. I envisioned a deity. At that moment, the old toad seemed to shed its usual stupor. Even its tone became less casual. A deity. What manner of deity? The Sennin's complexion shifted dramatically as he urgently pressed for answers. A being referred to as a deity by the ancient old toad was beyond the Sennin's imagination. It was an entity beyond comprehension and definition. One that embodied both destruction and salvation, having personally concluded the era of ninjas while seemingly ushering in a new age. My dream was fragmented, yet its very fragments allowed me to see further into the future. However, it seems a mysterious force is interfering with my foresight, obscuring the deity's true form. Upon hearing the old toad's words, the Sennin felt a chill run down his spine, but he was also perplexed. My lord, did you not just have a prophetic dream regarding Jiraiya? Are you certain he is the master of the future savior? We have not heard you mention any deity before. The Sennin had reason to suspect that the old toad might be succumbing to senility or had simply dozed off again, despite the peculiarity of the blood tears. Your confusion mirrors my own. I, too, am baffled as to why I would experience another prophetic dream. I had previously discerned the general trajectory of the ninja world for the coming decades. The great toad sage let out a bitter laugh. Ordinarily, its prophetic dreams are infallible. It cannot fathom what has caused this anomaly, only knowing that the enigmatic being, akin to a deity or a demon, is the source of all transformations. What shall we do now? Which of your dreams holds the truth? Who is the savior? Is there still a connection between that divine entity and Jiraiya? Should I summon Jiraiya through a contract? Sage Shinsaku posed a series of questions. I, too, am uncertain which dreamscape is genuine. Nor can I ascertain who the true savior is, and I am unable to definitively establish the relationship between the two and Jiraiya. I observe two saviors moving towards opposition, as if they belonged to different factions. The great toad sage patiently recounted the dream scenarios it had previously witnessed. I even glimpsed the fate of Mount Myaboku. What? Upon hearing this, Sage Shinsaku could no longer remain seated. The great Toad Sage articulated the two divergent outcomes within the dream. Submission and destruction. Such tyranny from that individual. Sage Shinsaku trembled, a mix of fear and indignation coursing through him. Since you assert that dreams symbolize the future, may I interpret this as both scenarios being plausible? Given that the entity from the second dream covets our Mount Myaboku, why not ardently foster the first dream's development, striving to ensure that the golden-haired, blue-eyed youth becomes the savior of the ninja world? Sage Shinsaku proposed this notion. The great Toad Sage fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of the idea. Ultimately, it shook its head gravely and articulated a chilling proclamation that sent shivers down Sage Shinsaku's spine. The reason a deity is deemed divine is that they are irrefutable and insurmountable. If Mount Myaboku could intervene, then it would not be worthy of ultimate divinity. It is possible that your current decision may lead to the first outcome of the second dream. The result the great Toad Sage spoke of was the doomsday for the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku. Am I truly destined to become such? What must we do? Sage Shinsaku was rendered speechless by fear. A single thought or decision of his could impact the very survival of the Toad clan. He dared not voice his opinion any longer. The immense psychological pressure caused him to break into a cold sweat, and with his temperament, experience, and capability, he felt ill-equipped to confront such a scenario. At this moment, his only reliance was on the venerable Great Toad Sage. Having lived for over a millennium, the Great Toad Sage had witnessed the cycles of life and death. It could surely guide the Toad clan through adversity and illuminate their future. Sage Shinsaku pondered these thoughts. Yet the next words of the Great Toad Sage shattered his faith, amplifying his unease and terror. The future is no longer foreseen. The Great Toad Sage offered a bitter smile, its words carrying dual meanings. The first meaning is that the future is too fraught with uncertainty. Neither dream can be confirmed. Hence it refrains from making hasty judgments. The second meaning pertains to its own state. Its vision has succumbed to utter darkness, and it harbors a faint sense that its prophetic abilities may have been obliterated by a mere glance from that being. A large and a small toad sat in the grand hall, enveloped in silence for an extended period. The Great Toad Sage reached out to touch the residual blood that had streamed from its eyes. What do you intend to do? Observing the Great Toad Sage's peculiar actions, Sage Shinsaku could not help but inquire. The Great Toad Sage did not respond to his question. Instead, it busied itself collecting the remaining tainted blood, then proceeded to carefully paint upon its own belly. Soon, as it continued to apply the pigment, a bizarre scarlet eye was successfully depicted. What is this? Is it an eye? Sage Shinsaku exclaimed in astonishment. The eye drawn upon the Great Toad Sage's belly was a swirling, eerie eye. Sage Shinsaku's initial impression of this eye was one of malevolence. He felt it might represent some kind of monster or evil spirit. It is an eye, but more accurately, it should be identified as a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Utilizing its formidable spiritual sensing, even in its current blindness, the Great Toad Sage could accurately render the kaleidoscope Sharingan from memory. It is the initial eye of the divine. What thoughts and feelings arise within you upon witnessing this eye? The Great Toad Sage inquired softly. Feelings? I can only say that I feel discomfort. Forgive my frankness, but this kaleidoscope Sharingan appears undeniably sinister. Is its owner truly a deity? Are you certain it is not a demon? This eye, painted in blood, clearly emanates an ominous aura. It is hard to fathom that this could belong to the savior. Moreover, what does the Great Toad Sage mean by the initial eye? Could the saviors I possess other forms? Your sentiments resonate with my own dream's impressions. This deep, swirling, monstrous eye feels as if it could consume one's very spirit upon making eye contact. It shall bring forth dreadful calamities and slaughter to the ninja world. As you have surmised, it is a purely ominous eye. From now on, one must unconditionally support and befriend the owner of this eye, and must not oppose them. Chapter 87. Uchiha Fugaku's Challenge Letter, the popular idol, the Scruffy Boy. As night fell, Ryuun, who had been studying sealing scrolls at home, suddenly heard a clatter of metal at his door. He set aside the scroll and stepped outside, quickly spotting a conspicuous letter at the entrance. What is this? Ryuun carefully picked up the letter, ensuring its integrity before opening the envelope. It was a challenge letter from Uchiha Fugaku, inviting him to a public duel at the clan grounds tomorrow morning. The letter's tone was rather juvenile, as if merely inviting Ryuun to a fight was a grand gesture. Uchiha Fugaku had not only chosen the time, but had also predetermined the location. Upon reading this, Ryuun couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, subsequently crumpling the letter and tossing it into the trash. You think a mere challenge letter will make me rush over? Does he really believe he is the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan? He had indeed been inclined to spar with Uchiha Fugaku, but seeing how pompous he was, Ryuun didn't mind letting him stew for a while. After all, he was not in a hurry, nor was he agitated. What qualification did a mere brat have to instruct him? Ryuun would not indulge him. If he were to spoil anyone, it would be his little tomato. For tomatoes eventually reach ripeness for him to harvest. Has the little tomato been practicing water treading at home today, since she hasn't come to find me? Ryuun mused to himself as he walked alone along a street. Today marked the monthly payment day for manuscript fees, and he planned to visit the Wushan Ming shop to collect his dues and check on sales. Meanwhile, within the Senju clan grounds, Kushina was attentively listening to Granny Mizuhito explain the vortex sealing technique, her focus surpassing even that of her school days. Previously, she had boasted before Ryuun that she was the ultimate authority on sealing techniques, claiming no one understood them better than she did, not even the school teachers. If she did not diligently learn more about sealing techniques now, she feared she would soon be unable to teach Ryuun anything before her shortcomings were exposed. The treasure boy was far more astute than she had imagined, with a learning ability that left her exclaiming in disbelief. If she did not put in more effort, she would have no face left to call herself a teacher in front of him. No matter what, one must not be too hasty to face humiliation. After leaving the bookstore at Wushan Ming, Ryuun spotted numerous figures of ninjas on the street, their hurried demeanor reflecting a weighty mood. The Leaf Village had been steadily reinforcing its forces towards the Rain Country, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Ryuun felt that it would not be surprising if the Rain Country were to officially declare war by tomorrow. In recent days, the skies above the Leaf had seen a notable increase in the presence of hawks, and even ordinary villagers sensed the looming specter of war, each harboring varying degrees of fear and unease. Let them fight. After all, I am merely a primary school student. The more intense the battle, the better, ideally. They would strive to conclude the war against the Rain Country within a year. This way, even if I graduate from the Ninja Academy and am forcibly summoned to the battlefield as cannon fodder, I would at least avoid encountering that deadly poison. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Country, who possesses a genuine lethal toxin within him. His poison gas attacks have inflicted tremendous casualties on the Leaf in the early stages, a true calamity for anyone who encounters it. Those who succumb to his venomous strike in the initial phase are likely to suffer grievous injuries, even if later Tsunade develops an antidote, which primarily reduces post-event casualties. To inhale even a whiff of his toxic smoke on the battlefield could severely impact one's combat effectiveness, regardless of whether an antidote is administered immediately. During this period, the legendary Sannin combined would not stand a chance against Hanzo. Had it not been for the deep-rooted strength of the Land of Fire and the necessity to reserve power to repel the Wind Country, the so-called Leaf Sannin would have been at grave risk of losing their lives. At this time, Hanzo was nearly invincible in the public eye of the ninja world, and no one dared to claim they could secure victory against him. Ryuun, upon graduating as a ninja, had no desire to confront a poison master, as the risks were far too high, and the possibility of his demise was alarmingly great. The following morning, a multitude of youths gathered in a spacious area within the Uchiha clan's territory. The news of Uchiha Fugaku challenging a prodigious primary school student had leaked, and they were eager to witness a grand spectacle. This young student had gained significant fame within the Uchiha clan. Among the 815 age group, nearly everyone recognized Zamioji. His outrageous quotes circulated widely, even inspiring some youngsters to imitate him. In terms of popularity and fanfare, Zamioji undoubtedly surpassed Uchiha Fugaku, particularly among female admirers. In their verbal duel, Zamioji had triumphed over Fugaku, earning him the moniker of the fearless tough guy among some devoted fans. Especially since he managed to humiliate Fugaku and escape unscathed, which garnered considerable admiration. Many secretly mocked Uchiha Fugaku for his impotence, as he found himself humiliated and toyed with by a mere primary school student, with no means to retaliate. These words reached Fugaku's ears, inciting such fury that one of his Sharingan nearly upgraded on the spot, for the sake of his reputation and dignity. Even though more than a month had passed since the clan meeting incident, he felt compelled to find an opportunity to severely reprimand that insolent Zamioji. Unfortunately, The individuals he dispatched were inept. 7 lower-ranked ninjas could not subdue a single primary school student. Thankfully, this matter was suppressed and did not become public knowledge. Or else Fugaku's already dwindling reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. In truth, the duel was originally intended to be confidential. After all, a Chunin challenging a primary school student was not a matter of glory for him, even if Zamyoji had a record of defeating 7 opponents. However, it was unclear which loose-lipped individual had leaked the challenge, leaving him feeling particularly embarrassed as he faced the onlookers. Woe betide the fool who leaked this news. I shall surely tear his foul mouth to shreds. Fugaku seethed internally. Those who knew of his intention to challenge Zamyoji were primarily his loyal subordinates and trusted allies, numbering only a few. First, he ruled out his most loyal subordinate, Uchiha Ryuun. What happened to the much-anticipated thrashing of Zamyoji? Where is this grand duel? It's nearly noon, and yet the fight has yet to commence? Are you stringing us along? A youth complained loudly to Uchiha Ryuun. This remark reached Fugaku's ears, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his most trusted subordinate would turn out to be the traitor. Perhaps he is simply frightened, after all. My older brother is formidable, and that insolent brat might well be genuinely intimidated, Uchiha Ryuun jested, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation and failing to notice Fugaku's stormy expression. Chapter 88. An envoy arrives, and the formal duel with Uchiha Fugaku. The spectators of the Uchiha clan were destined to wait in vain that morning. Many were using this situation to extol Fugaku while disparaging Ryuun. But Fugaku could not revel in his supposed triumph, for the duel itself was quite undignified. Had he not heard from Uchiha Ryuun that the opponent was eager to challenge him directly, he would not have been persuaded by Ryuun's flattery to draft a challenge letter to a primary school student. In the afternoon, just as Ryuun was about to step out of his home toward the training grounds, 2 familiar faces from the Uchiha clan arrived at his doorstep. Chingmong, Chinya. What brings you both here? Ryuun greeted them with a smile. Ryuun-kun, do you intend to go out? They responded, nodding with friendly demeanor. Ryuun invited them inside, and the 3 settled in the living room, where Uchiha Chingmong took the initiative to explain their visit. To be frank, we were sent by Fugaku-kun to seek you out. Oh, what is it about? Ryuun asked as he prepared 2 cups of tea and settled onto the sofa. He wishes to know why you missed your appointment this morning. Uchiha Chinya awkwardly interjected. Miss my appointment? A strange expression crossed Ryuun's face. What right does Uchiha Fugaku have to dictate my whereabouts? Am I bound to go where he says, or arrive at the hour he demands? Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. Yet, after recovering from their astonishment, Uchiha Chingmong burst into laughter. Haha, Ryuun-kun is right. A Chunin challenging a student who hasn't even graduated is indeed unbecoming. I had overestimated him. Indeed. Uchiha Chinya chimed in, though his smile appeared somewhat forced. Ryuun-kun, Fugaku-kun is very strong. It is said he is nearly as formidable as an average jonin. Engaging him would put you at a disadvantage. Uchiha Chingmong, skeptical of Ryuun's chances against Fugaku, offered a friendly warning. Certainly, I wouldn't advise you to fight him. Perhaps we could help you mediate? You could apologize to him, and it should be easy to let this matter go, Uchiha Chinya suggested. Ryuun could not help but roll his eyes. Have you ever seen me bow my head and apologize to anyone? Uchiha Chinya was tempted to remind him that just a few months prior, before the crossing, he frequently did bow and apologize. Since Fugaku has sent you, I shall extend a courtesy. Return and inform him that 1 hour from now, at the Leaf S No. 1 public training ground, I shall accompany him for a proper duel. And remind him, I shall only wait for 10 minutes. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Ryuun's declaration left both stunned. They had not anticipated that Zamyoji was indeed serious about facing off against the Chunin Fugaku. They attempted to dissuade him, but Ryuun remained obstinate, leaving them no choice but to comply with his wishes and relay the message to Uchiha Fugaku. Excellent. Such audacity. I had underestimated this little brat. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in anger upon receiving the news, before strapping on his ninja gear and setting off for the duel. Uchiha Chingmong and Uchiha Chinya exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed after him. An hour later, as Ryuun arrived at the No. 1 public training ground of Konoha, he was met with the presence of Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. I can't believe you actually dared to come. It seems you're not merely a loudmouth. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a cold smirk. Ryuun retorted playfully, I never thought you would show up either. I assumed you were just a spoiled scion relying on your grandfather's influence. Sharp-tongued, I hope your prowess matches your bravado, Uchiha Fugaku replied darkly, dismissing those around him. The gathering was sparse, comprised solely of Uchiha clan members. Besides the two, there were Uchiha Qingmang, Uchiha Qianyi, an elite Uchiha Chunin, and Uchiha Hien. Uchiha Hien, having received a resounding slap from his elder brother Fugaku earlier, bore a slightly swollen face, yet he was still remembered and included by his brother. In the face of Lu Yun, he exhibited none of his earlier arrogance, opting instead for a more subdued demeanor, though he longed to boast. The painful lessons of the past held him back. He thought it prudent to wait until Fugaku emerged victorious before addressing Lu Yun's lineage. With a swift motion, Lu Yun produced 3 shuriken, hurling them directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, the battle commenced in earnest. Uchiha Fugaku countered with an equal number of shuriken, resulting in a precise collision. The fallen shuriken served as a peculiar signal. As if by magic, both combatants unleashed a torrent of hidden weapons, engaging in an exceptionally fierce contest of throwing techniques. They hurled projectiles while swiftly maneuvering, their red and black eyes darting about, keenly observing the trajectories of each other's strikes. Their throwing styles belonged to the same school, rendering the paths of their projectiles nearly unpredictable. Without keen eyesight, one could easily fall victim to injury. Remarkable, exclaimed the onlookers, their eyes wide with astonishment. The intensity of the duel was palpable, with both sides unleashing a relentless barrage, demonstrating extraordinary skill. After a flurry of throwing techniques, both combatants found their supply of ninja tools nearly depleted. Lu Yun's garments bore 3 tiers, yet he remained unscathed, while Uchiha Fugaku displayed a noticeable abrasion on his arm. The outcome of this exchange was evenly matched. Lu Yun's vision surpassed Fugaku's, allowing him to handle the confrontation even without the Sharingan. Seizing a slight advantage, Lu Yun resolved to press forward, lunging at Uchiha Fugaku with kunai in hand. Propelled like a cannonball, so fast, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by this sudden acceleration, but relying on the dynamic visual prowess of his Sharingan, he raised his kunai to intercept the fierce attack. The force of their clash was immense. The moment their weapons met, Fugaku's expression shifted as he instinctively stepped back to dissipate the force. Sparks flew as their kunai scraped against each other, both gritting their teeth in a stalemate. The two figures, one tall and one short, remained locked in combat for some time, but gradually, Lu Yun's youthful disadvantage became apparent. Uchiha Fugaku began to gain the upper hand, forcing Lu Yun to retreat, his face reddening under the pressure. Ultimately, the age difference was a significant factor. Hidden within a patch of grass at the training ground, 3 pairs of eyes intently observed the battle, not belonging to the Uchiha clan. They had initially intended to practice, but, upon hearing Uchiha Hien's irate voice, decided to conceal themselves and witness the unfolding events. The arrival of a young interloper and the subsequent confrontation took them by surprise. They hadn't anticipated witnessing such a fierce battle. One of them, a plump boy, pulled out a bag of chips, and they began to snack while watching the spectacle unfold. You are indeed impressive, managing to master chakra control. However, you are not the only one who understands its application. Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of blind arrogance. Uchiha Fugaku sneered, his expression twisted with malice. Enough, Lu Yun shouted, exerting force to push Fugaku away before resuming a new round of taijutsu. The clang of metal echoed throughout the training ground, sparks flying as their forms shifted with incredible speed. Seizing a brief moment of separation, Lu Yun hurled a kunai towards Fugaku's brow. But the swift strike was anticipated by the Sharingan. Fugaku deftly deflected it, recognizing that taijutsu alone would not suffice. Lu Yun released his hands and began to weave hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Upon completion, he unleashed a barrage of scorching fireballs. Seeing the young interloper resort to ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily startled but quickly retreated, forming hand signs of his own. Fire style, great fireball technique. Dodging several fireballs, he grounded himself and retaliated with a powerful counterattack. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, obliterating the incoming fireballs and engulfing Lu Yun entirely. Lu Yun, Uchiha Qingmang, and the others gasped in shock. If Lu Yun were to be vanquished by a single fireball, it would spell disaster. Boom. The figure amidst the flames transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution technique. Impressive. The trio hiding in the grass couldn't help but exclaim, while the observing Uchihas breathed a sigh of relief. Incredible, This brat is far stronger than I anticipated. Uchiha Ryuun thought, sweat trickling down his brow. Ryuun had concealed his capabilities well during their school years. The thought of having bullied him for so long was chilling. Had he known Ryuun was so formidable, he would never have dared to provoke him. Substitution technique. Where could he be? Uchiha Fugaku panted, wariness etched on his face. Lightning style, lightning bolt technique. Echoed from a nearby patch of grass. As the voice rang out, a bolt of lightning formed swiftly above Uchiha Fugaku. A thunderous crack resounded, striking him directly. Is it over? Ryuun murmured, panting as he gazed at the weakened figure below. Boom. The figure on the ground suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke. Another shadow clone. Ryuun's eyes widened in disbelief. All right, Hi-E, quickly sense their exact positions. Let us hurry. A boy with a pineapple hairstyle urged a ponytailed companion. Understood. The ponytailed boy closed his eyes, activating his sensing ability. Over there. He pointed in a direction, prompting the three to move swiftly. You spoke true. It is indeed finished. Came Uchiha Fugaku's ominous voice from above, perched upon a tree. When the flowing clouds murmured a word, he did not turn his head to glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Yet his eyes instinctively darted upward. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku descended from the sky, landing forcefully upon his back. For over a month, Uchiha Fugaku had yearned to crush him beneath his foot, and at this moment, his desires were finally fulfilled. The youth beneath him let out a muffled groan, and a savage delight spread across Uchiha Fugaku's face. However, before he could relish his triumph for long, another muffled sound resonated, and the figure of the flowing clouds erupted into smoke. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted suddenly. Yet, before his astonishment could settle, a deep purple orb beneath his feet exploded. The smoke from the recently detonated shadow clone obscured his Sharingan, preventing him from noticing the existence of the purple orb. A flash of realization crossed Uchiha Fugaku's mind. This was a trap. A thick plume of purple smoke immediately engulfed him entirely. The flowing clouds had been laying the groundwork since they had utilized the lightning release technique. Had the smoke bomb been replaced with an explosive tag, Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly have met his demise without a moment to react. Unfortunately, the flowing clouds could not kill him, and the explosive tag was ultimately substituted with a smoke bomb. Whoosh! A shuriken shot forth, aimed at the position where Uchiha Fugaku had previously stood. Thud! The faint sound of the shuriken embedding itself into what reached the ears of the flowing clouds, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Indeed, he was a step too late. He knew without a doubt that he had struck the substitute wooden post. Although the smoke bomb caused no harm, it granted him an opportunity to escape. Sighing softly, the flowing clouds leaped down from a tree. As he approached the open ground, reappearing before the onlookers, Uchiha Fugaku soon revealed himself as well. Both were panting heavily, having nearly exhausted their physical strength and chakra in the battle thus far. Uchiha Fugaku's chakra was nearly depleted, but he still had some stamina left, whereas the flowing clouds were fatigued, yet possessed a modicum of chakra. Shall we continue fighting? The flowing clouds asked breathlessly. Why not continue, when the outcome remains undecided? Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. Heh. The flowing clouds chuckled disdainfully, choosing not to elaborate further. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward, wielding a shuriken with determination. Though the flowing clouds had already exhausted his weapons, he remained undaunted even when unarmed, standing resolutely against Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 90. The Might of Illusions. 3 consecutive strikes to determine victory. With a fierce demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku advanced, his shuriken slicing downwards. The speed was not particularly swift, allowing the flowing clouds to step back and evade, then deliver a punch aimed at Uchiha Fugaku's head. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand to catch the incoming fist, but the flowing cloud strike lacked its earlier force. Seizing the fist, Uchiha Fugaku quickly reversed his grip on the shuriken, thrusting it toward the flowing cloud's chest without a moment's hesitation. The flowing clouds raised his other arm to block, then clamped down on Uchiha Fugaku's wrist. Both were locked in a stalemate, each grasping the other's hand. You should be grateful to live in Konoha and fortunate to have a good grandfather. Otherwise, a waste like you would never have survived this long against me. The flowing clouds taunted closely, their eyes locked, revealing an unusual brilliance. Uchiha Fugaku's veins bulged with rage. No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner throughout his life. He could not tolerate such humiliation, nor could he accept that someone from the Uchiha clan could surpass him in talent. The mongrel before him had humiliated him time and again, and in that moment, Uchiha Fugaku wished he could slay him on the spot. Yet why did he feel the opponent's strength growing, as though he was about to break free from his grasp? They should both be nearing their limits. Where was this power coming from? Uchiha Fugaku could not fathom it. In the next moment, the flowing clouds broke free from his hold, twisting with strength, and Uchiha Fugaku realized his arm was brutally yanked down. How is this possible? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils narrowed, instinctively retreating. Yet before he could take a few steps back, the flowing clouds lunged forward, grasping his remaining hand. With a sharp tearing sound, Uchiha Fugaku's other arm was violently wrenched away. Why is this happening? There was no pain. It was an illusion. Uchiha Fugaku was not foolish. He quickly recognized that he had fallen victim to an illusion. But how could the opponent ensnare him so effortlessly? He could not comprehend such a tactic. Logically, his mental strength should surpass the flowing clouds, and being a Sharingan wielder, even if his chakra was insufficient, he should not have met this outcome. Despite his mental shock and confusion, Uchiha Fugaku had no time to ponder further. He hastily attempted to bite his tongue, hoping the pain would break the illusion. Unfortunately, his reaction was a fraction too slow. In reality, the flowing clouds delivered a kick to his groin, and the intense pain instantly jolted Uchiha Fugaku out of the illusion. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes bulged, unable to suppress a chilling scream. The flowing clouds followed up with an uppercut that struck his chin, abruptly silencing Uchiha Fugaku's cries, sending him from a hunched position back into an upright stance. Seizing the advantage, the flowing clouds executed a powerful knee strike into his soft abdomen. In that instant, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. After enduring the heavy barrage of 3 consecutive strikes, Uchiha Fugaku crumpled weakly to the ground. Now, I ask you again, will you continue to fight? The flowing clouds, panting heavily, gripped Uchiha Fugaku's hair, coldly inquiring. In that moment, the flowing clouds appeared particularly terrifying to Uchiha Fugaku. It felt as though uttering another word could provoke the other to kill him. The flowing clouds exuded a murderous aura. During the month of his missions, he had personally slain countless bandits. This aura of death rendered Uchiha Fugaku pale with fear, stripping him of the will and courage to continue the fight. Quickly, let go of Fugaku-kun. An elite chunin who had accompanied Uchiha Fugaku cried out urgently. Flowing clouds, do not act impulsively. Please, spare him. Uchiha Kagaya and Uchiha Chingmong voiced their concerns in quick succession. The flowing clouds glanced at them briefly before releasing Uchiha Fugaku's hair. This wretched creature was ultimately the grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder. After a moment's contemplation, the flowing clouds opted to withdraw. He had no desire to finish off the young one, only for the elder to intervene. Uchiha's elder had the authority to mobilize the Konoha Guard. And if he were to severely injure Uchiha Fugaku, the guards would not hesitate to come after him. Although he was not easily captured, especially with Orochimaru as his mentor, it was nonetheless unwise to alarm his mother or trouble Orochimaru. Possessing the mindset of an adult, he considered the consequences before taking action, recognizing that his current strength necessitated caution. Picking up the shuriken from the ground, the flowing clouds breathed heavily as he walked aside. Should those few wish to rush him, he would not be afraid. His chakra had not yet run dry, and even if he could not win, he could still escape. It should not lead to his downfall here. The elite chunin swiftly approached Uchiha Fugaku to assess his condition. Uchiha Fugaku now finds himself in considerable discomfort, experiencing pain in his chin, abdomen, and even his groin. In short, he is afflicted from head to toe. When it comes to the latter, Ryuun had been rather cautious, deliberately restraining himself. If he were to truly strike Uchiha Fugaku in such a sensitive area, the elder of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance, and it is likely that others would be powerless to intervene. This incident would serve as a harsh lesson for him. Fugaku-kun, how are you feeling? A chunin asked in a low voice, casting a glance at Ryuun with a hint of hostility. At this moment, Fugaku was drenched in sweat, managing to utter a single word, leave. He had suffered a complete and utter defeat. All right, the Uchiha chunin nodded, lifting Fugaku onto his back and turning to exit the public training ground. Wait for me. Uchiha Kanzuya hastily followed, his face pale with fright, even more so than Fugaku's. Earlier, he had boasted about making Ryuun suffer, and he could scarcely imagine the torment that Ryuun would inflict upon him if he were to learn of his previous claims. Perhaps he would even force him to consume his own excrement. Fortunately, given Liu Yun's current state, he showed no intention of pursuing him, perhaps because he had refrained from boasting. Liu Yun had chosen to ignore him entirely. Liu Yun-kun, you are truly formidable. Even Fugaku is no match for you. Uchiha Aomong and Uchiha Chiya approached him, showering him with compliments. However, Liu Yun's attention was evidently elsewhere, as he directed his gaze toward a patch of grass. Three of you. The fight has concluded. Do you not intend to reveal yourselves? With Liu Yun's words, three figures emerged from the underbrush. Their appearances struck Liu Yun as both familiar and foreign. They were none other than the trio from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Haha, brother, you are incredible. Even that genius Fugaku cannot contend with you. May I inquire your name? Nara Shikaku forced a laugh, adopting a familiar demeanor. At this moment, Liu Yun's hair was atypical, and he bore no Uchiha clan crest on his clothing, which led them to remain oblivious to his true identity. They speculated that he might belong to the old Senju clan, for only from that ancient lineage could one so easily surpass the Uchiha. Seeing that Liu Yun remained silent, Nara Shikaku seemed to recall something, clapping his forehead as he began his self-introduction. I apologize. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Nara Shikaku. This is Yamanaka Inoichi. And this is Akimichi Choza. The two named individuals smiled at Liu Yun in acknowledgement. Indeed, they were the three young heirs of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Liu Yun thought to himself, nodding in greeting. I am Uchiha Liu Yun. Uchiha. The three exclaimed in unison, their expressions one of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Liu Yun would belong to the Uchiha clan. After all, Fugaku was the grandson of the Uchiha elder, who would dare to lay hands on him. Moreover, Liu Yun's appearance did not conform to their expectations. The trio was taken aback for a moment, realizing that they had just witnessed an internal family conflict. Liu Yun-kun must be in the 6th grade. Yamanaka Inoichi could not help but voice his curiosity. At present, Liu Yun was not wearing a headband nor a ninja vest. As low-ranking ninjas, the three had never encountered such a figure in the Hokage building. Furthermore, they had never heard of Uchiha Liu Yun's name during their time at the Ninja Academy. A prodigy capable of decisively defeating Chunin Uchiha Fugaku was someone they should have heard of. It was inconceivable that he remained inconspicuous. Yes, I will soon be in the 6th grade, Liu Yun replied with a smile. Such a young student. Akimichi Choza exclaimed, but he quickly realized his faux pas and covered his mouth. This individual possessed formidable strength, should he be provoked. The three of them combined might not stand a chance against him. Who are you calling a student? Do you three look down upon Liu Yun-kun? Uchiha Chiya reprimanded loudly. Oh, my apologies. Liu Yun-kun, my brother is rather blunt, but means no harm, Nara Shikaku hurriedly explained, giving Akimichi Choza a firm pat on the shoulder. Haha, it's no bother. I am indeed a student, and I am delighted to meet you all today. Liu Yun chuckled heartily, extending a friendly hand toward the trio. These three were the future leaders of their respective clans, individuals of significant standing. Befriending them would undoubtedly yield benefits. At this stage, the trio from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans appeared to be open and friendly, making them easy to engage with. It is our honor to meet a genius like you, Liu Yun brother. Nara Shikaku exclaimed as he reached out to shake Liu Yun's hand. The others, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, followed suit, greeting Liu Yun in kind. Liu Yun introduced his companions, Uchiha Aomong and Uchiha Chiya, and the atmosphere became lively as they exchanged laughter and conversation. As it was their first meeting, the trio refrained from inquiring about the circumstances of the battle. After all, it involved familial conflict, and asking might tread upon sensitive topics. So they kept their curiosity in check. Before long, Liu Yun excused himself under the pretext of having matters to attend to and departed from the first training ground of Konoha. Uchiha Liu Yun, when did such a prodigy emerge from the Uchiha clan? To defeat Uchiha Fugaku before even graduating from the Ninja Academy. He may indeed be destined for greatness, Yamanaka Inoichi murmured quietly. I am unsure. I shall have the clan investigate his background later. Such a genius should not remain anonymous. Nara Shikaku replied with a serious expression. This fellow does not exhibit the arrogance typical of other Uchiha. He seems quite approachable, Akimichi Choza commented while munching on chips. The two nodded in agreement, but Akimichi Choza's next remark left them feeling embarrassed. He looks quite delicate, almost like a girl, yet he is remarkably strong and ruthless. The power behind that kick, punch, and knee strike was enough to make us shudder. The three of them felt their skin crawl, recalling how Fugaku had endured 3 consecutive blows. After leaving the public training ground, Ryuun made his way to the Senju clan residence. What has Little Tomato been up to these past few days? The mere thought of Kushina brought a smile to Ryuun's face. Upon crossing the threshold of the Senju clan grounds and arriving at a lavish estate, he was drawn to a faint splashing sound. Following the sound, he soon discovered Kushina struggling to learn how to swim in a small pond. Nearby, in a small pavilion, Uzumaki Minato sat on a stone bench, observing her training. Kushina was already aware of Ryuun's arrival but pretended to be oblivious, showing no intention of alerting her to his presence. At that moment, Kushina was wearing a thin, cool short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, her wet appearance momentarily captivating Ryuun's attention. The youthful beauty, though still maturing, showcased an excellent figure. Her slightly protruding curves, delicate legs, and flawless skin radiated an allure that was impossible to ignore. Watching this scene, Ryuun's mouth fell open in awe as he stood frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for a while. It was only when Kushina inadvertently noticed the staring Uchiha rogue and let out a shriek that he snapped back to reality. Ryuun wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, showing no sign of embarrassment at being caught. Instead, he greeted Uzumaki Minato with a friendly wave. "Hello, Granny Minato. You lewd rogue, lurking silently. Do you wish to scare someone to death?" Kushina scolded, her face flushed, not daring to stand up from the water. "I was merely trying to avoid startling you. I didn't want you to make a mistake." Ryuun spoke and directly walked to the edge of the pond. "Why did you come over? Don't look, you lecher." Gyo Xian Nai instinctively covered her little bear. "You're not even naked. Why are you so nervous? Splashing water is something that little Ryuun taught you. How can you insult someone upon meeting? That's quite rude." Vortex Mizuto stood up to defend her. At this moment, even though Gyo Xian Nai was wet, nothing was exposed, which was precisely why Vortex Mizuto didn't remind her. Ryuun dared to approach so boldly for the same reason. "Exactly. What's there to be nervous about? Is there something you need to cover?" Ryuun chimed in casually. Upon hearing this, Vortex Mizuto couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, you shameless scoundrel. Just wait. I'll make sure to tear your mouth apart later." Chapter 92. Informing Vortex Mizuto of the possibility of Shoju's death. "You rascal, what did you just call me? Nothing to cover? Are you looking for trouble?" Gyo Xian Nai had changed into a new dress, pulling on Ryuun's cheeks with both hands. "Do you not know yourself?" Ryuun remained defiant, his gaze falling downwards. "Lecher." Gyo Xian Nai pinched his cheek hard, causing Ryuun to cry out in pain. "That's what you get for being a rogue. From now on, you shouldn't call yourself Uchiha Ryuun. You should be Uchiha Lecher." Gyo Xian Nai scolded with a laugh, then released her grip. "Why are you all dirty? You smell of sweat. Did you just finish training?" Gyo Xian Nai sniffed him. "No, I just beat up a brat and worked up a sweat," Ryuun replied, pulling the little girl's head closer, letting her smell to her heart's content. You're disgusting." Gyo Xian Nai pushed him away, blushing and scolding him. "Is that brat you mentioned the one named Fugaku?" Earlier, she had heard him refer to Uchiha Fugaku in that manner. "Yes," Ryuun nodded with a smile. "Is he strong enough to make you sweat?" Gyo Xian Nai was aware of Ryuun's general strength. Typically, even lower-ranked ninjas were no match for him. "He's decent. A chunin, but I can still handle him," Ryuun said, tossing his bangs with a smug expression. However, girls like Gyo Xian Nai at this age adored this sort of display. "Wow, you're so strong. Even chunin aren't your opponents." Gyo Xian Nai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her Ryuun brother was truly extraordinary. With such strength, graduating early to become a ninja would be a breeze. With this thought, Gyo Xian Nai suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable worry. "You must not graduate early. You need to stay with me until we finish 6th grade. Or wait until I have the strength to graduate early before you do." Gyo Xian Nai grasped his arm earnestly. Ryuun was visibly taken aback, but the next moment, he pinched her little nose and smiled. "Are you afraid I'll leave you behind?" Gyo Xian Nai nodded, lowering her head. "Don't worry. I'll stay with you until we finish 6th grade. Even if I have the strength, I won't easily apply for early graduation," Ryuun assured her. Months of physical training could not completely improve his physical condition. This shortcoming required time to settle, and rushing would not help. Moreover, becoming a ninja would involve taking on missions, which might include tedious tasks that wasted time and held no significance. It would be better to focus on training instead. As a student, he could practice whenever he wanted. Becoming a ninja would not guarantee that freedom, and he would be subject to the constraints of Konoha's higher-ups. Upon hearing Lu Yun's promise, Xiao instantly brightened up, clinging to his arm without minding the dirt, cherishing it instead. The two prepared to head to the Yuxiang flower shop, and Xiao took the opportunity to ask Vortex Mizuto if she could stay out for dinner. Yes. Go ahead, Vortex Mizuto nodded with a smile. Xiao initially wanted to pull Lu Yun along, but she noticed he suddenly halted, displaying a hesitant expression. Xiao, wait for me at the door for a moment. I have something I want to discuss with Granny Mizuto. Lu Yun bit his lip, planning to reveal a bit about Shoju to Vortex Mizuto. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was becoming increasingly dire, with the three Sannin poised to move at any moment. The first day they headed to the Land of Rain would likely mark Shoju's death. Lu Yun felt a certain bond with him and couldn't bear the thought of his early demise. He hoped that through Vortex Mizuto's intervention, Shoju might avoid this calamity. Oh, what does little Lu Yun want to discuss with Granny? Vortex Mizuto asked curiously. Yes, what is it? Do you need to deliberately send me away? Xiao also looked curious. Listen, just go, Lu Yun said, unusually serious. How mysterious, Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction, but ultimately complied with his request. What do you want to tell Granny? Vortex Mizuto smiled gently. Granny Mizuto, do you trust me? Lu Yun didn't engage in playful banter. He approached with utmost seriousness, causing Vortex Mizuto's smile to freeze momentarily. After a brief silence, Vortex Mizuto nodded gently, though I don't know what you want to say. Xiao has always trusted you, and since I believe in her, I will trust you as well. Since Granny Mizuto trusts me, I will speak plainly. The Land of Rain is clearly on the brink of a full-scale war. You must have heard about this? At Lu Yun's words, Vortex Mizuto hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. I've heard Tsunade and Shoju mention it. What I want to say concerns Shoju's life safety. If possible, please ensure he is restrained and does not go to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Lu Yun stated directly, his next words causing Vortex Mizuto's expression to change dramatically. Otherwise, he is likely to face the risk of death. Vortex Mizuto abruptly stood up from her chair. What do you mean by that? The literal meaning. If you trust me, then use your connections and power to keep Shoju within Konoha. Lu Yun maintained a serious demeanor. I want to know the reason. How do you know Shoju is in danger? Have you uncovered something? Vortex Mizuto, now realizing the severity of the situation, adopted a more forceful tone. I can't tell you the specific reason, as I only suspect that Shoju is a direct descendant of the first Hokage. There are likely many who wish for his demise, and those who covet his Senju bloodline may also exist. In short, as long as he lacks the ability to protect himself, it's best for him to avoid going abroad. Lu Yun did his utmost to persuade Vortex Mizuto. Regarding the cause of Shoju's death, the anime depicted it as being killed by an explosive tag trap right in front of Orochimaru. However, the official announcement stated he was first killed by the explosive tag, and by the time he was discovered, his insides were hollowed out, making it difficult to recognize his appearance. His death was horrendous. Even Orochimaru advised Tsunade not to view the corpse. Whether his death was an accident or a deliberate act of murder remained uncertain, and Lu Yun lacked the capability and energy to investigate. At this moment, he was merely an elementary student. Expressing these words was already quite risky. Chapter 93. A kind reminder, the chakra blade in hand. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the shock in Vortex Mizuto's eyes gradually transformed into sharpness. However, this sharpness was not directed at Lu Yun, but rather at those who sought to harm Shoju. What is your basis for this? On what intelligence do you suspect Shoju might be in danger? This question left Lu Yun in silence. His initial plan was to keep this information to himself, so he hadn't thought of any excuses. As he interacted more with these individuals, he ultimately felt a twinge of compassion. I regret to inform you that I cannot address your concerns. I still stand by my initial statement. Trust me, and proceed as I suggest. Lu Yun first shook his head, then offered his final piece of advice. The character of Shingtai is akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki. He is not the type to heed counsel. No matter how much Lu Yun reminded him, it would be of no avail. He was already well aware of this when he undertook an A-rank mission. Moreover, powerful figures like Orochimaru and Tsunade are overly confident and are unlikely to heed his advice. There is a significant risk that they might invite trouble upon themselves. After careful consideration, the only one who might listen and possess the capability to restrain Shingtai is Uzumaki Mido. Finally, I implore you to keep this matter confidential and refrain from disclosing today's conversation to any third parties. Lu Yun bowed slightly before departing. Uzumaki Mito opened her mouth, but ultimately did not stop him from leaving. Lu Yun merely warned her of the dangers surrounding Xingtai. Her grandson was currently well, and she still had time to contemplate a strategy. The seriousness of this young man's advice struck her as anything but trivial. She believed there might indeed be malicious intentions aimed at Xingtai. Although she was curious about how Lu Yun came to know these things and the source of his information, unfortunately, he was unwilling to disclose it, leaving Uzumaki Mito at a loss. Lu Yun and Kushina arrived at the Yunxiang flower shop, but as soon as they entered, they encountered a middle-aged woman exiting the shop, grumbling, "Not a single wreath available, barely any chrysanthemums. The shop is filled with gaudy flowers. I wanted to buy a few chrysanthemums for a grave visit, and there's nothing. What a terrible flower shop. I sincerely apologize. Today, as chrysanthemums have all been sold out. The good ones were taken not long ago," Asuka said apologetically as she escorted the woman out of the shop. "Mom, Auntie. Oh, what brings you both here together?" Asuka exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the two. Inside the flower shop, after hearing about the recent incident from Asuka, Lu Yun couldn't help but wear a smirk of schadenfreude. "I believe I heard someone mention that they absolutely do not sell funeral flowers or white flowers. How delightful this has turned out." Prior to opening the flower shop, Lu Yun had suggested that Asuka focus on selling wreaths, funeral flowers, and flowers for visiting the sick, only to be met with a severe reprimand from her mother. Asuka insisted on stocking flashy flowers, such as romantic blooms, indoor decorative flowers, and celebratory arrangements. The reality proved that her mother was not cut out for business. During her first batch of fresh flowers, Asuka nearly lost her shirt. Had it not been for her son's substantial royalties allowing her to experiment, she might have had to close the shop within half a month. "You little brat. Daring to mock your mother? Do you wish to perish?" Asuka playfully tugged at his ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, let go. Serves you right." Kushina also found amusement in the situation, relishing the sight of Lu Yun getting scolded. However, the influx of customers purchasing chrysanthemums for mourning and carnations for visiting the sick had indeed been substantial. She never expected her son's business acumen to be so sharp. He could predict the local demand even before the shop had opened. "It will only increase," Lu Yun murmured. "If you were a bit smarter, Mom, you could communicate with nearby flower farmers to monopolize or manipulate the flower market. It could yield even greater profits." Alas, Lu Yun did not wish to overburden her. Money was sufficient for him, and he had no intention of helping her expand her business. A flower shop was merely a means to occupy her time, sparing her from boredom. "By the way, a ninja delivered a beautiful, ornate long knife. He mentioned it was something you requested. It's in the shop, and I'll hand it over to you," Asuka said, producing an elegant long box. Upon seeing the item, Lu Yun immediately recognized it as a delivery from Uncle Snake. The Yunxiang flower shop was located close to Orochimaru's residence, near the Konoha cemetery. Opening the long box, Lu Yun retrieved a black long knife. The blade was single-edged and straight-backed, resembling the Kusanagi sword wielded by Sasuke. The long knife, housed in a black sheath, gleamed with a silvery light, crafted from a rare metal capable of conducting chakra. "What a beautiful blade!" Kushina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As Lu Yun drew the entire long knife, its sharp, cold glimmer instilled a sense of awe, instantly revealing its lethal sharpness. Instinctively, he swung the long knife, severing a large bouquet of flowers before him with a remarkably clean cut. "What a fine blade," Lu Yun marveled, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, before he could revel in his joy, a sudden chill of murderous intent surged from behind him. "These flowers were pre-ordered. Do you have any idea how expensive this bouquet is? How dare you use them to test your knife?" Asuka's voice drifted ominously from behind, sending a shiver down Liu Yun's spine. As expected, shrieks echoed through the Yunxiang flower shop moments later. Not long after, Lu Yun treated Asuka and Kushina to an upscale barbecue restaurant. This evening, they intended to indulge in grilled meat. Lu Yun had dined here once before and found the flavors delightful. "Everything here is quite expensive," Asuka mumbled as she perused the menu. Even though their family was now financially stable, dining at such a high-end establishment still felt extravagant to her. Not long ago, she had been a thrifty housewife, pinching pennies and hesitating to spend money. The sudden wealth had yet to change her spending habits. "What is so expensive? You're not the one footing the bill. Besides, Kushina and I are at an age where we're growing. Shouldn't you, as a mother, treat us to some meat?" Lu Yun teased with a grin. "Eat, eat, eat. Just indulge as much as you like. Nai, eat your fill later." This guy has plenty of pocket money, so let us not hold back. Asuka shot him a glare before smiling and advising Kushina. Oh, Kushina blushed, instinctively nodding. Her mind racing with the implication of being called mom. Was Ryuun hinting at something? How embarrassing. Go ahead, if you have the ability, just try to eat me poor. Ryuun replied nonchalantly, pulling out a large wallet. The waitress serving the dishes stared wide-eyed at the sizable, bulging wallet on the table, indicating just how wealthy this young man was. Chapter 94. The war officially begins. Death prevails. Time flew by, and after more than half a month, while Ryuun reveled in a leisurely existence filled with training and flirting, a staggering announcement echoed from within the Hokage building. The Land of Rain had officially declared war on the Land of Fire. The legendary Hanzo of the Salamander personally led the Rain Ninja Army to crush the Konoha shinobi forces, placing the battlefield in the Land of Rain in a precarious state. Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated a mobilization for war within Konoha, dispatching his 3 most powerful disciples to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, preparing to confront Hanzo. News of the 2 nations' war spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, sending ripples of anxiety through the smaller nations, while some larger countries appeared eager to engage. After over 20 years of peace in the ninja world, the flames of war reignited. War had indeed arrived. Listening to the Hokage's mobilization speech emanating from the distant loudspeaker, Ryuun couldn't help but sigh. However, even with the onset of war, he felt unperturbed. A mere group of rain ninjas could never breach the Land of Fire or infiltrate Konoha. He still had over a year of leisure time ahead of him. With a whisper, Ryuun propelled himself off the ground, his legs striking the earth with force, launching him like a cannonball. In a flash of blue blade light, he effortlessly severed a tree as thick as his waist in 2. Under the formidable influence of lightning, the chakra blade gleamed with unparalleled sharpness, achieving an extraordinary ability to slice through iron as though it were mere clay. Within the confines of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mido had confined Shoju to their home, forbidding him from joining the main forces of Konoha as they set forth to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. This decision immediately drew the attention of the legendary 3 ninjas, who appeared perplexed by Mido's stance. Orochimaru believed that the battlefield was an excellent place for growth, and he sought to take Shoju to the Land of Rain to make a name for himself, a notion that garnered unanimous support from Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, Mido, who typically refrained from interfering in her grandson's freedom, suddenly commanded him not to leave the country, adopting a firm stance that left no room for negotiation. Tsunade, bewildered, confronted her grandmother, only to be met with a tirade of reprimands. Of course, Tsunade was not one to temper her temper easily. In a fit of anger, the 2 engaged in a heated argument at home. Shoju, not one to shy away from confrontation, found his grandmother's decision wholly unacceptable and incomprehensible. Remaining at home was unbearable for him, and he incessantly clamored for the opportunity to partake in battle. He proclaimed his desire to inherit the will of his grandfather and great-grandfather, aspiring to become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. As the grandson of 2 Hokages, he felt he could not shy away from combat or evade it. He accused his grandmother of misunderstanding him and his ambitions. Mido found herself torn. On one hand, she trusted the warnings of Ryuun, while on the other, reassured by the pledges of the legendary 3, she felt that they were capable of looking after her grandson. She had raised Shoju from a young age and was acutely aware of his dream to become Hokage. How could she not understand? Yet, she was genuinely fearful that Ryuun's words would manifest into reality, and she could not bear the thought of the last scion of the Senju clan perishing on the battlefield. On the eve of the ninja force's departure, Mido endured immense pressure, with the legendary 3 urging her to reconsider while promising to safeguard Shoju. The timing of the mission was fixed, and the unexpected turmoil surrounding Shoju could not delay the ninja army. As the wife of the 1st Hokage and the rare Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Mido wielded her authority to explicitly forbid Shoju from participating in the battle in the Land of Rain, a command that even the 3rd Hokage dared not contest. The absence of a single genin would not significantly impact Konoha. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not comprehend Mido's actions, he acquiesced to her wishes. "Grandmother, what are you thinking? Do you wish to destroy my dreams?" Shoju's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice tinged with hysteria. Despite having reasoned with her and received counsel from the legendary 3, Mido remained resolute in her decision to prevent him from heading to the battlefield, igniting his desperation and prompting him to shout hurtful words. "I see now. You want me to be a coward. You want to ruin me. I hate you. Mito was momentarily overwhelmed, tears streaming down her face, yet upon witnessing her grandson's anguish, her heart softened, and she ultimately chose to let him go. She understood that clinging to him would only breed lifelong resentment, perhaps even lead to his emotional collapse. She decided to gamble, trusting that Ryuun's warnings were mere exaggerations, hoping her grandson would emerge unscathed. Ultimately, Shoju followed Orochimaru without hesitation, departing without so much as a backward glance at his grandmother. With Tsunade and the others watching over him, she believed he would be safe. As she gazed at her grandson's determined silhouette fading into the distance, Mito began to console herself, yet her tears flowed unabated, her heart aching with a dull throb. Shoju will be all right. Kushina approached softly to offer comfort. Seeing Mito in tears pained her deeply. She too felt the urge to weep. Upon leaving the village, Shoju appeared exhilarated, quickening his pace. In less than half a day, he had joined the main ninja forces as they surged into the land of rain. Eager to slay foes and achieve glory, he displayed youthful bravado and commenced his combat mission with Orochimaru that very night. Orochimaru personally vanquished numerous formidable enemy ninjas, momentarily believing that Shoju would encounter no significant opposition, thus allowing himself to relax his vigilance. However, shortly thereafter, a deafening explosion shattered the air, marking the tragic end of his beloved disciple's brief life. Orochimaru managed to fend off the powerful adversaries targeting Shoju. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the explosive traps concealed beneath the ground. Shoju perished, fulfilling his destined demise with uncanny precision. Not even a moment's difference from the original tale. When Orochimaru laid eyes upon the lifeless body, his dread of death was magnified infinitely. He could not fathom how a vibrant, living being had so swiftly transformed into a charred, grotesque corpse. Why was life so fragile? Why had Shoju met such a fate? Orochimaru caressed the disfigured remains, whispering to himself, his eyes filled with anguish and regret. Mito was right. I should not have taken Shoju with me. Had I not insisted, perhaps he would still be alive. Just that morning, he had confidently promised to look after Shoju, and yet, within less than a day, the young boy had met a tragic end under his watchful gaze. In that moment, the once fearless Orochimaru found himself terrified of facing the elderly woman. Equally afraid to confront Tsunade, trembling, he picked up the crystal pendant from the ground, two streams of tears slipping from his serpent-like eyes. Chapter 95. The pain of interfering with others' fates. Did the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails go out of control? When Tsunade learned of her brother's death, she collapsed to the ground, her soul consumed by profound terror and regret. She struggled to rise, desperate to rush into the morgue and see her brother, but Jiraiya instinctively blocked her path. Do not go in there. Shoju's death had been horrific, rendering him unrecognizable. Had it not been for the tattered remains of his clothing and Orochimaru's confirmation, Jiraiya would scarcely have believed this was the lively, cheerful boy from his memories. It doesn't matter, seeing him or not, it would be the same, for he is unrecognizable. Orochimaru murmured. Enough, Orochimaru, Jiraiya shouted. In the original tale, he would have spoken of war and its inevitability of death, yet with the prior pledge to Mito, he felt too ashamed to utter such words. Tsunade, unusually, did not blame Orochimaru. She was, after all, the one most terrified of facing her grandmother and the one most burdened by guilt. Gazing upon the horrific, mangled corpse before her, memories of her fierce argument with Mito flooded back, and she suddenly found it hard to breathe, the world around her spinning chaotically, leading her to faint. Jiraiya quickly scooped her up, pausing at the intersection of the passageway to glance at the silent, bowed Orochimaru. He then departed from that sorrowful place. The news of Shoju's death reached Konoha the day after the two nations officially waged war. The demise of this young prince ignited fury throughout Konoha and simultaneously sent shockwaves through the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately commanded the forces within the land of rain to launch a full-scale assault, vowing to exact a severe toll upon the rain ninjas. A brutal, all-encompassing war erupted between the fire and rain nations, with both sides engulfed in bloodlust. The battlefield in the land of rain resembled a massive meat grinder. And within just a day, the casualty figures for both factions escalated to horrifying levels. While the war raged fiercely, Ryuun remained unfazed, diligently continuing his physical training with unwavering dedication. Ryuun, you must come with me to the Senju clan. Mito wishes to see you. On this day, Kushina hurriedly found Lu Yun at the riverside training grounds. Her eyes were red from crying, prompting Lu Yun to inquire about the matter. Shoju is dead. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun's pupils suddenly constricted, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Ultimately, is it unavoidable? Granny Mito has indeed sent him to the land of rain, hasn't she? Lu Yun spoke softly, standing by the riverbank, gazing at the slowly flowing water, seemingly reluctant to meet with the vortex Mito. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to see her. You must come with me first. She has been crying incessantly and blaming herself. I fear she may lose her resolve, Kushina urged, her face showing evident concern. I understand why she wishes to see me. As for losing her resolve, that is out of the question. Let us first discuss Shinshu's journey to the land of rain. I have yet to decide whether to meet her. Lu Yun's words left Kushina visibly stunned. She sensed that Lu Yun seemed to have anticipated Shinshu's death, and his demeanor and attitude felt somewhat peculiar. Moreover, he was evidently aware of Vortex Mito's intentions, indicating that they were concealing something from her. Taking a deep breath, Kushina suppressed her urgency and recounted Shinshu's insistence on going to the land of rain. Given his character, I knew it would come to this, Lu Yun sighed softly. Advice cannot save his life. Rather, it only brings further anguish to all. It was my fault. Upon hearing this, Kushina appeared utterly bewildered. What do you mean by that? She could not comprehend the meaning behind his words. How was Shinshu's death connected to Lu Yun? Why did he need to take the blame? Lu Yun gently shook his head, choosing not to respond. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to the dark, oppressive sky. He felt as though an invisible force was governing the fates of all individuals. Despite his attempts to intervene, Shinshu still met his demise. The manner of death remained unchanged, and the timing was the same. Had he not intervened, perhaps the three legendary Sannin and Vortex Mito would not have felt such profound remorse and agony. This was his first attempt to alter another's fate of death, yet the outcome unmistakably signaled failure, and the cost seemed to escalate. Those who cherished Shinshu endured even greater suffering than before. This result instilled a sense of frustration within Lu Yun, which gradually transformed into anger over time. Our fates, and the fates of those we hold dear, can only be determined by ourselves. No one else has the power to control them. At that moment, Lu Yun's crimson eyes brimmed with determination. As his words resonated, the heavens rumbled with thunder, and soon, a torrential downpour ensued. Upon returning to the Senju clan's territory, Kushina found Vortex Mito standing in the downpour, lost in thought, allowing the rain to drench her frail body. Granny Mito, please come inside quickly. You'll catch a cold out here, Kushina cried, attempting to pull her inside. But Vortex Mito stood as if a mere shell of a person, unresponsive and motionless. With her husband, son, and daughter-in-law deceased, and now even her grandson gone, she felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and despair. While people say that longevity is a blessing, she perceived it as the most terrifying curse in existence. Were it not for the remnants of her sanity reminding her that she could not yet succumb. As the Nine Tails had not yet been transferred from her, Vortex Mito would have long since lost the courage to continue living. Kushina had become her sole motivation to endure, at least to afford this kin, who called her granny, a little more time. Lu Yun waded through the rain, stepping slowly toward Vortex Mito. Although he had not yet formulated a plan to face her, he ultimately approached. I have come, Granny Mito. Did you not wish to see me? Let us speak inside. Upon hearing Lu Yun's voice, Vortex Mito's dull gaze transformed into that of a feral beast. A surge of crimson chakra erupted from her being. In the next instant, she stepped forward, instantly appearing before Lu Yun, her bony hand gripping his shoulders with a vice-like grasp as she coldly demanded, Tell me, who is the one responsible for Shinshu's death? Chapter 96. The Complexity of Death, blaming Uchiha Madara, intentionally approaching Kushina. Her skeletal hand contained immense power, causing Lu Yun's shoulders to throb with pain. Granny Mito, the power of the Nine Tails is beginning to leak, Lu Yun observed her calmly. As his words fell, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Vortex Mito's feral eyes. The chakra on her forehead promptly erupted, swiftly sealing the Nine Tails chakra back within its confinement. You old hag. It serves you right to be childless and alone. The Nine Tails snarled from within the seal. Moments later, a heavy barrier descended from above the seal, crashing down with tremendous force, and the Nine Tails could only emit a piercing wail before being forcefully pressed to the ground. Tell me, who is the one responsible for Shinshu's death? Inside the room, Vortex Mito had regained her composure, the risk of losing control diminished. Yet she appeared to have aged several years in an instant. I truly do not know. Do you believe me? Lu Yun offered a bitter smile. You simply do not wish to divulge. Vortex Mito gazed at him with piercing intensity. Had she not understood that Lu Yun was attempting to remind her out of goodwill, she would have genuinely considered having him apprehended and tortured. Let me rephrase my question. Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen, or did the higher-ups of Konoha secretly conspire? The moment Vortex Mito posed this question, Lu Yun's pupils narrowed slightly. In his previous life, many Naruto fans had speculated about this possibility, leaning toward conspiracy theories. And Lu Yun had found some merit in it at the time, but not extensively. However, Vortex Mito's inquiry now left him in doubt. Did she possess knowledge of something? Lu Yun began to speculate inwardly. Furthermore, the devastation of the Land of Waves and the plight of the Vortex clan occurred during Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration. It was impossible for her not to harbor resentment. As an ally of Konoha and a renowned powerful family in the ninja world, how could their demise occur without Konoha receiving any forewarning? A coalition of several nations annihilating a single nation would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. How could Konoha remain oblivious? Whether Konoha had secretly participated remained an open question. In the past, the Senju clan treated the Vortex clan as relatives and allies, which was justifiable. However, under Sarutobi's leadership, who still considered them kin. As for allies, not stabbing them in the back right away would be considered gracious. Which nation lacked spies from rival countries? If the Umbu and Root could not detect such a large-scale military movement from an enemy nation in advance, then those individuals were no different from mere useless tools. Would the Land of Fire's daimyo be caught off guard if they were assassinated overnight? The higher-ups of Konoha were evidently aware, yet allowed the Land of Waves to be destroyed, making it impossible for Vortex Mito not to feel resentment. Sadly, this elder still deeply cherished Konoha. Her husband, Senju Hashirama, valued the village above all, and she did not wish to incite turmoil within Konoha, harboring only hatred for those treacherous higher-ups. Now that Shinshu's incident had occurred, it was only natural for her to suspect that those Konoha leaders were involved. Especially considering Lu Yun's previous remark, Shinshu was a direct descendant of the first Hokage, and someone may not want him to thrive. Based on these points, Vortex Mito began to suspect Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts. No. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yun shook his head, offering a definitive denial. In truth, he could not dismiss that possibility, but in order to alleviate the elder's distress and prolong her life, he ultimately resolutely shook his head. Upon hearing Lu Yun's unwavering tone, Vortex Mito instinctively exhaled in relief. If it is not the higher-ups of Konoha, then could it be the Uchiha clan? Vortex Mito inquired once more. As the former arch-rival of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mito had her reasons to harbor suspicions. Upon hearing her question, Lu Yun's face once again reflected shock. The Uchiha clan, represented by the group of petty individuals in the village, seemed unlikely to possess the audacity to orchestrate such schemes. While Uchiha Madara certainly had the capability, it was reasonable to assume he would disdain targeting a mere child. However, one could not be entirely certain. After all, the death of Shoju could significantly exacerbate the war between the two nations. In the war-torn Land of Rain, such turmoil would be advantageous for him in nurturing Uzumaki Nagato. Even if not Madara, Kagaya's dark machinations could be at play, reveling in chaos. In truth, Shoju's demise might have been merely an accident. Yet events spiraled into complexity due to Lu Yun's well-intentioned warning. His mind was in disarray, and he remained silent for an extended period. Mito, however, refrained from disturbing him, as she desperately sought an answer. She no longer believed in accidents. When Lu Yun had alerted her, the notion of chance ceased to exist in her mind. Lu Yun, aware of this, dared not label it an accident. Noting that it was not the Uchiha within the village, Lu Yun uttered a remark that caught Mito off guard. What does that mean? She inquired urgently. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Lu Yun intended to place the blame on Madara. Otherwise, the matter would remain shrouded in ambiguity. What? Impossible. Mito exclaimed instinctively. She was certain that Uchiha Madara had been slain by her husband's own hand. She had even witnessed the corpse. So how could Madara possibly still be alive? The only person in Konoha who might question Madara's fate would likely be Senju Tobarama, as he had secretly concealed the body. Of course, it was also plausible that he believed the body had been stolen rather than having risen from the dead. After all, he must have confirmed Madara's death when he took the body. Nothing is impossible. Certain jutsu, particularly forbidden techniques, can reverse life and death. Impossible. Such techniques cannot exist. Mito retorted, but as she spoke, she began to realize the depth of Lu Yun's knowledge. Just how many secrets did this child hold? His unwavering conviction suggested he had witnessed past events firsthand. He claimed that his grandson was likely to perish in the land of rain, and though she was skeptical, what if he was right? If you doubt it, then have someone excavate Uchiha Madara's grave. I trust you know where he is buried. Upon hearing this, Mito's pupils dilated in shock. Lu Yun appeared anything but frivolous. She began to believe that Uchiha Madara had indeed defied death. I will send someone to investigate Madara's fate, Mito stated after a prolonged silence. But before that, I wish to know how you are privy to so much information. Are you aware of the 9 tails within me? Do you also know Kushina's other identity? Were you intentionally drawing close to her? Chapter 97. The first defeat of Konoha in the war. A new semester upon hearing Mito question Lu Yun's motives regarding Kushina, Lu Yun's expression immediately darkened. What are you implying, Granny Mito? Kushina finally interjected, unable to contain herself any longer. Now that the topic had shifted to her, she had not comprehended the earlier conversation, hence her silence. However, sensing the atmosphere had turned tense, she felt compelled to speak up, fearing a serious misunderstanding was imminent. I possess extensive knowledge and am willing to share it, solely out of regard for Kushina, but that does not entitle you to maliciously speculate about my intentions, Lu Yun replied, her demeanor calm, yet her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Kushina stood up abruptly. Although her mind was not particularly sharp, she discerned the underlying implications. Granny Mito, Lu Yun is not the sort of person with ulterior motives, nor could he harbor ill will towards me. It was I who approached him. You must have misunderstood. Their words left Mito momentarily stunned, and she soon lowered her head in regret. I apologize, child. I should not have doubted you. Tears streamed down her cheeks, eliciting concern from Kushina, who rushed forward to comfort her. In truth, Lu Yun need not have divulged so much. His willingness to explain stemmed from genuine goodwill, particularly concerning the situation with Shoju, where he had offered a timely warning. Recognizing that he risked inciting suspicion, yet still chose to speak. One must question whether this child was truly to be distrusted. Had she not gathered sufficient information about his origins and background? Despite his knowledge of many secrets and intelligence, it was clear he genuinely wished for Shoju to survive and harbored sincere affection for Kushina. With these points in mind, was there not ample reason to place trust in him? Reflecting on this, Mito felt ashamed to face Lu Yun again. With her head bowed, she repeatedly apologized, while Lu Yun waved his hand in a gesture of understanding. It is all right. You are simply too concerned for Kushina. I understand. He bore no resentment towards this elderly woman, who, despite her tragic circumstances, managed to maintain her composure. Moreover, he had indeed exhibited some suspicious traits. Granny Mito, please take care of yourself, if only for Kushina's sake. Lu Yun uttered a significant remark before rising to take his leave. Wait, it's raining heavily. Don't rush off. Kushina stepped forward, grasping his arm. My clothes are already wet. I am not afraid of the rain. Just look after Granny Mito. I must go. Lu Yun smiled, ruffling her hair before walking directly into the downpour. Kushina watched his retreating figure, her expression filled with worry. After standing in place for a long while, she returned to Mito's side. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, following a brutal clash, both nations suffered staggering casualties. The legendary Sannin unleashed their full power for the first time, summoning colossal summoning beasts, which left the Rain ninjas in disarray. Subsequently, Hanzo of the Salamander joined the fray, and the Sannin encountered the terrifying might of a demigod for the first time, suffering their first major defeat and narrowly escaping death on the battlefield. Hanzo's poison was devastating, causing Konoha ninjas to fall in droves amidst the toxic mist. As the situation grew dire, the Sannin had no choice but to retreat. Even their desire for vengeance for their fallen comrades had to be tempered by the need to safeguard their own lives. Without a means to counter the poisonous fog, all three faced the risk of demise, let alone the other ninjas. The initial skirmish between the Fire and Rain nations concluded with Hanzo leading the Hidden Rain village to victory, a result that astonished the entire ninja world. Several major nations began to reassess Konoha's military strength, realizing that this purportedly invincible stronghold of the ninja world was not as formidable as previously believed. The defeat of the Fire Nation precipitated a series of disastrous consequences, leading other nations to regard Konoha with disdain, viewing it as a mere paper tiger, easily toppled. Why should they possess the most fertile lands in the ninja world? Why should they have access to the greatest resources? Why should their descendants thrive in the most hospitable environments? Once such sentiments of discontent arose, changing them would inevitably require a blood price. Konoha's initial defeat in the Second Ninja World War indirectly influenced the subsequent Third Ninja World War, with everyone eager to take a bite out of the Fire Nation's lucrative territory. Witnessing their inability to secure victory and suffering heavy losses, Konoha adopted a more conservative and prudent strategy. After a series of high-level decisions, the Fire Nation began to compete with the Rain Nation on a basis of overall national strength. The economy is locked down, trade is severed, assassination and harassment are rampant. The Land of Fire has proactively dragged the Land of Rain into the quagmire of war, clearly demonstrating its intention to engage in a protracted conflict. This much was evident to Hanzo the Salamander, yet he found himself without a fundamental solution to the issue at hand. The fierce Fire-Rain War had raged for over a month, and the Konoha Ninja Academy was welcoming a new semester. Given the circumstances of war, Konoha decided to shorten the curriculum for 6th grade students, placing a heavier burden on the new freshmen of this age group, while accelerating their graduation timeline. The moment Ryuun accompanied Kushina into the ninja school, a group of Uchiha children instantly piqued his vigilance. Ryuun-kun, Ryuun brother, Three-Tomoe brother. Most of the Uchiha youths in the academy bowed deeply to him. The scene felt akin to underlings encountering a gang leader, leaving Ryuun momentarily speechless. Ryuun had gained immense fame among the younger generation. Many in his clan were spreading tales of his extraordinary prowess, particularly after he had defeated the talented Chunin Uchiha Fugaku. The details of that battle were shrouded in secrecy, with high-ranking ninjas personally visiting to ensure Uchiha Chingmong and Uchiha Chinya maintained confidentiality. Yet, despite Fugaku's precautions, the indiscreet chatter of Uchiha Yahan revealed the outcome, leading to the spectacle of Uchiha children calling him Big Brother on his first day of school. In the eyes of these children, strength equated to authority. Those who excelled naturally garnered respect. Three-Tomoe brother became an idol among ordinary Uchiha youths, who aspired to become as remarkable as Ryuun, dreaming of one day surpassing the lofty descendants of the powerful. Enough. Scatter and go about your business. Do not congregate around me, nor attempt to follow me. Ryuun found this group of Uchiha children exceedingly bothersome. Unfortunately, his thoughts were thwarted when the first to openly contradict him was none other than his closest companion, Kushina. Listen up. Ryuun is my little brother. So if anyone wants to be my little brother, just speak up and call me big sister, and I might consider looking out for you. With Kushina's words, many Uchiha youths were filled with joy. I'm in. Me. Big sister, from now on, I'm your little brother. Thus, the first female school bully in the history of the Ninja Academy was born. Chapter 98. One-on-one ranking battles. Crying little turtle man. What kind of girl collects little brothers and acts as a big sister? With your demeanor, which girl would dare to play with you in the future? In the classroom, Ryuun pinched Kushina's small ear, admonishing her repeatedly. What's the big deal about collecting a few little brothers? It just means if I want to beat someone up, they'll do it for me. Who would dare to provoke me then? Kushina said playfully, her gaze drifting towards Sato and his friends. Upon hearing this, the troublesome trio involuntarily gulped. This semester was likely to be a painful one for them. Ryuun twisted her ear a bit more. Have you considered that others might use your name to bully others, and then come to you for help when they get beaten? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Do you really think being a big sister comes without responsibilities? Ouch, I get it. Let go. Kushina winced, her face scrunching in pain. Ryuun chuckled, releasing her ear. A technique he had learned from his mother, effective against unruly children. I'll only take in those of good character and considerable strength. That should suffice, right? Kushina rubbed her reddened ear, her expression filled with grievance. She still yearned to experience the feeling of being a leader, not to bully others, but simply to avoid being bullied herself. Soon, as the class bell rang, Shunin Oda entered the classroom with a beaming smile. He warmly greeted the students and swiftly commenced the educational activities of the new semester. Did you all practice diligently during the break? Have you completed the summer assignments I gave you? Oda's tasks included various written ninja knowledge and physical training exercises, which he needed to review as the new semester began. After a thorough assessment, he examined all the assignments. The students were obedient, with none daring to neglect their work or submit incomplete assignments. Those who failed to complete their assignments risked facing at least tenfold punishment, and if they continued to neglect their duties, it would indicate a lack of seriousness and compliance, marking them as unworthy of being ninjas. The academy would expel such troublemakers without hesitation. Excellent. Everyone has done well. Now we will proceed to outdoor activities, following our usual tradition of one-on-one ranking battles. Upon his announcement, many students appeared invigorated, eager to participate. The Ninja Academy promotes a ranking system to ignite students' enthusiasm for learning and to encourage healthy competition among them. They do not coddle the fragile pride of the weak. If one does not wish to be the subject of ridicule, they must strive to grow. If every semester sees them at the bottom, they should not be surprised when others mock or trample them. If one spent the summer idly eating, sleeping, and indulging in trivial distractions, the first day of school would certainly bring about a reckoning. Scanning the classroom, Teacher Oda had already identified the students who had been slacking off. The pale-faced ones clearly had not taken his training assignment seriously. On the outdoor playground, the formal draw for battles commenced. Students whose numbers were called stepped forward to compete, while those not called were to observe attentively and gain combat experience. Number 4, Sasaki Kimita versus Number 13, Uzumaki Kushina. Teacher Oda randomly drew 2 paper slips, announcing the names. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the students, and Ryuun could not help but chuckle in surprise. He had not anticipated that Kushina would be the first to compete, nor that she would face Kamita, the very one who used to tug at his hair. Truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Ha ha ha, Ryuun, watch closely as I deal with this little turtle man, Kushina said with a series of menacing grins, her fingers cracking ominously. Kamita was visibly terrified. Such a rare opportunity to unleash lawful aggression was not to be squandered, and Kushina seemed eager to get started. I give up. I surrender. Kamita hurriedly rushed to Teacher Oda to declare his defeat, though such behavior was shameful. Every student had one chance to forfeit without consequence, and Kamita was quick to use his opportunity. What a joke. You want me to face Kushina in a duel? That is akin to courting death. Kamita preferred to confront the likes of Zameo rather than the fierce blood-red pepper. Just as Kushina was about to sulk back into the crowd, Ryuun suddenly stepped forward, declaring with righteous fervor, Teacher Oda, I believe this first battle should not end in such a manner. Kamita shows no competitive spirit and clearly disrespects his classmates and teachers. As Ryuun spoke, a cunning smile crept onto his face. I believe a ninja should embody bravery and fearlessness, leading with courage. This inaugural battle of the new semester holds special significance. If one surrenders at the outset, what would that mean for our reputation as Leaf Village ninjas? Would we become the subject of ridicule, surrendering before even stepping onto the battlefield? Upon the utterance of those words, a group of elementary school students found them quite reasonable. Teacher Oda stroked his chin, deep in thought, and instinctively nodded. You're talking nonsense. Sasaki Kamita, enraged, could no longer contain his fury and erupted in a tirade. He never expected that this wretched brat would make such shameless remarks merely to incite Kushina into dealing with him. The crux of the matter was that, at first glance, those comments seemed disturbingly sensible, pushing Kamita to the brink of exasperation. You conniving cur, laboring to present grandiloquent arguments, all to enable Kushina to pummel me. Teacher Oda, I request a one-on-one duel with this scoundrel. Kamita's eyes reddened with anger. He yearned to tear that brat's mouth apart, even if he stood a chance of losing. Teacher Oda, this Kamita has repeatedly insulted Ryuun. I must report him. Kushina raised her hand to lodge a complaint against the little turtle. Kamita, apologize to Ryuun at once. Teacher Oda's stern voice rang out, directing a fierce reprimand at the little turtle. Kamita's face flushed with rage, trembling all over. This pair of troublesome characters was utterly infuriating. See, teacher, I told you he disrespects classmates and teachers alike. Am I wrong? The earlier words, ponder them, savor them. Chapter 99, The Most Infuriating Man? The indefensible duo of black and red. I savor your nonsense. Kamita was driven to tears, and in the next moment, he felt compelled to charge at Ryuun. But his classmates swiftly restrained him. Calm down, Kamita. You must remain composed. They are deliberately trying to provoke you into getting punished by Teacher Oda. Do not fall for it. As Kamita's good friend, Sato hurriedly offered words of consolation. Hearing this, Kamita managed to regain some composure. Kamita, if Ryuun's words lack reason, you can refute him. However, resorting to insults is your fault. If you are in the wrong, you must acknowledge it and apologize to Ryuun. Otherwise, Teacher Oda's admonishments were abruptly interrupted by Kamita. Teacher Oda, I will not admit to any wrongdoing. Punish me as you wish. But I will never apologize to this shameless wretch. Kamita spoke defiantly, his tone resolute, earning him newfound respect. Very well, since Kamita exhibits such bravado. Let us see you engage in a proper match with Kushina. As long as you prove you are not a coward, then the one who should apologize should be me. Ryun remarked with an encouraging demeanor. Upon hearing this, Kamita's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You wouldn't dare, would you? If I am correct in assuming you are a coward, you should apologize immediately. Ryun's tone became serious, chill creeping into his voice. Fine, I shall fight. I am no coward. I will never apologize. Kamita roared, attempting to bolster his own courage. He was still young and brash, unable to resist provocation. And despite knowing Ryun had set a trap, he stubbornly leapt into it. Positions taken, let the match begin. Teacher Oda commanded. Kushina grinned menacingly, striding closer, while Kamita, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled in fear. He was well aware of the pain inflicted by the violent red pepper. At that moment, he felt utterly doomed. Realizing no one could share the burden of harm. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure from Kushina, Kamita, in a moment of desperation, launched a reckless assault. Soon, screams echoed across the playground, as Kushina mercilessly pummeled Kamita, denying him even a chance to plead for mercy or surrender. Ultimately, Teacher Oda, unable to bear the scene any longer, intervened to halt Kushina, putting an end to the one-sided beating. You despicable brat, you and that vile tomato. You shall not escape unscathed. Kamita cried, cursing them through his tears, his face bruised, missing 2 teeth, and struggling to speak. Kamita, I apologize for misjudging you. You are no coward, nor lacking in fighting spirit. Ryun, feeling bored, approached Kamita to pass the time. Kamita, you truly are this, Ryun proclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Witnessing this, Kamita's anger flared, tears streaming anew. Get away from me, you cur. Kamita had never encountered a man more shameless than Uchiha Ryuun, whose audacity knew no bounds. You wretched tomato, I will not allow you to bully Kamita, Sato declared, indignant. Dissatisfied with her companion being insulted, Kushina stood with hands on her hips, ready to retaliate. When has Ryun ever bullied him? He is merely pointing out that Kamita is a crybaby who weeps at the slightest praise. And what of you, Kamita? Have you never cried? Who was it that wept after being struck by my brother last time? Sato chuckled triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression darkened momentarily, but it quickly transformed into a smile. Your brother? Isn't he the one who was defeated in one punch by a mere genin? How dare you insult my brother? Sato's face turned crimson, fists clenched. And what of it? I will insult him. A graduated genin, shamelessly picking on a little girl. What is wrong with calling him weak? Ryun draped his arm over Kushina's shoulder, grinning at Sato. Indeed, he is merely a bully hiding behind his strength. If he were truly formidable, would he still be bald? Kushina chimed in, and both erupted into laughter, leaving Sato feeling humiliated and furious. Yet he was no match for the formidable duo. Outmatched in both insults and strength, Sato could only retreat to Teacher Oda's side with Kamita, temporarily escaping the wrath of this troublesome pair. Contestant number 6, Sukataro, versus contestant number 11, Minato Namikaze. Teacher Oda announced the names drawn. It's Minato. He has grown even more handsome. As soon as Minato entered the arena, cheers erupted from the girls surrounding him. True to expectations, upon the signal from Teacher Oda, he swiftly dispatched Sukataro with a clean and rapid strike, leaving many onlookers in awe. The victor is Minato Namikaze, Teacher Oda declared, raising Minato's arm as applause filled the air. Sealing the pact, Ryun clapped while smiling, noting Minato's evident improvement over the months. Kushina, instinctively nodding, whispered, Ryun, do you think I could defeat him if I faced him? Ryun pondered for a moment before responding, your strength surpasses his, but his speed likely exceeds yours. In a genuine weapon duel, you might struggle against him. However, in unarmed combat, he should not be your match. Even though Kushina had mastered tree climbing and water walking, facing a speedster like Minato remained a challenge. What should I do to defeat him? Kushina pressed eagerly. Well, you could, Ryun leaned in to whisper, but was interrupted as Teacher Oda called out his name. Contestant number 14, Uchiha Ryuun, versus contestant number 9, Takahashi Sayaka. Ryun's face displayed surprise. He had not anticipated his first opponent to be a girl, particularly one who had previously confessed to him. How could he possibly bring himself to fight her? Do not hold back. Make it quick, Kushina commanded sternly. Chapter 100. Subtly teased by a girl. Publicly displaying affection amidst battle. As I engage in conversation with you. Do you hear me? Seeing Lu Yun remain silent, Xiao immediately shot him a fierce glare. Ah, yes. The battle commenced swiftly under Xiao Tian's signal. Takahashi Koyaka, witnessing Lu Yun take the stage, couldn't help but smile sweetly, politely greeting him. Lu Yun-kun, I kindly ask you to show some mercy. I shall do my best. Lu Yun replied with a smile, nodding slightly. Ahem. Xiao suddenly cleared her throat twice. In the next moment, Lu Yun took the initiative to launch an attack. You understand your place. The corners of Xiao's mouth lifted, a look of triumph adorning her face. Within a few exchanges, Lu Yun's kunai was poised at Takahashi Koyaka's neck, and the battle promptly concluded. Lu Yun-kun is truly formidable. Takahashi Koyaka gazed at Lu Yun with eyes filled with admiration. As the two of them formed the reconciliation seal, Takahashi Koyaka seized the opportunity to discreetly tickle his palm. Upon realizing he was being teased by a girl, Lu Yun hurriedly withdrew his hand, casting a guilty glance at Xiao. Fortunately, due to the angle, Xiao did not notice Takahashi Koyaka's flirtatious little act. Otherwise, Lu Yun feared this little minx might very well face consequences. Seeing Lu Yun return to her side with his head lowered, Xiao couldn't help but furrow her brows in confusion, asking, Why do you look so guilty? Huh? What do you mean guilty? Don't say such things. Lu Yun replied hurriedly. Why are you in such a rush? The more I look, the more I feel something is off. Are you hiding something from me? Xiao asked suspiciously, leaning her face closer to Lu Yun in an attempt to discern his anomaly. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Don't let your imagination run wild. It's broad daylight, and we're in a public place. What could I do? Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly, then reached out to pinch her round face. Xiao blinked, finding some reasoning in his words, before gently swatting away his mischievous hand, her face flushed with shyness. There are many people watching. Stop being so touchy. If one cannot act touchily with many people around, does that mean it's permissible when fewer are present? You are truly annoying, Takahashi Koyaka remarked. The onlookers, including the students and teachers, had already taken note of the couple's flirtatious behavior, making them the most famous CP duo in the ninja school, difficult for anyone to overlook. As all the students completed the first round of battles, the morning swiftly passed. In the classroom, Lu Yun produced an oversized lunchbox brimming with a diverse array of dishes, exuding an enticing aroma that made nearby students envious. Xiao sat closely beside him, retrieving bowls, chopsticks, rice balls, and drinks from her backpack. The two had agreed the day before that they would share meals moving forward, with Lu Yun responsible for preparing the dishes and Xiao handling the rest. Unfortunately, everything was cold, and there was too much meat. I've had too much meat lately, Xiao remarked as she ate. During the summer vacation, she often visited Lu Yun's house for meals, growing accustomed to hot, stir-fried dishes, which had spoiled her palate. It can't be helped, while cold meat is still edible. Cold vegetables lose their appeal, Lu Yun casually explained. The taste is quite good, but consuming too much meat will lead to weight gain. I've gained quite a bit recently, Xiao expressed with some distress. You're still growing. Your weight will naturally increase. Who isn't the same? Lu Yun replied with a roll of his eyes. Eating meat doesn't make one gain weight. If you're concerned, just reduce your intake of rice balls and juice, and you won't gain weight. As he spoke, he placed a piece of beef into her bowl. Is that so? But why do I feel like my face is getting rounder? Xiao murmured softly. Lu Yun found her comment amusing. You were already a big tomato. Without the round face, would you still be a tomato? Then you'd just be a small chili pepper. As he said this, he amused himself to the point of nearly spewing his food. In the afternoon, the one-on-one battles continued, with the teachers present, including Xiao Tian and another instructor, recording the specific strengths of each student. The students' rankings and information would be updated in real time during the combat lessons. Number 13, Uzumaki Xiao versus No. 14, Uchiha Ryuun. Upon hearing their names called, both Xiao and Lu Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. They hadn't expected to face each other so soon. Fortunately, they had already devised a strategy, having predetermined the outcome before the match even commenced. However, Lu Yun, wishing to tease the young girl, deliberately engaged in playful antics during the fight, leading others to perceive their actions as a dance. In fact, many spectators noticed Lu Yun had indeed led Jiu Nai through a few dance-like movements, such as twirling her hand and lifting her above his head while spinning, an enchanting blend of martial arts and dance. Jiu Nai felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. Her face flushed like a ripe tomato. This spectacle captivated many, leaving students and even teachers agog, mouths agape, as if they had been force-fed a hearty dose of romance. "Teacher, I wish to report these two. They are openly dancing in battle, flaunting their affection, which is utterly disrespectful to their classmates and teachers." A boy, unable to tolerate the couple's playful antics, immediately raised his hand to loudly complain. His outcry jolted the crowd, many instinctively nodding in agreement, clearly opposing such shameless displays of affection. "Lu Yun and Jiu Nai, please take the battle seriously," Xiao Tian promptly issued a warning once he regained his composure. The two, having been interrupted mid-frolic, felt somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, Lu Yun ultimately waved his hand, conceding defeat. Little did they know that Lu Yun possessed dancing abilities. Jiu Nai thought to herself that she should find a time for him to teach her. Lu Yun's knack for creating fun was unparalleled, and Jiu Nai always discovered new delights in his company. The brief encounter between the infamous duo concluded hastily, leaving many students disappointed for having missed the grand spectacle. Especially for Lu Yun, whose reputation within the Uchiha clan had spread, recounting tales of his prowess, yet few had witnessed him showcase his true abilities. Most regarded him merely as the tomato boy, as individuals who were good at talking often lacked fighting prowess. They believed if Lu Yun were indeed strong, he wouldn't always hide behind women while boasting. Moreover, Lu Yun's prior weakness led many to doubt his rapid ascension in strength over mere months. If Lu Yun conceded, then the prospect of a duel with him would vanish. Watergate felt a sense of regret. He had always desired to challenge Lu Yun, having witnessed him defeat a lower-ranking ninja with ease. However, to become the top of their grade, he could only face opponents without defeats, unless he too lost previously, which would create an opportunity for them to clash. Chapter 101. Expanding Medical Ninjas. In the face of persuasion from the three elders of Uchiha. After a full day, the ranking battles had only progressed through 2 rounds, and to finalize the student rankings, it would likely take another 2 days. That afternoon, Xiao Tian shared some battlefield news with the class. Due to the brutal conflicts at the Fire Rain battlefield, many suffered injuries and poisoning. Yet Konoha lacked sufficient medical ninjas to heal the afflicted, leading to many unfortunate deaths due to delayed assistance. Konoha sought to rectify this situation, urgently needing to train a multitude of medical ninjas to protect their injured comrades. Xiao Tian swiftly conducted a comprehensive assessment of the students, urging those capable of channeling chakra into their hands to enroll in additional medical ninjutsu courses. In this time of war, Konoha has revealed a significant shortcoming in its medical capabilities. Urgent measures must be taken to rectify this deficiency, even if it requires sacrificing the time of the younger generation, compelling them to exert additional effort in mastering medical ninjutsu. During class, Xiao Tian pledged that should the students successfully learn medical ninjutsu, they would be granted their Konoha headbands ahead of schedule, exempting them from the traditional 3-body technique examination, thereby allowing them to become honored ninjas of Konoha. This promise incited a fervor among the students, with the majority clamoring to learn medical ninjutsu. Observing this outcome, Xiao Tian felt a profound satisfaction. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. The dire circumstances on the battlefield demand a substantial number of medical ninjas for urgent assistance. If they can alleviate the village's burden, what harm is there in granting them a lower rank of genin ahead of time? Skill level is secondary. The ability to save lives is paramount. Konoha's growing emphasis on medical ninjas is becoming evident, suggesting that the implementation of Tsunade's proposal for a team to include at least 1 medical ninja is drawing near. Lu Yun contemplated this in silence. Soon, he proactively showcased his talent for chakra manipulation and was successfully selected to pursue the medical curriculum. Alongside him was Kushina, the little girl who, having already mastered tree climbing and water walking, found the selection for medical ninjas exceedingly simple. Lu Yun supported her desire to learn medical ninjutsu. For as the saying goes, having multiple skills is never a burden, and possessing an additional ability adds to one's security. As for lacking energy, shadow clones would suffice. In truth, Kushina wasn't genuinely interested in medical ninjutsu. Had she truly wished to learn, She would have sought out Tsunade long ago. What intrigued her was that her brother Lu Yun wanted to learn it as well, so she wished to accompany him. As night fell, Lu Yun was sweating through his training in the courtyard of his home when an unexpected visitor disrupted his routine. Chinya, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? The sudden arrival of Uchiha Chinya, now a Jinin, surprised him. Lian Kuan, Elder-san sent me to find you. Uchiha Chinya stated directly. Oh, Elder-san, what could he possibly want with a mere elementary student like me? Liu Yun's confusion deepened. I suspect he has taken an interest in you, which is a good thing. You should come with me, Chinya said with a smile. Taken an interest in me? Liu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then involuntarily chuckled. Recently, your name and exploits have stirred quite the buzz among the younger members of the clan. Elder-san inquired about you and Faye-kun, and I relayed the truth of your victory over him. He then asked me to bring you to him. Likely with plans to cultivate your potential, Chinya explained the situation. Liu Yun instinctively furrowed his brow. He didn't view this as a positive development. Yet due to Chinya's persistent urging and his own curiosity, he followed him to the Uchiha compound to meet Elder-san. Since Uchiha Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan had not elected a leader, primarily due to the inability to find a qualified candidate, as the members were too unruly to submit to anyone. The emergence of a powerful Uchiha Kagami was thwarted by his allegiance to the Hokage. The leadership position remained vacant, with several elders jointly managing the clan's affairs, each wielding considerable power. Among them, the eldest elder held the greatest authority, followed by the second and third elders, with the rest trailing behind. Lu Yun and Uchiha Chinya. In terms of familial factions, both belong to the lineage of Elder-san, Uchiha Faye. May I inquire why Elder-san wishes to see me? Upon meeting Uchiha Faye, Lu Yun directly addressed his purpose. You've arrived, Uchiha Faye said, setting down his teacup and greeting him with a smile. I heard you soundly defeated the precious grandson of the eldest elder. Such capability at a young age is commendable. Uchiha Faye praised him profusely. Faye didn't regard me highly, which is why I managed to win, Lu Yun explained nonchalantly. Is that so? Uchiha Faye nodded instinctively, finding this explanation reasonable. I heard your mother relocated you from the clan grounds. I'd like to understand the specifics behind that decision, he inquired. For someone in his position, the trivial matters of a small family were not typically his concern. After all, he was quite busy with his responsibilities. Moreover, Liu Yun's family held little value to him. So even though they had moved from the clan grounds, he remained indifferent, viewing them as still part of the Uchiha clan in name, as they would send representatives to clan meetings. There's no particular reason. I simply wasn't happy living there and wanted a change of scenery, Lu Yun casually explained. Unhappy living there? This response astonished Uchiha Faye, but seeing Liu Yun's disinclination to elaborate further, he refrained from pressing for more details. With your abilities, you should easily graduate from school. Would you be interested in working for me? I can provide you with training resources to help you rapidly become a formidable ninja. Uchiha Faye stated bluntly, revealing his intentions. May I ask what kind of training resources Elder-san can provide? Lu Yun did not immediately reject the offer, instead smilingly inquired. Lu Yun's question was so direct that it momentarily left Elder-san speechless. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Faye frowned, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure, thinking the boy somewhat ungrateful. What do you desire? Money, ninja tools, various ninjutsu knowledge, or even mentors? As long as you prove your worth, I can offer you connections, beauty, and even power. I can provide you with everything you seek, but all I ask in return is your loyalty, Uchiha Faye declared with authority, believing his words would sufficiently impress this inexperienced child. Yet, the next moment, Lu Yun burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Uchiha Faye frowned, disliking Liu Yun's demeanor. My apologies. I was merely too overjoyed, and it led to my indiscretion. Lu Yun quickly adjusted his tone. Of course, I can offer my loyalty to Elder-san. Since you can provide what I desire, I would like to present my requests. At these words, Uchiha Faye's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect this boy to dare to make demands of him. Given his current status, every clan member he chose to engage with showed him gratitude and loyalty. This boy was clearly out of touch with reality. First, I require 500,000 Ryo in cash, followed by 3 C-rank fire or illusion techniques, 2 B-rank fire or illusion techniques, 2 A-rank fire or illusion techniques, and if possible, an S-rank fire or illusion technique. Lu Yun spoke earnestly, not asking for much. He could easily procure the 500,000 Ryo himself. He merely sought to establish a precedent. The fire techniques and illusion techniques were precisely what he lacked. And he didn't even dare to request S-rank techniques, fearing it might frighten the elder. Are you serious? Uchiha Ryoun's face turned an even deeper shade of displeasure. Did you think I was joking? Ryuun replied, feigning surprise. Seeing the elder's expression, he wondered if he had merely been jesting. Do you believe you have that kind of value? How dare you make such outrageous demands? Uchiha Ryoun downed his cup of tea, casting a cold glare at Ryuun. Does defeating Ryoun not demonstrate my worth? Additionally, did you not claim that you could fulfill my requests? You mentioned that you could provide me with everything I did not ask for. No tools, no mentors, no connections, no beautiful women, and certainly no power. Is this such a modest request that you are unable to satisfy? For a moment, Ryuun's expression soured. Have you ever seen someone demand a multitude of things before even exerting any effort? If everyone were to act as you do, how could I possibly manage my subordinates? Uchiha Ryuun believed he could grant these requests, yet this young boy should not be so brazen in his demands. Ryuun's attitude irked him. He had never encountered such a pragmatic child. Wait, was it not you who offered this to me? How have I become the one to request it? Ryuun questioned. And what do you mean by not having exerted any effort? Did you not state that my loyalty was all that you sought? I can surely heed your commands in the future. In all honesty, is it too much to exchange these things for a Three-Tomoe Jonin? Although Ryuun did not intend to pledge complete loyalty, as long as Uchiha Ryuun offered enough to facilitate his tasks, he would be more than willing to serve. It merely depended on whether this so-called elder possessed the resolve to do so. After all, at this stage, his needs were limited, aside from ninjutsu and jinjutsu. He lacked nothing else for the time being. Uchiha Ryuun, you have certainly made me see you in a new light tonight. Uchiha Ryuun set his teacup down with a stoic expression. What do you mean by that? Ryuun frowned again. Someone, show him out. Uchiha Ryuun did not respond, and instead stood up to dismiss him. Ryuun cast a glance back at him before silently making his way toward the door. Tonight had been a futile endeavor. He had expended considerable effort only to gain nothing, a complete waste of his precious youth. That old man, issuing empty promises galore, only to provide nothing upon request, while wearing a disdainful expression. Am I indebted to you? Once outside the Uchiha compound, Ryuun could not help but curse under his breath. The other party was clearly attempting to deceive him. He was no naive fool, who would indulge you or assist you without any benefits. Possessing both wealth and skill, with a substantial grasp of ninjutsu, why should he serve the old man if Uchiha Ryuun did not provide him with the essential resources? He was not an ignorant child. And to think he could simply buy his loyalty with the allure of a Three-Tomoe Jonin was absurd. He was genuinely negotiating terms, yet the other party was merely jesting, treating him as a joke. The Uchiha clan had once again let him down. The following morning at the Ninja Academy, after a session of ideological education, the outdoor ranking battles resumed. Match 11. Namikaze Minato vs. Uzumaki Kushina, shouted Oda, announcing the names and numbers from the match list. Upon hearing this pairing, the students erupted with excitement. Both were renowned as formidable fighters within their class, and they were about to witness an epic confrontation. Remember how I taught you? Focus on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, and do not be overly hasty. During the interlude before the match, Ryuun quickly whispered instructions to her. Having previously discussed strategies against Minato, I know. Kushina took a deep breath and nodded earnestly at Ryuun. Despite her dismissive attitude towards Minato, viewing him as somewhat soft and effeminate, she felt the weight of pressure and anxiety at the prospect of facing him. For the title of the top genius in the entire grade was not to be taken lightly. Relax, do not be too tense, just do your best. Winning or losing does not matter. Ryuun positioned himself behind her, kneading her firm shoulders and playfully tapping her back. His overly attentive demeanor earning bemused glances from those around. If Ryuun was not Kushina's underling, none among their classmates would likely believe it. Ugh, bootlicker, Sato spat, followed by Kame who chimed in, stupid sycophant. As both contenders took their positions, Kushina and Minato faced each other, bowing respectfully. The battle commenced. As Oda's voice faded, both fighters assumed their stances, but surprisingly, neither made an immediate move. Come at me, Minato. Kushina beckoned, calling out loudly. Minato was puzzled by her behavior. Based on his understanding of her character, she would typically launch an attack first. Why was she so restrained? After a momentary hesitation, seeing Kushina remain inactive, he decided to take the initiative. With a powerful push from his legs, he lunged toward Kushina with astonishing speed, swift as the wind. So fast. Although taken aback by Minato's aggressive approach, Kushina quickly composed herself and prepared to retaliate. As Minato's fist drew near, she launched her own punch, channeling chakra into her arm. She aimed to confront him head-on, eager to test whose strength would prevail. In the critical moment when their fists were about to collide, whether sensing the force behind Kushina's strike or fearing injury to her, Minato suddenly leaped high into the air, redirecting his fist to palm. He pushed down on Kushina's punch while simultaneously vaulting over her head, truly worthy of the title Yellow Flash. Such reflexes were no doubt suited for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Watching this unfold, Ryuun could not help but chuckle. However, he was also somewhat underestimating Kushina. Minato was not from the Hyuga clan and could not see the chakra enveloping her fist. He believed that an exchange of blows would injure Kushina, prompting him to leap away at the crucial moment. In truth, had they clashed directly, it would have been Minato who sustained the injury, not Kushina. This fortunate miscalculation allowed Minato to narrowly avoid a small crisis. Nevertheless, suspended in midair, he could not evade further, and Kushina would not squander the opportunity to attack. In the next moment, Kushina swiftly turned, bending her knees and leaving two prominent imprints in the ground, clearly utilizing chakra as she surged toward Minato with incredible speed. Minato was taken aback by her sudden burst of velocity, leaving him little time to react. In a panic, he could only shield his neck and vital areas with his arms. Seizing the opportunity, Kushina unleashed a fierce blow, her fist crashing down with tremendous force just as Minato was about to land. What tremendous strength! Minato's expression shifted to one of shock. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, flipping several times before he managed to regain his balance, leaving deep grooves in the ground upon landing. Impressive, he exclaimed, shaking his sore arms. At this moment, he finally recognized that he could no longer underestimate Kushina. Ha! Impressive, right? This is the result of my training over the summer. All thanks to Ryuun. Kushina laughed triumphantly. Observing her exuberance, Ryuun could not help but cover his face, smiling. Indeed, she was remarkably strong. And now he would have to take her seriously. Minato smiled as he drew out a kunai. Come on. Kushina, equally resolute, pulled out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Many classmates cheered him on, especially the girls, their voices drowning out those of the boys. As a multitude of classmates gathered on one side, offering no support to Kushina, Ryuun promptly stepped forward to bolster the spirits of his little tomato. Raising his voice, he began to cheer for her with fervor. Enhanced by chakra, his voice resonated with remarkable intensity, rivaling that of the surrounding girls. Truly a sycophant. He was just a big boy, perpetually orbiting around Kushina. Was there no sense of shame in that? His loud cheers drew the envy of some female classmates, who deemed her boisterous demeanor unworthy of having a dashing protector. They also disapproved of Ryuun, the devoted admirer, who lavished attention solely on Kushina while neglecting them. Unable to contain their disdain, they unleashed their scorn upon him. What's wrong with cheering loudly? Just because you can shout, does that mean I can't? You can cheer for Minato, so why can't I cheer for Kushina? Don't you all spend your days orbiting around Minato too? A gaggle of infatuated girls. How dare you criticize me? Ryuun was unyielding, not allowing their gender to soften his retorts. Shameless sycophant. You have no dignity. One girl hurled insults directly at him. Likewise, a few unattractive ones. All you know is to fawn over who is more foolish. Ryuun boldly engaged in a fierce exchange of barbs with the girls. Not far away, Kushina and Minato were locked in an intense battle, while he was embroiled in a verbal skirmish with several female classmates. There was no semblance of decorum in his rebuttals. Even lashing out at the girls, was he no longer a gentleman? Sato smirked, seizing the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, standing on a moral high ground to chastise Ryuun. Indeed, utterly devoid of grace. Piped in a small, timid boy, visibly exhilarated at having found a chance to retaliate. You two crybabies dare to call yourselves men? What man weeps so easily? And you, Sato, the last time I styled your hair, not only did you cry, but you also wet your pants, didn't you? With such cowardice, how can you claim to be a man? Amidst the barrage of insults and challenges, Ryuun remained unflustered, responding to each taunt with composure. You're full of it. Who wet their pants? Sato was taken aback, clearly ruffled by the truth in Ryuun's words. Only you know if you wet yourself. And you, with your chubby faces, are merely envious of Kushina's cuteness, envious of the bond we share. You've fawned over me before, haven't you? To be honest, even without Kushina, I wouldn't look at you. Minato would never glance your way either. You ought to take a long look in the mirror. Luyun's tongue was as sharp as ever. You're lying. Who fawned over you? Shameless narcissist. One girl screamed. Infuriated. You want to fight? I'll tear your mouth apart. Several girls, enraged, began to scream and rushed toward Luyun, ready to square off. In an instant, the crowd, once focused on the fight, was now captivated by the verbal clash. Their commotion soon caught the attention of Oda. Are you all rebelling? Quiet down, with a stern reprimand. The crowd finally settled into silence. Luyun, with his hands in his pockets, observed the ongoing battle, seemingly detached from the earlier altercation, as if the tumultuous exchange had not involved him at all. This nonchalant demeanor only fueled the ire of those he had verbally bested. Yet they refrained from retaliating with Oda nearby. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kushina formed hand seals, unleashing the formidable ninja technique she had mastered during the summer. With a series of dull thuds, 3 shadow clones emerged. Is that the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Oda exclaimed in surprise. The onlookers were taken aback, astounded by Kushina's prowess and her ability to summon multiple solid clones. In an instant, 4 versions of Kushina surrounded Minato. Chapter 104. Kushina's narrow defeat. Luyun prepares to engage in a ranking battle with Sato. Minato, encircled, displayed a look of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Kushina's formidable skills. As their duel progressed, Minato found his stamina waning, while Kushina appeared invigorated. Though Minato was faster, he could not exploit this advantage against Kushina's defensive strategy. Conversely, Kushina's strength far surpassed his, and her steadfast defense made it difficult for Minato to find a weakness, let alone secure a quick victory. From the onset, Kushina had intended to engage in a war of attrition, having been advised by Luyun to remain calm and patient, avoiding mistakes and denying Minato any openings, thereby increasing her chances of victory. Thus, she awaited Minato to strike first while maintaining a steady pace. As time passed, her stamina advantage became increasingly evident. At this moment, with ample chakra, Kushina resolved to utilize her shadow clones to conclude the battle. I had no idea Kushina had grown so strong. It seems her summer training bore fruit. Mastering such a powerful jutsu, Minato thought, sincerely impressed. He took a deep breath, preparing to counter. Hey, just concede, Kushina, Minato said, as the 4 Kushinas exchanged confident smiles. Concede? Absolutely not. Though you are formidable, defeating me will not come easily. Minato was not one to surrender lightly, believing that to concede hastily would be to disrespect Kushina. Just as Kushina was about to continue speaking, the 4 figures launched a decisive assault. Minato swiftly retrieved a white pill from his ninja pouch and hurled it to the ground. Boom! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the 2 combatants, along with the advancing shadow clones. As the onlookers attempted to discern the battle, Minato emerged from the mist, forming hand seals with lightning speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from his mouth, sending Kushina and her clones spiraling back through the smoke. Ah! Kushina instinctively cried out. Luyun, rubbing his forehead, chuckled helplessly. Noticing that Kushina had been on the ground for over 5 seconds, Oda declared the match. Victory goes to Namake's Minato. Wait, I can still fight. Kushina scrambled to her feet, signaling that she was still capable, which was indeed the case, but Oda merely shook his head with a smile. You've performed admirably. But there are rules in ranking battles. Minato has slightly outmatched you this time. How can this be? Kushina protested, feeling it was unfair that she was deemed defeated just because she was momentarily dazed. Kushina, Luyun called out to her, gently shaking his head. I have disappointed you. Kushina approached dejectedly. Disappointed? You did wonderfully. Go and perform a reconciliation seal with Minato. P.S. waiting, Luyun encouraged, patting her head. Oh, I almost forgot. Quickly. Kushina politely performed a seal with Minato, declaring, next time, I will definitely defeat you. Haha, I look forward to your challenge. Minato laughed heartily, exuding a sense of bravado. Returning to the crowd, Kushina stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze fiercely scanning the girls. Which one of you scoundrels was insulting Luyun? Are you tired of living? Don't think just because you're girls, you can hurl insults at will. Luyun may not strike girls, but that doesn't mean I won. Just a moment ago, during her battle with Shueiman, it was evident that Luyun was embroiled in a heated argument with some girls on her behalf. For a brief moment, the surrounding students fell silent. the girls among them not daring to utter a word, many instinctively lowering their heads, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. The blood-red pepper was known for her fierceness. She would indeed strike if provoked, unlike Ryuun, who merely engaged in verbal sparring, indifferent to whether her opponent was male or female. Hey, 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 Nai, calm down. Let us not stoop to the level of certain ugly creatures, Ryuun interjected, adopting a conciliatory demeanor, though her words only served to infuriate several girls further. The ranking competition continued, and by a stroke of luck, Ryuun found herself matched against Sato's younger brother. Unfortunately, he surrendered without a moment's thought. Don't. I'll let you use one hand. Let us have a proper spar. Ryuun insisted, clinging to him to prevent him from leaving the arena. Upon hearing that Ryuun would allow him only one hand, Sato's face darkened. No way. You can forget that. What if I let you use one hand and one foot? Will you fight then? Ryuun pressed, determined to teach Sato a lesson. Get lost. I can't be bothered with you. Sato was not easily fooled. He well remembered how his brother had been swiftly defeated in the Sakura forest. I won't use my hands or feet. How about that? Ryuun exclaimed in exasperation, declaring her intention to restrict him further. What? Ryuun must be insane. If you restrict both hands and feet, how can we even fight? Should I use my head? Many students began to murmur, believing Ryuun was joking. Hey, is this for real? You're not just putting on a show, are you? If you dare to allow it, I will strike. Sato responded, catching on to her words. Stop messing around. Don't waste time. Both of you get down. Teacher Oda interjected, unable to stifle a chuckle. I assure you, it is true. Even without using my hands or feet, I can defeat you. You little brat. Ryuun replied confidently with a smile. You little brat, who are you calling that? Sato retorted angrily, feeling insulted by her demeanor. He had never encountered someone so audacious. Allowing him to use only his hands and feet was a blatant affront to his abilities. Today, if he did not fight, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among his peers for the entire semester. Teacher Oda, you must be our witness. I will make this arrogant fool suffer. Sato declared loudly, feeling energized. Are you really going to restrict him to just hands and feet? How can you fight that way? Teacher Oda looked at Ryuun in disbelief. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once said, it is unchangeable. I am not joking, Ryuun asserted with utmost seriousness. All right, Teacher Oda, did you hear that? The ranking battle will continue, and I retract my earlier concession, Sato exclaimed joyfully as Ryuun confirmed her stance. What are you thinking, Ryuun? If you restrict hands and feet, how can we fight? Should I strike with my head? Xiao Nai hurriedly pulled him aside, urging him to reconsider. You are absolutely right, Ryuun replied with a confident smile, gently pushing her aside. Chapter 105. The Self-Sacrificial Rocket Headbutt. The most stubborn individual in Ninja Academy history. Wait, are we really going to fight? This is too disrespectful. The crowd gasped in astonishment. I must see how he plans to win. If he loses, how will he face the others? Go, Sato. Beat that little brat. Kamita cheered for his friend. Since both parties are adamant about this manner of combat, so be it. Teacher Oda, seeing that reason had failed, had no choice but to acquiesce to their wishes. Prepare yourselves. Wait. Sato suddenly raised his hand, signaling for a pause. Just to clarify, restricting hands and feet includes knees and elbows. Don't try to play word games. Of course, do you think I would stoop to your level? I don't need to cheat to defeat you. You little brat. Ryuun shot back, mocking him. You arrogant fool. You won't be laughing for long. Sato threatened, pointing at her. All right, let us get started. We've wasted enough time. Teacher Oda waved his hand, and the two took their positions. With a command from Teacher Oda, the battle commenced. Sato retrieved a plethora of hidden weapons from his tool pouch and hurled them at Ryuun. With remarkable agility, Ryuun dodged left and right, leaping and ducking, evading attack after attack. The onlookers were left in awe of Ryuun's remarkable evasive skills. Curse it! Frustrated that his projectiles failed to find their mark, Sato charged forward with a kunai. After all, Ryuun could not use her hands or feet, and he was determined to prove her wrong. Sato swung the kunai down, but Ryuun deftly sidestepped the strike. However, with her hands and feet restricted, it appeared she could only evade for self-preservation. Unfazed by the initial failure, Sato unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Ryuun to retreat and dodge consecutively. Ryuun, hang in there. Xiao Nai called out, her concern evident as she watched Ryuun struggle. Sato, go? Finish off that little brat. Kamita shouted in support of his friend. You want to die, huh? I'll make sure to knock a few teeth out. Gio Xin's words made Kamita break into a cold sweat, prompting him to silence himself. Running and hiding. Is that what makes a man? If you have the guts, stop dodging. Sato panted, exhausted from his futile attempts to land a hit. His shameful taunts left the other students speechless. If Lu Yun was to restrict her hands and feet, wouldn't it be better for her to simply stand still and allow him to strike freely? Seeing Sato's stamina depleting and his defenses faltering, Lu Yun seized the opportunity after dodging a kunai strike. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself upward, delivering a fierce headbutt directly to Sato's chin. Humph. The impact of the headbutt was tremendous, causing Sato to stagger back, eyes rolling as he was lifted off the ground by the force. Seizing the moment, Lu Yun followed through with another forceful headbutt aimed at Sato's chest. Ugh! The heavy blow knocked the wind out of Sato, sending him crashing to the ground. In the next instant, Lu Yun gathered all her strength, leaping high into the air. With a graceful flip, she positioned herself headfirst, limbs spread in a star shape, ready to deliver a devastating, self-sacrificial rocket headbutt. The crowd, including Gio Xin, watched in stunned silence, wide-eyed in anticipation of witnessing the most audacious strike ever attempted. Just as Lu Yun prepared to unleash her headbutt upon Sato, Teacher Oda intervened at the critical moment, grasping her legs and narrowly avoiding a catastrophic injury. I know you were stubborn, but that kind of strike could seriously injure someone. Teacher Oda exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he looked down at Sato, who lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Lu Yun, seeing Sato so close, could only offer an awkward chuckle. Sato is defeated. This round goes to Uchiha Lu Yun, Teacher Oda declared, announcing the victor of the battle. The most outrageous one-on-one ranking battle in the history of the ninja school concluded with Liu Yun's ultimate victory, destined to be etched into the annals of the institution and remembered by future students. In years past, a scrappy 6th grade boy engaged in a ranking battle and managed to leave his opponent foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Had it not been for the intervention of a teacher on site, it could have led to a tragic outcome. When Xiao Tian announced the result, a throng of students could not contain their applause and cheers. In that moment, their dissent was silenced. Lu Yun is truly a genius, praised Minato, applauding in admiration. Within the entire ninja school, it seemed no one could rival his tenacity. Students in the vicinity instinctively nodded in agreement upon hearing this assessment. The title of Iron-Headed Scrappy Boy was poised to resonate throughout the halls of the ninja school once more. Ha ha ha, Lu Yun, you're simply too cool, Kushina exclaimed, rushing to Liu Yun's side and playfully hugging his arm, their camaraderie evoking envy among many classmates. As the day's outdoor lessons drew to a close, the sun dipped lower in the sky, allowing some students to leave for home, while those aspiring to learn medical ninjutsu remained behind. A large group of 6th graders crowded into the spacious classroom, each receiving a small booklet filled with knowledge on medical ninjutsu. A female medical ninja stood at the podium, imparting her teachings, while the attentive students listened intently. The classroom was predominantly filled with girls, making the few boys like Lu Yun, who wished to learn medical ninjutsu, quite rare. Most were physically weaker and uninterested in combat. This newly added medical course lasted for an hour, and by the time classes ended, darkness was expected to have fallen. Given the ongoing war, the students of the ninja school faced heavy responsibilities, a fact their parents could somewhat understand regarding Konoha's approach. Lu Yun and Kushina, however, slipped away to return home, while leaving their respective shadow clones to diligently attend class. At first, upon hearing about the versatile use of shadow clones, Kushina suggested she could skip school and secretly date Lu Yun instead. But when Lu Yun explained the drawbacks of shadow clones and the mental discomfort he experienced from an hour of medical knowledge flooding his mind, she temporarily abandoned that notion. Chapter 106. Once again admitted to the hospital, seeking the snake when in doubt after several days of one-on-one ranking battles. Minato ultimately maintained his position as the strongest in the class. Kushina claimed the second spot, followed closely by Lu Yun and a few others tied for third. Lu Yun held little interest in such trivial rankings, and once the battles concluded, he sent a shadow clone to attend school in his stead. In a secluded training area by the river, Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, clad in shorts and bare-chested, eyes closed in concentration as arcs of electricity erupted from his body only to vanish moments later. He was attempting to develop the Chidori technique or explore the possibility of crafting the lightning armor of Kyomogakure. Could electric stimulation enhance his physical strength? He was meticulously experimenting and probing these questions. However, after only a single day, he found himself covered in injuries from electric shocks, prompting yet another visit to the Konoha hospital. I should hasten my learning of medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, at this rate, I might end up harming myself irreparably. Familiar with the routine of registration and payment, he found himself greeted by the familiar face of the medical ninja. Young boy, why are you playing with electricity again? Last time it was your hand, and now it's your entire body. You're quite the troublemaker. The medical ninja's hands glowed with a green light as she began to heal his electrical injuries. Thank you, miss. I didn't intend for this to happen. Lu Yun chuckled sheepishly. Medical personnel are exceedingly scarce right now. Encountering me is merely fortunate for you. As she healed him, the medical ninja began conversing with him. During wartime, many injured from the front lines are brought in, and with many medical ninjas deployed to the Rain Country, very few remain at Konoha Hospital. Lu Yun was fortunate to encounter the same medical ninja who had treated his prior electrical injuries. They had developed a certain affinity. What luck! They didn't plan to assign a medical ninja to me because they thought my injuries were not severe. How did you manage to persuade the front desk to change their minds? She inquired curiously. Quite simply, I offered to pay, he replied nonchalantly. What? The medical ninja could only smile helplessly at Lu Yun's audacious methods of bypassing the system. You, at such a young age, are quite cunning. As she lay on the hospital bed, with her eyes closed while treating him, Lu Yun suddenly called out to her. Do you want to earn some extra money? Upon hearing this, the medical ninja froze momentarily, her face flushing. What do you mean, you little rascal? As she was applying treatment to Lu Yun's thigh, the unexpected question caught her off guard, making it impossible for her not to think further. For an instant, she ceased using her medical ninjutsu, standing up ready to make him pay for his impudence. I want to learn medical ninjutsu and wish to expedite the process. Can you teach me? I can offer 100,000 Ryo as tuition, and upon completion, I can provide an additional 100,000 Ryo as a reward. Lu Yun spoke with his eyes closed, oblivious to the medical ninja now holding a scalpel beside him. Oh, so that is what you meant. The medical ninja's irritation dissipated immediately. Huh, what do you mean by that? Why are you holding a knife? Lu Yun opened his eyes to glance at her, his expression one of confusion. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I misunderstood. The medical ninja laughed awkwardly, hastily discarding the scalpel. Lu Yun felt a bit bewildered but did not dare close his eyes again. He had sensed a peculiar chill from a certain aspect, and the medical ninja's actions with the knife made him wary. At your age, you should be in 6th grade, right? Didn't the school recently add medical courses? Why not just enroll? The medical ninja chuckled awkwardly as she continued to treat him. An hour of class is too brief, and most of it covers only the basics. To truly master medical ninjutsu, it would take at least 3 to 5 months at that pace. I believe I can learn medical ninjutsu quickly. I simply lack a good teacher. Lu Yun stated as he sat up and extended his palm. Medical ninjutsu requires robust chakra control. You can gather healing chakra in your palm, and I can do the same. As he spoke, a brilliant blue lightning flickered in his palm. My chakra nature differs from yours, so I need to understand the techniques for releasing this green chakra. The blue lightning in his palm subsided, replaced by a rising orb of orange flame. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the medical ninja was utterly astounded. After a prolonged silence, she accepted the reality. Your chakra control is exceptional. If that is the case, accelerating your mastery of medical ninjutsu should not be difficult. But I am curious as to why you sought me out. Why not approach the school, or even Konoha directly for medical ninjutsu training? With your talent, they should be more than willing to teach you. The medical ninja expressed her curiosity. Primarily, I prefer to keep a low profile. I also do not wish to trouble the school or Konoha. Lastly, I have ample money and free time. I simply want to find a professional teacher for one-on-one tutoring. Nanny? The mindset of the affluent second-generation elites is beyond her comprehension. However, she is determined not to let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. After healing her injuries, Lu Yun and the medical sisters scheduled a time and place for their lessons. At 9:11 p.m., during the hospital's closing hours, she would impart 12 hours of valuable knowledge on medical ninjutsu, untainted by frivolous information. The goal is for Lu Yun to grasp the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu within 10 days. Upon returning home, Lu Yun lazily reclined on the living room sofa. incapacitated by his injuries. For the moment, he could not engage in any strenuous activities. Contemplating Chidori and lightning armor was out of the question. Although the theory of using electricity to refine the body seemed plausible, it would be wise to consult Uncle Snake before proceeding further. Resolute in his decision, he took out paper and pen to compose a letter to Orochimaru. He rolled the finished letter into a scroll and entrusted it to the white snake that Orochimaru had provided for communication. After completing this task, Lu Yun nestled back onto the comfortable leather sofa. He wondered how the battle in the Land of Rain was faring. He recalled that in the early stages of the war, they had suffered repeated defeats. Indeed, it was a grim reality. In every major conflict involving demigods, Konoha had consistently retreated. Finding a solution to counter the venom of the salamander was no simple feat. Chapter 107. The Caring Teacher's Death Invitation. 6 months later, in the distant battlefield of the Land of Rain, Orochimaru paused momentarily upon receiving Lu Yun's white snake communication. However, as he read through the letter, a rare smile graced his lips. His disciple was eager to develop new ninjutsu once again, and he had the forethought to seek Orochimaru's guidance. Such an act was a testament to Lu Yun's acknowledgement of his capabilities, filling Orochimaru with a sense of pride. "What's with that sly grin? Have you received good news?" Jiraiya teased from nearby. He could decipher the myriad emotions behind Orochimaru's expressions, and this smile was one of genuine joy, a rarity since the death of his disciple, Shojitsu. "Is there anyone more devious than you, you great fool?" Orochimaru quipped, tucking the letter into his pocket. "Is it really the time for jokes, you two idiots?" Tsunade interjected, focused on calibrating the concoction in her cup. Despite their banter, the once heavy atmosphere had noticeably lightened. "Come on, let's not be so pessimistic. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we will eventually overcome Hanzo the Salamander and win this war." Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter. Unfortunately, the other two did not engage with him, leaving Jiraiya awkwardly silent. 2 days later, Lu Yun received a reply from Orochimaru, along with a scroll of ninjutsu. Orochimaru addressed each of Lu Yun's challenges in ninjutsu, providing personal insights on the lightning armor from the Land of Lightning and even offering guidance on refining the body with electricity. Lu Yun felt fortunate to have such a dedicated and caring teacher and vowed never to indulge in snake stew again. Much of the letter moved Lu Yun, yet a particular line left him speechless. In the conclusion of the letter, Orochimaru invited him to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, stating, "With your abilities, Lu Yun-kun, you could graduate early without issue. You should not remain dormant in the academy. Growth necessitates combat and strife." Orochimaru's sincere invitation to join the fray, coupled with a playful remark about fighting alongside him, prompted Lu Yun to mutter, "So you want me to brave the rain every day in the Land of Rain, only to endure the demigod's beatings? But I am not resistant to poison, nor can I withstand such blows." He sighed, folding the letter away. Sitting cross-legged on the floor once more, he closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Soon, a brilliant azure arc of electricity burst forth from his body. Although somewhat unstable and singular in form, he found it manageable to control the flow of the electric arc. The arc, generated from his palm, coursed through his entire being. This time, due to intentional limitations on the electric charge, the areas affected lost their initial pain, replaced instead by a gentle tingling sensation. It felt rather pleasant. Now he merely needed to increase the intensity of the electric arcs or the frequency of exposure, gradually discovering the optimal threshold for refining his body. As for Chidori, once his body adapted to the current, amplifying the output should not pose a problem. Orochimaru truly was a genius in ninjutsu. Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel. At times, all he needed was to present a conceptual idea for a ninjutsu, and Orochimaru would swiftly devise a method to actualize it. His comprehension of ninjutsu was nothing short of extraordinary. In a secluded riverside training ground, each of Lu Yun's shadow clones had a distinct role. One was using new energy techniques to catch fish by the riverbank. Another stood on the water's surface retrieving the injured fish that were belly up and struggling for life, while another, glowing with green light, diligently healed the near-death fish. A fourth clone was attending class at the Ninja Academy. With the advantage of shadow clones and a resilient mental fortitude, Lu Yun could simultaneously acquire multiple skills in a short span without concern for exhaustion, resulting in an astonishing rate of growth. Time flew, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, during a break, Kushina expressed her surprise at Minato's sudden decision. Are you really going to graduate early? Lu Yun, however, remained composed. Yes, I've already passed the Jinin assessment. I should be receiving my Konoha forehead protector soon. Today might be my last day at the Ninja Academy. Minato replied with a smile, feeling both excitement and a tinge of reluctance as he prepared to bid farewell to school life. Becoming a ninja means a lot of tasks ahead. It will likely be exhausting, Lu Yun remarked with a chuckle, likening Minato's eagerness to that of a freshly graduated university student eager to embark on the grind of a 9-to-5 job. Haha, I'm ready for it. Minato laughed heartily before revealing his reason for graduating early. Many ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and Konoha urgently needs manpower to carry out missions. I want to help alleviate some of that pressure. Lu Yun couldn't help but applaud him. Such awareness at a young age was no surprise for someone destined to become the fourth Hokage. Truly, Minato, I declare you the next Hokage. Lu Yun's proclamation sent Minato into fits of laughter. Wait, I want to be Hokage too. Let me be the fourth Hokage first, then he can be the fifth. Kushina chimed in, raising her hand playfully. With your intellect, you think you can be Hokage? I oppose this. Lu Yun replied, chuckling. Huh, how can you oppose me? And by the way, is intellect a compliment or an insult? Kushina narrowed her eyes at him. Then tell me, why do you want to become Hokage? Lu Yun inquired earnestly. Becoming Hokage means gaining everyone's acknowledgement. Don't you want to be Hokage? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. Why must I want to be Hokage? Others' recognition is unimportant to me. As long as I acknowledge myself and those I care about recognize me, that suffices, Lu Yun casually countered. Upon hearing this, both Kushina and Minato exchanged astonished glances. Among the young ninja students, it was rare to find anyone who did not aspire to become Hokage. This was the result of Konoha's long-standing indoctrination. Lu Yun felt it was necessary to correct Little Tomato's misguided beliefs in the future. Born with a rebellious spirit, Lu Yun did not expect her to share the same aspirations. However, it was imperative that she never develop the dreadful notion of sacrificing herself for Konoha. Chapter 108. The cattle are released early, assigning work teams. And the agreement with Orochimaru. Just as Lu Yun contemplated unleashing her verbal prowess, Teacher Xiaodian rushed into the classroom, summoning 10 students, including Lu Yun and Kushina, in one breath. Those called upon were all high-achieving students, and seeing them made Lu Yun ponder many things. Could it be that they were to be forced into action? Lu Yun thought to herself, suspecting that Konoha might indeed utilize their group of young students to fill the gaps in manpower. In fact, this was the case. There were 3 classes in the 6th grade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen called upon 30 students in one go. His intention was to allow this batch to graduate early to alleviate the pressure faced by Konoha. A plethora of low-level tasks lacked available ninjas, and the higher-ups in Konoha were growing increasingly anxious. They unanimously agreed that there was no need to wait for the cattle to mature. An early release by a few months would suffice, since you have all mastered either the throwing technique or the body substitution technique. I hereby declare you eligible for early graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced with a smile, personally presenting a Konoha headband to the group of young students. From this day forth, you are the proud ninjas of Konoha. As Hiruzen's words faded, the young students erupted in cheers. Among them, Lu Yun was the most jubilant. The moment she received the Konoha headband, her tearful excitement brought great satisfaction to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, I thought you didn't want the headband. Hiruzen teased, referring to Lu Yun's earlier refusal to graduate early. How could that be? Lu Yun awkwardly chuckled, then echoed a sentiment she had previously heard from a certain sunny individual. Many ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Konoha is in urgent need of manpower to execute tasks, and I wish to help alleviate some of the village's burden. Very good. It brings me joy that you understand Konoha's difficulties, Hiruzen said, patting Lu Yun's shoulder. He genuinely did not expect such awareness from someone so young. This was indeed a child favored by his beloved disciple, Orochimaru. Hiruzen suddenly found that this scruffy-haired lad was particularly endearing and considered nurturing him further. Once everyone exited the principal's office, Lu Yun's expression shifted. Glancing at the cheerful Kushina beside her, she couldn't help but scoff. What are you so happy about? If I didn't know better, I would think you found money. Haha, of course, I'm happy to become a ninja. Hey, weren't you just as elated? Kushina exclaimed, only to notice Lu Yun's sudden change in demeanor. What else with the fake happiness? I guarantee you won't be smiling after tomorrow. Lu Yun retorted. Why wouldn't I be happy tomorrow? And I didn't know you were unhappy. Why pretend to be cheerful? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. It's my prerogative. You asked too many questions. Ryuun shot her a glare. Kushina scratched her head, utterly bewildered by Ryuun's thoughts. Truly, she was a strange character. The 30 early graduates returned to the classroom to pack their bags before heading to a spacious room. Konoha's efficiency was remarkable. Graduation occurred on the same day as class assignments. Please let me be placed with Ryuun. Kushina prayed silently, not wishing to team up with anyone else for missions. Namikaze Minato, Dakai, Uchiha Mei, you three form a small team, the instructor announced. And Ryuun was taken aback to discover that Minato was paired with two classmates from different classes. As names were called, Kushina's anxiety intensified. Silly girl. Why are you so nervous? Ryuun chuckled at her unease. How can I not be nervous? If I don't get assigned to you today, I'll go tell Granny Mito. I refuse to team up with anyone else, Kushina whispered. You're so dramatic, Ryuun gestured with his hand. Kushina was the typical type who relied on her connections. If she went to Mito, it would indeed be a simple matter. Uzumaki Kushina, Inazuka Ran, Uchiha Mikoto. You three form a small team. At this stage, class assignments were not as detailed as they would later become. Moreover, due to a severe shortage of medical ninjas, there was no provision for a medical ninja per team. At this time, Tsunade was still on the battlefield in the Land of Rain and had not implemented any significant reforms. When Kushina heard her name and the Uchiha surname, her face lit up with joy. However, when the name Mikoto was announced, her smile immediately faded, and she seemed to lose all motivation. Well, if we're not in the same team, then we're not. There will be plenty of time after the missions, Ryuun reassured her with a smile. Soon, the instructor called Ryuun's name. One of his teammates belonged to the Sarutobi clan, and the other was from the Yamanaka clan. The 30 students were divided into 10 small teams, and since they were in a time of war, high-level combatants were scarce. So they had yet to appoint a jonin leader. The immediate task for these 30 individuals was merely labor-intensive, and once the three-man teams became familiar with the procedures, they could begin taking on missions. Konoha planned to let them endure hardships for a few months before assigning them a jonin leader. After leaving the school, Ryuun walked alongside Kushina, who was venting her frustrations about the class assignments, clearly displeased with Konoha's decisions. It's not so bad. You're in the girls' group. And you're even with Mikoto. Konoha must have considered your interpersonal relationships. Ryuun patiently soothed her. As for the class assignments, Ryuun held no grievances. His initial plan after graduation was to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Over the past 6 months, he had exchanged letters with Orochimaru multiple times. And with each correspondence, Uncle Snake would invite him to come over. After several exchanges, Ryuun began to contemplate honing his skills through battle. Thus, he made an agreement with Uncle Snake to visit him after graduating as a genin. His strength had not significantly improved over the past 6 months, and lacking practical experience. He indeed considered whether to venture to the battlefield in the Land of Rain to test the sharpness of his blade. Kushina thoughtfully considered Ryuun's words. The grouping was not entirely unacceptable to her. However, her dissatisfaction stemmed from not being with Ryuun. Her ideal team consisted of herself, Ryuun, and Mikoto. Unfortunately, Konoha rarely assigned 2 members of the same clan to the same team, making her wishes unattainable. But they really want to team up with you and complete missions together. Kushina lamented, her face reflecting her disappointment. Haha. Ryuun couldn't help but laugh, then playfully wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her close. You're just my little shadow, aren't you? Always following me. Kushina did not resist his embrace. Rather, she reveled in the intimacy of the gesture. You're my shadow and little brother. Isn't that common knowledge? She replied with a playful smile, extending her left hand to wrap around his waist. The two continued their affectionate banter, thoroughly enmeshed in each other's company. Chapter 109. The decision to head to the battlefield of the Land of Rain since the passing of Rope Tree. The spirit of Uzumaki Mito seemed to have been siphoned away, her physical vitality aging at an alarming rate. She had become increasingly reticent, often found sitting alone in the vastness of the 2 Senju estates. There were times she would remain in a stupor for hours, evoking an impression of someone lost in a daze. Notably, her ability to perceive the heart, known as the mind's eye, appeared to have been permanently extinguished with Rope Tree's demise. With a heart so frail, her sight too had faded into oblivion. The extraordinary perceptive abilities she once possessed had vanished, leaving her bereft of the talent to see into the depths of others' hearts. Grandma, you're here, exclaimed Kushina as she and Ryun appeared at her side, pulling Mito from her stupor. Good children, you've come, Mito replied with a gentle smile. With Rope Tree gone and Tsunade dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, the only company she had was Kushina. While Ryun would occasionally visit to chat and even prepare meals, a request Mito had made. Grandma, today Ryun will join us for dinner, Kushina said joyfully, gently shaking Mito's arm. Is that so? How wonderful. I shall once again savor the delightful dishes prepared by young Ryun, Mito beamed. Acknowledging Ryun's culinary skills far surpassed those of Kushina. Although Mito felt it somewhat impolite to have guests cook, she refrained from voicing her concerns, especially since both children seemed content. Ryun, despite being of the same age as her late Rope Tree, possessed genuine culinary talent, crafting dishes that were truly delectable. Most importantly, this thoughtful young man understood the needs of the elderly, preparing meals that were soft and easy to chew, much appreciated by those with delicate teeth. Grandma, the third Hokage visited the school today and distributed many Leaf Village headbands. Ryun and I graduated early, exclaimed Kushina at the dining table. What an unexpected revelation. Did Sarutobi not give any prior indication? To graduate without warning seems rather abrupt, Mito remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Indeed, it was somewhat sudden. However, given the urgent need for personnel in Konoha, we must commence our missions starting tomorrow, Ryun interjected, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. The decisions made by the higher-ups in Konoha seemed to overlook the children's perspectives. One day they were students, and the next they were thrust into missions. While the decision felt hasty, special circumstances during wartime warranted such actions. Grandma, Ryun and I want to be in the same team. We won't be able to undertake missions together, Kushina lamented, having contemplated the team assignments. She genuinely wished to partner with Ryun. Is that so? Mito's brow furrowed, and she spoke earnestly. You both should visit the Hokage Tower and request Sarutobi to assign you to the same team, citing my wishes. Haha, I knew Grandma was the best, Kushina exclaimed, filled with excitement. The third Hokage would bow deeply and address Mito with the utmost respect. And Kushina was aware that Mito's words held weight. After dinner, Kushina intended to drag Ryun to the Hokage Tower, but for some reason, Ryun showed no inclination to leave. Instead, he gestured for her to remain seated. Actually, I wish to go to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he stated calmly in the living room. Upon hearing this, both Kushina and Mito's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Kushina jumped to her feet, visibly agitated. You're merely a genin. What business do you have on a battlefield? Are you courting danger? Her voice rose involuntarily. I made an agreement with Orochimaru-sensei to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain after graduation. Ryun had initially planned to inform Kushina earlier, hoping to prepare her psychologically, but the abrupt announcement of their early graduation disrupted his plans. Of course, he felt it was not too late to convey his intentions. Delaying his journey to the battlefield by a few days was acceptable, as it was a choice he made freely, without coercion. However, Kushina's desire to join him on the mission might have to wait. I will go with you, Kushina declared, disregarding the need to maintain decorum in front of Mito. She promptly seated herself beside Ryun, clutching his arm. Don't be foolish. What can a girl do on a battlefield? Besides, you are too weak and lack the ability to protect yourself. Ryun responded earnestly, not intending to belittle Kushina, but rather to state the truth. How am I weak? I placed second in the ranking battle. You were third. How can you say I lack the ability to defend myself? Kushina retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over. The prospect of Ryun not allowing her to accompany him to the battlefield saddened her, but more so, it ignited her concern. The death of Rope Tree had left both Mito and her with profound psychological scars. With yet another loved one set to venture into such a perilous locale, how could they possibly find peace of mind? Silly girl, Ryun chuckled softly, instinctively reaching out to caress her silky red hair. The ranking battle is merely child's play. After being by my side for so long, you should know my true strength. Kushina paused, taken aback by his words. To measure strength by the ranking battle was clearly a hasty remark born of her anxiety. Reflecting on Ryun's formidable abilities, she subconsciously felt more reassured. Surely, you possess the strength of a jonin by now, Mito interjected, her tone assured, as if she had long recognized the boy's prowess. Ryun had demonstrated jonin-level chakra capacity over 6 months ago. Mito would not be easily convinced that he merely possessed strength without the means to harness it through ninjutsu and tactics. After all, Ryuun was a disciple of Orochimaru and had a depth of skill that even Mito had not fully discerned. She was certain that his power was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Chapter 110. No one values their life more than I. A kiss earns a slap, truly no loss. Indeed, I do, Ryuun affirmed, responding to Mito's inquiry. His confident reply eased some of Kushina's concerns. Must you truly go to the battlefield in the land of rain? You are still so young. Why risk yourself in such a perilous place? Mito's voice was gentle, compelling one to listen further. You previously used your youth and inexperience as reasons to prevent Rope Tree from going, she said. Her features clouded with sorrow at the mention of Rope Tree. It is evident that you understand the dangers of the land of rain and the need to avoid peril. Why then do you choose to face danger now? Upon hearing Mito's question, Kushina quickly realized, shaking Ryuun's arm insistently for an explanation. Ryuun fell silent for a considerable time, contemplating his response. Speak clearly. Do not attempt to deceive me, nor evade the truth. Kushina's frustration bubbled over as she noticed Ryuun's reticence. He turned to her, gazing quietly into her eyes. Observing her furrowed brows and the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Lu Yun's dark pupils reflected her visage, yet, inexplicably, he broke into a smile. What are you laughing at? If it weren't for the presence of Granny Mito at that moment, Kushina would undoubtedly have bitten him fiercely. I have my reasons, Lu Yun replied, swiftly covering Kushina's mouth to stifle her inquiries. Granny Mito has already mentioned that I possess a sense of self-preservation and the ability to navigate crises. You may rest assured. No one values their own life more than I do, so there is no need for you to worry about my safety. Lu Yun's tone was earnest. Evidently, a conclusion reached through careful contemplation rather than a hasty whim. He was not reckless like Shoju. His strength far surpassed that of Shoju. However, Kushina still wished to retort, but in the next instant, Mito's voice interrupted her. Haven't you always believed in him? This child has always been independent and clever. Surely you can see that he is a reliable person? Mito's words left Kushina momentarily stunned, and after a prolonged silence, she grasped her grandmother's meaning. In significant matters, Lu Yun had never deceived her. If he deemed something to be fine, then it was indeed fine. This fellow was cautious to the point of paranoia even in safe surroundings, perpetually sensing that there were those who wished to do him harm. Such a person hardly required anyone's concern. When he claimed that no one cherished their life more than he did, upon reflection, Kushina found it quite reasonable. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Lu Yun's decision to journey to the battlefield in the land of rain. Having spent considerable time with him, Kushina understood the kind of person he was. Once he made a decision, it was unshakable. Have you discussed this with Aunt Asuka? On the rooftop, the two nestled together, gazing at the full moon above. Not yet. I plan to keep it from her, merely stating that I'm going on a time-consuming errand outside the village. I have experience leaving the village, so she should feel at ease. Lu Yun chimed cheerfully. You rascal, how can you hide such matters from Aunt Asuka? Kushina pinched the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. It's mainly to prevent her from worrying unnecessarily. My mother, if told the truth, would undoubtedly lose sleep over it. Perhaps even implore me not to become a ninja. Lu Yun's words were not mere jest. In the past, when their family struggled financially, being a ninja for Konoha was a means to earn a living, which Asuka reluctantly accepted. Now that their circumstances had improved, and her son had found success, Asuka immediately entertained the notion of him not becoming a ninja. She even suggested that being a writer or a chef might be preferable. Given that her husband had perished as a ninja, if she were to learn that her son was heading to the battlefield, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Her capacity to cope with pressure was exceedingly poor, which was also why she had never become, or was deemed unsuitable to be, a ninja. Rather than burden her with the truth and incite unnecessary anxiety, it was better to conceal it. Upon hearing Lu Yun's statement, Kushina instinctively nodded, finding it reasonable. However, she quickly realized that this fellow had likely been concealing many things from her. You better confess. How many secrets are you hiding from me? Kushina glared at him fiercely. Lu Yun, sensing the tension, pulled her into his embrace and began to gently stroke her head. Having raised a cat in his previous life, he understood that as long as a kitten's fur was smooth, it was safe to pet. The same applied to Kushina. As long as her fiery red hair remained unruffled, it indicated no threat, allowing for a hug or a gentle pat on the head. There's nothing I'm hiding from you. I didn't even intend to conceal my trip to the battlefield in the land of rain. Doesn't that prove my honesty? You know more than my mother does. Just think about it. If I were hiding it from her, why would I hide it from you? Lu Yun's final words unexpectedly pleased Kushina. She buried her head in his embrace, gleefully rubbing her face against him, clearly enchanted and momentarily devoid of rational thought. As she beamed with delight, her fair and rosy face was tantalizingly close, prompting Lu Yun to swallow hard, as a thought of stealing a kiss crossed his mind. Contemplating this, he gradually leaned closer to Kushina. What are you doing bringing your face closer? Kushina, who had been blissfully enjoying the softness of his side, suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively frowned. It's nothing. I merely noticed something on your face and got closer to see it better, Lu Yun hurriedly explained. After having been slapped for a previous act of mischief, he was now somewhat apprehensive. Is there something on my face? Is it still there? Kushina wiped her face and, seeing nothing, gestured for Lu Yun to take another look. Lu Yun gulped, mentally weighing the risks and rewards. A kiss followed by a slap didn't seem like a terrible trade-off. Let it be. If it's meant to be, then so be it, Lu Yun resolved, gathering his chakra in preparation to endure Kushina's slap. Chapter 111. The Legacy of Sealing Techniques. Choosing between a kiss on the cheek or lips. Just as Lu Yun summoned his courage to lean in for a kiss, Kushina unexpectedly grabbed his shirt and rubbed her face against it a few times. After doing this, she wriggled out of his embrace and turned her gaze towards the luminous moon. The moon is so round and large tonight, she remarked, resting her head on Lu Yun's shoulder. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, focused his attention and also gazed at the moon. In fact, this represents a powerful sealing technique. Lu Yun suddenly murmured, "What sealing technique? Are you referring to the moon?" Kushina inquired, puzzled. Indeed, legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths created this moon, and I believe he employed a sealing technique to do so, Lu Yun stated with utmost seriousness. You actually believe such a legend? What kind of sealing technique could be that powerful? Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't there? Does the Uzumaki clan not have records regarding this? Your clan's sealing techniques are said to have originated from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, right? After contemplating for a moment, Kushina clarified, we, the Uzumaki clan, indeed claim descent from the Sage of Six Paths, and it seems the sealing techniques were passed down from that era. But I've never heard that the moon was created through a sealing technique. A moon of such magnitude being the product of a sealing technique is a bit far-fetched. Far-fetched? Lu Yun gazed at the moon, murmuring subconsciously. He too found the idea of power on the level of the Sage of Six Paths to be extraordinary. Yet he was aware that it genuinely existed. As for sealing techniques, I have little left to teach you. My grandmother has yet to impart the rest to me, Kushina said, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How about I ask Grandma to teach you directly, or we can learn together? If I don't understand, you can remind me. Grandma possesses many treasured and powerful sealing techniques, but with my current understanding and chakra, I am still far from being able to execute them. However, you should be able to, Kushina encouraged. You should focus on your studies, and when you have the time, you can teach me. As for the treasured, powerful sealing techniques, Lu Yun paused. Let's discuss that later. Sealing techniques are too profound and complex. Mastering them requires substantial effort and time, with little immediate reward. Over the past 6 months, I have only grasped the foundational aspects of sealing that Kushina can comprehend, and it can barely be considered an introduction. There remains much knowledge to acquire. Haste cannot hasten the process. He believes it best to wait until returning from the land of rain. Oh, very well then. Actually, Grandma already knows that I am teaching you the vortex sealing technique, Kushina casually remarked. She even praised your remarkable intelligence and extraordinary talent. Nanny? Lu Yun was taken aback, nearly causing the tiny tomato beside him to tumble from the rooftop. What are you doing? Why the commotion? Kushina shot him a fierce glare. How did she find out? Did you tell her? Lu Yun inquired urgently. No, it was Grandma Mito who guessed first. She thought I didn't seem like someone who would study diligently and suspected I was hiding something. After some probing, I confessed, Kushina replied candidly, her demeanor nonchalant. How could you tell her? What if she suspects me of ill intentions? Grandma Mito is clever, but why are you so foolish? Lu Yun shook her shoulders vigorously. Kushina, feeling dizzy from the shaking, instinctively opened her mouth to bite his hand, but missed at the crucial moment. You are the foolish one. It is your lack of trust in Grandma Mito that makes you think she would suspect you. The vortex sealing technique is a sacred heritage of your clan, and I, as an outsider, Lu Yun trailed off, lowering his head in embarrassment. Who says you are an outsider? Can an outsider share a meal at the same table? Kushina retorted angrily, pinching his cheek. As for the clan's sacred technique, it was indeed not passed down to those outside the family, but now the Uzumaki clan is dwindling. If we do not find someone to inherit these teachings, it would be truly disrespectful to our ancestors. Releasing her grip, Kushina sighed and rested her head back on Lu Yun's lap. He gently stroked her long hair. At this point, he had nothing further to say. Could you delay your trip to the land of rain? I don't want you to go. Kushina expressed her feelings once more. Lu Yun's heart fluttered at her words. After a moment of contemplation, he specified, I was initially considering leaving in 3 days, but since you don't want me to go, I shall wait 5 days instead. He affectionately ruffled her nose. No, 5 days is too soon. At least 10 days are necessary to prepare adequately for such a place. Kushina insisted earnestly. 10 days is rather long, isn't it? Lu Yun feigned difficulty, his face marked by indecision. What do you mean too long? Are you not going to heed my words? 10 days is a bit excessive, unless... Unless what? Kushina pressed eagerly. Unless you allow me to kiss you. Then I will comply with your wishes. Lu Yun said with a mischievous grin. Kushina was taken aback by his suggestion, momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded slightly, preparing to acquiesce to this rogue from the Uchiha clan. You can kiss me, but only on the cheek. After that, you must listen to me. Kushina stammered, her voice trembling. Embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands. That won't do. 10 days is far too long. A kiss on the lips is necessary. Lu Yun gently pushed her hands away and turned her head to face him, his grin more pronounced. And no. Kushina quickly pushed against his approaching face, her cheeks adorned with youthful shyness. If you wish to kiss, then you must promise not to go to the battlefield in the land of rain. If you agree to listen to me, then I will grant you a kiss. Oh, then I will settle for a kiss on the cheek. Lu Yun ultimately restrained his impulsive desires. In the next moment, he grasped Kushina's head and leaned in for a kiss. She clutched her clothing, eyes tightly shut, blushing fiercely. Lu Yun's lips were like a little suction cup, even causing her cheek to slightly puff up. Realizing the unusual sensation on her cheek, Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. She hurriedly pushed him away. And at the moment of separation, a distinct pop echoed, evidence of the force behind that kiss. You rogue, Kushina exclaimed, reflexively slapping him without a second thought. Chapter 112. The work begins. Who is the pooper scooper boy? Upon returning home from the Senju clan, Lu Yun informed Asuka about his forced graduation and mentioned that he would likely begin ninja missions the following day. What is the third Hokage thinking? Graduating us without any time to prepare? Asuka complained. It is indeed absurd. The higher-ups in Konoha seem utterly deranged. Lu Yun replied dismissively. Shoo, keep your voice down, or someone might overhear. Asuka admonished, lowering her tone. What is the worst that could happen? I could simply refuse to work. Lu Yun feigned bravado. You can't just refuse. After 6 years of training at the Ninja Academy, you must at least fulfill a 6-year term before Konoha considers your resignation, Asuka murmured. What? Mom? How do you know about that? Lu Yun inquired, astonished that she was aware of what he was about to say, clearly having researched the matter. Humph. Do you think your mother is an ignorant fool? I know quite a bit, Asuka replied with a hint of pride. Truly, you are an incredible mother. Lu Yun flattered her, then sighed dramatically. All right then, I will serve my 6 years in Konoha. Tomorrow marks the official start. Then you should rest early. I've heard that the missions for genin can be quite demanding, Asuka suggested, patting his head to signal him towards sleep. Good night, Mom, Lu Yun said, leaning in closer. Seeing her son becoming more perceptive, Asuka smiled and gave him a hearty kiss, reminiscent of the kiss he had just shared with Kushina. Good night, my son. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yun penned a letter to Orochimaru, informing him of his graduation and his intent to set off for the battlefield in the land of rain in 10 days to meet him. After finishing the letter, he did not put away his writing materials, but began doodling on the blank paper. The next day, a group of freshly graduated genin gathered at the Hokage building. Hokage advisor Tsunade began explaining their tasks and the accompanying rules, and soon the newly minted genin received their very first D-rank mission. The 10 teams were assigned grueling tasks, with even the all-female group facing no exceptions. Tasks included weeding, carrying bricks, and cleaning latrines. In the original story, searching for cats, dogs, or picking up trash were considered light duties. However, the more favorable tasks had already been claimed by seasoned genin, leaving the new recruits to endure hardship and toil. Let your mission commence. The future of Konoha rests upon your shoulders. With effort comes reward. Strive diligently, young ones. The third Hokage is watching over you. You are all exceptional. Tsunade inspired the group with motivational words, and their spirits soared, ready to tackle even the most arduous tasks without complaint. On their first day as ninjas, they were all brimming with energy, each one appearing vibrant and vigorous. It would likely take 3 to 5 days before they settled down. Outside the Hokage building, Kushina exclaimed, "How could they assign us girls to help someone move?" She was thoroughly dissatisfied with the task assigned to her group. Beside her, Uchiha Makoto and Inuzuka Ran exchanged awkward smiles. They certainly lacked the audacity of Kushina to engage in such banter on their very first day at work. Ryuun, what task have you been assigned? Would you like to switch with us? Kushina eagerly approached Ryuun with a beaming smile. What? You wish to exchange tasks with us? That would be splendid. Before Ryuun could respond, one of the nearby colleagues, Sarutobi Koichi, chimed in with uncontainable glee. Ryuun shook his head, chuckling softly. Before handing the task list over to Kushina, Ryuun-kun, Uchiha Makoto approached respectfully, bowing slightly. Miss Makoto, Ryuun replied with a smile and a courteous nod. Such a beautiful, gracious, and gentle girl, yet he felt a tinge of discomfort at her misfortune. Ah, you received this kind of task? Ha ha. Upon reading the task list, Kushina burst into uncontrollable laughter. Their very first D-rank assignment turned out to be cleaning out latrines. As she laughed heartily, she returned the task list to Ryuun, noting that their own assignment was infinitely preferable. Laugh, laugh, laugh. You're going to die laughing. Can't you learn a thing or two from Miss Makoto? Be a bit gentler, more reserved, do you understand? Ryuun playfully pushed her away but couldn't help laughing himself. Upon hearing his words, Kushina laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. The expressions of Ryuun's two companions darkened, prompting Makoto and Ran to hastily pull her away. Fearing she might get into trouble, latrine boy haha, came Kushina's laughter from a distance. Brothers, for my sake, please forgive her, my girlfriend isn't exactly the brightest. Ryuun chuckled awkwardly. Humph, the two boys scoffed, rolling their eyes. The infamous duo, known as the Black and Red Menace, were feared within the academy, while they were displeased. They dared not confront him openly. How about this? I'll dig the hole, you two handle the latrine, and I won't take a single coin of the task commission. What do you think? On their way to the task site, Ryuun casually threw his arm around their shoulders. Not a chance. You two can clean the latrine. I'll take care of everything else and forego the commission, Sarutobi Koichi retorted firmly, clearly unwilling to be labeled the latrine boy as Kushina had put it. You can clean the latrine. I'll forego the commission and even throw in some extra for you, said the Oil Girl clan member indifferently. What else with the kids these days? So affluent that they can simply decline their commissions? Ryuun silently cursed. In truth, it wasn't he about the money. The two boys simply didn't want their first day as ninjas to involve such a humiliating task, which would surely tarnish their records. How about this? Since no one wants to do it, let us decide by rock, paper, scissors. That seems fair, right? Ryuun suggested, to which the two hesitantly nodded after a moment of silence. Many at the academy claimed the Black Menace was quite formidable, and since Ryuun hadn't suggested a physical contest to determine who would clean the latrine, they were somewhat relieved. Ultimately, after a round of rock, paper, scissors, Sarutobi Koichi emerged as the unfortunate latrine boy. As for why he lost instead of someone else, Ryuun reasoned that the Oil Girl clan member had a penchant for sunglasses, and fearing the small illusion techniques wouldn't be effective, he decided to spare his friend Koichi the ordeal. Chapter 113. Preparations before heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 1 day until his departure for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. During these past 2 days, he had refrained from undertaking any arduous missions, as Sarutobi Hisashi had graciously granted him a 2-day leave. Ryuun informed him of his impending participation in the war in the Land of Rain, and Orochimaru even took the time to personally write a letter to Sarutobi Hisashi, approving his deployment. Sarutobi Hisashi placed great value on young warriors like Ryuun, who were willing to fight and unafraid of sacrifice. He instructed someone to escort Ryuun to the armory to select his combat gear, even patting him on the shoulder and encouraging him to choose freely. After all, Ryuun was heading off to risk his life in the Land of Rain, and it was only fitting that he be adequately equipped. They certainly weren't at the point where they expected him to procure everything himself. Before long, Ryuun, accompanied by a chunin, arrived at the armory to begin selecting the necessary equipment for combat. Shuriken, kunai, and various strategic supplies such as explosive tags were on his list. When he initially attempted to carry away a large box of explosive tags, the Chunin sternly intervened, halting his inappropriate behavior. You can take a maximum of 10. What? That is absurd. The third Hokage said I could take as much as I wanted. Lu Yun frowned, his expression darkening. I heard him. The Hokage says that to everyone. And he specified select. You can choose the equipment and supplies you desire, but the quantity must adhere to the standards for Genin. The Chunin replied with a stoic expression. Genin were limited to 10 explosive tags, Chunin could take 30, and Jounin had no limit if they were on a mission. What? Liu Yun's eyes widened, and in an instant, he mentally cursed Sarutobi Hizashi's ancestors. The old man had boasted about being financially generous, yet this was the outcome? He had hoped to take advantage of Konoha's resources, but it seemed that opportunity was slipping away. After selecting some small weapons and explosive tags, Lu Yun also chose an oversized shuriken weighing several dozen pounds, along with a collapsible large shuriken. Do you know how to use these? The Chunin couldn't help but ask. I've never used them, but I'm eager to try, Lu Yun casually replied. Such tools require a storage sealing technique to be effective. They should be sealed on your person and retrieved when needed. Carrying them around is cumbersome, and I wouldn't recommend it for a genin. The Chunin rolled his eyes, voicing his disapproval. How do you know I can't perform the storage sealing technique? Lu Yun shot him a glance. You are just a newly graduated genin. What do you know about sealing techniques? Can you please stop causing trouble? The Chunin retorted sternly. Since you insist, I shall take them anyway, Lu Yun replied, causing the Chunin to momentarily freeze in surprise before erupting in anger. You? What do you mean? Don't point fingers at me and instruct me on how to do my job. The Hokage himself has allowed me to choose freely. Who do you think you are, a mere Chunin, to stop me? Lu Yun swatted away the finger that was pointing at him. You little brat, I'll teach you how to respect your seniors, the Chunin declared, moving to strike him in retribution. Half a minute later, the Chunin lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. Next time, remember not to strike at your juniors so easily, understood? Lu Yun crouched beside him, grinning. The Chunin clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain, unable to speak. Lu Yun ignored him and continued selecting his gear. On a nearby metal rack, he reached for a brand new beige anti-stab soft armor. By rights, a genin should never have had the privilege to select such equipment, but with Sarutobi Hizashi's permission, he felt the armor's design was quite appealing. So he casually took the smallest size available. Oh, they even have food pills. How delightful. Upon spotting a large bottle of food pills, Liu Yun's eyes sparkled. These were indeed strategic supplies. He resisted the impulse to seal the entire bottle away, knowing that if it disappeared, Konoha would undoubtedly hunt him down. Besides, he was financially secure and had no need to resort to petty theft. He casually grabbed a handful, taking 10 pills, deciding not to take more, as he would still have to undergo inspection and could not simply take as many as he wished. This item can swiftly restore chakra with just one piece, and it also satisfies hunger remarkably. The most crucial point is that the soldier's ration pills are crafted from precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and deer antler, making them quite costly. Lastly, I casually took a short, nifty dagger and left the supply warehouse with satisfaction. Wait, I need to register what you've taken. A patrolling Chunin intercepted him, as it was his duty. Lu Yun nodded and presented the items for inspection. These items are equivalent to what a jonin would possess. Shouldn't you still be a genin? The Chunin frowned and inquired. Authorized by the Hokage, do you have a problem with that? Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. Is that true? The Chunin displayed skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Come over and speak, don't play dead. Otherwise, I won't mind giving you another beating. Lu Yun shouted in a particular direction. Soon, a Chunin staggered over. Is it indeed authorized by the Hokage? The Chunin, wary of Lu Yun, glanced at him and then spoke candidly to the patrolling Chunin. All right. I'll register all these items under your name and report to the Konoha patrolling Chunin. He nodded, then fixed his gaze on Lu Yun. Feel free to register. It's fine to inform the Hokage, Lu Yun said, growing impatient with the Chunin's hesitance. If not for the difficulty of acquiring some combat supplies outside, he wouldn't have bothered coming here to collect items. After leaving the supply department, Lu Yun sealed the equipment into a storage scroll and then made his way to the Yuxiang flower shop. He had spent most of the past couple of days there, accompanying his mother. Kushina had also taken 2 days off to be with Lu Yun, knowing that once he went to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Returning would not be so easy. Son, you're here. Just then, Kushina, who was also present, exclaimed, Quick, bring out the cards. Let us continue playing do diju. Asuka eagerly set up a small table, while Kushina hurriedly fetched a small stool and the cards. Ever since Ryuun had taught the two women how to play do diju, they had become utterly enamored with the game. However, recently, Asuka had lost significantly, giving away money to the two little ones, so she was eager to seek revenge as soon as she had free time, even neglecting her business. Mom, I have something to tell you, Ryuun said while dealing the cards. What is it? Asuka absent-mindedly replied, focused on her hand. I'll be leaving the village tomorrow for a time-consuming mission. I may not return for many days. Upon hearing this, Asuka immediately frowned, losing interest in her cards. What mission? Chapter 114. Successfully Deceiving Mom. The mother-son duo plays the landlord game with strategy? Upon hearing Ryuun mention this so-called mission, Kushina froze momentarily. Sadness and concern evident on her face. It's just a C-rank mission. Konoha has asked us to serve as bodyguards for a wealthy family. The task isn't dangerous, and it includes meals and accommodation, but it does take a lot of time, Ryuun said casually, his calm demeanor leaving Kushina speechless and displeased. This guy lied effortlessly, without a hint of guilt, making it impossible for her to find any flaws in his story. If Kushina hadn't known his intentions beforehand, she would likely have believed him. Really? You've been resting these past few days? How suddenly do you have a mission? Asuka squinted her eyes suspiciously at her son. And Asuka, you're so clever. Seeing this, Kushina felt slightly anxious. She could tell that Asuka wasn't easy to fool. And now it was up to Ryuun to navigate this situation. I just visited the Hokage Tower. I just received the task. Konoha is in urgent need of personnel. So they surely won't let me and Kushina rest for too long, Ryuun said, avoiding eye contact with her, as he knew that if he did, Asuka would undoubtedly realize he was trying to deceive her. Ryuun focused on the cards, hoping to play as the landlord by revealing 3 landlord cards. To his surprise, among those cards were a pair of Rocket Kings. Did you cheat? How could you have a pair of jokers in the landlord cards? Asuka's attention was immediately captured. Ha ha ha, it's just pure luck. Mom, you can't slander me. I'm your own son. How could I cheat you? Ryuun laughed heartily. You don't even have a king and dare to be the landlord? Such behavior is hard not to raise suspicions. Asuka muttered. Playing cards requires boldness. Ryuun retorted with a smirk, then continued. I figured that rather than doing some dirty and exhausting D-rank labor tasks, I might as well take this mission outside the village and be a relaxed bodyguard. If it takes some time, so be it. Of course, the task is assigned by others. As a genin, I have no say in the matter. Whatever Konoha instructs, I must comply. Upon hearing this, Asuka instinctively nodded. You're right. If you're leaving the village, then being a bodyguard is certainly better than exhausting yourself with labor. I support you. As a mother, Kushina understood how tiring such tasks could be, and she had shared this experience with Asuka. She even recounted how Ryuun had to work as a dung collector on his first day. Seeing that her son had this easy task available, Asuka naturally supported him. Even if it might take a while, that was undoubtedly better than doing hard labor. Okay, I'll set off tomorrow morning. Got it. I'll blow you up. Asuka nodded, then suddenly grinned maliciously, throwing out 4 bomb cards. Aunt, Ryuun hasn't played his rockets yet. How can you blow up now? Kushina exclaimed in surprise. She felt that Aunt Asuka had made a mistake. She had clearly seen the double kings in the landlord cards, and now dared to throw bombs. Kushina feared that this round would end badly. Ha ha ha, what is so great about double kings? Don't worry, Nana. I still have bombs in my hand. Let us see if he dares to blow them out. Asuka laughed boldly, exuding an air of fearlessness, leaving Ryuun feeling uncertain. Ryuun stroked his chin, contemplating while observing Asuka's expression. Have you made up your mind? Why are you hesitating? Asuka reprimanded, her eyes avoiding Ryuun's gaze. Let me think, Mom. Don't rush me. Ryuun replied, calculating the remaining cards outside as he looked at the cards on the table. With so many cards in my hand, can I still fly? Hurry up and decide. Asuka urged, placing her 8 cards on the table. All right then, Ryuun finally conceded. As soon as he spoke, joy lit up Asuka's face. She was about to throw out all her 8 playing cards when Ryuun preemptively discarded 2 rocket cards. Rocket, counter-explode. You Asuka could not believe her son dared to counter-explode her so quickly. Didn't he fear that there might still be bombs outside? What's wrong? I also want to play a card. Ryuun chuckled, beginning to play small pairs. Asuka's playing cards became useless, leaving her to watch helplessly as Lu Yun and Kushina engaged in a pair battle. If Lu Yun hadn't used the Joker to counter-explode her, she and Kushina would won this round outright. "Aunt, hurry up and blow him up. He only has 2 cards left," Kushina urged anxiously. Asuka was on the verge of tears as she revealed her 8 playing cards, clearly surrendering. Just now, she was merely trying to intimidate her son, preparing to win by stealth. Where would she find any bombs? "Ha ha ha, you never rush me when we play cards, but suddenly you're impatient. I knew Mom must have been trying to sneak a win, and I caught you." Lu Yun laughed until he nearly lost his breath. "Ah, you wicked scoundrel. I shall no longer partake in this game. With your cunning tricks at the card table, how could we possibly outsmart you?" Asuka, in a moment of frustration, found herself blushing with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, even if I stop playing, you still owe me money. Moreover, weren't you also trying to deceive me just now? First pretending to have a bomb to intimidate me, then hastily urging me, all to distract me and seize victory through trickery? It is only due to my resilient mindset and audacity that I was not swayed by your ruse, nor did you succeed in your underhanded tactics. Mother's wicked schemes are not any less than mine, are they?" Lu Yun candidly spoke the truth, and faced with such an undeniable reality, Asuka's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. "Very well, you little rascal, let us continue. You wish to play mind games, do you? I shall indulge you. For I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Frustrated, Asuka tossed several large bills onto the table, resolutely determined to press on. Observing this scene, Kushina felt an urge to raise her hand and declare her withdrawal. Among the 3, she was the most innocent, and playing cards with 2 scheming individuals made her feel as though she might end up losing her very undergarments to them. Even though she had enjoyed good luck at cards, winning several decent hands, she had only managed to gain a slight advantage thus far. Lu Yun consistently drew poor cards. Yet with his exceptional skills, he managed to secure victories through cunning. The next day, early in the morning, Asuka rose with the dawn to prepare breakfast for her son, sending him off at the doorstep. "Remember to take care of yourself out there. Eat on time. And as you depart," Asuka embraced him, softly reminding him of various matters. Her son was set to leave home for an extended period, and although she knew the mission posed no danger, her heart was heavy with worry and reluctance. "I understand. Mother, you must also take care of yourself. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles while I am away, you can write to me. Just follow the method I taught you last night and slip the letter into the mouth of Little White, the snake." Lu Yun also imparted several reminders. Ultimately, they bid a reluctant farewell at the threshold. As Lu Yun turned back at the intersection, he glanced over his shoulder and waved with a smile towards his mother, who was watching him intently. Upon witnessing this moment, Asuka could not help but shed tears, yet she managed to smile and wave back. After traversing 2 streets, Lu Yun retrieved the equipment he had prepared from his storage scroll. He removed his casual outerwear and donned a beige soft armor. This time, he was not alone in heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. A small contingent of ninja reinforcements, totaling 48 individuals, accompanied him. Soon, the Hokage would arrive to send him off, and having gathered so much equipment, he certainly could not appear unprepared. He tied back his long hair with a headband, strapped the short blades he had taken out to his thigh, attached 2 ninja tool pouches to his waist, and finally slung a black chakra blade across his back. Once fully armed, he used a body flicker technique to vanish from his location. At the entrance of Konoha, despite it being only around 7 in the morning, a considerable number of ninjas had already gathered. Lu Yun arrived relatively late, yet his sudden appearance astonished many. Is that the body flicker technique? This kid is no simpleton. Is he really a genin? His equipment is far too impressive. Many ninjas entertained such thoughts, observing Lu Yun's attire. Even seasoned jonin would likely feel under-equipped, and merely judging his appearance, others dared not underestimate him. "Lu Yun," Kushina exclaimed excitedly, having waited at the village gate to bid him farewell. Upon seeing Lu Yun arrive, her eyes glistened with emotion. Lu Yun smiled at her. But with the 3rd Hokage present, he adhered to protocol, first approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. "3rd Hokage, you've arrived." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile and stepped forward to adjust Lu Yun's soft armor, a gesture of favor. "The armor fits quite well, and you look spirited." Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely pleased with Lu Yun's energetic demeanor. Just one glance at his equipment confirmed its worth. "Listen closely to Orochimaru's commands when you arrive. And exercise caution, do not act recklessly. We await your triumphant return. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly patted Lu Yun on the shoulder, offering him encouragement that was evidently more significant than what others received. Yes, among the departing ninjas, those wielding a great sword were already deemed impressive, while most carried only shuriken, and those eligible to wear armor were few, all of whom were high-ranking jonin. Lu Yun clearly enjoyed the Hokage's favor, receiving equipment and honors, which incited envy among many. After all, he was merely a lowly genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, had chosen wisely. But others would not share such a perspective. Go say goodbye to Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, waving his hand. All right. Lu Yun nodded and turned to run towards Kushina. Kushina stepped forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her tearful eyes revealing her reluctance. Promise me. You must protect yourself and absolutely return alive and unharmed. Kushina's voice trembled as she spoke through her tears. Lu Yun gently stroked her back and nodded solemnly. I promise you. Upon receiving Lu Yun's resolute assurance, Kushina's tears transformed into a smile. In the next moment, she slightly pushed him away before wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him directly on the lips. Lu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He had never anticipated Kushina would be so decisive. Before he could fully comprehend the sweetness of the moment, their first kiss was over. After the kiss, Kushina buried her face in Lu Yun's embrace, her cheeks as red as a ripe tomato, too shy to face anyone else. This bold move had been rehearsed in her mind for quite some time, and the execution went smoothly. She was quite satisfied. Kushina, may I have another kiss? I wasn't prepared for that one, Lu Yun hurriedly requested. Wait until you return, and I will give you another, Kushina replied, her face radiating shyness as she spoke with a quivering voice. But you kissed so quickly. Lu Yun appeared somewhat regretful, having only tasted the warmth and softness without fully savoring the moment. Noticing Lu Yun's disappointment, Kushina bit her lip, deciding to grant him a little more sweetness. Close your eyes, she instructed, lowering her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun promptly complied. In the next instant, Kushina pressed a kiss to each of his cheeks before finally standing on her tiptoes to place a kiss on his forehead. Just as she kissed his forehead, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Seizing the moment, he captured her lips in a kiss. Kushina was taken by surprise by this unexpected assault. She attempted to push him away, yet found it impossible. Gradually, she surrendered to the kiss, even beginning to enjoy the blissful experience. Lu Yun was gentle, exhibiting no overstepping actions, clearly aware of the boundaries. Both tasted the sweetness of the moment, feeling delighted and content. The commotion of the young couple did not attract much attention, as many others were busy bidding farewell to one another. How do I look in this combat gear? Am I handsome? Lu Yun inquired with a smile. Kushina, taking his words seriously, nodded earnestly. Handsome. Super handsome. Utterly unparalleled in handsomeness. The entire village of Konoha could scarcely find a more impressive individual than you. From the very first glance at Lu Yun, Kushina was utterly captivated. This boy with a ponytail, adorned with a black long sword on his back, dressed in a black long-sleeved shirt paired with beige armor, exuded an air of calmness with his dark eyes and striking features. His poised demeanor made him appear extraordinarily valiant. Lu Yun's image was forever etched in Kushina's mind, a memory she could never erase, even in the twilight of her years. Chapter 116. Arrival at the battlefield of the Land of Rain, confronting Orochimaru with a lightning technique. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the crowd of farewells parted, and Lu Yun entered the ranks of the combat unit, waving goodbye to Kushina. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kushina had tears streaming down her face. She longed to follow him, but was halted by the third Hokage's outstretched hand, compelling her to shout, "You must return alive." Certainly. Lu Yun's voice rang out with remarkable strength, instilling a sense of reassurance. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but smile in satisfaction. This bond could never be severed. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails could not thrive without such ties. Even a prodigious youth like Lu Yun required these connections to willingly serve Konoha. Sarutobi believed that Lu Yun restrained Kushina, while Kushina, in turn, anchored Lu Yun. With such a bond, the likelihood of betrayal was rendered negligible. As the leader of the team issued the command to depart, the small battalion surged forth toward the battlefield of the Land of Rain. A day later, 48 Konoha ninjas entered the territory of the Land of Rain in an orderly fashion, swiftly integrating into the main camp of the ninja army stationed there. Lu Yun located Orochimaru's tent and was greeted with great enthusiasm upon their reunion. "Haha, Liu Yun-kun, you finally arrived," Orochimaru exclaimed, visibly delighted, even rising to meet him. "Orochimaru-sensei, it has been over 6 months. You seem to have lost weight," Liu Yun remarked with a smile. Orochimaru appeared noticeably thinner and pale, giving off a somewhat frail impression compared to their last encounter. Liu Yun sensed an increase in Orochimaru's warmth towards him, but he couldn't discern if it was merely his imagination. After fighting for over 6 months and enduring the relentless rain, a little weight loss is to be expected, Orochimaru replied with a hoarse chuckle. Indeed, while snakes prefer damp environments, they yearn for sunlit surroundings. This place was far too dreary. Gazing at the incessant drizzle, Liu Yun couldn't help but reflect on the melancholic atmosphere. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, but swiftly shifted the topic to Liu Yun's ninjutsu studies. "How has your research on the Chidori flow progressed? Have you succeeded?" Ninjutsu, especially forbidden techniques, was his greatest passion, and he became animated at the mere mention of it. Liu Yun, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and extended his hand toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru paused, quickly grasping Liu Yun's intention. "Feel free to unleash your abilities upon me without restraint." He licked his lips, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Just as their hands were about to connect, a brilliant blue lightning erupted from Liu Yun's body. Chidori flow. The electric force surged forth with breathtaking speed, striking Orochimaru in the chest and sending him flying out of the tent. "My apologies, Orochimaru-sensei. I merely extended my hand as a cautionary gesture. It was an instinctive action." Liu Yun chuckled darkly, assisting Orochimaru back to his feet while employing medical ninjutsu to heal the scorched wound on his chest. "You have even mastered medical ninjutsu," Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment, not blaming Liu Yun for the injury, but rather marveling at his capabilities. "Having diverse skills only enhances one's prospects," Liu Yun replied with a casual smile. "That's music to my ears." Orochimaru laughed. "Nonetheless, your ninjutsu is quite impressive. While its power may be somewhat lacking, its rapid deployment and dual offensive and defensive nature make it an exceptional technique." His keen insight dissected the strengths of the Chidori flow. Recognizing its foundation in the lightning-release Chidori, Liu Yun, slightly embarrassed, nodded in acknowledgement. "You see through everything, Orochimaru-sensei. This technique is indeed derived from Chidori, which I have named Chidori flow." He withdrew his hand, having swiftly healed Orochimaru's minor injury. "Excellent. You truly possess a remarkable talent for ninjutsu." Orochimaru beamed with satisfaction. He believed Liu Yun's aptitude far surpassed that of Shotree, and if he were ever to select a successor, Liu Yun would undoubtedly be his first choice. "All credit goes to your teachings, Orochimaru-sensei. Without your guidance, I would not have developed the Chidori," Liu Yun complimented. "Ha ha ha, there's no need for false modesty. Your success is solely due to your own skills. My guidance merely expedited your achievements," Orochimaru stated candidly. "What is you in such high spirits?" Orochimaru inquired as Jiraiya approached. "Hey, what brings you here, kid? Did you graduate early from the academy?" Jiraiya was taken aback upon seeing Liu Yun, particularly in his combat attire, complete with a forehead protector, clearly indicating his intention to join the battle. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." Liu Yun greeted him with a smile. "Surely, it was Orochimaru-sensei who sent you here?" Jiraiya's brow furrowed instinctively. He regarded Liu Yun as just a child and, recalling Shotree's fate, no longer believed that the battlefield could nurture a young one. "Not at all. I chose to come here on my own, and it has little to do with Orochimaru-sensei." Chapter 117. Initial Success in Overcoming the Poison of the Mountain Pepperfish. Orochimaru's high-risk mission invitation. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Liu Yun's candidness. "You came here on your own? Do you not understand the peril of the battlefield? One misstep could cost you your life, especially as a freshly graduated genin." "Silence, you fool. This is my disciple, and your unsolicited advice is unnecessary." Orochimaru interrupted Jiraiya impatiently before he could finish his sentence. "Orochimaru, you rogue." Jiraiya shot him an exasperated glance, but chose not to press the issue further. "The antidote developed by Tsunade has reached a preliminary stage of success. Let's go take a look," Jiraiya called out. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face brightened, and he beckoned Liu Yun to join them. Soon, the three arrived at a rather chaotic small experimental tent. You little brat, how did you end up here?" Tsunade exclaimed, equally surprised to see Liu Yun, much like Jiraiya had been. She approached him, scrutinizing his entire being with keen interest. You graduated early? Yes, Sister Tsunade. Lu Yun nodded, explaining that he had been forcibly graduated by the Hokage to serve as labor. It seems the village is already showing signs of manpower shortages, Jiraiya sighed. In truth, the so-called shortage was merely a lack of lower-ranking ninjas. Konoha accepted any mission as long as the payment was sufficient, no matter how arduous the work. There would always be someone willing to take it on. War is fought for money, and the majority of casualties are among the low-tier ninjas. Originally, there were plenty of genin to handle the basic missions, but with many falling in battle or leaving the village for the front lines, a shortage has arisen. At this moment, Konoha was still managing comfortably. There had been no rumors of sending children to the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War. TSK, TSK, TSKU. With that entire outfit, must have received special approval from the old man, the third Hokage, right? Tsunade inquired, circling around Lu Yun. He was wearing the same type of soft armor as the three legendary ninjas, something not even Jonin could possess. It was typically reserved for elite Anbu captains. Lu Yun's possession of such gear indicated the third Hokage's regard for him. As Tsunade began to draw his chakra blade, Lu Yun quickly asserted, "The blade is mine. Why are you in such a rush? You won't take it away." "Goodness, this is a famed sword from the land of iron, isn't it?" Tsunade remarked, astonished by a unique symbol on the hilt. "Heh, Tsunade truly knows her treasures. This is forged from a precious metal capable of transmitting chakra," Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. In the original story, Sarutobi Asuma's two kunai were made from this material. Lu Yun's long blade, based solely on its composition, could likely be used to forge 4 or 5 such kunai. Such a precious metal. Orochimaru, you gifted this to him, didn't you? Tsunade thought to herself, feeling a twinge of envy as she regarded Orochimaru. How could you give such a fine item to this kid? In the past, Shinsuke never received such treatment. Huh. This blade is the child's personal property. He has completed 2 high-level missions for me and used his earnings to acquire it. Orochimaru stated candidly. 1 A-rank mission. 1 S-rank mission, along with substantial additional gains, had allowed Lu Yun to exchange his earnings for such a chakra blade. It was evident that he was willing to invest heavily and was not afraid to spend. I see, that's quite impressive, young one, Tsunade remarked, returning the chakra blade to its black sheath before placing her arm around Lu Yun's neck in a gesture of praise. At that moment, Lu Yun truly appeared remarkable. He exuded a unique aura that set him apart from his peers, devoid of the usual youthful naivety and inexperience, resembling a small adult. His handsome features even left Tsunade momentarily awestruck, prompting her to lean closer. Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly, not pushing her away. Her affectionate gesture was simply a sister's acknowledgement of a brother. I hear you have made preliminary progress on the antidote. Orochimaru inquired at that moment. Yes. While it still cannot completely neutralize the venom of the salamander, this antidote ensures that Hanzo's poison will not be fatal, provided it is administered in a timely manner. Tsunade explained, producing a vial of green liquid. This concoction was the result of her extensive time and effort, making her the hardest worker in the past 6 months, balancing the demands of battle, healing, and overcoming various toxins to develop an antidote. Her contributions were undeniably significant. Her reputation as a medical sage predating that of the legendary Three. After examining the vial closely, Orochimaru declared, "Excellent. We shall hand this over to Konoha and let them handle mass production. I have already encrypted the formula and sent it to the village. The old man should have received it by now. However, some of the raw materials are quite rare, making mass production a challenge in the short term. That's all right. Once the antidote reaches mass production, victory will be ours." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Fool, we are far from victory. Overcoming the deadly poison does not equate to conquering the land of rain. The war is far from over," Orochimaru chastised, his tone serious. "Indeed, it is still early. Let us fight for another 6 months, Lu Yun mused inwardly. This was merely the time frame for Konoha's conflict with the land of rain. Soon, they would have to engage the land of wind. The Second Shinobi World War would not conclude swiftly. Lu Yun-kun, would you like to join me on a mission tonight? Orochimaru suddenly extended an invitation, eager to assess Lu Yun's growth after more than half a year apart. Are you planning to operate alone again, Orochimaru? You even want to take him with you, Jiraiya scoffed. Orochimaru occasionally left Jiraiya and Tsunade to undertake missions alone, as his remarkable survival skills ensured he could escape even if he encountered Hanzo the Salamander. All right. Lu Yun nodded gently, displaying no signs of fear or anxiety. Truly, the fearless spirit of youth, Jiraiya murmured to himself. Orochimaru, are you certain about taking him on this mission? Jiraiya and Tsunade shared concerns, knowing that the tasks Orochimaru undertook were often perilous. Do not underestimate this child. Orochimaru licked his lips, holding Lu Yun in high regard. Listening to the conversation between the three legendary ninjas, Lu Yun chose not to interject. He had no desire to prove anything and found no need to engage in debate. Chapter 118. The Assassination Operation. On the battlefield between the Fire and Rain countries, the Rain country held a significant advantage. The Rain ninjas dared to venture out of the hidden Rain village, extending their military influence across much of the Rain country, demonstrating their superiority. However, even if victorious on their homeland, the cost of war would be steep, and the longer the conflict dragged on, the greater the toll it would take. In the dead of night, the once gentle rain intensified, as two figures, one large and one small, stealthily approached a small enemy outpost, cloaked by the night's cover. According to intelligence, a high-ranking official from the Hidden Rain village was present in this outpost, likely possessing information from the Rain ninjas. Use your shadow clone technique to create a diversion and draw their fire while I slip in and assassinate him. Orochimaru assigned their roles. Do you know the troop configuration at this outpost? Lu Yun asked seriously. Typically, a small outpost would have around 2 to 3 jonin, 4 to 8 chunin, and no more than 12 genin. This outpost should be similar, Orochimaru explained. Are you planning to use your real body for the distraction? Orochimaru chuckled at the thought. Upon hearing Orochimaru mention the number of enemies, Lu Yun quickly shook his head. He wished to test his strength, but was not reckless. Considering the new high-ranking official from the Rain village, there are likely 3 jonin here. You should go ahead with the shadow clone diversion once I engage. You can assist me. Orochimaru proposed a more cautious approach. Okay. Lu Yun nodded in agreement with the plan. At last, a crucial point was made. Our operation could only last for 510 minutes. This was due to the presence of enemy strongholds nearby, to prevent being ambushed by their reinforcements. We must retreat within 5 minutes, regardless of whether I can eliminate that individual or not. Do not engage in unnecessary battles. Orochimaru issued a grave warning. Understood. Lu Yun nodded, then began to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. He simultaneously created 4 shadow clones, each of which employed a transformation technique. The 4 distinct clones received concealed weapons and explosive tags from Lu Yun's main body. Excellent. Let us commence. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, and with that, he vanished from sight. Lu Yun took a deep breath, exchanged nods with the 4 clones, and began their respective actions. 2 clones formed one group, while Lu Yun's main body formed another. He prepared to utilize kunai and explosive tags to feign an attack on the stronghold from 2 directions, while the main body would wait for Orochimaru to initiate the confrontation before infiltrating from another angle. With a resounding explosion from an explosive tag in the rain-soaked night, the assault officially commenced. Enemy attack. The small stronghold erupted into chaos, as many Rain shinobi scrambled to ascertain the source of the attack. However, before they could assess the number of adversaries, a kunai, affixed with an explosive tag, landed squarely at their feet. The explosions continued unabated as the clones, unreserved with their explosive tags, immediately contemplated fleeing once their supply was nearly exhausted, focusing on drawing fire and creating chaos. Just as the Rain shinobi were thrown into disarray, a small snake slithered swiftly into the stronghold. Did it make it in? A pair of crimson Tomo-patterned Sharingan eyes silently observed the small snake that had successfully infiltrated the stronghold. The explosions persisted, and as one group of clones finished using their explosive tags and attempted to retreat, another group quickly began to throw bombs. Damn it, everyone, do not panic. Send out a distress signal and prepare to engage. An elite jonin commanded in a low voice. He was a high-ranking Rain shinobi. Orochimaru aimed not only to eliminate him, but also to take his body or head to the Yamanaka clan for intelligence on the enemy nation. Just as a portion of the personnel began to leave the stronghold, lured away by the clones, a seemingly inconspicuous small snake suddenly opened its gaping mouth, from which Orochimaru emerged. "Who are you?" the elite jonin exclaimed. Orochimaru had no intention of responding to the dead. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Orochimaru formed hand seals and unleashed a terrifying fire dragon from his mouth, illuminating the night with its searing heat. This was a signal. A signal that Lu Yun felt was the moment to attack. Water release, water dragon bullet. The rain shinobi Jonin retaliated with his own water jutsu. Soon, a thick veil of scalding steam enveloped the entire stronghold. Lu Yun unsheathed his cold, gleaming long knife and advanced step by step toward the stronghold. As he approached, a rain shinobi soon spotted him. However, in the very next moment, the figure of Lu Yun flickered and vanished, moving so quickly that it was beyond the observer's perception. Enemy. The rain shinobi Chunin hadn't managed to shout before he found his vision soaring skyward, and then he lost consciousness forever. The sharp chakra blade severed his neck with ease. After dispatching one foe, Lu Yun did not linger. Upon infiltrating the stronghold, he struck down anyone in sight with swift, decisive movements, exhibiting a ruthless and efficient demeanor. With his azure blade, he became a harbinger of death, cutting down anyone who dared to stand in his way. Occasionally, some shinobi raised their katanas or kunai in an attempt to parry his assault, yet their ordinary weapons crumbled before the might of his lightning-infused blade, effortlessly shattering upon contact. Orochimaru, meanwhile, encountered two elite jonin and engaged in a heated standoff, while Lu Yun continued his relentless slaughter of lower-ranking rain shinobi, the scene growing increasingly bloody. Soon, Lu Yun was spotted by a returning rain shinobi jonin. Damn it! This jonin had just dealt with Lu Yun's shadow clone outside, and, upon hearing the commotion within the stronghold, rushed back in a panic. Seeing a formidable enemy approach, Lu Yun remained unfazed. He planted his chakra blade into the ground and swiftly formed hand seals, lightning release, body flicker technique. Lu Yun slammed both hands onto the wet ground, and a vast electric net rapidly spread towards the enemy. The rain shinobi jonin attempted to evade with the body flicker technique, but the shinobi behind him were not so fortunate, as the electric power coursed through them, causing convulsions, with some lower-ranked shinobi even spitting blood from the shock. Lu Yun did not anticipate that this lightning technique would kill anyone. He only needed it to incapacitate the enemy, slowing their movements, which would suffice. With a swift motion, he seized his chakra-long knife and plunged into the fray, moving with lightning speed, his blade flashing as rain shinobi fell before him. To some of the rain shinobi, this youth wielding a scythe of death appeared utterly consumed by bloodlust, his eyes glinting with a strange crimson light. Chapter 119. The battle concludes. Orochimaru's promise at this moment. Lu Yun indeed possessed the power of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. With the rain pouring heavily and the lighting equipment woefully inadequate, he required the perceptive abilities of the Sharingan to eliminate enemies with utmost precision and speed. In the midst of battle, to conceal his true capabilities would be folly, as it might lead to his demise. Lu Yun was not foolish. Moreover, in such torrential rain and dim conditions, detecting his Sharingan was no easy feat. And even if spotted, what could they do? Their chances of survival against him were uncertain. In truth, his strength had not yet reached the level of reckless slaughter. For now, he relied heavily on the advantages of his lightning weapon and the element of surprise to catch the lower-ranking rain shinobi unawares. This was not a mere skirmish in the village. It was a life-and-death struggle. And to forego the powerful abilities of the Sharingan would render him no different than a fool. A single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Water release, water dragon bullet. The rain shinobi jonin quickly formed hand seals, summoning a colossal water dragon that roared as it charged ferociously toward Lu Yun. In such torrential weather, water techniques were the most efficient and powerful means of attack, conserving chakra effectively. Lu Yun directed much of his focus toward the jonin, his Sharingan detecting the hand seals, prompting him to halt his advance. The water dragon technique required several hand seals, and as the dragon barreled toward him, Lu Yun successfully activated the body flicker technique. Lightning release, lightning bolt. A flash of lightning rapidly formed above the rain shinobi jonin's head, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down with astonishing speed. However, the jonin transformed into a mere decoy, a hallmark of the rain shinobi's signature substitution technique. Water release, water barrier. A rain shinobi chunin swiftly executed hand seals, unleashing a formidable water column aimed directly at Lu Yun. At the critical moment, Lu Yun utilized a substitution log to evade disaster, stealthily merging into the shadows. Alas, my repertoire of jutsu is still too limited. Fire release techniques are rendered ineffective in this rain. Only lightning release can be truly effective, Lu Yun mused inwardly. Suddenly, the stronghold began to tremble violently as a massive, earth-colored serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged toward the remaining range shinobi, signaling that Orochimaru was now intensifying his assault. The two elite shinobi, despite their combined strength, were no match for him, unable to hinder him for long. At this moment, he had already eliminated the target shinobi and was preparing to summon the Great Serpent to swiftly clear the remaining foes. With the agreed 5 minutes nearing its end, they had little time left to eliminate their enemies. Otherwise, they would lose their opportunity. Ideally, Orochimaru wished to eradicate this small stronghold before reinforcements arrived. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. With the high-level water ninjutsu unleashed by the range shinobi, a terrifying torrent surged forth, crashing violently against the immense serpent before him. Even a serpent as thick as a water barrel appeared powerless against an A-rank jutsu, as the entire stronghold was laid waste by this artificial deluge. This water ninjutsu, harnessing both the advantage of time and terrain, was truly fearsome, forcing both Orochimaru and Lu Yun to temporarily retreat, unwilling to confront its might directly. After the torrent receded, the last remaining rain shinobi gasped for breath. The power of this water ninjutsu was immense, but its instantaneous consumption was considerable as well. Just as he stood atop the water, panting, a multitude of venomous snakes suddenly erupted from the murky sludge beneath his feet, startling him into a hasty leap away from his original position. Yet, before he could touch the ground, the piercing cries of birds echoed ominously behind him. Chidori. With the lightning release ninjutsu activated, Lu Yun surged forward, propelled by the electrifying currents, and in the blink of an eye, he had leaped behind the range shinobi. His electrified hand struck through the range shinobi's heart with merciless precision. Witnessing this from a distance, Orochimaru's face broke into a satisfied smile. In that moment, Lu Yun did not activate his Sharingan. Even in its normal state, his eyesight surpassed that of Kakashi's. Even without the ocular enhancement, he was not easily blinded by the lightning's glare. The eyes of the Uchiha clan were far more resilient than those of ordinary folk. Moreover, prior to his attack, he had already utilized his Sharingan to lock onto the enemy's landing point, allowing him to pounce in the correct direction with near certainty of success. With the death of the last range shinobi, this small stronghold was decisively obliterated by their combined efforts. Despite the apparent length of the battle, only 5 minutes had elapsed since the explosion tags had detonated. Retreat. With no time left for further communication, Orochimaru uttered a single word, and their figures vanished in an instant. After sprinting 10 miles, they finally slowed their pace, walking side by side through the rain. Lu Yun's strength truly exceeds my expectations. It's hard to fathom that you are merely a freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru remarked, glancing at the steady-footed youth beside him. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Lu Yun appeared remarkably composed, his breath steady and his chakra reserves evidently substantial. Thank you for your kind words, Orochimaru-sensei. I still have much to learn, Lu Yun replied humbly. The battlefield in the Land of Rain limits the effectiveness of fire release techniques. I wish to learn more ninjutsu, Lu Yun proactively expressed, recalling Orochimaru's previous invitation to seek him out for training. Very well, you should have already mastered both fire and lightning chakra transformations, yes? Perhaps you could attempt to harness water chakra as well. In the humid environment of the Land of Rain, it should be easier to successfully convert your chakra nature, Orochimaru suggested. Chakra attributes can be cultivated through later training. Every elite shinobi possesses at least 2 distinct chakra natures. Orochimaru believed it would be beneficial for Lu Yun to explore water release techniques. After all, in the Land of Rain, various water ninjutsu are the preferred means for ninjas to confront their foes. Controlling water consumes less chakra, yet the techniques possess formidable power, yielding high returns, a pursuit well worth Lu Yun's effort. Of course, aside from water release, lightning release techniques are equally potent here. When we return, I shall provide you with 2 advanced lightning techniques, and once you have mastered them, you can begin training with water chakra, Orochimaru generously promised. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Lu Yun's face lit up with joy. His primary motivation for venturing into this region was to learn from Orochimaru's vast expertise. Upon their return to the Leaf Village's main camp, the dawn had fully broken. Their arrival attracted the attention of several early rising ninjas. Orochimaru-sama. Many ninjas bowed respectfully upon seeing him, their eyes reflecting profound admiration. However, Orochimaru passed by without pausing, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "You too." Tsunade, having spotted them outside the tent, approached. Orochimaru appeared disheveled, clearly having engaged in a fierce battle. Otherwise, his fastidious nature would not have allowed such a state. Lu Yun looked even more dramatic, his beige armor stained a deep reddish-brown with blood, a testament to the gruesome slaughter he had participated in, which even the torrential rain of the previous night could not wash away. The front of his armor was marred with blood, while the back remained pristine, prompting curious glances and a hint of respect from onlookers. Orochimaru summoned a large serpent using the summoning technique, which opened its massive jaws to regurgitate a corpse before dissipating into smoke and returning to the dragon's cave. "This is a minor high-ranking member of the Rain Village. Arrange for our clan in the mountains to extract intelligence," Orochimaru instructed a nearby jonin. "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." The jonin bowed and promptly removed the corpse. "Are you injured?" Tsunade stepped in front of Lu Yun, grasping his shoulders to assess his condition. Apart from a noticeable scratch from a kunai on his armor, there were no significant injuries. "I'm fine," Lu Yun replied with a sunny smile, appreciating Tsunade's concern. However, just as he thought this, Tsunade slapped the back of his head, causing him to stagger. Following Orochimaru around recklessly like this will lead to trouble. Tsunade glared at both him and Orochimaru, dazed from the strike. Lu Yun felt the force of the violent cow behind him, leaving him slightly disoriented. "This child is skilled in medical ninjutsu. He does not require your worry," Orochimaru remarked coolly, glancing at her. Fine, I won't concern myself with you," Tsunade huffed, turning away in irritation. Finally regaining his composure, Lu Yun was filled with questions. "Go change into dry clothes and rest. You need not participate in other tasks during the day," Orochimaru said, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Understood," Lu Yun nodded. He diligently washed his armor, wringing it out thoroughly before hanging it to dry. After donning clean clothes and sharing some food with Orochimaru, he warmed himself by the charcoal fire for a while before seeking a relatively dry spot to sleep. Lying on the moisture-proof cloth, Lu Yun found it difficult to drift off, his mind swirling with thoughts, most prominently, a figure with red hair not belonging to his beloved Uzumaki Kushina, but rather a different orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato. At this moment, he was likely still an ordinary child, unaware of whether Uchiha Madara and Kagaya were still by his side. Based on the timeline, Uchiha Madara had likely already transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato. However, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, despite being mere mortals, found themselves in the presence of the formidable and perilous Sannin of Konoha. It seemed that Uchiha Obito and Kagaya were not present at that moment. How could they have felt so at ease? Did they perhaps know that the Sannin would not harm Nagato? Yet, how could they be so certain that the Sannin would not covet the Rinnegan? This enigma left Lu Yun puzzled. In the ensuing years, the trio remained by Jiraiya's side, learning ninjutsu for 3 years. Throughout this duration, it appeared that Jiraiya had not caught a glimpse of Uchiha Obito or Kagaya. It is also plausible that the Sannin's strength was insufficient to perceive Kagaya's presence, considering that Kagaya could elude even the senses of the Sage of Six Paths brothers, escaping their seals and inciting conflict between the two sons of the sage, leading to generations of love and enmity. Kagaya's combat prowess remains ambiguous in the original narrative, but with a mere strike, he managed to control Uchiha Madara, who possessed dual Rinnegan. Lu Yun believed he would be utterly incapable of countering such strength. Even if the current Sannin united their efforts, they would likely be unable to detain that ominous entity. Kagaya seemed exceedingly difficult to vanquish. In the original tale, even when bisected by the sword of the shinobi, he remained unfazed. Such entities can either be forcibly eradicated through the use of yin-yang release or sealed away. There are no alternative methods. At this moment, although Lu Yun harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards that sinister being, he was equally covetous of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. After all, if he could discreetly seize the Rinnegan, Madara's plans would be rendered futile, and Kagaya's grand scheme to save his mother would inevitably fail. The power contained within those eyes was overwhelmingly potent. Lu Yun could leverage the Rinnegan's abilities to accomplish myriad tasks, even if he may not be able to fully harness the strength of both eyes. Awakening just one Rinnegan would likely suffice given the current power dynamics in the ninja world. Having reached the Land of Rain, he muttered to himself that he must first locate Nagato. If given the opportunity to approach him, he would not hesitate to extract Nagato's eyes. Of course, Lu Yun would not risk his own body to undertake such a perilous endeavor. He could devise 100 methods to deal with an ordinary soul, contingent upon finding someone and whether he was being watched. If Nagato could indeed interact with outsiders as an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly be willing to attempt to seize the eyes. Compassion and leniency yield no grand achievements. This world is a cruel place that devours the weak without remorse. Lu Yun, now stronger than Nagato, naturally felt the urge to strike. In such circumstances, refraining from action would mean he might never surpass him in the future. The notion of falling behind and being beaten was one Lu Yun wholeheartedly acknowledged. After all, it was utterly unacceptable for him to do nothing while watching Nagato grow stronger, only for him to then confront Lu Yun or make his mother carry supplies. While he could manage carrying supplies himself, he would not allow Asuka to bear such burdens. He decided to disperse his shadow clones to locate someone first. Chapter 121. The Perilous Battlefield, the False Demigod. One day later, Konoha, having acquired valuable military intelligence from a Ray Ninja's mind, mobilized the majority of its forces and commenced a significant military operation. The Sannin were all deployed, and Lu Yun, as expected, followed closely behind. As for the specific objectives of this military operation, he, being merely a low-ranking ninja, was not privy to such information. Orochimaru had not divulged it, and he was disinclined to inquire further. However, it was evident that this operation was to take place during the day, suggesting a direct confrontation. Regardless, he would heed Orochimaru's commands and follow his directives. During the impending battle, just stick with everyone else and be cautious. The battlefield is treacherous. Do not act recklessly. Your life is of utmost importance, Orochimaru solemnly cautioned him in private. I understand. Lu Yun nodded, maintaining an air of calm that did not betray the slightest hint of panic. His composed demeanor drew the attention and commentary of several ninjas behind him. So young. That child must have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, right? That is Lord Orochimaru's disciple. Despite his youth, it is said that his strength rivals that of a Jonin. No wonder he possesses such a complete array of equipment, long blades, armor, and even more ninja tool pouches than the others. What is that child's name? I heard he belongs to the Uchiha clan. What? He is from the Uchiha clan? He doesn't look the part. I'm not sure either. His name seems to be something like Yun. Ah, I forgot what it was. I distinctly heard Lady Tsunade call him before. Lu Yun. Lu Yun turned to the crowd, smiling as he introduced himself. His formidable mental acuity and keen senses allowed him to hear their discussions clearly from a distance. Ah yes, Lu Yun. Many people greeted him with nods and smiles. Silence. The battle is about to begin. An elite Jonin commanded sternly. The laughter and chatter ceased immediately as everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, awaiting orders. Minutes later, the Sannin launched an unannounced assault, targeting a specific enemy stronghold. Summoning technique. Frogs, slugs, and giant snakes appeared as the three summons emerged together, marking the commencement of another grand-scale battle led by the Sannin of Konoha. Charge! An elite Jonin shouted, and the Konoha ninjas surged forward, following the footsteps of the Sannin as they launched a frontal assault on a large Rain Ninja encampment. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of battle, and both sides engaged in a brutal offensive and defensive clash, the thunderous explosions of explosive tags drowning out the voices of the ninjas. The flames of war blazed amidst the rain, and the vibrant blood gradually stained the damp earth. Lu Yun did not charge alongside the Sannin into the enemy camp. Rather, he maintained a considerable distance, employing throwing techniques to dispatch foes. In truth, most Konoha ninjas, as well as their adversaries, employed similar tactics, initially exchanging shurikens and explosive tags before engaging in close combat. Once the ranged assault had reached a sufficient intensity, they would begin employing ninjutsu, primarily at mid to long ranges. When chakra reserves dwindled, both sides would finally draw their blades, kunai, for a decisive close-quarters battle, determining life and death. Should one act recklessly and disregard the established order of combat, they would swiftly become a target on the battlefield, either pierced by shurikens or obliterated by ninjutsu. Only the Sannin, with their exceptional skills and the resilience of their summoned beasts, dared to charge into the enemy camp, while ordinary Jonin would typically adopt a more cautious approach. Kunai equipped with explosive tags could be thrown over considerable distances. Lu Yun, armed with numerous explosive tags and kunai, swiftly eliminated several Rain ninjas with his precise throwing skills. For him, this combat required little finesse. He merely targeted areas with dense enemy presence, and threw his explosive tags and kunai accordingly. Once he had exhausted his supply of explosive tags, he would resort to shurikens, and subsequently, to poison needles. Naturally, he needed to remain vigilant against incoming projectiles as well. Just moments ago, a hapless chunin nearby was sent soaring by an explosive tag thrown by the enemy, meeting his demise on the spot. That scene made Lu Yun's eyelids twitch, prompting him to heighten his alertness. "Help me." A lower-ranking ninja, afflicted by poisoned needles, lay on the ground, writhing in agony, frothing at the mouth, and convulsing. He seemed to have fallen victim to the notorious venom of the pepper fish, which instilled terror in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. This toxin was widely used among the rain ninjas. The sharpened needles coated with poison were nearly impossible to defend against. Once struck, if a medical ninja was not present to administer immediate detoxification, one could only await their fate. At this moment, the flowing clouds were right beside him. Yet they showed no intention of offering assistance. While he possessed medical ninjutsu, there was simply no time to save anyone amidst the chaos of battle. After forcefully hurling a shuriken, he swiftly employed the body flicker technique without hesitation. The next instant, a kunai with an explosive tag detonated violently beneath his feet. The previously poisoned lower ninja was caught in the blast, instantly transforming into a charred corpse. In the battlefield, indecision was the gravest sin. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. "You three ignorant youngsters, are you seeking death by coming here on your own?" The furious roar of Hanzo of the Salamander reverberated within the Rain Ninja camp. It was indeed that infamous Hanzo. How dare the three ninjas confront him directly? Hearing the voice of the toxin, a jolt of fear surged through Lu Yun. He sensed that the Leaf Village was doomed. In the war of fire and rain, every battle involving the demigod Hanzo had ended in defeat for the three ninjas. Through his diligent inquiries, Lu Yun had confirmed that the three had suffered greatly at Hanzo's hands over the past 6 months. What audacity did they have to launch a frontal assault this time? Were they out of their minds? Just as Lu Yun was engulfed in confusion, a booming laugh laced with chakra dispelled all his doubts. "Ha ha. A mere clown dares to impersonate Hanzo? Die." Armed with a fragment of intelligence acquired the previous day, the three ninjas had deduced that the Hanzo within the camp was an impostor. This large encampment held an abundance of strategic resources, which the Leaf Village had long sought to destroy. However, their scouts had occasionally spotted the real Hanzo outside the camp, leading the Leaf to believe that a demigod was stationed within, thus deterring any rash actions. Now that the three ninjas speculated that the demigod was absent, they swiftly assembled their forces to launch a vigorous attack. As long as they did not confront that man, they had no fear of any rain ninja. With the three great summoning beasts freed from Hanzo's pressure, they wreaked havoc upon the enemy camp, causing chaos among the rain ninja ranks. The man impersonating Hanzo soon met his demise at Jiraiya's hands. If all went according to plan, the Leaf's victory was virtually assured. Chapter 122. The Lethal Nature of Hanzo's Poison, Self-Antidote. With swift hand seals, Lu Yun unleashed the fire release, Great Fireball technique, sending a colossal fireball crashing into the Rain Ninja camp. Following closely behind several Leaf Jonin, he stormed into the enemy encampment, his skills melding seamlessly amidst the intense and fierce combat, allowing him to wield various abilities with increasing finesse. The battlefield served as both a crucible for growth and a perilous realm of death. While he exerted himself to eliminate a Jonin, his left arm was brutally slashed open by the opponent's katana. Though the wound was not severe, the katana was smeared with Hanzo's deadly poison. Within a minute of being injured, Lu Yun realized the gravity of his situation. He clenched a chakra blade between his teeth, forcing out a considerable amount of toxic blood with his right hand, then applied the Chidori technique to the wound, attempting to utilize heat to neutralize the poison. Hanzo's poison was a potent animal toxin, comprised of various proteins and enzymes, resembling snake venom in composition. This type of venom was highly susceptible to heat. Liu Yun's chakra currents could disrupt the poison's activity, significantly diminishing its toxicity. As his arm began to show signs of charring, Lu Yun shifted to medical ninjutsu to treat his wound. However, just as he began to heal himself, a rain ninja chunin approached him, brandishing a katana with intent to kill. Lu Yun observed the incoming foe coldly as the opponent locked onto him, swinging the katana down to behead him. At that critical moment, the young ninja's eyes ignited with a glaring crimson light, the ominous Three-Tomoe Sharingan manifesting without warning. The three black tomo trembled subtly, focusing entirely on the chunin. In the blink of an eye, The Rain Ninja halted his attack, his mind consumed solely by the sight of the brilliant Crimson Sharingan. In reality, the Rain Ninja collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ryuun did not spare him a second glance. He reached into his ninja tool pouch with trembling hands, retrieving a small vial of antidote. After uncorking it, he downed the green liquid in one swift motion. This was the latest antidote developed by Tsunade, scarce in quantity. Orochimaru had procured some and provided Ryuun with a small vial as a precaution. Ryuun had not anticipated he would need to use this antidote so soon. The terrifying potency of Hanzo's poison was something he experienced firsthand. Even with his timely response, a small portion of the toxin had spread, making it impossible to eliminate the negative effects of the poisoning in a short time. Symptoms began to manifest, including rapid heartbeat, trembling limbs, excessive salivation, and difficulty breathing. With determination, Ryuun grasped the chakra-long knife and thrust it into the heart of the fallen Chunin, ending his life. After completing this task, he sought a relatively safe corner, sitting down to catch his breath. He urged his chakra to flow rapidly, aiming to dispel the effects of the poison. At this moment, he was ill-suited for intense combat. Moreover, he was not the type to sacrifice himself for the leaf. Being poisoned and wounded warranted a moment of respite, after all. With such meager pay, why risk his life? After resting for nearly 10 minutes, the fierce battle began to draw to a close. Burn the supplies on site. Retreat in 3 minutes without delay. An elite Jonin issued a clear command. They could not carry away so many resources, and reinforcements from the rain were already arriving. If they did not flee, being entangled would surely spell disaster. The true Hanzo might be en route, and if he intercepted them now, the Leaf Ninjas would face near annihilation. Thus, despite the value of the supplies, they would not take them nor linger in the area. The Land of Rain, a small nation under total blockade, suffered from a lack of resources, while the Land of Fire, rich and prosperous, was not in want of supplies. Ryuun slapped his cheeks to rouse himself. He felt somewhat rejuvenated. He sheathed his chakra-long knife and prepared to clock out on time. Upon returning to the main camp, Ryuun removed his blood-stained armor, too fatigued to even wash up, and collapsed onto a moisture-proof mat, falling into a deep slumber. The effects of Hanzo's poison had not fully subsided. His body was weary from battling the residual toxins, necessitating ample rest for complete recovery. In a daze, he sensed someone removing his clothing and wiping his body with a warm towel. Ryuun could vaguely perceive the external situation, yet fully opening his eyes proved challenging. Through the narrow slit of his vision, he glimpsed the gentle Tsunade and her unmistakable assets. What has happened to him? A raspy voice of Orochimaru echoed softly. He has begun to run a high fever. This is a sign that his body is combating the lingering toxins. It should not be a major concern, Tsunade replied. The wound on Ryuun's arm had only been superficially treated, but upon her arrival, Tsunade employed her healing technique for complete restoration. The advanced medical ninjutsu healing technique healed wounds at the cellular level and could even do so without leaving scars. This kid truly is guts. He managed to endure Hanzo's deadly poison long enough to return to camp, and he dared not utter a word to let anyone know. Had Orochimaru not come looking for him, no one would have realized he was poisoned. Jiraiya couldn't help but express his admiration. After Orochimaru concluded the aftermath of the great battle, he was compelled to check on his beloved disciple to ensure his safety. Upon discovering that Ryuun had fallen asleep without bathing and could not be roused, he immediately sensed something amiss and hurried to summon Tsunade for an examination. Tsunade, through the observation of Ryuun's darkened arms, the absence of antidotes, and the feverish symptoms post-poisoning, confirmed that he had indeed been afflicted by the notorious venom of the giant salamander. However, she was astonished that Ryuun had managed to withstand such a potent toxin with minimal impact. In truth, had I not arrived, this boy would have awakened unscathed. He had effectively neutralized the venom on his own, making him one of the quickest and most adept in dealing with such poisons. What a clever little rascal. Tsunade chuckled as she playfully pinched his handsome cheek. Ryuun had utilized electrical currents to dismantle the toxin's activity, a method that even evoked Tsunade's admiration. At such a young age, he had independently navigated a life-threatening crisis. Indeed, his adaptability was remarkably formidable. By the time Ryuun had completely recovered from his fever, night had fallen. His immune system had efficiently expelled the venom over the course of the day, allowing him to awaken feeling quite well, his body returning to a near-normal state. Truly, one could not underestimate the prowess of a medical expert. He resolved to seek Tsunade's guidance on mastering the art of healing techniques in due time. Observing his unblemished left arm, Ryuun could not help but reflect on the significant differences between medical ninjutsu and traditional healing arts. The efficacy of the two was worlds apart. Ryuun-kun, you are finally awake. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru entered, accompanied by a kunoichi bearing food. Hello, teacher Orochimaru. Ryuun greeted him with a smile, gratefully accepting the sustenance from the kunoichi. His hunger was quite pronounced, and the food arrived at a most opportune moment. How do you feel? Are you better? Orochimaru inquired with a grin. I'm nearly back to normal, Ryuun replied, munching on the food. You must have used up the antidote, right? Here, take these for emergencies, Orochimaru said, retrieving 2 vials of green potion from his ninja tool pouch. Thank you, teacher. Ryuun quickly accepted the thoughtful gift. His swift recovery from the poison was largely due to the effectiveness of the antidote, which proved to be a lifesaver in critical moments. You performed admirably in the last 2 battles. Your contributions have been documented, and it won't be long before the village receives word. You should soon be promoted to Chunin, Orochimaru disclosed. To Orochimaru's surprise, Ryuun displayed little enthusiasm regarding his impending promotion, merely nodding without further inquiry. Haha, you rascal. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, then produced 2 small scrolls from his pocket. These contain advanced lightning release techniques. I believe your talent will enable you to master them swiftly. Ryuun's excitement was palpable upon receiving what he desired, his beaming countenance eliciting a chuckle from Orochimaru, who had come to understand the boy's aspirations. Orochimaru felt a distinct kinship with Ryuun, as their pursuits seemed aligned. Neither fame, wealth, nor power could sway them. Ryuun's relentless pursuit of powerful ninjutsu appeared even more fervent than his own. Yet, their goals diverged in essence. They were merely close enough to foster a sense of kinship. Ryuun sought strength to enhance his own capabilities, not merely confined to ninjutsu. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques were all within his purview. He eagerly embraced whatever could augment his prowess. The 2 formidable techniques would significantly bolster his strength, which was the essence of his exhilaration. Orochimaru's pursuit was solely the mastery of ninjutsu. He yearned to learn all techniques, including forbidden ones. Believing that life was fleeting and fragile, his quest for immortality was driven by a desire for time and vigor to learn more and uncover greater truths. As the master and disciple engaged in an animated discussion within the tent, a faint purple smoke began to waft into the Konoha headquarters. Enemy attack! A voice called out from outside the tent. At the instant the alarm sounded, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Ryuun swiftly exited the tent, his keen senses detecting an anomaly in the air. Poisonous smoke. Ryuun quickly covered his mouth and nose, then rushed back into the tent to don his damp armor, grasping his chakra blade before hurrying out. Boom! Kill! The cacophony of explosions and battle cries outside the headquarters was deafening. The Rain Ninja's retaliation was swift, led personally by Hanzo of the Salamander. The strategic resources within the Rain Ninja camp were utterly obliterated, inciting Hanzo's wrath as he resolved to assault the ninja headquarters of the Land of Fire. Intent on a fierce life-or-death confrontation with Konoha, the Konoha ninjas quickly mobilized, engaging in a fierce battle with the incoming Rain Ninja forces. The air is laced with giant salamander venom. Wind-release ninjas, unleash your full power to disperse the poison, commanded the leader of the Konoha forces, the head of the Uchiha clan. The sound of chakra-laden winds reverberated throughout the headquarters as the wind-release ninjas unleashed their techniques without reservation. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Wind release, wind pressure. Wind release, wall of wind. A tempest roared across the battlefield, scattering the poisonous gas and granting the Konoha ninjas a momentary respite. However, despite their timely response, many still inhaled small doses of the toxic gas, soon exhibiting symptoms of poisoning, such as difficulty breathing and trembling hearts. Though the poison was not lethal, it significantly diminished the combat effectiveness of the Konoha ninjas, rendering the situation increasingly dire for their camp. You 3 scoundrels, tonight I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions. Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop the head of a colossal salamander, glaring menacingly at the 3 Konoha ninjas. Old fool, come at us, Tsunade retorted fiercely. Summoning technique. The 3 ninjas simultaneously bit their fingers, swiftly forming hand seals to call forth the colossal summoning beasts from the sacred lands. A slug, Gamabunta, and Manda. The three titans immediately charged towards the giant salamander, initiating a terrifying clash of colossal beasts. Konoha ninjas faced the surging tide of rain ninjas, and the two factions soon collided in a chaotic melee. Amidst the tumult, it became increasingly difficult to discern friend from foe in the darkness. The battlefield transformed into a nightmarish meat grinder, with blood gradually staining the earth. Ryuun, wielding his chakra blade, fought valiantly, his body drenched in blood. He displayed remarkable bravery on the battlefield, dispatching lower-ranked ninjas with a single strike, while even mid-ranked foes fell swiftly before him. Yet, his conspicuous prowess soon drew the attention of formidable adversaries. An upper-ranked ninja had taken notice of him. The Rain Ninja would not permit Ryuun to wield his weapon against their lower-tier ninjas unchallenged. In this moment of adversity for the Konoha camp, they struggled to address the source of the poisonous gas, and the wind-released ninjas began to falter as the toxin ominously spread. Oh, the taste of war and blood is utterly exquisite. Beneath the towering branches of a colossal tree, a creature of dark hue, neither human nor ghost, partially emerged from the trunk. Chapter 124, 2 against 1, turning to flee. The defeat of Konoha is inevitable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ryuun thrust his chakra-infused blade into the ground, his hands moving swiftly to weave hand seals. Soon, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards an approaching Rain Ninja Jonin. Water release, water barrier. The Rain Ninja Jonin retaliated with his own jutsu, and the fireball collided with the water wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the battlefield in waves of heat and steam. Ryuun's eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson hue. This was not the moment to conceal his strength. The stakes were perilously high, and he doubted the young Sannin could stand against Hanzo the salamander. He estimated that defeat was imminent. Although he was capable of fighting, should he sense the tide turning against him, he would not hesitate to flee. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of violent metal clashing echoed through the steam as Ryuun engaged in close combat. The Azure Chidori blade met the opponent's katana in a flurry of strikes. The Rain Jonin's katana, clearly a weapon of extraordinary quality, bore only superficial nicks after several exchanges, showing no signs of breaking. Damn brat! Wielding a chakra blade and infusing it with lightning, the Rain Jonin cursed under his breath, frustration mounting as he beheld the damage to his prized weapon. Yet, a greedy ambition surged within him. He resolved to vanquish this young adversary and claim the chakra blade for himself. What is more captivating than a blade? Look into my eyes, Ryuun remarked with a light chuckle amidst their close-quarters struggle. The Rain Jonin instinctively met his gaze, locking onto the three swirling tomo of Ryuun's Sharingan. The ominous sight sent a chill down his spine. Trouble. It's the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's legendary ocular prowess was well known across the ninja world, and as a Jonin of the Rain, he was acutely aware of its perilous nature. The instant their eyes met, regret flooded him. He had never anticipated that such a young mixed blood would possess strength rivaling that of a Jonin, let alone the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. When had such a prodigy emerged in the ninja world? If allowed to mature, what might he become? Alas, despite his intent to eliminate the threat, he found himself powerless against the Sharingan's hypnotic gaze, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Ryuun harnessed his formidable mental strength, coupled with the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, ensnaring the Jonin in a Jinjutsu. He epitomized the well-known adage, when facing an Uchiha with Three-Tomoe, one should flee at once. The Uchiha's Jinjutsu was notoriously effective, and without assistance, escape was nearly impossible. Even with the means to dispel it, the opponent would seldom afford the time necessary. At that moment, Ryuun gripped his blade, prepared to strike down his incapacitated foe. However, at a critical juncture, several sharp poison needles whizzed toward his neck at blinding speed. A Rain Jonin had arrived to assist. Sensing imminent danger, Ryuun had no choice but to abandon his original target, swiftly deflecting the poison needles with his blade. Water release, water cannon technique. A powerful torrent surged towards him. Realizing he could not withstand it, Ryuun activated the body flicker technique, leaping away from his original position. In the next moment, a Rain Jonin extended his hand, channeling chakra into his entranced companion. Jinjutsu release. As the chakra stabilized, the Rain Jonin awoke. Yueying, that brat possesses a Three-Tomoe Sharingan. I fell under its spell at a glance. Exercise caution. The awakened Jonin warned urgently. I see it. A young prodigy with a Three-Tomoe Sharingan must not be allowed to live. Yueying, let us join forces and ensure his demise, Yueying declared gravely. Upon hearing the exchange between the two jonin, Ryuun furrowed his brows, but before he could contemplate a strategy, an unsettling sensation in the air caused his expression to shift dramatically. Damn it, the poison gas is spreading. Having experienced the deadly venom of the salamander firsthand, he understood the potency of the rain ninja's toxins. Although uncertain of the gas's nature, his instincts urged him to avoid inhaling it, compelling him to retreat without hesitation. The adversaries wore gas masks, unperturbed by the toxic fumes, while Ryuun had no such luxury. In truth, the poison gas stemmed from the salamander's noxious mist, and having recently been poisoned, Ryuun possessed a degree of immunity. However, he remained unaware of this fact. The mere presence of the gas sent him fleeing. Where do you think you're going? The two rain jonin pursued him without a second thought, regardless of Ryuun's chakra blade or Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Both saw ample justification to bring him down. All Konoha ninjas, retreat immediately, break through with all your might, and fall back to the strategic reserve camp. Seeing the three great summoning beasts falter against the salamander's toxic mist, the Sannin discerned an undeniable trend toward defeat. With the gas proving insurmountable, they recognized its encroachment upon the entire Konoha camp. The head of the Uchiha clan resolutely issued the order to retreat. The outcome was clear, and as the commander, he must decisively choose. The Konoha forces could not be allowed to perish here. Nara clan, Akimichi clan, Yamanaka clan, Sarutobi clan, Uchiha clan remained behind to cover the retreat. The Uchiha leader commanded once more. Understood. The clans responded with a rallying cry, advancing rather than retreating. Among these clans, aside from the Uchiha, all were well suited to serve as a bulwark against pursuit. Despite the considerable risks involved, they remained undeterred. Ninja live by the tenet of obedience, and with the commander, the Uchiha leader, still in the fray, they dared not abandon their posts. Even in the face of peril, they steeled themselves for the fight. Ryuun, however, disregarded any military decree. He had already fled before the Uchiha leader issued the retreat order. Yet, despite his swiftness, two formidable figures relentlessly pursued him. Do you truly think I fear you? Ryuun's crimson gaze burned fiercely. With no means of escape, he abruptly turned and unleashed his jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Chapter 125, Solo Battle Against the Two Rain Jonin. As Ryuun pivoted, several swift fireballs hurtled towards the pursuing rain jonin. The jonin Yueying intended to utilize water techniques for defense and counterattack, but the next moment, he realized the jutsu's ferocity left him no time to form seals. Another jonin decisively shoved him aside, hastily employing the body flicker technique to evade the assault. Seeing both evade the fireball onslaught, Ryuun remained undeterred, brandishing his chakra blade as he charged toward the jonin known as Yueying. His opponent wielded nothing but a standard kunai, and Ryuun aimed to exploit his weapon's advantage for a surprise strike. Beware of his blade, Yueying warned urgently as he saw Ryuun barreling toward him. Yet, his words could not outpace Ryuun's rapid approach. Yueying instinctively raised his kunai to block the incoming strike. With a crisp sound echoing through the air, the chakra blade imbued with the power of 1,000 birds swiftly severed the kunai in two. It then struck directly upon the shoulder of the rain hawk. However, due to the diminished force from the kunai, the blade failed to cleave him in two, becoming lodged within his scapula. Realizing he could not slay his opponent, Ryuun unleashed the full force of the Chidori flow, channeling a torrent of lightning energy through the chakra blade into the rain hawk's body, causing him to spit blood in agony. This adversary, known as the Rain Hawk, was a formidable ninja from the enemy nation. Despite being paralyzed and convulsing from the electric shock, he summoned the strength of his indomitable will to grasp the back of the chakra blade. Evidently aiming to create an opening for his comrade, the rain ninja named Yulio, Ryuun intended to kick him away, but as he sensed a deadly glint approaching, he was compelled to relinquish the chakra blade. He leaped aside to evade the incoming Senbon, drawing a dagger strapped to his leg midair. Utilizing the formidable insight granted by his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, he deftly deflected the seemingly unavoidable lethal needles. Upon successfully blocking the Senbon and landing gracefully, a kunai tied with an explosive tag fell directly at his feet. A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing his slender figure in a fiery blaze. Is it over? Yulio murmured, watching the explosion. In the next moment, A charred wooden post propelled into the air by the shockwave crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Lightning release. Lightning bolt. Ryuun discarded the now incapacitated Rain Ninja and redirected his ninjutsu towards the severely injured Rain Hawk. With a wound on his shoulder and his body paralyzed from the Chidori flow, now was the perfect opportunity to strike. Seizing the moment, the Rain Hawk, who had been seated on the ground, formed a hand seal just as the lightning was about to descend. The bolt struck down, but instead of hitting him, it was absorbed by a toy doll that had been prepared as a decoy. Substitution jutsu? Ryuun gasped, observing the Rain Hawk, who now lay disheveled on the ground. His complexion pale and weary. It was clear that even elite ninjas possessed remarkable resilience, and they were not easily vanquished. The prolonged battle had taken a toll on him, leaving him somewhat drained. Regrettably, the suddenness of the enemy's attack had left him unable to replenish his kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, thus diminishing his combat options. Casting a furtive glance at the chakra blade that lay not far away, Ryuun promptly tossed a smoke bomb to conceal his presence while disrupting Yuliyo's offensive. Yuliyo hesitated momentarily, refraining from recklessly charging into the purple smoke, instead opting to stand outside and rapidly form hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Upon completing his seals, a massive water dragon surged forth, roaring as it plunged into the purple haze. In the next instant, a figure was violently expelled from the smoke by the force of the water dragon. Seeing this, Yuliyo couldn't suppress a smile. However, his elation was short-lived as another figure burst forth from the smoke, dagger in hand, charging directly at the injured Rain Hawk. Simultaneously, the figure struck by the water dragon exploded into mist, a clear indication of the shadow clone technique. Not good. Yuliyo's expression shifted as he realized Ryuun's intent to prioritize the elimination of the injured foe. Without hesitation, he pursued him. Yet as he did, another of Ryuun's clones emerged from the smoke, racing towards the forsaken chakra blade. Retrieving the blade was Ryuun's true objective. Attacking the Rain Hawk had merely served as a diversion. Even with this knowledge, Yuliyo had no choice but to rush to aid his comrade. In short order, the clone wielding the dagger was cleaved into mist, while Ryuun bent down to seize the chakra blade. However, the moment he grasped it, a faint hissing sound echoed ominously, accompanied by a noxious scent. In the next heartbeat, a violent explosion engulfed him entirely. The Rain Hawk chuckled coldly, observing the distant explosion. His earlier reluctance to wield the blade had been a deliberate ploy to set a trap with an explosive tag, luring Ryuun to his doom. At last, he believed he had successfully eliminated this troublesome adversary. The chakra blade, in its final moments, arced through the air before plummeting into the purple mist. The blade is mine. Yuliyo laughed heartily, eager to retrieve the chakra blade. Such a weapon was not of ordinary make. Its destruction was impossible with merely an explosive tag. Just as Yuliyo approached, the purple smoke began to dissipate, revealing a familiar, slender figure emerging from the haze. Yuliyo and the Rain Hawk halted in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the boy, who now wielded the chakra blade. Ryuun had not been vanquished by the explosive tag. Instead, it was his shadow clone that had ventured to retrieve the blade. Though the Rain Ninja had appeared to flee in haste, Ryuun sensed something amiss, doubting that an elite ninja would act so carelessly. Thus, he had opted to send a clone to retrieve the blade, avoiding unnecessary risks. Had he foolishly dashed forward to claim it himself, he would have undoubtedly met the same fate as his companion, Shinshu. As the purple smoke cleared entirely, Ryuun stood exposed before the two Rain Country Jonin. Wiping the charred remnants and blood from the blade, he pointed it defiantly at his adversaries, steeling himself for a desperate confrontation. Once again, he cautioned, "Do not gaze into my eyes. Focus on my lower body while we engage." The Rain Hawk approached, having temporarily suppressed his injuries, still capable of fighting. Indeed, Yuliyo nodded, steeling himself against the boy's illusions. Observing another's lower body while fighting might sound simple, but in practice, it was a challenging endeavor fraught with peril. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Yuliyo rapidly formed hand seals and slammed his palms to the ground. Initiating a ninjutsu attack, they resolved to avoid close combat and instead employ a kite strategy. Earth release, earth spike. A series of sharp earthen spikes erupted from beneath Ryuun's feet. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously fending off a barrage of deadly poison needles hurled by the Rain Hawk. Ryuun was forced into evasive maneuvers, leaping and darting to avoid the lethal onslaught while deflecting the incoming projectiles. Despite the heightened perception granted by his Sharingan, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the fierce assault from both Jonin. One of the poison needles struck his left arm, causing a visible spray of blood to erupt. Liu Yun's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily extracted the needle, a subtle current of electricity still coursing around his injured arm. Ha ha ha, it's over. Both Yulio and the Rain Hawk beamed with delight at witnessing the needle pierce his arm. Each needle was laced with the potent venom of the fugu fish. In their eyes, Liu Yun's demise was assured. They held unwavering confidence in the lethality of the venom. As two ominous elite ninjas approached with malevolent grins, Liu Yun stood poised, clutching his long blade with unwavering resolve. Yet, without warning, he collapsed to his knees, eyes wide and gasping for breath, clutching his heart. His face turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and saliva uncontrollably flowed from his lips. These were unmistakable symptoms of the venom from the pepper fish. Yu Ying and Yu Lu were absolutely certain he was beyond salvation. Even without intervening, the boy was doomed. Such a young and powerful warrior, yet regrettably, his name would remain unknown. Yu Ying sighed with a touch of melancholy. Due to the debilitating effects of the poison, Liu Yun was rendered unable to speak. Even if he wished to divulge his name, he could not. At that moment, Liu Yun's Three-Tomoe Sharingan was sealed, leaving him looking no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Huh, young one, I shall keep your chakra blade and Sharingan safe for you, Yu Lu remarked, preparing to strike Liu Yun down. Fully aware of the grim principle of eliminating the threat before extracting the spoils. But then, suddenly, the air crackled with energy as Liu Yun unleashed two bolts of lightning. This unexpected eruption, a lightning ninjutsu that required no hand seals, caught the two ninjas off guard, and they involuntarily screamed in terror as the electric assault struck them. How could this boy, clearly afflicted by the venom, still move? How was he able to perform jutsu without hand seals, and at such remarkable speed? Their minds were filled with astonishment and confusion, but alas, Liu Yun would not grant them the opportunity to discover the answers. Seizing the moment while both were paralyzed by the lightning, Liu Yun, wielding his chakra blade, propelled himself from the ground and, in a flash of steel, severed Yu Lu's head. With the most formidable adversary eliminated, Liu Yun strode towards Yu Ying, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, appearing utterly devoid of combat capability. Why? You've clearly been poisoned by the pepper fish, Yu Ying managed to utter, blood trickling from his mouth as he spoke. Because I consumed an antidote beforehand, Liu Yun replied nonchalantly. Earlier, within the violet mist, he had discreetly accomplished much. He first ingested a chakra recovery pill to sustain his subsequent battle, followed by consuming 2 vials of antidote provided by Orochimaru. The poison from the 1,000 needles hadn't truly incapacitated him. Rather, it was a deliberate ruse to lure the 2 elite ninjas into a false sense of security. In truth, Liu Yun had intended to feign greater distress, perhaps evading an attack or dodging a jutsu. But their overconfidence in the pepper fish's venom allowed him to succeed effortlessly without revealing his full capabilities. The poison could not harm him. First, he had ingested ample antidote. And second, he had enveloped his arm in the chidori before being struck, continuously using the electric current to mitigate the toxin's effects. Moreover, having recently cured himself of the pepper fish's poison, he had developed a degree of immunity to such venom, rendering him unafraid of the minimal damage caused by the needles. Yu Ying attempted to inquire further, but before he could finish his question, Liu Yun acted decisively. He first severed Yu Ying's treacherous arm with his chakra blade, then, in a swift motion, cut through his throat. Your inquiries are excessive, were the last words Yu Ying heard. He had intended to ignite all the explosive tags within his ninja tool pouch in a desperate attempt to perish alongside Liu Yun, eliminating this future menace from the Hidden Rain village. Unfortunately, Liu Yun denied him that opportunity. After dispatching the 2 elite rain ninjas, Liu Yun, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. At this point, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. His condition was far from optimal. Having recently recovered from illness and having fought fiercely against numerous foes, he had exhausted significant chakra reserves. Facing 2 elite ninjas had pushed him to his limits. After resting for a brief half-minute, Liu Yun mustered the last of his strength to escape the area. Acutely aware of the proximity to the previous battleground and the likelihood of enemies approaching, He had no desire to claim the forehead protectors from the two slain ninjas. While they could be exchanged for military merit, he was indifferent to such trivialities. The moment he departed, a shadow emerged from the treetops. This shadow, resembling a mass of black sludge, bore a grotesque smile. This creature was one of the last individuals Lu Yun wished to encounter in the Land of Rain, Black Zetsu. To think a young Uchiha would possess such formidable Three-Tomoe prowess. Black Zetsu mused, having recorded the recent battle. Lu Yun's performance had exceeded all expectations. A mere Jinin had managed to defeat two elite ninjas of the Rain Country. Both his Sharingan and strength were astonishing to Black Zetsu. Perhaps this individual could become an ally to Madara, accelerating the initiation of the Eye of the Moon plan. I must immediately inform White Zetsu of this development. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Black Zetsu swiftly absorbed the bodies of the fallen Rain ninjas and vanished from sight. Chapter 127. The watchful eyes of Uchiha Madara and the concerns of the Sannin. Such a youthful Three-Tomoe Sharingan, coupled with the ability to contend with two elite ninjas. The Uchiha clan has not seen such a prodigious talent in many years, an emaciated elder remarked in a dimly lit underground chamber. Gazing upon the bodies of the fallen Rain ninjas, he had learned of Lu Yun's existence through White Zetsu. This frail figure, resembling a specter, was none other than Uchiha Madara, a legendary figure who once dominated the ninja world. During the Valley of the End battle, he had bitten off a piece of flesh from the Sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju, subsequently transplanting the blood cells into himself, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan before his death in old age. Through the power of the Rinnegan, he successfully acquired the Ten Tails Husk, the Outer Path Divine Tree. Utilizing the strength of the Divine Tree, he managed to extend his life, and with the aid of Yin-Yang release, he created the White Zetsu and the Black Zetsu from Hashirama cells and the power of the Divine Tree. With the assistance of White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara was able to stay informed of the happenings within the ninja world, granting him the ability to strategize from afar. Investigate his background in detail. I want every facet of his lineage, Uchiha Madara commanded after a moment of contemplation. This emerging youth had captured his attention. His Eye of the Moon plan required an executor, and he believed this child possessed immense potential, with a high probability of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, making him worthy of close scrutiny. Yes, Madara-sama, replied a White Zetsu, sinking slowly into the earth. At this moment, Lu Yun remained unaware that he had attracted the attention of a reaper from the ninja world. After traversing a considerable distance, he found a relatively safe cave to take refuge. He was too weary to seek out his scattered comrades, so he lit a fire to warm himself, planning to recuperate before returning. In the current conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, both sides have experienced a tumultuous back and forth, with neither achieving a definitive victory. The chaos persists, and Lu Yun, recognizing his limitations and strength, has resolved not to accompany Orochimaru in further endeavors until he can fortify his abilities. Just a few days have passed since his arrival in the Rain Country, yet he has already endured 3 significant battles, 2 of which nearly brought him to the brink of disaster. He believes he must cease this reckless play, lest he finds himself in the dire straits that Tsunade has warned about. A day later, having regained a semblance of his strength, Lu Yun sat before a warm campfire, beginning to study the 2 advanced lightning release techniques bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. One technique, an A-rank jutsu known as lightning release, lightning leopard, requires mastery of both the nature transformation and form alteration of lightning chakra, making it exceptionally challenging. The second, a B-rank jutsu called lightning release, false darkness, does not necessitate form alteration, thus categorizing it as a B rank. The lightning leopard technique bears a striking resemblance to the lightning release, lightning tiger famously utilized by Kakashi Hatake. Both techniques involve the concentration of lightning energy in the palm before unleashing it to vanquish foes. However, the lightning leopard is swifter than its counterpart, albeit potentially less potent than Kakashi's lightning tiger. The essence of this jutsu lies in its speed, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most common body flicker technique to evade. Lu Yun, already proficient in the nature and form transformations of lightning chakra, sees no hindrance to mastering these advanced techniques, intending to expedite his learning through the use of shadow clones. In a secluded cave, the resounding roar of thunder soon echoed as he practiced. Meanwhile, at a camp in the Rain Country occupied by Konoha's forces, the 3 Sannin, having suffered defeat, exhibited a palpable gloom. Hanzo of the Salamander proved overwhelmingly powerful. Even with their prior consumption of antidotes to withstand the toxic mist, they were unable to prevail. The trio remains too young and inexperienced for such confrontations. Orochimaru, in a moment of reflection, pondered the fate of Ryuun. Ryuun had not returned to the reserve camp, leading Orochimaru to suspect he might be entangled in significant trouble. The battle had been rushed, leaving even him barely able to ensure his own safety, leaving no time to consider his disciples' whereabouts. He should be fine. That child is formidable. Even in peril, he is likely to escape. Tsunade offered a rare word of comfort. Has anyone been sent to search for him? Have you inquired with others? Jiraiya asked, his tone laced with concern. He feared for Ryuun's safety, understanding that the battlefield was treacherous, and if Ryuun were unharmed, he would surely return to the camp and reunite with his comrades rather than vanish without a trace. Though he instinctively feared for the boy's safety, Jiraiya refrained from voicing his doubts to spare Orochimaru's feelings. We have asked. Some reported seeing him pursued by two enemies. But the chaos of the battlefield and the rampant poison made it impossible for anyone to assist, Orochimaru revealed, his head bowed. He was aware of Ryuun's valiant performance on the battlefield and was certain his fierce fighting style had drawn the attention of his adversaries. Ryuun possesses strength comparable to that of a Jonin. Only two upper-level shinobi could force him to retreat. Upon hearing this, Tsunade bit her lip anxiously, sensing that her brother was likely in grave danger. Someone, I need to send a team to find him. We must see him alive, or, if not, find his remains. She commanded, her voice resolute. But the next moment, Jiraiya raised his hand to halt her. That area is enemy territory. It is too perilous. We cannot risk our subordinates' lives for a search. Damn it. Tsunade slammed her fist on a low table, which collapsed under the force of her anger. In contrast to Tsunade's fury, Orochimaru remained composed. I believe that child will not perish so easily in the Rain Country. He possesses remarkable strength and is adept at feigning weakness. He is a particularly exceptional ninja. I do not think two upper-level shinobi could capture him. It is more likely he has been delayed by some circumstance. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback by Orochimaru's words. His description of Ryuun echoed her grandmother's past assessments, highlighting the boy's unique potential. Despite his youth, Tsunade recognized how easy it was for others to underestimate Ryuun's capabilities. Reflecting on this, she found clarity in Orochimaru's comments, and her anger and worry diminished significantly. Do you think he has awakened the Sharingan? Tsunade queried, prompting a moment of surprise from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who widened their eyes at the implication. If Ryuun possessed the strength of a Jonin and had awakened the Sharingan, he would no longer require their concern. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru did not provide a definitive answer, but rather retorted, do you also find his eyes particularly striking? Indeed, they are exceptionally bright, more so than any child his age, Tsunade replied earnestly. Ah, it seems you have noticed his uniqueness as well. I believe he has likely awakened it, but that child is exceedingly cautious, never revealing his true strength in front of others, Orochimaru commented with a hint of amusement. Is he truly that formidable? Jiraiya interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Initially perceiving Ryuun as merely a prodigious talent, he now realized he may have gravely underestimated the boy's potential. If Ryuun was as Orochimaru described, his power could rival that of Jiraiya himself. And he was only 12 years old, still shy of his peak potential. Shouldn't be an issue for you, Orochimaru remarked with a sidelong glance. Who do you think you're looking down on? Jiraiya retorted, his face flushed with indignation, feeling insulted. Believe it or not, I care not for your opinion. Orochimaru replied dismissively. 2 days later, within the cave, through the relentless efforts of his shadow clones and his own diligent practice, Ryuun successfully mastered the two advanced lightning release techniques in a remarkably short time, feeling a renewed surge of power. Shadow clone jutsu, he exclaimed, forming hand seals to produce 6 shadow clones. Locate Nagato and see if you can establish contact with him. If possible, attempt to retrieve Uchiha Obito's eyes for me. Ryuun coldly instructed, directing his clones to use transformation techniques to alter their appearances. This precaution was to prevent detection by Uchiha Obito or Kagaya, should he fail. At this moment, he operated from the shadows while Nagato remained in plain sight. He believed the chances of success were promising. Even if he were to alert Obito, it would still serve as a deterrent. Furthermore, upon dispersing the shadow clones, their memories would remain, allowing him to ascertain Nagato's general location, a crucial detail. After all the clones had departed, Ryuun left the secluded spot, opting not to return to the camp just yet. Instead, he sealed away his forehead protector, weapons, armor, and ninja tools, disguising himself as an ordinary child. He sought out a nearby village, spending some money to procure a decent meal, having subsisted on nothing but compressed biscuits and soldier pills for the past 2 days. After satiating his hunger, he found a clean small inn and rented a room, intending it to serve as a temporary refuge. Sitting cross-legged on the soft, dry bed, Ryuun retrieved a small scroll of storage, unsealing it to unveil an entire box of study materials. These were prepared for him by Granny Mizuho the day before his departure, representing the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, thereby indirectly acknowledging him as one of their own. As he leisurely absorbed the knowledge of seals, he quietly awaited news from his shadow clones. On the first day, 2 clones encountered peril, dissipating into smoke. The paths they traversed and the dangers they faced were relayed back to his original self. Ryuun promptly dispatched 2 more shadow clones, adjusting their routes accordingly. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, initially developed the shadow clone technique for gathering intelligence, and Ryuun had taken this ninjutsu to its zenith. The following day, the original 4 shadow clones were successively dispelled, their chakra depleted. After receiving a wealth of memories, he gained a general understanding of certain towns in the Land of Rain, and he sent out another set of 4 shadow clones. This time, they opted for a different direction in their search. By the 3rd day, Ryuun could no longer endure the monotony of studying. He felt compelled to check in with his esteemed teacher. Thus, he left the inn and embarked on his journey back to the camp. On the 4th day, 6 shadow clones disappeared one after another, yet he remained unable to locate Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he resolutely dispatched another batch of shadow clones. Surely, they couldn't be hiding in the Rain Village. I recall that Nagato and his companions were orphans wandering about. It's likely they have congregated somewhere, engaging in petty thievery across various towns. I refuse to believe that in this small land of rain, I cannot find a few individuals. Soon after, Ryuun returned to the camp of the Leaf Village, where he encountered the legendary Sannin. The fiery-tempered Tsunade unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon him. Had it not been for Orochimaru and Jiraiya intervening, Ryuun might have faced a beating. Realizing her concern, albeit expressed with furious intensity, he could only concede, accepting her scolding without retort and proactively admitting fault. "This isn't my fault, Sister Tsunade." At that time, the air was thick with poison and chaos reigned on the battlefield. I was relentlessly pursued by 2 formidable foes and inadvertently lost my way, Ryuun explained, his face a portrait of grievance. "Lost for an entire week? Are you jesting?" Tsunade retorted skeptically. "The ones pursuing you were 2 Jonin, correct? Did you manage to defeat them?" Orochimaru inquired with a smile. His esteemed teacher was unconcerned about the duration of his absence, as long as he had returned alive. Everything else was merely a minor detail. Ryuun recounted the events, albeit vaguely, as he was reluctant to delve into specifics. "Speak clearly about the battle," Orochimaru insisted. Ryuun fell silent for a moment, genuinely wishing to avoid detailing those events. "You want me to elaborate, yet you linger, as though contemplating how to deceive us?" Tsunade pinched his cheek. "Ouch. Please, Sister Tsunade, release me. Your grip is too strong." Ryuun pleaded. "Speak. If you dare conceal anything, your fate is sealed." Thus, Ryuun relayed a rough account of the battle. Although he simplified certain encounters, the 3 Sannin grasped the underlying dangers. "You utilized an antidote, pretending to be poisoned, enduring the deadly toxins to catch your enemies off guard." Tsunade gasped in astonishment. She understood that the antidote could not completely neutralize the poison. She was aware that after being poisoned by the pufferfish toxin, the body would develop some antibodies. At that moment, she could only marvel at Ryuun's audacity to gamble with his life by enduring the poison, and she was struck by his fortunate timing, coinciding with the period when her antidote was developed and when he had previously detoxified, achieving peak antibody levels. Chapter 129. The Akatsuki Trio Interrupted? In a small town within the Land of Rain, 3 scrawny, differently haired street boys had their eyes set on a bakery. They were ravenous, the freshly baked bread wafting an enticing aroma, and they plotted to steal some to assuage their hunger. "Nagato, Conan, I'll distract the baker while you seize the opportunity," proposed a boy with spiky orange hair. "Be careful, Yahiko. That baker is quite fierce, Conan warned with concern. Don't worry, I'm fast, he won't catch me. Yahiko replied confidently with a grin, then boldly stepped out of the alleyway to commence their plan. He strutted into the bakery, initially pretending to buy bread, before snatching 2 loaves and making a hasty escape. Hey, you haven't paid for that, you little brat. The baker, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his wits and furiously chased after him. Why should I pay for bread I took by skill? Ha ha. Yahiko laughed as he ran, inciting the baker's fury and irrationality. Nagato, hurry up. I'll keep watch. Conan urged anxiously. Okay, Nagato replied, dashing into the bakery and grabbing the largest, easiest loaves to carry. What are you sneaking around for in front of my shop? A plump middle-aged woman suddenly approached. Upon hearing her question, Conan visibly flinched, realizing that her fears had materialized. The woman appeared to be the bakery's owner, and she hadn't expected to return home at such a critical moment while Nagato was still inside stealing. Nothing, Conan exclaimed, signaling Nagato while attempting to block the woman from entering the shop. If Nagato were trapped inside, they would be doomed. Conan had to wait for him to emerge before escaping. What are you blocking me for? Get away from me, you little brat. The woman shouted angrily, receiving the signal. Nagato, pale with fear, bolted out of the bakery, clutching a pile of bread. He fled like a startled bird, sprinting with all his might. Help! Thieves! The woman quickly grasped the situation, shouting loudly and seizing Conan, who attempted to flee. No, let me go? I'm not a thief, Conan cried, her face ashen and tears streaming down her cheeks. You little thieves think you can deny it at such a critical moment? I swear I'll teach you a lesson today. The woman's face contorted with rage as she raised her hand to strike Conan. Just as her hand was about to connect, a delicate hand seized her wrist at the last moment. At the crucial moment, a strikingly beautiful girl appeared, rescuing Conan. Who are you? Are you in cahoots with this little thief? The woman demanded with a menacing glare. You guessed correctly. The girl smiled sweetly, then exerted her strength, causing the woman to cry out in pain. The woman, momentarily distracted by the girl, released Conan's arm and attempted to retaliate, but the girl swiftly pushed her away. Seizing the opportunity, the girl grasped Conan's hand and they fled together. You damn thieves! You little brats! The woman shouted, trembling with rage, unable to catch the 2 slender figures. Once they had distanced themselves, Conan couldn't help but burst into a peal of laughter, relieved to have escaped calamity. Thank you, miss, she said, panting as she bowed in gratitude. It was nothing, really, the girl replied with a gentle smile. As she gazed upon his sweet smile, Xiaonan momentarily fell into a daze. Little sister, could you guide me to your companions? I have matters to discuss with the one with red hair. The beautiful girl inquired with a smile. In truth, he could have confronted the red-haired thief directly, but upon seeing the pale, frightened girl on the verge of tears, he ultimately chose to rescue her first. Are you referring to Nagato? Xiaonan asked, astonished. Yes, that's correct, Nagato, the girl affirmed, nodding earnestly. Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, but then promptly nodded in agreement, deciding to lead this kind-hearted young lady. All right, follow me, I'll take you there. Having just been saved by this young woman, Xiaonan felt certain she was not a villain, and thus guided her to the trio's secret hideout. Inside the hideout, Yahiko and Nagato were both present, growing increasingly anxious at Xiaonan's absence. I think Xiaonan was captured, but when I went back to check, she was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she managed to escape, Nagato said, panic etched across his face. Initially frightened, he had focused solely on fleeing. But upon realizing that Xiaonan might have been caught, he rushed back, only to find the foul-mouthed woman, but Xiaonan had vanished. Concluding that she might have successfully escaped, he hurried back to the hideout, only to find Yahiko waiting. The thought of potentially abandoning Xiaonan filled Nagato with deep regret. What? How could this happen? I drew the bakery owner away. How could Xiaonan have been captured? What do you mean she might have escaped? Be clear. Yahiko pressed urgently. Yahiko, Nagato, I'm fine. Xiaonan's voice rang out just in time. Upon seeing her return safely, the 2 boys were instantly overjoyed and rushed over. Xiaonan, you're okay. That's such a relief. Nagato's anxious heart finally found solace. It was this Miss Lu Ryuun who saved me. Xiaonan quickly introduced the beautiful girl beside her. Hello, I am Lu Ryuun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Ryuun's gaze flickered, seemingly in search of something. Once she confirmed that only the 3 of them were present in the hideout, she extended a friendly hand toward the 2 boys. Lu Ryuun, Yahiko, and Nagato exchanged glances, both puzzled. Hello, I'm Yahiko. Thank you for saving Xiaonan, Yahiko. With his cheerful disposition, was the first to smile brightly and grasp Lu Rian's hand. Lu Rian nodded, saying little more, before extending her hand toward Nagato. With his head bowed in shyness, he ultimately mustered the courage to reach out. Hello, I'm Nagato. Their hands clasped together. In that moment, Lu Rian's eyes, fixed on the nearby Rinnegan, gleamed with barely contained greed. Chapter 130. The Shadow Clone Mission Fails, signing the summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. As night fell, Lu Rian successfully ingratiated herself with the three boys, earning their trust and becoming good friends. Xiaonan even invited Lu Rian to sleep with her, but she politely declined. Lu Rian, after all, was merely a shadow clone here to fulfill a task, not to engage in frivolities. After a period of perception and investigation, she found no sign of Uchiha Obito or the black and white Zetsu, suggesting that there were indeed no guardians near Uzumaki Nagato. She had deliberately approached Nagato several times, even attempting to get closer to him, yet nothing seemed amiss. It was as though Obito and Zetsu were utterly oblivious to her presence. Taking advantage of the boy's slumber, the beautiful girl, transformed from a cloud of shadow, stealthily approached Nagato's bed. Since her arrival among the trio, everything seemed to be progressing too smoothly, leaving her perplexed. Even standing beside Nagato now, she felt no hint of abnormality. It was as if Obito and Zetsu had completely disregarded the potency of the Rinnegan. In the next instant, she hesitated no longer, thrusting her hands forward directly toward Nagato's eyes. Just as she was about to make contact, a surge of white, sticky substance erupted from her hands. What? It's actually the spore technique of Zetsu. Lu Rian realized she was completely immobilized. This was a particularly troublesome binding technique. In the original story, Zetsu had silently used the spore technique on the 5 Kage, simultaneously entrapping them all. Lu Rian had not anticipated falling victim to it so quietly, despite her utmost caution. In truth, as she neared Nagato, spores had clung to her from the wind, and even if she had acted immediately upon encountering him, the outcome would have been the same. Ultimately, it was a matter of her inadequate strength. Moreover, she was merely a shadow clone. A white figure descended from the ceiling, its face adorned with a sinister smile, its gaze fixed intently upon her. It's not going to be that easy, Lu Rian thought to herself. Although she was currently unable to break free from her bonds, her expression remained calm. Zetsu, intrigued by the sudden appearance of this woman, noted that her target was clearly the Rinnegan. He had dealt with many who coveted this pair of eyes, yet this woman's demeanor puzzled him. It seemed she had always aimed for the eyes, her intentions transparent. Even when captured, she recovered her composure almost immediately after a brief moment of surprise. How could she be so weak, with chakra levels only equivalent to a Chunin? Such strength dares to covet the Rinnegan? If not for the fear of alarming Nagato and the others, Zetsu would have mocked her ruthlessly. Just as he intended to absorb her chakra and drag her out of the room for interrogation, she suddenly screamed, "Help!" As soon as Lu Rian cried out, she exploded into smoke and vanished, leaving Zetsu dumbfounded. A shadow clone. The knight's scream nearly startled Nagato and Yahiko out of their wits. Upon waking, they immediately discovered Zetsu's soft, writhing form on the floor. What in the world is that? It seems to be moving. The two brothers fled the room in fright. This was Lu Rian's final ploy to disgust Zetsu. In the future, whenever Nagato encountered such white creatures, would he recall this night and feel a sense of vigilance? After all, a sweet-natured young lady had vanished overnight, clearly linked to this peculiar white being. At the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain, upon receiving the memories of her shadow clone, Lu Rian's pupils dilated sharply. Zetsu, it appears he lacks formidable sensory abilities, rendering him incapable of detecting that individual. The concealment abilities of both Zetsu and Black Zetsu were quite bothersome. What are you talking about? Orochimaru approached, holding a large scroll. Nothing much. This is the summoning contract of the Dragon Cave's Serpent Clan. By leaving my blood seal on it, I will be able to summon the great serpent of the Dragon Cave in the future. Orochimaru explained as he unfurled a massive scroll. He intended to teach Lu Rian the summoning technique, so they could use the Serpent Clan to communicate and never have to worry about losing contact again. This could be considered a form of legacy from teacher to disciple, and Lu Rian even spotted the name of Sengoku inscribed on the scroll. It seemed he had chosen to inherit the great serpent of the Dragon Cave instead of the Slug Queen, perhaps believing the serpent to be cooler and stronger. Orochimaru teaching Lu Ryuun the summoning technique was a form of acknowledgement. He had formally accepted her as a disciple, solidifying their master-disciple relationship. Excitement radiated from Lu Ryuun as he bit his finger, allowing his blood to coat his palm before he pressed it down to leave a blood seal. When the contract was sealed, a smile broke across his face. In that moment, not only did he acquire a magnificent steed, but even the mystical arts of the Dragon Cave seemed to beckon to him. Lu Ryuun was eager to rush outside to employ the summoning technique, attempting to call forth a great serpent, but was promptly halted by Orochimaru. Rest now, there's no need to be hasty. Tomorrow will suffice for practice, he said with a smile. Understood, master. Lu Ryuun repressed his excitement, complying with Orochimaru's counsel. By the way, when utilizing the summoning technique, be wary not to expend too much chakra at once. Should you inadvertently summon the likes of the 10,000 snakes or some excessively powerful, irritable serpent, it could spell disaster. Those creatures are known for their volatile temperament and may turn against their summoner, Orochimaru warned sternly. Nearly half of the serpents in the Dragon Cave resist the control of the summoning technique. Lu Ryuun momentarily paused at this revelation, but soon nodded with a smile. I understand. The 10,000 snakes would certainly hope not to be summoned, for if that were to happen, Lu Ryuun would not hesitate to remind them who their master truly is. The following dawn, Lu Ryuun set out early from the camp, heading towards a secluded location nearby. As he walked, he kept his head lowered, deep in thought about the Rinnegan. After his last attempt with the shadow clone failed, sending another clone now would likely result in it being lost entirely. Even if found, success seemed improbable. Uchiha Madara and the black and white Zetsu were foes far beyond his current capabilities. In the face of such overwhelming power, Lu Ryuun struggled to conceive a viable strategy. The formidable Rinnegan lay within reach, yet he lacked the means to seize it, leaving him with a sense of regret. Chapter 131. The Black Giant Serpent that Devours Poisonous Snakes, a Rebellious Beast. Summoning Technique. In a secluded area far from the Konoha camp, Lu Ryuun bit his finger, using his blood as a seal to attempt summoning the great serpents of the Dragon Cave. His first attempt yielded only a small, colorful snake. Observing the writhing creature on the ground, he swiftly kicked it away. This little thing was clearly venomous. A single bite could lead to dire consequences, as ninjas typically possess high attack but low defense. Summoning Technique. Lu Ryuun embarked on relentless practice, varying and amplifying his summoning subjects. After half a day of mastering the nuances of the technique, he resolutely increased his chakra output, intent on summoning a truly formidable creature. Summoning Technique. With the incantation echoing and a significant expenditure of chakra, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and from it emerged an extraordinarily massive black serpent. This summoned behemoth, adorned with 2 horns, bore a striking resemblance to a dragon, surpassing even the 10,000 snakes in size. Its colossal form was estimated to exceed 100 meters. The suddenly summoned black serpent appeared bewildered, still in the process of swallowing its meal, the red tail of which unmistakably belonged to another large serpent. Lu Ryuun was momentarily taken aback. The enormous black serpent he had summoned seemed preoccupied with devouring a fellow serpent. Are you also a serpent from the Dragon Cave? Lu Ryuun could not resist uttering a rhetorical question. To discover a serpent that feasted on its own kind within the Dragon Cave was perplexing. How could the White Snake Sage permit such a creature's existence? The black serpent coldly regarded him, remaining silent as it continued its meal, the red poisonous snake gradually disappearing into its body. Lu Ryuun chose not to interrupt its feeding, feeling quite satisfied with this serpent, as one that could consume other serpents would likely possess substantial power. As the black serpent swallowed the red snake whole, it finally regained its ability to speak. You, this insignificant ant, summoned me, did you? Truly, you are unaware of your own mortality, it hissed ominously. Insignificant ant? Lu Ryuun chuckled, sensing yet another uncooperative beast. In truth, over half of the serpents in the Dragon Cave harbored an aversion to humans, a trait deeply rooted in their nature. To them, humans were merely another item on their menu, and summoned creatures often exhibited varying degrees of resistance. Moreover, serpents were generally known for their volatility, and this particular serpent, which preyed on others, was among the most notorious. It could be more despised than the one-eyed giant serpent known as Shinya, which merely avoided humans without resorting to cannibalism. Beast, the black serpent could hardly believe its ears. How audacious for a frigid creature to consider itself superior. Lu Ryuun smirked again, A mere serpent dared to call him an ant, truly underestimating the sharpness of his chakra-infused blade. With countless serpents in the dragon cave, he could easily eliminate this one and summon countless others, without needing to stoop to the level of ingratiating himself like Orochimaru. You truly seek your end. In an instant, the black serpent lunged at him, its massive frame still burdened by the recent meal, yet its speed was astonishing. Ryuun executed a body flicker technique, narrowly evading the attack as trees behind him were obliterated by the serpent's formidable force. Dodging the assault, Ryuun swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A gargantuan fireball surged towards the serpent's head. The black serpent regarded the incoming fireball with disdain, raising its massive tail and swiping at it, cleaving the fireball in two. With a resounding hiss, the residual flames were extinguished in an instant. Ryuun stared in astonishment at the scene. Before he could launch another attack, the black serpent's tail came crashing down once more. He immediately utilized the body flicker technique again, narrowly avoiding the strike that shattered the ground where he had stood, creating a web of cracks and causing tremors in the area. The force of that blow exceeded his expectations. It could easily be described as earth-shattering. If Ryuun had been struck directly, he would likely suffer severe injuries, if not death. The black serpent's might commanded his respect, and he resolved to eliminate this rebellious creature as an example to others. Lightning release, lightning bolt technique. As he evaded another lunge from the black serpent, Ryuun unleashed a lightning-infused ninjutsu. With increased chakra output, a massive bolt of lightning struck the serpent's bloated body, forcing a pained wail from it. Lightning release, lightning strike. After successfully landing a hit, Ryuun leaped onto its massive form to deliver another blow. A torrent of lightning surged into the serpent's body, illuminating it with electric energy. The serpent writhed in agony, mustering all its strength to shake off the human clinging to it, only to open its mouth wide in an attempt to regurgitate the red serpent it had just consumed. This was a typical response for serpents in crisis. Having just filled its belly, it found itself struggling to manage this agile human, with its body so unwieldy. Evading a lightning strike was no simple feat. Observing the serpent's reaction, Ryuun understood its intent without hesitation. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling a massive amount of lightning chakra towards its throat. Lightning release, false dark. Ryuun unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, striking the black serpent's neck with blinding speed, aiming to sever its head. As the solid lightning approached at breakneck speed, the black serpent's pupils abruptly constricted, acutely aware of the imminent threat of death. The timing of the flowing clouds attack was impeccable, striking precisely as it was in the midst of ruminating its meal, leaving it utterly unable to employ the snakeskin substitution technique to evade the impending harm. In a moment of dire urgency, the massive black serpent disregarded its meal and swiftly veered to evade the blow. The faux dark lightning struck, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh from its neck. Yet it narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and in a frenzy of agony, the black serpent writhed about, expelling the massive red serpent from its mouth. Upon completing its regurgitation, a significant portion of its serpentine body rose high, its trembling form and tail betraying its fury. Ant-like humans, you truly deserve to perish. The colossal black serpent glared down at the flowing clouds, genuinely enraged, gazing up at the terrifyingly large black serpent, which towered over 30 meters in height. Flowing clouds exhibited no fear. Instead, their eyes glinted crimson. Are you enraged? Chapter 132. The moment of crisis erupts. The Sharingan Jinjutsu, forcefully broken. Are you enraged? Flowing clouds formed a hand seal, their blood red. Three-Tomoe Sharingan coldly fixated on the great black serpent. Their words acted as a signal, igniting the serpent's fury and causing it to lose its composure. In the next instant, it lunged forward with an astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, reaching the flowing clouds in the blink of an eye. Flowing clouds stood resolutely in place, not flinching or retreating, as if the terrifying serpent posed no threat, even wearing a relaxed smile. At the moment the smile graced their lips, the black serpent abruptly halted, and three eerie black tomo manifested in its eyes, revealing that it was clearly under the control of the Sharingan. It was even easier than anticipated. Flowing clouds smiled as they lowered their hand from the seal, with their mental prowess and the power of the Sharingan. Dealing with such a large summoning beast was almost effortlessly simple. It cannot move. At that instant, the black serpent was horrified. Realizing it could not even retreat to its lair, its entire body rendered uncontrollable, its consciousness firmly ensnared by the strange Sharingan. Despite its utmost efforts, it could not break free, straining only to observe the movements of the human. Flowing Clouds approached its vital point with a chakra blade in hand, clearly indicating that it had no intention of granting the serpent a chance to survive. The black serpent was frantic and terrified, not wanting to die. Yet with its body and consciousness bound by the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, it had no opportunity to plead for mercy. "No, Mother, White Snake Sage, please save me." The black serpent's heart cried out, its body trembling violently with fear. It beheld the chakra blade in the human's hand, radiating a brilliant blue lightning, poised to pierce its fatal weakness. Watching this scene, it felt utterly powerless to resist, experiencing the depths of despair and the true meaning of weakness. Compared to this human, it was the true ant. The former arrogance it had displayed was now replaced by profound fear and regret. As the son of the Dragon Cavern Sage, the black serpent had been a lawless entity within the Dragon Cavern, inherently brutal and even preying upon its kin. Although other serpents feared it, its noble lineage exempted it from punishment. Now, faced with an incomprehensible young prodigy, its pride and dignity were shattered in an instant. Flowing Clouds had taught it that there were those beyond its understanding, exposing its own frailty and ignorance. The world outside was indeed vast, and there were beings capable of subduing it with a mere glance. The weak serpent had no chance to plead for mercy, and the human seemed indifferent to its submission. "Since you cannot assist me, then you shall perish." Flowing Cloud's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, the chakra blade was thrust toward the black serpent's vital point. No. At the brink of death, the black serpent's instinct for survival surged to its peak, and within the next moment, its bloodline power was fully awakened. A torrent of formidable sage chakra surging forth, instantly shattering the grip of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. In an instant, it regained its ability to move, hastily twisting its body, forcing Flowing Clouds to momentarily lose balance and narrowly evade the lethal strike. Flowing Clouds was startled by the black serpent's sudden movement, nearly losing their footing. In a critical moment, chakra adhered to their feet, allowing them to stabilize against the serpent's form. This chakra Flowing Clouds' Three-Tomoe Sharingan reflected shock. There was no time to ponder further, as their chakra blade thrust forward once more, only to witness the black serpent explode into a cloud of smoke, having evidently escaped back to the Dragon Cavern. Damn it! Flowing Clouds cursed under their breath, frustrated by the missed strike. Why did this happen? Why did such powerful chakra erupt from within it just now? Their Sharingan could perceive the chakra that had surged from the black serpent, which had multiplied exponentially in an instant. The sudden appearance of immense sage chakra had broken the Jinjutsu, enabling its escape from Flowing Clouds' assault. This massive black serpent appeared quite extraordinary. They recalled that the original text contained no description of such a creature. However, with numerous serpents residing in the Dragon Cavern, it was not surprising that one or two exhibited unique traits. A black serpent adorned with dragon horns, its size exceeding that of the myriad serpents, had forcibly broken free from their Jinjutsu's hold. Flowing Clouds suddenly found themselves intrigued by this black serpent. Given their current ocular prowess and mental strength, they believed they could control a tailed beast of 1 to 7 tails for a short period with their Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Yet, they had faltered against a summoning serpent. In the summoning realm, the black serpent, having narrowly returned to the Dragon Cavern, could not suppress a howl of anguish. At that moment, it bore a visage of agony, as if engulfed in raging flames, writhing in torment. "Mother!" Its cry echoed throughout the Dragon Cavern. Upon hearing this plea, the white phosphor serpent, reclining upon its throne, abruptly opened its slit-like eyes and, with remarkable speed, darted to the black serpent's side. "What is this?" The white phosphor serpent spoke, astonishment evident in its gaze. "Mother, my body is so hot, so painful." The black serpent writhed, its immense form twisting uncontrollably. "When did you undergo the lightning tribulation? Your bloodline power is awakening fully. My son, you are on the verge of becoming a dragon." The white phosphor serpent was suddenly filled with elation, disregarding the black serpent's suffering and the gaping wound upon its neck. The transformation into a dragon was a miraculous opportunity. Her precious son, having ventured out, had surpassed the lightning tribulation and was already showing signs of impending draconic metamorphosis. The white phosphor serpent sensed the continuously strengthening sage chakra within the black serpent. Recognizing that it could not alleviate the pain of this transformation, at that moment, it could only coil around it, preventing other serpents from disturbing it. What is happening? Three beautiful snake maidens emerged from the dragon cavern, loyal subordinates of the white phosphor serpent. Do not approach. Keep your distance from my son. He is about to transform into a dragon. The white phosphor serpent sternly commanded the maidens who sought to draw near. What? Transforming into a dragon? The maidens gasped in shock. Yet, due to the white sage's orders, they dared not approach, remaining at a distance, watching as the black serpent writhed in anguish. The black serpent's piercing roar grew increasingly unfamiliar, hinting at a transformation toward a dragon's cry. The massive body, akin to a mountain, gradually began to crack under repeated twists, with torrents of blood gushing forth from the fissured serpent's form, rendering the scene grotesquely bloody. Chapter 133, The Second Evolution of the Black Dragon. The god of death and despair strike again. As the great black serpent commenced its transformation into a dragon, its entire body became drenched in blood. This evolution was remarkably swift, exhibiting a violent intensity that indicated immense suffering. However, such tribulations were a requisite for the serpent's transformation, and onlookers could only watch helplessly, unable to assist, not even the formidable white snake immortal. Transforming into a dragon is both a monumental opportunity and an equally monumental calamity. Aside from those fabled individuals destined by fate, any other being attempting to intervene would only complicate the tribulation of transformation. Good child, you must endure. The white snake immortal, witnessing the blood staining the earth, paced anxiously, yet refrained from intervening, knowing that any assistance would jeopardize the opportunity and potentially harm the black serpent. The dragon's cave had long established a decree forbidding any interference during a serpent's transformation, including any form of assistance beyond mere observation. Under the watchful eyes of many serpents, the writhing body of the great black serpent gradually calmed, appearing almost lifeless. Is the black dragon dead? One serpent instinctively questioned, only to be silenced by the white snake immortal, who swiftly dispatched it with a lethal strike. The other serpents fell into an eerie silence, not daring to breathe. Lord Wanshi, you have experience with dragon transformations. Could you enlighten us about the black dragon's situation? A brave female serpent timidly inquired of Wanshi. I am uncertain. Although I too evolved alongside the black dragon under fortuitous circumstances, our states of evolution are markedly different, Wanshi replied, noting the stark contrast between their forms. However, one thing is clear, the process is excruciating, far more so than shedding skin. Wanshi, with 4 horns on its head, appeared somewhat awkward, while the black serpent bore 2 sharp, formidable horns that could serve as weapons. If one were to judge which serpent resembled a dragon more closely, the answer would undoubtedly be the black serpent. This marked the black dragon's second evolution, a feat unmatched by any serpent for millennia. Save for a few ancestors of the dragon's cave, the outcome remained uncertain, but hopes were high that the black dragon would achieve the improbable. While Wanshi pondered, the white snake immortal suddenly erupted in joyous laughter. I sense it. Such powerful chakra and vitality. My son has succeeded. Ha! As the words left its lips, a grotesque and unfamiliar dragon head emerged from the shattered body of the colossal serpent, followed by a slender neck. As the neck burst forth from the flesh, a pair of robust dragon claws violently tore apart the remnants of the old body. The onlooking serpents were left in awe. The dragon claws have emerged, Wanshi stammered, overwhelmed with excitement as the black dragon's evolution provided invaluable experience. As the 3-toed dragon claws pried open the shell, an incredibly fierce black dragon was revealed in its entirety. A true dragon. Countless serpents gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the black dragon epitomized its name, flawlessly evolving into a true dragon, the Jiaolong. Ha! I knew you could do it. The dragon's cave is finally deserving of its name, welcoming the arrival of a true dragon. The white snake immortal laughed uncontrollably, tears of joy streaming down its face. The black Jiaolong fully unfurled its grand form, and although still feeble from its recent transformation, it emitted a resounding and awe-inspiring dragon roar. Upon hearing that roar, all the serpents in the dragon's cave instinctively prostrated themselves. This was a terrifying bloodline suppression. At that moment, the 3 great snake maidens, Wanshi, and other serpents lay flat on the ground, unable to move under the dragon's formidable presence. Just as the black Jiaolong reveled in its newfound power, it was suddenly summoned elsewhere, leaving the serpents bewildered. What just happened? They collectively pondered. The black dragon has been summoned. One of the snake maidens stammered. Quickly, fetch the summoning contract. I must see which audacious human dared to do this. Commanded the white snake immortal, its expression icy. Yes, the three great snake maidens hurried into the depths of the dragon's cave to retrieve the contract. In a secluded area of the land of rain, Ryuun observed the pool of blood left by the great black serpent and contemplated a summoning. If I mix my blood with that of the black serpent, I should be able to forcibly summon it back, he mused. Moments later, as the summoning technique was invoked, the massive form reappeared within the mist. Is that a Jiaolong? Upon the dispersal of the smoke, the sight before him caused Ryuun to instinctively step back. You again, the black dragon exclaimed, also retreating reflexively. What? I used the blood of the great black serpent. You are that great black serpent, aren't you? The astute Uchiha Ryuun quickly deduced. I am not. The black dragon instinctively denied, originally intending to flee back to the dragon's cave. It was momentarily halted by the sight of the blood-red, Three-Tomoe Sharingan. In an instant, this not-so-intelligent Jiaolong fell prey to the same trick once again. The Sharingan is particularly effective against tailed beasts and large summoning creatures. Even though the black Jiaolong possessed a high intensity of sage chakra, it was rendered powerless. Previously, it had evaded the illusion due to a sudden surge of bloodline power activating a significant amount of sage chakra, inadvertently breaking the illusion. The awakening of the bloodline power allowed the great black serpent to unleash a surge of sage chakra, which inadvertently dispelled the illusion. While sage chakra is qualitatively superior to ordinary chakra, it lacks inherent properties to counter illusions. The ability to break free relies on the host's capabilities. The strength of chakra does not determine one's resistance to illusions. Just as Naruto Uzumaki, despite having chakra many times stronger than Kisame Hashigaki's, was toyed with by Itachi Uchiha's Genjutsu when they first met. Similarly, powerful tailed beasts, which are collections of chakra, find themselves at the mercy of a strong Mangekyo Sharingan, as evidenced by the wild 9 tails in its prime. The black dragon's sage chakra stabilized, indicating a potential for being controlled by the Sharingan once more. I am curious, how did you suddenly evolve from a snake into a Jiaolong? Ryuun inquired, holding a chakra blade while standing atop the Jiaolong's head. At this moment, the newly transformed black dragon was at its weakest, with its scales yet to fully harden. A single strike could easily end it. Chapter 134. What is a true dragon? The black Jiaolong submits. This time, Ryuun, using the Sharingan to control it, granted the creature the ability to speak. Wait, we can discuss this. As long as you don't attack, I'm open to any form of cooperation. The black dragon hurriedly responded, fearing that if it delayed too long, it might be struck down before it could plead for mercy. I am asking how you suddenly transformed from a snake into a Jiaolong. Ryuun pressed, furrowing his brow. The black dragon trembled at the sight of his expression, feeling a shiver run down its spine. I have just awakened the power of my bloodline heritage, having recently completed my evolution within the dragon's lair. The black dragon, now devoid of any pretense, admitted that it had only just undergone its second evolution and was in its prime. It would be utterly humiliating to be slain by a mere child during a moment of weakness. Surely, there cannot be many serpents like you in the dragon's lair. Ryuun suddenly inquired. In his previous experiences watching anime, he had never encountered any serpentine dragons in the dragon's lair. Apart from the myriad snakes and the white snake sage, who bore dragon horns and somewhat resembled a dragon. Oh, and there is also the second-generation serpent, the Wanshi, cultivated from the Wanshi cells by Orochimaru. But that creature is a product of technology and does not belong to the dragon's lair, he mused. In the entirety of the dragon's lair, I alone have accomplished a second evolution. I am the true dragon. The black dragon's voice brimmed with pride and arrogance. Humph. Do you even comprehend what a true dragon is? You are merely a lowly serpent, far from the true essence of a dragon. Ryuun scoffed, his disdain evident. You insolent child, how could you, a mere human, understand the dragon's lair better than I? I am a black dragon, a genuine dragon. The black dragon roared in frustration. To be dismissed as a mere serpent felt like a deep insult. I understand dragons far better than you, for I am the heir of the dragon. Ryuun replied calmly, his serious demeanor betraying no hint of deceit. Are you jesting? The black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with skepticism. A human child claiming to be the heir of dragons. Do you expect me to believe such folly? Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. Humph. I knew you were merely boasting, speaking lies, unable to recognize a true dragon, and yet you dare to question me. Silence. Lu Yun suddenly reprimanded, his expression darkening, interrupting the black dragon's tirade. A serpent is but a serpent. You do not comprehend what a true dragon is. Had you known, you would not be so presumptuous, comparing yourself to a true dragon. A dragon can be grand or diminutive, can ascend or conceal. When grand, it stirs clouds and exhales mist, summons wind and rain, and commands thunder. When diminutive, it conceals itself, leaving no trace, invisible to the eyes of mortals, which cannot perceive its true form. A true dragon can soar through the cosmos, traversing between heaven and earth, or lie hidden within the waves, exerting pressure across the seas. A single roar from a true dragon can alter the very colors of the heavens, and a mere flick of its tail possesses the might to cleave mountains and sever rivers. Pray tell, what abilities of a true dragon do you currently possess? Lu Yun questioned sternly, his face unwavering. You possess only the form of a dragon. If you claim to be a serpent, I would not bother to argue with you. But to consider yourself a true dragon is to be utterly ignorant. Presently, you are but a trifling three-clawed serpent. Only when you grow to possess 5 claws may you claim to be a true dragon. Do you comprehend, fool? At that moment, the black dragon was utterly stunned. It had initially thought this human child was merely boasting about being the heir of dragons. But the gravity of Lu Yun's words compelled even the black dragon to recognize their truth. The ancestors of the dragon's lair had indeed mentioned the existence of a true dragon, a being that no mere serpent could ever hope to attain. The founder of the dragon's lair had dedicated their life to reaching heights that could never match the true dragon, forever remaining at 4 claws. For Lu Yun to speak of a 5-clawed true dragon indicated that his words were not mere nonsense. He might indeed possess a deeper understanding of dragons than any of the serpents in the dragon's lair. He could even be the true heir of dragons. Who exactly are you? The black dragon, in that moment, no longer dared to consider itself a true dragon. Nor did it feel insulted by Lu Yun's claim that it was a serpent. It had known of the 5-clawed true dragon, but it felt emboldened to boast of its superiority simply because it was the only serpent in the dragon's lair to have evolved to such a state. It never anticipated that, having just transformed, it would be so swiftly confronted and humbled. Moreover, it now found itself at the mercy of Lu Yun. Do not rush. You must first make your choice before you can ask me who I am, Lu Yun stated with a smile. What choice? The black dragon inquired anxiously. Submission or death? Lu Yun gazed at it intently, prepared to strike if he did not receive a satisfactory response. After all, no matter how impressive a serpent might be, if it refused to serve him, it was merely a beast that held no value. Additionally, this creature appeared to possess considerable treasures. Perhaps its remains could yield valuable insights for Orochimaru. I submit. The black dragon ultimately relented. There was no alternative. Defiance would lead to its demise. Seeing Lu Yun's demeanor, it was evident he was not one to jest. Previously, as a mere serpent, it had lacked the privilege to plead for mercy. Only after its transformation had it gained the right to speak. You swear, in the name of the dragon's lair, in the name of the true dragon, and by the thunderous punishment of the heavens, Lu Yun instructed with a smile. This creature, which had even consumed its own kind, was unlikely to be a compliant servant. And Lu Yun remained skeptical. What? The black dragon's eyes widened in anger, but under Lu Yun's imposing presence, it ultimately complied and swore the oath as instructed. For a being that had to endure tribulations, the utmost taboo was to utter a vow that could invoke heavenly retribution, let alone violate such a promise. This time, it genuinely acquiesced. Upon reflection, Lu Yun's claim of being the heir of dragons did not seem unreasonable. After all, submitting to the heir of a dragon was not without merit, considering the dragon's lair had forged a contract of communication with humanity, which held a similar significance. Most importantly, the black dragon sought to glean more secrets about true dragons from Lu Yun, motivating its swift submission. Excellent. Lu Yun laughed heartily, releasing the illusionary bindings, allowing the black dragon to regain its freedom. This must be the power of the Sharingan, the black dragon mused, not a creature of ignorance. It recognized the significance of those crimson eyes. Yet, it had not anticipated that this child's ocular prowess would be so formidable. The mental binding it exerted was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 135, Surrounded by Serpents. The Identity of the Black Dragon. I am Uchiha Ryuun. Ryuun boldly declared, regarding the Black Serpent as his newly acquired summoning companion. What is your name? I am the Black Dragon. It began, but before it could complete its sentence, it erupted into a plume of smoke, and not only it, but Ryuun too vanished in an instant, both forcefully summoned back to the dragon's lair. Ryuun found himself utterly bewildered. At that moment, not only was he confused, but the Black Dragon, having returned to the dragon's lair, felt equally disoriented. Dragon, is this the one who summoned you? The white snake sage coldly regarded the diminutive human before him. Surrounded by a multitude of serpents. Ryuun stood frozen in shock, realizing he had been summoned back to the dragon's lair, encircled by formidable serpents. Who the hell can explain to me what is happening here? In such dire circumstances, even unleashing his Mangekyo Sharingan would likely be futile against the onslaught of the serpents surrounding him. It was merely an act of playful summoning earlier that morning, dealing with a few unruly snakes. The greater serpents that had been summoned by Orochimaru had met their demise, and yet the dragon's lair had not come to his aid. No, it was because of the Black Dragon. Ryuun's gaze shifted towards the Black Dragon. This creature clearly held a significant status within the dragon's lair. Among the throng of snakes, it alone possessed 4 limbs, resembling a dragon more than any other. Could it be that the events of subduing it and compelling its submission had reached the ears of these serpents? With this thought, Ryuun instinctively swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his heart racing with anxiety. Had he known such circumstances would arise, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. To reason with him, after Uchiha Sasuke's encounter with the myriad snakes, he had not faced any repercussions from the dragon's lair. Why should he be subjected to the wrath of a multitude of serpents merely for frightening a large black snake? It felt as if he had disturbed a nest of snakes, inciting a whole horde against him. The Black Dragon bore horns, and the myriad snakes also possessed 4 prominent ones. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he questioned why only he seemed to receive such an extraordinary welcome from the myriad snakes. Surely, they could converse amicably. Just yesterday, he had signed a summoning contract with their domain, establishing a connection. It was unreasonable for them to immediately resort to threats of violence. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, Ryuun forced a smile, his complexion paling considerably. Who said we are allies? The white phosphorus great snake glared at Ryuun with a menacing gaze, its raised scales betraying its fury, while the vast chakra of sage energy within its colossal form surged ominously. This chakra likely surpassed even that of tailed beasts. Ryuun felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, nearly unable to lift his head. Through the lenses of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, he could see the immense amount of sage chakra compressed within the white phosphorus great snake, causing it to radiate a brilliant glow. "Isn't your Black Dragon in fine condition?" Ryuun managed to utter, each word a struggle. His body felt weak, propped up solely by chakra, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Upon hearing his remark, the white phosphorus great snake hesitated for a moment before turning to the Black Dragon, seeking its judgment on whether to spare or eliminate him. "Now you're anxious, aren't you?" The Black Dragon, having approached, grinned mockingly at him. "What do I have to be anxious about? I believe that my elder brother, the Black Dragon, is a creature of his word and would not harm me." Ryuun chuckled nervously, his demeanor appearing somewhat subservient and ingratiating. "Didn't you just say I was unworthy of being called a dragon? How is it that you've changed your tune in just a few minutes?" "I preferred your former rebellious attitude," the Black Dragon teased, circling around him. "What? This little brat dares to be so audacious? To claim that the great Black Dragon is not a dragon?" A snake maiden hissed threateningly, while the other 2 responded with equally chilling hisses. In an instant, not just the 3 snake maidens, but the entire assembly of great snakes unleashed a cacophony of terrifying hisses, a sound that could easily send the faint-hearted into a state of panic. Confronted with this scene, Ryuun realized that mere submission would not suffice. But after a moment of panic, he oddly found his composure. "Are you preparing to bully the outnumbered?" he challenged. "What if we do? Even Orochimaru wouldn't dare speak to us this way. You, a mere human child, think you can provoke the great Black Dragon? Truly, you are courting death." The myriad snakes interjected, fully aware of his connection with Orochimaru. To them, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect, unworthy of courtesy. "Silence. What right do you?" A worthless snake, have to speak to me? Lu Yun suddenly shouted. His audacious words silenced many of the great snakes, his Three-Tomoe Sharingan glowing with a fierce crimson, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure. Little brat, you seek death. The upper half of the myriad snakes lifted ominously before it lunged forward like an arrow. Its assault swift and fierce, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. Lu Yun coldly regarded it, standing his ground as it charged at him. Just as it was about to reach him, a powerful dragon tail struck it forcefully, sending it flying. The myriad snakes, caught off guard, tumbled across the ground, revealing the sheer strength of the blow. Lord Black Dragon, you. After a moment of recovery on the ground, the myriad snakes managed to rise. Did I permit you to act? Should you dare to disrespect the hierarchy again, I will not hesitate to devour you. The black dragon growled darkly, having positioned its lengthy form protectively around Lu Yun. The myriad snakes had clearly provoked it by bypassing its body to attack Lu Yun, an affront that could not be tolerated. I understand, the myriad snakes muttered, immediately subdued. It lowered its head and retreated into the depths of the dragon's lair, no longer daring to linger in the presence of the black dragon. In terms of both power and status, the myriad snakes were no match for the black dragon. Given its noble lineage as the offspring of the white phosphorus great snake, it could legally feast upon its kin, should it ever feel inclined to do so. Even the white snake sage would likely refrain from intervening. Due to its age, the white phosphorus great snake had lost the ability to lay eggs, leaving it with only this one cherished offspring, which it adored unconditionally. Whatever the black dragon did, it would support without hesitation, even if it meant consuming snakes, justifying it by claiming they were weak or infirm, beneficial for the positive development of the dragon's lair. Moreover, the black dragon had recently successfully transformed into a dragon. How could the myriad snakes compare? Even if they dared to retort, the white phosphorus great snake would not overlook their insolence. Chapter 136. A man and a dragon gaze at the sky. All coincidences are the design of fate. Ah, so you possess courage. Do you not fear that I might consume you? The black dragon leaned closer to Lu Yun, its expression gradually turning icy. Have you forgotten your previous vow? Lu Yun replied, meeting its gaze with a calm demeanor. Do you truly believe I would trust such an ethereal promise? The black dragon snarled, baring its teeth. At this moment, its scales had fully hardened, revealing not just fangs, but rows of sharp teeth. Its period of weakness had passed, and its inner strength began to surge forth. Then by all means, test the consequences of breaking your oath. See if heaven will not exact divine retribution. Lu Yun maintained his placid gaze, his posture reminiscent of his demeanor before entering the dragon's lair. The black dragon responded with a low, menacing growl. What oath exists between you? You audacious little brat. Do you dare threaten my child at this juncture? Have you truly lost your mind? Or do you think that signing a summoning contract means we will refrain from killing you? The white phosphorus great snake's voice was icy, its murderous intent palpable. Lu Yun sensed it clearly yet remained undeterred, clasping his hands behind his back and gazing skyward. Heavenly deity, I beseech you, send forth a thunderclap, he implored. If not, at least let a dark cloud drift by. The black dragon also turned its gaze to the heavens, finding the sky devoid of clouds, with no sign of impending retribution. The man and dragon paid no mind to the reactions of the other great snakes, their attention solely fixed on the sky. Despite the lack of any visible phenomenon above, both man and dragon observed intently, captivated by the moment. After a long while, as Lu Yun's neck grew weary from looking up, the black dragon suddenly burst into laughter. Truly, you are deserving of my regard. I acknowledge the previous promise. Henceforth, I shall assist you whenever needed. The black dragon's demeanor shifted dramatically, its tone softening. As the words fell, Lu Yun breathed a heavy sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had the three snake maidens summoned their superior a mere minute earlier, preventing the black dragon from making that fateful vow, he might have met his end today. Snake maidens, please escort this esteemed dragon back to its original coordinates, the black dragon instructed casually. Yes, the three snake maidens replied in unison. Wait, Lu Yun raised his hand, halting the approach of the snake maidens. Do you have something to say? The black dragon inquired, curiosity etched across its face. Indeed, I wish to learn the mystical arts of Longdi Cave, Lu Yun declared candidly. What? A chorus of astonished expressions erupted among the serpents. Even the black dragon and the white snake immortal mirrored their disbelief. How audacious! Do you think one can simply learn the mystical arts at will? The white phosphorus serpent glared fiercely at him, although unaware of her son's sudden shift in attitude towards this individual. She was not inclined to treat kindly a human who threatened her offspring. To learn the mystical arts, her consent was paramount. Do you wish to begin your studies immediately? The black dragon, rather than expressing disapproval of Lu Yun's audacity, regarded him with open admiration. Upon hearing this, the white phosphorus serpent transformed into an elderly woman and shot him a look of disdain. Lu Yun fell silent for a moment, then suddenly shook his head. I am currently engaged in the battlefield of the Rain Country and cannot free myself at the moment. I shall return to your esteemed cave in a few months to earnestly study the mystical arts. You may decide for yourself. Should you wish to learn, commune with me. The black dragon cast him a sidelong glance. Previously, Lu Yun had utilized its blood, blending it with his own to perform a summoning technique, ensuring that each subsequent invocation of powerful energy would inevitably call upon it. Very well. Seeing that Lu Yun had no further comments, the black dragon instructed the three great serpent maidens to return him to the spatial coordinates from whence he came. What oath have you sworn? And how did you manage to transcend into a dragon in such a brief span? The white snake immortal could no longer contain her curiosity. The black dragon fell silent at her inquiry, prompting the white phosphorus serpent to dismiss the other serpents, leaving only the mother and son. With a grave expression, the black dragon recounted its prior experiences and all conversations with Lu Yun, the descendant of dragons? And with such a lucid understanding of true dragons? The white snake immortal gasped, revealing her true form. When I likened myself to a true dragon, he was incensed, explicitly delineating the distinction between dragons and serpents. I sensed no deception in his words. Moreover, I was ensnared by his Sharingan. He had no need to deceive me. Faced with the threat to its life and a desire to comprehend the path to becoming a true dragon, the black dragon had made a pact with Lu Yun, offering him its servitude. A true dragon, the evolutionary pinnacle even our ancestors of Longdi Cave never attained. Can this mere human child truly possess such knowledge? The white phosphorus serpent murmured subconsciously. The black dragon did not respond to her question, but instead gazed upward, speaking with fervor. The five-clawed true dragon, capable of both grandeur and concealment, can summon clouds and mist, command the winds and rains, and unleash thunder. In its diminutive state, it can hide its form, leaving no trace, a sight beyond the perception of ordinary mortals. It soars through the cosmos, traverses the heavens, and lurks beneath the waves, exerting dominion over the seas. With a mere roar, it can alter the very fabric of the earth, and a single swipe of its tail possesses the power to cleave mountains and rivers. He has shown me that beyond serpents, there exist dragons. I have been merely gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. I am weary of the dark caves. I yearn to soar through the cosmos and to dominate the seas. I aspire to be the five-clawed true dragon that commands storms and thunder, and to become the legendary ruler of 100 scales from ancient tales. Mother, can you comprehend my aspirations? The black dragon gazed at the white phosphorus serpent with a wild, yet hopeful expression. Lu Yun's words ignited its ambition and desire, revealing a broader horizon. It had transformed into a jiao and was no longer just a serpent. It longed for the tumultuous sea and the boundless sky. The confines of Longdi Cave felt too small for it now. Ha ha! The white phosphorus serpent laughed heartily, her voice echoing far and wide, resonating clearly with all the serpents. My son harbors lofty ambitions that surpass all previous celestial serpents. That human, through a serendipitous first summoning, aided you in overcoming the thunder tribulation, allowing your transformation from serpent to jiao. This signifies that he is a fated individual, intertwined with your destiny. Perhaps he can indeed help you fulfill your aspirations. The white phosphorus serpent expressed her innermost thoughts. As an immortal, she did not believe in mere coincidences. To her, all was orchestrated by fate. Haha, you truly understand me. Mother, the black dragon chuckled in agreement. Today marked Lu Yun's choice of the black jiao, and likewise, the black jiao's selection of its summoner. The black dragon may not believe in heaven's retribution, but it firmly believed in the design of fate. Lu Yun had indeed bestowed upon it a chance, and it was through him that the black dragon successfully transformed into a jiao. The opportunity to evolve into a dragon is granted by the heavens. Yet a mere human child, with a casual electric therapy, had awakened its latent dragon blood. The discharge of a thunderous breath was akin to a divine tribulation, almost costing it its life, while simultaneously allowing it to transcend the thunder tribulation. Such an existence embodied the legendary fated individual, did it not? Chapter 137. If one cannot obtain, then attempt to destroy, a self-destructive attack. Having departed from Longdi Cave and returned to his former secluded spot, Lu Yun collapsed onto the ground. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt a shiver of fear. He had nearly met his demise in the dragon's lair. In retrospect, his legs trembled at the thought. Had the serpents engaged in battle, his life would have been forfeit in an instant, with no one to rescue him and no means of escape. He never anticipated being summoned so abruptly, without even a moment for reaction. The summoning contract signed meant that not only could he invoke the great serpents without warning, but the serpent immortals could also summon him at any time. The great serpents could return at will, while he was bound and unable to leave at his discretion. This disparity revealed the unfairness of the summoning contract held by Orochimaru. Fortunately, the outcome of this perilous encounter proved quite favorable. He had acquired a powerful jiao as a summoning beast and laid a foundation for learning the mystical arts. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Lu Yun strode joyfully toward the Konoha camp. In a certain underground chamber, Lu Ryun, Shadow Clone. The objective is clear, Rinnegan? Upon learning that someone was scheming regarding his Rinnegan, a certain Uchiha elder could no longer remain composed. Who dares to cast their eyes upon my Rinnegan? Truly, they are courting death. Uchiha Madara cursed darkly. Leave Uchiha Lu Yun aside for now. We must investigate who this Lu Ryun is. Understood, Lord Madara. Should we set a trap to lure Nagato and the others away from that small town? After all, the location of the Rinnegan has been compromised. White Zetsu inquired with a sinister smile. No need. I wish to ascertain who the enemy is. It would be best to draw them closer. Uchiha Madara replied coldly. Already harboring murderous intent. What if they merely send a few shadow clones? White Zetsu teased with a smirk. Do you think those who conspire against the Rinnegan would be timid? Uchiha Madara shot him a glance. That may not be the case. After all, they are aware that someone is guarding the Rinnegan. They may be more cautious, White Zetsu remarked, prompting Uchiha Madara to fall silent, considering the validity of his words. Let us wait and see before relocating. Let us observe if they have the audacity to send their real body here first, Uchiha Madara ultimately decided. After all, a thief may act for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. He must unearth and sever the Black Hand reaching for the Rinnegan. In the ensuing days, Konoha did not launch any significant military operations against the Rain Ninja. They awaited the mass production of antidotes from the Land of Fire. Without the necessary potions, engaging in combat against Hanzo of the Salamander would incur devastating losses. Lu Yun spent these days relatively leisurely, dedicating most of his daytime to training or studying within the camp, occasionally venturing out at night to undertake missions alongside Orochimaru. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his training, he would promptly seek Orochimaru's guidance, leading to rapid advancements in his abilities. Shadow Clone Technique. Lu Yun simultaneously conjured 6 shadow clones. A shadow clone is diligently mastering the refinement of water-style chakra. Another is engrossed in the study of the Uzumaki sealing technique, while another has ventured into the infirmary to assist with medical ninjutsu inquiries. Meanwhile, yet another clone is absorbing the various minor ninjutsu imparted by the esteemed Orochimaru. And 2 clones are employing transformation techniques, preparing to enact their plans in the town where Nagato resides. The original body remains securely at the camp, engaged in the daily regimen of physical training. In the vicinity of Nagato's trio, the mood has been somber since a certain Miss Lu Ryun encountered an unfortunate incident. Regrettably, they lack the means to ascertain who abducted her. On this day, Miss Lu Ryun reappeared in this tranquil town. But before she could reveal herself to Nagato and his companions, a throng of white Zetsu emerged, encircling her. Damn it, can I no longer make contact? Lu Ryun cursed silently. With her plans to connect thwarted, she reluctantly resolved to abandon her current form. Do you believe in light? She inquired sweetly, posing a question that left the white Zetsu perplexed. Who are you exactly? One of them demanded, his voice low and stern. Answer me first, do you believe in light? Lu Ryun's smile remained radiant. I believe you're about to die, one white Zetsu scoffed. Since you all refuse to believe in light, I shall show you the power of light. As her words faded, a series of strange crackling sounds emanated from her. Run! The white Zetsu. Upon witnessing Ryuun transform into light, were suddenly filled with terror, scrambling for safety. Boom! A blinding flash enveloped the entire group, and an explosive force consumed them in an instant. The entire town reverberated with the sound of the explosion, causing residents to believe that Konoha ninjas had invaded, sending them into a panic as they hurriedly locked their doors. Soon after, an elderly man, seizing the opportunity when a red-haired child was isolated, abandoned his cane and lunged at the boy's back. In the next moment, white spores erupted from him, and a blinding light accompanied by a violent explosion obliterated everything. "Damn it, that devious bastard is more insidious than we are," exclaimed the Uzumaki white Zetsu, having emerged from Nagato's form. It had shielded Nagato from the blast, absorbing the brunt of the explosion, leaving its back charred and wounded. Nagato himself was merely dazed from the shockwave, suffering no significant injuries due to the protection afforded to him. "That Madara, I told you he wouldn't be foolish enough to come in person. He just wouldn't listen." Insisting there was no need to relocate Nagato, Aloe White Zetsu remarked, clearly displeased. These two explosions were evidently aimed at destroying the target, as they could not obtain the Rinnegan. The malice behind this plan was deemed exceedingly sinister by the White Zetsu. Yet, they were still unable to ascertain the source of the human presence or identify the original body, making it impossible to determine their appearance or even gender. "Get out there and ascertain the truth," commanded Uchiha Madara, visibly enraged, instructing the White Zetsu to investigate with utmost diligence. They had no time to concern themselves with information from the Ryuun side. Should the Rinnegan be lost, all of Madara's schemes would crumble, and the plan to save Kuro would be thwarted. Even if that child named Uchiha Ryuun were the most suitable executor of the Moon SI, it would be of no consequence. Chapter 138, A Million-Unit Spar Betting Match. Orochimaru and Jiraiya versus Tsunade and Ryuun. Ryuun was unaware that his small ploy had effectively diverted Uchiha Madara's focus, a fortunate miscalculation indeed. The Uzumaki White Zetsu, Aloe White Zetsu, and the hidden Black Zetsu remained on the town's side, lacking the time to monitor Ryuun near the Konoha camp. Of course, monitoring an elite shinobi like him would require considerable stealth capabilities. Ordinary White Zetsu could not infiltrate enemy lines without detection. After all, the Konoha camp was rife with sensory ninjas, such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Oil Woman clans, each possessing various sensory techniques. During wartime, there were several teams of sensory ninjas assigned to patrol and ensure security. The risk of discovery was high, and monitoring Ryuun's daily activities held little significance. Indeed, it was not so easy to achieve their ends. Upon receiving news of the clone explosion, Ryuun displayed no surprise. His actions were merely intended to prevent Uchiha Madara from having an easy time. With so many White Zetsu guarding Nagato, it was nearly impossible for Ryuun, given his current abilities, to obtain the Rinnegan. He could not conceive of a viable plan at that moment. Days turned into weeks, and 2.5 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. In an open, desolate area devoid of human presence, Ryuun, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade stood facing one another. With rare free time on their hands and little to occupy themselves with in the camp, they decided, at Jiraiya's suggestion, to engage in a rather unfriendly sparring bet. "Ryuun, don't bring that chakra blade. It's difficult to control and far too dangerous," Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Feeling disadvantaged against Ryuun's Chidori by wielding only kunai, fearing for his own safety. This blade had quenched its thirst with the blood of rain ninjas on the battlefield, and all present had witnessed its lethal prowess, infused with the lightning of Chidori, making it formidable against ordinary weapons. "Have some decency, will you? Using your strength to bully the weak and then making such demands?" Orochimaru shot him a glare. Hey. Strength isn't to be measured by age. Besides, we are foregoing summoning techniques, which is already a concession," Jiraiya retorted, laughing heartily, his audacity leaving others speechless. "Humph, Orochimaru was right. Jiraiya, you truly have no shame." Tsunade chimed in, unable to suppress her scorn. As the trio began their banter, Ryuun shook his head, chuckling softly. "All right, I want to use the chakra blade." With that, Ryuun placed the chakra-long sword upon a large stone nearby. "Now, each of us will roll a die. Those with matching numbers will pair up, or the two with the highest rolls will form a team," Jiraiya explained cheerfully, producing 4 dice. Upon seeing the dice in Jiraiya's hands, one eager gambler's eyes lit up, his hands itching with anticipation. Soon, each of the 4 received a die, and they simultaneously cast them to the ground. Orochimaru rolled a 6, Jiraiya a 4. Ryuun a 3, and Tsunade, the notorious unlucky gambler, rolled a 1. Haha, I'm with Orochimaru, and Tsunade is with Ryuun. Jiraiya laughed heartily, feeling confident in their victory. The matchup was predetermined. Jiraiya and Orochimaru versus Tsunade and Ryuun, with a staggering wager of 2 million ryo placed on the outcome. Ryuun's wealth was well known, and the three ninjas were aware of his recent winnings from their games, particularly from Tsunade, making him the richest among them at that moment. Why am I so unlucky? Tsunade lamented, clutching her head in despair. That brat usually has such good luck. Why did he only roll a 3 today? Tsunade glared at Ryuun, visibly displeased. Do you think I wanted to be paired with you? Ryuun muttered under his breath. What did you say, you little brat? I don't care if we lose. You must repay my share, Tsunade declared, already resorting to trickery before the match had even begun. She is now heavily in debt, unable to even produce 10,000 taels. Should she lose another million taels, she might contemplate ending it all. She does not believe that teaming up with Ryuun would enable them to overcome the combined forces of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Haha. Are they already on the verge of infighting before the battle has even commenced? Jiraiya wore a face full of schadenfreude. Silence. Tsunade glared furiously. All right. Let us get this over with. Ryuun waved his hand, feeling helpless. He was well aware of her financial struggles. Nearly all of the gambler's money had found its way into his pockets, making her desperate antics somewhat understandable. No sooner had he spoken than Tsunade suddenly unleashed a flurry of poison needles. She was simply too desperate for victory. Orochimaru kicked aside an unprepared Jiraiya, deftly avoiding the hidden weapons. Despicable. Jiraiya glared at Tsunade, finding her tactics exceedingly treacherous. Tsunade was quite skilled in the art of poison, had Jiraiya been struck. Both he and Orochimaru would have been vulnerable for a time. Consider yourself fortunate, you big fool, Tsunade chuckled. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. As she spoke, Orochimaru sprang into action, launching a terrifying assault with no hint of restraint. A multitude of venomous snakes lunged directly at Tsunade. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ryuun swiftly appeared before her, forming hand seals and exhaling a massive fireball. The fireball instantly consumed the snakes and continued on its path toward his teacher. Well done, little brother. Tsunade smiled, patting his shoulder. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya executed the earth release technique to block the oncoming fireball. The moment the fireball collided with the wall, a tremendous explosion erupted, prompting all three ninjas and Ryuun to spring into action. Let us take care of Tsunade first, Orochimaru declared. No, we deal with Ryuun first. Jiraiya countered almost simultaneously, both knowing the strategy of targeting the weaker opponent. Orochimaru believed it prudent to subdue Tsunade first, while Jiraiya felt that Ryuun was the more vulnerable target. At that moment, their opinions diverged entirely. You hold Orochimaru at bay, and once I handle Jiraiya, I'll come to assist you. Tsunade believed she was the village's last hope. The two reached a tacit understanding. Earth release, earth-piercing spear technique. Orochimaru formed seals and struck the ground, causing sharp earth spires to erupt beneath Ryuun and Tsunade's feet. Both leaped away from their original positions. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Jiraiya, resembling a frog, crouched low as his long hair stiffened, and countless hair needles shot toward Ryuun, who remained airborne. He still believed they should focus their fire on Ryuun first. TCH. Orochimaru was dissatisfied with Jiraiya's choice of target, knowing Ryuun possessed the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Such an attack would surely be ineffective. During a perilous mission, Ryuun had revealed his Sharingan in front of Orochimaru, which meant that both Tsunade and Jiraiya were aware of it as well. The three ninjas had long suspected he possessed the Sharingan, but the emergence of the Three-Tomos had left them in shock for quite some time. At that moment, the red light flickered in Ryuun's eyes, and with formidable insight, he swiftly drew a kunai and deflected the barrage of hair needles. Die! Tsunade leaped into the air, delivering a crushing heel kick toward the white-haired frog that lay prone on the ground. Chapter 139. Individual battles. Are the teacher and student truly going all out? Faced with the fierce kick aimed at him, Jiraiya's hair stood on end as he rolled away just in time to evade the deadly attack. The tremendous force of Tsunade's kick shattered the ground within a 10-meter radius, truly a display of terrifying power. Seeing her attack miss, Tsunade swung her fist, engaging Jiraiya in a fierce bout of taijutsu. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru threw 3 shurikens, quickly forming seals. In the next moment, a vast array of shurikens appeared before Lu Yun. Water Release. Water Barrier Technique. Lu Yun opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, crashing through the incoming shurikens. In recent days, he had harnessed water chakra and utilized his Sharingan to replicate many of his opponent's water jutsu. Just as he used the water to defend against the attack, 2 vividly colored venomous snakes ignored the deluge, lunging toward his neck from either side. Orochimaru's ruthlessness knew no bounds, showing no mercy simply because his student was still young. As the snakes closed in, Lu Yun caught one barehanded, but before he could catch his breath, another snake surged from the depths, aiming for his thigh. With his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, Lu Yun had already seen the hidden danger lurking beneath the water. Remaining calm, he kicked the snake aside and decisively summoned the power of lightning within him. Chidori Stream. The lightning coursed through the snake in his grasp, rapidly directing the energy toward Orochimaru's hand. Good lad. Orochimaru swiftly severed the snake in his hand and activated the body flicker technique, leaping away from the ankle-deep water. Where there is water, there is electricity. Lu Yun's conductive attack was not solely aimed at the snake in his hand. The water barrier had been unleashed to generate electricity. As a master of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was determined not to be outdone in a battle of techniques, willingly expending chakra to engage Lu Yun in a fair contest of ninjutsu. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Just as he prepared to launch his attack, he realized that Lu Yun was forming the same hand seals opposite him. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The 2 identical fire dragons collided violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that engulfed the entire area. Jiraiya and Tsunade were startled by the sudden inferno, quickly retreating from the fiery chaos. Wind Release. Wind Spiral Technique. Orochimaru unleashed a whirlwind, harnessing the heat from the flames to transform it into a fearsome tornado that rapidly enveloped Lu Yun. As expected of my teacher, Lu Yun thought. Sensing the overwhelming flames and suffocating heat, he had to admit that Orochimaru's mastery of ninjutsu was impressive. The Wind Spiral Technique, merely a low-level jutsu, exhibited the power of a high-level technique in Orochimaru's hands. Lu Yun found himself completely trapped within the fiery tornado, unable to use the body flicker technique to escape. However, defeating me is still out of the question. Faced with the rapidly intensifying flames, Lu Yun quickly formed seals and unleashed a torrent of water around him. Water Release. Water Prison Technique. He ensnared himself within a water sphere to shield against the surrounding fire and wind. Lu Yun. Tsunade watched in horror as the powerful tornado of flames consumed Lu Yun. She felt that Orochimaru, as a teacher, was far too ruthless to employ such a devastating technique. Fearing he might inadvertently harm Lu Yun, she was about to rush in to save him when Jiraiya intercepted her. Earth Release. Yellow Springs Marsh. Jiraiya rapidly formed seals and struck the ground, transforming the area beneath Tsunade into a sticky marsh. You bastard. Tsunade cursed as she found herself knee-deep in muck. Submit, Tsunade. You are no match for me, and Lu Yun cannot possibly defeat Orochimaru. Hurry and admit defeat so I can go rescue him. Jiraiya urged loudly. Shut up. I will never concede. Tsunade retorted defiantly, refusing to acknowledge that she was not a match for this foolish Jiraiya. Then so be it. Fire Release. Great Flame Bullet. Jiraiya unleashed a searing fireball that hurtled directly towards Tsunade, trapped in the mire. At a critical moment, Tsunade formed a hand seal. A wooden stump took the brunt of the fireball attack in her stead. A substitution technique? It seems she can execute it even in such dire circumstances. Tsunade is quite capable, Jiraiya praised with a smile. Tsunade is not merely skilled in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Underestimating her could easily lead to severe consequences. As the firestorm on the ground gradually subsided, Orochimaru was able to assess the situation. Has it come to an end? At that moment, Lu Yun lay prostrate on the ground, appearing grievously burned. Orochimaru approached him directly. Lightning Release. Earth Walk. The palms that were pressed against the ground suddenly unleashed a powerful current, catching Orochimaru off guard, who screamed in agony. In the next instant, Lu Yun sprang from the ground and, in the blink of an eye, thrust a kunai into his teacher's abdomen. At that moment, he bore no signs of injury. The earlier despair had merely been a ruse using transformation techniques. The firestorm had not harmed him at all. No. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt an unsettling sensation as he pierced. Having thrust at many before, he could detect subtle changes. Indeed, his beloved teacher had transformed into a mere pile of clay. Body replacement technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryuun activated the body replacement technique with all his might, sensing a lethal threat approaching. Boom. Unbeknownst to him, 2 explosive tags had been affixed to the clay figure's back, detonating just as Ryuun executed his technique. He instantly teleported over 20 meters away. Had he reacted even a fraction of a second slower, he would have likely sustained severe injuries. Orochimaru had no intention of holding back. He was not one to show mercy. Hey, that bastard Orochimaru, is he trying to kill? That is his precious disciple. Jiraiya and Tsunade watched in horror. Their attention partially diverted to Ryuun. The master and disciple were engaged in a fierce battle, employing their abilities without an ounce of restraint. One might think they harbored a deep-seated grudge against each other. If it were anyone else fighting so fiercely, Jiraiya and Tsunade would not have been surprised. However, the two shared a close bond, so why were they pushing themselves to such extremes over a mere sparring match? Is it truly necessary? Do they not fear damaging their relationship? Gasping for breath, Ryuun coldly regarded Orochimaru, who was also panting heavily, his gaze fixed on Ryuun like a venomous serpent. The two exchanged numerous ninjutsu techniques, their chakra clearly beginning to wane from the exertion. Chapter 140. A kunai to the teacher, a backstab to Tsunade. Ninjutsu, multi-snake binding technique. Orochimaru unleashed a multitude of slender serpents in a rapid charge towards Ryuun. Though his chakra was low, he still employed ninjutsu because it was his strongest asset. He could not afford to lose to his disciple in that regard. Ryuun wielded his kunai to sever the approaching snake heads, yet these creatures seemed inexhaustible. For every one he cut down, 2 more emerged. Soon, Ryuun found himself ensnared by the serpents. Useless, teacher, such tactics will not harm me. Chidori flow. A calm voice emerged from within the serpent ball as the power of lightning caused the snakes to writhe in agony, with currents redirecting back to the caster, forcing Orochimaru to sever his snakes and retreat. You troublesome brat. Gazing at the boy standing atop a mound of charred serpents, Orochimaru felt a sense of unease. Unbeknownst to him, this child had fully matured. It seemed the teacher's chakra was also running low. However, I still have some left. It's time to bring this battle to a close. Noticing Orochimaru's labored breathing, Ryuun spoke while rapidly forming hand seals. Upon seeing the hand signs, Orochimaru felt a sense of foreboding and swiftly ran toward Jiraiya, clearly wary of this technique. Lightning release, lightning leopard. With the final hand sign completed, a brilliant surge of lightning enveloped Ryuun's hands as a striking blue lightning leopard materialized, dashing toward the fleeing Orochimaru with extraordinary speed. Its attack trajectory resembled a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, so rapid that an ordinary person would struggle to react. Amidst the blinding flashes and thunderous roars, Orochimaru was brutally bisected by the charging lightning leopard. What? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade momentarily forgot their fight, stunned into silence. It appeared as though Orochimaru had met his end before their eyes. Blood pooled around the scene, confirming the brutal reality of the situation. Leaving Jiraiya aghast at the sight of Orochimaru's body, Ryuun, panting heavily, felt drained. This technique consumed a significant amount of chakra, and had it not been for its incredible speed and accuracy, he would have hesitated to employ it. The lightning leopard and Chidori were both A-rank techniques. But Ryuun found the lightning leopard to be more pragmatic, while he considered Chidori somewhat less effective, even inferior to Chidori flow, which explained his reluctance to use it. Suddenly, Ryuun's eyes widened. He leaned back just in time to evade a deadly kunai aimed at his throat, which shot up from the ground. Orochimaru's figure emerged from beneath, confronting Ryuun. In that moment, Ryuun's Three-Tomoe Sharingan glimmered ominously. After a moment of astonishment, he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. The Orochimaru that had been bisected moments ago was merely a layer of snake skin, filled with smaller snakes, creating the illusion of a gruesome scene as if Ryuun's technique had truly cleaved him in two. After evading the lethal attack, Ryuun retaliated with another kunai aimed at Orochimaru's abdomen. However, in an instant, his wrist was firmly grasped, and Orochimaru's hand morphed into a constricting serpent, his neck elongating like a snake. A gaping maw lunged toward Ryuun's throat. Chidori. Ryuun attempted to unleash the power of Chidori flow, but this time, Orochimaru was not inclined to grant him the opportunity to wield lightning. His sharp fangs sank into Ryuun's fair neck. It's over. Orochimaru, tasting the warmth of blood, let out a raspy chuckle. Not necessarily. Ryuun's voice whispered ominously in Orochimaru's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced Orochimaru's abdomen, and he immediately dispelled the Genjutsu, retreating swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, the neck he had clung to had transformed into a large snake in his grasp. Genjutsu. How is this possible? Orochimaru's face was filled with disbelief. Before the Sharingan, nothing is impossible. Defeating Orochimaru with ninjutsu would be exceedingly challenging. But catching him off guard with the Sharingan's Genjutsu was entirely feasible. Upon witnessing those blood-red eyes, Orochimaru suddenly understood the meaning behind the warning to flee when facing the Uchiha clan one-on-one. He never anticipated falling victim to a Genjutsu, succumbing to the potent power of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan without even realizing it. Teacher, in the future, when facing a Three-Tomoe Sharingan user, remember never to look directly into their eyes. Ryuun earnestly advised, having imparted a profound lesson to his teacher, ensuring he would not be easily defeated by outsiders in the future, nor would he falter in his resolve. Orochimaru remained silent, his gaze toward Ryuun filled with trepidation. Beneath the flowing clouds, the darkness of Ryuun's hand was unmistakable, as he focused solely on inflicting injury without mercy. Striking Orochimaru was an audacious act, and blood was visibly seeping from his abdomen. Observing Orochimaru's rapid retreat, Ryuun chose not to pursue him relentlessly, instead casting his gaze towards the intense battle between Jiraiya and Tsunade nearby. In their physical confrontation, Tsunade held a slight advantage. Yet Jiraiya appeared to be managing the situation with ease, and Ryuun recognized that she was not a match for him. This technique should suffice to aid my sister Tsunade in securing victory. A cunning smile suddenly graced Ryuun's lips as he retrieved 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them forcefully towards the engaged duo. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone. In an instant, the 3 shurikens spun and multiplied, transforming into dozens in the blink of an eye, casting a wide net that clearly included Tsunade in its trajectory. Ryuun had actually launched an attack on his own allies. This was dire. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru gasped in alarm, quickly realizing Ryuun's intent. It seemed a certain infatuated fool was in for a world of trouble. Yet he was unable to intervene or warn them in time. Jiraiya soon noticed the multitude of shurikens hurtling towards them, and due to his angle, Tsunade remained oblivious to the treacherous assault from Ryuun. Be careful, Jiraiya shouted, his white hair instantly bristling as he shielded Tsunade from the incoming attack launched by the traitorous brat. Chapter 141. The suffering of the obsessive fool is not worthy of sympathy. Is it acceptable to speak falsehoods merely because of one's good looks? Jiraiya's sudden shout startled Tsunade. However, sensing that the long hair merely blocked her back without ensnaring her body, Tsunade retaliated with a powerful punch to Jiraiya's side. Ah! Jiraiya yelped, sent flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to suppress a spurt of blood upon landing. At least 2 of his ribs were likely broken from that blow. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? Ryuun hastily approached her side, a sly smile creeping onto his face. How could I be in trouble? It's just Jiraiya, the big fool, that I needed to hit. Tsunade initially felt a swell of pride, but her attention was drawn to the kunai on the ground. Did you just attack me? Connecting the dots between Jiraiya's shout and the long hair, Tsunade fixed an incredulous gaze on Ryuun. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly harm you? We are allies. You are my most esteemed sister Tsunade. Ryuun feigned a frown before suddenly wrapping his arms around Tsunade's arm, shamelessly appealing for sympathy. Upon hearing this, the skepticism on Tsunade's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my good brother. My efforts in raising you were not in vain. Tsunade affectionately embraced Ryuun's neck, dismissing any further doubts regarding his words. Ah, but there's no need for that. Once we secure the rewards, could we settle the debts I'm owed? Ryuun cautiously inquired, a mischievous glint in his eye. You think you can just gamble your debts away? Do you understand the rules? Tsunade teased, pinching his cheek. But this entire battle was essentially a wager. Ryuun retorted with a grin. Tsunade's expression stiffened momentarily, leaving her momentarily speechless. Cough, cough. Jiraiya's cough interrupted their conversation. And at that moment, Orochimaru approached, clutching his abdomen. Despite his injuries, he was not incapacitated and still possessed the strength to continue. Yet he clearly had no intention of doing so. Let us treat the injuries of our teachers first, Ryuun suggested. You actually managed to injure Orochimaru? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the blood on Orochimaru's abdomen. Earlier, she and Jiraiya had assumed Orochimaru was unharmed. So they had focused solely on their own fierce combat, unaware of how he had sustained his injuries. He let me, Ryuun explained with a chuckle. In the duel of ninjutsu, I gained no advantage and was actually at a disadvantage. To defeat Orochimaru, I had to rely on the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Orochimaru's I twitched at Ryuun's claim of having been let off lightly. He yearned to clarify that he had been drained of blood rather than merely being spared. Allow me to treat your wounds, Ryuun said with utmost deference, feigning innocence as if he were not the one who had just stabbed him. Very well. Orochimaru chuckled helplessly, accepting Ryuun's treatment. He was not one to be petty about his losses, nor was he narrow-minded. Your Sharingan is quite powerful, he remarked, gazing into Ryuun's bright eyes. There are many eyes more formidable than mine. You must be cautious in the future. You little rascal. Shameless wretch. Jiraiya could no longer contain his outrage as he regained his composure. What nonsense. Why are you unjustly scolding Ryuun? Tsunade interjected, healing Jiraiya even as she expressed her dissatisfaction. I'm not just scolding him. I intend to teach him a lesson. This foolish brat actually attacked you. Jiraiya exclaimed, visibly exasperated. Who are you calling foolish? Tsunade glared at him coldly. How could you accuse him of such? That brat just threw shurikens at you, Tsunade. How could you be so blind to this? Jiraiya's face was filled with indignation as he glared at Ryuun. Brother Jiraiya, how could you wrongly accuse me? Sister Tsunade is my ally. What motive would I have to harm her? What benefit would I derive from attacking her? Those shurikens were clearly aimed at you. Ryuun feigned confusion. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, contemplating Ryuun's words, and began to see the logic in his reasoning. Perhaps he had been overly concerned for Tsunade's safety and misinterpreted the situation. Humph. Orochimaru chuckled softly, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, yet choosing not to expose them. For he felt no sympathy for the suffering of a sycophant. The recent events had caused Tsunade to sustain minor injuries, creating a rift between the two, which Ryuun could exploit at will. Ryuun's attack on Tsunade was merely a strategy to force Jiraiya into revealing his vulnerabilities, though this tactic was somewhat underhanded. Ninjas were often tasked with such unsavory deeds, and this sparring match was intended to highlight their shortcomings and weaknesses. Human nature and emotional frailties could sometimes lead to one's downfall. Had the roles been reversed, Orochimaru would never have attempted to assist Tsunade in such a situation. Even a moderately composed individual would not assume Ryuun would intentionally harm an ally. Naturally, had Orochimaru been in that position, Ryuun would never have resorted to such tactics. It could be said that Jiraiya's defeat was entirely a consequence of his misguided loyalty. No, your attack clearly encompassed Tsunade as well. I cannot be mistaken, Jiraiya insisted loudly. Fool. Orochimaru could not help but chastise him. Jiraiya remained oblivious to where he had faltered, and further hardships awaited him. Why would I attack Sister Tsunade? Give me a reason. Ryuun blinked innocently, his eyes wide and questioning. Indeed, what reason would Ryuun have to strike at his own ally? Is he not part of your team? Or is it that Uchiha throwing techniques have failed him? Is he blind and throwing aimlessly? As the younger brother, Ryuun, who had helped her win a substantial sum, was falsely accused by Jiraiya, Tsunade expressed her anger. Accepting one's inferiority is essential. She demanded the money back. 1 million ryo. Not a single penny less, or she would not let it rest. While she would not indulge the reckless Fei Yong, her affection was reserved for the adorable Xiao Huihui. Noticing the discontent among the trio, Orochimaru berated him, and Tsunade struck him, all while failing to comprehend his plight. Jiraiya felt a swell of emotion, his eyes reddening. Why was he always the unfortunate one? It was undeniably the fault of that wretched boy, just because he was handsome. Did that permit him to speak lies with such ease? Chapter 142. How to Handle Tsunade. 2 letters from home, 1 million ryo. This was merely a rough estimate to cover Jiraiya's injuries, yet Tsunade was already impatiently chasing after her debt. She was in dire need of funds, having recently lost all her money to a certain odious brother. Not only had she lost her treasured underwear, but she was also burdened with gambling debts amounting to 500,000 ryo. While her winning rate against others barely exceeded 19, against Ryuun, it soared to 37. She could win small amounts consistently, but once the stakes escalated, her losses mounted dramatically. That detestable brother provided her with immense emotional value. leading her to believe she had a significant chance of winning, ensnaring her in his web without her realizing it. Thus, Tsunade relished playing cards with him, even if she lost her underwear, convinced she would soon win it back. Because of this delusion, over the past 6 months, the earnings she fought for on the battlefield had filled someone else's pockets without any means of stopping it. "What's the rush?" Jiraiya yelled in frustration, then retrieved a small storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Upon unsealing it, a substantial amount of cash appeared in an instant. "Heh, Sister Tsunade," Ryuun approached, rubbing his hands together. He had swiftly treated Orochimaru's abdominal injury, and upon seeing Jiraiya produce money, he rushed over as if drawn by a scent. Eager to collect his dues from Tsunade, he dared not accept Orochimaru's money, but Tsunade's was irresistibly enticing. Losing Tsunade's money to anyone other than himself was preferable. At least he was willing to assist his sister in times of need. "Stay away from me. I find your presence bothersome," Tsunade snapped while counting her money, her irritation directed at Ryuun's eager demeanor and that insufferable grin. The moment he approached, half of her joy in winning evaporated, and she braced for a potential loss of the cash she had just acquired. Debts should be repaid, and borrowing again is not difficult. "I know Sister Tsunade values her credibility," Ryuun remarked with a smirk, tipping his hat to her. "Sister, times are tough. Can you extend my repayment period by a few days?" Faced with his unwavering stance, Tsunade instantly shifted her demeanor. Her voice turned sweet and coaxing. Her charming demeanor momentarily left Jiraiya stunned. If Tsunade could treat him this way, he would willingly lay down his life for her. "Ahem. But you still owe 50,000 Ryo. That's no small sum." Ryuun coughed lightly, hinting at the matter. "You ungrateful wretch. Do you forget how diligently I taught you the art of chakra control? Who cared for you when you were ill? Who shared their food with you first?" Tsunade scolded angrily. "You coerced me into gambling away 100,000 Ryo to offset your debts, yet you claim we are even," Ryuun retorted. "You demanded 20,000 Ryo for 2 pieces of sweet cake. My dear sister, I am utterly heartbroken," he lamented, though he added, "if you promise to stop gambling, we can consider your debt of 50,000 Ryo settled as a gesture of filial piety. But if you wish to gamble again, you must first clear your previous debts." Ryuun calmly laid out the situation, and his final remark sent Tsunade into a fit of rage. "Fine, I'll repay you, you heartless little brat." In a fit of frustration, Tsunade hurled several stacks of cash at Ryuun. She was banking on a big win that night. If he chose not to gamble, whom could she rely on to recoup her losses? Having lost so much already, it was too late for her to turn back. 1 million Ryo was merely enough for a single night of gambling, and with bad luck, it could vanish within hours. In this dire situation, Tsunade had no choice but to go all in, hoping to win back at least half of what she had lost, after which she would quit gambling for good. Ryuun stuffed the cash into his pocket, unable to contain his delight. He planned to win all of Tsunade's cash before persuading her to teach him her powerful techniques, thereby exchanging his skills for the money he lost to her. This approach spared him the need to humbly beg and reduce the debts he owed, even allowing him to turn the tables and make Tsunade indebted to him instead. Moreover, he sought to avoid appearing overly eager for power. Over the past year, he had trained extensively using shadow clones, experiencing rapid growth that concerned many. If he continued to appear unambitious and solely focused on acquiring strength, it would only instill fear in others, including the higher-ups in Konoha, even the third Hokage. Within the Konoha camp, upon returning to his private quarters, Ryuun's attention was drawn to a small white snake. Upon seeing it, a smile of delight spread across his face. This was a communication snake, sent by his mother to deliver news. After gently stroking its back, the snake promptly produced a message tube from its mouth. Ryuun opened the tube and pulled out 2 letters. The first was from his mother, Mikazuki, expressing her longing for him and inquiring about when he would return home and when his mission would conclude. The letter contained various mundane details. Yet Ryuun read it with great interest, finding no annoyance in his mother's words. At the letter's conclusion, Mikazuki revealed surprising news. Elder Dai's child has been born, named Might Guy. With Kai already born, it seems that Kakashi and the others' births are not far off, Ryuun murmured, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency upon hearing such news of the narrative figure's births. Setting aside the first letter, he turned to the second one within the same message tube. The second letter was from Little Tomato, filled with affectionate words that nearly overflowed from the paper. Ryuun couldn't help but smile foolishly for a good while as he read. Kushina shared her current circumstances and recounted amusing anecdotes from her missions. Utilizing a secret code taught at the ninja school, she inquired about Lu Yun's safety and the situation on the battlefield in the land of Rain, asking when the war would end and when he could return. With 2 women filled with affection for him and 2 letters brimming with love, Lu Yun felt warmth in his heart, longing to return home immediately. The damp and dreary land of Rain brought him no joy whatsoever. Setting down the letters, Lu Yun penned responses to both women. To my dearest mother, to my sweetest little tomato. Chapter 143. The difficulty of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The key to Konoha's victory that night. Just after finishing dinner, Tsunade hurriedly sought out Lu Yun, eager to invite her troublesome brother to play cards. Even amidst the enemy's territory, she could not quell her gambling addiction. Enough of this nonsense, Tsunade. If you have too much free time, why not refine the antidote further? I can occasionally indulge you in a few rounds to unwind, but who thinks of playing cards on the battlefield? Orochimaru reprimanded sternly. You are so tiresome. I'm not here to find you, but to seek my troublesome brother, Tsunade pouted, her large, captivating eyes casting furtive glances at Lu Yun beside her. Tonight, I am unable to converse. Let us speak when time permits. Lu Yun spoke lightly, not even deigning to glance at her, gently tapping a small packet of moisture-proof powder against the blade of his chakra-long sword. Tsunade, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before kneeling before Lu Yun, her gaze fixed on him as he meticulously polished the long sword in his grasp. In just a few short months, the once pristine blade had developed numerous fine chips, a testament to the ferocity of Lu Yun's daily battles. Even the finest weapon cannot withstand prolonged hacking and wear. And due to the hardness of the material, the chakra-long sword is challenging to repair. Ordinary sandpaper or whetstones cannot suffice. It would require the expertise of the craftsman in the land of iron to restore it, or else the nicks would remain unremedied. Nonetheless, despite the multitude of minor imperfections on Lu Yun's chakra-long sword, bolstered by the power of lightning, it remains an exceptionally lethal weapon. In terms of the number of opponents slain, Lu Yun surpasses even Tsunade, and perhaps even Jiraiya. Orochimaru had often taken him along for unsavory tasks. Killing in the rain-soaked nights had become second nature to him, sometimes engaging in 2 battles in a single evening. Since the onset of war, Orochimaru has achieved the highest kill count within the Konoha ranks, yet Lu Yun's tally is certainly within the top 5. Despite arriving on the battlefield in the land of rain 6 months later than others, his tenacity and willingness to fight have been remarkable. Lu Yun's unusual fervor stems from a desire to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan amid life and death struggles. In the face of such great terror, there lies also great opportunity. A notion even acknowledged by his mentor, Orochimaru, confirmed through experiences with the Black Dragon. He wishes to explore if he can awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan through intense emotional turbulence in life-or-death scenarios, without sacrificing those he loves. Lu Yun is shrewd and composed. Unlike the Uchiha clan, whose members are often consumed by obsession and extremism, he faces a greater challenge in awakening his Sharingan, and to date, he has yet to find any clues. The notion of resorting to the kind of brutality Indra employed, harming those close to him to awaken his Mangekyo, is something Lu Yun has never entertained, especially since he lacks companions worthy of provoking such a reaction, unless the 2 women at home were harmed, or if Orochimaru or Tsunade were to perish before him. The 2 women in his household are in Konoha, where their safety is relatively assured, while the potential loss of his teacher or Tsunade would mean he had fallen in battle himself. Both would likely endure. Since his participation in the war, Lu Yun has faced numerous perilous encounters, yet he has not shown any signs of awakening the Mangekyo, a matter that troubles him greatly. Will you be going out again tonight? Is it another combat mission? Tsunade gently inquired, looking at her troublesome younger brother. This boy, with a seemingly innocent and charming visage, is ruthless when it comes to killing, his nature resolute and cold. She senses that he has evidently been influenced by Orochimaru, his demeanor taking on a somewhat bloodthirsty edge. This stark contrast leaves a profound impression, particularly on sensitive and perceptive women, enhancing the impact of her observations. Lu Yun's gaze remains tranquil as water, always appearing unfazed. Such a demeanor seems reliable, and his prowess corroborates his role as a dependable ally. After today's battle, Lu Yun's reliability in Tsunade's eyes has risen several notches. She even considers him more trustworthy than Jiraiya, perhaps even more than Orochimaru. Through prolonged interactions, No one in the Konoha camp dares to regard him as merely a child anymore. This is not a combat mission. Our primary focus is on reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Orochimaru elucidated. The distribution of antidotes has been completed, nearly ensuring that everyone has one. The poison issue is manageable. The commander believes it is time to engage in another comprehensive battle. The toxic salamander has posed a significant challenge to the Konoha ninja army, but with this issue resolved. According to the strategy devised by the head of the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru, Konoha has no possibility of defeat. After all, the disparity in forces is evident. Konoha's military strength far exceeds that of the Rain ninjas. If we can capture Longmen Town in one fell swoop, we can sever a substantial portion of the Land of Rain's waterway transportation capabilities, thereby dismantling the nation and threatening the Rain village, Orochimaru explained, pointing at the map of the Land of Rain on the wall. Securing Longmen Town would equate to winning half the war. While the two discussed the war's dynamics, Lu Yun busied himself checking his combat gear, disinterested in the tactical discourse and unwilling to squander his mental energy on strategies. He simply needs to follow Orochimaru's orders. With the intent of testing his disciple, Orochimaru occasionally inquired about Lu Yun's views on the war and whether he had any strategies for breaking the enemy. However, Lu Yun's perspective has remained consistent. First, the antidote must be effective. Second, they must avoid Hanzo of the salamander. If these two conditions are met, Konoha, as long as not foolishly commanded, is bound to prevail. Orochimaru agrees with the first point, but is skeptical of the second. He questioned Lu Yun's reasoning, to which Lu Yun retorted, "Can you defeat him? Not even the three Sannin combined are enough to match him. No one can restrain a demigod." The morale of the Konoha forces will waver, while that of the Rain ninjas will remain high, introducing uncertainties into the battle. This is a simple truth. The third Hokage dispatched his three beloved pupils to the battlefield in the Land of Rain primarily to counter Hanzo of the salamander. Currently, Hanzo serves as the spiritual pillar of the Rain ninjas. As long as he remains undefeated, it is impossible for Konoha to determine victory or defeat through a few skirmishes. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, Lu Yunkun, a member of the Hyuga branch family, entered the room at that moment. He was among the personnel tasked with gathering intelligence tonight and would accompany Orochimaru and Lu Yun to Longmen Town. "Well, since you are here, let us set off," Lu Yun said as he rose from the tatami, securing the chakra-long sword across his back. Tsunade stepped forward to adjust his soft armor, firmly patting his shoulder as she cautioned, "Longmen Town is a strategic stronghold of the enemy, heavily guarded. Be sure to exercise utmost caution." "I understand." Chapter 144. Intelligence takes precedence over personal safety. Disperse and breakthrough. In the rainy night, after 4 hours of rapid marching, Orochimaru led Lu Yun and a chunin named Hyuga Nichiaoi to the outskirts of Longmen Town. Upon Lu Yun's inquiry, it was confirmed that this branch member indeed shares a close blood relationship with Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi. He is Hisashi's cousin, born earlier but cursed with misfortune, as his father belongs to the branch family. Thus he has been marked with the caged bird seal early on. Nichiaoi, utilize your Byakugan to record the distribution of nearby enemy forces, Orochimaru instructed quietly. Understood. Byakugan activate. With veins protruding around his eyes, Nichiaoi began documenting all visible ninja guards onto a white cloth. The trio spent nearly 2.5 hours at the outskirts of Longmen Town, diligently recording the enemy forces within the range of Nichiaoi's Byakugan. It was now time to infiltrate the town. By a murky stream, Orochimaru solemnly cautioned, "We must proceed with caution." Lu Yun and Nichiaoi nodded in agreement. As Orochimaru formed hand seals, 3 unique serpents swiftly opened their mouths, and the 3 cautiously entered their bellies. At a certain riverside within Longmen Town, 3 small pythons, each as thick as an arm, emerged from the murky river water and slithered onto the shore. Soon, the serpents opened their enormous mouths, which were disproportionately large for their bodies, and the figures of Orochimaru, Ryuun, and Hinata Hayashi slowly crawled out from within the snake's belly. As soon as they emerged, Hinata Hayashi gasped for air, while Orochimaru and Ryuun appeared relatively at ease, their breathing steady. This place is not suitable for lingering. Orochimaru utilized the snake's coils to grasp Hinata Hayashi's body and immediately activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from their original location alongside Ryuun. The trio soon found themselves in a damp, dark room. "It feels a bit too smooth." As Hinata Hayashi utilized his Byakugan to record the intelligence of the guarding troops, Orochimaru unconsciously furrowed his brow. They were now very close to the Rain Ninja's stationed area. Yet they had encountered remarkably few ninjas along the way. Given the significance of Longmen Town, there should be no shortage of patrolling guard ninjas. Yet the actual defensive capability seemed exceedingly poor, which was quite unreasonable. Is there any unusual activity at the Rain Ninja gathering? Orochimaru inquired. Hinata Hayashi, utilizing his Byakugan, detected clusters of moving humanoid chakra, but this did not provide a complete assessment of their intentions. There appears to be no significant movements for now. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment. Continue documenting the intelligence you observe. Yes. Hinata Hayashi nodded, and then resumed writing on the white cloth. I have a bad feeling about this, Ryuun murmured as he stood by the window, watching the drizzle. Orochimaru frowned upon hearing this, until the intelligence was fully recorded. They could not leave, even if danger loomed. You go outside and keep watch. Wait a little longer for Hayashi to finish recording, and then we can depart. Ryuun silently leaped out of the window and ascended to the rooftop, activating his Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Rainwater pooled in his hands, intensifying his unease. In the original story, Pain had utilized a technique called the Rain Tiger Freeing Technique, a sensing-type secret technique, and Ryuun suspected that this technique might originate from the hidden rain village. He sensed a subtle difference within the rain. Just moments ago, a light drizzle was falling on the outskirts of Longmen Town, but as they neared the Rain Ninja's encampment, the downpour suddenly intensified. Ryuun did not believe this to be mere coincidence. Regrettably, although he suspected trouble, for the sake of intelligence and in accordance with Orochimaru's character, it was likely that they would not retreat even if issues arose. Hence Ryuun deemed it unnecessary to voice his concerns. Orochimaru had clearly sensed something amiss earlier. Yet he still ordered Hinata Hayashi to continue gathering information. A large number of Rain Ninjas suddenly mobilized. They must have discovered us. Hinata Hayashi exclaimed in shock. Do not panic. Observe which direction has fewer Rain Ninjas. Orochimaru instructed calmly as he took the intelligence cloth from Hinata Hayashi's hands. Southeast. That direction has the weakest guard force. Hinata Hayashi replied urgently. In the next moment, a vibrant large snake directly swallowed the terrified Hinata Hayashi. A chilling scene witnessed by Ryuun outside the window. The chance of survival for the Chunin Hinata Hayashi was exceedingly slim. The rainwater may be problematic, Ryuun stated calmly, articulating his thoughts. He had long been accustomed to Orochimaru eliminating allies. To be frank, he had felt alarmed at first, but as his strength grew, his mentality rapidly transformed. In the original story, when the legendary three ninjas of Konoha were besieged by the rock ninjas in a mountainous area, Orochimaru's first thought was to eliminate the injured Jiraiya, preventing him from becoming a liability. Hinata Hayashi had now completed his mission, and his value had been exhausted. In their subsequent escape, Orochimaru and Ryuun could not afford to concern themselves with Hinata Hayashi. Rather than allowing him to be killed by the Rain Ninjas and risking the leakage of intelligence, it was better to erase all traces. Retreat towards the southeast. As Orochimaru's voice fell, the two vanished in an instant. Shadow clone technique. During their flight, noticing the relentless pursuit of enemies behind them, they quickly dispersed shadow clones to confuse their pursuers while their real selves continued to sprint toward the southeast. Moments later, in the southeastern corner, for Rain Ninja Jonin, alerted by the signal of an enemy intrusion, along with a small group of Chunin and Genin, blocked their path. Upon encountering them, one Rain Ninja Jonin immediately unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Torrential rain cascaded down, colliding violently with the fleeing duo. They halted abruptly, and Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals to employ Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, triple earth wall. Boom. 3 thick earthen walls rose abruptly from the ground, and the flood, having shattered 2 of the walls, split into a diverging flow. Do not linger in battle. Scatter and break through, Orochimaru shouted, then fled to the right. Following the order, Ryuun darted to the left. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and summoned the gigantic snake from the Ryugikure, charging toward the town's exit atop the serpent's head. This tactic had its advantages and disadvantages. Though it accelerated their escape, it inevitably attracted attention, as the enormous summoned beast was far too conspicuous. Ryuun contemplated allowing his esteemed teacher to draw more fire from the enemies, thus suppressing his desire to use the summoning technique for the moment. At this moment, of the 4 Jonin, Three were fixated on Orochimaru, while one, accompanied by a group of low-level rain ninjas, set their sights on Ryuun. Chapter 145. Encirclement under the heavy rain. The first battle of the Black Dragon. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A long water dragon emerged before Ryuun, obstructing his path. Ryuun drew his chakra blade and leaped high, attempting to vault over the colossal water dragon blocking his way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rain ninjas took the opportunity to launch numerous poisoned sunbon and shuriken. Ryuun swung his blade repeatedly, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Just as he landed, two explosive tags were hurled directly at his feet. Body flicker technique. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, prompting most of the rain ninjas to rush toward the commotion. Ryuun, disinterested in engaging, exerted all his strength to charge in one direction. Body flicker technique. A rain ninja jonin, not hesitating to expend chakra, disregarded the burdensome strain of repeatedly using the body flicker technique, swiftly closing the gap with Ryuun. He had discerned Ryuun's intentions at this moment. He only sought to delay his progress. As long as he could ensnare the boy, his fate would be sealed. Clang! Two long blades clashed with a resounding impact. It was the Sharingan. The moment he beheld the crimson eyes, the rain ninja jonin sensed impending doom. With red light surging in Ryuun's eyes, the formidable ocular power caused the Three-Tomoe to subtly tremble. The Sharingan Jinjutsu activated, momentarily freezing the jonin in place. And as Ryuun wielded his chakra blade, he swiftly ended the man's life. In the brief encounter, the rain ninja jonin was decapitated by Ryuun's onslaught. With each confrontation, Ryuun had learned how to efficiently vanquish foes and how to seize opportunities with precision. In a duel between strong opponents, sometimes a minor oversight could prove fatal, rendering any unused potent offensive techniques moot. Earth release, double earth flow wall. Ryuun and the rain ninja jonin had only delayed for a brief moment when several more skilled rain ninjas arrived, executing powerful earth release ninjutsu. He was abruptly halted by the rising earthen walls, and both escape routes were sealed by enemies. Damn it, why are there still so many foes? With the scarlet Three-Tomoe Sharingan scanning left and right, it was evident that he had been ensnared by his foes. Water style, great waterfall technique. An enemy rain ninja seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful water technique, as Ryuun found himself trapped between two walls. At this moment, the potency of the water ninjutsu was significantly amplified. If he were to leap onto the earthen wall, his demise would be swift. As two groups of rain ninjas stood atop the newly raised wall, rushing towards him, should he attempt to jump, he would undoubtedly become the ideal target. And even if he possessed extraordinary strength, he would struggle against the onslaught of poison projectiles launched by the collective. Recognizing his inability to withstand the impending deluge, Ryuun, who had limited defensive ninjutsu at his disposal, adhered to the belief that offense is the best defense. Faced with such a formidable water technique, he resolved to harness the same principle. If his adversaries enhanced their ninjutsu with walls created by their comrades, he too could utilize that to execute a powerful water technique. With swift hand seals, he clapped his hands together, water style, exploding water shockwave, as chakra surged from his body. The torrential rain and moisture in the air were forcibly drawn towards him. A deluge, more ferocious than a waterfall, rapidly took form, culminating in a cataclysmic clash between two formidable water techniques. The earth trembled violently under the impact of the torrents, and the earthen walls crumbled in an instant, sending numerous rain ninjas tumbling into the chaos, swiftly engulfed by the flood. Water style, water cannon technique. Seizing the moment while Ryuun unleashed his powerful jutsu, a rain ninja launched a swift surprise attack, directing a massive water column straight at him. In a critical moment, he could only raise his hand to shield his vital points, but the water column struck him fiercely, propelling him away. Surrounded by so many enemies, escaping Longmen Town unscathed was nearly impossible. Even Orochimaru could not manage it. At that moment, Orochimaru too was fleeing for his life. Having initially used the earth-style technique to burrow underground in an attempt to escape, only to be forcibly expelled by his enemies employing the same technique. His summoned beasts were swiftly slain, leaving him with no chance to retreat to the lair. Desperate, he leapt into a river, hoping to evade his pursuers via the waterway. Yet the rain ninjas were relentless, pursuing him closely and putting him in perilous straits. Ryuun, having been struck by the water cannon, coughed up blood. But in the next instant, He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, using it to summon his strongest summoning beast, summoning technique. In a swirl of smoke, a fearsome black dragon emerged, revealing its massive form. "Ah, so you finally summoned me." The black dragon, feeling the torrential rain and the shadows above, displayed a gleeful demeanor. "There are too many enemies. We should retreat in that direction and break free from the encirclement." Ryuun commanded the dragon. "Retreat? I have just arrived, and you want me to flee? I am a dragon. It would be disgraceful to spread such a rumor." The black dragon expressed its dissatisfaction. "Obey me. The crowd is growing denser, and soon it will be too late to escape." Ryuun urged anxiously. "What are you panicking about? The more enemies there are, the more I shall consume. Watch closely, kid." With that, the black dragon charged towards a throng of ninjas. "Damn it," Ryuun cursed, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a disobedient, reckless dragon. "Is it truly a giant dragon?" A voice among the rain ninjas exclaimed, startled by the appearance of the black dragon amidst the waterway-laden land of rain, where legends of great serpents and water dragons abounded. "It's coming. Quick, stop it. That's the enemy's summoned beast. A vile dragon. We must slay it. Water style, water dragon bullet." As the black dragon surged forth, a rain ninja hastily unleashed a water technique, summoning a massive water dragon to collide with the approaching beast. "Foolish insects," the black dragon scoffed, disdainfully confronting the water dragon without flinching. In an instant, the water dragon was reduced to mere droplets, unable to pose any threat to the black dragon, which charged into the fray, opening its fearsome maw to devour two unfortunate ninjas within seconds. Ninjas infused with chakra were a delectable treat for the carnivorous summoned beasts, and the black dragon would not let such prime sustenance slip away, regardless of the diminutive size of its human prey. "Now that you've become a dragon, why do you still crawl like a lizard?" Ryuun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at the sight of the black dragon's comical, swift movements. To soar requires the might of natural winds and formidable sage chakra. It is not as simple as merely flying. The black dragon retorted, momentarily taken aback by Ryuun's question. "I would deem you the most pathetic dragon in the universe," Ryuun quipped, unable to resist the jest. "Enough of your nonsense, or I shall return to the lair." The black dragon bellowed, its tail whipping around to strike two rain ninjas, leaving them battered and bloodied. "I have been diligently practicing sage techniques, striving for the day I can ride the winds and soar through the heavens," the black dragon declared, capturing a nearby rain ninja with its claw. "Being the son of the white snake sage, do you not inherently possess sage techniques and chakra? Why must you toil so?" Ryuun queried, despite the overwhelming enemy presence. "Must I not reproduce? I was preoccupied with mating to strengthen the serpent clan, leaving little time for training in sage arts," the black dragon confessed awkwardly. Ryuun was momentarily speechless, but the urgency of the situation pressed him to dismiss the banter and deflect incoming projectiles with his blade. Water style, great waterfall technique. A rain ninja launched a powerful water technique, colliding with the black dragon. Yet, the black dragon remained composed, even appearing momentarily exhilarated. "Brace yourself. Hold on to my horn, and do not let the flood sweep you away," the black dragon called, charging directly into the torrent. As a water beast, the dragon thrived in such conditions, its agility allowing it to navigate the flood with ease, even swimming upstream at remarkable speed. In mere moments, the black dragon closed in on the rain ninja. Lightning style, thousand birds. Ryuun hurled a barrage of lightning needles. The rain ninja, caught off guard, suffered several strikes to his legs and stumbled, only to be overtaken by the black dragon, which swiftly devoured him. "We must retreat. The enemy numbers are swelling," Ryuun urged, his anxiety palpable. "Wait, they're not that strong." Boom. Before the black dragon could finish its sentence, a powerful bolt of lightning struck it, eliciting a mournful roar. A skilled lightning ninja from the enemy ranks had arrived. Although Ryuun was not directly hit, he had released the Chidori technique to mitigate the electrical surge, emerging relatively unscathed. Never underestimate a swarm of ants. They can take down an elephant, Ryuun warned loudly. Lightning style, lightning punishment. Amidst the relentless rain, the formidable lightning ninja struck once more. A massive bolt of divine retribution rapidly taking shape in the dim sky. Unfortunately, this strike did not land as intended upon the black dragon. Instead, the thunder deviated significantly from its original trajectory, inadvertently injuring several of its rain ninja comrades. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, the Rain Ninja was filled with disbelief. That little brat actually diverted my lightning technique. At this moment, Lu Yun raised a sphere of lightning high in his hand. Utilizing the Chidori technique as a conduit, coupled with the skills of the Thunderfall technique, to forcibly disrupt the enemy's lightning ninjutsu. This move was ideally performed in conjunction with the natural thunder, but alas, the conditions to unleash the Thunder Kirin had yet to be fulfilled. Well done, kid. The Black Dragon couldn't help but compliment. Even in its transformed state as a flood dragon, it still harbored a natural fear of lightning, a primal dread stemming from its lineage. Unless it could one day evolve into a true dragon, it would remain haunted by the psychological shadow of its fear of thunder. Enough chatter, let us flee. At that moment, Lu Yun finally became enraged. The Black Dragon grimaced, reluctantly darting swiftly toward the southeast. Before departing, it took a deep breath, causing the surrounding rainwater to form a funnel shape, rapidly drawing it into its mouth. The immortal technique, Water Dragon Pillar. In the next instant, an extraordinarily powerful water column erupted from its mouth. The unstoppable torrent instantly reduced a Rain Ninja elite to mere blood and sludge, obliterating everything in its path. People, buildings, trees, turned to mere fragments. The might of this immortal technique left Lu Yun utterly astonished. As the dragon's head turned, the trajectory of the water column expanded dramatically, shattering several Rain Ninjas on the spot, while the surrounding encirclement was torn open by the Black Dragon's formidable immortal technique. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Dragon leaped forth like a swift lizard, its speed astonishing. Boom! A multitude of explosive tags and shurikens rained down beneath it, amidst the violent explosions. The Black Dragon roared furiously as it sped towards the outskirts of Longmen Town. Having undergone a second evolution, the Black Dragon's body was as resilient as steel. Even when battered by the fierce shockwaves of the explosions, its speed hardly diminished. The detonations merely elicited a sensation of pain, leaving its scales unscathed. The remarkable toughness of the Flood Dragon even made Lu Yun admire it. Not bad, old Black. I never imagined you could take such a beating. And your immortal technique is truly formidable. Lu Yun praised without reservation. Old Black, from now on, refer to me as Dragon Lord. Understand, brat? The Black Dragon snorted, releasing a plume of vapor, shaking its head as a warning. We cannot let this beast escape. A Rain Ninja elite shouted loudly. Seeing the relentless pursuit from behind, Lu Yun momentarily lost interest in banter. He firmly adhered to the Black Dragon, using chakra from his feet, then swiftly made his way from the dragon's head towards its tail. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lu Yun quickly formed hand seals, unleashing another powerful water technique. With an overwhelming output of chakra, a deluge surged forth, colliding with the pursuing enemies and effectively halting most of their advance. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Black Dragon quickened its pace. In no time, it broke through the encirclement and leaped directly into a river. Upon entering the water, the Black Dragon accelerated even further. Gazing at the churning, dark waters, the Rain Ninjas on the shore lost all desire to pursue, staring at the massive, fading shadow for a long while in silence. Ha! Lu Yun, standing atop the dragon's head, could not contain his laughter. In that moment, he felt invigorated. Riding the dragon was an exhilarating experience. A fantastical dream that every Chinese man holds dear, now realized in this world. Although the night was dark and the rain poured heavily, obscuring his heroic visage as he rode the dragon, the thrill of cutting through the waves made him smile unconsciously. Chapter 147. The dragon's legs have been deceived. What are you laughing at? The Black Dragon inquired, unable to restrain its curiosity. Nothing. Lu Yun chuckled and shook his head. The taste of a mundane life as a cog in the wheel of society in his past life, contrasted with the joy of riding a dragon in this life, was a sentiment that only he could truly appreciate. Others would find it hard to comprehend. Kid, you previously claimed to be a descendant of dragons. Do you know how I can transform into a true dragon? The Black Dragon asked earnestly. Transforming into a true dragon? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly know the way to become a true dragon? However, having already boasted so grandly, he could not simply admit ignorance now, lest the Black Dragon turn against him. To prove his understanding of dragons, he began recounting tales from Chinese culture regarding dragons. It is said that all scales have the potential to transform into a dragon, particularly snakes. which possess the most dragon bloodline factors and are the most likely to achieve ancestral evolution into true dragons. As Ryuun spoke, he cast a glance at the black flood dragon beneath him, noticing its keen interest, which ignited a desire to embellish his tale. Thus, he continued, snakes live for 49 years to become pythons, pythons for 100 years to become hwai, hwai for 500 years to become flood dragons, and flood dragons for 1,000 years to become true dragons. Upon hearing this, the black dragon immediately erupted with questions. What does it mean to become a python? Isn't a python also a snake? How can one become a python in 49 years? I am not even a python species. Silence. Ryuun suddenly interjected, interrupting its barrage of questions. One question at a time. Python refers to an adult large snake, not a classification. Oh, I see. The black dragon nodded. Then posed another question. Why does it take 49 years to become a python? Isn't a large snake mature in 7 years? 7 years is enough to mate. Ryuun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Old Black was not easily fooled. But he quickly devised a reasonable explanation. Do you think every place in the world has the rich natural energy and abundant resources found in dragon lairs? As he spoke, utilizing the insight from his Sharingan, he walked on water and caught a python swimming alongside the flood dragon. This python was as thick as a human leg. Ryuun dragged it before the black dragon, highlighting the vast difference in their sizes, which were not even comparable. How does this python compare to you? It has already lived for several years. If you claim one can become an adult snake in just a few years, then show me one mating. I understand what you mean, the black dragon said awkwardly. Ryuun's explanation pertained to the snakes of the world. Indeed, the large snakes in the dragon lair were exceptional. What is why? The black dragon continued with its next question, now cautious of being reprimanded for asking too many questions. Why refers to your state before becoming a flood dragon. Ryuun replied from atop its head. Then, as if recalling something, he asked the black dragon, by the way, how old are you now? I haven't paid much attention, but I should be around 500 years old, the black dragon pondered before responding. The white snake sage of the dragon lair and the great toad sage of Miyaboka Mountain are of the same generation, both having lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. As the last offspring of an ancient sage snake, the black dragon has nearly reached the age of 500. Unlike humans, snakes do not keep track of birthdays. They are wild creatures living day by day, their lifespans dictated by fate, thus they seldom calculate their ages. Thus, even if you advance from a mere serpent to a python or a viper, you cannot escape the destined transformation into a flood dragon after 5 centuries. However, wait a moment, my mother, the white snake immortal, has existed for over a millennium. Yet she remains in the viper state and has not transformed into a flood dragon after 5 centuries? The black dragon, with its large, inquisitive eyes, voiced this perplexity. The smile on Ryuun's face abruptly faltered, yet after a brief silence, he mustered the courage to provide an explanation. Not every serpent possesses the fortune to transform into a flood dragon. Moreover, the amount of celestial chakra within the white snake immortal exceeds that of certain tailed beasts. She is evidently a celestial serpent, and it is entirely normal for her to have lived for 1,000 years. I never claimed that reaching a certain age guarantees evolution. Each step towards becoming a dragon is contingent upon fate. Upon hearing this, the black dragon fell silent, but soon it nodded, increasingly convinced of the reasoning. It is indeed the case that even within the dragon caverns, the transformation to a viper is subject to chance, and those with dragon horns are exceedingly rare. Only by surviving the tribulation of transformation can one undergo the first significant metamorphosis into a viper. Very well, then, what is my opportunity to transform into a true dragon? And where might it lie? The black dragon suddenly sought guidance with humility. I do not possess the skills of a fortune teller. How could I possibly know where your fortune lies? Ryuun feigned ignorance. You have just become a flood dragon. You still have over 500 years ahead of you. There is no need to rush in pursuit of the opportunity for evolution. Do not aim too high. For now, you should focus on learning celestial techniques from your mother, the white snake, and diligently gather celestial chakra. Seizing this chance, Ryuun began to impart wisdom, having lived for centuries under the influence of the female serpent. Only now, at 500 years, contemplating the pursuit of celestial arts, it was quite the absurdity, akin to a useless dragon. He wished for the black dragon to grow stronger, as it was his personal summoned companion, crucial for future battles. Furthermore, it would be wise to refrain from excessive dalliance with female serpents, ensuring that your vital essence remains robust. Should the opportunity for transformation arise, you must not lack the energy to endure the tribulation. This creature had previously spoken incessantly of mating, and Lu Yun felt it was imperative to prevent it from becoming a mere plaything. Oh, to learn celestial techniques and gather celestial chakra, I have indeed been diligently studying of late. However, requesting me to abstain from lust is an impossible task. The dragon caverns rely on me for progeny and growth. It was beyond the black dragon to renounce its desires. The nature of serpents is inherently lustful, and dragons are no exception, perhaps even more so. Recently, every little female serpent has praised its growing prowess, utterly enamored with Lord Long. The duo engaged in leisurely conversation upon the river's surface, as Lu Yun recounted numerous legends of dragons, some of which grew increasingly fantastical, bordering on myth. Yet he narrated them with such conviction that they left the old black dragon utterly enthralled. As time passed, the black dragon successfully delivered Lu Yun to a relatively safe port, and, after enjoying several large pancakes and sips of chicken soup, returned to the spirit world, thoroughly satisfied. Upon reaching the shore, Lu Yun made his way back to the Konoha camp, but he did not see the presence of Orochimaru. Chapter 148. A feint and a surprise attack. A battle to determine the outcome of the war between two nations. As dawn gradually broke, Orochimaru returned to the Konoha camp, dragging his weary body. "You little rascal. You run quite swiftly." Upon seeing Lu Yun appear unscathed, Orochimaru could not help but chuckle hoarsely. "It is thanks to my teacher for drawing the fire away from me." Lu Yun laughed playfully and then stepped forward, intending to use healing techniques to mend Orochimaru's wounds. "I appreciate your assistance." Orochimaru willingly removed his Jonin vest, revealing the charred wound on his back. Lu Yun's hands emanated a green glow as he commenced the healing process. Ever since his disciple learned the healing technique, Orochimaru had not sought Tsunade for treatment again. "When shall we attack Longmen Town?" Orochimaru inquired, glancing at the intelligence gathered at the cost of Hinata's life. Lu Yun proactively posed the question. In his estimation, the sooner they struck Longmen Town, the better, for after the commotion of the previous night, the Rain Ninjas would surely be aware of Konoha's intentions to attack, prompting Hanzo the Salamander to quickly bolster their forces there. There is no rush. Since we have already startled the grass, let us allow Hanzo to draw nearby troops away from Longmen Town first. Orochimaru replied without lifting his head. At these words, Lu Yun initially frowned, but soon his expression relaxed. "You intend to feint and strike elsewhere, prioritizing the capture of towns surrounding Longmen Town? Ah, how astute, Liu-Yun-Kun." Orochimaru set down the intelligence report, smiling in praise. "We shall attack where they are weakest. In the battle of fire and rain, we hold the advantage and the initiative. We need only advance steadily, methodically encircling them. They will be unable to protect Longmen Town." At this moment, the land of rain must also contend with the land of wind and the samurai of the land of iron. Rain Hidden Village cannot muster sufficient forces to combat the Konoha ninjas, rendering them unable to respond effectively. Konoha ninjas grow increasingly confident and relaxed with each engagement. Orochimaru even believed that it would not be long before Hanzo sought to negotiate peace with Konoha. Half a day later, the Konoha camp began to gather ninja combat forces ostentatiously, their intent to attack utterly transparent. That evening, the ninja forces originally poised to assault Longmen Town suddenly altered their course, launching a surprise attack on the adjacent town. The towns surrounding Longmen Town had just received orders to redeploy troops, and the ninja forces had scarcely arrived at Longmen Town when the town they had previously occupied faced a fierce assault from Konoha ninjas, catching the rain defenders off guard and leading to a swift retreat. In merely half a day, Konoha ninjas captured 2 towns with relative ease, suffering significantly fewer casualties than anticipated, marking a notable victory. Realizing they had been outmaneuvered, the Rain Ninjas were incensed but felt powerless. They dared not recklessly deploy their existing forces in a strategic stronghold, fearing Konoha would seize Longmen Town, thereby jeopardizing the entire situation. 10 days later, during which Konoha ninjas maintained a facade of preparing to attack Longmen Town, they discreetly began to encroach upon the surrounding towns and villages. 5 days later, Konoha staged a feigned assault on a specific town, successfully luring a contingent of Rain Ninja forces to respond, resulting in an ambush that eliminated nearly 100 Rain Ninjas, granting Konoha yet another minor victory. That day, buoyed by the ninjas' high morale, Konoha seized the town that had been feigned against. Thus, only one relatively significant town, Guyu Town, remained surrounding Longmen Town. This last town could not be lost. Should Guyu Town fall, the land route to Longmen Town would be encircled. Consequently, Hanzo the Salamander grit his teeth and reluctantly allocated some forces to bolster Guyu Town's defenses, temporarily stabilizing the ongoing decline of the situation. These two towns gradually became the front line in the conflict between the Fire and Rain nations. After much discussion and numerous probes, Konoha ninjas decided to march against the geographically disadvantaged Guyu Town. Numerous skirmishes ensued over the course of more than half a month, yet ultimately, Guyu Town fell to Konoha's relentless assault. After this battle, Konoha did not immediately move to attack Longmen Town. Rather, they consolidated their defenses, using their numerical advantage to withstand several counterattacks from the Rain ninjas, taking nearly 10 days to secure their gains completely. Konoha's strategy was notably prudent, effectively abandoning any notion of a hasty victory. This strategic intent was evident to all, yet the Rain ninjas struggled to devise an effective countermeasure. Time swiftly passed. Nearly a month gone by, when Konoha ninjas were fully prepared. A battle that would determine the outcome of the war between the Fire and Rain nations was about to unfold. Within the Konoha camp, the commander, the head of the Hyuga clan, convened a meeting of all elite jonin, announcing the order to besiege Longmen Town. Ryuun, the youngest newly appointed jonin in Konoha's history, had the honor of participating in the entire decision-making meeting. He ascended from a chunin to a jonin in less than 6 months. Despite the meteoric rise akin to a rocket launch, no one dared to question the legitimacy of his promotion within Konoha. This is because Ryuun's elevation was based on his military achievements, which held far greater significance than any other advancement route, rendering any descent futile. His ascent was built upon the corpses of his enemies, having dispatched at least 100 lower-tier ninjas and a double-digit number of jonins. Such a formidable warrior compelled even Konoha's leadership, who might wish to downplay his accomplishments, to consider his sentiments and those of other ninjas in the village, thereby granting him his rightful rewards. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, both of you possess the summoning technique, and your summoned beasts are all water-type combat creatures. Therefore, I assign you both to lead our adept water ninjas to block the waterways, hindering the enemy's reinforcements, thus buying us sufficient time to conquer Longmen Town. The commander, Shiri, declared, specifically naming the two and outlining their mission. The formidable dragon cave Orochimaru and the great toad of Mayaboku are well suited to counter the enemy's large vessels. Yes, they responded in unison, rising to acknowledge the task. Given the distribution of waterways, the upper reaches of Longmen Town's main river connect to the Rain Village. Thus you are likely to encounter the incoming Hanzo of the Salamander. Please ensure he is intercepted on the river surface. Once we seize Longmen Town and form an alliance with surrounding towns, even a demigod would have no chance of turning the tide. At the conclusion of the meeting, Shiri deliberately retained the two, emphasizing the mission's importance, as they were pivotal to the success of the assault on Longmen Town. Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish the task, Jiraiya asserted, thumping his chest in solemn promise. Orochimaru nodded earnestly in agreement. After departing the conference room, the three Sannin convened with Ryuun to discuss a more detailed battle plan, sharing their experiences from previous encounters with Hanzo. Chapter 149, The Interception Battle. The submerged dragon Hanzo of the Salamander is exceptionally skilled in the use of poison and wields a blade with great finesse, making close combat with him exceedingly perilous. Moreover, his near-invincible water body technique adds to the challenge. Orochimaru elaborated on the formidable nature of this demigod, expressing that he finds it nearly impossible to devise a strategy to defeat Hanzo. Hanzo's weakness lies within the poison sac located in his abdomen, and his summoned salamander requires approximately 5 minutes to regenerate after expelling its toxic mist. Ryuun shared his insights. How do you know this? Tsunade exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment, while both Orochimaru and Jiraiya regarded him with similar disbelief. I acquired this information through the hypnotic capabilities of the Sharingan from an elite Rain ninja, Ryuun casually replied. As a time traveler, how could he not possess such trivial intelligence? Unfortunately, these bits of information were not significantly impactful. The original text provided scant details about Hanzo. The reanimated Elder Hanzo would undoubtedly be a significant reduction in strength compared to the demigod, a fact beyond dispute. At this juncture, Hanzo still possessed a powerful will. Being at the pinnacle of his life, capable of dispatching even 5 elite ninjas with ease. Furthermore, from the original text, it was clear that reanimated Hanzo did not genuinely engage in combat with the elite ninjas. Ultimately, he resorted to self-disembowelment to release the poison sac, leading to his sealing by the ninja coalition. Ryuun contemplated that if reanimated Hanzo were to confront the current demigod, the outcome would be quite grim. Regarding the countermeasures against Hanzo's toxic mist, the commander planned to prioritize the distribution of existing gas masks to our team. Those toxic weapons are saturated with lethal poison, and even if you are not afraid of the mist, you must consume antidotes beforehand for precaution, Tsunade sternly advised. Moreover, Hanzo's poison is uniquely potent, possessing a strong paralyzing effect. One must avoid being struck by his scythe at all costs. The group engaged in a spirited discussion about their battle strategies, and soon, the next day arrived. This rare day of clear skies presented an opportune moment for the Konoha ninjas to launch a full-scale assault on Longmen Town. Orochimaru led Ryuun, Jiraiya, and dozens of elite water ninjas, departing from Guyu Town overnight, traversing the river to emerge at a river mouth upstream of Longmen Town. Hide, Orochimaru gestured, prompting everyone to conceal themselves swiftly. Their mission was to intercept enemy reinforcements, with minimal involvement in the direct attack on Longmen Town. Currently, Longmen Town was besieged on 3 fronts, with only the waterways remaining accessible. The reinforcements from the Rain Village could not reach Longmen Town by land, and traveling by boat was the swiftest and most efficient route. They're coming, a Hugo with Byakugan warned. Prepare for battle. We must ensure not a single enemy soldier reaches the shore, Orochimaru commanded sternly. Ryuun and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Summoning technique. The 3 simultaneously bit their fingers, invoking their summoning skills. Orochimaru, you'd better. Lord Black Dragon. The myriad snakes intended to extort Orochimaru during the cloud of summoning smoke. But as it dissipated, they immediately beheld the imposing figure of the Black Dragon. How can there be a dragon? Fukusaku, the great toad, recoiled in fear at the sight of the fearsome dragon. A dragon. It is indeed a true dragon. Ryuun's summoned beast is a black dragon. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the elite ninjas of Konoha gazed in astonishment at the majestic black serpent beneath Ryuun. This is the dragon you spoke of? Ryuun-kun, you are truly remarkable, Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips in awe. What is the situation? The deep voice of the black dragon resonated. First, submerge beneath the river and await the opportunity to destroy the enemy vessels, Ryuun explained calmly, reminding everyone that now was not the time for astonishment. The enemy was approaching swiftly. Yes, be prepared. Orochimaru was the first to respond. Thousands of snakes enter the water. Despite his dissatisfaction with Orochimaru's command, the myriad snakes dared not defy the presence of the black dragon, especially since he was Ryuun's mentor. Fukusaku, enter the water and conceal yourselves, Jiraiya instructed his toad companion, who, wary of the fearsome black dragon, hastily jumped into the river. Why hide? Can we not confront them openly? The black dragon, disregarding the others, rolled its eyes at the youth above. The enemies are formidable. It is prudent to exercise caution, Ryuun patiently explained. Caution? What do I have to be cautious about? I am inherently tempestuous. In the water, I am invincible, the black dragon proclaimed confidently. Enough chatter. If I say to enter the water, then do so without delay, Ryuun admonished, frustration mounting as time slipped away and the enemy vessels approached. TCH, the black dragon scoffed, taking a few steps before diving into the river. At that moment, all Konoha ninjas concealed themselves, fortunate to witness such a magnificent black dragon, which would undoubtedly serve as a tale to boast about in the future. While they revered Ryuun, the prodigious youth, they also felt a surge of confidence regarding the impending battle. With a true dragon as their ally, how could the land of fire falter in this war? Above the river, numerous vessels of Rain Village ninjas surged downstream, racing towards Longmen Town with astonishing speed. Let us hasten. Longmen Town must not fall. Upon a grand vessel, an elite shinobi from the land of rain vociferously called out to the fleet trailing behind. Amidst the multitude of ships, Hanzo the Salamander stood resolute on the deck of a large ship, exuding an aura of calmness that instilled a sense of security among the rain ninjas. Beneath the river's surface, 3 formidable summoning beasts concealed themselves. Propelling against the torrent with astonishing speed, aggressively advancing towards the fleet. The black dragon, arriving from the depths, disregarded the water's resistance and boldly surged ahead. Each movement of its powerful body unleashed terrifying force, while the cloud above it struggled to withstand the relentless currents, depleting its strength. Everyone, be cautious. There's something stirring beneath the water. Countless fish, startled by the immense creature, leapt from the depths. The commotion and ominous shadow instantly heightened the vigilance of all rain ninjas. Chapter 150. The Malevolent Dragon's Ferocity, a brutal struggle on the river's surface. What on earth is that? The rain ninja at the forefront of the fleet, possessing even a modicum of discernment, could see the gigantic shadow racing beneath the water's surface. There's a monster in the water. Hurry to shore, someone shouted in terror. In the next moment, a menacing black dragon violently overturned the troop transport above. My God, it's a dragon. The sight of over 20 ninjas tumbling into the river was overshadowed by the sheer shock of the dragon's emergence. However, upon noticing the leaf ninja atop the dragon, the rain ninjas quickly regained their composure, realizing this was the enemy's summoned beast. Seizing the moment of their disarray, the black dragon ferociously swung its tail, demolishing a warship, then opened its massive jaws to devour the fallen ninjas from the river's surface. Indeed, it is a black dragon. Such summoning beasts truly exist in this world. The usually unflappable Hanzo displayed a flicker of astonishment, for the arrival of the fearsome black dragon was genuinely shocking. Moreover, it was not merely the dragon that astonished him. The youth standing atop its head was equally unbelievable. This young man had awakened a pair of Sharingan, his blood-red eyes emanating a formidable aura that inspired both fear and respect. Clad in a gas mask, he appeared to have anticipated this encounter, a fact that left Hanzo feeling somewhat oppressed. After a brief moment of distraction, Hanzo swiftly gathered his focus, forming hand seals and invoking summoning techniques. As the black dragon initiated the attack, the serpentine summonings and fukusaku soon emerged from the river, seizing the opportunity to destroy several vessels. The three summoning beasts engaged in a fierce battle with the water-walking ninjas on the expansive river surface. The destruction of ships merely disrupted their support for the town of Longman, as most rain ninjas had mastered water-walking techniques, enabling them to fight on the river. However, against the three powerful water-based beasts, they found it exceedingly difficult to defend themselves, let alone repel the formidable summoning creatures. With a significant advantage in terrain, the three beasts inflicted substantial casualties upon the rain reinforcements. Unfortunately, this advantage was short-lived, as three massive salamanders soon emerged from beneath the water, fiercely lunging at the rampaging summoning beasts. Thus commenced a monumental clash among the summoning giants. The black dragon exhibited exceptional combat prowess. As its tail struck one of the giant salamanders, it unleashed a powerful sweep, flinging the enormous creature out of the water. Before the salamander could regain its balance, the black dragon swiftly turned and sank its teeth into its body. Lord Black Dragon, these creatures contain toxic glands. Their skin secretes paralyzing venom. As the black dragon relentlessly tore into the salamander, the serpent summoner could not help but shout a warning. The black dragon acknowledged the warning but dismissed it entirely. It was a noble dragon, a direct descendant of the celestial serpents, having withstood the most potent poisons without concern. With a deafening roar, even the resilient salamander's defenses were breached, emitting a harrowing cry. Previously, its fierce bites had merely grazed the dragon's scales, but now, the dragon's grip was ferocious and lethal. The salamander's skin began to ooze venom as it retaliated, exhaling a dense toxic mist towards the dragon's eyes, while its venomous blood surged into the dragon's mouth. Yet, in a disheartening twist, the black dragon completely ignored the toxins. Seemingly invigorated by the venom's sting, its ferocity amplified. As the dragon's claws ensnared the salamander, it savagely tore a substantial chunk of flesh from its body. The piercing wail shocked all onlookers, the gruesome scene instilling terror in the hearts of nearby beasts. After rending the flesh, the black dragon swallowed the bloody morsel whole, its bloodthirsty demeanor evoking fear among all witnesses. What manner of creature is this, capable of dismissing the salamander's venom? Hanzo, aboard the vessel, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Soon, a ghastly crimson bloom erupted upon the river's surface as the black dragon, relishing the taste of blood, lunged once more towards the salamander's neck. In a desperate bid for survival, the salamander could only retreat back to the summoning realm, realizing that ordinary salamanders were no match for this beast, and it was time to summon their matriarch. Recognizing that the salamander and black dragon were swiftly overwhelmed, Hanzo understood the dragon's terrifying nature and that ordinary salamanders were futile opponents, even in larger numbers. In an instant, he leaped onto the river's surface, drawing a kunai across his thumb, channeling his chakra to summon an immensely colossal creature. A gigantic black salamander plunged into the river, promptly resurfacing and lying upon the water's surface. Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? The massive black salamander spoke in a perplexed female voice, evidently possessing sentience. My apologies for summoning you, but I am in dire straits and require your assistance against a formidable foe. Hanzo implored, a look of sincerity etched upon his face. The giant salamander fell silent momentarily, its gaze drawn to the ominous black figure. Is that the malevolent dragon? It gasped instinctively, sensing a profound threat from the creature. As the giant salamander turned to face the black dragon, the dragon, too, became aware of its presence, unleashing a resounding roar that startled the giant salamander, prompting it to take a step back. Indeed, my lord, that dragon nearly killed my kin, the gray salamander, and I had no choice but to summon you. Hanzo explained earnestly. Could that blood on its jaws belong to my offspring? The matriarch salamander's fury ignited. Yes, the dragon completely disregarded the toxic mist, biting off a sizable piece of the gray salamander and swallowing it whole. Hanzo fanned the flames of outrage. Damn it! The colossal giant salamander unexpectedly lunged fiercely towards the black dragon. Chapter 151, The Battle of Dragons and Fish. The malevolent dragon seemed entirely impervious to the deadly toxins. You must exercise utmost caution. Allow me to eliminate the youth atop the dragon's head, and the adversary will no longer pose a threat. Hanzo of the salamander revealed his strategy, fixating on Ryuun. Faced with the onslaught of the gigantic salamander, the black dragon showed no hesitation and charged directly forward. A demigod? Observing Hanzo perched atop the head of the giant salamander, Ryuun appeared particularly grave. Jiraiya, focus solely on the task at hand. Hanzo has set his sights on Ryuun. We must hurry. Upon uttering these words, Orochimaru leaped onto the river's surface, disregarding the ongoing battle with the many serpents, and dashed towards Ryuun's position. Wentai, I entrust the salamander to you. I must join them to confront Hanzo. Jiraiya bellowed, leaping onto the river in a rush towards Hanzo. Damn it, Jiraiya. I can't handle this alone. The giant toad Wentai cursed under his breath. Even as one of the three great sages of Mount Myaboku, he found the toxic salamander quite troublesome. As a creature of poison, the giant toad had some resistance to the toxic miasma of the salamander, but it could not achieve the complete immunity exhibited by the black dragon. Moreover, it was not just him. The many serpents nearby were equally afflicted. While the salamander's venom was not fatal to them, it was not entirely ineffective either. Any poisoning would still result in paralysis symptoms. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Hanzo, standing atop the head of the black giant salamander, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful water-style technique. Torrential waters surged beneath the giant salamander, propelling it towards the ferocious dragon. The synergy between man and beast, at first glance, completely overwhelmed the black dragon. With a roar, the black dragon unleashed another fearsome dragon's cry, then, in the next instant, whipped its tail violently against the river's surface, releasing a surge of sage chakra. A massive bubble of water suddenly formed beneath it, lifting the black dragon high, and it collided fiercely with the oncoming giant salamander. As a dragon, the black dragon could summon torrential floods at any moment, even without Ryuun's assistance, to counter Hanzo's technique. Boom! The towering walls of water, each dozens of meters high, collided instantly, sending a terrifying sound echoing far and wide. Yet, both colossal water beasts ignored the impact of the deluge, immediately engaging in an intense and brutal melee. The dragon's razor-sharp horns lunged towards the head of the black salamander, but in a critical moment, the salamander's body swiftly sank to evade disaster, snapping its jaws viciously towards the black dragon's form. In a critical instant, the black dragon's claws gripped the salamander's head, its formidable strength piercing through the salamander's tough exterior and penetrating deep into its flesh. However, due to the sheer inertia of the salamander's massive body, the black dragon was also toppled, and both colossal summoned beasts crashed into the turbulent river below. Ryuun and Hanzo leaped high into the air at the moment of impact. their chakra-infused blade and chain scythe clashing together. Neither possessed the ability to manipulate the air, so the collision lasted only a brief moment. However, in the instant they separated, Hanzo forcefully swung the chain in his hand, aiming the scythe's other end squarely at Liu Yun's head. The speed of this attack was astonishing. But before the keen insight of Liu Yun's Sharingan, it bore little significance. With a twist of his blade, he precisely blocked the weighted end of the chain. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Liu Yun was sent flying by the immense force but quickly regained his footing, using the river's surface to absorb the impact. Just as he stabilized himself, he saw Hanzo disappear in an instant, reappearing before him at an unbelievable speed. So fast, his Sharingan barely caught a glimpse of Hanzo's form. In a split second, he raised his blade to block the descending death scythe. The extreme speed granted terrifying power to the attack. Although Liu Yun successfully defended against the lethal strike, he was still sent hurtling over 100 meters away. At his current stage, his physical strength remained his weakest attribute. After all, at merely 12 years of age, he was still just a child, and his physical capabilities were not sufficient to contend with a demigod-level ninja. Denying Liu Yun any chance to recover, Hanzo charged forward, the death scythe slicing downwards with brutal swiftness. His methods were fierce and unrelenting, clearly intent on eliminating Liu Yun, the summoner of the dragon, at the quickest possible pace. Faced with Hanzo's relentless assault, Liu Yun found himself momentarily overwhelmed. If he did not first defend against this fatal attack, he would have no time to utilize ninjutsu or any other means. Clang! Another metallic sound rang out as Liu Yun once again crossed his blade in front of his chest to withstand the deadly strike. But he was subsequently slammed into the riverbed by the immense force. Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hands. At this moment, Orochimaru finally arrived, summoning a swarm of venomous snakes to strike at Hanzo. Hanzo swiftly evaded the attack with a backward leap, severing the snakes with a powerful swing of his chakra-infused scythe. Fire release, Great Fireball. A massive fireball hurtled towards Hanzo as Jiraiya joined the fray. Body Flicker Technique. Hanzo executed a simple body flicker technique to dodge the fireball effortlessly. But the two sides momentarily separated at this juncture. Orochimaru plunged a hand into the river, and Liu Yun was quickly ensnared by a snake. Coughing, Liu Yun expelled the river water, glancing at Hanzo with newfound respect. At this moment, his hands were strained, blood seeping from his grip on the blade. Today, he finally experienced the terror of the legendary demigod. After only a few exchanges, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It was no wonder that even the combined might of the three great ninjas could not contend with a being of divine status. None associated with the divine were simple opponents. Are you all right? Seeing blood dripping from the youth's hands, Orochimaru could not help but inquire softly. I'm fine. Liu Yun summoned a green light from his hand, wielding his blade while employing healing techniques. Alone, he could not hope to defeat Hanzo. It was time to execute their original plan, with all three of them fighting with full force. Watch your feet, Jiraiya suddenly shouted. As tumultuous waves surged through the great river, two ferocious beasts erupted from the waters, creating towering waves. Chapter 152, Fish and Dragon in a Stalemate, Extreme 2-for-1 Exchange. Despite the tumultuous waves upon the river, Konoha's elite water-style ninjas continued to engage fiercely with the Rain Ninja Support Unit. The chaos on the river was palpable, as the summoned beasts and water-style techniques nearly collided, with successive waves making it challenging for the ninjas to maintain their footing, let alone fight to the death. This scenario severely tested individual chakra control. Without a solid foundation, one could easily be swept into the depths of the river by the surging tides. The Black Dragon and Salamander, both water-based combat beasts, quickly ignited their true power in this brief interval. The agile dragon swiftly gained the upper hand in close combat, viciously biting the giant salamander and forcing it back to the river's surface. The black giant salamander emitted a chilling cry. Nearby, two smaller salamanders, upon hearing this sound, were instantly consumed by a frenzy, attempting to rush to its aid but were firmly obstructed by the myriad snakes and the formidable toad, Wentai. In that moment, the battle among the colossal beasts intensified, with the two salamanders appearing to be in a life-and-death struggle, seemingly unwilling to retreat easily to the spirit realm. The pressure on the snakes and Wentai escalated dramatically. Once the black salamander was seized, its toxic glands began to exude a copious amount of viscous and terrifying venom. The instant the black dragon made contact with this toxin, it felt a numbing sensation envelop its tongue, while its jaws experienced an uncontrollable paralysis. Alarmingly, the venom of this giant salamander had a lubricating effect. As the creature writhed, the area bitten by the dragon began to exhibit signs of slipping free. Realizing that the slippery salamander was difficult to hold on to, the black dragon promptly extended its claws to secure its opponent, but with a powerful twist. The salamander ultimately broke free. As the first round concluded, the black dragon exhibited no significant injuries, whereas the giant salamander showed evident signs of blood seeping from its surface, indicating it had sustained some damage. Unfortunately, due to its transformation, the black dragon's fangs had lost their ability to inject poison. Had it retained its former venomous fangs, it might have inflicted severe damage or even defeated the giant salamander, considering it had successfully bitten it. The black dragon possessed far superior endurance, explosive power, and biting strength compared to serpents, alongside robust claws and impenetrable scales, along with 2 additional ninjutsu abilities beyond its earth affinity. Yet it had tragically lost its lethal venomous capabilities. Lady Matriarch, how are you holding up? Can you endure? Hanzo leapt back onto the salamander's head, his tone filled with concern. The black salamander did not respond. Instead, it suddenly opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thick cloud of potent poisonous mist. The river began to swirl with purple toxic smoke. Hanzo shouted urgently, but the Konoha ninjas could not comprehend his words, while a group of rain ninjas, despite their injuries, decisively retreated. What is happening? The Konoha ninjas appeared puzzled. What was so terrifying about the toxic smoke? Were they not all equipped with gas masks? However, within moments, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Beware of the toxic mist. Retreat at once." Though he reacted swiftly, some Konoha ninjas and other summoned beasts were still momentarily enveloped by the poisonous fog. The toxic mist could permeate through the skin. A Konoha ninja made this alarming discovery. As his words fell, many noticed red rashes emerging on their skin, symptoms that were neither painful nor itchy, yet accompanied by a profoundly unsettling numbness. Senjutsu, Water Dragon Bullet. Ignoring the toxic mist, the black dragon gathered Senjutsu chakra and unleashed a massive, terrifying water column from its mouth. However, ensnared within the poisonous fog, it experienced a slight paralysis that hindered its movements. The black giant salamander seized the opportunity and swiftly dove into the river, narrowly evading this deadly attack. Hanzo atop the salamander also activated the water body technique, retreating to a safe distance. Amidst the toxic mist, the anguished cries of Wantai echoed. Both he and the myriad snakes found themselves within the enveloping fog. The dreadful toxins rendered them paralyzed, while the 2 salamanders appeared entirely unaffected. One salamander took advantage of the situation, viciously biting Wantai's forelimb, causing him to drop his short blade into the river. The salamander's teeth were laced with venom, and to preserve its life, Wantai had no choice but to dissipate into smoke, retreating to Mount Mayaboku. Not far away, the myriad snakes were fiercely entangled with one salamander, their venomous fangs having pierced its flesh, while the snake coiled tighter, attempting to strangle it. Given its capabilities, it was indeed sufficient to contend with a single salamander. However, with the arrival of the toxic mist and Wantai's retreat, the myriad snakes suddenly faced a daunting 1 versus 2 predicament. As yet another salamander expelled venom, accompanied by the one already bitten secreting its own toxin, the myriad snakes could no longer withstand the onslaught of multiple poisons. "Lord Black Dragon, I can no longer endure." It cried towards the black dragon before exploding into smoke, fleeing back to its lair. Had it not been for the black dragon's presence, it would never have gone to such lengths for Orochimaru or fought alongside Konoha. Even in its final moments of escape, its last words were an explanation of its insufficient abilities to the black dragon, rather than demanding 100 living sacrifices from Orochimaru. What a worthless failure. The black dragon scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, the black dragon remained enveloped in the thinning toxic mist, having no intention of retreating. This mere paralyzing mist was not enough to compel its flight. Meanwhile, the 2 salamanders, now devoid of adversaries, swam toward it. Notably, one of the salamanders suddenly sank to the riverbed, subsequently exploding into smoke. It had just been bitten by the myriad snakes, and as time passed, the serpent's venom began to take effect, leaving it unable to continue fighting. The salamander, as a summoned beast, possessed individual combat strength that rivaled that of the three great sage lands. Yet their population was exceedingly sparse and lacked the legacy of the sages, leading to a lesser reputation outside compared to the three great sanctuaries. In the original text, Hanzo's summoned salamander engaged in direct combat with Wentai, the toad, and the myriad snakes, only to find that by the conclusion, Hanzo's salamander remained unscathed while the three great summoned beasts had vanished back to the spirit realm, leaving behind the exhausted Konoha trio. This illustrates the formidable strength of such summoned beasts. The myriad snakes truly exerted themselves to replace one. Chapter 153, Fierce Battle Against the Demigod, Barely Evenly Matched. Faced with the assault of two colossal salamanders, the black dragon exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, it plunged into the river, re-engaging in a bloody melee with the two salamanders. As the toxic mist dissipated, a group of rain ninjas surged toward the Konoha ninjas. In an instant, several severely poisoned Konoha elites were slain, and the remaining forces quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Regrettably, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Ryuun were too preoccupied to attend to anyone else. As they were engaged with the demigod, a moment's lapse could lead to their own demise. Water Release, Water Cutter Technique. Hanzo the salamander initiated the offensive, unleashing a high-pressure stream of water from its mouth, sweeping directly toward the three. Orochimaru was the first to lean back, evading the razor-sharp water line, while Ryuun sprang high into the air. Jiraiya, the last to be attacked, remained calm and crouched like a frog on the ground. In midair, Ryuun hurled a flurry of shuriken, while Jiraiya simultaneously unleashed his thousand-needle jutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Hanzo, with a swift hand seal, evaded all attacks and vanished from sight. Teacher, below the water. Just as Orochimaru and Jiraiya searched for Hanzo's whereabouts, Ryuun, with his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, successfully spotted the fleeting shadow beneath the water. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals with his hands and slammed them onto the water's surface. In an instant, a powerful electric net ensnared a swiftly approaching figure, reducing it to liquid. This was merely Hanzo's water clone technique. Before taking action, he was already aware that the Three-Tomoe Sharingan could perceive him. Intentionally exposing himself to draw the attention of the three, his true target was not Orochimaru, but Jiraiya. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the murky river water. Confronted with the imminent threat of the death scythe, Jiraiya, recalling past lessons, dared not use a kunai to counter the scythe's edge. The weapon wielded by Hanzo of the Salamander was superior to the chakra blade of Ryuun, and his swordsmanship was profoundly skilled. Engaging him in close combat would be tantamount to seeking death. Jiraiya's long hair suddenly extended, ensnaring the scythe while swiftly wrapping around Hanzo's body. Wait! Jiraiya was suddenly struck with alarm. It felt too easy, and he instinctively realized he had fallen into a trap. In the next moment, Hanzo's body transformed into a puddle of mud, revealing numerous explosive tags within. The explosive tags from the Land of Rain possess waterproof capabilities, igniting and exploding regardless of heavy rain or immersion in water. Jiraiya was instantly terrified, rolling away as he hastily employed the body flicker technique. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the river's surface, and despite his quick reflexes, Jiraiya was violently thrown away by the shockwave. Before he could regain his senses, a chain emerged from the water and coiled around his ankle. The snake binding technique. Just as Jiraiya was about to be dragged into the depths, Orochimaru seized him with the snake binding technique. Both sides were locked in a struggle. The chain soon drew blood from Jiraiya's ankle, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a cry of anguish. Ryuun! Orochimaru suddenly shouted. In the next instant, Ryuun appeared in an instant. Instead of attempting to sever the chain with his chakra blade, he grasped the chain and unleashed the Chidori. Jiraiya was instantly electrified, and Orochimaru managed to release his hold just in time to narrowly escape calamity. The other end of the chain suddenly lost its strength, as the opponent clearly recognized the threat of the Chidori and promptly relinquished the chain. Ryuun did not squander precious time unbinding the injured Jiraiya, instead using all his strength to hurl the chain, along with Jiraiya, towards Orochimaru. He then pressed his hands against the river's surface, channeling the electrical power of the Chidori into the riverbed. He understood that Hanzo was lurking beneath the water. This maneuver might injure him, as water conducts electricity. Water Release, Water Dragon Technique. The river below Ryuun began to churn violently, rapidly enveloping him and spinning with great speed. In a critical moment, Orochimaru once again employed the snake binding technique to pull Ryuun out of the water vortex. The water vortex, which could not ensnare anyone, did not dissipate, but, under Hanzo's deliberate manipulation, surged toward the three at an alarming speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiraiya and Ryuun simultaneously hurled several explosive tags and kunai, resulting in a fierce explosion that instantly curtailed the further formation of the water vortex, effectively dismantling Hanzo's assault. The three stood warily upon the water's surface, while Hanzo slowly rose from the depths. Among the four, Ryuun and Orochimaru were only slightly fatigued in chakra, while Jiraiya appeared the most beleaguered, with an injured ankle and additionally scorched by Ryuun's chidori. However, he did not blame Ryuun. Instead, he appreciated the cleverness of the strike. Feeling they had gained more than they lost, Hanzo had lost half of his weapon. The chain and scythe were a single unit, leaving him with only the scythe. Moreover, judging by Hanzo's heaving chest, he too had taken a direct hit from the chidori, much like Jiraiya. Regrettably, Ryuun's heart was not ruthless enough. He had hesitated to increase the current, granting Hanzo a fleeting chance to escape when Jiraiya was thrown away. Ryuun, you take the lead, and I will coordinate with Jiraiya. Orochimaru spoke with grave seriousness. In battle upon the river, Jiraiya's mastery of fire release and Orochimaru's expertise in earth release were both curtailed, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. Ordinary water release techniques posed little threat to Hanzo. After much contemplation, it was clear that only Ryuun's formidable lightning release techniques held the potential for victory. Kid, this battle rests entirely upon you. Despite his unfavorable condition, Jiraiya still managed to smile. Three ignorant youngsters, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Hanzo's expression darkened as he spoke. And you, so young yet possessing impressive strength, with the awakening of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, will undoubtedly become a future threat. I cannot allow you to live. Hanzo's gaze fixed upon Ryuun, and he launched another assault. Chapter 154. Each displays their unique abilities, nearly unresolvable body flicker technique. Currently, the battle in Longmen Town raged fiercely. Hanzo felt he could no longer afford to delay, intending to exert his full strength to swiftly eliminate these troublesome juniors. Summoning technique. Hanzo formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. In the next moment, a small gray-brown salamander, only a few meters tall, was summoned. The appearance of this diminutive salamander momentarily stunned the group, for in their understanding, summoned beasts typically grew larger and stronger. Why had Hanzo suddenly conjured such a juvenile summoning? Moreover, this salamander seemed peculiar, with a mouth wider than that of an ordinary salamander, yet its body was considerably smaller. Inbu. Upon issuing the command, the salamander named Inbu immediately unleashed a dense cloud of poison. Its speed of toxin expulsion was astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, the poisonous mist enveloped the surrounding area. The three quickly donned their gas masks once more. We have gas masks. What is Hanzo planning? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. To obscure our vision, Ryuun replied, his expression grave. Not only is this poison harmful to the eyes, Orochimaru quickly discerned the peculiarity of the mist. Orochimaru, quickly use wind release to disperse the poison. Jiraiya's eyes stung with tears from the smoke, urging Orochimaru to employ wind release. You idiot, I'm wearing a mask. How can I blow? Orochimaru retorted. A single target wind release technique would be ineffective against the poisonous mist, while a wide area wind release would require inhalation first. Except for Temari's iron fan wind release technique. If he inhaled the toxic mist into his lungs, Orochimaru feared he would no longer be able to fight. It's coming. Amidst their banter, Ryuun couldn't help but shout a warning. In the next moment, a figure, fast as lightning, appeared before Ryuun, Hanzo's scythe swinging fiercely toward him. Ryuun had been on high alert. As Hanzo charged, he had sensed a hint of his approach. Faced with the lightning-fast strike, Ryuun could only raise his blade in a desperate attempt to deflect it. Whoosh! Speed is intrinsically linked to strength, and with Hanzo now fully committed, Ryuun was swiftly struck and sent flying by a single, forceful blow. Water release, water dragon blast. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, Orochimaru accurately discerned Hanzo's silhouette amidst the toxic mist. He swiftly formed hand seals and slapped the water's surface. In an instant, the river beneath Hanzo's feet suddenly sank, giving rise to a colossal head of a water dragon, which rapidly closed its jaws, attempting to ensnare Hanzo. Body flicker technique. The speed of Orochimaru's jutsu was remarkable, yet Hanzo's body flicker technique outpaced him. In the blink of an eye, Hanzo had already positioned himself behind Jiraiya, his scythe emanating a deadly glint as it swung toward the back of Jiraiya's neck. Jiraiya, already wounded, had become Hanzo's primary target for elimination. Slash. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Jiraiya's long hair suddenly flared out, resembling the quills of a porcupine, and swiftly spread apart. The terrifying gleam of the scythe flashed momentarily as a substantial portion of Jiraiya's hair was severed, narrowly allowing him to evade a fatal decapitation. However, despite Jiraiya's timely response, the unique design of the scythe nonetheless left a faint cut upon his nape. Realizing the gravity of the situation as pain radiated from his neck, Jiraiya quickly recognized the peril he was in. The scythe was coated with the potent venom of the salamander, a paralyzing toxin of exceptional strength. Seizing the moment before the toxin fully manifested, he executed a body flicker technique to distance himself from Hanzo. Prior to the battle, they had consumed antidotes, but regrettably, these could not completely neutralize the toxin. This injury had likely rendered the antidote ineffective by a significant margin. To prevent being a burden to his allies, Jiraiya could only retreat as far as possible behind Orochimaru. Lightning release, false darkness. Ryuun leaped high into the air, momentarily escaping the toxic mist, and set his sights on the venomous salamander, unleashing a powerful lightning strike. A fierce bolt of lightning surged directly toward Hanzo. Sensing the threat to his life, Hanzo quickly dispelled the chakra beneath his feet, sealing his mouth as he sank rapidly into the river, moving with such speed that the false darkness of the lightning could not reach him. However, in his haste, he made a grave mistake. Entering the water was far from a wise choice, for water conducts electricity. Although the lightning did not directly strike his body, it struck the river with a resounding crash, creating a massive bubble that sent Hanzo convulsing and soon flipped him onto his back. After neutralizing the venomous creature, Ryuun hurriedly sought to support Orochimaru. But before he could approach, a terrifying deluge pushed him far back. Both Orochimaru and Hanzo unleashed formidable water ninjutsu, making it difficult to maintain balance in the turbulent waters, let alone continue fighting. Orochimaru recognized that in close combat, he was no match for Hanzo, compelling him to resort to a high-risk strategy by employing a wide-ranging jutsu. He hoped to create an opportunity for Ryuun amidst the chaos. Indeed, after just a few breaths, as the river began to stabilize, a chorus of bird calls resonated in the air. Orochimaru recognized the sound of the A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. The moment the toxic mist thinned, Ryuun's Three-Tomoe Sharingan instantly detected Hanzo's presence, and in the next moment, he charged forward. So fast, Hanzo's eyes widened in astonishment as Ryuun closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, thrusting his Chidori forcefully toward him. At the critical moment, Hanzo once again executed his nearly incomprehensible body flicker technique. Ninja Art, Thousand Needle Jutsu. Jiraiya, seizing the opportunity as Hanzo landed, summoned all his strength to cast a jutsu despite his agonizing condition. Hanzo swung his scythe, deflecting the incoming needles. Ninja Art, Multi-Snake Bind. At that moment, Orochimaru launched an assault from the opposite side. Numerous slender snakes lunged toward Hanzo, who, while continuously swinging his scythe, was forced to retreat. However, the overwhelming number of snakes soon found their mark, tightly coiling around his body. Ryuun, Orochimaru shouted. Even without his command, Ryuun instantly surged toward Hanzo once more. Regrettably, Hanzo's water body flicker technique was simply too swift. His form transformed into a puddle of water, allowing him to escape the serpentine binds with ease. Moreover, not only did he evade capture, but he also led Ryuun into a deadly trap. The snakes that had previously ensnared Hanzo were suddenly adorned with explosive tags. The moment he departed, a hand seal was completed, and the ground where he had stood erupted with a violent explosion. Ryuun found himself directly in front of the snakes, the explosion seemingly engulfing him entirely. Chapter 155, An Unconquerable Foe, the Rampaging Dragon Ryuun. Witnessing the explosion consume Ryuun, Jiraiya could not help but let out a furious cry. Orochimaru, having just employed the snake technique, found himself affected by the explosion that obliterated the serpents, causing him to stagger backward. Just as he regained his footing, a large, gray-brown-mouthed salamander burst forth from the water, swallowing him whole. This was the salamander that had been incapacitated by Ryuun's lightning. It had recovered, and stealthily submerged in the river. Orochimaru's attention had been entirely captivated by the explosion, rendering him oblivious to the lurking predator beneath the surface. Body flicker technique. As the explosion erupted, Ryuun formed a single-handed seal to activate his body flicker technique, enhanced by the activation of Chidori, propelling him to unprecedented speeds. So fast, in a flash of lightning, he reappeared before Hanzo, and with all his might, he unleashed his Chidori. Water body flicker technique. The most potent strike ultimately fell short. Ryuun swiftly retracted his Chidori and rapidly formed several hand seals with his left hand. Lightning release. Lightning leopard. Under his command, the Chidori transformed into a form of lightning, morphing into the shape of a leopard as it charged towards Hanzo. While Hanzo's water body flicker technique was indeed astonishingly swift, powerful jutsu often come with limitations. Having just executed one, Ryuun doubted Hanzo could utilize it again in such a short span. The body flicker technique demands a high level of physical fitness, and even elite ninjas refrain from frequent usage due to the immense strain it places on the body. Having just executed an incomplete lightning release body flicker technique, Ryuun felt intense pain in his legs, the muscles clearly strained from exceeding his limits. What? For the first time, Hanzo displayed a look of terror as he faced the oncoming lightning leopard, an astonishment that stemmed from a realization of losing control. This young man was growing faster with each strike. Ryuun's terrifying mastery over lightning caught him completely off guard. The speed of the lightning leopard was so overwhelming that it did not afford Hanzo the opportunity to form seals for defense. And having just used his water body flicker technique, he was incapable of employing it again in quick succession. In a desperate moment, as the lightning leopard lunged toward him, Hanzo's body suddenly felt heavy. The instant he dispelled the chakra from his feet, he plummeted into the river, narrowly avoiding the ferocious charge of the lightning leopard overhead. As the turbulent clouds gathered, Ryuun found himself bereft of disappointment. In the next instant, he forcefully swung his palm, directing the lightning leopard to plunge into the river with sheer determination. He could only hope that the power of lightning would traverse the water, injuring that formidable adversary. Having executed this maneuver, Ryuun collapsed to his knees upon the river, gasping for breath due to overwhelming exhaustion. On the other side, Orochimaru had indeed been swallowed whole by the giant salamander. Yet just before being engulfed by its stomach, he crossed his hands and adeptly utilized the shadow clone technique. With a multitude of clones emerging, even the vast maw of the giant salamander could not accommodate so many at once, forcing it to expel both Orochimaru and his clones. Following this, rather than recklessly attacking the recovering Orochimaru, it dove headfirst into the surging river. Before long, it resurfaced, panting heavily. At this moment, Hanzo still managed to stand. Albeit Ryuun's final ninjutsu had indeed inflicted damage upon him, yet it was insufficient to determine the victor. The condition of the three was dire. Jiraiya was still incapacitated by the paralyzing poison coursing through his veins, rendering him unfit for combat. Orochimaru, having been swallowed by the salamander, was tainted by its toxic saliva, causing severe swelling upon his skin, prompting him to hastily cleanse himself in the water. Ryuun, having executed his swift techniques, suffered from muscle strain, and the extensive use of powerful lightning jutsu had drained a significant amount of his chakra. Nonetheless, he remained the most capable among the trio. "Run, you young ones!" Hanzo shouted, but before he could finish, a cry of alarm from the ranged shinobi echoed nearby. Three terrifying colossal beasts had unknowingly approached their vicinity. The Black Dragon, in a fearsome display of ferocity, engaged in a brutal melee, churning the river into a chaotic tempest. At that moment, numerous dragon scales had been bitten off, and a viscous, toxic substance dripped continuously from its gruesome maw. Whenever it had a moment to breathe, it would dip its head to sip from the river in an attempt to wash away the poison. The incessant sticky toxins hindered its ability to bite the slippery salamander, and the overwhelming dosage of venom rendered its jaws numb, diminishing its biting power. Despite this, the dragon maintained the upper hand in the battle, inflicting grievous wounds upon the black salamander, with one smaller salamander even losing its tail to the dragon's jaws. The black salamander yearned to retreat to the summoning realm, realizing it was no match for the black dragon. Its once proud toxins proved ineffective, merely allowing it to nibble at the dragon's scales, inflicting only minor injuries. This dragon was the most formidable opponent it had ever encountered, and the black salamander could only hope for Hanzo's assistance. waiting for him to eliminate his adversary before coming to aid, yet his presence was nowhere to be seen. In desperation, the Black Salamander had no choice but to shift the battlefield towards Hanzo, for if he proved ineffectual, it would have to concede defeat and flee to the summoning realm. With a fearsome roar, the Black Dragon unleashed a terrifying bellow, its frustration mounting as it struggled to subdue the Black Salamander. How could it, a mighty dragon, be continuously bitten by a mere fish in such a favorable aquatic terrain? This outcome was simply unacceptable, prompting it to unleash its full chakra reserves. Entering a state of fury, with a powerful swing of its robust tail, the river boiled violently, waves towering higher than before as a fearsome torrent surged forth. No longer something mere mortals could withstand. In its rage, the Black Dragon summoned a colossal wave that crashed mercilessly toward the Black Salamander. At that moment, every soul upon the river's surface found themselves within the wave's destructive path, and as it unleashed its power, the safety of others became a secondary concern. This was a wide-ranging ninjutsu, one that only it could ignore the repercussions of the flood. Damn it, Ryuun cursed loudly, then forcibly utilized the body flicker technique to reach Jiraiya, intending to rescue him. We can't escape now, Orochimaru. The colossal wave loomed ahead, and they were still far from the shore. Jiraiya resolved to endure the impact of the flood. Orochimaru immediately utilized the body flicker technique to position himself beside them. And in the next moment, Jiraiya's long hair expanded dramatically, enveloping all three of them. After this, feeling it was insufficient, Orochimaru extended his hand beyond the barrier, summoning a series of serpents that coiled tightly around the white barrier, providing an additional layer of protection for the trio. With a thunderous roar, the monstrous wave struck, sweeping all living beings beneath the river's surface. The vast waters surged over the riverbanks, engulfing nearby deserted villages and submerging countless fields. Chapter 156. The Aftermath of the Great Battle, the Uchiha clan's response. Cough, cough, cough. As the tumultuous waters began to subside, Ryuun, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya struggled to ascend the riverbank. A singular wave had forcibly cast them into an unfamiliar section of the river, and now, the presence of other ninjas had vanished. They could no longer hear the Black Dragon's roars. Occasionally, they glimpsed a body drifting by, and as Ryuun dragged a comrade from the water, he discovered the individual had succumbed, their mouth and nostrils filled with mud, irretrievable in death. With no other option, Ryuun returned to the others, collapsing to the ground, and began to channel healing chakra to detoxify and mend their injuries. Are we not going to survive? Orochimaru inquired casually. Yes, Ryuun nodded softly. With a sigh, Orochimaru shut his eyes. Those who had come with him were all elite ninjas from Konoha, and now, a fierce battle had claimed them within the river's depths. He had mentally prepared for such a scenario, as ambushes were rarely without peril, especially under Hanzo's direct command. That they had all survived was a stroke of luck. The elite ninjas of Konoha could not have defeated the remaining ranged shinobi alone. If not for the Black Dragon's sudden rampage, they would undoubtedly have lost to Hanzo. A single monstrous wave had leveled the disparity in strength between the two forces, and Orochimaru felt gratitude toward that powerful Black Dragon. With Hanzo and a few remaining ranged shinobi surviving, their weakened state rendered them ineffective. Even if they reached Longmen Town, they would only meet their demise. This battle was theirs to win. Ryuun managed to heal the external wounds of his companions, then, disregarding his appearance, lay flat on the ground. After regaining some strength over the course of half an hour, the three finally supported one another to stand. The two adults, still feeling the lingering effects of poison, leaned heavily upon the shoulders of the adolescent. Ryuun glared at the two shameless individuals beside him. My body feels numb and fatigued, Orochimaru chuckled in explanation. We combined our efforts to protect you, so you'll have to bear the burden now, Jiraiya added with a sly grin. Given the circumstances, Ryuun could only begrudgingly accept. With his chakra nearly depleted, even summoning a snake to serve as a steed was beyond his capabilities. Should we return to camp or go elsewhere? Let us proceed directly to Longmen Town. As the trio made their leisurely way to Longmen Town, they discovered it had indeed been entirely occupied by the Konoha ninjas, just as Orochimaru had anticipated. According to Tsunade, Hanzo had indeed been present, but, recognizing the futility of resistance, knowing that to persist would only lead to total annihilation, he had reluctantly led the remaining ranged shinobi to retreat from Longmen Town, decisively abandoning this strategic stronghold. Konoha had achieved a pivotal victory in the Fire Rain War. The credit for this battle's success primarily belongs to Orochimaru, Ryuun, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who shone brilliantly during the siege of Longmen Town. Although the trio could not intercept Hanzo of the Salamander, they successfully obliterated the reinforcements, excluding Hanzo, which exceeded everyone's expectations and could even be regarded as the best possible outcome. The renown of the three ninjas spread anew during this conflict, while the tale of a 12-year-old wielder of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan also resonated throughout much of the ninja world. Intelligence regarding Uchiha Ryuun began to circulate among the 5 great ninja villages, and his formidable accomplishments were soon unearthed by those with vested interests. This elite jonin, at such a tender age, had awakened the Three-Tomoe Sharingan and even tamed a fearsome black dragon as his summoning beast, his overall strength approaching the threshold of a jonin. Such an exceptional prodigy sparked feelings of envy and apprehension in many, leading to his inclusion in the underground intelligence network. Moreover, substantial bounties were set by the 4 great nations, with his head price nearly rivaling that of the 3 ninjas. When the news of Ryuun's Three-Tomoe Sharingan reached the Uchiha clan, the entire family erupted in excitement, especially after the Uchiha elder received all information about Ryuun. He stormed into the Hokage building, demanding to know why Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately concealed Ryuun's intelligence, preventing the Uchiha clan from knowing about such a hero, one who had emerged as an elite comparable to the 3 ninjas and had achieved remarkable feats for Konoha. The Uchiha clan was the last to learn of this, inciting fury among its higher-ups. Yet, when the Uchiha elder confronted the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted with a question. How is it that your clan's Sharingan wielder is unknown to your own kin, yet you come to question me? The intelligence of every Konoha jonin is classified, and the 3rd Hokage is obligated to maintain their secrecy. Then why was he not notified before heading to the battlefield? Why was there no communication regarding his promotion to jonin? Does Konoha not regard the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha elder appeared increasingly agitated in the Hokage's office. Konoha does not require notification to engage any clan member, and the number of Uchiha clansmen deployed to the battlefield was scant. Is it that Konoha needs to seek your consent for a Uchiha Chunin to go to war? Tsunade interjected coldly. The Hokage's advisor should not conflate concepts. I am speaking of notification. The Uchiha clan never claimed Konoha could not mobilize forces. The Uchiha elder shot back vehemently. Should you not reflect on why your clan members did not inform you about such a significant matter as participating in the Rain Country's battle? How can you dare to blame us for not notifying you? Tsunade retorted with a frosty expression. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, tapping his pipe to quell the dispute. I have inquired with Ryuun. He stated there was no need to inform the clan, and he expressly requested confidentiality regarding his mother, Asuka. Furthermore, we downplayed his promotion for his safety. You know too well that being overly famous is not a boon. A 12-year-old jonin, once recognized by other nations, would inevitably become a target. Despite Sarutobi's patient explanation, it failed to gain the elder's approval. I do not care. All I know is he is an Uchiha, and our clan deserves to be informed. With that, the elder stormed out. A war hero represents immense value for the Uchiha clan, as Ryuun serves as a remarkably advantageous political asset, especially since he is associated with the 3 ninjas, potential successors to the Hokage. The political implications of this relationship are undeniable, and the Uchiha higher-ups are acutely aware of this significance. Chapter 157, The Boy Who Captivated All. Heir to the Will of Fire. Such a young Three-Tomoe Sharingan wielder, yet the Uchiha clan knows little about him. The information possessed by the higher-ups pales in comparison to what the clan's younger generation is aware of. The elder had previously heard of Ryuun's victory over Fugaku, but at that time, Ryuun had not yet awakened his Sharingan, while his grandson had awakened his Two-Tomoe Sharingan post-battle. This comparison led him to subconsciously underestimate Ryuun, believing the latter's talent did not measure up to that of his grandson. Little did he know that after graduating and heading to the battlefield in the Rain Country, Ryuun would achieve a series of astonishing feats, recently securing one of the pivotal contributions in a critical battle. The renowned Hanzo of the Salamander labeled him as the most threatening prodigy of the new generation in the ninja world. Hanzo's assessment was not merely complimentary, but rather laden with malice. Fame can be a double-edged sword. After this battle, Ryuun's capabilities were deliberately publicized, rendering any hope of maintaining a low profile futile. Ryuun understood that his talents would eventually be exposed. and managing to keep them hidden for this long was already a feat now that he had matured, aside from the 5 Kage. Few in the ninja world posed a substantial threat to him, making further concealment unnecessary. The tales of the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage and the new generation's super genius, Uchiha Ryuun, reached Konoha village, where villagers eagerly discussed and praised these 4 heroes. Among them, the 12-year-old Uchiha Ryuun garnered the most attention due to his age being a significant highlight. The Uchiha clan actively promoted Ryuun's past achievements, even disclosing the number of enemies he had vanquished. In no time, Ryuun became a household name in Konoha, and the Uchiha clan benefited from this newfound fame, significantly reducing the villagers' previous grievances against them. In the past, some families had privately disparaged the Uchiha clan, criticizing their numerous ninjas for remaining sequestered within the Konoha security department, too timid to engage on the battlefield. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's attempts to rectify this perception, it proved difficult to alter opinions. However, with the emergence of Uchiha Ryuun, those critics fell silent. Ryuun's home welcomed a multitude of visitors drawn by his newfound fame, particularly from the Uchiha clan, who sought to persuade Asuka to relocate back to the clan's territory. However, she, in a fit of agitation, turned them away. The revelation that her beloved son had deceived her, especially regarding such a critical matter as going to war, infuriated her. Even her loyal companion, Tomato, had concealed the truth from her. To think you would dare to hide this from me. When he returns, I shall tear that deceitful mouth of his apart. Asuka fumed, unable to sleep, closing her flower shop and tearing Ryuun's previous letters into shreds. Only upon receiving confirmation of Ryuun's unscathed condition and his significant contributions to Konoha did her heart find a semblance of peace. Auntie, please have some tea to calm down. Kushina offered respectfully, presenting a cup of fragrant tea with a strained smile. Nana, how could you conspire with him to deceive me? Do you think you deserve my trust? Asuka glared coldly at her. Upon hearing this, Kushina dropped her teacup and fell to her knees, desperately grasping Asuka's legs and begging for forgiveness. It is the fleeting clouds that compel me to speak thus. Dear aunt, I sincerely apologize. The tears of Kushina fall freely, her attitude of contrition exceedingly commendable, rendering Asuka reluctant to chastise her too harshly. All right, rise, Asuka said, her face a portrait of exasperation as she helped her up from the ground. I'm truly sorry, auntie. I shall never hide anything from you again. You are my favorite, please do not despise me, Kushina exclaimed, throwing her arms around Asuka's slender waist and weeping even more fervently. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever said I disliked you? Asuka reproached gently, yet her hands instinctively cradled Kushina's head. Overwhelmed by Asuka's tender care, Kushina was moved to tears, which flowed like a torrential river. Enough. I forgive you. Just cease your blubbering. The little one's weeping had begun to test Asuka's patience. Kushina quickly stifled her sobs, adopting a demeanor of compliance and obedience. Recently, you must gather more intelligence about him for me. I wish to know all the deeds that rascal has undertaken behind my back. Despite the fact that little Tomato had proven somewhat unreliable and often sided with the fleeting clouds, Asuka could only rely on her now. After all, Kushina was a ninja, and her knowledge surpassed Asuka's considerably. Of course, auntie, Kushina readily agreed. However, her knowledge of the situation was limited. She only knew that Ryuun had performed exceptionally on the battlefield and had been promoted to Chunin by Konoha at a remarkably young age. The astonishing news of his ascension to Jonin was something she had only learned today. Her former classmates were in an uproar, many approaching her to discuss Ryuun. This renowned youth had ignited a fervor among Konoha's younger shinobi, many of whom were eager to join the battlefield. Impulsive young genin had given little thought to the perils of war, simply imagining that they too could rise swiftly through the ranks and become esteemed jonin in mere months. Konoha was nowhere near a point where they needed young men on the battlefield and would not tolerate such recklessness. Nevertheless, due to the emergence of this youthful hero, Konoha could distinctly feel an increase in the enthusiasm and dedication of its children towards their training. This was, in fact, one of the goals of Konoha's higher-ups in establishing heroic role models. Among the adult male heroes were figures like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, humble origins exemplified. For women, Tsunade stood as an equal to any man. In the new generation, none were more deserving of such honor than Uchiha Ryuun, a youth of noble lineage, formidable strength, and a willingness to sacrifice. The higher-ups at Konoha held high hopes for him, especially considering that he was not entirely aligned with his family's interests, making him even more worthy of their support. The third Hokage had praised him more than once within the Hokage building, declaring, Uchiha Ryuun is an exceptional ninja who has grasped the will of fire. Chapter 158, Heirs of the Three Great Sacred Lands, discussing the divine over tea. Being a bodyguard? No danger? How can that rascal lie so brazenly without even a hint of shame? Is this your aspiration to be a hero? Then perhaps it's best you do not return. I shall treat you as if you never existed, you little scoundrel. If you dare come home, I'll break your legs and tear your mouth apart. As he read the heartfelt letter filled with maternal love, Ryuun unconsciously wiped his forehead, only to discover it slick with perspiration. How can one sweat so profusely merely from reading a letter? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, the legendary Sannin, finding themselves idle, had gathered at Ryuun's abode, intent on secretly indulging in a bit of wine to satisfy their cravings. Only they, among the Konoha shinobi, dared to sneak a drink during wartime without fear of repercussions. Let me see that letter, Tsunade declared, snatching the letter from Ryuun's grasp. Give it back. Why are you so meddlesome? Ryuun protested, attempting to reclaim the letter, but Tsunade held him at bay with one hand on his forehead. Calm down. Sister just wants to take a look. It won't kill you, Tsunade replied, glancing at the letter. Uft, this is hilarious. You dared to conceal this from even your own mother while on the battlefield in the land of rain. You'd better prepare for a beating when you return home. Tsunade laughed heartily, nearly choking on her amusement. I must see what this is about, Jiraiya interjected, coming over to read the letter as well. Tsunade quickly passed it to him, eager to share the hilarity of Ryuun's predicament, while she firmly held Ryuun's hands to prevent him from reclaiming it. Let go of me, you nuisances. Why must you pry into everything? Ryuun struggled, but his strength was no match for Tsunade's formidable grip. Haha. It's evident your mother loves you dearly, Ryuun. Jiraiya laughed uproariously, passing the letter to Orochimaru. Fortunately, his esteemed teacher merely shook his head with a smile after reading the letter, unlike the two rascals who were guffawing without restraint. You two busybodies. Ryuun snapped, snatching the letter back from Orochimaru, glaring at the duo in frustration. Hey. Since Orochimaru has seen it too, shouldn't it be 3 busybodies instead of 2? Jiraiya teased playfully. Because I'm not as lowly as you two, Orochimaru retorted with a smirk. Oh dear. That little brat is surely going to get a spanking when he returns home. Tsunade feigned a dramatic sigh. Haha. Orochimaru could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. You all. Ryuun's face flushed with anger, and in the next moment, he stormed up to the gambling addict, extending his hand. Pay up. After a bout of playful banter, the four settled around a low table. Notably, while Orochimaru and Tsunade knelt, Jiraiya and Ryuun sat cross-legged. Jiraiya's posture stemmed from his disdain for formalities, and Ryuun, accustomed to a different culture, found sitting cross-legged far more comfortable. Upon the table lay 4 cups of tea. All previous alcoholic beverages and gambling paraphernalia had been tucked away by Ryuun. What is the purpose of this gathering? I advise you not to ruin my mood, or the consequences will be dire, Tsunade warned, her expression darkening. No rush. It's rare for us all to have time together. Today, let us discuss a topic, Ryuun said, sipping his fragrant tea with an air of composure. Just spit it out already. Stop dawdling, Tsunade retorted, clearly unimpressed. The impatient gambler was eager to commence their game. What topic do you wish to discuss? Jiraiya inquired with interest. Instead of answering, Ryuun dipped his finger in the tea that had dripped onto the edge of the low table and wrote a character in the center. Son? The 3 Sannin simultaneously expressed their astonishment. Yes, Senator, each of you here is an heir of the 3 great sacred lands. You should be well acquainted with the concept of son, Ryuun said, casting a mysterious smile at Jiraiya. You know about son? Did Orochimaru tell you about me? Jiraiya questioned, frowning. Orochimaru shot him a glance, dismissing the need to argue. The teacher merely mentioned it in passing. You must have heard of Sage Mode, right? Or perhaps you have already begun to explore it. Ryuun dropped a bombshell topic. You even know about Sage Mode. Jiraiya was genuinely taken aback, for he had not mentioned it to either Orochimaru or Tsunade. Moreover, he had yet to master such techniques. Had he been able to harness Sage Mode, he would not have been so easily bested by Hanzo of the Salamander. It seems you have also come into contact with Sage Arts. Does the Dragon Cave possess a similar Sage Mode? Jiraiya inquired with a grave expression as he regarded Ryuun. The name Sage Mode may be the same, Yet the distinctions are substantial. This is the topic we are discussing today, as I wish to understand the differences in sage modes across various factions. Liu Yun directly articulated his intention. With all three Sannin present, grasping certain mysteries of sage mode could significantly benefit his future studies. The snake sage mode of Ryakudo requires one to be bitten, and the risks involved are far greater than those of the toad sage mode. Even Orochimaru could not master it. After being bitten, he transformed into a monstrous being, neither human nor snake. The great white phosphorus serpent slain by Uchiha Sasuke in the original work was, in fact, Orochimaru's true form, a consequence of failing to learn the sage arts of Ryakudo. Moreover, according to descriptions, the snake sage mode becomes more perfect the more it resembles a dragon, while the toad sage mode becomes more perfect the more it resembles a human. The disparities between the two are vast. If given the opportunity, Liu Yun would prefer to learn the sage mode of Myobokuzen. After all, both Orochimaru and Kabuto, who have encountered sage mode, have transformed into beings resembling the great white serpent. Liu Yun has been contemplating this matter, perhaps realizing he was unprepared to become such a ghastly creature. Rather than overthinking and hesitating, he thought it best to gather opinions and lay the issue bare for discussion. Perhaps the three heirs of the sacred lands could identify a sage mode suitable for human practice? Have you perhaps found the entrance to Ryakudo? At this moment, Orochimaru could no longer contain his curiosity, as Liu Yun had not previously shared this information with him. Note, according to Kabuto's description, Ryakudo broadly refers to the territory of the Snake Clan, and the true entrance is usually concealed, not easily disclosed by the Snake Clan. It was only after Orochimaru defected from Konoha that he discovered the entrance through the line of Yugo. Orochimaru has been searching for the entrance to Ryakudo, yet he has never even encountered the White Snake Sage, let alone grasped the essence of sage mode. I apologize, Sensei. I did not intend to conceal this from you. However, I believe that in the presence of Jiraiya and Tsunade, you might find it easier to comprehend, Liu Yun stated. Not wishing to keep Orochimaru in the dark regarding sage mode, the Snake Clan of Ryakudo has permitted me to study their sage arts. But due to significant flaws inherent in their techniques, I sought your counsel. Chapter 159. The medium for sensing natural energy, the cost of unacceptable power. In truth, I have been in contact with sage mode for quite some time, yet I have yet to master it. Jiraiya scratched his head and spoke. The sage mode you speak of is not something I possess. Even if I wished to teach you, I would be unable. Is there no sage mode in the Wetbone Forest? Being one of the three great sacred lands, it cannot lack a legacy of sage arts. Liu Yun furrowed his brow. Tsunade fell silent for a moment before sighing and explaining. Of course, there are sage arts transmitted there. However, to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest, one must possess an exceedingly abnormal amount of chakra, a condition I do not meet. To date, only my grandfather has mastered the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest. The first Hokage? He mastered the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest? Orochimaru inquired with undeniable curiosity. Yes, to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest, one must first obtain the consent of the great slug sage. I too wish to learn, but lacking my grandfather's qualifications, the great slug sage advised me to abandon the pursuit, stating that it was unattainable and excessively dangerous. The sage mode of the Wetbone Forest requires one's chakra to forcibly suppress natural energy. Tsunade recounted her experiences candidly, revealing an important piece of information. To learn the sage mode of Ryakudo, one must first be bitten by the White Snake Sage, who injects natural energy into the body, thus achieving mastery of sage mode. Liu Yun voluntarily shared information regarding the sage mode of Ryakudo. A bite to inject natural energy? What a peculiar method. The Wetbone Forest relies entirely on the slug's embodiment as a medium to absorb natural energy temporarily. Tsunade continued to disclose what she knew. Seeing Tsunade and Liu Yun openly share information about the sacred lands, Jiraiya felt compelled to join in. The temporary medium for the Toad clan's absorption of natural energy is a type of toad oil unique to Myobokuzen. When applied to the body, it allows natural energy to rapidly flow into the system. So, the slug embodiment and the toad oil are merely temporary mediums, intended solely to facilitate quicker perception of natural energy. Liu Yun suddenly posed a question. He believed that the transformation into a snake in Ryakudo's sage mode was significantly related to the bite from the great white serpent. Perhaps it is possible to master sage mode without being bitten, but the prerequisite would be the ability to perceive and absorb natural energy independently. As a traveler from another world, Jiraiya was aware of most of the information, yet he could not access Myobokuzen without the assistance of toad oil. And without a toad to manage the uncontrollable natural energy, even if he knew certain techniques, he could not learn Sage Mode. Such abilities cannot be acquired casually. Natural energy is perilous. Without the direct supervision of a sage from the sacred lands, mastering Sage Mode is virtually impossible. Blindly attempting it could lead to dire consequences. It can be said that the foremost challenge in mastering Sage Mode is the perception of natural energy. Without mediums, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to sense natural energy, and experiencing the feeling of natural energy entering the body is equally challenging. Jiraiya elucidated the necessity of mediums. However, I believe that mediums can be both a blessing and a curse. The risks of Sage Mode may also stem from the mediums themselves. Lu Yun expressed his viewpoint. What? That's impossible, Jiraiya exclaimed, finding Lu Yun's idea utterly implausible. Nothing is impossible. The Sage Mode of Ryukido relies on the white snake's venom. Regardless of success or failure, it will lead to a transformation into a non-human form. The Sage Mode of Myobokuzen should follow a similar principle, perhaps leading to a toad-like transformation, Lu Yun conjectured. Upon hearing Lu Yun's assertion, Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. You are absolutely correct. The toad oil from Myobokuzen does indeed cause toad-like transformations and even petrification. Then the question arises, if one does not rely on these mediums and does not enter the three sacred lands, what kind of transformation would occur in the body after absorbing natural energy from the external environment? Would it be a transformation into a snake, a toad, a slug? Or would there be no change at all? Lu Yun posed this question, which was of paramount importance to him. The three individuals simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. They were unable to learn Sage Mode themselves, and Lu Yun's query was evidently beyond their ability to answer, or perhaps they had never contemplated such a notion. In truth, the three great sage arts were not conceived for humanity. The so-called side effects are merely a consequence for humans. The sage arts truly suitable for humanity may not yet have been created, or perhaps they once existed, but the lineage has been broken. Lu Yun learned from Jiraiya that without relying on mediums, and without the rich natural energy present within the three sacred lands, an ordinary individual with average talent would require at least 20 to 30 years to perceive natural energy. Moreover, this would necessitate years of quiet meditation and mental cultivation to achieve. To absorb external natural energy through mental intent, an ordinary person would need at least another 10 to 8 years, combining natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy to form what is traditionally referred to as sage chakra requires sufficient quantities, during which one cannot avoid expending considerable time and effort. While it is not impossible for an individual to cultivate themselves into a sage, it is likely that by the time they achieve success, they would have already grown old. Once one's body has aged, they may find themselves in a predicament where natural energy and spiritual energy are abundant, yet physical energy is insufficient, making the synthesis of sage chakra exceedingly difficult. The pursuit of immortality may lead one to a desolate existence devoid of achievements. In the realm of ninjas, the average lifespan barely exceeds 50 years, and during times of war, this figure diminishes even further. Who would willingly dedicate their entire life to the arduous journey of cultivation? The absence of a method suitable for human ascension is, in many ways, understandable, especially in an era dominated by chakra. With the ease of harnessing chakra power, who would expend effort to comprehend the intricacies of ascetic practices? Jiraiya's remarks left Lu Yun feeling quite dejected. The difficulty of mastering the sage mode without reliance on a medium was exceedingly daunting. His covenant sanctuary lay within the dragon cave, where the pursuit of its sage techniques would result in bites from the creatures residing there, transforming him into a grotesque hybrid of man and serpent. This was, of course, under the assumption of success. Failure could lead to dire consequences. Although his bond with the black dragon might spare him from being devoured, the mere thought of becoming a serpent or dragon was a price too steep for him to bear, despite his intense longing for the power of a sage. Reluctantly, he abandoned the dragon cave in favor of Myoboku Mountain, yet he harbored a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, having successfully tamed the formidable flood dragon. However, the whims of fate seldom align with one's desires. Jiraiya's summoning contract was not something he could simply sign at will, nor could he learn the sage arts of Myoboku Mountain at his leisure. It seemed prudent to postpone such decisions until after the war had concluded. For the time being, Lu Yun suppressed his yearning for power. Chapter 160. Malicious surveillance in the shadows of a chaotic ninja world in a dimly lit underground chamber, the most formidable prodigy of the new generation in the ninja world? This young lad indeed possesses remarkable talent. Upon hearing White Zetsu recount the intelligence on Uchiha Ryuun, Uchiha Madara could not help but express his admiration with a smile. Recently, due to the ongoing conflict, Ryuun had refrained from dispatching his clones to search for his Rinnegan, granting Madara more time to focus on him. What have you discovered regarding his background? Madara inquired with a casual tone. Uchiha Ryuun, his father Uchiha Mori passed away several years ago. His mother, Uchiha Asuka, for reasons unknown, has moved away from the Uchiha clan's territory and now lives alone, operating a flower shop. White Zetsu conveyed the findings of recent investigations. An orphan and his mother? Their bond must be strong, Madara mused softly. What about his other relationships? White Zetsu pondered for a moment before responding. His master, Orochimaru, seems to have a good rapport with the other two disciples of the third Hokage. Before heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Ryuun was frequently seen in close company with a girl named Uzumaki Kushina. They are suspected to be romantically involved. Upon hearing the surname Uzumaki, Madara furrowed his brow. Where does this Uzumaki Kushina reside? Her family's origins trace back to the Senju clan, specifically the estate of Hashirama Senju. White Zetsu replied truthfully. Madara fell silent, deep in thought. She is likely to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, especially considering her age. This foolish couple, Hashirama and Mido Uzumaki, blindly believed that love could change everything, yet in the end, they managed to alter nothing. The temporary peace they enjoyed was merely a facade, reliant on Hashirama's immense power. Once he passes, who will advocate for peace in Konoha? Their son and daughter-in-law perished in battle, leaving behind a lonely, aging widow. Is this truly what Hashirama hoped to achieve, a myopic idealist? Madara began to speak to himself, while White Zetsu stood silently by, accustomed to such ruminations without offering any response. Once Madara finished his musings, he revisited the earlier topic. Have you uncovered any additional intelligence? Uchiha Ryuun maintains a strained relationship with the Uchiha clan, though the specifics remain unclear. However, they should now recognize his potential and significance. White Zetsu relayed the current findings along with his own thoughts. Is there anything else? Nothing further. That is all we have for now. Well done this time. Continue to delve deeper into Uchiha Ryuun, especially concerning his friends and acquaintances. Madara commended White Zetsu, a rare gesture of praise. Understood. Should we monitor Uchiha Ryuun? White Zetsu inquired cheerfully. No need. Observing his daily life would be futile and could potentially alert him. Simply keep track of his movements. When the Great War reignites, we shall pay him closer attention, Madara advised cautiously. Yes, within a training ground in Longmen Town. Ryuun was enveloped in bursts of azure lightning as he swiftly maneuvered beneath Orochimaru's watchful gaze. Under his teacher's guidance, he was attempting to execute the lightning release body flicker technique, activated by electrical stimulation of his cells. He also sought to integrate his own body flicker technique, striving to create a version that suited him best. Hanzo the Salamander's water body flicker technique was exceptionally swift. He needed to match or even exceed that speed to have any hope of defeating a demigod. After only a few attempts at teleportation, Ryuun voluntarily came to a halt. Are you unable to continue? Orochimaru asked, his expression grave. It seems I have strained my leg muscles, Ryuun replied, emitting a green glow as he initiated self-healing. You are still quite young. Your physical constitution cannot yet rival that of an adult. In a few years, you should be able to disregard such burdens and achieve even greater speeds, Orochimaru encouraged with a smile. How did my recent attempts at teleportation compare to Hanzo's water body flicker? Ryuun casually inquired. Clearly much faster than the ordinary body flicker technique, yet still somewhat slower than his water body flicker, Orochimaru answered. Whether it be the body flicker technique or the lightning release body flicker, both require a robust physical constitution for support. Unfortunately, you currently possess a weaker physique, making it unrealistic to exceed your opponent's speed at this time. Additionally, be cautious not to overexert yourself in this training, as lingering injuries could prove detrimental. Mastering sage techniques is not an all-encompassing solution. Upon hearing Orochimaru's warning, Ryuun nodded earnestly in understanding. Ordinary body flicker techniques already imposed physical strain, let alone those activated by the power of lightning. Hanzo is far too powerful. His teleportation speed cannot be restrained, granting him perpetual control of the situation. Moreover, his combat experience is exceptionally vast, making it rare for him to commit mistakes in battle. Lu Yun reflected on the prowess of a demigod. Indeed, in combat against him, we are often on the receiving end. It was only your unexpected use of Chidori and the lightning-fast strike of the lightning leopard that managed to injure him. Lightning release techniques are quite effective against him. If only the lightning leopard could be a tad faster, Orochimaru mused as well. He didn't believe any lightning technique could surpass the A-rank lightning leopard in speed. As for the other 4 elemental releases, fire, earth, wind, and water, their casting speeds were incomparable to lightning release, and it would likely be a challenge to even reach Hanzo. A faster lightning release, Lu Yun murmured, gazing up at the overcast sky. 2 months later, the war between the fire and rain countries raged on. Concurrently, at the intersection of the wind, fire, and rain countries, war signals abruptly emerged. Saiyan Ninja launched an attack on a military outpost of Konoha, resulting in the deaths of over 100 Konoha ninjas and the plundering of substantial military supplies. The higher-ups in Konoha were incensed upon receiving this news, as the 2 major nations hinted at the potential for escalating the conflict. Numerous Konoha ninjas were dispatched to the shared border of the wind, fire, and rain countries. At this moment, not only were the fire, wind, and rain nations engaged in battle, but the land of lightning was also embroiled in conflict with the land of earth. The land of earth is not only ambitious but also insatiable, recklessly expanding its military might while ruthlessly plundering the lands and resources of neighboring countries. This has incited profound dissatisfaction among several nations, including the Land of Fire. Thus, the Second Shinobi World War has descended into its most chaotic phase. Each nation seems to be combating more than one adversary, leading to widespread conflict throughout the shinobi world. Hardly any nation is spared from hardship, particularly the smaller countries caught in the midst of larger powers, which serve as battlegrounds. They are the most unfortunate and desperate. The Land of Rain is a prime example of this predicament. In the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, the former does not possess moral high ground. However, in the current shinobi world, might dictates righteousness. Chapter 161. A plea for help from the daimyo of the Land of Rice, an extraordinary relationship independent of Konoha, within the town of Longmen. Just as Orochimaru and his apprentice were engrossed in their research on ninjutsu, a letter requesting aid from the Land of Rice was delivered to Orochimaru via a messenger snake. What has transpired? Inquiring curiously at the sight of his teacher's furrowed brow, Ryan asked. The Land of Rice is under invasion from the Land of Lightning, and numerous bandits from the Land of Earth are pillaging their territory, Orochimaru replied, his tone flat. Has Konoha not intervened on their behalf? After all, most of the tasks from the Land of Rice have been handed to Konoha, Ryan questioned, perplexed. Perhaps it is precisely because the majority of their tasks are entrusted to Konoha that the village of Kumobikure has grown discontent, Orochimaru explained. The daimyo of the Land of Rice indicated that Konoha, citing the high risks of war, is only willing to provide escort forces and cannot afford to dispatch ninjas to repel the invaders. Humph, Konoha has effectively abandoned the Land of Rice. What a pity for such a valuable ally, Ryan remarked with a shake of his head and a chuckle. The Land of Rice had indeed signed a pact with Konoha, one of the stipulations being the guarantee against invasion. Each year, the Land of Rice pays a substantial protection fee to Konoha, with most tasks assigned to Konoha's ninjas, who reap hefty commissions. Konoha's actions are bound to dishearten the daimyo of the Land of Rice. If pushed too far, they might seek refuge with Kumobikure, as nothing is more paramount than the stability of a nation. You don't think the daimyo is writing to you in hopes of having you assist in repelling the invaders, do you? Ryan finally pieced it together. Orochimaru has a complicated relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Rice, and the intent behind the letter is unmistakable. Yet, Orochimaru is currently engaged in the battlefield of the Land of Rain. He cannot afford to assist them. Abandoning his post could carry severe repercussions, particularly in wartime, if discovered. Even the third Hokage might not be able to protect him. Yes, he has agreed to several of my conditions, provided I assist him in repelling the invaders. Orochimaru nodded gently. What conditions? Ryan could not suppress his curiosity. Monetary support, resources, manpower. Orochimaru shot him a glance, offering only a vague overview. This is precisely why he considers Ryan his disciple, as he feels they are of the same ilk. Otherwise, he would not have divulged a single word. At this moment, He was already contemplating the establishment of a biological research laboratory. To build a high-standard, qualified laboratory, the financial investment at each stage is not something one can bear alone. He must have a nation willing to support him. The daimyo of the land of rice expressed his willingness to support Orochimaru in the letter because he believes in Orochimaru's reliability, on the condition that he resolves the domestic crisis and troubles. So you genuinely intend to assist him with his troubles? Leaving without the Hokage's consent could lead to dire consequences, Ryuun warned, his eyes wide with concern. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, and then his hesitant expression gradually transformed into one of determination. I require your assistance, Ryuun, he stated solemnly. The battlefield in the land of fire is relatively stable for the moment. Perhaps we can venture to the land of rice and return in time. Orochimaru looked at him earnestly. Whether it is stable or timely is dictated by Hanzo the salamander. What if the rain shinobi suddenly assault long men during our absence? Ryuun questioned, hand on his forehead. Orochimaru could not refute the possibility, yet he ultimately shook his head, resolute in his decision to go to the land of rice. We cannot allow the land of rice to align with Kumogakure. That would be detrimental to Konoha and a significant loss for me. I need to leave the land of rain for a few days. Will you dare to assist me? Orochimaru's gaze was intense as he regarded him. Since you have said so, how could I refuse? It's not my first time risking my life. Ryuun rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated. Haha, then let us not delay. We shall set off immediately. Orochimaru raspily chuckled, indicating that there was no need for formality between master and disciple. Let us leave a shadow clone and find a reason to inform Jiraiya or Tsunade, lest the rain shinobi attack, while the commander cannot find anyone and has no justification. Ryuun cautiously suggested. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. I understand. Moreover, our journey to the land of rice must remain absolutely confidential, including our identities. I will explain the specific details along the way. Thus, the master and disciple each left behind a shadow clone and, under the cover of secrecy, traversed a considerable portion of the land of fire at full speed, heading to the land of rice. After 2 days of rapid marching, they finally arrived within the borders of the land of rice and soon met with the daimyo. Haha, I never expected you would truly come, and so swiftly. You have never disappointed me. The daimyo of the land of rice dismissed his guards and attendants, gazing at the 2 masked figures before him with a sense of satisfaction. Orochimaru and Ryuun removed their masks, revealing their indifferent visages. My time is limited. After repelling the invaders from both nations, will Konoha be able to fulfill its subsequent defense tasks to prevent further incursions from the land of lightning and the land of earth? Orochimaru cut straight to the heart of the matter. I have already corresponded with the 3rd Hokage. He stated that as long as the land of rice can drive out the invaders on its own, they are willing to provide ongoing support to ensure that the land of rice does not suffer further invasions. You and Konoha cannot deceive me on this point. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to align myself with the land of lightning, despite the immense cost. It would be far better than repeatedly facing betrayal from an ally. All that protection money cannot be paid in vain, the daimyo of the land of rice affirmed, expressing his dissatisfaction with Konoha. We are ourselves, and Konoha is Konoha. Do not conflate the two. You should understand this when you wrote to me, Orochimaru replied, disregarding the daimyo's complaints. Yes, my fault. I should have slapped myself. The daimyo chuckled, lightly patting his own mouth, signaling his attitude towards Orochimaru. This letter from the daimyo of the land of rice bypassed Konoha entirely and was explicitly directed to Orochimaru. Fundamentally, it was a matter between them. With no further connection to Konoha, are all the intelligence preparations complete? Orochimaru inquired. All is ready, including 200 accompanying ninjas, just waiting for you to lead them to repel those damned invaders. The ninjas mentioned by the daimyo were not from Konoha, but rather the native ninja forces of the land of rice, with the majority being genin, a small number of chunin, and only 2 jonin. Chapter 162, Dividing Forces, each with their objectives. As Orochimaru received the intelligence report from the daimyo of the land of rice, he examined the information while cross-referencing it with a map of the region. Oh Orochimaru, if it is possible, please prioritize expulsion, especially concerning the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. After a moment's hesitation, the daimyo of the land of rice fields reminded us. Even though the victims are our own, he fears that killing too many invaders might provoke the great powers into madness, sending their formidable forces to trouble him. This is the lamentable plight of small nations, where one cannot retaliate after being struck. I understand the nuances, Orochimaru replied without lifting his head. Time is of the essence. Lu Yun, we shall divide our forces. You take half our men to confront the bandits from the land of Earth, while I will handle the group of cloud ninjas from the land of lightning. Orochimaru directed, pointing at the map. There are 4 elite ninjas and over 100 mid to low-tier ninjas from the hidden cloud. Should we not prioritize eliminating this larger threat? Lu Yun suggested. No, we do not have the luxury of time to deal with them one by one. Very well, take care of yourself, after all. The combat power of the hidden cloud is not to be underestimated, and you cannot employ those signature ninjutsu techniques, such as summoning. Lu Yun reminded him helplessly. They represent the land of rice fields this time, and must not casually reveal their true identities to either enemy nations or Konoha. Otherwise, they would face endless troubles in the future. Yes, do take care as well. There is an elite ninja among the rock ninjas, and a suspected member of the Rock Village demolition team, whose strength is not to be trifled with. I understand. The master and disciple exchanged information and studied the map for over an hour before leading 100 ninjas, splitting into 2 paths toward their respective targets. Liu Yun's target was the bandit ninjas from the Rock Village. These brigands, having recognized the military weakness of the land of rice fields, rampaged through, burning, killing, and looting as if they were in a lawless land. Their methods were far more despicable than ordinary bandits. Displaying neither the grace of great power ninjas nor any sense of morality or humanitarianism, they were clearly exercising their might over the weak. The invasion of the land of lightning into the land of rice fields was primarily to seize territory and cities, alongside acquiring some wealth, with the main aim of teaching the land of rice fields a lesson and forcing its daimyo to yield to them. The invasion from the land of Earth was marked by rampant pillaging, where they would seize all valuable resources and even women, exhibiting extremely vile conduct. The daimyo of the land of rice fields detested such banditry, declaring that no mercy should be shown to these beasts. Kill them if possible. Brother, ahead lies Qingfeng village, which was occupied by the bandits from the land of Earth yesterday. Those despicable fellows should still be there. An elite ninja from the land of rice fields explained to Lu Yun. Although the mysterious individual before him was not tall and had a rather slender build, the daimyo of the land of rice fields had specifically designated him to lead the team, insisting that everyone must follow his orders. What is your name? Lu Yun inquired casually with a glance. At this point, he had altered his voice to sound more mature, shedding the remnants of his youth. My name is Ito. The elite ninja replied respectfully. Do we need to send someone in first to gather intelligence on the enemy? No need. I am in a hurry. We can charge in directly. Show no mercy to the rock ninjas. As he spoke, Lu Yun had already led the 100 ninjas to the village entrance, waving his hand to command the ninjas of the land of rice fields to launch a frontal assault. Inside Qingfeng village, there were merely a group of lowly rock ninjas, numbering around 20. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the ninjas from the land of rice fields, they quickly began to retreat in disarray. Among the rock ninjas, 6 were mid-tier, significantly stronger than the others, and they mounted a fierce counterattack against the ninjas of the land of rice fields. Observing this, Lu Yun personally intervened, utilizing a body flicker technique to swiftly slay one of the resisting mid-tier ninjas with his sword. The remaining stronger rock ninjas were soon dispatched one after another, leading to an inevitable conclusion of the battle. Leave a small contingent to tend to the injured and clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, follow me to the next incident site. Lu Yun instructed the elite ninja. Yes, elite ninja Ito responded respectfully, promptly rushing to gather the team. Lu Yun had already demonstrated his prowess, and seeing that he was indeed stronger, Ito naturally felt compelled to comply. The rock ninjas, numbering over 1,000, dared to seize a village, and with more than 50, they would attempt to conquer a town. Their style was utterly reckless, bordering on lawlessness. Lu Yun led his men to clear 3 villages in succession, killing and capturing around 50 rock ninjas. Among these, no elite ninjas were found, while the mid and low-tier ninjas of the rock village numbered in the thousands. Truly powerful high-tier elites were few. My lord, we have arrived at Qingshui town, which serves as the stronghold of the rock bandits. There are nearly 100 rock ninjas inside, and 2 elite ninjas, their numbers nearly matching ours, Ito warned gravely, seeking to inquire how Lu Yun planned to approach this battle. I will charge in from the front. Afterward, you lead everyone to strike from the flanks. Aiming for a swift resolution, Lu Yun opted for the most straightforward and forceful approach. What? You intend to go in alone? Ito exclaimed in horror, bewildered by Liu Yun's apparent disregard for his life. Being strong does not mean one should act recklessly. Yes, you take your men around, Liu Yun stated firmly as he strode toward Qingshui town, exuding an air of calm that suggested he was not jesting. My lord. Ito wished to protest, but Liu Yun shot him a cold glance. I am pressed for time. Do not make me issue a second command. Having spent an entire day clearing 3 villages, he estimated it would take another 12 days to completely conclude the tasks in the land of rice fields. And with an additional 2 days to return to the land of rain, he had no time to dawdle. Everyone follow me. Ito resigned. Had no choice but to heed Liu Yun's orders and prepared to approach from the side. Who are you? Halt. Liu Yun swaggered into Qingshui town, quickly attracting the attention of the rock ninjas within. In response to the few rock ninjas, he unleashed deadly shurikens rigged with explosive tags. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the town, startling all the rock ninjas, who rushed toward him. Armed with his sword, Liu Yun swiftly closed the distance, dispatching all the surviving rock ninjas from the explosion. He then concealed himself, planning to ambush the first wave of rock ninjas that arrived. Within 2 minutes, 2 squads of ninjas arrived at the scene, and Liu Yun, hidden in the shadows, unleashed a flurry of poison needles, instantly taking down 2 lower-ranked ninjas and incapacitating 3 others with poison. Confronted with the astonished expressions of the enemy, Liu Yun charged forward with his sword. Chapter 163, The Severely Countered Doton Technique. What are you barking about? It's the ninjas of the land of rice fields. Kill them. A rock mid-tier ninja shouted loudly. However, before others could respond, Liu Yun dashed forward, bringing him down in 3 swift strikes, and with another body flicker, severed the head of a lower-ranked ninja. Liu Yun's combat experience was now exceedingly rich, and each of his actions was marked by swiftness, precision, and lethality. Lower-tier ninjas faced him and were invariably met with instant demise, leading to an extraordinarily high kill efficiency. 2 squads of 4 were soon decimated, with only 1 elite mid-tier ninja remaining. Doton Iron Cannon Technique. The remaining elite mid-tier ninja unexpectedly did not flee. Instead, with reddened eyes, he employed the Doton ninjutsu. Hardstone projectiles flew toward Liu Yun at remarkable speed. Liu Yun exerted his strength, leaping high to evade the stones while rapidly forming hand seals. Katan. Hosenka no Jutsu. A barrage of fireballs descended from above, raining down upon the mid-tier ninja. The rock ninja leaped and dodged left and right, appearing somewhat flustered. Once he had evaded all the attacks, before he could even catch his breath, he noticed that the figure in the sky had vanished without a trace. Sensing a deadly intent approaching from behind, the rock mid-tier ninja decisively activated a defensive Doton technique. Doton, hardening technique. Clang. Upon the contact between the ordinary sword and flesh, a sound akin to a solid impact resonated. Liu Yun's blade failed to penetrate the heart of the Chunin. It merely grazed the surface of the skin, as this individual had fortified his exterior using earth-release ninjutsu. The IWA ninja swiftly turned, thrusting a kunai towards Liu Yun's temple. Liu Yun adeptly crouched, narrowly evading the lethal strike, and with a powerful diagonal slash of his sword, he retaliated. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed softly, and the IWA ninja's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a horrifying line of blood spread from his right flank to his left chest. Even the hardened jutsu could not withstand this fierce and fatal blow. For Liu Yun's sword was entwined with a peculiar electric glow. The interplay of lightning and earth attributes rendered the IWA ninja's hardened defenses ineffective. After dispatching this elite Chunin, before Liu Yun could sheath his sword, 2 peculiar white clay birds rapidly approached his side. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from a far heed. The clay birds beside Liu Yun exploded dramatically. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Liu Yun instantly found himself atop a nearby rooftop, his dark eyes coldly surveying the 2 figures soaring above him. He had sensed the approach of someone riding a massive monstrous bird. You, a cowardly ninja's hiding your identity. Must be from the land of rice. How dare you slay a ninja of a Wagakure? Are you not afraid that we shall send our forces to annihilate your country? Questioned an upper ninja named Iwau in a grave tone. 2 upper ninjas of a Wagakure swiftly arrived. They were the strongest in the vicinity of Qingshi town. Humph. You shameless bandits, invading my land to pillage and burn, and yet you dare threaten to extinguish my nation? The ninja world could hardly find a more unscrupulous village than a Wagakure. You bully the weak, and that old fool Inoki exhibits not a shred of morality. Are you not concerned about public condemnation? Lu Yun could not help but scornfully retort, unable to tolerate the banditry of a Wagakure. The law of the jungle prevails. The strong should possess everything while the weak deserve to be trampled. What is morality worth? Why waste words on him? Just kill him, interrupted an upper ninja named Dean. He was a member of a Wagakure's demolition squad, adept at manipulating explosive clay. Seizing the moment while Lu Yun conversed with Iwau, he had quietly shaped several explosive clay constructs. With a casual flick, he launched a few grotesque birds, which immediately expanded in size and darted towards Lu Yun at lightning speed. Lightning release. 1,000 bolts of lightning. Faced with the onslaught of explosive birds, Lu Yun remained unfazed and unleashed his own lightning needles. With remarkable agility and precision, Lu Yun struck each clay bird with his lightning needles. Huh, Dean shouted, only to discover that nothing occurred. His explosive birds had all fizzled out. What are you barking about? Lu Yun scoffed mockingly. Upon seeing the explosive clay birds, he had already deduced how to counter them. What is happening? Dean exclaimed instinctively, still oblivious to the fact that the needles were transformed by lightning. After successfully defending against the attack, Lu Yun quickly mounted a counteroffensive. Forming a hand seal, he conjured a massive shuriken weighing dozens of pounds. Without hesitation, he hurled the giant shuriken at the two individuals riding the clay bird. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The swiftly launched shuriken instantly split into three, significantly broadening its attack range. However, hitting a target in midair was not so simple. Dean maneuvered the clay bird to evade the three shurikens. Fool, do you think such an attack could strike my bird? Dean sneered, rapidly molding clay to eliminate the fool below. Watch out behind you. Yelling from atop the bird, Iwau suddenly warned. A shuriken that had previously flown past them was now hurtling back towards them. As Lu Yun manipulated its trajectory with a thin wire, Dean hastily controlled the bird to evade, narrowly avoiding the attack thanks to Iwau's timely warning. However, before the two upper ninjas could catch their breath, Lu Yun leapt from the rooftop with a powerful kick, launching two kunai embedded with explosive tags. At that moment, the clay bird was flying at a low altitude, making Lu Yun's hidden weapons easily effective. The kunai struck the underside of the clay bird, resulting in two explosive detonations that shattered the white bird in midair. Nonetheless, this attack did not incapacitate the two upper ninjas. Dean managed to craft another grotesque bird just in time to catch the plummeting Iwau. However, due to the haste, the second bird was small and poorly crafted, lacking the capacity to support their combined weight, and began to descend uncontrollably. Damn it, Iwau, you're too heavy. Dean could not help but shift the blame to his teammate. Bastard, it's your defective clay bird that's to blame. Iwau retorted angrily. Dean, an upper ninja of a Wagakure, lacked the speed and finesse of the genius Deidara from the original tale. As the two began to fall, Lu Yun, wielding his sword, pursued them with murderous intent. Utilizing the clay bird as a buffer, Iwau quickly executed the body flicker technique, leaping off the bird's back to land on the rooftop. While the now weightless, ugly clay bird was able to soar again. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. With a series of hand seals, Iwau summoned a dragon's head from the rooftop, which spewed forth a barrage of rocky projectiles. Lu Yun deftly dodged, employing the body flicker technique to evade the dragon bullet's assault. Such swift body flicker technique! Iwau exclaimed in astonishment. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Lu Yun swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball. In response to the fierce fireball, Iwau activated his defensive ninjutsu. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth rose to meet the fireball, resulting in a powerful explosion. As smoke enveloped the battlefield, a swarm of buoyant clay insects infiltrated the haze. Leaping onto Lu Yun. Huh! Dean bellowed from atop the bird, as a series of violent explosions erupted amidst the smoke. Is it over? Iwau waved his hand, believing the enemy had likely been obliterated by his teammates' attack. However, before he could assess the situation, the distinct sound of a wooden stake striking the ground caught his attention. Simultaneously, a bizarre, piercing bird call resonated nearby, sending chills down Iwau's spine. 3 breaths later, a streak of lightning surged through the smoke, as a hand imbued with electric power brutally pierced Iwau's chest. Unfortunately, the anticipated gore did not manifest. Earth clone. Lu Yun's pupils constricted as Iwa transformed into a large mound of clay, featuring a peculiar stickiness that prevented Lu Yun from withdrawing his hand. Iwa emerged swiftly from the ground behind Lu Yun, thrusting his kunai into Lu Yun's heart with a fierce strike. This time, it's truly over. Iwa exclaimed with a smile. However, his joy was short-lived, as a smile abruptly froze on his face when a voice unexpectedly echoed from behind him. "You speak the truth," accompanied by a muffled sound. A blade crackling with electricity pierced his heart completely. The figure before Yin Yong, the flow of clouds, burst into smoke, revealing that he had struck merely an illusion. The Yin Yong, now bleeding warm crimson, was undoubtedly the real opponent. As the smoke cleared, the flow of clouds withdrew the blade, and the elite shinobi Yin Yong widened his eyes in shock, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Yin Yong, Dean, perched above in the skies, was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and swiftly retrieved a large clump of explosive clay from his ninja tool pouch. After kneading it a few times, he initiated an aerial bombardment. One by one, the clay bombs were hurled downwards towards the flow of clouds. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions resounded throughout the town of Qingxi. The flow of clouds moved swiftly to evade, appearing quite disheveled from the blasts, while meticulously assessing the distance between himself and Dean above. Given the altitude at which Dean was launching the clay bombs, the attacks were relatively easy to dodge. The flow of clouds even deemed it unnecessary to deactivate the bombs. Moreover, this maneuver served as a bait, luring Dean to shorten the distance, awaiting the moment when his own assault could strike true. "Come on, if you have the guts, don't run. Weren't you quite formidable just now? You killed Yin Yong. Today I'll ensure you share his fate," Dean shouted frantically, his hands continuously launching small bombs while the other relentlessly molded a sizable piece of clay. "Let us see how you handle the might of a C3 bomb." As Dean's substantial block of clay began to take shape, before he could launch this extensive explosive, the flow of clouds abandoned him, charging towards the group of arriving Rock Village ninjas for support. This sudden action left Dean's hands, poised to throw the C3 bomb, paralyzed. Damn it! Dean's expression darkened significantly. The flow of clouds was aware that he was preparing a significant attack, so he immediately engaged with the enemy rock ninjas. Fearing collateral damage to the villagers, Dean dared not release the C3 bomb. Meanwhile, Ito, the elite ninja from the land of rice, led nearly 100 ninjas from the flank, officially launching into battle with the rock ninjas. Seeing a substantial enemy force advancing from the other side of Qingxi town, Dean hastily maneuvered his bird to head that way to confront them. However, just as he took off, a mocking laugh echoed from below. "Ha, the coward up there. Thinking of fleeing because you can't defeat me?" The flow of clouds laughed maniacally, swiftly slashing down the head of a lower-ranking rock ninja. "You're dead." Dean plunged towards the flow of clouds, and as he soared over him, he frantically tossed the C3 bomb down. If it meant accidentally killing a few comrades, so be it. After all, there weren't many of his enemies left nearby. The flow of clouds was already prepared for Dean's assault, forming hand signs. The C3 bomb abruptly expanded 100-fold in midair and plummeted directly towards him. However, before Dean could even shout or before the C3 could detonate, the flow of clouds unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning. Lightning release, false darkness. The lightning surged upwards, striking the rapidly descending C3 clay bomb with an unparalleled speed. "Huh," Dean bellowed, attempting to detonate it, but the outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. The enormous C3 clay bomb was rendered inert. What? How is this possible? Dean realized clearly that his opponent was a lightning ninja, and a proficient one at that. His clay techniques were most vulnerable to lightning. The flow of clouds propelled himself upward with a burst of chakra, adhering to the surface of the C3 bomb. The distance between him and Dean decreased dramatically, and a dazzling orb of lightning materialized in his palm. Lightning release, lightning leopard. A thunderous bolt was released, transforming midair into a lightning leopard that struck Dean with ferocious speed. Dean could not suppress a scream as both he and his bird plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground, landing in a manner that rendered them nearly unrecognizable. He was clearly beyond saving. As the C3 bomb hit the ground, the flow of clouds seized the opportunity, leaping to dissipate the force of the fall. However, as soon as he landed on a rooftop, Two mid-ranking rock ninjas seized the chance to launch a surprise attack with their ninjutsu. Earth Release, Rock Iron Cannon. Iron projectiles shot towards him at high speed. The flow of clouds had no time for complex defenses. He slammed his foot down, shattering the tiles of the rooftop, allowing himself to fall just in time to evade the dense barrage of iron pellets. Chapter 165. The Battle of Fire and Rain. Having dispatched two formidable elite ninjas, the remaining disorganized forces of Rock Village were swiftly overwhelmed by the ninjas from the Land of Rice, led by the flow of clouds. This battle captured nearly 30 rock ninjas, and Ito, the elite ninja, hesitated to execute them all, thus requesting the flow of clouds to spare them as bargaining chips for negotiation. The flow of clouds, wishing to avoid entanglement in the troubles of the Land of Rice, agreed to the request. This battle effectively dealt with the Rock Village invaders within the borders of the Land of Rice. However, according to intelligence from the captives, two squads, totaling 72 rock ninjas, were expected to arrive by sea the following day. The exact strength of these two squads and the number of elite ninjas among them remained unknown to the flow of clouds. According to the objectives of the master and disciple, the flow of clouds was to wait another day until the two squads were dealt with before departing, as the Konoha ninjas had not yet arrived to secure the boundaries of the Land of Rice. Before he could send a message to Orochimaru to inquire about his master's opinion, he noticed that Orochimaru had already resolved the invasion from the Land of Lightning and had come to find him. While the flow of clouds needed to eliminate bandits from various villages and towns, Orochimaru did not. Thus, after successfully driving off the cloud ninjas, he handed over the remaining tasks to the Konoha ninjas. This was also the wish of the daimyo of the Land of Rice. For only a great nation could withstand another great nation. Konoha had previously taken advantage of the Land of Rice's daimyo and dared not treat this matter lightly again. Why don't you return to the Land of Rain first? I'll handle those two squads of rock ninjas and leave afterward, the flow of clouds suggested proactively. Perhaps you should go first. I'll remain to deal with this. Orochimaru felt it was appropriate to let his disciple leave first. You should return. The commander will undoubtedly grow suspicious if he doesn't see you for a few days. If Hanzo the Salamander takes this opportunity to strike again, we might find ourselves in considerable trouble. I'm different from you. The commander rarely seeks me out, but often consults you on battle strategies. I can afford to stay an extra day or two, but if you linger, we might both be in danger, the flow of clouds earnestly explained. Moreover, you have the authority to summon me, concoct a plausible excuse, and my absence would become a legitimate act. Just two squads at most will only have two elite leaders. I can handle them easily on my own. His reasoning persuaded Orochimaru, who then relented and, after a few instructions, prioritized heading back to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. He had complete faith in the flow of clouds' abilities and strength. His disciple had never let him down and was a reliable individual. A day later, the flow of clouds arrived at the coastal port of the Land of Rice, but did not encounter the so-called mid-ranking rock ninjas. He had initially intended to hand over the duties to the Konoha ninjas upon completing the task, only to receive news of enemy ships docking at dawn the next day. Thus, the battle reignited, with the flow of clouds leading the ninjas from the Land of Rice to successfully drive away the new batch of rock ninja bandits. This time, the Lord of the Land of Rice demanded a focus on expulsion. The newcomers had not yet had the opportunity to commit acts of violence and pillage. Should they be exterminated entirely, that Tsuchikage of Awagakure would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Land of Rice. This would provide a pretext for initiating conflict, which could escalate into war. The previous invaders had left undeniable evidence of their brutality, and while their demise was regrettable, Awagakure would merely suffer in silence without using this as a justification for war. However, should the two new ninja squads be eliminated, the situation would be entirely different. By the time the matter concerning the Land of Rice was resolved, dusk had approached, and Ryuun was warmly invited to remain an additional night at the Lord's residence. With his mentor having already returned to the battlefield, there was no need for him to rush. During his stay at the Lord's estate, Ryuun indulged in music, dance, fine dining, foot baths, and massages, enjoying the luxuries befitting a distinguished VIP. In the grim battleground of the Land of Rain, where he had been either training or fighting, he certainly deserved a moment of respite to rejuvenate his weary spirit. After a restful slumber, Ryuun shared an extravagant breakfast with the Lord of the Land of Rice before departing for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. He rejected any monetary gifts, declined all offerings, and did not engage with the various lovely women present. It was evident he was a person of great ambition, truly worthy of being a disciple of Orochimaru. The Lord of the Land of Rice could not help but express a sense of admiration, pondering how fortunate it would be if such talent were to arise within his own domain. As a shinobi guard of the Lord's estate, Ito couldn't help but echo the sentiment. Indeed, the Land of Rice was in dire need of more talent. Otherwise, it would not be so easily bullied by the great nations. This thought ignited within the Lord a desire to establish a ninja village and cultivate military strength comprehensively. Ryuun returned to the Land of Rain within 2 days, but just before he reached Longmen Town, he was struck by the realization that the area was engulfed in chaos. Hanzo the Salamander had indeed led the Rain shinobi to attack. Fortunately, his foresight had allowed Orochimaru to return 2 days earlier. Otherwise, the pair would have faced severe repercussions for abandoning their posts, a fate too dire to contemplate. Grateful for his luck, Ryuun quickly set aside his thoughts and joined the fray, teaming up with the main forces of Konoha to fiercely counter the invading enemies. "Lord Ryuun, what brings you here?" cried a Konoha Chunin as Ryuun felled a Rain ninja with his long blade, saving his comrade in the process. Ryuun was momentarily at a loss for words. Still trying to comprehend the unfolding situation, he countered with a question: "Where are Orochimaru-sensei and the others?" The Konoha Chunin blinked in surprise at the inquiry, but quickly pointed in a direction. "The main battlefield outside Longmen Town is unstable. The leader of the Rain shinobi has personally brought a large contingent. It seems he is determined to reclaim Longmen Town." Without wasting another moment, Ryuun hastened toward the indicated location. Throughout his journey, he engaged in relentless combat, encountering numerous Rain ninja along the way and aiding Konoha shinobi as he advanced. The battlefield was chaotic, and due to Konoha's precaution against the Rain ninjas' poisonous mist attacks, they had strategically divided into smaller teams to avoid being caught in a single devastating blow. In the tumult, Ryuun could not locate the Sannin or Hanzo. He drew his chakra-infused sword and plunged into battle. Thus commenced the final climactic confrontation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. In the torrential rain of the battlefield, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been engaged in a fierce struggle against the demigod Hanzo for what felt like an eternity. Despite their combined efforts and seamless coordination, they found themselves outmatched by Hanzo's speed and toxic abilities, managing only to defend themselves. Gazing at the formidable figure towering above them, Tsunade felt despair creeping in. Believing that death was imminent, the 3 Sannin were battered and exhausted, their chakra nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Hanzo appeared unfazed, fully capable of delivering a lethal blow. "If only Ryuun were here with us. With him, we could surely defeat Hanzo," Tsunade lamented inwardly, casting a reproachful glance at Orochimaru. That reliable little brother possessed the strength to threaten even Hanzo and was the first to injure the peak demigod. "Perhaps this battle will end with your defeat, but I might show mercy and spare your lives," Hanzo proclaimed, looking down upon the 3 Sannin. "Enough. We will continue to fight." Jiraiya, battered but defiant, refused to yield. "Do not say such things, Jiraiya," Tsunade whispered urgently. This was not the time for bravado. They had exhausted their chakra, and Jiraiya was the most injured among them. What could they possibly do against Hanzo now? Moreover, Hanzo had offered them a chance at survival. Why risk it for the sake of pride? "You 3 possess commendable strength, having survived my relentless assaults. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. This title is yours, earned at the cost of your lives, so cherish it well." The 3 exchanged glances, relief washing over them as they secretly reveled in the recognition bestowed upon them by Hanzo. However, before they could respond, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. They turned to see a striking red-eyed youth with flowing hair, commanding a fearsome black dragon, charging toward them. Senjutsu, Water Dragon Bullet. The black dragon opened its massive jaws, drawing in the surrounding moisture before unleashing a powerful jet of water. Underground, Hanzo, recognizing the imminent danger posed by the dragon's technique, swiftly instructed his salamander to burrow underground, while he himself activated the body flicker technique. The formidable water column hurtled forward, but the distance afforded both Hanzo and the salamander a moment to evade. The powerful water dragon ultimately smashed into a distant mountain, creating a massive crater and sending tremors through the earth, showcasing the terrifying potency of the technique. That is his summoned beast. It truly is a dragon. Ryuun. Tsunade could not contain her joy, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Her little brother had finally arrived. As Ryuun urged the black dragon closer, a gigantic salamander erupted from the ground, its jaws wide open, aiming to devour the dragon's neck. In a moment of urgency, the black dragon reared up, resembling a colossal serpent, and fiercely sank its teeth into the giant salamander. Born of the dragon's lair, it possessed a far superior sense of the earth and mastery of earth techniques compared to Hanzo's creature. Attempting to ambush it underground was tantamount to courting death. The black dragon had long sensed the giant salamander lurking underground. In a swift motion, it arched its body and lunged, sinking its jaws precisely into the creature's neck. Its formidable claws clamped down fiercely, piercing through the fish's protective skin, and toxic blood gushed forth in an instant. The salamander, its throat seized, could not even emit a cry of anguish. With a powerful thrust, the black dragon tore away a substantial chunk of flesh from the giant salamander's throat. It had no chance to escape back to the spirit world. A mere misstep had resulted in a severed windpipe, leaving it to collapse in the torrential rain. Cursed! The salamander, Hanzo, seethed, his face contorting with rage as he wielded his scythe, driving the clouds to retreat in rapid succession. At that moment, the black dragon unleashed a fierce claw towards Hanzo, who had no choice but to employ his instantaneous body technique to evade the attack. Faced with the coordinated assault of a man and a dragon, Hanzo felt immense pressure. The earlier black giant salamander had already been injured by this ferocious dragon, and Hanzo feared that summoning his clan matriarch would yield a similar result. To conserve his dwindling chakra, he resolved to confront this duo alone. Ryuun leapt back onto the black dragon's head, gazing up at the ominous, darkened sky. With swift hand seals, he initiated his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Despite the downpour, the fireball, fueled by Ryuun's full strength, surged toward Hanzo with fierce intensity. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hanzo struck the ground with his hands, conjuring a thick earthen wall that effectively blocked the fireball. At that moment, the black dragon executed a powerful tail sweep, shattering the earthen barrier and forcing Hanzo to leap away. While dodging the attack, Hanzo countered with 2 shurikens embedded with explosive tags, aimed directly at the dragon's eyes. Ryuun, quick on the draw, threw 2 shurikens of his own, intercepting the attack and igniting a pair of explosions. The black dragon, its jaws agape, lunged viciously at Hanzo. But its size hindered its speed. It could not threaten the swift Hanzo. Damn monkey. Frustrated after several failed bites, the black dragon erupted with rage. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Ryuun unleashed a searing, superheated fire dragon. Just as Hanzo evaded the black dragon's assault, he found himself threatened once again by ninjutsu. In that moment, he could no longer afford to conserve chakra and hastily performed another instantaneous body technique. Why does Ryuun continuously employ fire release techniques? Though his fire techniques remained formidable even in the rain, they consumed considerable chakra. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, who observed the situation with a furrowed brow. The 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha had exhausted their chakra and were temporarily unable to intervene in the battle. I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head, perplexed by Ryuun's actions as the high-temperature fire dragon dimmed in the downpour. However, as steam began to rise and a low rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, Orochimaru suddenly considered a possibility, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Chapter 167. The battle resumes. After dodging the fire dragon flame bullet, Hanzo suddenly formed a hand seal. Fire release, exploding flame array. In an instant, 2 rows of explosive tags erupted from the ground beneath the dragon's hind claws, wrapping around them as if alive and firmly adhering to its scales. Sensing the foreign presence on its claws, the black dragon instinctively kicked and thrashed. But it could not shake off the impending crisis. Now, with a fierce shout from Hanzo, all the explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The ground shook with a thunderous roar, and the black dragon let out a pained cry as its hind claws were bloodied by the explosion. Under the relentless barrage, even its iron-like scales could not withstand the concentrated detonations. This was no trivial explosive technique like the one used against Tsunade or Nagato. I will kill you. The injured black dragon exhibited signs of rage, its sage chakra beginning to coalesce. Seeing the furious dragon prepare to unleash a potent sage technique, Ryuun quickly performed hand seals, aiming to provide the dragon with an opportunity to attack. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Streams of high-temperature fire erupted from Liu Yun's mouth, rapidly cascading toward Hanzo. Water release, water barrier. Hanzo exhaled a massive wall of water, blocking the scorching fireballs while obscuring the black dragon's line of sight. Senjutsu, wind release, dragon breath. The black dragon unleashed a powerful, elongated tornado from its gaping maw. The tornado, with devastating force, obliterated the water wall, carving a massive trench into the earth that stretched for over 1,000 meters. The sheer might of the attack left the distant Konoha ninjas in awe. This level of wind release will undoubtedly spell doom for Hanzo, Tsunade exclaimed in shock. She believed no flesh and blood being could withstand such an assault. The tornado possessed a terrifying cutting ability, capable of carving deep gashes into solid ground, and any human caught in its path would surely meet a gruesome fate. Not so simple. Hanzo's water instantaneous technique is nearly invulnerable. That dragon's ninjutsu cannot harm him, Orochimaru remarked gravely, shaking his head. The black dragon's charged attack was too conspicuous. Someone as seasoned as Hanzo would never fall for such a straightforward trap. Indeed, as Orochimaru's words faded, Hanzo had already teleported behind the black dragon. Though the dragon's assault was undeniably fierce, it bore the impression of using a cannon to swat a fly. Even the most powerful sage technique would be ineffective if it failed to hit its target. Despite the area of effect nature of the attack, Hanzo was still able to evade being obliterated. In the face of absolute speed, all attacks appeared merely ornamental. Fire release, great flame dragon technique. Hanzo swiftly formed hand seals and inhaled deeply, then unleashed a disproportionately large fire dragon from his mouth. Judging by the form and power of this ninjutsu, it clearly posed a significant threat even to a colossal summoning beast like the black dragon. In terms of fire release techniques, Hanzo considered himself on par with others, even against the fire-controlling Uchiha clan. Yet, when faced with the enormous, defensively formidable black dragon, Hanzo found his options somewhat lacking. Thus, despite the rain, he had no choice but to employ his most damaging fire release technique. As the colossal fire dragon bore down upon him, Liu Yun, rather than being alarmed, felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately unleashed his most powerful fire release technique. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A slightly less potent fire dragon rapidly took shape, colliding fiercely with the approaching inferno. The clash of the two immense fire dragons ignited a blaze that soared into the sky, accompanied by unbearable heat. The black dragon, overwhelmed by the searing flames, instinctively crouched down to evade the intense heat, emitting a piercing roar. As Liu Yun continued to expel flames, his chakra surged relentlessly, and after a fierce struggle, he managed to withstand Hanzo's fire dragon. Boom! The low, ominous clouds above absorbed the flame's heat and emitted a rumble of thunder. Liu Yun could even glimpse flashes of lightning hidden within the darkened clouds. As the blinding flames of battle subsided, both adversaries found themselves panting heavily, the depletion of chakra evident. Particularly affected was Hanzo of the Salamander, who had just engaged in a fierce confrontation with the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, leaving him significantly drained. Facing Liu Yun now felt overwhelmingly burdensome, and he experienced a profound sense of fatigue and helplessness. Of course, Liu Yun had also expended considerable chakra on the battlefield. After all, it was no small feat to have fought his way to this engagement point. You are indeed formidable and exceptionally talented, Hanzo acknowledged. At such a young age, your mastery of ninjutsu rivals that of many seasoned warriors. Your future achievements may surpass even my own. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, recognize your prowess. Observing the youth atop the dragon gasping for breath, Hanzo contemplated extending his recognition and granting him a reprieve, much like the legendary three ninjas had done. After all, the tide of war had already turned, and Amage Cure had effectively lost. It would be prudent to seek negotiations with Konoha to cease hostilities, as eliminating the new generation of prodigies and the three disciples of the third Hokage would only hinder future peace talks. I shall spare your lives today. Leave with the legendary three ninjas. Silence. Liu Yun's sharp rebuke cut through Hanzo's lengthy discourse. I, Uchiha Liu Yun, do not require your approval. Spare me. You truly overestimate your position. Liu Yun stood atop the dragon, gazing down upon Hanzo with an air of authority. Position? Umph. Do you really think you can defeat me alone? Or do you believe those three beside you possess any strength left to continue fighting? Hanzo scoffed dismissively. The legendary three ninjas were desperately trying to recover their chakra. Yet they posed no immediate threat to Hanzo. In a normal state, I would indeed find it difficult to defeat you, but today, your defeat is inevitable, Ryuun declared, as arcs of astonishing lightning began to emanate from him. Since you insist on seeking your own demise, I shall oblige you, Hanzo said, consuming a soldier pill to rapidly replenish his chakra. Chapter 168, The Ultimate Lightning Release. The unbreakable myth of the half-god is shattered. Is he truly going to continue fighting? Tsunade's face was etched with concern. She believed Hanzo had already conceded this battle, and there was little reason for further conflict. She felt that Ryuun alone would not be able to defeat Hanzo and could very well fall to him, as they had already experienced the overwhelming power of the half-god. Why not fight? Instead of worrying here, we might as well recover more chakra and then assist him, Jiraiya suggested, retrieving a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You've already taken 3 soldier pills today. If you consume another, you may endanger your health, Tsunade exclaimed, swiftly swatting the pill from Jiraiya's hand. While soldier pills were effective, they came with side effects. One could only consume 2 in a day for chakra recovery. If Jiraiya took a 4th, he would likely be rendered incapacitated after the battle. I believe in Ryuun. He may have a strategy to defeat Hanzo. Let us wait and see. If necessary, we can intervene, Orochimaru remarked, observing the young warrior on the battlefield with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Curious about how Ryuun would proceed. And how will you counter the half-god's instantaneous speed? The ninja world has dubbed you a half-god, but have you ever witnessed divine retribution? If you can withstand this attack, I shall concede your title. Ryuun raised a sphere of lightning, as the thunderclouds above seemed to respond to his call, resonating with the sound of Chidori. Divine retribution? You insolent brat, cease your grandiloquence. Show me what you can do. Do you think you are worthy to measure against me? Hanzo retorted, feigning calmness. As the lightning flickered ominously in the sky, the hair on Hanzo's body stood on end, an overwhelming sense of danger coursing through him. It was a terrifying sensation, akin to being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast. Not only he, but the black dragon beneath Ryuun also began to tremble with unease. Its massive form towered nearby, and the oppressive thunderclouds loomed too low, making its horns feel like antennas, anticipating an impending strike from above. Old Black, create an opportunity for me to attack, Ryuun commanded the black dragon, ensuring every precaution was taken. Understood. The dragon, momentarily setting aside its rebellious nature, resolved to cooperate with Ryuun. It raised its foreclaws high and slammed them down, causing 2 enormous, sharp earthen spikes to erupt beneath Hanzo's feet, forcing him to leap away. Water release, water dragon bullet. The black dragon unleashed a ferocious jet of water, and faced with such an onslaught, Hanzo could not afford to stand firm. He had no choice but to employ his instantaneous technique. However, the moment he executed the technique, Ryuun's lethal strike was fully revealed. Perish alongside the thunder. Lightning release, dragon's descent. As the thunderous sound of Ryuun's Chidori fell from his grasp, a fearsome lightning dragon emerged from the heavy storm clouds, darting towards Hanzo with blinding speed. This was the signature move of Uchiha Sasuke, the lightning release, Kirin, which Ryuun had utilized first, thereby granting him the right to rename it. After all, it was intolerable that the clumsy Naruto had named the lightning dragon Kirin. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hanzo thought, just as the realization dawned upon him. Yet before he could employ his water instantaneous technique to evade, the formidable lightning dragon struck down upon him. This was an S-rank lightning technique nearly impossible to evade. Unless Hanzo possessed spatial speed, his instantaneous technique would never outrun the thunder. The reason he felt the prickling of fear was precisely due to the lightning locking onto him. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning engulfed the battlefield, creating an exaggerated crater in the ground. As the thunder subsided, the myth of the undefeated half-god of Amigakure was shattered. At that moment, Hanzo lay charred and bloodied at the bottom of the crater, utterly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. What kind of divine technique is this? Ryuun can wield such an extraordinary lightning release. The legendary 3 ninjas from afar gaped in astonishment at the incredible spectacle. They were momentarily at a loss regarding the nature of this S-rank lightning release, mistakenly believing it to be a manifestation of Ryuun's chakra. This lightning was even stronger than natural thunder, and the fact that Ryuun could execute it with so little chakra remaining was what astonished them the most. With explosive power and speed surpassing even the half-god's instantaneous technique, Such lightning was more than sufficient to dispatch any one of them. Ultimately, they realized they had gravely underestimated the capabilities of this extraordinary prodigy. The three ninjas had previously guided Lu Yun in his training, but in that instant, they felt as if they had aged, watching the boy who once sought their wisdom now surpass them. Lu Yun leapt down from the dragon's head, breathing heavily as he approached Hanzo, his long sword gripped firmly in hand. This is what I call divine retribution. It seems you could not withstand it, merely a powerful individual. Not a god. Hanzo of the Salamander, do you have any final words? Lu Yun inquired, raising his chakra-infused blade. Cough, is this where it ends? Well, conceding to the youth is not something to lament, especially when it is to a genius like you. It is a pity, however, that my country and my subordinates still could not afford them peaceful and stable lives. Hanzo of the Salamander spoke, closing his eyes. Make your move. Lu Yun remained silent, the long blade in his hand slicing directly towards Hanzo's neck. Stop. Wait. No. The voices of the three ninjas echoed simultaneously. In a critical moment, Lu Yun halted his assault, the blade poised inches from Hanzo's neck. Frowning, Lu Yun glanced at the hurriedly approaching three ninjas, puzzled as to why they would intervene. By severing Hanzo's head, would this battle not come to a definitive end? Lu Yun, spare his life. The war is over. Tsunade was the first to plead. Orochimaru and Jiraiya nodded in agreement, sharing Tsunade's sentiment. Just moments ago, Hanzo had shown them mercy, granting the three a chance to survive. The three ninjas could not turn a blind eye to this. At the very least, they should attempt to offer him a chance as well. This was a rare moral code in the ninja world. At this juncture, both Hanzo and the Konoha three ninjas embodied this sense of ethics. Chapter 169, Persuading Hanzo of the Salamander. The Reign of Fire battle concludes. We have just suffered defeat. He has not exacted vengeance. Seeing Lu Yun still holding his blade, Orochimaru quickly interjected. I see. Since you have not pursued complete annihilation, I shall grant you a path to survival. Lu Yun declared as he sheathed his long blade. This could also be seen as repaying a debt of gratitude to his mentors. Lord Hanzo, come with us. Let us conclude this war. You are aware that the Land of Rain has lost, and an early resolution could save lives. Jiraiya, kneeling respectfully, attempted to persuade Hanzo. Setting aside their positions, the three ninjas actually held admiration for this demigod. Hanzo had once attempted to persuade the 5 great ninja villages, advocating for peace. However, many things did not unfold as he wished, and ultimately, he abandoned this unrealistic ideal to wield a scythe instead. His intent in taking up arms was primarily to drive away the chaotic elements residing in his nation, seeking to ensure the Land of Rain could enjoy tranquility. The wars between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind on the territory of the Land of Rain were utterly unjustifiable. The three ninjas were not ignorant. However, with war already ignited, they found themselves trapped by circumstance, compelled to obey orders as ninjas. We have the authority not to kill, not to mistreat captives. After the ceasefire, you may discuss subsequent matters with the higher-ups of Konoha. Noticing Hanzo's silence, Tsunade crouched down as well. Originally, Hanzo had intended to use the defeated Konoha 3 ninjas as bargaining chips to secure better terms in subsequent negotiations. Yet, with the unexpected emergence of Uchiha Ryuun, Hanzo had faced defeat and found himself becoming the bargaining chip instead. The Land of Rain had suffered a complete rout. Face reality, Lord Hanzo, you have lost. And Amigakure has also fallen, Orochimaru urged. Seeing Hanzo still silent, the impatient youth could no longer contain himself. Why bother with words? Just behead him for all to see. Deliver the head to Amigakure, and I refuse to believe they will still possess the courage to resist. Lu Yun exclaimed, once more raising his long blade. You insolent wretch. I never said I wouldn't come with you. Hanzo finally could not contain himself. He genuinely feared this hot-headed youth might strike him down. Why should he choose death when he could live? Then why the pretense of deafness? Lu Yun retorted, unable to resist a sarcastic jab. Deep down, Hanzo was indeed a coward. And after the despair of his original ambitions, he became increasingly inclined towards self-preservation. He amassed a large entourage of bodyguards, indulging in the pleasures of life. Yet, in the end, he could not escape the clutches of pain. Though his will remained intact at this moment, Lu Yun had already stripped him of his pride, making him recognize that he was no longer a god, but merely human, devoid of bargaining power. Do not be disrespectful, Orochimaru interjected, pushing aside the long blade as he admonished Lu Yun. Regardless of whether one was a strong warrior or a demigod, a certain level of respect was essential. Oh, I must concede to teacher Orochimaru. Ryuun chuckled awkwardly, resheathing his chakra-infused blade. Ryuun, let your summoning beast transport us, Jiraiya suggested with a smile. At present, the three ninjas were not in optimal condition, and Hanzo was gravely injured, unable to walk. Moreover, riding a dragon was undoubtedly far more impressive than riding a toad. Jiraiya yearned for this novel experience. Jiraiya's words sparked excitement in both Orochimaru and Tsunade, their faces lighting up with hope as they looked at Ryuun, clearly eager to experience the sensation of riding a dragon. Old Black, lend us a hand and carry us, would you? Ryuun smiled, negotiating with the black dragon. Brat, do you think I'm your beast of burden? The most I can do is let you stand on my head, so stop your frivolous banter. Upon hearing the black dragon's retort, Ryuun's smile gradually faded. Ultimately, under the pressure of the Sharingan's might, the black dragon had no choice but to obediently become their steed. However, it only permitted Ryuun to stand atop its head, while the others had to make do with the uneven surface of its back. This was its final act of stubbornness and defiance. As the colossal black dragon traversed the battlefield, the lengthy war came to a decisive close. The Konoha ninjas on the battlefield firmly believed that this dragon was a harbinger of victory and peace. Some fervent believers even knelt in worship, bowing sincerely before the divine dragon. The multitude of adoring gazes stirred a sense of pride within Ryuun. At that moment, he felt as if the world belonged to him. In simple terms, it was a swelling of ego. In the face of such a spectacle, few could remain unaffected. Ryuun at least managed to feign calmness. Whereas the three Konoha ninjas atop the dragon held their heads high, their smiles almost reaching the heavens. The four great lords have defeated the demigod. We, Konoha, have triumphed. Cheers of ecstatic jubilation erupted around them, the joy of victory spreading rapidly throughout the entire Konoha camp. Lord Madara, the reign of fire battle may soon conclude. Hanzo of the Salamander was defeated by the Konoha three ninjas, but was subsequently overcome by the arriving Uchiha Ryuun. In an underground chamber somewhere in the ninja world, Aloe Vera White Zetsu reported the latest intelligence to Uchiha Madara. Come here, Uchiha Madara said coolly. As Aloe Vera White Zetsu approached, Uchiha Madara grasped its forehead, beginning to extract the memories within. After a long moment, Uchiha Madara released his grip. This lightning release, Hanzo of the Salamander lost justly. This individual has grown too powerful too quickly. If I wish to harness him for my purposes, it may be prudent to act sooner rather than later. Uchiha Madara's expression grew solemn, as he began to regard Uchiha Ryuun with increasing seriousness, waiting for the right opportunity to plunge this youth into the depths of darkness. What should we do? That fellow is formidable and seems to be held in high regard by the Konoha leadership. Even the Uchiha clan now views him with newfound respect. Ami Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki have remained within Konoha, making it somewhat difficult to approach him, Aloe Vera lamented, though a wicked smile lingered on his lips. Uchiha Madara fell silent, momentarily at a loss for how to set the stage. The intelligence was still too sparse. He needed to gather more information before proceeding, particularly regarding Ryuun's character, preferences, and habits. Within Konoha, many of Uchiha Madara's spies were already in place, and those collecting intelligence were also White Zetsu. Some ninjas had been eliminated after leaving the village, their chakra replicated for seamless substitution. They generally behave like ordinary individuals, staying cautiously within the confines of Konoha. Moreover, this phenomenon is not exclusive to Konoha. Other major ninja villages also harbor similar spies, the White Zetsu. It is through them that Uchiha Madara orchestrates his grand schemes. Indeed. Chapter 170. Good news, an unstoppable foe. Nagato and his companions have recently been restless, seemingly in search of a mentor capable of imparting skills to them. Aloe White Zetsu remarked, shifting the conversation. Do you wish to learn skills? It is indeed time, Uchiha Madara murmured. Nagato inevitably needs to engage with the outside world, a fact he cannot evade. Moreover, mastering techniques is essential. If he cannot even gather chakra, how could he possibly rely on it to utilize the rebirth tensei technique for his own resurrection? Currently, Uchiha Ryuun and Nagato are of similar age. One has already made a name for himself, while the other is still involved in petty thievery. Uchiha Madara's ideal plan is to lead both into darkness, ultimately uniting them to execute the Moon's Eye plan to resurrect the Ten Tails. If one is excessively powerful while the other is too weak, Such a combination cannot coalesce. Although he believes that Nagato, endowed with the power of the Rinnegan, will eventually rise, he fears that a slow ascent might introduce too many variables. Let them search for a suitable mentor. If they truly cannot find one, I shall intervene, Uchiha Madara mused. At this moment, he still possesses the ability to act. Should the time come when no one is available to guide Nagato, he will still assume responsibility. He is not yet so aged that he cannot move, though he is reluctant to present himself to the world in such a frail state. Even years later, when he is old and feeble, he will still possess the capability to guide Uchiha Obito. In Konoha, when the frontline battle reports reached the village, a wave of fervor swept through the community, with every villager rejoicing in the prospect of ultimate victory. The names of the legendary three ninjas and Uchiha Ryuun were once again thrust into the spotlight. The tale of their united effort to defeat and capture a demigod swiftly spread throughout the Land of Fire, reverberating across the entire ninja world. The valor displayed by these four heroes of Konoha solidified their triumph, not only bolstering the spirits of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, but also instilling immense confidence within the entire village. The higher-ups of Konoha could finally redirect their focus towards combating the Wind Country, one of the other 5 great nations. Upon hearing the victorious report through the village broadcast, Asuka was overcome with joy and tears flowed freely as her worries dissipated with the conclusion of the conflict. Her son had risen to the stature of a hero comparable to the legendary three ninjas, and as a mother, she now garnered respect and admiration wherever she went. The flower shop, Yunxiang, flourished so much that it had to close its doors due to overwhelming business. Auntie, Ryuun has become a hero of Konoha. You must forgive him. He will be returning soon. In Ryuun's home, Kushina offered a gentle shoulder massage to a demure Asuka, her demeanor exceedingly warm. The war in the Land of Rain was nearing its end, and the boy she cherished most, who also cherished her in return, would soon be back, bearing victory and glory. The mere thought of seeing him again filled Kushina with excitement. She could hardly wait to receive Ryuun's affection. What of the Konoha hero? Does that grant him the right to deceive his parents? Nanai, you mustn't always defend him. I refuse to forgive that little rascal, Asuka declared, though her cheerful demeanor belied her words. She was more delighted than anyone at her son's accomplishments and anticipated his return with unparalleled joy. Auntie, if you do not forgive him and deny Konoha's hero a welcome home, he may throw a fit at the doorstep, and people will speak ill of you. Kushina teased. Let them dare to speak. I shall tear their mouths apart, break their legs, or throw them out of my house, at the very least. One of those must be done. That ungrateful child is truly despicable. Asuka clenched her fist in determination. Observing her aunt's resolve, Kushina could only smile helplessly, thinking to herself that Konoha's hero must not be a cripple, nor should he have a torn mouth. How could they share kisses then? As for being thrown out of the house, that could be tolerated, as Ryuun had ample funds to rent a place nearby and lead a shameless half-cohabitation life. Conveniently avoiding Aunt Asuka, lost in her thoughts, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. Nai, what are you laughing at? Why did you suddenly let out a pig-like sound? You think he deserves it, right? Asuka, unaware of Kushina's internal betrayal, probed further. No, it's nothing. I just feel sorry for him. Kushina quickly replied with a forced smile. Feel sorry for a rascal? Where's the pity in him? I have yet to lay a hand on him. And you're already feeling sorry for him? Why not spare a thought for me? I'm the real victim here, Asuka retorted, rolling her eyes. This girl had clearly been enchanted by her son and was no longer on the same page as her. Being thrown out of the house, having one's mouth torn, or being banished, is that not pitiable? Even one of those is quite tragic. Kushina laughed. Then he hasn't faced punishment yet, has he? Once he returns, after I enact the family rules, you may feel sorry for him then. Time passed swiftly, and 10 days had elapsed since the final battle between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The post-war negotiations between Konoha and Amigakure had concluded, and the Konoha ninjas received orders to return home. Where is Brother Jiraiya? He should be back soon. Why haven't we seen him these past few days? Ryuun inquired curiously, glancing at Orochimaru and Tsunade. That fellow intends to remain in the Land of Rain temporarily to address certain post-war issues for Konoha, Tsunade casually explained. Ryuun raised an eyebrow, contemplating a possibility. He has taken a liking to the 3 war orphans, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and plans to look after them in the Land of Rain. Despite the presence of numerous other ninjas, Orochimaru lowered his voice to clarify for his beloved apprentice. As expected, Uchiha Madara is indeed fearless. Ryuun couldn't help but admire Madara's audacity. Despite having recently plotted against his Rinnegan, he still dared to send Nagato out, allowing him to boldly interact with the legendary three. Perhaps Madara has never regarded anyone beyond Senju Hashirama with any concern. In light of this situation, Ryuun found himself at a loss for how to respond. Nagato, now openly protected by Jiraiya and covertly safeguarded by White Zetsu, was beyond Ryuun's ability to impede his rise. With Ryuun's current strength, he was unfit to confront Uchiha Madara, whether in open conflict or covert maneuvering. Even if he possessed knowledge, what could he achieve? Change requires power, and altering the overarching dynamics of the ninja world demands extraordinary strength. Ryuun is still too inexperienced. Chapter 171, Triumph, kneeling publicly to seek forgiveness. Morning. At the entrance of Konoha. Today marks the return of the 1st Battalion of ninja troops from the Land of Rain to Konoha. Since dawn, numerous friends and family members have gathered, eagerly awaiting their loved ones. While Konoha had announced an approximate return time for the ninja troops, the hopeful onlookers yearned to see their cherished ones at the earliest opportunity. The war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain had lasted over a year, and few ninja had survived to witness the aftermath. The battlefield's brutality and peril instilled fear in the hearts of those waiting at home, making even a brief separation feel like an eternity. They feared receiving tragic news from the battlefield, dreading that their loved ones would remain forever in that unfamiliar land. Upon hearing the conclusion of the war, many individuals were so exhilarated that they found it difficult to sleep, hastily gathering at the gates of Konoha in eager anticipation. Among them were Asuka, the mother of Uchiha Ryuun, and his young girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. As time passed, the area before the Konoha gates became a sea of humanity, ultimately attracting the 3rd Hokage, the 2 esteemed advisors of Konoha, and the majority of clan leaders from various ninja families. Not only the villagers of Konoha, but also numerous affluent citizens of the Land of Fire intentionally arrived to await the triumphant return of their heroes. Before long, a ninja approached Sarutobi Hiruzen to deliver a report. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in a distinctive Jonin vest strode forth from the distance. His features were resolute, his gait steady and composed, exuding an air of tranquility despite the throngs gathered at the gates. Hero! 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 The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices resounding as the head of the Sarutobi clan approached the 3rd Hokage, a smile gracing his face as he acknowledged the reverent gazes of the onlookers. Thank you for your efforts. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly, while the 2 Hokage advisors beside him bowed slightly in a gesture of respect towards the hero. I did not fail in my duty. The clan leader of the Sarutobi replied with a smile, their conversation drowned out by the jubilant shouts of the villagers, their words indistinguishable in the cacophony of celebration. After a minute, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured in the direction of his family, prompting the clan leader to catch sight of his wife and children. The family embraced joyfully, and the surrounding crowd, sensing the emotional reunion, lowered their voices and made way for the families to express their longing. With the arrival of the Sarutobi clan leader, the main contingent of Konoha's ninja forces soon appeared before the crowd in an orderly manner. At the forefront of the procession were 3 figures, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Uchiha Ryuun. These 3 heroes of Konoha were already well known to the populace. The leftmost figure was Orochimaru, the rightmost was Tsunade, and the one in the center was undoubtedly Ryuun, who appeared strikingly youthful. Gasps of awe ensued as villagers recognized the trio, many of whom had only heard of their exploits but had yet to see them in person. Particularly, Uchiha Ryuun, donned in a Jonin vest, with a long black sword slung across his back and flowing hair, presented a strikingly beautiful visage that captivated the onlookers. Some villagers were utterly enchanted by Ryuun's appearance. The juxtaposition of his delicate features and formidable achievements left a lasting impression. His fair complexion, a result of his extended stay in the overcast Land of Rain, further accentuated his ethereal beauty. This distinct contrast amplified Ryuun's popularity within Konoha, leading to a surge in admirers, even transforming some of Orochimaru and Tsunade's fans into supporters of Ryuun. As the ninja unit advanced, the villagers' cheers reached a crescendo, echoing throughout Konoha. On behalf of the Land of Fire, I welcome the heroes of Konoha home, and I thank you for your sacrifices and contributions. You have all worked hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, his voice amplified by chakra, bowing slightly to express his respect. To protect our village and nation is no burden. The ninja forces responded in unison. The external war cry of Konoha was aimed at shattering the ambitions of the Rain Village's demigod. And the response from the ninja forces was fitting, though the two individuals at the forefront clearly failed to adhere to the chant. Ryuun at least attempted to join in, while Orochimaru remained silent, and Tsunade shouted enthusiastically, clearly brimming with excitement. After the initial greeting with the third Hokage, the ninja forces formally approached their families. Ryuun, we're over here, Kushina shouted, noticing that Ryuun could not hear her. She pushed through the crowd, rushing to the young man. Kushina, Ryuun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of her vibrant red hair. As he recognized her, joy and excitement shone in his eyes. Kushina leaped into Ryuun's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Ha ha! Ryuun laughed heartily, holding the fragrant, warm, and soft young woman tightly. Asuka and the waiting Mito Uzumaki were momentarily hindered by the throng and unable to reach their beloved family member. Kushina, where's Mom? Where is she? Ryuun inquired, patting Kushina's back with a smile. Oh dear, she's over there. Kushina replied, pointing in a direction, having momentarily forgotten about Asuka. Observing the chaos of the crowd, Ryuun quickly gathered his chakra and shouted, everyone, please make way. His voice resonated above the din, causing an immediate hush among the crowd. All eyes turning to the source of the powerful call, wondering if something significant had occurred. As Ryuun strode confidently toward the tearful, purple-haired woman before him, the surrounding throngs parted, creating a path for him. Upon reaching Asuka, Ryuun knelt before her, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, and embraced her legs, weeping profusely. I'm sorry, Mom. I missed you so much. Chapter 172. The Great Filial Son of Konoha? Clamps and Sticks. What is happening? Someone inquired. Isn't that Lord Ryuun? Why is he kneeling publicly? That woman must be his mother. It must be his mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't kneel and embrace a stranger's legs. The bystanders were captivated by Ryuun's display of affection. Did you outsiders know? Ryuun is not only a valiant warrior, but he is also known as a devoted son in Konoha. A woman exclaimed, elaborating on Ryuun's upbringing, recounting how he had always been considerate and dutiful. Ryuun's acts of cooking and delivering meals to his mother, who worked tirelessly in the factory under the scorching sun, had become well known among the women of Konoha. Everyone envied Asuka for having such a devoted son, especially one who had become a celebrated hero in the village. At that moment, every parent in Konoha yearned to have a son like Uchiha Ryuun, hoping their own children would grow to embody his virtues. However, with expectations often come disappointment, as many children faced undue criticism and harsh treatment from their parents. This son returned victorious, witnessing his mother's tears, and knelt in heartfelt sorrow. Such filial piety is indeed rare in this world, and he truly lives up to the title of a devoted son, undeniably deserving of the praise he receives. An elderly observer, having heard of Ryuun's deeds and witnessing his devotion, could not help but express his admiration. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Ryuun filled with increased affection and reverence. At this moment, Ryuun knelt down not out of reverence, but rather due to his mother's threat to break his legs in the letter, all to preserve his weak demeanor. In desperation, he bowed his head in apology, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for forgiveness. Asuka stood frozen, taken aback by his dramatic display, her own tears halting abruptly. After a brief moment, she regained her composure, feeling the weight of the gazes from the surrounding crowd. Blushing, she reached out to help the shameless boy up from the ground. Mom, please forgive me. I didn't mean to deceive you, Ryuun sobbed softly. Get up first, then we can talk, Asuka gently replied, wiping the tears from her face. I can only stand once you forgive me, he insisted. You're fine, so I forgive you. After a moment of silence, Asuka unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Oh, Mom, you're the best, Ryuun exclaimed, rising to embrace Asuka tightly. The familiar scent of her presence instantly calmed his heart, a joy that surpassed even the embrace of Kushina. Asuka softly stroked Ryuun's long hair, her eyes brimming with tenderness and love, relieved that her precious son had returned safely. Let us go, there are too many people here. Let's head home. Asuka grasped Ryuun's hand and was about to invite Kushina to join them when Kushina spoke up first. Annie, Ryuun, you go ahead. I'll catch up later. Kushina pointed towards her grandchildren nearby. You should hurry back then, I'll be waiting at home. Ryuun gazed at Kushina with reluctance, his expression stirring something in her heart that almost made her disregard everything to follow him home. Kushina's cheeks flushed as she nodded and walked towards the Uzumaki household. My son, you are now a jonin, achieving such honors in just over 6 months, becoming a hero of Konoha. If your father were here to witness your accomplishments, he would surely be overjoyed. As they approached their home, Asuka suddenly appeared melancholic. Ryuun paused, then offered a humble smile, tightening his grip on Asuka's arm in a comforting gesture. Upon entering their home, however, Asuka abruptly dropped her smile and shut the heavy iron door, her demeanor shifting to one of sternness that made Ryuun feel an involuntary rush of anxiety. Mom, do you still consider me your mother? Asuka's voice was icy, and she reached out as if to pinch Ryuun's ear. Aware of the gravity of her intentions, Ryuun quickly dodged and leapt onto the garden wall. But you said you forgave me, he protested. You can deceive me, but I can't deceive you. Get down here at once, or you'll never come back in. Asuka stood with her hands on her hips, fury radiating from her. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Ryuun abandoned his tricks and gently jumped down from the wall. He stood before Asuka, head bowed, ready to accept whatever punishment she deemed fit. Kneel. With that sharp command, Ryuun fell to his knees without hesitation. Asuka walked along the corridor and retrieved a pair of pliers and a stick from the corner. Mom, I'm sorry. Please forgive me this once. Ryuun quickly begged. Choose one, the pliers or the stick, Asuka said, ignoring his pleas and presenting him with a choice. What are those for? Ryuun forced a strained smile, panic rising within him. I said I would tear your lying mouth apart and break a leg of yours that runs amok. Nana pleaded for you, so for her sake, I'll retract one punishment. Choose wisely. Tear your mouth or break a leg. If you refuse to choose, then you can leave. And I'll pretend I never had you. Asuka's tone was cold, her expression serious, devoid of any jest. Ryuun recalled various memories. Understanding that his mother was genuinely furious, he knew that a 12-year-old child secretly venturing into a brutal battlefield would provoke any parent's wrath. He was merely fortunate to have survived and returned unscathed. Had things gone awry, the thought of his mother being unprepared for such a tragedy was terrifying and utterly unfair. Asuka felt deceived and betrayed. On the first day she learned of his actions, she had nearly loathed him, dreamt of punishing him herself. Deep down, she believed Ryuun no longer needed her as his mother. In front of others, she spared him some dignity, but now that they were home, it was imperative to discipline him properly, otherwise he might never learn. Looking at the stick and pliers in her hands, Ryuun's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'll choose the stick, he finally declared, opting for a less severe punishment, knowing the pliers appeared far more intimidating. As soon as he made his choice, Asuka discarded the pliers and wielded the stick, striking Ryuun's leg without hesitation, all the while muttering, "This is for deceiving me. For your lies, for your heroics." After the first hit, Ryuun instinctively gasped in pain, but by the second strike, he felt no pressure as his chakra shielded him. Asuka's strikes, though fierce, bore little consequence to him. Yet, he knew he needed to let his mother vent her frustrations, allowing tears and pleas to flow freely. Embodying the role of the wronged child. Mom, I was wrong. I want to do it again, he cried. Unfortunately, Asuka remained unmoved, relentlessly striking his thighs and backside. Is that how much you yearn to be a hero? Have you forgotten how your father died? Did you ever consider me? If you had perished on that battlefield, what would I have done? You are my only family. Asuka reprimanded him between blows, her own tears beginning to fall. Hearing her words and witnessing her tears, Ryuun fell silent, allowing her to continue. He realized he had been selfish, too focused on not worrying her without considering her feelings as a mother. Gradually, whether from fatigue or compassion, Asuka tossed aside the stick and sat on the corridor floor, panting heavily. Seeing her stop, Ryuun rushed over, using his healing technique to treat her sore hand. Mom, perhaps you should exercise more or refine your chakra. It might help you avoid injuries or illness. As he held her hand, he gently suggested, Don't you feel any pain? Asuka couldn't help but ask. The stick had nearly splintered from her blows, and her own hand was sore. How could her son appear unaffected? Pain inflicted on me is felt in your heart. Mother, you hurt more than I do. Ryuun replied earnestly. Asuka stared at him in surprise, then instinctively pulled him into an embrace. I should have chosen to tear your mouth apart instead, to prevent this little rascal from speaking. As she spoke, she playfully pinched his cheek, a smile breaking through her earlier sternness. I was wrong. Ryuun chuckled sheepishly, once again seeking her forgiveness. Speak to your mother about your experiences on the battlefield. No secrets allowed. Misaka gently stroked his long hair, her tone soft. After enduring both scolding and striking, she had forgiven him. The tales of violence and bloodshed from the battlefield were scarcely worth recounting. Nevertheless, Ryuun managed to share some lighter and amusing anecdotes with her. The mother and son sat in the corridor, conversing for quite some time until Kushina arrived, prompting them to conclude their discussion. Promise me you won't gamble outside anymore, and return all of Tsunade's money. You mustn't hold on to any gambling debts. Misako admonished him at last. Her son had squandered the funds Tsunade had risked her life to acquire, and he also owed a considerable sum, which Misaka deemed utterly disrespectful. It's already returned. I was merely playing around with her, Ryuun replied, noting that Tsunade had even promised to teach him how to harness his monstrous strength, making it impossible for him not to return the money. With his debts cleared and half of his winnings returned, Tsunade was immensely grateful, often showering him with flattery. You two chat. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Misaka gently pinched Kushina's cheek before leaving the pair to their conversation. Nana, I've missed you so much, Ryuun exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Kushina, showering her cheeks with fervent kisses that nearly melted her. Don't get my face all wet. Kushina laughed, attempting to push him away, though her struggling hands clearly lacked strength. Have you missed me during this time? Ryuun inquired, launching into sweet nothings. Of course. Was there any doubt? Kushina responded, her face flushed with warmth. How much did you miss me? Is it as much as I missed you, thinking of you day and night? Ryuun grinned at her rosy visage. How shameless. Aren't you embarrassed? Kushina buried her face in his chest, her earlobes blushing crimson. Ha ha. Ryuun laughed heartily, relishing in teasing Kushina, whose bashfulness was ever so delightful. As the two exchanged endearments in the living room, Misaka soon prepared an array of delectable dishes, and the trio engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal. Returning home brought Ryuun an overwhelming sense of ease. The tension of his perilous environment dissipated, allowing him to be the most talkative at the dinner table, with the two women attentively listening to him. In the afternoon, Ryuun spent time at home with Misaka and Kushina, playing cards and chatting until around 4 o'clock, when two members of the Uchiha clan arrived at his doorstep with an invitation. Chingmong, Chinya, what brings you here? The visitors were Uchiha Chingmong and Uchiha Chinya, familiar faces. Haha, Ryuun has made quite the name for himself in the land of rain, and now that he has returned in triumph, we simply had to come see you. Uchiha Chingmong boomed, praising him with laughter. Ryuun, the elders have prepared a celebratory banquet in the clan grounds. They sent us to invite you and your mother to attend. Uchiha Chinya added with a smile, bowing slightly as he presented the invitation. Upon hearing this, Ryuun furrowed his brow. He had just returned to the village and had not spent enough time with his family, yet the Uchiha clan was already seeking to impose upon him. It was well known that the higher-ups in Konoha allowed returning ninjas a day to reunite with family before attending the Hokage's office for accolades and duties. The Uchiha clan, however, had summoned him that very afternoon. Although it was framed as a celebratory banquet, Ryuun was acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind it. You may inform them that I appreciate the elders' goodwill, but I am quite tired today and wish to spend time with my family. Perhaps we can revisit this in a couple of days, Ryuun replied coolly, showing little interest in appeasing the haughty Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chingmong and Uchiha Chinya exchanged glances, visibly anxious. They knew that if they returned empty-handed, it would reflect poorly on them in front of the elders. Ryuun, perhaps you should accompany your two friends after all, Misaka softly suggested. While she had her reservations about the Uchiha clan, the elders' collective invitation certainly warranted consideration. After all, holding a banquet in honor of Ryuun was a form of recognition for her son, a positive gesture that should not be dismissed. It was wise to avoid creating enemies when one could cultivate friendships instead. Indeed, Ryuun, please join us. It would be difficult for us to report back otherwise. And the elders mean well, Uchiha Chingmong chimed in awkwardly. Please, Ryuun, Uchiha Chinya pleaded directly. Very well, I shall accompany you, Ryuun relented, seeing that the persuasion had become overwhelming. Auntie, would you join us? Uchiha Chingmong asked Misaka, noting that the elders had requested both mother and son. I will sit this one out, you two go ahead. The elders primarily wish to invite my son, so my presence is of little consequence, Misaka responded with a smile. An astute woman aware that the elders' regard for her stemmed solely from her son. You're joking, right? The elders specifically requested your presence, Uchiha Chingmong said, chuckling awkwardly. Enough. My mother does not wish to attend, and we shall go without her, Liu Yun declared, waving his hand to set the tone. Understood, Uchiha Qingmong and Uchiha Qinya acknowledged, recognizing Liu Yun's authority on the matter. Kushina, wait for me at home. I will return soon, and then we can all go to the night market together. Liu Yun instructed the quiet little tomato standing nearby. Okay. Kushina nodded obediently. Shortly thereafter, Liu Yun followed the two into the Uchiha clan grounds. They soon arrived at a grand estate where Liu Yun met the 5 ruling elders of the Uchiha clan. Haha, our little hero has arrived, the Uchiha elder exclaimed, rising to his feet and pointing at Liu Yun with a smile of praise. The other elders also stood, demonstrating their respect and welcome for their guest. Greetings, elders. Liu Yun bowed respectfully, not seeking to appear overly presumptuous. Haha, good lad, no need for such formality. Please, have a seat. The feast will commence shortly. Uchiha's second elder affirmed amiably. His words prompted a frown from the third elder, Uchiha Feng, who was closely related to Liu Yun. Having not yet spoken, he felt overshadowed by Uchiha Chuan's eagerness. The previous conversation with Liu Yun lingered in his memory. He regretted his arrogance, which had turned a sincere offer of allegiance into a farce. Given Liu Yun's current achievements and capabilities, his earlier request for several high-level fire techniques or jinjutsu was not an unreasonable demand, but rather a fair exchange. Had Uchiha Feng known Liu Yun was a disciple of Orochimaru, he would have readily provided whatever Liu Yun desired, without hesitation. It was a lesson learned, one that spoke to his previous blindness to opportunity. If only that lad had not met an untimely demise, he would surely be proud of how accomplished his child has become, Uchiha Feng mused softly. Liu Yun merely smiled and nodded in response to the pleasantries. At that moment, an elder from the Uchiha clan could not help but scold. You, young man, should have informed the family before heading to the battlefield in the land of rain. After being promoted to Jonin, you should have kept us in the loop. Remember, you bear the Uchiha name, and all your actions should prioritize the clan. You must not conceal anything from us. He was the 4th elder of the Uchiha clan and a staunch supporter of the eldest elder. The news of Liu Yun's rise to the rank of Jonin and his renown in the shinobi world reached the Uchiha clan rather late, much to the dissatisfaction of several of its leaders. The elder statesman was particularly irked by this delay, resulting in a rather unpleasant confrontation with the higher-ups of Konoha. Thus, he felt compelled to voice his grievances regarding Liu Yun. In truth, at the time Liu Yun entered the battlefield, he was merely a freshly graduated genin. The Uchiha clan, even if they were aware of his deployment, would have undoubtedly dismissed it, as a mere genin seeking to serve as cannon fodder hardly warranted their attention. His demise would have elicited little sorrow. It was only through Liu Yun's indomitable spirit and remarkable achievements that the Uchiha clan began to take notice of him. Following the joint battle of the legendary 3 ninjas and Uchiha Liu Yun against a demigod, culminating in a resounding victory, the clan's realization came rather belatedly. Therefore, the elders' claims of intentional concealment were nothing short of absurd. Upon hearing these words, the faint smile that had graced Liu Yun's face vanished. He remained silent. Yet everyone could keenly perceive his growing displeasure. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense, with all eyes on Liu Yun, eager to see how he would respond. Yet, Liu Yun chose not to speak, his stoic demeanor rendering the Uchiha 4th elder momentarily awkward. This cold indifference made the 4th elder feel both disregarded and disrespected. He yearned to chastise this younger generation for their lack of respect, yet Liu Yun's silence left him at a loss. To publicly reprimand him would risk appearing overly aggressive, while refraining from comment would undermine his authority. Liu Yun's attitude was indeed a source of embarrassment for him. Let us extend some understanding to the youth. After all, he has endured the brutal battlefield in the land of rain, where communication is fraught with difficulty. How could he be expected to consider every nuance? Elder Uchiha Chuan interjected, attempting to ease the tension. What about the Three-Tomoe Sharingan? It can't simply manifest as 3 tomos at once, can it? This lad is obviously wary of the clan. I believe we all share the Uchiha surname. Surely, he has no reason to fear us? The 4th elder persisted, unwilling to relent. If he had revealed his Three-Tomoe Sharingan earlier, we, as elders, would have surely nurtured his talents. His words left the other elders in silence. It was evident that Liu Yun's wariness of the clan was a palpable truth, as even Asuka and her child had long since vacated the clan grounds. His sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly diminished. The elders felt it was necessary to take this opportunity to persuade him. Lu Yun suddenly let out a cold chuckle. I am here to dine, not to endure your lectures. His candid remark left the elders astonished. And the fourth elder's complexion shifted dramatically, turning a deep shade of red. Lu Yun did not even recognize which elder it was that reprimanded him. Yet here he was, being chastised and instructed on how to conduct himself. Concealment of personal matters was ultimately his prerogative. Since when did such decisions fall under the clan's jurisdiction? Did he require the clan's approval to conceal anything? This elder was clearly overstepping his bounds. These elders had neither nurtured him nor genuinely assisted him. Now, they sought to lecture him. Lu Yun had no obligation to indulge them. Previously, he had not relied on these elders. And now he had even less reason to do so. Conversely, the reason these individuals were hosting a celebration in his honor was solely due to his current reputation and the political clout of the legendary three ninjas backing him. Since Uchiha Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan had seemingly lost its soul. The clan was in dire need of a heroic figure to bolster its image, both internally and externally. Presently, it was the clan that required Lu Yun, rather than the other way around. Some individuals clearly remained oblivious to this reality. Perhaps due to their entrenched positions of power, mistakenly believing Lu Yun, a mere youth, could be easily manipulated to assume a subordinate role in the dialogue. Your Uchiha fourth elder attempted to scold him, but was abruptly interrupted by a cough from the elder statesman. Let us not forget that the primary purpose of tonight's gathering is to celebrate. Lu Yun is the guest of honor, and such unpleasant matters should be set aside in this setting. Uchiha elder spoke up, and the fourth elder immediately fell silent, though his expression remained sour. Soon, the banquet commenced officially, with many prominent clan members in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, during this festive occasion, I would like to introduce a youthful hero, Elder Uchiha announced, stepping beside Lu Yun with a broad smile as he patted him on the shoulder. Uchiha Lu Yun, renowned throughout the shinobi world, is among the few who distinguished themselves during the Fire and Rain War. He actively participated in the defeat and capture of a demigod, and is the youngest jonin in the history of Konoha, achieving this rank at an unprecedented pace. Lu Yun has single-handedly vanquished over 100 foes on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, accomplishing numerous perilous S-rank missions and earning remarkable accolades for Konoha and our clan. Tonight's banquet is held in his honor, allowing everyone to become acquainted with our young hero. With these words, applause erupted from the guests, each gaze directed at Lu Yun filled with admiration and astonishment. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Lu Yun's strength and accomplishments were nothing short of exceptional. The fact that this renowned figure was only 12 years old was astounding. Given an additional 10 or 20 years to mature, it was unfathomable to imagine the heights he could reach. Such a prodigy was undeniably worthy of their recognition, friendship, and even admiration. Lu Yun stood up, raising a glass of sake. As he did so, the guests and elders rose as well. I express my gratitude to the clan for hosting this celebratory banquet. I am unworthy of the title of hero. I am merely an ordinary ninja fortunate enough to survive the battlefield. I am grateful for the esteem of the elders, and I thank all the clan members for their warm support. Tonight, let us raise our glasses in honor of the clan. As Lu Yun lifted his cup, he glanced over the assembled clan members, who all raised their cups in unison. He took the first sip of the sake, and the others followed suit, downing their drinks in a show of respect. Those gathered at the banquet were all elite jonin, each emanating a potent aura, yet even amidst them, Lu Yun's presence remained commanding. This aura was not merely a reflection of reputation or status, but stemmed from the confidence born of his formidable strength. Moreover, he exuded a youthful vigor, and the fierce glint in his eyes, born from the bloodshed he had witnessed, instilled a sense of awe in those around him. The elite jonin could sense his uniqueness, feeling the intense pressure he radiated, even without him having to utter a word. For jonin, assessing someone's strength required no lengthy discourse. Lu Yun merely needed to appear before them, and the extraordinary, fearsome aura he emanated conveyed all that was necessary to understand his formidable reputation. In just over half a year, Lu Yun had ascended from a graduated genin to a jonin, following the path of merit-based promotion. Individuals of his caliber were few and far between in the entire shinobi world. Numerous elite jonin approached Lu Yun, engaging him in conversation and raising their cups in salute. The flowing clouds were quite accommodating, graciously accepting toasts from unfamiliar clansmen, and his approachable demeanor garnered much goodwill from several esteemed elders of the clan. Overall, the banquet was a resounding success. It is noteworthy that the younger generation of the Uchiha clan was conspicuously absent, including the grandson of the elder, Uchiha Fugaku. The reason for their absence stemmed from a lack of sufficient status or strength. Those who attended not only had to possess power, but also hold a certain rank within the clan, thus representing the Uchiha lineage. They were eager to befriend Ryuun. Optimistic about the youth's future, the elders felt obliged to accommodate the wishes of these notable ninjas, leading to the organization of this celebratory banquet. After the dinner concluded, Ryuun intended to find an excuse to leave, as he was not particularly fond of such social gatherings, but the Uchiha elder privately insisted he stay. Ryuun, I wish to discuss matters concerning Fugaku with you, the elder stated. Ryuun raised an eyebrow in surprise at this remark. My wayward grandson offended you last time, and I have reprimanded him sternly. I ask that, for the sake of this old man, you forgive him once more. The elder's humble demeanor astonished Ryuun. You exaggerate, elder. I have not held Fugaku's actions against me. Indeed, I too have my shortcomings in that encounter. Let us simply move past it. Since it was Fugaku who suffered the consequences last time, Ryuun bore no grievance against him. Moreover, the elder's lack of retaliation or blame demonstrated a degree of magnanimity, leading Ryuun to harbor no ill will, as long as Fugaku refrained from provoking him again. Nevertheless, the elder continued, as a token of my apology, please accept this gift. He signaled for a scroll to be brought forth. This contains the experiences of predecessors regarding the use of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. You may take it home and peruse it at your leisure. Ryuun's eyes lit up at the mention of the scroll, and upon glancing through it, he accepted the gift with delight. Thank you, elder. This invaluable knowledge will serve me well. With the elder's gesture of goodwill, Ryuun felt reassured. That is all I wish for. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. The elder was far more straightforward than the third elder, providing tangible benefits without embellishment, leaving Ryuun in good spirits. Chapter 176. Two Maidens Invite. Choose one. After lingering in the estate for an additional 20 minutes, Ryuun found an excuse to take his leave. However, before he could exit the Uchiha territory, a female middle ninja from the clan intercepted him. Ryuun, please wait. Noticing her approach, Ryuun instinctively furrowed his brow. The third elder has sent me to invite you to join him for a moment, the female ninja stated, bowing before directly conveying her message. What is it regarding? Ryuun inquired, his expression remaining impassive. He was well aware of the elder's intentions and had little desire to engage in further pleasantries, especially after their previous unpleasant encounter. The female ninja hesitated at Ryuun's demeanor but quickly clarified. The elder did not specify. He merely instructed me to await your arrival. Relay to him that, Ryuun began, but was interrupted by a distant voice calling out, Ryuun. As he turned to see a girl approaching with a bright smile, Ryuun's face unconsciously displayed surprise. Makoto-san, what brings you here? The newcomer was indeed Uchiha Makoto, who could be considered a classmate of sorts. My grandfather sent me to invite you. I hope you have the time to join us, Uchiha Makoto said with a charming smile. May I inquire, Makoto-san, which elder is your grandfather? Ryuun asked, scratching his head in confusion. My grandfather is the second elder of the Uchiha clan. Ryuun was puzzled. Why were these elders so eager to invite him? Having scarcely engaged with him during previous gatherings? The female ninja bowed respectfully to Uchiha Makoto. Sister, are you here to find Ryuun as well? After returning the gesture, Makoto looked at her in surprise. The ninja considered for a moment before nodding, but refrained from disclosing the third elder's invitation. However, Ryuun took the initiative to clarify her purpose. You were sent by the third elder, and you came from the second elder. The two elders seemed to have coordinated their efforts. Which one should I visit? Ryuun remarked, shaking his head with a chuckle. Both girls fell silent, contemplating whether to assert their respective tasks. Before either could speak, Ryuun turned to the female ninja with a resigned expression, as both elders have extended their invitations. It would be rather impolite to decline either. However, Makoto-san is my old classmate, so I feel obliged to accept her invitation. I must apologize to the third elder. You are too kind, Ryuun. Please, feel free to visit the elder at your convenience, the female ninja replied, bowing once more before departing amicably. Walking side by side, the young man and woman found themselves in light-hearted conversation. Uchiha Makoto occasionally stole glances at the elegant youth beside her, her eyes filled with admiration, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Lu Yun remained oblivious to her shyness and admiration, but the delightful fragrance of her perfume heightened his awareness. Why does this scent seem familiar? I feel as though I have encountered it before, Lu Yun mused, an inexplicable thought crossing his mind. Thank you for graciously accompanying me, Lian-kun. Otherwise, I would have faced my grandfather's complaints, Uchiha Mikoto said, her smile radiant. Haha, how could I refuse an invitation from you, Mikoto-san? Even if I were to decline the elders, I could never turn down you, Lu Yun jested in response. Mikoto paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Her demeanor refined as a young lady of noble birth, even while giggling. By the way, Lian-kun, you are now a celebrated hero of Konoha. I heard from Kushina that your classmates are organizing a celebration for your promotion to Jonin. May I attend? Mikoto inquired hopefully. Oh, I have already heard about that from Kushina. Of course, you are welcome, Mikoto-san. It would be an honor to have you there, Lu Yun replied casually. Then it is settled. I shall prepare a gift for you as well, Mikoto said, her cheeks slightly flushed, her delight evident. There's no need for that. Your presence is more than enough. He assured her. That won't do, she insisted. Their banter continued, the atmosphere light and joyful, until they unwittingly arrived at Uchiha Mikoto's residence, where Lu Yun was once again greeted by the second elder of the Uchiha clan. Ah, my child, you have arrived, the elder exclaimed warmly, rising to meet Lu Yun with a friendly demeanor, devoid of any airs. Greetings, elder, Lu Yun said, bowing before taking a seat at the elder's invitation. Uchiha Mikoto obediently served 2 cups of fragrant tea. May I inquire what brings you to seek me, elder? Lu Yun asked directly, cutting to the chase. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence, merely a discussion regarding your family's property within the clan territory. This time, you have achieved great merit outside and have been promoted to Jonin. The clan has decided to reward you with a worthy residence and land. As I am responsible for managing this aspect, I would like to inquire if you have any particular location within the clan that you have taken a liking to. I can take charge of arranging it for you. However, I have heard that you and your mother have moved out of the clan's territory to live elsewhere. Could you enlighten me on this matter? Elder Uchiha, the second of his line, articulated his invitation and inquired about his circumstances. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Elder Uchiha sought him for such matters. Achieving Jonin status in Konoha comes with numerous benefits, one of which is the distribution of residences and land. However, the Uchiha clan firmly retains the authority over land allocation, and most of the rewards are granted by the clan on behalf of Konoha to its ninjas, which is why many within the Uchiha clan remain loyal to their family. There is no need for a residence. The main reason for my mother and I moving out was that we were not content living within the clan. Lu Yun pondered briefly before declining the so-called reward of land. Elder Uchiha appeared quite astonished at this, and even Uchiha Mikoto, who had been quietly obedient at his side, exhibited a look of surprise. Could you explain the reason? If there are troubles or grievances, please feel free to share. I assure you I can assist in resolving them. Elder Uchiha inquired again, as he was not part of Lu Yun's faction and was unaware of why Lu Yun's family had relocated. I appreciate your kindness, elder. But there is nothing of great concern. My mother is from an outside clan and is originally from the Senju clan, which inevitably subjects us to peculiar glances and exclusion from certain individuals. Lu Yun had previously been unaware of Asuka's connection to the Senju clan until he inadvertently learned of it during a conversation with Tsunade. Living within the clan's territory was uncomfortable, so we chose to move out. It matters not whether we reside within the clan, but rather that my mother and I are happy together. With these words, Lu Yun candidly expressed his sentiments, succinctly passing over the topic. Chapter 177. The Elder's Persuasion and the Young Girl's Admiration. Upon hearing Lu Yun's account, Elder Uchiha fell silent. If this were the case, it was indeed beyond his ability to rectify. He was aware that a small faction of clan members held exclusionary views, and the clan itself could not eliminate such occurrences. Moreover, Asuka's ties to the former Senju clan were not forgotten by some of the elder members who remembered the deep-seated enmity between the two clans. Lu Yun-kun could consider moving to our side. Our people are quite amicable. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly proposed earnestly. That is a commendable suggestion, and I can arrange for you and your mother to select a fine residence here if you are interested. Within 3 days, I can have it settled for you. Elder Uchiha attempted to persuade Lu Yun to remain within the clan, recognizing that retaining such talent close at hand would be immensely beneficial. His intentions were unmistakably evident. Lu Yun chuckled softly at this and gently shook his head. I have no interest in residing within the Uchiha clan's territory. Furthermore, my mother and I are quite satisfied with our little home outside. I appreciate the elder's goodwill, but I return to the village exhausted from last night's journey and must excuse myself to rest. As Lu Yun stood, the hour was late, and he prepared to depart. Very well, since you insist, we shall set this matter aside for now. Should you ever wish to return to the clan territory, you are welcome to seek me out. Elder Uchiha expressed his regret, for he was keen to draw Lu Yun closer, yet he remained uncertain of what Lu Yun desired or valued. Forcing an alliance might provoke resentment, rendering the effort fruitless. Thus, the elder could only helplessly allow him to leave. Are you still heading to Elder San's place, Lu Yun-kun? Uchiha Makoto rose, intending to see Lu Yun off, and thus inquired. Upon hearing her, Elder Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. I shall not go. That old fellow invited me over once, but promptly expelled me from his residence. Even if you had not come, I had no intention of visiting that woman. Lu Yun spoke candidly, and his audacious words elicited an involuntary laugh from Uchiha Makoto. This was the first time she had witnessed a clan member so openly disrespect a clan elder without the slightest concern for her grandfather's presence. Did you have a disagreement with Elder too? Elder Uchiha could not help but ask, as he followed closely behind them, clearly intending to see Lu Yun off as a sign of respect. It is not quite a disagreement. More than 6 months ago, he approached me, inquiring whether I would like to stay by his side and assist him, promising to nurture my talents and offering a plethora of benefits and a bright future. At the time, I took him at his word and made a few modest requests, but he claimed I was being too greedy and subsequently had me expelled from his residence. Lu Yun divulged the earlier incident. The two were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock, with Elder Uchiha instinctively asking, "What requests did you make?" "Oh, nothing much, just a few advanced fire release techniques or Sharingan Jinjutsu." Lu Yun's words rendered Elder Uchiha momentarily speechless. Over 6 months ago, he had yet to graduate from the academy, merely a young student, and he had the audacity to ask for advanced techniques. It was somewhat understandable that Uchiha too, with his narrow vision, would refuse. However, to invite someone only to cast them out seemed disrespectful to Elder Uchiha. He mused that Elder 2's actions reflected a lack of foresight, dismissing a future powerhouse capable of rivaling a demigod. Elder Uchiha found it almost amusing to consider. Now, seeking someone likely meant he aimed to mend that relationship. Yet it was clear Lu Yun had no intention of granting such an opportunity. What are a few advanced techniques? Had Elder Uchiha been better prepared, he might have been inclined to offer them directly. Understanding what Lu Yun sought, he recognized the path to win him over. "Child, the advanced techniques you seek are indeed housed in my treasury. Tomorrow, I shall have someone deliver them to you. Should that not suffice, do let me know. Our clan's treasury likely contains several more." Elder Uchiha declared with generous enthusiasm. One should not receive rewards without merit. How could that be? Lu Yun suppressed the smile threatening to spread across his face, striving to appear genuinely taken aback. "Foolish child, you have achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield in the land of Rain. How can you speak of receiving rewards without merit? Otherwise, why would the clan be celebrating your achievements tonight? Furthermore, since you do not currently require land, let us consider ninjutsu as a reward for now. The clan is fundamentally clear about rewards and penalties. There is no need for you to decline or feel embarrassed." With these words, Elder Uchiha left Lu Yun with no option to refuse. "Very well then, I shall express my gratitude to Elder Uchiha." Lu Yun bowed respectfully to Elder Uchiha. His words brought a smile to the elder's face, filling him with satisfaction. Lu Yun was thanking him, not the clan, which added a layer of intrigue to the matter and was precisely why Elder Uchiha felt pleased. Safe travels, Lu Yun-kun. Child, feel free to visit me anytime to chat or simply keep me company. The elder and granddaughter saw Lu Yun to the door. "All right, I shall trouble you again another time, elder. Please, do stay well." Lu Yun smiled and turned to leave the Uchiha clan's territory. Watching the graceful figure of the young man depart, Uchiha Makoto found herself momentarily lost in thought. Regrettably, you and Fuyua-kun have been betrothed since childhood. Had grandfather discovered this youthful hero sooner, he might have opposed the elder's arrangement of the childhood engagement. This boy of your age may be more suited for you than Fuyua. The admiration in your granddaughter's gaze towards the young man is unmistakable, and the second elder, without needing to guess, knows that the little girl has developed feelings. Women, regardless of age, are often drawn to strength, and someone like Lu Yun poses an overwhelming allure for a young girl. With his striking looks, renowned reputation, formidable abilities, and eloquence, it is indeed challenging to find reasons for young girls to dislike him. "What nonsense are you talking about, grandfather?" Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson upon hearing the remark. Lu Yunkuen and Kushina are recognized as a couple, and their relationship is exceptionally strong. Please refrain from making such comments in the future. Mikoto's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Kushina, is she the red-haired girl who came to our home last time? I believe she is the last surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, the second elder inquired, astonished. Yes, that's her. Lu Yunkuen dotes on Kushina. Even risking himself to shield her from kunai before, Mikoto nodded, her voice unmistakably laced with envy. The incident involving Uchiha Hayato's use of kunai against a defenseless girl had stirred quite the uproar, and the second elder had heard whispers of it. Indeed, that fellow's actions toward an unarmed girl were utterly disgraceful. I can't fathom what Fuuakuen was thinking in allowing such a person into his ranks. Mikoto's irritation grew as she spoke. Chapter 178. Curiosity about the future acorn. Wall slammed to Kushina upon returning home from the Uchiha clan's territory. It was already past 8 in the evening. Due to the rushed nature of the day, Lu Yun's family decided against visiting the night market, opting to wait until the following evening. Moreover, that night, Might Dai had brought his son, Might Guy, over for a visit, and as the host, Lu Yun naturally engaged him in conversation. Lu Yun, I never imagined that in just over half a year, you would elevate from a graduating genin to a jounin. As for me, after many years as a ninja, I remain stuck at the genin level, Might Dai lamented. Renowned in Konoha as a perennial genin, Dai's lack of ninjutsu and illusion techniques, coupled with his struggles in written theory for the Chunin exams, had kept him from advancing. If it weren't for my son being so young, I would surely strive for glory on the battlefield, he added. Genin can only undertake low-tier tasks, making it challenging for Dai to alleviate his economic burdens. With Dai's exceptional prowess in taijutsu, Konoha's refusal to promote him is a loss for the village. The third Hokage is too conservative. Even if one specializes solely in taijutsu, as long as it does not impair battle prowess, promotion should be warranted. While amusing himself with little guy's antics, Lu Yun offered comforting words. When Dai opens the 8 gates, he could easily defeat even the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet to keep him as a perpetual genin is truly a waste of talent. It is known that the combined strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen surpasses that of typical Kaga-level ninjas. Encountering them can be perilous for ordinary Kaga-level shinobi. Each of the 7 blades possesses unique capabilities, and only someone extraordinary like Dai could potentially overcome such challenges. Hey, what are you doing? Why are your hands so mischievous? Don't be shameless. As Asuka and Kushina observed Dai's playful examination of baby Guy, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In light of the situation, Dai showed no intention of restraint. The Chunin written exam is simply too challenging. I feel utterly lost, he lamented, tears streaming down his face as he recalled the complexity of the questions, knowing he lacked the ability to cheat. In his current predicament, aside from risking his life on the battlefield for military achievements, advancing through conventional means seemed insurmountable. Lu Yun had no immediate solutions to offer. He would need to discuss Dai's true capabilities with the third Hokage in hopes of securing an exception for promotion. Dai, don't lose heart. Now that I am a jounin, we can team up to undertake high-ranking missions. As we accumulate experience, Konoha will recognize your abilities, and they will have no choice but to promote you, Lu Yun reassured, presenting a promising suggestion. Really? That would be splendid. Just the thought of embarking on high-ranking missions with you fills me with excitement. Dai exclaimed. Had it not been for Asuka and Kushina's presence, he would have insisted on sharing the fervor and camaraderie of manhood with Lu Yun in an exaggerated manner. Have you been going for morning runs lately? How about we go together tomorrow morning? Lu Yun proposed, inviting Dai for physical training. Yes. Sometimes I carry little Guy along for my runs. Same time and place tomorrow. Let us continue to sweat out our youth, Dai replied, his enthusiasm shining brightly. Lu Yun found the challenges of baby Guy's upbringing to be quite overwhelming, especially with a father so lively and spirited. Soon after, Dai stood to depart, and Lu Yun personally escorted him to the door, advising, Brother, raising a child is expensive. If you face any financial difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Dai paused, then let out a hearty laugh, assuring that his family was managing well. Yet, seeing Lu Yun's sincerity, He felt deeply moved and vowed to reach out during difficult times. After bidding farewell to Dai, Ryuun settled in the living room with Asuka and Kushina, engaging in casual conversation until Asuka suggested a game of do-di-ju. It was evident that her mother's gambling tendencies were substantial, although Asuka rarely gambled with outsiders. She particularly enjoyed the card game do-di-ju, a pastime known only to Ryuun's family in this world. The trio played for quite a while until the night grew late, prompting Kushina to reluctantly rise and prepare to leave. "It's getting late. I'll head home now," she said. Yes. It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone at night. Ryuun should accompany you," Asuka instructed. "I'll walk you home," Ryuun volunteered, taking the initiative. "No need. You have to make the round trip," Kushina replied. "Not a problem. I don't mind running," Ryuun insisted, taking her hand. The youthful delight and bashfulness were apparent on her face. With Ryuun accompanying her, her sense of safety and happiness soared. "Be careful on the way. And don't get too caught up in fun and forget to return home," Asuka cautioned. "Understood, Mom. You're so naggy. You little rascal." Just as they turned the corner before their home, Ryuun suddenly seized the moment, pinning Little Tomato against a nearby wall. "What are you doing?" Kushina gasped. Her hands pressed against the wall, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. As she looked into the mischievous grin of the person so close before her, panic and an inexplicable sense of anticipation surged within her. "What do you think I'm going to do?" Ryuun teased, pouting his lips, his intentions clear. "No, you can't do this." Kushina's face turned crimson, and she shook her head vigorously, attempting to resist Ryuun's advances, fully aware of his intentions to kiss her. Seeing her reluctance, Ryuun firmly held her head in place, preventing any escape. Before heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he had shared a tender kiss with Kushina. Now that he has returned, he must not allow those sweet memories to fade. Although Kushina is still quite young, Ryuun feels that sharing a kiss is not overly inappropriate. After all, his own moral standards are not particularly high. Why not? Chapter 179. What is wrong with kissing while dating? The truth about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After being immensely cherished by Ryuun, the little tomato, shy and bashful, could hardly lift her head to meet anyone's gaze, gripping his arm tightly as she walked. "What is there to be embarrassed about? This is not our first kiss." Ryuun chuckled, glancing sideways at the girl. "Do you think others are as shameless as you?" The naughty Kushina shot him a fierce glare, her teeth itching, longing to bite his arm playfully. Kissing Ryuun fills Kushina's heart with a peculiar sensation, neither bad nor unpleasant, but it inevitably makes her cheeks flush with warmth. He laughed. "What is there to be shy about? After a few more kisses, you'll get used to it. Don't you dare. From now on, without my permission, you're not allowed to do that." Kushina, a relatively conservative girl, feared that if she grew accustomed to kissing, Ryuun would take further liberties. After all, she had only allowed the kiss because he was heading to the battlefield. Now that he has returned safely, she cannot easily breach her sense of modesty. She is only 12. After all, if she fails to restrain herself, who knows what might happen by the time she turns 14. The thought alone is somewhat frightening. "Why shouldn't I?" Ryuun tried to reason. What is wrong with kissing while dating? But Kushina remained resolute. A refusal is simply a refusal, with no need for further explanation. Lowering her head, her expression turned serious, hinting at displeasure. Seeing this, Ryuun reluctantly conceded. All right, we'll do it your way. Patience is a virtue, after all. The little tomato already belongs to me, so there's no rush." Upon witnessing Ryuun's concession, Kushina's face brightened with joy as she hugged his arm and gleefully swayed. After escorting the little tomato home, Ryuun intended to visit Uzumaki Mido. But Kushina mentioned that her grandmother usually sleeps early, so he refrained from disturbing her. Upon returning home, after chatting with Asuka for a while, she grew tired and went to bed, having been too excited to sleep the previous night, waiting for Ryuun to return. This left her with a severe lack of rest. Ryuun, however, was full of energy and, despite the late hour, felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, he sat in his room, perusing the experience scroll gifted by the elder Uchiha. The next morning, Ryuun rose early for an appointment with Might Guy, engaging in a vigorous run around the village followed by an intense sparring session. Might Guy remarked on Ryuun's significant progress, stating that in terms of physical technique, he was nearly on par with him, in his normal state without the 8 gates. Physical training has always been a priority for Ryuun, especially considering that in the later stages of the series, battles among the powerful are less influenced by ninjutsu and jinjutsu, with taijutsu proving to be of utmost importance. Thus, regardless of his busy schedule, he commits to a daily regimen of physical training. Nevertheless, his age and physique still limit his growth in this area, making it a relative weakness compared to his ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Previously, when he faced off against formidable opponents like Hanzo of the Salamander, he found himself utterly outmatched, barely able to withstand a few blows before resorting to ninjutsu, which exposed his youthful frailty. Unfortunately, physical training cannot be supplemented with shadow clones. It relies solely on skill, learning from experience, or ninjutsu to significantly reduce training time. Growth in physique and physical training must be approached step by step, and there is no rushing it. At around 9 in the morning, Ryuun arrived punctually at the Hokage building to attend a meeting for Jonin. In a large conference room, he received monetary rewards and public commendation from the Hokage. As the youngest Jonin of Konoha, he made his appearance before the assembly, many of whom had not yet met him. Several newly promoted elite Jonin had also returned from the battlefield in the land of Rain, necessitating mutual recognition among Konoha's veteran and new shinobi. The high-ranking officials of Konoha demonstrated commendable efficiency. After discussing the merits and rewards, the Hokage's advisor took the floor to outline the current situation in the Land of Wind. Tensions between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are ongoing, with minor skirmishes but no official declaration of war. This is due to the ongoing conflict between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain, compounded by Konoha's release of Hanzo and the defection of Rain's shinobi, alongside a signed peace treaty that included a mutual agreement to combat the Land of Wind. Konoha intends to let the two nations exhaust one another while preparing for necessary war measures. Moreover, during this rare period of respite, Konoha aims to address border issues. The IWA ninjas from the Land of Earth have been raiding the nearly defenseless Land of Grass, plundering the affluent Land of Fire, and Konoha has been keen to deal with them properly. The Jonin meeting lasted the entire morning. After returning home to share lunch with his mother, Ryuun commenced his physical training, while Asuka reopened her popular flower shop, Uchiha. It is worth mentioning the Dragon Ball manga, which Ryuun had already provided to Akira before departing for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Nearly 4 months have passed since the conclusion of the first season, and regrettably, Ryuun has yet to contemplate resuming the second season. The first season concluded with the end of the World Martial Arts Tournament arc, while the second season would cover the Piccolo Daimao arc. However, Ryuun finds himself financially secure and thus is yet to put pen to paper for the second season. Resembling a certain hunter manga author who seems indifferent to updating their work when not in need of money. In the afternoon, Ryuun paid a visit to the Senju clan to check on Uzumaki Mito. After more than 6 months, he noticed that Mito appeared noticeably older and her vitality had waned. During Ryuun's absence at the battlefield, Mito had shared with Kushina the truth about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, clarifying her role as the vessel for the Nine Tails. As a ninja, Kushina has the right to know this truth, and it is vital to prepare her mentally. Mito reassured Kushina that being the Nine Tails vessel does not preclude her from finding happiness, as long as she harbors love in her heart. Under the powerful seals of the Uzumaki clan, the Nine Tails would remain under control. Mito, aware that Kushina understands the concept of love, also knows that love already dwells within her as the future Jinchuriki. To this day, Kushina has not dared to discuss this matter with Ryuun, primarily because both the third Hokage and Mito urged her to keep it confidential. Additionally, the impending sealing of a terrifying tailed beast within her worries Kushina. She fears Ryuun might not take it well and could potentially clash with Konoha's higher-ups or even harbor animosity toward them. Chapter 180, Learning Super Strength. You should be grateful to be a Konoha ninja. Ryuun is, of course, aware that she is destined to be the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This knowledge feels like a thorn in his heart, uncomfortable whether he removes it or leaves it be. Despite his current success and reputation in Konoha, his position does not afford him the influence to alter the decisions made by the higher-ups. Preventing Kushina from becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is something he is simply incapable of at this stage. However, if he were to escape from Konoha with Kushina, his strength would undoubtedly allow him to do so with ease. Yet, he feared that Kushina herself, along with her mother Asuka, would oppose the idea. The thought of persuading them seemed daunting. The mere contemplation of this matter filled him with unease. He genuinely wished for Kushina to live freely like any ordinary person. Being a Jinchuriki meant living in perpetual fear and anxiety, unable to sleep soundly, facing the risk of identity exposure and the disdain of others. Furthermore, aside from Konoha, there were few places he could go, and in the beginning, he would be subject to constant surveillance, even confinement. Anyone who truly cares for their beloved would not want to see them suffer in such a way. Nana, is something troubling you? You seem a bit distracted. Lu Yun inquired with a look of concern while feeding the koi by the pond within the Senju clan grounds. Oh, it's nothing, Kushina replied, wanting to confide in Lu Yun but too afraid to voice her thoughts, which left her momentarily dazed. Nothing? Yet I sense you are concealing something from me. Lu Yun remarked, his keen gaze discerning the unusual demeanor of the petite tomato. I'm not hiding anything. Stop being so suspicious. Kushina chuckled awkwardly. Lu Yun stepped closer, scrutinizing her eyes. Is that so? Your verbal tics are surfacing. What are you so nervous about? Do you dare claim there's nothing you're keeping from me? When anxious or excited, she unconsciously resorted to her verbal tics, making it quite challenging to lie in front of someone like Lu Yun. Fortunately, at that moment, a distant female voice intervened, providing Kushina with a reprieve. Hey, you little brat. I just fed these koi not long ago. Don't overfeed them, or you'll be responsible for their demise. Tsunade strode over, casting a fierce glare at Lu Yun. What is wrong with feeding them a bit more? Just because you fed them earlier doesn't mean I can't feed them now. Did you eat yesterday? Have you eaten today? Lu Yun retorted defiantly. Oh, it seems a few days without discipline has made you restless. Huh? How dare you speak to your sister like that? Tsunade declared as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Lu Yun swiftly bolted away, leading Tsunade in a chase around a circular garden. Witnessing the spectacle, Kushina couldn't help but laugh heartily. After a bout of playful banter, Tsunade began teaching the technique of the super strength fist. This technique involved concentrating chakra in one's fists and feet, then unleashing it in an explosive manner to exceed one's base strength. Mastering such a technique required exceptional chakra control, and with Lu Yun's proficiency in medical ninjutsu, he might grasp it swiftly. As for Kushina, her chakra control still needed improvement. Under the gazebo, both Lu Yun and Kushina attentively absorbed Tsunade's teachings. They had invested significantly in this instructor, leaving no room for laxity. Lu Yun spent the entire afternoon dedicated to his training, employing shadow clones to expedite his practice, which earned him Tsunade's admiration. The shadow clone technique, created by his great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama, was being utilized remarkably well by Lu Yun. As dusk approached, Tsunade intended to invite her troublesome younger brother and his mentor Orochimaru for a meal and drinks, but Lu Yun declined, citing his mother's solitude at home. Even Kushina's invitation to dine with Uzumaki Mido in the Senju compound was met with refusal. On his way home, Lu Yun was still pondering the technique of the super strength fist when a ninja clad in soft armor and a peculiar mask intercepted him. Uchiha Lu Yun. Lord Danzo requests your presence at 8 p.m. tonight at the Root headquarters, the emotionless voice of the Root ninja stated. Lu Yun, familiar with their nature, was disinclined to waste words in conversation. I'm unavailable at 8 p.m., let us make it 10 p.m. You will attend at the time instructed. That is an order from Lord Danzo, and cannot be changed at your whim, the Root ninja replied coldly. Hearing this, Lu Yun chuckled derisively. A mere hound dares to issue commands to me? Speak another word, and I assure you, your end will be quite gruesome. Lu Yun stepped forward, his deep black eyes locking onto the Root ninja's with an icy gaze. The ninja felt a wave of terrifying killing intent wash over him, accompanied by an oppressive chakra that sent chills down his spine. Despite standing before a mere teenager, Lu Yun's presence was akin to a raging storm, causing the ninja's hair to stand on end, his instincts screaming of impending danger. However, as a Root ninja, he was forged in the crucible of bloodshed and was bound to carry out Danzo's orders, regardless of the stature of the individual before him. Even one as revered as the hero of Konoha. Do you dare defy Lord Danzo's command? The ninja pressed. In response, Lu Yun's Sharingan flared to life, revealing its Three-Tomoe. Before the Root ninja could utter another word, he found himself ensnared in a jinjutsu, the world around him spinning uncontrollably. With a swift bite to his tongue and a disruption of his chakra flow, he managed to break free from the jinjutsu in mere seconds. However, had it come to actual combat during those 2 seconds, Lu Yun would have easily decapitated him twice over. As he freed himself, Lu Yun's iron fist struck his face with tremendous force, shattering the mask into several pieces and sending him sprawling backward. Lu Yun swiftly executed a body flicker technique, landing a decisive kick on the airborne root ninja, pinning him to the ground. The impact forced the root ninja to expel a mouthful of blood, his true identity revealed as his mask lay in ruins. Yet, Lu Yun remained indifferent to who he was. You should be grateful that you are a Konoha ninja, otherwise, someone as disrespectful as you would have met his demise upon uttering a second foolish word. Chapter 181. The Second Elder's Gift. Is hard labor equivalent to body refinement training? You should be grateful that you are a Konoha ninja, otherwise, someone as disrespectful as you would have met his demise upon uttering a second foolish word. Lu Yun's tone was frigid. Observing the root ninja's panic-stricken expression, he finally lifted his foot from the ninja's chest. The root ninja wiped the blood from his mouth, avoiding the gaze of Lu Yun's eerie Sharingan, and silently retreated without another word. As Lu Yun watched him depart, his expression remained as cold as ice. Danzo's summons was unlikely to bode well. Yet, he knew he could not ignore it, for Danzo's authority was second only to the Hokage, granting him the power to command other ninjas. Having already arranged to visit the night market with Asuka and Kushina, he set the time for 10 o'clock. Lu Yun felt it necessary to teach this messenger a lesson for his insolence. Even if Danzo were to learn of this incident and be displeased, Lu Yun was confident in his standing and had little fear of repercussions from Danzo. Of course, if Danzo had any sense, he would likely refrain from causing a rift over the actions of a mere lackey. Turning the corner just before reaching his home, Lu Yun spotted a purple-haired beauty waiting for him at the entrance. As dusk descended, Misaka awaited her child at the doorstep, as was her customary practice. "Mother, why are you so late again? The meal has already been set on the table," she exclaimed. "Perfect timing. We can dine as soon as I arrive," replied Lu Yun, grinning playfully. After washing his hands, Lu Yun settled down in the living room, where he discovered 3 scrolls of ninjutsu delivered by the second elder of the Uchiha clan. After preparing a fragrant cup of tea for both himself and Misaka, he began to peruse the scrolls. These had been brought by a Uchiha clansman earlier in the afternoon, who, upon finding the house empty, delivered them to the flower shop, stating they were sent by the elder. Once Misaka finished washing the dishes, she observed Lu Yun's serious demeanor as he studied the scrolls. "I see," he replied without lifting his gaze. Among the 3 scrolls, 2 contained advanced fire release techniques, while the third detailed a high-level jinjutsu utilizing the Sharingan. The 2 advanced techniques included a B-rank fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, and an A-rank fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. The execution of these techniques demanded an enormous amount of chakra, both of which had been demonstrated by the character Obito in the original narrative. One technique served as a wide-area attack, while the other was a rapid, long-range assault. Their practical applications were exceedingly high. Particularly noteworthy was the A-rank Dragon Flame Song technique, which, although its power was not as formidable as that of the B-rank Great Fire Annihilation, boasted an incredibly swift casting speed, with a nearly perfect hit rate. For an ordinary individual, evading it was virtually impossible without facing it head-on. During the 4th Great Ninja War, even Mizukige Terumi found herself unable to perform the necessary hand seals to counter it with water release, relying on Tsunade to absorb the attack. The intricacy of the fire control required for this technique elevated it above Great Fire Annihilation. While the latter was relatively easier to learn, it imposed stringent demands on the user's chakra reserves. Few could execute it effectively, and even fewer could withstand its consumption. Only Obito dared to use it as an opening move, its terrifying power well recognized. A cohort of ninjas employing water release techniques could only match Obito's fire release in a standoff, despite water's inherent advantage over fire. Having thoroughly examined the 2 advanced fire techniques, Lu Yun then turned to the 3rd scroll. This advanced jinjutsu, known as the illusionary chains, required a Three-Tomoe Sharingan and considerable ocular prowess to wield. In the original storyline, it was utilized by Itachi Uchiha, with the victim being none other than his former mentor, Orochimaru. Itachi's ruthless approach in employing this high-level jinjutsu led to a tragic fate for the seasoned shadow-level ninja. Lu Yun was exceedingly pleased with the 3 high-level techniques sent by the Uchiha elder. Mastering them would undoubtedly augment his strength. While he was engrossed in the scrolls, Kushina arrived after finishing her dinner. The trio sat in the living room for a while, and once Lu Yun had concluded his examination of the Jinjutsu scroll, they ventured out together to the bustling Konoha night market. The 2 women were enchanted by the myriad of items, chattering excitedly as they browsed. Misaka was particularly enthusiastic, indulging in numerous purchases. Lu Yun trailed behind, becoming an unwilling human packhorse, burdened with an array of bags. Is this fair? Making me carry all this? Had I known, I wouldn't have come, he lamented, observing the two women who were now empty-handed. What is wrong with carrying a few things? It's just a bit of effort. Why complain? I've seen you hauling around heavy sandbags without a hint of fatigue. Misaka retorted. Exactly. Just think of it as weight training. Kushina chimed in. Lu Yun found himself contemplating their logic, realizing that while training was exhausting, carrying the assorted items could also be viewed as a post-dinner workout. This thought brought a sense of balance to his mind. The trio meandered through the marketplace until nearly 9:30, when Lu Yun finally suggested returning home. Although the women were reluctant to leave, they acquiesced upon hearing Lu Yun mention he had matters to attend to. Upon returning home, Lu Yun dropped the goods with a heavy sigh. Accompanying the women on their shopping expedition proved far more exhausting than a complete training regimen. He felt utterly drained, his body aching. Kushina, are any of these items yours? Hurry and find your things, so I can take you home. It's getting late, he instructed, gesturing to the assortment of goods scattered on the floor. Okay, just a moment. Kushina replied, aware of Lu Yun's urgency as she swiftly gathered her belongings. Most of the items were lavish purchases made by Misaka, with a small portion intended for Kushina. Soon, Kushina had collected her items, and the two women departed for the Senju clan's compound. Meanwhile, in the depths of the root headquarters, Shimura Danzo glanced at the wall clock, a flicker of irritation crossing his features as he noted the time. 10 minutes had elapsed since their appointed hour, and just as he was preparing to leave for the evening, a subordinate informed him that Uchiha Ryuun had arrived at the root. Suppressing his frustration, Danzo resumed his seat. Shortly thereafter, Ryuun, guided by a root ninja, entered a relatively secluded room where he encountered Danzo, the leader of Root. To be honest, Ryuun found such an environment unsettling. The Root headquarters afforded him little sense of security. He understood the adage that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Yet he had no choice but to be present tonight. Engaging in a conflict here would prove difficult for him, given that every ninja within was a top-tier elite. Ryuun was emboldened by the assurance that Danzo would refrain from taking action against him in such a precarious situation. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Danzo, Ryuun said, bowing respectfully. You have not only harmed my men, but have also exceeded the time you set. Is this the behavior we expect from our Konoha hero? Perhaps it is a bit too presumptuous? Danzo's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet the underlying message was unmistakably critical. My apologies, Ryuun replied, lowering his head slightly in acknowledgement, making no attempt to offer an explanation. Danzo regarded him coldly. However, Ryuun's unwavering gaze remained fixed, as if he were looking beyond the man before him. An awkward silence ensued, enveloping the room in an eerie stillness. Do you understand what the Root organization is? Danzo finally inquired, breaking the silence. Ryuun nodded gently. Oh, then enlighten me, Danzo urged, his tone betraying a hint of curiosity. Konoha is akin to a robust tree. The villagers are its leaves, the ninjas are its branches, the Hokage is the trunk, and the root represents its roots. Though the roots dwell in darkness. A healthy tree cannot thrive without the hidden roots that absorb essential nutrients, Ryuun articulated. Danzo, upon hearing this, involuntarily nodded in approval, evidently pleased with Ryuun's insightful analogy. Tuanzong was certain that no one had ever voiced such sentiments to him, not even the Hokage. Yet, this young man possessed an astonishingly profound understanding of the Foundation, leading Tuanzong to believe that he must surely acknowledge its significance. The Foundation, known as Nu, is the most crucial underground organization within Konoha. Whatever tasks the Konoha ninjas can accomplish, the Foundation ninjas can also undertake, and for those matters that Konoha cannot handle, the Foundation is equally capable. Cloaked in secrecy, they often engage in actions deemed morally questionable by ordinary men, all while selflessly dedicating themselves to Konoha without seeking recognition. They are the unsung heroes who bear the burdens in the shadows, the true lifeblood of Konoha. This is the essence of the Foundation. Upon hearing these words, both Ryuun and Tuanzong felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Ryuun was taken aback by his own words, while Tuanzong felt a chill of belief in Ryuun's exaltation of the Foundation. Tuanzong initially intended to inquire about Ryuun's understanding of the Foundation, to elucidate its nature and grandeur, and subsequently invite him to join. Little did he know that Lu Yun's comprehension of the Foundation surpassed even that of its founder. A person with such awareness would require no brainwashing. Tuanzong could easily manage someone of this caliber. Who imparted these words to you? A suspicious Tuanzong could not help but ask. Lu Yun wore a perplexed expression, silently scoffing. This is what the 55th generation Hokage conveyed to me. Who would share such insights with me? These are my own thoughts. Konoha publicly embraces the will of fire, yet covertly also harbors the will of roots. These two philosophies, one illuminated and the other shrouded in darkness, complement each other, resulting in Konoha's present strength. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Yun's heartfelt declarations elicited spontaneous applause from Tuanzong. You are the first to genuinely comprehend my intentions, the only one to grasp the will of roots without direct contact. Your words bring me great solace. Come, assist me. My child. Tuanzong extended an invitation forthwith. For a moment, Lu Yun fell silent. What? Do you not wish to join the Foundation? Was your earlier discourse merely a jest? Tuanzong's brow furrowed, and his gaze grew cold. Do you believe I am fabricating nonsense? Lu Yun retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Then why the reluctance to join the Foundation? Tuanzong did not regard Lu Yun's words as mere jest or fabrications meant to please him. Profound insights are the result of contemplation. Impromptu fabrications reveal inherent flaws. In Tuanzong's eyes, Lu Yun's discourse had encapsulated the will of roots, indicating a clear understanding and recognition of the Foundation's tenets. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather one of impossibility, Lu Yun replied, displaying a troubled countenance. Reasons? Tuanzong queried succinctly. Given my capabilities and current reputation, it would be inappropriate for me to remain within the Foundation. My strengths are more suited for the front lines. And moreover, the third Hokage would never permit my entry into the Foundation. Lu Yun spoke calmly, even invoking the very name that Tuanzong dreaded to hear. Joining your Foundation requires no Hokage's approval. If I say you are fit, then you are fit, Tuanzong replied, suppressing his anger. I am, after all, the disciple of the third Hokage. It would be remiss not to inform him before joining the Foundation. He would deem me disrespectful otherwise. Of course, should the third Hokage grant me permission to join the Foundation, I could report to you at any time. After all, where one serves is of little consequence. The Foundation and the Umbu both serve Konoha's core interests, and it matters not to me where I labor. Lu Yun's words bore a hint of cunning as he smiled slyly, insinuating that Tuanzong's authority paled in comparison to that of the Hokage. To transfer personnel, one must first secure the Hokage's consent. If the Hokage agrees, the matter proceeds. If not, then even Tuanzong's assent would be futile. Lu Yun realized that he need not even involve his mentor, Orochimaru. Dealing with Tuanzong was manageable with the third Hokage's influence alone. Faced with the insurmountable figure of the Hokage, Tuanzong found himself with no recourse but to stew in impotent rage. Lu Yun even envisioned Tuanzong expressing regret to the Hokage, followed by a dramatic slam of the door. Upon hearing Lu Yun's remarks, Tuanzong's breathing noticeably intensified, his chest heaving, yet years of temperance kept him from losing his composure. Moreover, Lu Yun was not the target of his ire, after all. Lu Yun had stated that he would join should the Hokage permit it, and he bore no aversion to the Foundation. The obstacle to his joining the Foundation was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage who stood above him in power. Chapter 183. The Jonin Promotion Celebration. Not long after, Lu Yun emerged from the Foundation's base unscathed, having deftly dismissed Tuanzong's invitation with a few well-chosen words. His rationale was plausible. Yet had Tuanzong truly sought out the third Hokage for personnel, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly refuse. Having just established Lu Yun as a youthful hero in the eyes of the public, how could they possibly allow him to don a mask and engage in unsavory deeds? Sarutobi Hiruzen was already inclined to appoint Lu Yun as a sub-team leader in the Umbu. There was no way he would relinquish him to Tuanzong's Foundation. Lu Yun had effectively passed the buck to the third Hokage. No matter how displeased Tuanzong might be, he could only vent his frustration upon his close friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or upon the door of the Hokage's office. Lu Yun was not inclined to serve Tuanzong. To hell with the will of roots. He was neither Uchiha Shursui nor Uchiha Itachi, and, as such, would never heed Tuanzong's commands or serve him. He was nothing but a considerable nuisance. Anyone entangled with him would face dire consequences. On a moonlit rooftop late at night, Lu Yun lay back, contemplating the celestial orb while pondering how to acquire even greater power. His previous attempts to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan through the crucible of battle had ended in failure. While he had indeed experienced rapid growth in the theater of war, such strength remained woefully insufficient. To succinctly encapsulate his current predicament, he was adequately equipped for self-defense, yet lacked the drive for advancement. I cannot forsake the power of Sage Mode merely due to its side effects, Lu Yun resolved inwardly, determining that after addressing the trifles of the next few days, he would venture to the Dragon Cave. While he could not currently harness the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not afford to lightly abandon another formidable source of strength. The following morning, Lu Yun dutifully completed his early training before attending the Jonin celebration organized by his classmates alongside Kushina. At the celebration, he was met with enthusiastic support from his peers and received numerous gifts. In return, he promptly reserved the most expensive and renowned barbecue restaurant in Konoha, inviting his entire class, including teacher Oda, to indulge in a lavish feast. Hey, what are you doing? Why won't you let us in to eat? Three boys were stopped by the restaurant staff outside the barbecue establishment. We sincerely apologize, but this restaurant has been booked for a private event today, and you are not among the invited guests. Unfortunately, we have no available seats, the security personnel explained apologetically. How outrageous. We frequently dine here. You must make room for us. A chubby boy exclaimed, agitated by the news of the lack of seating, having anticipated this barbecue feast all morning. The host has reserved the entire venue. How can we possibly accommodate you? The security staff replied, looking quite troubled. With the generous patronage already extended, they were obligated to provide the utmost service. Who does this arrogant person think they are, reserving the entire barbecue restaurant? The stout boy exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. Hey, you can't go in there. Please come back another time. I sincerely apologize, the security guard implored, attempting to reason with him. Forget it. Let's just eat somewhere else, suggested a boy with a yellow ponytail, accompanied by another with a pineapple-like hairstyle. They both tried to console him. However, the stout boy's obsession with barbecue was too deep, and he continued to protest stubbornly. Inside the restaurant, please pack a portion of barbecue and send it to the Yunxiang flower shop, Lu Yun instructed the restaurant owner. Master Lu Yun, takeout barbecue may affect the taste. Would you like me to send someone with a charcoal grill and ingredients to prepare it fresh for your esteemed mother? The owner inquired respectfully. Lu Yun had become a well-known figure in Konoha, with most villagers recognizing him and knowing that the owner of the Yunxiang flower shop was the mother of a hero. Is there such a service? Can takeout be freshly prepared? Lu Yun asked, astonished. While others may not be able to, for you, Master Lu Yun, it certainly is possible. The owner replied with a smile. As long as the payment is secured, we could even send Konoha ninjas to deliver it. After all, you are not short on money. Very well, please arrange it, Lu Yun said, nodding with a smile. All right, why is it so noisy outside? Lu Yun noticed the commotion outside and, filled with curiosity, stepped out of the restaurant, only to find three noisy boys at the entrance. It was the Inoshikacho trio. Shika, I, and Dingzhua. What are you all doing here? Lu Yun immediately inquired. Lu Yun-kun. The trio gasped in surprise upon seeing him. Could it be that the person who reserved the place for lunch is Lu Yun-kun? Akadu Dings were exclaimed in disbelief. After a brief exchange, Lu Yun learned about the situation outside and generously invited the three of them to join him for a meal. Although they felt somewhat embarrassed, they could not resist Lu Yun's insistence and ultimately agreed to his invitation. Lu Yun-kun, we feel so guilty. Since you have become a jonin, we haven't prepared a congratulatory gift. Let us treat you to this meal as a token of our appreciation, they proposed after a satisfying feast, each holding a drink as they approached Lu Yun for a toast. Haha, there's no need for that. I've already paid. I truly appreciate your sentiments, my good friends. Lu Yun replied with a grin, then gently patted Akadu Ding's belly. You must still be hungry, right? I reserved the entire place for lunch. And the owner promised a fixed price regardless of how much we eat. If you eat less, the owner profits, and that would be a loss for me. What? Unlimited barbecue buffet? Akadu Dingswa exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. That's the idea, Lu Yun confirmed with a nod. Seeing Lu Yun's affirmation, Akadu Dingswa dashed back to his grill, shouting for the waiter to bring 10 more portions of barbecue. This scene elicited laughter among their classmates, while Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Ino instinctively covered their faces, feeling embarrassed for him. However, as a seasoned foodie from the Akido clan. He thought that losing a bit of face was a small price to pay for good food. Chapter 184. The Jonin Council, with wine and gamble. What more is there to love? Recently, Orochimaru had been mysteriously elusive, making it difficult for Tsunade to find him for drinks. Ryuun was also searching for him, and, after several failed attempts, utilized a messenger snake to inquire about his whereabouts, only to learn that he had traveled to the land of rice. Orochimaru was busy constructing a biological laboratory, with many matters requiring his direct oversight. When Ryuun invited him to visit the Dragon Cave, he immediately abandoned the laboratory and hurried back to Konoha, for the Dragon Cave was known to possess sage techniques, a power that transcended ninjutsu, which someone like Orochimaru, obsessed with techniques, could not resist. Before Orochimaru returned to the village, Konoha convened another full Jonin meeting. The theme of this meeting was the detailed and diversified reform of the ninja forces, which involved the allocation mechanism of ninja teams. The primary aim of the reform was to better utilize the strengths of various ninjas and to provide opportunities for those with singular abilities to realize their value. Konoha intended to implement a multi-type collaborative combat ninja force, further subdivided into various small teams, such as intelligence teams, tracking teams, combat teams, and logistical units. These were all topics to be discussed during the meeting. During this time, Tsunade proposed the comprehensive integration of medical ninjas into all ninja teams, with the requirement that each team must allocate one medical ninja. This configuration could significantly increase the survival rate of ninjas in each team. Tsunade believed that the immediate priority should be to cultivate medical talent comprehensively, even suggesting converting some combat ninjas into medical ninjas. However, this proposal did not receive the approval of the third Hokage, who argued that with a major war approaching, converting combat ninjas was impractical. Medical ninjutsu required extensive knowledge and could not be mastered in a short time. Konoha simply could not fully integrate medical ninjas in time. Upon being rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade stood up and began to vociferously chastise him, leaving no face-saving measures in place. As Tsunade displayed her fierce and somewhat familiar demeanor, Ryuun felt as if he had seen this scene before, until a man stood up and he realized it was a segment from the original manga. "I believe she makes a compelling argument," Kado Dan stated seriously as he rose to speak. "We cannot continue to repeat past mistakes. Just like on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, countless ninjas perished due to the poison of the salamander. If we had more medical ninjas at that time, the initial casualties would not have been so catastrophic." Once Kado Dan made this statement, many Jonin found it quite reasonable. I also support Tsunade's proposal. The comprehensive integration of medical ninjas is necessary. Even if this affects the proportion of combat ninjas, in the long run, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Ryuun, the youngest elite Jonin in attendance, also stood up. The most important individuals in a battle are the ninjas. While eliminating the enemy's living forces is crucial, we must also strive to preserve our own, Ryuun asserted. Ryuun, Tsunade, and Kado Dan were the three most prominent figures in the room. Aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, and all of them had fought valiantly on the battlefield. Their unified stance compelled the Hokage and the two advisors to re-evaluate the topic. Seeing the two who supported her, Tsunade felt a surge of emotion, especially towards the man named Kado Dan. As for her troublesome younger brother, did he dare not stand up to support her? Observing the youngest, articulate, and visionary boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but nod secretly. His disciple was becoming increasingly outstanding, with no discernible flaws, and he was even more perfect than his most favored disciple, Orochimaru. "We will further study the topic of medical ninjas," Sarutobi said. "Tsunade, please draft a detailed proposal later." Despite Tsunade maintaining a sour expression, the third Hokage was too weary to engage with her further and promptly moved on to the next topic. "Tsunade, shall we go for drinks after the meeting?" Ryuun whispered, extending an invitation. Faced with her younger brother's first proactive invitation, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with astonishment. Has this troublesome brother taken the wrong medicine today to invite her out for drinks without reason? In truth, Ryuun merely wished to prevent her from engaging with the man named Kado Dan as she did in the original narrative. It is not that Ryuun harbored any feelings for Tsunade. Rather, it was the impending demise of Kado Dan that troubled her. In the original tale, it was only after Tsunade confessed her feelings and gifted him a crystal pendant that he met an untimely fate, which devastated her to such an extent that she developed a phobia of blood. Ryuun sought to spare her from such profound suffering, given their close relationship. Had she refrained from giving him the cursed necklace or sharing a kiss, perhaps Kato Dan would not have perished. By avoiding contact, Tsunade might have been spared her anguish, which would be for the best for all involved. After the meeting, Tsunade would typically wait for Kato Dan to express her gratitude in person. "Do you have something you need my assistance with?" Tsunade inquired, scrutinizing Lu Yun with suspicion. It was clear that his uncharacteristic hospitality and invitation for drinks hinted at some underlying trouble. "Is it not permissible for me to invite you for a drink if I have no other business?" Lu Yun retorted, somewhat exasperated. "You are not particularly fond of drinking, are you? Moreover, your tolerance is rather poor. It is hard not to suspect your intentions when you seek me out during daylight hours," Tsunade remarked, appraising him. "Just tell me whether you will accompany me." Lu Yun shot her an annoyed glance. "We can discuss it later," Tsunade murmured, intending to wait until after thanking Kato Dan. "Discuss it later? I plan to head to the Shimizu clan's Grand Casino for some high-stakes gambling. If we win, we can split the earnings. Will you join me or not?" "What?" Tsunade was taken aback by Lu Yun's proposition. He intended to take her to the renowned casino in Konoha? This was something she had suggested numerous times, but he had always ignored her. Furthermore, Lu Yun, the undefeated champion of gambling, claimed he would share the winnings with her? Tsunade could hardly contain her excitement. "Shall we leave right after the meeting?" "All right, I will go with you." She eagerly agreed. With both alcohol and gambling at hand, there would be no room for loneliness or emptiness. Who needed love? Pursuing a doctorate and indulging in drinks were Tsunade's two greatest passions. And now that Lu Yun had proposed both, her fleeting feelings for Kato Dan were swiftly replaced by an exhilarating anticipation for the evening ahead. At that moment, her mind was consumed with thoughts of how she and Lu Yun would dominate the casino. Chapter 185. Using the God of Misfortune as a guiding light. Inside the Hokage building, as Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the end of the meeting, Tsunade promptly seized Lu Yun and dashed out. Her sights set on the large casino established by the Shimizu clan. Observing their hasty departure, Kato Dan appeared momentarily stunned. Wait, what is the rush? "Let me explain the rules," Lu Yun exclaimed, having seriously underestimated the gambling addiction of Tsunade, who almost yanked him along behind her. "What rules?" Tsunade asked, her expression one of confusion. "For now, you can only place small bets. The key is to follow my lead," Lu Yun elucidated. "Why should I follow you? I can win on my own. If you have a strategy, I can place my bets accordingly," Tsunade retorted, visibly dissatisfied. "Less chatter, if you wish to win. You must heed my advice. Moreover, you can only bet on the same outcomes as me. We must stay at the same table and place our respective bets," Lu Yun instructed, causing Tsunade to pause, momentarily bewildered by his directives. Unsure of Lu Yun's intentions, she chose to set her concerns aside for the moment. Upon their arrival at the casino, they were promptly asked to seal their chakra as per the casino's regulations. While ninjas were permitted entry, their chakra had to be sealed by a professional. "It is indeed Lady Tsunade. It has been quite a while since your last visit." A staff member recognized her as a significant patron. "Lady Tsunade, would you like to open a VIP room for higher stakes?" A member of the Shimizu clan inquired, his demeanor obsequious. "That will not be necessary. I just wish to play casually today, perhaps at a smaller scale in the main hall," Tsunade replied, waving her hand dismissively before striding toward the casino floor. The Shimizu clan member's face fell at her words. "Ah, it is Lord Lu Yun. Do you wish to join us for a few hands?" Another recognized him. "Yes, I have some free time and thought I would come by," Lu Yun stated, eyeing the inadequate sealing of his chakra. "Lord Lu Yun, would you prefer to play high stakes or low?" A staff member asked excitedly. "I would like to play high stakes. Are there any limits at the tables in the main hall?" Lu Yun inquired with a smile. "Should we prepare a VIP room for you, Lord Lu Yun? The main hall can be quite noisy," the Shimizu clan member suggested eagerly. "No need. I will let you know if I require it. For now, I simply wish to play a few rounds in the main hall." Lu Yun waved him off. "Very well. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. The tables in the main hall have a limit of 200,000. 200,000? That seems reasonable." Lu Yun nodded and proceeded to the table where Tsunade was seated. Upon noticing his arrival, Tsunade understood it was finally time to place her bets. Their table employed dice for betting on high or low, point totals, and triples, with their chakra sealed and the dice cups specially treated. Even someone with Lu Yun's formidable mental prowess and acute senses could not discern the numbers by sound. Thus, their visit was purely a gamble of chance. Naturally, in the ninja realm, no one dared to cheat in large games, for the consequences could be dire if a ninja were to catch them. Tsunade anticipated that the next round would yield a high outcome, so she boldly placed her bet of 1,000. Deep down, she longed to wager 100,000 or 80,000, for such a meager amount felt beneath her stature. However, Ryuun had repeatedly cautioned her not to wager too much, insisting that winning was what mattered, regardless of the amount. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his advice. After she placed her bet, Ryuun observed her choice and without hesitation, produced 200,000 in cash to bet on low. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. What? He bets 200,000 right off the bat? This guy is loaded. My goodness. Is that not Lord Ryuun? Someone recognized him, and the atmosphere in the casino hall grew lively. Bets are locked in. The dealer, indifferent to titles, commenced shaking the dice as time elapsed. A 1, 2, 3, 6 points low. In the first round, Tsunade lost 1,000, while Ryuun gained 195,000. The large stakes meant substantial cuts, yet Ryuun seemed unfazed. In the second round, Tsunade again bet on high, and Ryuun, undeterred, placed another 200,000 on low. Predictably, Ryuun's gambling prowess served as Tsunade's guiding light, ensuring that by simply betting oppositely, he would secure victories. A 2, 2, 4, 8 points low. The casino staff and patrons were left speechless. Initially, everyone had been observing the first 2 rounds of wins and losses. But as Ryuun continued to win in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, the other gamblers began to place bets alongside him. Ryuun, however, paid no heed to them, and instead eagerly awaited Tsunade's next move. At that moment, Tsunade recognized the game unfolding. Ryuun clearly viewed her as the harbinger of bad luck. He was evidently betting against her, convinced she would surely lose. Watching Ryuun accumulate nearly 1 million in winnings, Tsunade found herself unable to feel any joy. For the first time, her pursuit of academia seemed rather dull. Curse it. I refuse to let this little punk dictate my fate. I refuse to believe I cannot win at least once. Fueled by indignation, Tsunade prepared to place her next bet. Once again opting for high. A series of 6 small bets had recently been placed, leading many to speculate that a larger outcome was imminent. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Ryuun still wagered 200,000 on a small outcome. Most onlookers hesitated only briefly before following suit. Despite the previous 6 small wins, Ryuun's unwavering confidence swayed them. They too placed their bets on small. Why waste words? Betting alongside Ryuun was undoubtedly the right choice, as he had emerged victorious in 5 consecutive rounds. The table was now brimming with spectators, even piquing the interest of the casino owner, who hurried over to observe the unfolding drama. The amount wagered on small was substantial, clearly exceeding 1 million. Should a small outcome occur, it would render the casino's efforts over the past 2 days futile. Opening 124, a small outcome, the dealer announced, his voice trembling and his face paling, lips quivering in fear. Haha, another victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, elated by their association with Ryuun. Only Tsunade and a few stubborn individuals wore grim expressions. Wait, Ryuun, you've already surpassed 1 million in the hall. According to casino rules, you must either enter the VIP room to continue betting or leave the hall. The casino owner said, drenched in sweat. He could not allow Ryuun to continue playing with all the guests like this. Winning 6 consecutive high-stakes rounds suggested either cheating or some unknown winning strategy, and he simply could not let this young man continue. Chapter 186. Preparations before entering the Dragon Cave. The so-called VIP rooms were reserved for high-stakes gambling, typically featuring one-on-one dealings with the dealer. Once inside, Ryuun's plan to use Tsunade as a beacon for winning against opponents would be challenging to execute. After much contemplation, he decided it was best to take his winnings and exit. He called Tsunade to leave. However, the gambling enthusiast was not so easily deterred. Wait, at least let me win 1 more round before we go. Tsunade protested loudly, dissatisfied. Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think you can win? Ryuun shot back mercilessly. Get lost. I refuse to believe I can't win today. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, determined to fight on. Fine, wager 3 more rounds. If you win even 1, I won't stop you. But if you lose all 3, you must leave, Ryuun proposed, knowing how to handle Tsunade's gambling spirit. Hesitation crossed Tsunade's face. 3 rounds felt daunting. What? You can't even win 1 round? You might as well hand over your money to me. What a waste. Lu Yun scolded with a serious expression. 3 rounds it is. Am I destined to lose? Tsunade glared at him fiercely. After 3 rounds, Tsunade's pocket was suddenly 3,000 taels lighter. Accept your losses gracefully. Don't be one of those who can't afford to lose. It's quite unbecoming. Lu Yun remarked with a teasing grin. How infuriating. Fine, let's go. Tsunade shoved him aside and strode toward the exit. Once outside the casino, Tsunade extended her hand, demanding 585,000 taels. Lu Yun had already stated that winnings would be split. Seeing the audacity of this woman, Lu Yun rolled his eyes and handed her 500,000 taels. Yet, she audaciously demanded the remaining 85,000 taels. Are you not accounting for your own losses? Lu Yun retorted, unable to contain his frustration. How much did I lose? Just hurry and hand over the money. If you shortchange me, I won't let this go. Do you think I'm a fool? Without me, could you win? Tsunade clutched his collar, lifting him slightly, her threatening demeanor resembling that of a rogue. Have some dignity. Lu Yun replied, exasperated. Dignity? I want money. Do you understand? Give me the money. Ultimately, under Tsunade's relentless pressure, Lu Yun begrudgingly handed over the 85,000 taels. With the money in hand, Tsunade's spirits lifted, and she immediately announced her intent to treat her younger brother to drinks. However, Lu Yun was disinterested in joining her for a drink, having already achieved his goal of disrupting her and Kato's plans. What? You're the one suggesting going. And now you're saying you want tea? Can't you be less of a buzzkill? You're coming today, whether you like it or not. Tsunade once again seized his collar, dragging him toward the tavern. As they relaxed with drinks and cards at the tavern, Orochimaru arrived. Orochimaru, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you since returning from the land of rain, Tsunade greeted him. You two certainly have leisure to spare. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, downing a glass of fine wine sent by his disciple. Lu Yun refrained from inquiring about his biological laboratory, as it might soon become a clandestine site for human experimentation. The fewer people who knew, the better. When are we leaving? Orochimaru asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Now, or tomorrow works. I've been waiting for you. Lu Yun replied casually as he tossed down a card. Then let us go now. As you know, my time is a bit tight, Orochimaru explained. All right. Lu Yun discarded all the cards in his hand, tossing a small stack of money onto the table to concede. Where are you two headed? Tsunade inquired curiously. To the Dragon Cave to learn the sage's techniques. Lu Yun and Orochimaru both stood, revealing their destination without hesitation. Knowing that if the third Hokage needed to find them, Tsunade could cover for them. Sage techniques. Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. As soon as they left the tavern, Lu Yun crossed his hands to form a seal, summoning a shadow clone. He then drew blood from his finger and used a small vial to collect the flowing blood. What are you doing? Orochimaru asked, puzzled by Lu Yun's strange actions. As they were supposed to be heading to the Dragon Cave. Considering this is the territory of the Serpent Clan, which is not particularly friendly to humans. It's prudent to have a backup plan, Lu Yun explained with a glance. Once inside the Dragon Cave, their ability to return would not be guaranteed. Lu Yun preferred to act cautiously and avoid unnecessary risks. Though he trusted the Black Dragon, he was less certain about the White Snake Sage and could not guarantee his ability to withstand natural energy without being consumed. Pay close attention to the technique in your hands. If the technique dissipates, use my blood to perform the summoning technique with all your might, Lu Yun instructed seriously, leaving a swirling seal in the palm of the shadow clone. I understand. The shadow clone nodded and immediately headed to the Yunxiang flower shop. Will this truly help you avoid danger? What is your exact plan? Are you summoning yourself back with your blood? It can't be that simple, Orochimaru remarked, intrigued. My blood can't summon myself, but it can summon the Black Dragon. If our attempt at learning fails and communication issues arise, I will promptly use the Sharingan to control the Black Dragon. Then, by directing the shadow clone to perform the summoning technique, once we enter the Black Dragon's mouth, we can return together. This plan was inspired by the way Naruto had used the Great Snake as an escape route, with the principle being quite similar. The shadow clone simply replaced the tool used for the summoning technique. Upon hearing Lu Yun's idea, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, secretly admiring his cleverness for thinking of such a cunning plan. Lu Yun and Orochimaru hastened their pace, swiftly entering the death forest near Konoha. In a relatively spacious area of the woods, Lu Yun bit his finger, smearing the blood on his palm, and quickly formed the seal, summoning technique. Boom. Accompanied by a thick plume of smoke, a fearsome black dragon revealed its immense form. The black dragon wore a look of confusion. Old Black, we wish to venture into the dragon cave. Lu Yun directly explained the situation. Chapter 187. Entering the cave to seek the way, betting on the unknown. To the dragon cave? Do you desire to learn the immortal arts? The black dragon cast a downward glance and inquired. Lu Yun had mentioned previously that once the war concluded, he intended to journey to the dragon cave to study the immortal arts. Now that he had presumably finished his trivial matters, he sought to learn from the white serpent immortal, his mother. Indeed, both I and Master Orochimaru wish to learn. Once you return, let that serpent princess summon us as she did last time. Lu Yun nodded and replied. There is no need to call upon the serpent princess for assistance. Simply enter my mouth, and I shall release the summoning technique. At that time, we shall return to the dragon cave together, the black dragon said, directly opening its foul-smelling maw. As Lu Yun observed the remnants of flesh lodged between the dragon's teeth, his lips involuntarily twitched several times. Ever since its transformation, the dragon had ceased to swallow its prey whole, gradually developing a penchant for tearing and savoring the taste of blood and flesh, resulting in a foul and dirty mouth. Let us proceed. Orochimaru seemed unfazed by the situation and gently nudged Lu Yun, appearing somewhat impatient. With a shared nod, the two leaped into the black dragon's maw. As the foul mouth closed around them, Lu Yun was instantly coated in viscous saliva, but he held his breath, temporarily unaware of the stench. After a strange sensation of jostling, the black dragon opened its gaping mouth once more after merely 10 seconds, revealing that they had arrived at an unfamiliar location. Water escape, body cleansing technique. Immediately upon exiting the dragon's mouth, Lu Yun activated the ninjutsu to wash away the foul saliva clinging to him. Come, I shall guide you into the cave, the black dragon instructed casually. They found themselves within the territorial bounds of the dragon cave, but not yet in the true dragon cave itself. The two lightly jumped, one landing atop the dragon's head while the other perched upon its back, and the black dragon began to march purposefully in a certain direction. Soon, they came upon a hidden location where the true entrance to the dragon cave lay. During their approach, Lu Yun and Orochimaru encountered countless snakes of various sizes, all of which appeared to fear the black dragon. Virtually no snake dared to approach the formidable creature. Some larger serpents, upon sighting the dragon entering the cave, immediately turned tail and fled deep into the dragon cave. For this creature instilled terror in countless serpents. The interior of the dragon cave was dimly lit but unusually warm, making it a fitting habitat for snakes. The ground bore the terrifying marks of massive serpents slithering through, and the black dragon had once been among those who carved these winding paths. But now it had forsaken the ordinary ways of serpents. With each step taken, it left unique claw marks upon the earth. Under the black dragon's guidance, the white phosphorus serpent and the three great serpent princesses sensed their arrival. This time, none of the serpent princesses dared to test the humans entering the dragon cave with illusions, as Lu Yun was regarded as someone favored by the black dragon, and they naturally did not wish to overstep. This boy from the Uchiha clan is the most extraordinary human I have ever encountered. I have been unable to discern the trajectory of his fate. It remains shrouded in mystery, murmured the white phosphorus serpent, narrowing its eyes. What? There is a fate you cannot perceive. The three serpent princesses expressed their astonishment. To be capable of acting as an agent of heaven. Perhaps it is no coincidence that one cannot see their fate. This individual's future is worthy of investment. The white phosphorus serpent then transformed into the visage of an elderly woman. Shortly thereafter, the black dragon presented the two before the white serpent immortal and the three great serpent princesses. Lord Black Dragon, the three serpent princesses simultaneously bowed in reverence. Lu Yun and Orochimaru, upon seeing the white serpent immortal, promptly dismounted from the black dragon, for they had come to beseech her for knowledge, and standing upon her son while doing so felt rather inappropriate. Upon encountering the white serpent immortal, the black dragon immediately shrank its form, transforming into a human shape within a few breaths. Ah, you can actually assume human form, Lu Yun exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise as he beheld the young man beside him, adorned with long black dragon horns and clad in a simple black robe. Did I ever claim I could not transform into human form? I have achieved a minor mastery of the immortal arts. Transforming into human form is no challenge for me. The black dragon smirked, resembling a character Lu Yun had seen during his previous life while watching dramas. Immortal serpent, Immortal arts. Orochimaru licked his lips involuntarily. A look of perverse excitement plastered across his face, his whole body trembling with exhilaration. We have come to pay our respects to the White Serpent Immortal. Lu Yun proactively bowed to the elderly woman. Orochimaru quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence to the White Serpent Immortal. It is good to see you again. Is your purpose for visiting today to seek the immortal arts of the Dragon Cave? The White Serpent Immortal inquired, nodding slightly and getting straight to the point. Seeing her directness, Lu Yun promptly nodded. Yes, I have come today to seek knowledge. Orochimaru echoed this sentiment. Hehe. Every seeker of knowledge who comes to us is invariably a group fixated on power. Learning the immortal arts is not impossible. As long as you can withstand the test of natural energy, I shall impart the immortal arts to you. Conversely, if you fail the test and cannot endure the natural energy, you must be prepared to meet your demise at my hands. The White Serpent Immortal proclaimed with a sinister smile. For the sake of the Black Dragon, the Dragon Cave bypassed the illusionary tests of the three Serpent Princesses, effectively granting Lu Yun a favor. However, should the two fail, it would merely prove that the so-called fated individual was nothing of the sort, and the White Serpent Immortal would consume them without hesitation. Upon hearing the White Serpent Immortal's words, Lu Yun and Orochimaru felt a tightening in their hearts. Harboring a strong aversion to such a method of imparting knowledge, especially Lu Yun. What exactly does this test entail? Although he was already aware of how the White Serpent Immortal would convey her teachings, Lu Yun felt compelled to ask. Despite being a transmigrator, he could not afford to appear as if he knew everything. It is quite simple. Extend your arm and allow me to bite you. The White Serpent Immortal replied with a mischievous smile, intentionally omitting the specific effects of the bite, wishing to gauge the intensity of their desire to learn. Those who dared to come to the Dragon Cave seeking knowledge were invariably individuals fixated on power, and the White Serpent Immortal was eager to see how far these two would go, whether they would also be bold enough to wager on the unknown risk and allow her to bite them. Chapter 188. Different Chances of Transformation into a Dragon. Orochimaru's failed metamorphosis. Upon hearing the White Serpent Immortal's words, neither of the two displayed any sign of surprise. Orochimaru even bore an expression of as expected, which puzzled the serpent folk of the Dragon Cave. Typically, upon hearing the White Serpent Immortal's declaration, one would be astonished or filled with dread. Yet, these two seemed as if they had anticipated such a trial. They suspected that the Black Dragon had divulged the details of the immortal arts to them. Faced with the White Serpent Immortal's challenge, Orochimaru refrained from responding immediately, instead glancing at Lu Yun. For it was clear that his disciple possessed greater knowledge regarding the immortal arts. May I ask, is it absolutely necessary to undergo this method of trial to learn the immortal arts of your esteemed sanctuary? Lu Yun inquired persistently. Hehe, your question is rather amusing. You are welcome to forego learning, you know. We do not force anyone at the Dragon Cave, the White Serpent Immortal retorted with a leisurely smirk. While the three Serpent Princesses simultaneously wore expressions of mischievous intent, Flowing Cloud fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing these words, subsequently turning his gaze towards the old black dragon nearby. You have never undergone training, thus you cannot perceive or absorb natural energy. We can inject you with Senjutsu chakra through our fangs, swiftly transforming your physique. If your body can withstand our Senjutsu chakra, it signifies your eligibility for dragon transformation. Otherwise, failure will lead to a serpentine metamorphosis. The Black Dragon elucidated the rationale to Flowing Cloud, implying that being bitten was an unavoidable fate. In truth, Flowing Cloud's inquiry stemmed from concern for his master, uncertain whether he could endure the trial, especially since the original narrative had witnessed a failure in the past. Although his master's body had been inadequate then, one could not guarantee that Orochimaru's physique would be flawless. The aspect of physical constitution remained a weakness for Orochimaru. At that moment, his physical prowess even paled in comparison to Jiraiya or Tsunade. Flowing Cloud, endowed with the dual bloodlines of Uchiha and Senju, could arguably be considered an unawakened embodiment of the universe, possessing a significantly higher probability of success in dragon transformation than the average physique of Orochimaru. Let me infuse the Senjutsu chakra into your body, the Black Dragon suddenly declared with utmost seriousness, directing its gaze towards the White Serpent Sage. Are you truly willing to assist him in such a manner? The White Serpent Sage expressed surprise. As the three Great Snake Sisters exhibited incredulity at the Black Dragon's statement, Though your Senjutsu chakra may be limited, it is remarkably pure and carries the essence of draconic power. Should you choose to aid him, this young man's chances of successfully transforming into a dragon will increase by at least 50%. The White Serpent Sage articulated a stark truth. Upon hearing this, both Flowing Cloud and Orochimaru visibly shuddered, their faces breaking into expressions of delight. Black Dragon, can you also assist my master? Flowing Cloud implored. I will only help you. Others must adhere to the rules of the Dragon Cavern. The Black Dragon interjected decisively. It was willing to assist its summoner, Flowing Cloud, but would permit no one else to stand upon its back, adhering to the long-standing traditions of the Dragon Cavern established by the White Serpent Sage. No worries. Having the White Serpent Sage's assistance is sufficient, Orochimaru reassured, patting his disciple's shoulder. Now that a decision has been made, extend your hand, the White Serpent Sage commanded, straightening its posture and beckoning to Orochimaru. A rare sensation of anxiety flickered within Orochimaru, yet he inhaled deeply and approached the White Serpent Sage. As he drew near, he rolled up his left sleeve, revealing his fair and delicate skin. Witnessing this, Flowing Cloud's heart raced with trepidation. The White Serpent Sage, caressing Orochimaru's arm, sported a peculiar smile and remarked, "This body possesses just enough chakra, albeit lacking in physical resilience. Are you truly willing to gamble your life? Should you fail to endure the natural energy, you shall find yourself within my belly." In response to this final warning from the White Serpent Sage, Orochimaru nodded firmly, his expression betraying no fear. What courage! In the next moment, the White Serpent Sage opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp fangs, and savagely bit down on Orochimaru's arm. The pain was excruciating, and in an instant, an overwhelming and unfamiliar chakra surged into Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru instinctively cried out, his body undergoing astonishing transformations. The vast influx of Senjutsu chakra nearly overwhelmed his chakra pathways, rapidly enhancing his physique under this divine energy's baptism. As the chakra surged throughout his body, the White Serpent Sage's infusion of natural energy persisted, leading to extraordinary and unforeseen alterations. The left arm, where he had been bitten, began to transform first, with white snake scales erupting from the skin, rapidly spreading across his entire being. Observing Orochimaru's transformation, the White Serpent Sage could not suppress a wicked grin, releasing its grip while the infusion of natural energy continued unabated. The two darkened puncture wounds on his arm were astonishingly absorbing the surrounding natural energy at an incredible rate. Orochimaru cried out in agony, feeling his body being torn apart by the terrifying power within, yet he could not control this unleashed energy. Witnessing Orochimaru writhing on the ground, Flowing Cloud's heart sank with foreboding. White Serpent Sage, what is happening to him? Flowing Cloud inquired anxiously. What do you think? Just look at him, a wretched creature resembling a phosphorescent snake, the White Serpent Sage retorted, pointing at the grotesque form Orochimaru was taking on. Impossible. My master's body and soul are intact. With his talent, how could he fail to harness natural energy? Flowing Cloud instinctively protested loudly. Talent? What does a feeble and worthless body matter, no matter how high the talent? Only when he can withstand natural energy will he be worthy of discussing talent. Another snake sister coldly countered. Flowing Cloud's brows furrowed, his expression darkening, yet he found himself bereft of any rebuttal. Indeed, it seems he has failed. According to the rules of the Dragon Cavern, I shall not be polite, the White Serpent Sage declared, transforming into its true form as a phosphorescent snake, lunging towards the pitifully serpent-formed Orochimaru with its gaping maw. Stop. Chapter 189. A completely different transformation. Stop. Flowing Cloud's plea fell on deaf ears, as the phosphorescent snake disregarded his command and continued its relentless pursuit. As it prepared to strike at Orochimaru, Flowing Cloud's body suddenly released a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Crack! The phosphorescent snake snapped its jaws shut, producing a ghastly sound, only to find Flowing Cloud had teleported alongside Orochimaru to a secluded corner within the Dragon Cavern. What astounding speed! The phosphorescent snake could not help but commend. Flowing Cloud, however, paid no heed. He gazed at the hideous creature on the ground, regretting bringing him to the Dragon Cavern. In the original narrative, this serpentine transformation always bore adverse effects. Even when Orochimaru utilized the rebirth technique to don a new guise, his true form remained that of a half-phosphorescent snake. the very same creature that Uchiha Sasuke had vanquished. Yet, it was also possible that Orochimaru, in his serpentine state, possessed enhanced capabilities compared to before. He seemed indifferent to the adverse effects, not minding being a grotesque phosphorescent snake. After all, Orochimaru cared little for his appearance, even when attending to basic needs. "Master, how are you? Stay strong." Flowing Cloud vigorously shook Orochimaru. I'm fine," Orochimaru gasped, exerting all his strength to suppress the turbulent energy within. Though he might not be able to fight at this moment, escaping was still within his capabilities. He had failed, according to the Dragon Cavern's rules. The fate of the defeated was to be consumed, a fate they had all previously agreed upon. "So I advise you not to protect him, unless you wish to perish," the white serpent sage warned, towering over the two on the ground with a cold gaze. "You shall not lay a finger on my master," Flowing Cloud declared, his Three-Tomoe Sharingan manifesting as he positioned himself protectively in front of Orochimaru, prepared for a fierce confrontation. "You foolish child, do you even comprehend where you are? The Dragon Cavern is no place for your insolence." The white snake sage uttered a distinctive hiss, prompting the three great snake maidens to swiftly emerge and block the exit of the dragon's lair, seemingly intent on trapping the master and disciple within forever. Lu Yun narrowed his double Three-Tomoe Sharingan, casting his gaze toward the distant black dragon. "Very well, mother, for my sake, grant them a chance. If this boy cannot endure the sage chakra I bestow, then you may devour that one on the ground. Conversely, should he successfully transform into a dragon and pass the trial, then let that fellow's life be spared." At that moment, the black dragon finally spoke, halting the escalation of tension and sparing Lu Yun and his master from a grave predicament. "Since my son has spoken, I shall grant you an opportunity." The white phosphorus serpent coldly glanced at Lu Yun before resuming her position, coiling back up. "I have already offered you my assistance. Beyond this, your fate lies in your own hands. Should you fail, as punishment for wasting my time, I shall devour you first." The black dragon regarded Lu Yun with a stern, emotionless expression, devoid of jest. "I understand. Regardless, thank you for your help today. I am prepared. Proceed as you see fit," Lu Yun declared, shedding his garments to reveal a physique that was both robust and vibrant. He was the type whose form seemed lean in clothing, yet was muscular when bare. Despite his youth, his abs were already well-defined. The black dragon stepped closer, scrutinizing Lu Yun's physique before nodding slightly. "Your build appears commendable. You must engage in daily exercise." Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement and extended his arm toward the black dragon. The dragon grasped his wrist and closed his eyes, employing sage techniques to sense Lu Yun's body. "Your chakra is ample. This quantity is considerable among humans." The black dragon opened his eyes, offering praise. Although the youth's physical prowess was still far from its peak due to his age, the dragon believed Lu Yun had a significant chance of withstanding the natural energy. "I am about to commence. May fortune favor you," the black dragon declared. "Come," Lu Yun responded, unflinching. With that utterance, the dragon's jaws widened to an alarming extent, and its fangs pierced Lu Yun's arm. The sharp teeth sank deeply into the muscle, and a potent, unique chakra surged into his body. Lu Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as blood flowed freely from his arm, striving to control the chaotic chakra surging within him. However, his efforts merely resulted in a momentary stalemate. As more sage chakra flooded in, Lu Yun lost control over his own body and chakra. At that instant, his form underwent a brutal transformation as the sage chakra forcefully restructured him, even at the cellular level. Gradually, as his body reached a certain threshold, Lu Yun began to exhibit peculiar changes. First, two strange bulges emerged on his forehead, followed by his eyes transforming into terrifying serpentine pupils, and fine, lustrous black scales sprouted across his skin. Witnessing Lu Yun's transformation, the black dragon released its grip, but this was not the end of the trial. Rather, it marked the true beginning. The infusion of sage chakra was intended to enhance Lu Yun's form, preparing him for the forthcoming influx of natural energy. From this point onward, it was up to the human youth to prove himself. As the dragon's fangs withdrew from his arm, a torrent of natural energy rushed through the wound and flooded Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun could not help but cry out. As he roared, two fangs resembling those of a vampire suddenly emerged from his upper jaw. The bulges on his forehead erupted into two peculiar black dragon horns, and the nails on his hands and feet began to elongate and sharpen, His entire body was now cloaked in a layer of fine black scales. Yet he retained a humanoid form, distinctly different from Orochimaru's serpentine state devoid of limbs. The dragon horns, fangs, claws, and scales that adorned Lu Yun bore a striking resemblance to the black dragon before him, eliciting astonishment from all present. Indeed, he has truly succeeded in transforming into a dragon, while astonishingly retaining his human form, the White Snake Sage exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Chapter 190. Passing the Trial. Seeking the true intent of alliance, the dragon transformation technique imparted by the flood dragon far surpassed that of the sage snake. And Lu Yun's transformation was unlike that of previous successful candidates. From a sensory perspective, the White Snake Sage sensed that this youth was stronger than those who had come before, and he did not seem to enter a state of fleeting weakness, as if he had already mastered the sage power coursing within him. As the metamorphosis reached its conclusion and Lu Yun beheld his body adorned with fine black scales, his eyes widened in shock. He could distinctly feel that each of his bodily functions had been enhanced by at least tenfold, including his perception and mental acuity. Is this the power of sage techniques? Remarkably potent. Grasping his formidable hands, Lu Yun felt as though he could barely wield this newfound strength. What kind of sage technique is this? It merely familiarizes you with that power. The true dragon transformation technique is far more formidable. The black dragon spoke with a smile, clearly satisfied with Lu Yun's appearance. This was a sage he had nurtured personally, and the first human he had acknowledged. Lu Yun's success filled the dragon with pride. Can this state be undone? Lu Yun inquired, feeling no decline in his newfound strength. It did not seem to be a transient power. His thoughts were influenced by the original narrative regarding the sage of Myaboka Mountain, leading him to believe that such a powerful state would dissipate swiftly with the passage of time. In truth, the differences in sage techniques between the two locations were immense, and their cultivation methods varied significantly as well. Myaboku Mountain utilized toad oil to enhance the body, allowing natural energy to surge rapidly into the human form upon contact. Should one lose control, a unique black stick from Myaboka Mountain could be used to expel the uncontrolled natural energy. In contrast, the dragon's lair lacked such a special artifact to manipulate natural energy. So the sage chakra injected by the black dragon and the subsequent influx of natural energy would remain within Lu Yun's body. At this moment, Orochimaru was experiencing a similar situation, showing no signs of reverting to human form. The difference was that Orochimaru appeared somewhat weakened, while Lu Yun seemed to have gained strength. The power I grant you can be sustained for an extended period, but to undo this dragon transformation, you must fully master the sage mode of the dragon's lair. The black dragon explained. You will stay in the dragon's lair and diligently study the techniques. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. In his current form, he would be seen as a monster outside, so remaining was necessary. Can my master join me in learning? I believe he could harness the power of the dragon's lair's sage techniques. Lu Yun turned to the White Snake Sage, his eyes filled with earnest pleading. Humph. I have already spared him. Does he dare to seek to learn sage techniques? A snake maiden voiced her discontent. Let him learn if he wishes. The odds of success for someone who fails the trial are slim, and even if he does succeed, it will not be perfect. If he is unafraid of wasting time and energy, then let him come. The White Snake Sage, having rarely shown leniency, found himself quite pleased with the current state of Lu Yun. He was the first human, during the testing period, to exhibit such a plethora of draconic traits. The White Snake Sage felt that achieving the sage mode should pose no challenge for him, and there existed a strong possibility that he would become the most perfect sage. Those humans who pass the trials are, in a sense, regarded as kin by the higher echelons of the Dragon Cave Serpent clan, which fostered a sense of tolerance and affection within the White Snake Sage towards Lu Yun. Teacher, how do you feel? Lu Yun inquired with concern directed at the enormous serpent on the ground. No significant issues, Orochimaru replied. The weakness is gradually subsiding, and I sense my strength is continuously surging. Although he found himself unaccustomed to his limbless state, an invigorating sense of power coursed through him. In a way, our trials can be seen as a form of fortune for you, provided you manage to avoid being consumed, a serpent maiden elucidated. Sage chakra possesses the ability to enhance cellular and physical qualities. Thus, despite Orochimaru's transformation into a serpent, his strength had significantly increased. The absence of limbs posed no dilemma for him, as he merely needed to craft a suitable vessel. First, attempt to acclimate to the sage chakra within your body. Once you gain control, I shall instruct you on the next step of sage arts, the White Snake Sage stated calmly. In the following period, Lu Yun and his master remained within the Dragon Cave, diligently studying sage mode. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within the ninja world, a white Zetsu was reporting to Uchiha Madara about the intelligence gathered that day. This information encompassed the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Certain white Zetsu had successfully infiltrated the 5 great ninja villages and acquired numerous vital secrets. Cloud Village intends to ally with Leaf Village to jointly address the threat posed by Rock Village, white Zetsu conveyed, relaying intelligence from Cloud Village. An alliance? The first alliance of Thunder and Fire, and mere moments after signing the pact, 2 Kages, the second Raikage and the second Hokage, were slain. Do they dare discuss alliances again? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but scoff. Years ago, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, led a group of disciples to the Land of Lightning to sign a treaty, only to fall victim to infighting within Cloud Village. The brothers Kin and Jin directly eliminated the second Raikage, tearing the treaty apart and relentlessly pursuing Leaf's elite, forcing the second Hokage to remain behind as a rear guard, ultimately leading to the demise of both him and the brothers. As long as the higher-ups in Leaf Village hold Tobirama Senju in high regard, the feasibility of this alliance remains dubious. Even if it were to materialize, it would likely lack reliability, for such treaties often prove less substantial than a mere piece of toilet paper. Cloud Village harbors little optimism regarding the alliance. Their only common adversary remains Rock Village, as White Zetsu mischievously noted. Cloud Village's current stance is to pursue the alliance if possible, but they are not overly concerned if it fails, given the historically strained relationship between the 2 villages. Were it not for the band of brigands from Rock Village inciting animosity, the Land of Lightning might even have sought to conquer the Land of Fire, as it is the wealthiest nation in the ninja world, tempting to all. In truth, Cloud Village's intention to send envoys to Leaf Village for the alliance also serves another purpose. According to their assessments, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and Leaf has aged considerably, and with the recent death of his grandson on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Cloud Village deemed it necessary to investigate the status of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Furthermore, Cloud Village's higher-ups had received confidential intelligence indicating that Leaf had already selected a new vessel for the Ninetales. They hoped to leverage this visit to Leaf to potentially sabotage their plans for the Jinchuriki. As a major nation in the ninja world that had previously attempted to capture the Ninetales and failed, the Land of Lightning is acutely aware of its terrifying power. Thus, should an opportunity arise, even at the risk of deteriorating relations between the 2 nations, they would strive to prevent Leaf from successfully transferring the Ninetales to a new vessel. If that elderly woman can no longer withstand the burden, and Leaf is unable to find a suitable vessel, it would be ideal if the Ninetales were to break free from its seal and wreak havoc. Pay close attention to the upcoming talks between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. I sense an opportunity to manipulate the Cloud Envoy. Uchiha Madara commanded White Zetsu. Chapter 191. The Resurgence of War. The Cursed Affection. Does Lord Madara intend to incite war between the 2 nations? Ala White Zetsu inquired curiously. Is such a matter even worthy of inquiry? Uchiha Madara shot him a glance, the meaning unmistakably clear. A chaotic ninja world, rife with conflict, would facilitate Madara's schemes and machinations. He felt no attachment to this world. Thus, even if it meant personally bringing about its destruction, it would weigh on him not at all. The infinite Tsukuyami world is the perfect realm he envisions. Half a month after Lu Yun and Orochimaru began their training in the Dragon Cave, a fierce battle erupted along the border of the Wind and Fire nations. The 3rd Kazekage intended to personally engage in the fray. With the onset of this conflict, the 2 major nations officially declared war. While in the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru promptly received a summons from the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who intended for his beloved disciple to assume the role of commander on the Wind and Fire battlefield. Having already proven his capabilities on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru had earned the recognition of all within Leaf Village. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely aimed to groom Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage. The War of Wind and Fire has officially commenced, Orochimaru announced to Lu Yun, who was nearby. At this moment, he had donned a layer of human skin, yet within, he remained the Great Serpent. Only upon mastering Sage Mode would he be able to revert to his human form. Lu Yun was quietly attuning himself to the natural energy. attempting to form a dragon pearl within his dantian to accommodate the sage chakra. This was a crucial step in the Dragon Cave sage arts. Once the dragon pearl formed within him, he could wield the powers of sage mode at will, even achieving instantaneous activation, unlike the methods of Mayaboka Mountain, which required prolonged absorption of natural energy to enter sage mode. Is the third Hokage summoning you back so soon after the war has begun? Lu Yun maintained his meditative posture, his eyes still closed. Yes, Tsunade has informed him of our whereabouts, Orochimaru explained. You should remain here and focus on mastering sage mode. I shall return first. Orochimaru resolved to heed the command and head to the battlefield. The two masters could not both stay in the Dragon Cave. As Leaf was currently in need of manpower, I shall accompany you back, Lu Yun declared, finally opening his eyes to gaze at him. The higher-ups in Leaf Village would not wait for him to complete his training before summoning him. At present, he still held the rank of Jonin in Leaf Village, remaining under its jurisdiction. There's no rush, it's only the beginning of the war. Wait until your teacher calls for you, Orochimaru casually remarked, suggesting that if Sarutobi Hiruzen truly sought assistance, he could easily reach Lu Yun even from the depths of the Dragon Cave. Alright, if you wish to return swiftly to Leaf, you can seek the help of those 3 snake maidens. They possess the ability to transport people, Lu Yun suggested, glancing at the distant black dragon, coiled on the ground, absorbing natural energy. If they refuse, just say it is the black dragon's intention. Lu Yun's expression bore a hint of helplessness, for his teacher, who had always harbored a fondness for snakes, particularly the white snake, seemed to receive little warmth from the serpents of the Dragon Cave, which was truly perplexing. I understand, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly before turning away with grace. Lu Yun closed his eyes once more, continuing his training in sage arts. 3 days swiftly passed. Upon Orochimaru's return to Leaf, he was dispatched to the Wind and Fire battlefield, while Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, had already arrived ahead of him to tend to the wounded and engage in battle. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, remained within the borders of the Rain Country, not solely to impart skills to the orphan trio, but also to monitor Hanzo of the Salamander. Thus, despite the fierce battles raging between the Wind and Fire countries, the third Hokage refrained from deploying any forces. Shortly after Orochimaru ventured to the battlefield, he witnessed the tragic demise of the elite Jonin, Kato Dan, alongside Tsunade's renewed grief. I cannot die yet. There are still many things I must accomplish, Kato murmured, his eyes devoid of life, as torrents of blood gushed forth from his mouth. Dan, do not speak. I will save you, Tsunade cried, pouring her healing chakra into him, tears streaming down her face. Her companions shook their heads in despair, harboring no hope. Kato's entire kidney had been obliterated. Even Tsunade, renowned as one of the Sannin, could not employ her medical ninjutsu to revive him. Her efforts were in vain. Damn it! The blood must stop flowing. Please stop it, Tsunade pleaded, tears flowing freely. Stop this. He is already gone. One of her comrades shouted at her. Gazing at the bloodied ground and her bloodied hands, Tsunade's pupils constricted, her body trembling uncontrollably. Orochimaru, perched in the trees, witnessed this heart-wrenching scene, deepening his understanding of life's fragility and solidifying his resolve to pursue the art of immortality. Despite the previous disruptions caused by Ryuun, the bond between Tsunade and Kato remained unbroken, and the threads of death and despair were still woven into their fate, leading to Kato's unfortunate demise. Throughout the narrative of Naruto, even the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, encountered the death curse. Having received the necklace of death and a fatal kiss, he nearly succumbed the following day, teetering on the brink of oblivion, inadvertently dragging the innocent Ninetales within him into peril. This illustrates the reality of the so-called curse. It is not mere superstition. Tsunade's affections were indeed a burden that few could endure, even when directed towards the destined hero. Soon after Kato's death, Konoha initiated a military operation. During this mission, the elite Jonin, Shikamaru Nara, slew numerous sand shinobi, wielding only a short blade, earning the illustrious reputation akin to the White Fang of Konoha. Among the slain sand shinobi were a formidable young couple, high-ranking members of Tsunagakure and the biological parents of the Akatsuki member, Sasori. This battle inflicted significant damage upon the Wind Country's Tsunagakure, prompting the third Kazekage to personally engage in the conflict, thereby escalating tensions between the two nations. Simultaneously, the Cloud Village of the Lightning Country, after some preparation, dispatched a delegation to Konoha under the auspices of the Third Reikage, ostensibly seeking to forge an alliance while secretly probing the status of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 192. The initial formation of the Dragon Pearl. Returning to the village, Ryuun had spent nearly a month studying techniques in the Dragon Cave. Yet mastering the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave within such a brief period proved elusive. However, as time progressed, he not only concentrated natural energy within his dantian, the location of the Dragon Pearl, but also accumulated the Sage chakra previously imparted by the Black Dragon. Consequently, his body no longer exhibited pronounced signs of dragon transformation without utilizing Sage chakra. Presently, only the bitten arm bore black scales, while other areas had reverted to their original state. Although the prerequisites for learning the Sage arts of the Dragon Cave were more stringent than those of Myaboka Mountain, if one could pass the trials, the time required to master the Dragon Cave Sage arts would certainly be significantly less than that of Myaboka Mountain. In the original narrative, Kabuto had been training under the White Snake Sage while learning the Sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Though the duration required for him to master Sage mode was not explicitly detailed, it was undoubtedly much shorter than Jiraiya, and perhaps comparable to Naruto. After Orochimaru's demise, he inherited a legacy that spanned only a brief period leading up to the Fourth Great Ninja War. This indicates that the Sage arts of the Dragon Cave could be acquired relatively quickly. However, Ryuun found himself with too little time before he could grasp Sage mode. He received a summons from Konoha through the White Snake at home. Currently, due to the instability of natural energy, he could not utilize the Shadow Clone technique to enhance his learning efficiency, as doing so could lead to uncontrolled energy fluctuations. Given that the Dragon Cave lacked the special black rods that dispersed natural energy like those found in Myaboka Mountain. Moreover, the condensation of the Dragon Pearl required a continuous and stable state. After a month, the Dragon Pearl within Ryuun's body had barely begun to take shape. If he had more time, the White Snake Sage would teach him the subsequent steps of the Dragon Cave Sage arts. Alas, the third Hokage ordered his return to the village, and as a subordinate, Ryuun had no justification to defy the command. He could hardly refuse the Hokage's orders under the pretext of being too busy learning Sage arts. Even Orochimaru would not dare to disregard the Hokage's commands during such a time of war. You have condensed the Dragon Pearl in just a month, with hopes of mastering it within 3 months. At that point, you will become the fastest human to achieve sagehood in the history of the Dragon Cave. Must you leave before mastering the subsequent Sage arts? The White Snake Sage expressed with a hint of regret as Ryuun prepared to depart. The Hokage's orders are not to be disobeyed. The continuation of Sage mode will have to wait for another time. I will certainly return to bother you, Sage, Ryuun said. Bowing respectfully, those who had taught him, whether human or serpent, were to be respected as masters. Humph, how could someone like you willingly accept subservience? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate that so-called Hokage and take his place? Then you wouldn't have to be beholden to anyone, the Black Dragon suggested, arms crossed. It is a reasonable request during wartime. Konoha is in dire need of manpower. The Hokage's summoning me back is entirely justified, Ryuun explained with a smile. After all, he was now a hero of Konoha. How could a hero hide away in safety while others fought? Sarutobi Hiruzen, both publicly and privately, should have sent word for his return. Very well, since you have made your decision, let the Snake Sisters escort you back to the Land of Fire. The White Snake Sage waved a hand, no longer insisting on his stay. Upon hearing this, Ryuun looked towards the 3 great Snake Sisters nearby and bowed respectfully to them. I entrust you 3 with this task. Are you leaving, Ryuun-kun? When will you return? The youngest, Mitsuki-hime, inquired with a hint of reluctance. In the span of a month. Through charming words and his charming visage, Ryuun had successfully forged a friendship with the 3 Snake Sisters. In the desolate and lonely Dragon Cave, having such a beautiful youth to converse with was a delight. If not for Ryuun's need to focus on his training without interruption, the 3 Snake Sisters would have wished to be by his side constantly. I am not certain, perhaps after this Ninja World War concludes. I will find the time to return, Ryuun replied with a smile. How long will that be? The youthful Mitsuki-hime asked innocently. Fool, they have only just begun fighting. Who knows when it will end? Chastised an elder Snake Sister gently, tapping Mitsuki-hime on the head. Now let us send him off. The White Snake Sage commanded after exhaling a puff of smoke. Yes. The 3 Snake Sisters nodded in unison, surrounding Ryuun and performing a special reverse summoning technique. In less than 10 breaths, Ryuun burst into a cloud of smoke, disappearing entirely along with it. In a certain valley of snakes within the Land of Fire, the figure of Lu Yun suddenly materialized. What a formidable space technique! Lu Yun could not help but exclaim in admiration. The Dragon Cave was a great distance from the Land of Fire, and the three Snake Queens possessed the ability to transport him here in an instant. A skill that left Lu Yun deeply impressed. The technique inscribed upon the stone surface must be the key to executing long-range spatial jutsu. Observing the immense formation etched on the flat rock beneath his feet, Lu Yun surmised that this was indeed a spatial technique. As a transmigrator well-versed in the original work, Lu Yun was aware of the existence of spatial techniques, the most notable being the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, which was pivotal for achieving spatial teleportation. In truth, the summoning technique is but one form of space-time ninjutsu. When the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, created the Flying Thunder God technique, he drew extensively from his understanding of summoning techniques, with the initial inspiration stemming from them. Lu Yun extracted a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch and proceeded to record the long-range spatial technique inscribed on the rock, intending to ponder it in his leisure time. After completing this task, he conducted a brief survey of the Snake Valley before departing from the location. Upon returning to Konoha, the dutiful son did not immediately report to the Hokage's office, but instead returned home to inform Asuka that her beloved son was still alive in this world. He then sought out his cherished little tomato, bestowing affection upon it before leisurely making his way to the Hokage's office. "You rascal, you've been missing for a month. How has your study of sage arts progressed?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a smile. In truth, he knew that Lu Yun could not possibly master sage arts within a mere month. After all, his disciple Jiraiya had spent countless years studying the Miyaboku Mountain sage arts without fully comprehending them. It was implausible for this talented student to master the sacred arts in just 1 month. During wartime, Konoha could not afford to have a powerful combatant squander considerable time learning techniques without deployment, which was why he had decisively summoned Lu Yun back to the village. Learning sage arts is no simple feat. How many years has my brother Jiraiya been at it? Lu Yun chuckled, shaking his head. In truth, even if he had mastered it, he would not disclose that to old man Sarutobi, since such matters cannot be rushed. I shall wait until after the war to study sage arts. Konoha currently requires elite warriors like you to prepare. You will be heading to the Wind and Fire battlefield in the coming days. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered without hesitation. Why not tomorrow? I thought you were in a hurry. Lu Yun said with a playful expression. If Sarutobi Hiruzen could grant him a few more days of preparation. It seemed the situation at the Wind and Fire battlefield was not as urgent as anticipated. I am indeed anxious. But I am currently arranging for members of the Uchiha clan to head over. Your family has also agreed to send troops into battle. So I intend for you to lead the team. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained why Lu Yun would not be sent to the battlefield immediately. I see, Lu Yun remarked thoughtfully. It appeared that the impending war between the two nations was serious. Konoha had even begun mobilizing the Uchiha clan, indicating that the situation at the front lines was dire. The Uchiha clan had initially intended for Uchiha Fugaku to lead the team, given his status as a newly appointed jounin and his considerable strength. However, the clan members had reservations about this, as Lu Yun surpassed Fugaku in terms of prestige, status, and power, making it more fitting for him to lead the Uchiha. Nonetheless, the 5 elders voiced no objections to Fugaku leading the team, even going so far as to deliberately overlook Lu Yun. Uchiha Fugaku was the grandson of the eldest elder, while the 4th and 5th elders were his kin. The 3rd elder's relationship with Lu Yun was somewhat strained, and the 2nd elder's granddaughter, Mikoto, was betrothed to Uchiha Fugaku. All 5 elders supported Fugaku's leadership, but in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed this proposal and inquired why it should not be Lu Yun leading the team. The clan claimed they could not reach Fugaku, but Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted that he had already contacted him, and it would be Lu Yun who would lead the Uchiha clan into battle and command them on the battlefield. Although the eldest elder was displeased, he understood that this matter was not open for debate. In comparison to Uchiha Fugaku, Lu Yun had a vast edge, and should he contest with the Hokage, the clan members might harbor dissatisfaction. He was determined to cultivate Uchiha Fugaku into the next clan leader. Thus, he would advocate for his grandson whenever opportunities arose for merit and recognition. However, the emergence of Lu Yun posed significant competition for the Uchiha elder. Even though Lu Yun held no formal power within the clan, he wielded substantial influence among the clan members, especially the younger generation, who regarded him as a role model and idol. Given Lu Yun's current trajectory, the question of who would ultimately claim the position of clan leader remained uncertain. In truth, Lu Yun was not particularly interested in the notion of leadership. Upon learning that he had several days to prepare, he bid farewell and promptly exited the Hokage building. Shortly after returning home, the eldest elder of the Uchiha clan personally visited him to discuss matters regarding the upcoming battle. He wished for his grandson, Uchiha Fugaku, to serve as the vice captain of the clan's ninja army. Lu Yun did not oppose this request. Instead, he displayed a remarkable understanding. Since it was the elder's request, he felt obliged to comply, acknowledging Fugaku's well-known abilities as more than sufficient for the role of vice captain. Truthfully, I am not particularly interested in the position of captain. Were it not for the Hokage's order, I would prefer to head to the battlefield myself and serve as a soldier under my teacher's command, without the burden of leadership. Lu Yun first affirmed Fugaku's capabilities with a smile, then expressed his grievances about the troubles of being a captain. After all, as you know, most of the clan members are strangers to me. I can't even distinguish who is who, and I have no idea if they would respect me. It would indeed be more fitting for Fugaku to lead them. Lu Yun-kun, you jest. Who would dare to disrespect you as captain? As the saying goes, greater power brings greater responsibility. The entire clan believes in your ability to lead them to victory. The Uchiha elder smiled, believing Lu Yun was merely joking, fearing that his grandson might cause trouble or lead a rebellion. In reality, Lu Yun harbored no such intentions. He held no disdain for Uchiha Fugaku and was merely speaking candidly. Since the clan has faith in me, I shall give it a try. By the way, I have a very important matter to discuss with the elder. I hope you can assist me with it. Lu Yun seized the opportunity to make his request. Oh, what is it? Please, share. I will not hesitate to help if it is within my power. Lu Yun's understanding nature prompted the elder to respond with eagerness. I wish to inquire whether my father's remains were brought back to Konoha by the village's ninja. His eyes should not have been buried with the body, correct? Upon hearing this, the Uchiha elder visibly paused for a moment. However, once he regained his composure, he immediately inquired with surprise, "Why do you ask such a question?" To be honest, I am not entirely certain about this matter. Your father's eyes were indeed the double tomo, right? According to clan regulations, if he had offspring, the eyes should be sealed for future use. The Uchiha elder spoke candidly, feeling no need to conceal anything. There is nothing much to say, mainly that my mother at home deeply misses my father. I happen to know that our family has a tradition of preserving the eyes of deceased relatives. So I thought perhaps I could retrieve his eyes for safekeeping, allowing my mother to hold on to some semblance of connection. Lu Yun casually remarked that it was fortunate Masaki was not present, or he would have undoubtedly faced a severe beating for such a statement. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Uchiha clan displayed a peculiar expression, internally questioning the sanity of both Lu Yun and his mother for desiring to keep a pair of deceased eyes as a memento. Surely, there were no other relics to cherish? According to family customs, the Three-Tomoe Sharingan of deceased clan members is typically preserved for 10 years, until the cellular vitality diminishes sufficiently for it to be destroyed. The One-Tomoe and Two-Tomoe Sharingan, however, are generally not preserved if there are no direct blood relatives alive. Conversely, if direct relatives exist, the family will retain the eyes for 5 years at no cost, only considering destruction if the relatives do not require them within that time frame. The elder's words indicated that Lu Yun's father, Uchiha Shang, indeed still possessed his eyes, and it was highly probable that the family had preserved them. This was the key to Lu Yun's evolution of the Sharingan. Chapter 194. How to Open the Eyes Scientifically and Rationally. A bandit comes to call. The history of preserving the Sharingan of deceased clan members traces back to the time when the Uchiha clan misused the forbidden technique, Izanagi. Although the family has prohibited this technique, the method of preserving the eyes remains, despite the considerable financial and material resources expended annually. The elders have shown no inclination to reduce this expenditure. This is because the Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit, offers significant compatibility for direct blood relatives. And in battles among ninjas, one can never predict when one might lose their eyesight. In such instances, if a deceased blood relative Sharingan is preserved by the family, a simple transplant can restore sight in no time, and the inherent ocular power may even surpass the original. This is the primary reason the family strives to preserve the Sharingan, given Lu Yun's current status, as long as he requires it. The family has no grounds to obstruct him from retrieving his deceased father's Three-Tomoe Sharingan. He earnestly requested the elder to verify this after returning, indicating that if possible, he would visit the clan grounds in the coming days to collect his father's eyes. Lu Yun looked at the elder with utmost seriousness. The elder responded affirmatively, but cautioned, "Are you sure you want to take the eyes solely as a keepsake? You must understand that preserving the eyes necessitates a strictly controlled cold storage environment. If they are improperly stored, they could deteriorate within just a few days." Lu Yun fell silent at these words, a contemplative expression crossing his face, lost in thought. In truth, once he obtained the eyes, he wasn't particularly concerned about their preservation. Rather, he contemplated how to merge the two pairs of eyes into one. According to the original narrative, the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires the transplantation of another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from a direct relative. However, the original text usage of the term transplant is problematic. If two pairs of eyes could simply be exchanged to evolve into eternal Mangekyo, then figures like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui would not have met their tragic fates. They could have merely swapped eyes to achieve their own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There has been no record within the Uchiha clan's history of two pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan existing simultaneously. The concept of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan entails the unification of two pairs of eyes into one being, a narrative that aligns with the source material. How does one achieve the merging of two pairs of eyes? Firstly, one must eliminate the absurd notion of squeezing both pairs into the same eye sockets. Excluding these erroneous assumptions proves that the term transplant itself is misused. The only plausible explanation for the merging of two pairs of eyes lies in the fusion of ocular power. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Lu Yun can distinctly sense the existence of ocular power, even within the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, which possesses vibrant ocular energy. This is a force distinct from chakra. The essence of ocular power is in-release. Only through the fusion of the ocular powers of two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan can one break the curse of blindness resulting from the abuse of ocular techniques and disregard the physical burdens imposed by such techniques, thereby achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At present, Lu Yun has yet to master the method of extracting ocular power from the Sharingan, which is why the elder's warning caused him to ponder deeply. In truth, he wished to absorb the ocular power from his father's eyes, not necessarily to break the bloodline shackles to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but at the very least to elevate his own eyes to a standard Mangekyo. This desire was not a mere fantasy, it was grounded in rational reasoning. Lu Yun possesses the bloodlines of both Uchiha and Senju, coupled with the additional pair of Sharingan from a direct relative, granting him a substantial portion of the power puzzle of the Sage of Six Paths. He merely hopes to awaken a modest Mangekyo Sharingan. This request is not overly ambitious, and the likelihood of success is indeed quite high. Lu Yun often finds himself lost in thought, and his yearning for the Mangekyo Sharingan led him to this method. In truth, he has another approach that could scientifically and rationally facilitate the evolution of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan with a high success rate. However, the difficulty of that method is currently beyond his capabilities. Thus, he contemplated requesting his father's eyes, aiming to ensure his own successful awakening. This is the simplest and most feasible method. The elder's words resonated with him, acknowledging his oversight, and he decided that his father's eyes would remain within the family for now until he could procure suitable cold storage equipment to retrieve them. Lu Yun thought about the battlefield ahead, wondering if any unfortunate clan members might perish, at which point he could borrow a Sharingan to attempt to absorb its ocular power. Once he successfully developed this technique, he would return for his late father Uchiha Shung's eyes. Retrieving the eyes of a deceased relative is not an issue. It is entirely up to you when you choose to collect them, reassured the elder of the Uchiha clan, providing Lu Yun with a sense of relief. After all, with the eyes in someone else's possession, Lu Yun harbored fears of them being withheld, but upon hearing the elder's words, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lu Yun sat alone in a quiet room, performing his daily stabilization and maintenance of the dragon pearl within him to ensure its properties remained intact. The transformation of natural energy into Senjutsu chakra would rely on it for synthesis, a process requiring years of dedication. Even after mastering Sage Mode, regular nurturing of the dragon pearl would be essential. The following morning, a special envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village finally arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. Saratobi Hisashi promptly received the emissaries, demonstrating significant regard for both the visitors and the relationship between the two nations. After all, on the surface, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning arrived with the intention of forming an alliance, which the higher-ups of Konoha perceived as goodwill and a gesture of friendship, leading to a respectful reception for the delegation. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja envoy exhibited no signs of hostility, seemingly sincere in their desire to ally with Konoha against the Hidden Stone Village. However, within Konoha, one individual harbored a sense of vigilance towards this envoy from the Land of Lightning, tinged with a hint of lethal intent. This person was none other than Uchiha Ryuun. As a time-traveling individual well-versed in the original narrative, Ryuun was acutely aware of the true nature of the Hidden Cloud Village. The so-called Cloud Ninja envoy had only visited Konoha twice in the original story. Their first intrusion resulted in the abduction of Uzumaki Kushina, the potential host for the Nine Tails. On their second visit, their audacity escalated as they brazenly entered the Hyuga clan's territory to forcibly seize the young Hinata Hyuga. These marauders, more ferocious than common bandits, displayed a reckless disregard for the consequences, while the feeble leadership of Konoha repeatedly chose to endure their tyranny. As Kushina's recognized young beau, Ryuun would not allow these cloud shinobi to act with impunity, should they dare to lay a hand on his little tomato as depicted in the original tale. Ryuun vowed to ensure their demise would be most gruesome. Chapter 195, The Terrifying Gaze Hidden in the Shadows, Murder to Rescue Beauty. Lord Obito. News arrived from White Zetsu infiltrating the Cloud Shinobi delegation. This alliance with Kumogakure is a ruse. Their true intent is to steal information regarding the Nine Tails host. Ala White Zetsu reported the latest intelligence to Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. This meant that besides Mito, the little girl named Uzumaki Kushina was also a target of their mission, correct? Indeed. Ala White Zetsu nodded affirmatively. Excellent. This represents a splendid opportunity to plunge Uchiha Ryuun into darkness. We shall temporarily divert our attention from other matters and concentrate on this particular thread. Forget it. I shall personally take charge of this to ensure absolute success. Uchiha Obito declared, rising to his feet. He held Ryuun in high regard, viewing him as a perfect pawn, ideally suited to execute the Moon Eye plan. Thus, he resolved to orchestrate the scheme himself, ensuring that he could kindle the darkness within Ryuun, leading him to despair in this grotesque world of ninjas, and ultimately ushering in a flawless new world of infinite Tsukuyomi. At this moment, Ryuun remained oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of the most terrifying gaze in the entire ninja realm. Nor was he aware that Uchiha Obito had been fixated on him for an extended period. This adversarial situation, where the enemy lurked in shadows while he was in the light, proved exceedingly disadvantageous for him. During the days of preparation and integration of the Uchiha clan, the wretched Cloud Shinobi appeared unusually subdued, leaving Ryuun with no opportunity to eliminate this threat. As the day of battle approached, Ryuun could not help but feel a sense of urgency and agitation. On the eve of his departure leading the Uchiha clan into battle, the bandits from Kumogakure could no longer contain themselves and stealthily infiltrated the Senju clan's territory, abducting Uzumaki Kushina, the new vessel for the Nine Tails. This afternoon, Mito Uzumaki visited the Konoha cemetery to tend to the graves of her husband, son, and grandson, remaining lost in thought until the sun began to set. Ryuun had no time to concern himself with her whereabouts. His focus was solely on the abducted Kushina, planning to eliminate her captors once they fled Konoha. Confronting them directly would serve no purpose, as they might retaliate, placing Ryuun in a precarious situation. To avoid unnecessary complications, the simplest and most direct solution would be to deal with them discreetly. At this moment, Kushina was in a state of panic, surrounded by unfamiliar enemies. Her heart racing as she was taken from her home, fleeing into the death forest. Yet, her resilient spirit refused to succumb to despair. Instead, she secretly tore strands of her vibrant red hair, hoping to leave a trail for someone to follow and rescue her. Ryuun, please come save me. Kushina fervently prayed in her heart, believing that her other half, a hero of Konoha, renowned alongside the legendary Sannin, would sense the danger from afar and rush to her aid upon seeing her crimson locks. Just as 3 Cloud Shinobi were carrying Kushina out of Konoha's jurisdiction but had not yet escaped the death forest, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared before them. The leading cloud Jonin witnessed a streak of lightning teleport directly in front of him, only to be cleaved in half by a lightning-infused long sword. What? The remaining two Chunin stared in shock, momentarily stunned by the sudden display of power. The newcomer had effortlessly slaughtered their squad leader, an act of sheer horror. How dare you touch my woman? You cloud miscreants truly live on borrowed time, Lu Yun declared, wielding his chakra-infused long sword, crackling with electricity, a manifestation of his fury. Lu Yun, woo-woo. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming love for this reliable and handsome young man. You two Chunin instinctively retreated, yet before they could utter a word, the figure before them vanished, accompanied by a flash of lightning. The Chunin who had spoken suddenly found his head severed from his body, blood gushing forth in an instant. With another swift strike, Lu Yun coldly regarded the last remaining cloud Chunin. Gently lower my little tomato, and be careful not to drop her, or I assure you, your fate will be far worse than theirs. At Lu Yun's words, Kushina, her eyes glistening with tears, instinctively reached out her arms, resembling a child yearning for their parents' embrace. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this girl. The cloud Chunin, regaining his composure, attempted to grasp Kushina's throat, but suddenly his movements froze, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Ignoring the warning, Lu Yun strode forward, his eyes glowing ominously, exuding an eerie aura. Approaching the cloud Chunin, he gently lifted Kushina from his shoulder. I knew you would come to rescue me. Woo-woo, Kushina exclaimed as she tightly embraced Lu Yun, burying her face in his chest, her tears flowing freely. Don't cry, don't cry. As long as my little tomato is in danger, no matter the distance, I can sense it in an instant. Lu Yun comforted her softly, stroking her back with a gentle smile. As he spoke, Kushina wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on him. In that moment, the two shared an intimate embrace and kiss before the cloud Chunin, who appeared to be in agony, knelt to the ground, oblivious to the passionate display before him. Lu Yun's Three-Tomoe Sharingan Jinjutsu was beyond his comprehension. His consciousness was being ruthlessly tormented within the illusory realm, rendering him blind to the fervent affection shared by the young couple. Once they had kissed to the point of breathlessness, Kushina shyly lowered her head, pressing her forehead against his chest, her hands clinging to him tightly, fearful that Lu Yun might let her go. Lu Yun gently rocked her in his arms as a display of affection, but then suddenly recalled something, swiftly delivering a playful smack to Kushina's rear. Did I not teach you many skills before? How could you forget them all at such a critical moment? With Kushina's taijutsu and the shadow clone technique, she could have at least put up a fight against these three, if not emerge victorious, and perhaps had a chance to escape. Lu Yun expressed his exasperation. Having witnessed the entire process of Kushina's abduction, she had been caught off guard by the sudden attack, rendered momentarily incapable of resistance. It was essential to note that she was currently a genin, and her mental fortitude was severely lacking. Chapter 196. A storm is brewing. Those three scoundrels suddenly appeared through the window, laughing menacingly. I was so frightened that my mind went blank, and I could only think of running away and calling for help. Kushina hurriedly explained. In the future, when faced with such situations, make full use of the shadow clone technique. The clones can either attack or distract the enemy, giving the original enough time to escape. Lu Yun earnestly instructed the child. Oh, I will know what to do next time. Forget it, there won't be a next time. As long as I am here, you will never encounter such things again, Lu Yun said, embracing her once more. Hearing these words, Kushina pouted, her eyes brimming with tears once again. Lu Yun, she softly called out. Lu Yun responded with a gentle hum, curious. I love you. Kushina boldly declared her affection. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by her words, but the next moment, he gazed into her eyes and earnestly confessed, I love you too. Kushina. She responded, snuggling back into Lu Yun's embrace, her face radiating happiness and joy. I love Lu Yun the most. Yes, I love Kushina the most, too. Just as they were exchanging their heartfelt sentiments, a nearby cloud ninja, severely mentally traumatized, collapsed to the ground. The enemy's head lay close to Lu Yun's feet, and the proximity was alarming. Lu Yun's gaze shifted downward for a moment, and then he decisively extended his foot, forcefully pressing the enemy's head into the earth. Hearing this sound, Kushina instinctively turned her head to look, but Lu Yun swiftly redirected her gaze, preventing her from witnessing the body convulsing on the ground. However, in the process, Kushina saw the gruesome sight of the severed body. split in two by a lightning blade, and the horrifying head that had rolled away. When Lu Yun had heroically dispatched the enemy, she felt nothing but excitement and gratitude. But now, confronted with the bloody remains, her face paled, and her body felt weak as if all strength had drained from her. Having not eaten dinner and having been subjected to immense fright, she stumbled, nearly falling. Lu Yun was quick to catch her, subsequently lifting her onto his back. "I will take you home," Lu Yun said with a smile. Home." Kushina quickly regained her composure and affectionately nuzzled against his cheek, as gentle as a little kitten. After taking a few steps forward, Lu Yun seemed to recall something, placing his hands in front of his chest and forming a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. With a muffled bang, a shadow clone responsible for cleanup was summoned. Although the forest of death was rife with beasts, and the corpses would soon be devoured, Lu Yun still intended to dispose of the bodies to eliminate any potential threats. His plan was sound. His actions were swift, ruthless, and cautious. Unfortunately, the events unfolding here were being recorded by two pairs of shadowy eyes lurking nearby. Deliver this to your superior, instruct him to come to the crime scene, and then wait for him to cause a stir in Konoha. Furthermore, instruct the White Zetsu posing as a member of the Root organization to say that he followed Uchiha Ryuun tonight and witnessed this scene without any need for concealment. Just relay the truth to Danzo. An old man handed several strands of red hair to a cloud ninja. He understood Madara. This so-called old man was Uchiha Madara, and the cloud ninja receiving the red hair was the White Zetsu hidden within the cloud ninja envoy. If the assassination of the three ninjas from the cloud village were to be exposed, Lu Yun would find it impossible to extricate himself, regardless of the justification. In the original story, Minato Namikaze rescued Kushina only after enduring a long pursuit until reaching the border, and even then, his actions merely incapacitated a few cloud ninjas without resorting to lethal force. His approach was far more composed than Lu Yun's. Even after rescuing Kushina, he faced no risk and would instead earn commendation from Konoha. However, Lu Yun, unable to contain himself, had mercilessly slain the enemy the moment they stepped outside Konoha. If this incident remained undiscovered, the cloud ninjas would likely swallow the bitter loss without causing an uproar. But if a cloud ninja claimed to have witnessed Lu Yun's ruthless slaughter of their comrades, knowing the exact location of the deaths, and even possessing physical evidence, the cloud ninja envoy, currently drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, would certainly not let the matter rest. They would feel compelled to retaliate on behalf of their fallen comrades, who had perished in a foreign land. Lu Yun, you are heading to battle again tomorrow. I will miss you so much, Kushina said, resting her head on Lu Yun's shoulder, her face etched with reluctance. I don't want to leave you either, but war has come, and even if I am reluctant, I have no choice. But don't worry, I will do my utmost to end the war swiftly and return. Lu Yun smiled softly to reassure her. The battlefield is perilous. You must be careful and protect yourself, Kushina said earnestly, stroking his face. I understand. Lu Yun carried Kushina back to Konoha and prepared some food for both of them at the Senju clan's residence. After they finished eating, Lu Yun entrusted Kushina to Mito Uzumaki. Mito-san, the cloud ninja envoy comes with ill intentions and has set their sights on Kushina. Please ensure her safety in the coming days, Lu Yun said seriously, as he was about to head to the battlefield, leaving her safety in Mito's hands. After all, Lu Yun had no knowledge of when the cloud ninja envoy would depart or if they would attempt to target Kushina again. Despite her age, this elderly woman could single-handedly annihilate the entire cloud ninja envoy if faced with their threat. A frail camel is still larger than a horse. Mito Uzumaki still had a few years of life left in her and was not so old that she could not defend herself. Though Lu Yun had never witnessed her in action, as a princess of the Uzumaki clan, the wife of the first Hokage, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Lu Yun instinctively believed she had the capability to protect Kushina. Upon hearing Lu Yun speak of the cloud ninja's misdeeds, Mito was startled, her heart filled with dread. Kushina had nearly been abducted right under her nose, a matter for which she felt immense responsibility. Thankfully, Lu Yun was present in the village and had not yet set out for battle. Had Kushina gone to the cloud village, the ensuing situation would have been terrifying to contemplate. Faced with Lu Yun's grave warning, Mito immediately assured him that she would take good care of Kushina and that such incidents would not happen again. Shortly after Lu Yun departed the Senju estate, a group of elite cloud ninjas, disregarding the warnings and obstructions of Konoha's shinobi, hurried to the scene of the incident in the Forest of Death, guided by one of their own. The tranquil Hidden Leaf village was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Chapter 197. The thief cried, "Stop, thief. This is the place." The captain and others were killed here by someone who possesses a pair of Sharingan, seemingly that well-known young powerhouse from Konoha, named Uchiha Ryuun. One Cloud Ninja led the entire Cloud Envoy, comprising 12 members, to the crime scene. Soon after, they unearthed the tragically slain bodies of 3 Cloud Ninjas from a freshly turned patch of earth. I had a stomachache and went off to the side to relieve myself. When I returned, I found my 3 brothers had been slaughtered by that guy. I knew I was no match for him, so I could only hide and dare not make a sound. As this Cloud Ninja spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he appeared deeply remorseful and tormented. "Lord Sachi, you must avenge our fallen brothers." The leader of the Yunin envoy was acutely aware that their plan to abduct the Ninetails vessel had failed. Yet, as he gazed at the crimson strands of hair in his hand and the severed corpses strewn about, the Jonin Sachi clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. "The Uchiha Ryuun of Konoha has slain our Yunin villagers. I shall ensure that wretched individual pays in blood for his transgressions, regardless of who he may be or what status he holds. Come, let us return to Konoha." Within the depths of Konoha's Root Organization headquarters, a Root member reported to Danzo Shimura, "Lord Danzo, I have observed suspicious movements from Uchiha Ryuun and proceeded to track him. In the Death Forest, I witnessed him rescuing the abducted Kushina Uzumaki and dispatching 3 Yunin shinobi." The member crouched before Danzo, conveying the alarming news. "What?" Danzo exclaimed. Shock etched across his features. He swiftly rose, demanding clarity from his subordinate. Familiar with the chakra signature and appearance of the opposing ninja, Danzo dismissed the possibility of a substitution, instinctively believing that a Root member would not deceive him nor betray his trust. Once the Root member had elaborated on the situation, Danzo gathered his men and hurried to the scene of the incident. Coincidentally, as they exited Konoha and entered the Death Forest, they encountered the returning Yunin envoy. Both parties, upon meeting, instinctively drew their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. "You Konoha seek to silence us, do you not? If we perish here today, Yunin will undoubtedly descend upon Konoha, and the Raikage shall avenge us." Sachi's expression was dark, his demeanor unwavering even in the face of danger. "Wait. It seems there has been a misunderstanding." Danzo raised a hand to explain. "A misunderstanding? Your direction clearly indicates an intent to pursue us." Sachi remained vigilant, unyielding. "You have indeed misunderstood. We are merely passing through." Danzo attempted to clarify, albeit uncertain of the situation. "Yet your envoy is absent from the inn at this late hour. What business do you have here?" Danzo began to sense something amiss. "What's going on?" A familiar voice interrupted. Danzo turned to see Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had rushed over with his men upon receiving news of the Yunin envoy's mobilization, suspecting trouble. "What brings you here? What is the meaning of this? You Konoha have killed our Yunin villagers, and now you question us?" Sachi roared, akin to a furious lion, his chakra flaring. Unfortunately for him, his strength paled in comparison to the ninjas of Konoha. Nevertheless, his words widened the eyes of both Hiruzen and Danzo, who were taken aback. Danzo instinctively glanced at the Root member who had provided him with information, only to see him shake his head, as if equally perplexed by how the Yunin envoy had come by this information. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could we Konoha possibly kill your people?" Hiruzen vehemently denied the accusation. However, as he counted the number of Yunin shinobi, he realized that their original contingent of 15 had dwindled to 12, confirming that 3 were indeed missing. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding gripped Hiruzen's heart. "Nonsense. How dare you claim I speak in vain? Then behold with your own eyes," Sachi declared, producing a scroll and, before all present, unveiling its contents, revealing the bodies within. The Konoha ninjas gasped in shock at the sight of the dismembered remains. "Dirted and mutilated. What has transpired here?" Hiruzen exclaimed, bewildered by the gruesome display, realizing that these Yunin had been buried and were now unearthed. Danzo, piecing together the sequence of events, signaled to the previous Root member to explain the circumstances to the 3rd Hokage. He then approached the Yunin envoy, speaking calmly. "On what grounds do you assert that these corpses belong to our Konoha shinobi, especially when the incident did not occur within our borders? Such rash conclusions are ill-advised." Upon hearing Danzo's words, the Yunin ninjas seethed with anger. "It was undoubtedly your Konoha that slaughtered them. I witnessed it with my own eyes." The culprit wielded a black lightning blade and possessed the Sharingan. A child named Uchiha Ryuun from your village. One Yunin shouted passionately. What? Shock rippled through the Konoha shinobi, including the third Hokage. Understanding the situation, Danzo realized that Uchiha Ryuun had failed in his mission, leaving a survivor who could identify him. It was an utterly foolish mistake. Internally cursing Ryuun's incompetence, Danzo felt a wave of frustration at the young Uchiha's inability to handle the task. In that moment, Danzo found himself at a loss, contemplating whether to leave this troublesome matter for Hiruzen to resolve, given that the latter was his prized pupil. When Hiruzen learned the full story from the root member, his face flushed with anger. He felt fury at the abduction of the Nine-Tails vessel, outrage at the audacity of the Yunin to accuse them, and ire towards Ryuun for killing without discretion and being recognized. Despite being on the brink of a fit, Hiruzen forced himself to remain calm. Your purpose in coming to Konoha was never to form an alliance, was it? The so-called alliance is a facade. Your true intent is to abduct the Nine-Tails vessel. He coldly surveyed the Yunin. Nonsense, Sachi retorted vehemently. How much effort have we exerted for this alliance? You have seen the Raikage letter. We have prepared the alliance documents. It is you Konoha who has delayed signing the treaty, and now you dare question our intentions? Yunin indeed sought an alliance with Konoha, especially with the shared enemy of a Wagakure looming. However, they also harbored intentions to thwart Konoha's Jinchuriki program and seize the Nine-Tails vessel, as Konoha was a potential adversary that needed to be weakened. This duality may seem contradictory, but it was not. Their willingness to seize the Nine-Tails vessel hinged upon opportunity. If such an opportunity arose, they would act. If not, they would collaborate with Konoha to confront Iwagakure first. For Yunin, achieving either objective was worthwhile. After seizing the Nine-Tails vessel, a deterioration of relations with Konoha would be inconsequential, as the third Raikage was confident that Konoha would not dare to wage war against Yunin while simultaneously engage with Sunagakure. This assessment was based on the current circumstances, not mere blind confidence. Upon hearing Sachi's declaration, Hiruzen fell into a brief silence. In truth, Konoha never intended to sign any dubious alliance treaty with Kumogakure. However, the leadership of Konoha did not wish to incite hostility with Kumogakure, hence their ambivalent demeanor, appearing welcoming to the Kumogakure delegation while feigning disinterest in the alliance. The memory of the demise of the second Hokage remained vivid in the minds of Konoha's upper echelons, rendering them particularly sensitive to the notion of such treaties. Their beloved mentor had perished after venturing to Kumogakure to sign what was essentially a death warrant in the form of an alliance treaty. Ironically, that very treaty was torn asunder less than a day after its signing. Even after the third Raikage restored order in Kumogakure, there was no attempt to mend that alliance, nor any intention to continue the amicable policies established by the second Raikage. Thus, it was inconceivable that any alliance treaty could be forged in the era of the third Hokage. To dare sign such a document would be, at best, a sign of disrespect towards the second Hokage, and at worst, an act of treachery that would undoubtedly lead to countless criticisms from within Konoha. Such an act could even jeopardize his position as Hokage. I have received word that 3 shinobi from Kumogakure aim to abduct the Nine-Tails vessel from our village, which is why Ryuun acted to eliminate them. I wish to ascertain whether this action was sanctioned by your delegation or if it was the Raikage's directive. Otherwise, what reason would Ryuun have to strike without provocation? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke candidly. When accusations were levied against Konoha, he would expose the malfeasance of others while simultaneously questioning them in return. Upon hearing the Hokage's inquiries, Sachi did not attempt to defend himself, for the assertions made were grounded in truth. Yet, in dealings with other nations, the Land of Lightning possessed its own customary methods, since the Hokage believed the fault lay with Kumogakure and so brazenly sheltered the murderer. It seemed there was little left for discussion. Before arriving, Lord Raikage had granted me full authority, and my words reflect the sentiments of all Kumogakure. Now, I wish to inquire whether Konoha is prepared to face the wrath of Kumogakure. Sachi's words were evidently a declaration of war against Konoha. Witnessing the unwavering stance of the Kumogakure shinobi, the Konoha ninjas grew tense, their gazes shifting towards the third Hokage, awaiting his decision and response. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a blend of shock and anger, yet beneath it all lay a rare hint of anxiety. Konoha was currently embroiled in a bloody conflict with the Land of Wind, and was also burdened with the impending threat from the land of Earth. They could scarcely afford to engage in war with the land of lightning. Moreover, the leadership of Konoha harbored a deep-seated fear of Kumogakure, a psychological scar stemming from their youth when they were relentlessly pursued by rogue Kumogakure ninjas. Even the usually valiant Shimura Danzo had been intimidated by the formidable Kumogakure shinobi. And even their esteemed second Hokage was forced to resort to a mutually destructive confrontation with the enemy. No one understood the might and ferocity of Kumogakure better than them. The Land of Lightning was a true powerhouse capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Land of Fire. In Hiruzen's heart, Konoha had no assurance of victory against Kumogakure alone, let alone when they had only just commenced hostilities with Sunagakure. Contemplating these matters, Hiruzen's inner turmoil intensified, though he maintained a facade of composure. I do not claim that all fault lies with Kumogakure, but I believe we should remain calm and investigate the matter thoroughly before proceeding. Hiruzen did not respond directly to Sachi's declaration of war, but rather urged him to maintain composure. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, a glimmer of something unusual flickered in Sachi's eyes. As the leader of the delegation to Konoha, Sachi was well versed in the nuances of diplomacy. He had considerable experience in dealing with weaker nations. Those who urged calm were often motivated by fear. The Hokage's statement clearly indicated trepidation, even fear, of Kumogakure's might. In confronting less confident nations, Kumogakure often needed only to issue a slight intimidation to compel the other side to make concessions out of fear of their power. Few nations dared to confront the Land of Lightning head-on. Only the Land of Earth's Iwagakure possessed the audacity to do so. Indeed, an investigation must be conducted, but I hope the Hokage will not show favoritism towards his own people, especially since this matter involves a hero of your village. I find it difficult to believe that the Hokage will handle this impartially. I will relay this matter to Kumogakure and inform Lord Raikage, and I shall await his decision and directives. Sachi continued to exert verbal pressure on the third Hokage, yet Hiruzen appeared to have regained his composure. Offering little response to Sachi's words, he merely nodded curtly and then instructed his subordinates to escort the delegation back to their village for rest. Upon returning to Konoha, Hiruzen proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower, for even in the dead of night, he had no intention of returning home. Accompanying him into the tower was Shimura Danzo. At that moment, Hiruzen was devoid of sleep, a tempest of fury brewing within him. Bring Uchiha Ryuun to me at once. Additionally, send someone to the Senju clan and bring Kushina here. Hiruzen swiftly issued 2 commands. A captain of the Umbu vanished upon receiving the orders. Chapter 199, Ryuun's Confusion. Uzumaki Mito's Fury. Late at night. Mother, you should go to bed. You're dozing off. What are you holding on for? On the sofa. Ryuun rested his head on Asuka's lap, chatting idly with her throughout the night. I can sleep whenever, but you are heading off to battle tomorrow. And who knows when you will return? Asuka gently stroked his forehead, her tone filled with reluctance and concern. It shouldn't be too long, Ryuun murmured softly. In truth, the conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind had been protracted, for one of the 5 great nations was not to be compared with the mere Land of Rain. A knock at the door interrupted Asuka's words, and Ryuun sprang up from the sofa in an instant. Uchiha Ryuun, the Hokage requests your presence. Outside the door, an Umbu squad captain spoke coolly, flanked by 2 elite Umbu Jonin. Seeing this, Ryuun was taken aback. Why would Sarutobi Hiruzen summon him at such a late hour? Moreover, the presence of 3 elite Umbu Jonin hinted at something unusual. Could you disclose the reason for your visit? Ryuun inquired as he opened the heavy door. The Umbu captain fell silent for a moment before shaking his head gently. Son, what could they want with you at this hour? Asuka had emerged from the room at that moment. It's nothing. It's likely regarding tomorrow's expedition. You should go to bed early and not worry needlessly, Ryuun said, waving his hand in a gesture to indicate she should rest. All right then. On the way, Ryuun contemplated the third Hokage's intentions. His immediate thought was about the upcoming expedition, rather than the incident involving the elimination of the Kumogakure kidnappers. He had not given much thought to the latter. Assuming that only he and Kushina had been present, thus believing no one else could be aware of the events. He was completely unaware that Uchiha Madara had already revealed his actions through White Zetsu. Sometimes, an increase in strength can lead to a blind confidence. Though he had not yet inflated to such an extent, he subconsciously believed it impossible for anyone to monitor him without detection. After all, he was a fusion of 2 souls, and his spiritual perception was even more acute than that of the Yamanaka clan. Uchiha Obito's focus was entirely unexpected for him. He had always believed that the attention of his opponents would be directed towards Nagato, and only after they had assessed the situation would they consider the executor of the Moon Eye plan, inevitably settling on Uchiha Obito. Although he was aware that his rise to fame would attract Uchiha Madara's notice, he never imagined the latter would regard him as a worthy candidate. Furthermore, Nagato was still merely a younger brother. Without several years to awaken the Rinnegan or gather-tailed beasts, the initiation of the Moon Eye plan depended solely on Nagato's growth, rather than the identity of its executor. Thus, Ryuun presumed that even if Uchiha Madara had intentions towards him, it was unlikely he would act upon them at this moment. This line of thinking was somewhat presumptuous. Initially, Uchiha Madara had merely intended to secretly instigate a war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. However, the involvement of Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails host, prompted him to devise a plan that included Ryuun, leading to his personal engagement in the strategy. Unbeknownst to Ryuun, he had already become a target. No, if it were concerning a military expedition, it wouldn't make sense for them to seek me out at such a late hour, especially with 3 elite Umbu members delivering the message. Something significant must have transpired tonight. Could it be that someone fortuitously arrived at the scene? But even if they knew of the deceased, what could be done? Who could prove that I was responsible for their deaths? Ryuun's mind raced with possibilities. Yet he instinctively dismissed them. He believed that by eliminating 3 inconsequential individuals, he would be able to embark on the expedition the following morning, and thereafter nothing would trace back to him. Yet, the summons from the 3rd Hokage hinted at something sinister, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Inside the Hokage building, an Umbu ninja reported, "Sir Sarutobi, Lord Mito has refused our request to escort someone, citing the lateness of the hour and the danger to Kushina's safety." The Umbu ninja recounted the troublesome situation he encountered. The 3rd Hokage had instructed him to gather people from the Senju clan, but he was unceremoniously turned away due to their esteemed status. Consequently, he had no choice but to return in disgrace. Furthermore, Lord Mito declared that Kushina would remain within the Senju territory for the time being, and Konoha was prohibited from assigning her any ninja missions, with a strict directive to manage the troublesome Cloud Ninja. The Umbu ninja accurately conveyed a portion of Uzumaki Mito's words. Notably, Mito had openly criticized the 3rd Hokage, using rather crude language, though the Umbu ninja instinctively omitted the vulgarities during his report, merely indicating that Mito was exceedingly furious. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen visibly tensed, then suddenly fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that Lord Mito was already aware of the situation's intricacies. Shimura Danzo expressed his perspective. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, realizing the same. Mito's refusal to allow Konoha to take Kushina was evidently a sign of her dissatisfaction with the higher-ups in Konoha. After all, the Cloud delegation had remained in Konoha for an extended period, yet Konoha had failed to even monitor them and prevent any disturbances, allowing intruders to abduct the future host of the Nine-Tails and smoothly exit the Hidden Leaf Village. Where were Konoha's patrols? The Umbu? The Root Ninjas? At this critical juncture, none of the departments proved useful. Mito acknowledged her own shortcomings and oversight, yet viewed the higher-ups of Konoha as a group of utterly incompetent buffoons. The most inept of the inept. She had grown old, her vision clouded. Yet the ineptitude of Konoha's leaders forced her to worry about protecting the future host of the Nine-Tails. In the days of her husband, Senju Hashirama, and her brother-in-law, Senju Tobarama, such abductions within the Senju territory would have been unthinkable. This was an utter disgrace. Mito even contemplated confronting the incompetent Hokage directly. Report, Uchiha Ryuun has arrived. With the Umbu ninja's announcement, Ryuun strode directly into the Hokage's office. May I inquire as to why the Hokage seeks me at such an hour? Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak first, Ryuun took the initiative to ask, "Are you unaware of the matter at hand? Kushina has been abducted. Why did you not inform me after you killed the Cloud Ninja?" Sarutobi questioned, his expression dark, his tone laden with gravity, allowing Ryuun to sense the suppressed fury emanating from him. Chapter 200. Oversight does not equate to guilt. The masks are torn away. With such a significant incident occurring, how could you conceal it? Do you still regard me, the Hokage, as relevant? Listening to Sarutobi's barrage of questions, Ryuun's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback, not understanding how the Hokage could be so swiftly informed. Could it be that Granny Mito was so incensed that she sought him out, thus prompting Sarutobi to confront him in anger? Ryuun immediately considered this possibility. Hokage, your words are harsh. I merely thought it best for fewer people to know, especially since Kushina has been safely rescued and the perpetrators dealt with. Even if Ryuun explained the situation to the third Hokage, Sarutobi would hardly dare to confront the Cloud delegation. From what Ryuun knew, the third Hokage would immediately order a news blackout, pretending that nothing had occurred, thus making it irrelevant whether Ryuun informed him or not. By withholding information, Ryuun could avoid considerable trouble, which was why he chose to remain silent. Fool, you killed, yet left a survivor? That individual has returned to the delegation and exposed everything. Danzo's voice cut through the room, cold and scornful. What? That's impossible. Ryuun initially froze before exclaiming in disbelief. He had witnessed Kushina's abduction, certain that there were only 3 kidnappers, all of whom he had killed. How could there be a survivor? Impossible? Your actions have been relayed through their mouth, nearing the point of public knowledge, and you still insist on impossibility? I believe you are truly beyond redemption. As Danzo's insults continued, Ryuun's brows furrowed, and his gaze turned icy. At that moment, his aura intensified, and his chakra surged, creating a terrifying resonance within the office. Danzo, quiet down. Faced with the impending ire of the youth, Sarutobi shot Danzo a cold glare, signaling him to cease. He then turned his attention back to Ryuun. You indeed left a survivor. They claim to have witnessed you killing in full view, leading the Cloud delegation to the scene, even mentioning your name. How do you explain this? Hearing Sarutobi's words, Ryuun compelled himself to regain his composure, meticulously recalling every detail of the events. Unfortunately, after reflecting for a long time, he found no fruitful insights. I truly did not expect anyone to be lurking in the shadows. They may possess some formidable stealth ability that allowed them to evade my detection. This oversight is my fault, he admitted. Recognizing that if Sarutobi and Danzo could say such things, it confirmed that someone had indeed witnessed his actions. At this point, he could only concede, as denying it would serve no purpose. Do you realize the magnitude of today's events on Konoha? This is not something that can be overlooked with a simple acknowledgement of negligence. The Cloud Village now threatens war. What do you propose we do? Danzo interjected coldly, refusing to be silenced by anyone. Ridiculous. Why must I admit to wrongdoing? What have I done wrong? At this moment, Ryuun no longer cared about hierarchical relationships and chose to confront the situation head-on. What is wrong with saving my companions? What is wrong with eliminating those despicable Cloud shinobi kidnappers? Who do you think you are to judge me? If others were to accuse him of negligence, he would have nothing to say. However, if anyone claimed he was wrong, he would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of who they were. Moreover, the old man had either insulted or blamed him, and Ryuun had long since reached his limit. His earlier display of weakness upon entering the root base was merely a tactic to avoid an outright confrontation with Danzo, but it did not signify his fear of the man. Having fought through the perilous battlefield of the Land of Rain, how could he possibly fear a mere Shimura Danzo? You insolent wretch! Danzo sprang to his feet, his face darkened with fury, his icy gaze fixated on Ryuun like a venomous snake. In Konoha, had anyone ever dared to show him such disrespect? Even the third Hokage would afford him some respect and would not confront him so brazenly. Now, this young upstart had the audacity to defy him, and Danzo felt compelled to teach him a lesson about hierarchy. Guards! With Danzo's command, 2 elite root ninjas sprang forth from the Hokage's office, weapons drawn in an instant. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen rose in anger, slamming his palm on the desk and barking an order. His expression was one of deep displeasure. Do you not recognize my authority as Hokage? In response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Danzo retorted without hesitation, perhaps you should ask him if he acknowledges the concepts of respect and hierarchy. I instructed you to remain silent. Who permitted you to speak? At this moment, Hiruzen appeared as though he were intentionally defending his disciple. Am I not allowed to speak in light of such a significant incident? Is Konoha a dictatorship under your rule? Danzo glared at him with a ferocious expression. Konoha is not a dictatorship, but I possess the authority to silence anyone, including you. Do not forget that this is the Hokage's office, and I am the Hokage. Hiruzen invoked his Hokage powers, leaving Danzo momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation, yet unable to find a counterargument. This matter is far from over. You cannot protect him. I will not allow you to act as you please. With that, Danzo stormed out. slamming the door behind him with such force that it cracked visibly, a testament to his fury. As Danzo departed, the atmosphere in the office eased somewhat, and Hiruzen dismissed the Umbu guards, intending to address Lu Yun alone. I understand your anger over Kushina's abduction, but you should not have killed them. The Cloud Shinobi are now retaliating, claiming you have disrupted the peace between our nations and are threatening war. To be candid, Hiruzen comprehended Lu Yun's actions. He was fully aware of the relationship between Kushina and Lu Yun. It was entirely natural for a young man, driven by impulsive emotions, to resort to violence. Yet, despite his understanding, Hiruzen could not condone Lu Yun's murderous actions. The situation had escalated to a point where even he felt uncertain about how to handle the aftermath. He did not know how to deal with Lu Yun. Since you are aware of their unscrupulousness and vile tactics, what more is there to discuss? The next moment, Lu Yun, with an impassive expression, recited a classic adage: when friends come, there is fine wine. When wolves arrive, there are swords. Upon hearing this phrase, Hiruzen felt a jolt of shock, his blood boiling with fervor. Yet, as he contemplated the current situation, that surge of passion quickly cooled. Your words hold merit, and I acknowledge that the Cloud Shinobi have sinister intentions, but we cannot simultaneously confront three great nations, Hiruzen said, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun suddenly considered a possibility, his pupils instinctively contracting as he narrowed his eyes. So, what do you intend to do about this? Are you going to hand me over to the Cloud Shinobi? Or do you expect me to pay for my actions with my life? Lu Yun bluntly posed the question, causing Hiruzen to lift his head sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever said I would turn you over to the Cloud Shinobi? When have I said you must pay with your life? Hiruzen exclaimed, his tone urgent and flustered. Is that not the case? Lu Yun murmured, his gaze averted, his head lowered in contemplation. At that moment, Hiruzen fell silent, and the Hokage's office was steeped in an eerie quiet. After a long pause, Lu Yun broke the silence. So, am I still required to lead the expedition tomorrow? Upon hearing Lu Yun's question, Hiruzen felt overwhelmed. It was a dilemma whether to send Lu Yun on the mission or not, as this inquiry was essentially a declaration of his stance. Let Uchiha Fugaku lead the team. We shall address this matter once it is resolved. After uttering these words, Hiruzen reached for a nearby pipe and began to fill it with tobacco leaves. Understood. Do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall retire for the night. Lu Yun observed Hiruzen's actions with a calm demeanor, his tone equally composed. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen refrained from detaining Lu Yun and instead waved his hand, granting him permission to leave. Then I shall take my leave. Lu Yun bowed respectfully before exiting the Hokage's office. Once Lu Yun departed, Hiruzen appeared utterly drained. Collapsing into the Hokage chair, the pipe filled to the brim carelessly discarded on the desk. He closed his eyes wearily, but suddenly recalled something. Opening his eyes wide and commanding coldly, "Summon the elder of the Uchiha clan to see me." Hiruzen sought the Uchiha elder not to assign blame. Even though the Uchiha clan's security division was responsible for daily patrols, the abduction of Kushina, even from within Konoha, warranted some accountability from the Konoha security division. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to pursue blame, as the Uchiha clan was set to deploy tomorrow, making it an unsuitable time for reprimands. He primarily needed to discuss the replacement of the team leader, as Lu Yun could no longer participate in the battlefield. This incident had infuriated the third Hokage, yet despite his pent-up rage, he was at a loss regarding whom to direct it towards. The potential abduction of the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails by an enemy nation, if it were to occur, would result in Konoha lacking a suitable vessel, and there was a significant likelihood that Uzumaki Mido would not endure such a fate, leading to a rampage or even premature demise. While Lu Yun's rescue of Kushina should have been a cause for relief for Hiruzen, the young man's actions simultaneously brought forth another colossal dilemma. Having committed the grim act of silencing witnesses, he had unwittingly left behind another troublesome survivor. It came as no surprise to Hiruzen that the Cloud Shinobi would attempt to shift blame. Yet, regardless of their unreasonable behavior, what could be done? Did Konoha possess the means to confront three great nations simultaneously? Could they engage in warfare with all of them at once? It is futile to resort to violence. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only hope that the Cloud Shinobi do not overstep their bounds and choose to resolve matters amicably, given their prior transgressions. The most favorable outcome would be for both sides to make concessions, Konoha refrains from holding them accountable for seizing the Nine-Tails vessel, while they, in turn, do not pursue retribution for the slaying of 3 Cloud Shinobi by Ryuun. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Ryuun's previously placid demeanor darkened considerably. He could no longer remain in Konoha. His thoughts were consumed by the notion of defecting. With the situation escalating and Sarutobi Hiruzen evidently hesitant to engage in conflict, it was clear that he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Ryuun had no desire to stay and be made a sacrificial pawn. As a transmigrant familiar with the original narrative, he was acutely aware of the fate awaiting him. In the original story, a Cloud Shinobi brazenly invaded the Hyuga clan's territory to abduct the young Hinata Hyuga, only to be swiftly executed by the enraged Hizashi Hyuga. In retaliation for their comrade's demise, the Cloud Shinobi now threatened war against Konoha. Despite the situation becoming widely known, Konoha ultimately chose to compromise, intending to quell the anger of the hidden Cloud village at the expense of Hizashi Hyuga. Initially, Hizashi was the one abandoned, but fortuitously, he had a twin brother willing to take his place, thus preserving his life. It is worth noting that even Hizashi, a leader of one of Konoha's 3 prominent clans, could be forsaken by the higher-ups, unafraid of the potential fallout from other clans. They openly made the decision to sacrifice one for the greater good. What, then, was Ryuun? This so-called hero of Konoha, in comparison, had he not been well acquainted with this storyline, he might have gambled on the hope that the upper echelons of Konoha would not abandon him, relying on his identity as a disciple of the 3 legendary ninjas, the Hokage's successor, and a hero of Konoha to weather the storm. However, having learned of Hiruzen's stance and recognizing that the current circumstances were even more dire, Ryuun could no longer harbor any illusions. If he did not defect, he was certain he would become a sacrificial victim. He resolved to first take his mother away and return for Kushina once things stabilized. As he walked home, Ryuun silently vowed to act decisively upon arrival, capitalizing on his freedom before it was curtailed. Unfortunately, his intentions were thwarted. Upon reaching home, he sensed no trace of Asuka's presence. His mother had vanished at such a critical moment. Damn it! Fury contorted Ryuun's face as he immediately turned on his heel, making a beeline for the Root's underground headquarters. He believed that only that accursed Shimura Danzo could have taken Asuka. Chapter 202. Overturning the Root headquarters. Danzo, get out here. Upon arriving at the Root headquarters, Ryuun wasted no time and sent a guarding shinobi flying, gathering chakra in his throat. He bellowed into the depths of the underground base. The powerful resonance of his voice echoed in the enclosed space, causing the entire facility to tremble. With that roar, numerous figures emerged from within the headquarters. Uchiha Ryuun, trespassing into the Root base. Are you tired of living? A Root elite intoned solemnly. Return my mother to me, or I shall raze this place to the ground. Ryuun struggled to suppress his murderous impulses, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. The disappearance of his mother, Asuka, left him in a state of frantic desperation. Sensing no trace of her within the Root, his anxiety only escalated. Such audacity! Attacking Konoha's second-largest military institution equates to treason. You dare to try? A member of Root sneered, provoking him further. Infuriated by their refusal to comply and their threats, Ryuun cast aside his reservations, biting his finger and forming a bloodline before swiftly weaving hand seals. Summoning technique. As smoke billowed forth, a fearsome black dragon materialized, momentarily disoriented in this unfamiliar locale. The dragon quickly realized that a confrontation was imminent. Use water release to demolish this place, Ryuun commanded, convinced that only decisive action would compel them to surrender his mother. Realizing that the boy had summoned a colossal spirit beast, Danzo sensed the gravity of the situation. Stop! What madness is this? You cannot demand anything without cause. He had intended to remain hidden, allowing Ryuun to cause a ruckus, which would provide him a pretext to take action. However, witnessing the summoned beast, he recognized that if he did not intervene, the base might truly be destroyed, a loss he could not afford. Regrettably, Danzo's command could not halt the black dragon, which heeded only Ryuun's orders, drawing upon its vast reservoir of sage chakra. Still playing dumb at this juncture, Ryuun's countenance darkened. Attack! Sensing Ryuun's surging murderous intent, Danzo resolved to mobilize his forces to swiftly eliminate the threat. The Root housed numerous vital assets, and he could not permit this brat to wreak havoc, even if it meant killing Ryuun. After all, it was the boy who had invaded their territory, and Danzo would face no repercussions from Sarutobi Hiruzen for his actions. Moreover, presenting Ryuun's corpse to the Cloud Shinobi could serve to avert a crisis of war for Konoha. As a throng of rude elites armed with weapons advanced, Ryuun remained unmoved atop the dragon's head, confident that the beast was poised for action. Sage Art, Water Dragon Technique. With the full activation of Sage techniques, a deluge erupted beneath the dragon, unleashing a torrent of water that swept away the approaching root elites in mere moments. The floods surged through the headquarters, inundating every room and ultimately spilling forth uncontrollably. The drainage system of the root headquarters collapsed under the onslaught of water, engulfing all within in a cacophony of screams and struggles. In just a few breaths, the torrential waves burst through the roof of the military base, overturning it entirely with the dragon's powerful Sage technique. The top was thrown off by the deluge. Ryuun commanded the dragon to overturn the root, and it executed the order without question. Rumble. The vast waters gushed from the root, flooding the nearby streets. The immense noise of the flood reverberated through Konoha, with the entire village acutely aware of the unusual and terrifying tremors. What is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Report. The root headquarters has been attacked. A giant black dragon has overturned the entire base. A Hyuga with Byakugan from the Umbu was the first to report the situation. What? Hiruzen, hearing this, abandoned his Hokage hat and leapt out the window, activating the body flicker technique to race toward the root's location. As he beheld the headquarters transformed into a deep pool, Ryuun's seething fury subsided somewhat. Damn those fools. Whoever arrives today will not be able to save you. Soaked to the skin, Shimura Danzo glared at Lu Yun with a face full of resentment. If his gaze could kill, Lu Yun would have surely been dismembered by now. The entire root base had been uprooted, and Danzo had underestimated the formidable power of Lu Yun's summoning beast, resulting in the near-total destruction of his painstakingly built foundation overnight. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo brazenly unleashed his wind jutsu, spewing forth a series of powerful energy wind bullets. As the jutsu approached, Lu Yun showed no inclination to evade. The black dragon beneath him swung its tail forward, successfully blocking all of Danzo's vacuum spheres. The energy wind bullets, capable of shattering stone, struck the dragon's tough scales, producing a thunderous din. The black dragon felt a slight sting in its tail, but it seemed to suffer nothing more than that. What? Danzo was taken aback to see his summoning beast effortlessly deflecting his attack, disbelief etched across his features. Kill. At that moment, a group of elite root members surrounded them. The earlier jutsu had only left many injured and disheveled, and their primary goal was to topple the base. As seasoned ninjas, they quickly regained their battle posture. Lightning release, thousand birds. Lu Yun swiftly summoned a torrent of electricity between his palms, releasing it into the murky waters beneath him. In an instant, the drenched root ninjas were struck by the electric surge. Naturally, the black dragon was also affected, but its resilience far surpassed that of humans. While the others were left paralyzed and screaming, it merely felt discomfort. I will say this one last time. Hand over my mother, or I will slay you. Lu Yun's voice was icy, his murderous intent barely restrained. His oppressive Three-Tomoe Sharingan fixated on Danzo. If the latter did not comply, Lu Yun would not hesitate to eliminate him. At that moment, Danzo had yet to implant the cells of Hashirama or acquire the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, meaning he had only one life to lose. Chapter 203. Escalating Turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal assurance, you damned lunatic. Danzo could no longer contain his fury and hurled a vehement insult. He quickly formed hand seals and inhaled sharply. Wind release, vacuum wave. A line of wind, possessing terrifying cutting power, sliced toward the boy atop the dragon's head. Lu Yun leaped back, evading the attack just as the wind line crashed into the dragon's horn, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. This pair of horns was the hardest part of the black dragon, effortlessly absorbing the strike without sustaining any damage. Since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish. Lu Yun leaped onto the dragon's back, his palms crackling with electricity, accompanied by the ominous sounds of thunderous birds. Over the murky waters, brilliant blue lightning illuminated the dark night. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of hidden weapons shot toward the boy on the dragon's back. But with a flash of lightning, Lu Yun's figure vanished. Stop! A voice rang out, but Lu Yun had already activated his jutsu, deaf to any other sounds. After dodging the projectiles and landing on the ground, he immediately unleashed the lightning body flicker technique, transforming into a bolt of lightning and dashing toward Danzo. In the split second that Lu Yun's thousand birds was aimed at Danzo's head, another figure possessing incredible speed appeared beside him, extending a large hand to grip Lu Yun's wrist with precision. Lu Yun's attack was abruptly halted, and the figure was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This display of power showcased Hiruzen's terrifying prowess. What on earth is happening? Hiruzen shouted in anger as he forcefully threw Lu Yun away. Lu Yun tumbled through the air, managing to roll and reduce most of his momentum before skidding to a halt on the ground. Make him hand over my mother. Lu Yun was the first to voice his anger. Hiruzen, this child destroyed the root base. He must be eliminated tonight. Danzo, startled by the imminent lightning strike, quickly urged Hiruzen to join him in eliminating this threat. As Hiruzen gazed at the devastated root base, his expression turned grave. However, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, he quickly grasped the situation. You captured his mother? Hiruzen glared at Danzo, his eyes sharp and filled with intensity. If this were true, Danzo's position as the leader of Root would be in jeopardy. I have no idea what this damned brat is talking about. He comes in here raving for someone I don't even know. Danzo, despite his anger, attempted to clarify his stance to prevent further misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen instinctively looked at Lu Yun. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? And she is gone. The only ones with a motive to abduct her are you and I, and only you had the means. Lu Yun spoke with a fierce intensity. The Cloud Ninja Envoy was currently under strict surveillance by Konoha Zumbu, unable to extricate themselves to capture Asuka. Thus, Lu Yun deduced that Danzo was the sole individual capable of orchestrating such an act against him. You lie? Danzo, uncharacteristically, cursed loudly, his usually stoic face flushed with rage. Did you see me capture her? Did you witness me giving the order? You destroy my root based on mere speculation? Hiruzen, is this your prized pupil? Are you going to let this go unchecked? Danzo was eager to eliminate Lu Yun himself, but with Hiruzen blocking his path, he couldn't bypass the Hokage to take action. Are you bold enough to deny your actions? If you do not hand her over today, I will show you what true madness is. Lu Yun executed a body flicker technique, landing atop the black dragon's head. Sensing his intent, the dragon let out a deafening roar. The resounding dragon's cry echoed throughout Konoha, awakening many villagers from their slumber. As they felt the overwhelming chakra emanating from the summoning beast and its imposing presence, several instinctively took a step back, intimidated by its might. Both Hiruzen and Danzo's expressions changed upon hearing that roar. The dragon contained a tremendous energy fluctuation. In terms of chakra, it could rival a tailed beast. If this creature were to rampage, even if Konoha managed to subdue it, many lives would undoubtedly be lost. Enough. Send it back. I will dispatch someone to help you find Asuka. I will also investigate whether this was truly Danzo's doing, and if it is, I will not be lenient. Hiruzen declared with a grim expression. Upon hearing Hiruzen's assurance, Lu Yun felt a measure of calmness return. At this moment, he needed the Hokage's power to expedite the search for Asuka. Reckless slaughter would serve no purpose and would only complicate matters further. What? He destroyed the root base tonight, and there are casualties among its members. Hiruzen, you can't let this go unpunished. Danzo's voice boomed, his agitation palpable. I will handle it. I do not require your reminders. Hiruzen could no longer contain his fury and shouted back. This evening, he has been restless, feeling as though his head might explode. His mood has plunged to an unbearable low. You. Very well. I shall observe how you intend to address these matters. If you fail to adhere to the laws of Konoha, do not blame me for turning against you and seeking the daimyo to arbitrate. With these words, Shimura Danzo departed, taking all the root members with him. As Danzo left, Lu Yun felt a mix of reluctance and helplessness. Old Hei, you should return for now, he said after a moment, addressing the black dragon at his feet. Take care of yourself. If necessary, you know what to do. The black dragon glanced around at the numerous Konoha ninjas present, subtly offering a warning. Yes, I understand, Lu Yun replied. If he were to face an insurmountable crisis, the Dragon Cave would employ reverse summoning techniques to rescue him. His previous interactions with the three beautiful snake ladies in the Dragon Cave were not without reason, ensuring a degree of safety. However, until he found Asuka, he would never abandon his mother to flee alone. With a loud bang, the black dragon exploded into smoke, vanishing from Konoha. I will assist you in finding your mother. But until then, I must restrict your personal freedom, Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly as he approached Ryuun. Whatever, Ryuun replied after a brief silence. As Hokage, Hiruzen could not show favoritism in front of others, and Ryuun did not wish to complicate matters for him. At this moment, he only desired to locate his mother swiftly. Asuka was merely an ordinary person, and Ryuun was deeply concerned for her safety. Chapter 204. Who is the mastermind? Over-reliance on the plot. Clang. With the sound of the detention room's iron door closing, Ryuun found himself confined in a secluded chamber, his freedom curtailed, and a captain from the Umbu personally guarding him to prevent any further disturbances in Konoha. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he forced himself to calm down, momentarily setting aside his worries for Asuka, and instead meticulously recalled the chain of events from that evening. Everything that transpired tonight felt eerily peculiar, filled with too many coincidences. He sensed an invisible hand orchestrating the night's events. First, there was his oversight in allowing a survivor. Even now, he could not fathom where this fourth cloud ninja had emerged from, especially since this individual had participated in the abduction of Kushina yet remained hidden throughout. There was evidently a significant issue at play. Ryuun had remained concealed, observing the three cloud ninjas abducting Kushina because he was familiar with the plot and intended to eliminate them secretly after they had left the village. His reasoning and motives were clear. Yet, if this fourth cloud ninja was involved in the abduction, why had he remained hidden? Had he recognized Ryuun earlier? If so, why did he not alert his companions to halt the abduction, instead watching as his comrades were slain and then retreating to report this incident, leading to widespread notoriety? If the individual was indeed a cloud ninja, such behavior was illogical. Their motives were neither clear nor straightforward. Ryuun suspected that he was not a true cloud ninja, but rather a spy embedded among them, acting solely to target him. On the surface, it appeared directed at him. Yet Ryuun did not dismiss the possibility that someone was using him as bait to instigate conflict between the Fire and Thunder nations. At his tender age, the youngest hero of Konoha had risen to fame too early. As the saying goes, fame brings fear. Other nations, beyond Fire and Thunder, might harbor grievances against him. Ryuun recognized the presence of a problem, yet he could not discern the identity of the mastermind behind it all. As the one who had personally defeated the demigod Hanzo, there were countless individuals in the ninja world who wished for his demise. At this moment, Uchiha Ryuun's reputation in the ninja world far surpassed that within Konoha. The internal narrative portrayed a united front of the three legendary ninjas alongside Ryuun triumphing over Hanzo. Yet the information circulating outside Konoha diverged greatly from that within the Land of Fire. Across the nations of the ninja world, Ryuun's name carried a weight that surpassed even that of the famed Three Ninjas. Although he lacked a formal title, his name had become synonymous with power. After all, Hanzo himself had publicly acknowledged his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Ryuun, declaring him the strongest lightning user he had ever encountered, even surpassing previous Raikage. Hanzo's reputation, both in strength and character, commanded respect within the ninja world. When he claimed Ryuun was formidable, it was an undeniable truth. To be defeated by a mere boy rendered Ryuun a figure of caution for all nations. A boy capable of besting a demigod might be contested as a true deity. Yet the consensus that he was the closest to divinity, the most likely to ascend to godhood, was widely accepted throughout the ninja world. This young prodigy, now merely 13, could, given another 10 or 20 years, reach the pinnacle of power, potentially becoming a being greater than a demigod, a notion that would not seem far-fetched. Ryuun currently stood as a hero of the Land of Fire. Yet he was a public enemy in the ninja world. Anyone could potentially target him. Thus, analyzing potential adversaries based on grievances and benefits became an arduous task. Unable to ascertain the mastermind's identity, Ryuun turned his thoughts back to Asuka. Even now, he remained convinced that Shimura Danzo was the primary suspect in his mother's abduction. Danzo had personal grievances against him. This was private. His intention to use Ryuun's mother to restrain him, preventing rebellion or defection, thereby using him as a sacrificial pawn to resolve the conflict between Fire and Thunder, was public. For both personal and public reasons, Danzo possessed both motive and justification for abducting his mother. Ryuun would not trust Danzo's vehement denial. After all, he would never admit to having taken the mother of Konoha's hero in front of others. Even privately, he would not divulge such information to Ryuun, as it would only lead to unnecessary complications. Moreover, The intentions of the Land of Thunder remained uncertain. Whether they viewed Liu Yun as a sacrificial pawn was still unclear. If Danzo were to confess to abducting Asuka at this juncture, it would undoubtedly lead to a detrimental situation for him. Even if he had indeed taken Asuka, he would likely threaten Liu Yun at a critical moment, achieving his goals in one fell swoop. Admitting to the abduction prematurely would be a foolish move for Danzo. Setting aside Danzo for the moment, Uchiha's elder also bore some suspicion, albeit minor. With his grandson Uchiha Fugaku's captaincy usurped by Liu Yun, the elder had some motive for malice, as eliminating Liu Yun would pave the way for Fugaku's ascension. However, the timing was off, hence Liu Yun had not pursued this line of thought further. Might the mastermind who infiltrated the Cloud Ninja delegation be the same individual responsible for his mother's abduction? Liu Yun's eyes widened at this chilling possibility. No. To orchestrate all of this while remaining undetected would be exceedingly challenging. No one in the ninja world possessed such strategic prowess. Liu Yun instinctively dismissed this notion, believing the two events to be unrelated. No, that is not right. If we speak of strategic prowess, there is perhaps one individual who stands out. Liu Yun suddenly recalled a man he had previously dismissed. That man is Uchiha Obito. Could it be that Uchiha Obito has orchestrated a scheme against him? Liu Yun's instincts suggest it is indeed possible, and there exists a motive. However, being well-versed in the narrative, he instinctively ruled Obito out due to his knowledge of the original plot, which indicated that the kidnapping of Kushina did not involve Obito. Moreover, Liu Yun had previously analyzed, C-199, that the timing was not ripe. Even if Obito had taken notice of him, he would likely not act so swiftly. His excessive trust in the storyline led him to overlook this massive shadowy hand. Fortunately, Liu Yun has somewhat adjusted his mindset, beginning to harbor doubts and wariness towards Obito. Crafting a scheme against a time traveler who possesses knowledge of the vast majority of the ninja world's narrative and future is inherently challenging. Liu Yun currently holds far too little information to discern the true puppeteer. However, as long as the hidden hand continues to target him, he is confident that he will soon unveil it. Chapter 205. The elusive threat from the village hidden in the clouds. Early in the morning, the ninja forces from the Uchiha clan, poised for deployment, congregated at the village gates of Konoha. The originally appointed team leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had now been replaced by Uchiha Liu Yun, only to be reverted back to Fugaku once again. This sudden change left many clan members astonished. In their hearts, they believed that Uchiha Fugaku could hardly be compared to Uchiha Liu Yun. One had forged his strength through sheer prowess, while the other had been propped up by family lineage. On the battlefield, where lives are at stake, it is common sense to select a commander who is not only powerful, but also possesses combat experience. Fugaku had never seen battle, lacked war experience, and was not among the elite in strength. While many clan members dared not voice their dissent openly, they internally resented him. However, bound by family loyalty and the directives of Konoha, the lower-ranking ninjas could only obediently follow orders. This battle, I shall prove that I am no weaker than him, and I shall lead our clan to ultimate victory. Uchiha Fugaku silently vowed to himself. He yearned to distinguish himself. Upon hearing that Liu Yun had usurped his position, he felt as though his life had dimmed, and he began to wallow in self-pity. Yet, when news of Liu Yun's predicament reached him in the early hours, he realized he had another opportunity to shine. As the appointed leader, if he could lead the clan to triumph in this war, the accolades from this victory, combined with his influence within the family, would make him the uncontested head of the Uchiha clan. Even if Liu Yun were to gain renown in the future, it would no longer concern him. Let us set forth. With a grand gesture, Uchiha Fugaku commanded the Uchiha ninja forces to march orderly towards the battlefield of wind and fire. The tumult of the previous night appeared not to have affected the machinery of war in Konoha. Reinforcements to the battlefield were not delayed, and the conflict persisted unabated. Today, the sensory ninjas of the Umbu received a unified command to locate a missing purple-haired woman. The third Hokage issued a strict order, mandating that everyone must find Asuka within the day. Regrettably, despite the relentless search conducted by the sensory ninjas, they could not uncover a trace of her. It was as if she had vanished from existence. Is my mother still missing? In the confinement room, this was Liu Yun's sixth inquiry. Since being deprived of his freedom, he had asked the captain of the Umbu guard about news of his mother every hour or so, only to be met with disappointment each time. Despite Konoha's earnest efforts, they remained unable to locate her. I cannot remain here. I must search for her myself. Lu Yun's face was etched with impatience and concern. He felt he could no longer waste time in this place. At the very least, he needed to join the search to quell his inner turmoil. Previously, when he had been on the battlefield for over half a year, parting from Asuka had not stirred any deep emotions within him. Yet now, with his mother merely missing for half a day, he felt as though the world was collapsing around him. Only in times of crisis did he realize how profoundly important Asuka was to him. His heart was engulfed by panic and worry, leaving no room for contemplation of anything else. You cannot leave. Last night, you promised the Hokage that you would obey orders. The Umbu captain gazed sternly at the youth in the confinement room. He also promised to help me find my mother. If he cannot do that, then I shall seek her myself. Lu Yun replied coldly, his eyes reddened. As his words fell, a tempestuous lightning began to emanate from him. Calm yourself. It has only been half a day. We will surely find your mother. You must also have faith in the Hokage. The Umbu captain hurriedly implored. As he spoke, he subtly signaled the two nearby jonin to prepare for potential combat. Seeing the lightning show no signs of abating, the Umbu captain could only press on with his persuasion. Konoha is making every effort to locate your mother. Everyone is assisting you. At such a time, do not add to the Hokage's burdens and chaos. The Hokage has ordered us to remain here. If you insist on leaving, you will have to fight us. We may not be your match, but we can at least delay you. When reinforcements arrive, you will again have to confront the Hokage. Ultimately, you will still be unable to pursue your search. Upon hearing the captain's words, the lightning that had coiled around Lu Yun began to recede. There was merit to his reasoning, and it indeed helped him regain some semblance of calm. If my mother is not found before nightfall, I hope you will not obstruct me any longer. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Lu Yun resumed a seated position on the ground. His head bowed as he spoke softly. At this pronouncement, the three Umbu members were immediately covered in goosebumps. At that moment, only a fool would consider it a jest. The terrifying killing intent emanating from the youth, which had been forcibly suppressed, instilled a deep sense of alarm in them. Seeing the nearly uncontrollable prodigy regain his composure, the three simultaneously exhaled in relief. With nearly 4 hours remaining until nightfall, there remained a glimmer of hope for finding Asuka. If all else fails, they would report to the third Hokage within an hour of nightfall and request his direct intervention in this pressing matter. While Lu Yun was confined, the Cloud Ninja successfully relayed all information from the previous night back to the village hidden in the clouds. Within the Raikage's office, the third Raikage, upon receiving the envoy's correspondence, wore a grim expression and promptly convened a high-level meeting. After an hour of brief deliberation, the Cloud Ninja reached a consensus. Since the plan to undermine Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had failed, they resolved to seize this opportunity to let Konoha self-inflict harm by eliminating the most menacing prodigy in the entire ninja world. The upper echelon of the Cloud Village intended to employ the old strategy of intimidation to threaten Konoha. They unanimously believed that Konoha would not dare to engage in conflict with the village hidden in the clouds at this juncture. Facing two major ninja nations and a predatory rogue state, the Cloud Village neither believed that Konoha possessed the capability nor the audacity to confront them. Furthermore, the envoy Sachi emphasized this point in his letter, asserting that coercion would be effective and urging the Cloud Village to heed his advice. The united will of the Cloud Shinobi has reached a consensus, leading to a letter of grave severity and abundant threats dispatched from the Raikage building to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon perusing the Raikage's personal missive, the third Hokage's visage contorted with fury, his flushed face swiftly adopting the hue of a pig's liver. When the correspondence reached the hands of the two Hokage advisors, they could no longer suppress their trepidation and apprehension towards the Cloud Shinobi, and brazenly proposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen the cold-blooded sacrifice of Uchiha Ryuun to avert a conflict with the Cloud Village. Chapter 206. It is time for Ryuun to fulfill the will of fire, a threat from the Root Ninja. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? He is the hero of Konoha who triumphed in the Fire and Rain War. To suggest his sacrifice as if it were trivial, have you contemplated the ensuing ramifications? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. Ryuun not only embodies the spirit of Konoha, but is also his cherished pupil, a fact he refrained from voicing. For it might seem like favoritism. Should he relinquish Ryuun, how would his beloved disciple Orochimaru perceive him? Surely, he would harbor a deep-seated resentment. We have indeed considered it. Yet now is not the time for such deliberations. The accursed third Raikage has threatened war unless Ryuun is executed. What course of action do you propose? Should we wage war for a single individual? You claim we have not thought through the consequences. Have you regarded the current implications? Can the Land of Fire confront 3 major ninja nations simultaneously? Can Konoha withstand the might of the 3 most formidable ninja villages? Toka Kinomoto interjected, her countenance equally grim, countering with pointed questions. Hiruzen, last night he obliterated the root base and injured numerous members of our ranks. These are Konoha ninjas. Even if we do not utilize him to mend grievances, he must still face the law. You know well that breaching a military installation such as Root is a capital offense. This matter cannot be shielded, and I shall not hesitate to inform you that Danzo has escalated this issue to the daimyo, Mito Gate, and responded. The 2 advisors, one pressing Hiruzen to make a decision from a strategic standpoint, and the other persuading him from a legal perspective, aimed to sway him to relinquish Uchiha Ryuun, alleviating the pressure on his conscience while prioritizing the greater good. Their words swiftly undermined Hiruzen's already wavering stance. The underlying implication was clear. Ryuun had blood on his hands from his own comrades. Abandoning him was the correct choice. Sacrificing Ryuun could resolve all conflicts and alleviate the immense internal pressure on Hiruzen. How am I to face Orochimaru? He is still on the front lines. And how shall I confront Ryuun? Hiruzen slumped despondently into his chair. You are the Hokage. Your duty is to the villagers of Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. Not merely to a handful of individuals, Toka admonished relentlessly. Enough, Toka. You must also understand Hiruzen's predicament, Mito interjected, halting her reproach. Hiruzen, do you not often proclaim him the inheritor of the will of fire? Have you forgotten the essence of this will? Mito's gaze bore into the dejected Hokage. The will of fire embodies the spirit of self-sacrifice for the illumination of Konoha, a quintessential devotion to the greater good. Hiruzen often espoused the will of fire. Now was the moment for his esteemed disciple to embody that principle. The mention of the will of fire jolted Hiruzen from his reverie, his eyes widening in realization. Within the confines of the detention room, an eerie silence enveloped the space as the youth sat cross-legged, disturbingly placid. As time progressed, the captain of the Umbu began to feel an unusual tension, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If Ryuun had been demanding to know the whereabouts of Asuka, the pressure might have been more manageable. Yet, his unsettling calmness hinted at the tempest brewing beneath the surface. One could never be certain that this prodigy would not eliminate all obstacles in his path. Contemplating this, the Umbu captain signaled to a nearby Jonin to seek the 3rd Hokage and request his presence to quell the situation. Mere minutes after the Jonin departed, a root ninja clad in an enigmatic mask entered the detention facility and approached the Umbu captain. By order of Lord Danzo, I require a private conversation with Uchiha Ryuun. The root ninja stated plainly. Without the Hokage's express command, no one is permitted to approach Uchiha Ryuun, the Umbu captain replied coldly. Resolute in his duty to uphold the Hokage's authority. This concerns his mother, the root ninja explained. Upon hearing this, Ryuun's scarlet eyes snapped open, realizing that Shimura Danzo was initiating his next move. Leave us, Ryuun commanded imperiously, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The Umbu captain hesitated, but Ryuun interrupted, his Sharingan fixed upon him with an icy glare. There are no exceptions. Do you believe this modest confinement can restrain me? I shall not repeat myself. I merely wish to convey a few words. This will not hinder your mission and may even prove beneficial, the root ninja stated blandly. Upon hearing this, and observing Ryuun's demeanor, the Umbu captain ultimately acquiesced, allowing the two to converse privately while he leaned in to eavesdrop. Alas, his hopes were dashed. Once the root ninja closed the door, the room fell into an eerie silence, rendering their conversation inaudible, evidently shielded by some form of soundproof barrier. You are correct. Your mother is indeed in our custody. If you do not wish to see her become a cold corpse, it would be wise to cooperate with Konoha's arrangements. Should you attempt to escape this confinement or seek to confront us, we will not hesitate to execute Asuka. Feel free to test our resolve, the root ninja coldly observed, unperturbed by Ryuun's blood-red Sharingan. If any harm befalls my mother, I vow to eradicate every last one of you despicable fiends. Should she perish, the entire Shimura clan will accompany her in death, Ryuun proclaimed, his hands flexing as he bent the reinforced steel bars before him, creating an opening large enough for his passage. I've delivered my message. You may certainly attempt to leave and see for yourself." The root ninja chuckled, even behind his mask. Ryuun could perceive the mocking glint in his eyes. "I advise you not to probe the limits of Root's patience. Should you disobey, you risk your mother's life," he concluded, and in an instant, he transformed into a plume of smoke. Danzo. Ryuun could no longer contain the seething fury within him, unleashing a thunderous roar imbued with formidable chakra that reverberated throughout the detention facility. Chapter 207. No one shall dictate my demise. Danzo is unjustly accused. In the Hokage building prior to nightfall, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving the report from the Umbu regarding Ryuun's confinement, hastily made his way to the detention center, skipping dinner in his urgency. However, upon his arrival at the confinement chamber where Lu Yun was held, he found the latter sitting quietly on the ground. Despite the steel pipe before him being violently torn apart, Lu Yun had not breached their agreement by attempting to escape. This adherence to the pact brought him a measure of comfort, yet it also stirred within him a profound sense of regret. The true reason for Lu Yun's inaction stemmed from the threats posed by the root ninja. He feared that if he ventured out, he might not only fail to locate anyone, but also inadvertently cause Asuka's demise. The root ninja had departed hastily, showing no intention of granting him the opportunity to see Asuka, and despite his anger and frustration, Lu Yun dared not act recklessly. Now, with the Hokage's solitary arrival, an opportune moment for confrontation presented itself. "How do you intend to deal with me?" Lu Yun coldly regarded him, the detachment and indifference in his gaze and voice unmistakable. His initial inquiry was not about whether his mother had been found, but rather a direct demand for clarity on his fate, which took Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. "Child, grant me a little more time, and I shall strive to find your mother," Sarutobi Hiruzen assured him once more. "I ask you, how do you wish to handle my situation?" Lu Yun brusquely interrupted, reiterating his question. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in silence, and after a long pause, spoke with calm resolve. "The village hidden in the leaves has declared their intention for war. They urge me to abandon you in exchange for peace." Lu Yun's pupils constricted sharply at Sarutobi Hiruzen's candid statement. He was not surprised by the outcome, but rather astonished that the Hokage would be so forthright. "And what is your decision?" Lu Yun inquired, his expression void of emotion. "In a place where leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will illuminate the village, and new leaves shall sprout." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not directly respond, but recited a passage about the will of fire. The original intention behind the founding of Konoha by the first Hokage was to ensure that the next generation could thrive. The will of fire speaks of the old leaves burning to provide light and warmth for the new ones to flourish. As Hokage, how could one expect the tender shoots yet to unfurl to serve as fuel? "You are but a child," Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded before departing. Lu Yun was left in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the words struck a chord within him. Truthfully, at that moment, a desire to contribute and sacrifice for Konoha and the Hokage blossomed in his heart, though this sentiment was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it arose. "No one can compel me to die, not even the will of fire," Lu Yun murmured softly, within the confines of a room in the detention center. The captain of the Umbu squad reported to the third Hokage regarding the root ninja's visit to Lu Yun. "You mean to say that the root ninja possesses information about his mother?" After meeting with Lu Yun, the child suddenly quelled his urge to leave and stabilized. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened instinctively. Indeed, the captain's confirmation darkened Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately. Given the circumstances, he could now assert with absolute certainty that Shimura Danzo was the mastermind behind Asuka's abduction. He was incredulous that his old partner could engage in such despicable treachery. Yet considering Danzo's radical and obsessive nature, coupled with his unscrupulous methods, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of inevitability. He had long harbored suspicions about Danzo. Otherwise, how could the entire Umbu be conducting a thorough search and still come up empty-handed? However, it was utterly unacceptable for Danzo to conceal the truth from him while continuously denying his involvement. Anger surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen as he made his way back to the confinement chamber to inquire about what the root ninja had conveyed to Lu Yun. Regrettably, Lu Yun did not respond to his questions, but this silence only solidified Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions. Thus, upon returning to the Hokage building, he immediately summoned Danzo to meet with him. Today, Danzo felt truly wronged. He had done nothing, yet he was incessantly accused of abducting Uchiha Ryuun's mother. I did not do it. If you allege that I did, present the evidence. Otherwise, even if you are the Hokage, I will not let this go, Danzo exclaimed. His face flushed with rage as he forcefully struck the ground with his cane. You did not do it? Then why did you send someone to seek out Uchiha Ryuun this afternoon? Was it not to threaten him with Asuka's safety to keep him compliant? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. Preposterous. Why would I send anyone to find him? Who the hell claims I sent someone to seek him out? Danzo erupted in anger. Indeed, a root ninja did enter the detention center, bearing the root's orders, and clearly stated that you dispatched him. Both the captain and the staff at the detention center can attest to this. An Umbu Jounin who was overseeing Ryuun spoke up. Upon hearing this testimony, Danzo's face betrayed a look of shock. What else do you have to say, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was laced with unmistakable fury. There is something amiss. Someone not only abducted that woman, but also masqueraded as a root ninja, misleading you all with false orders. Danzo finally grasped that someone was deliberately orchestrating events to ensnare him. What kind of mask did the root ninja wear? Was there anything amiss with the orders? Danzo hurriedly inquired, his expression revealing his growing concern, which caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to feel uncertain. The orders were legitimate. As for the mask, the Umbu Jounin pondered for a moment before utilizing a transformation technique to replicate the peculiar mask's appearance. The owner of this mask has already perished in last night's incident. Danzo could not suppress a gasp. The unfortunate individual was confirmed dead, leading Danzo to suspect that there was an insider within the root. Upon hearing that there was no evidence to counter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Enough, Danzo. You need not continue this charade. I am well aware of your character. I advise you to release Asuka immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion. He resolved not to place his trust in Danzo's deceitful words any longer. Chapter 208. The Roots Beneath the Mud. Konoha's betrayal. You scoundrel. What charade am I performing? You foolish man. It is clear that someone is scheming against me. Enough. Danzo's furious retort was swiftly eclipsed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's even greater ire. Rising to his feet, he bellowed, interrupting Danzo's tirade, and slammed his hand down onto the desk, shattering it to pieces. Effective immediately, I am relieving you of your position as the leader of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was grim as he wielded the authority of the Hokage. Summon everyone in the Umbu. Conduct thorough interrogations of the root ninjas to extract information regarding Asuka. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued an extensive task, clearly pushed to the brink. The two Hokage advisors, witnessing the scene, were at a loss for words. They too suspected that Danzo had orchestrated Asuka's abduction. Utilizing Asuka to manipulate Uchiha Ryuun was entirely in line with the root's tactics. Although such methods were underhanded, they understood Danzo's reasoning. After all, it was for the sake of Konoha. To avoid sacrificing Uchiha Ryuun, war with the village hidden in the clouds loomed. A scenario no one wished to confront. Losing one life was preferable to the deaths of thousands. This sentiment resonated with both advisors. They comprehended Danzo's motives. Yet they also understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed by rage. The bottom line for Sarutobi Hiruzen is to ensure that Ryuun finds Asuka. He has repeatedly made promises in front of Ryuun, yet he has been unable to ascertain Asuka's whereabouts. He firmly believes that Ryuun is the inheritor of the will of fire, and even when the moment comes for sacrifice, this child will make the right choice. To him, Danzo's abduction of Asuka would only lead to Ryuun losing control. Moreover, the other party is the mother of a Konoha hero. Targeting women and children is, in Hiruzen's eyes, utterly unforgivable. Humph, Hiruzen, after all these years of growing up together, you not only doubt me, but even aid the wicked in tarnishing my name. Danzo retorted with a bitter smile, his gaze toward Hiruzen filled with profound disappointment and a chilling intent to kill. And you all must think I am the one behind this, right? Danzo said, glancing at the two Hokage advisors. Indeed. You bask in the sunlight of the leaves while I remain buried in the depths of darkness. I am the one doing the dirty work. And you self-righteous individuals deem me despicable and unscrupulous. Leaves washed by rain can be renewed, yet roots remain in the mud, forever despised. Danzo, suppressing his fury, spoke with an unsettling calmness. Regardless of your thoughts or the decisions of the third Hokage, I did not commit this act. You will regret the decisions made today. Especially you, Hiruzen. Pointing his cane at Hiruzen was a blatant display of disrespect toward the current Hokage. After uttering these words, he walked out of the Hokage's office, leaving without even slamming the door, which took everyone by surprise with its unexpected calmness. That night, the dimly lit detention center saw the arrival of 10 elite jonin, all assigned with a singular task: to monitor Uchiha Ryuun, who was confined within. Later that night, the two Hokage advisors entered the detention room and engaged in a lengthy conversation with Ryuun. Their intentions were clear: to elucidate the current tense situation and the immense pressure facing the third Hokage, subtly implying that Konoha could not guarantee his safety. They aimed to persuade Ryuun to willingly sacrifice himself, assuring him they would find Asuka, hoping he would consider the greater good and prevent Konoha from descending into a three-front war. For the indoctrinated ninjas of Konoha, the advisors' rhetoric could easily sway over 90% of them. The spirit of sacrifice was not lacking among Konoha's shinobi. Coupled with the prior emotionally charged words of the third Hokage, the success rate of convincing a Konoha ninja to die unconditionally could exceed 98%. Unfortunately for them, Ryuun was not a typical Konoha ninja. The brainwashing had an effect on him, but only to a limited extent. He remained resolute in his belief that he was the true embodiment of the greater good. I know you want me to be the sacrificial lamb, wanting my life. If that's what it takes, fine, but I must see my mother first. Until I see her, I want to hand over my life to you. After silently listening to the lengthy discourse from the two advisors, Ryuun finally spoke up. To the advisors, his words seemed reasonable. Yet they could not locate the person they had promised to find. Their assurances were merely empty rhetoric. Not only were the advisors speaking in vain, but Hiruzen's previous statements were also hollow. If he truly cared for Ryuun's safety, these two old men would not be here tonight. Ryuun found their duplicity repugnant. Of course, Ryuun's own words were also empty. As long as he could see Asuka again, he would unhesitatingly break free from Konoha's confinement and flee with her. If the Land of Thunder desired war, then so be it. He would no longer concern himself with Konoha's fate. This cold, heartless place was no longer worthy of his attachment. He had contributed significantly to Konoha, sacrificing enough, only to face betrayal in return. Rest assured, we will find your mother. Midogate and Narashikaku reiterated their promise. Since an agreement had seemingly been reached, and Ryuun had consented to make a sacrifice, they planned to privately confront Danzo to urge him to release her. I hope you can keep your word and not just feed me empty promises. Ryuun coldly fixed his crimson Sharingan on them. Absolutely not, they quickly assured, feeling an immense pressure. The entire village was mobilizing to search for her. Hiruzen had not only dispatched people to investigate the root members, but the search area was even extending beyond the village. The two advisors did not believe that Asuka could vanish without a trace. If someone had indeed taken her, there would be clues left behind. With the entire village's strength, they were confident they could find her given enough time. Ryuun refrained from leaving, knowing that the threat loomed large and that with so many searching, their collective efforts would surely yield better results than his solitary attempts. Moreover, as time passed, he believed that even if Danzo had taken her, the pressure would eventually force him to release her. Chapter 209. The relentless pressure from the Cloud Ninjas, the meeting of the Uchiha Elders Madara. The sensing ninjas from Konoha are approaching. It's no longer safe here. In a concealed cave deep within the Death Forest near Konoha, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment before falling silent. After a while, he regained his focus and instructed the white Zetsu. Take her deeper into the Death Forest to hide. Wait for my signal before bringing her back. Based on rough estimates, this matter would come to a conclusion within 23 days. After all, the warlike faction from the Cloud Village would not afford Konoha much time. The white Zetsu nodded in acknowledgement and lifted the unconscious woman from the ground, heading deeper into the forest without looking back. Have you discerned which of the Uchiha elders is the most vulnerable? Madara asked, toying with a golden bell bracelet, not lifting his gaze from the nearby white Zetsu. It should be the fifth elder, Uchiha Ryuun. He only has one Jonin bodyguard, making him relatively easier to deal with, the white Zetsu replied with a sinister smile. Then lead the way to Uchiha Ryuun. The following day, in the reception hall of the Hokage building, how long will you keep us waiting? When will Konoha execute Uchiha Ryuun? The leader of the Cloud Ninja delegation, Sachi, demanded loudly from the two Hokage advisors. Do not think you can muddle through this situation. If you do not provide a clear answer today, prepare for war. Frustrated by the absence of the Hokage, or perhaps the Hokage's unwillingness to meet them, he vented his anger on the two advisors. Is there any room for negotiation? Perhaps a monetary compensation? Nara Shikaku attempted to salvage the situation, suggesting that the purpose of the negotiations was to spare Uchiha Ryuun. This child was far too important to Konoha. Sacrificing him would have monumental repercussions, unless absolutely necessary. One should not kill without cause. What? Compensation? What a joke. You think you can brush aside a murder with money? I shall eliminate your entire family and then compensate you. Would you be willing? If so, bring your family here, for every life lost in your family. We of Yuan Hidden Village shall compensate you accordingly. Sachi exclaimed angrily, showing no regard for dignity. Emboldened by the unwavering support from Yuan Hidden Village that allowed him to act without restraint. With a reliable backing, he no longer felt the need to regard even the Hokage of Konoha with respect. The two advisors of the Hokage turned pale upon hearing his words, and Nara Shikamaru pointed furiously at this insolent man, his face flushed with anger. What do you mean by that? You two are merely seeking to provoke us. Have you not read the letter from our Reikage? He demands blood for blood from Uchiha Ryuun. He must die, and there is no room for negotiation. Sachi's demeanor was exceedingly rude and unyielding, yet the two Hokage advisors found themselves powerless against him, unable to devise any effective negotiating strategy. They had already discussed all matters the previous day, but the Yuun shinobi steadfastly insisted on Uchiha Ryuun's blood debt being repaid. And the leader of the Yuun shinobi delegation would not yield, resolutely stating that unless Uchiha Ryuun was executed before their eyes, war would be the only remaining path. Faced with the relentless pressure from the Yuun shinobi, the two advisors felt an overwhelming mix of fury and immense pressure. How could they easily bring about Uchiha Ryuun's demise? He had made it clear that he would not surrender his life to Konoha without seeing his mother, and a forced action could lead to significant consequences, potentially resulting in considerable casualties. After all, he was a being capable of defeating a demigod, and underestimating him due to his age could prove fatal. Konoha's higher-ups sought to avoid any further bloodshed. I shall say this one last time. If I do not receive a response today, and if I do not see Uchiha Ryuun's corpse tomorrow, I will send word back to Yuan Hidden Village and declare the negotiations a failure. A failed negotiation would signify the onset of war. With that, the leader of the Yuun shinobi delegation left the Hokage building without a backward glance. Damn it! Nara Shikamaru fumed as he kicked over the office desk in frustration, his expression darkening. After searching for Ryuun the previous night, they had hurried to find Shimura Danzo, only to be met with a closed door and a threat of severing ties. Unable to locate Danzo, and with Ryuun unwilling to sacrifice himself, their repeated failures in negotiations left them utterly exhausted, deeply concerned for the future of Konoha, yet they found themselves incapable of resolving even a single difficulty. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, the five elders convened an urgent meeting to discuss Ryuun's predicament. Given the gravity of the situation in Konoha and Ryuun's affiliation with the Uchiha clan, they decided it was prudent to inform the Uchiha of all developments to avert more significant troubles in the future. Ryuun is a hero of Konoha, and also a hero of our Uchiha clan. Now that he is in dire straits, we must find a way to assist him, proposed the second elder of the Uchiha clan. He believed the clan should protect this child, considering their shared lineage and Ryuun's immense potential, which made him a worthy investment for the future. But how can we help? Even if we pooled the entire strength of the clan, it may not suffice. And do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen does not wish to save Ryuun? Let us not forget that the boy is also his grand student. If the esteemed Hokage cannot protect him and is forced to consider sacrificing Ryuun, what can we do, even if we know the circumstances? The fourth elder spoke bluntly, causing a hush to fall over the assembly. His words rendered everyone present speechless. Even the second elder was momentarily left without retort. This was no longer merely a matter of their desire to save him, but rather a realization of their complete inability to do so. They wished to rescue him without igniting a war, yet the Yuun Hidden Village would never relent on this matter. The elders engaged in a lengthy discussion, yet not a single word offered a solution, rendering their dialogue nearly futile. It seemed they could only acquiesce to Konoha's will and witness the sacrifice of Uchiha Ryuun. Each elder present voiced their opinions, but the fifth elder, Uchiha Yang, remained silent throughout. As the meeting drew to a close, he suddenly stood and smiled, declaring, I believe I have conceived a perfect solution to our predicament. Chapter 210. Forbidden Technique is Anaji, the deluded stakeholder. What good solution could you possibly have? The fourth elder could not help but roll his eyes in response. Uchiha Ryuun, who was not particularly bright on a regular day, was met with skepticism. Everyone believed Ryuun was beyond saving. How could Uchiha Ryuun possibly have a viable plan? Please, enlighten us, the Uchiha clan's elders said. In a situation like Ryuun's, perhaps only our Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques can save him. Have you all forgotten about Izanagi? Upon hearing Uchiha Yang's words, the room fell into a stunned silence. All eyes widened in disbelief. They merely needed to hear the name of this forbidden technique to grasp Uchiha Yang's intention. To them, it appeared that Uchiha Ryuun had indeed proposed an exceptional idea, and perhaps the only feasible one to extricate Ryuun from his current plight. Brilliant. Old Yang, how could you conceive such an excellent plan? The second elder of the Uchiha clan could not help but applaud and praise. This is indeed a sound strategy. The Uchiha clan's elder nodded in agreement at that moment. Since this idea originated from me, I shall go find that child. Elder, you are responsible for communicating this matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe he would not wish to see Ryuun sacrificed, Uchiha Ryuun proposed. I support Old Yang's suggestion. The second elder stood to voice his agreement. With the discussion reaching this point, the Uchiha clan's elder could only nod in cursory approval, despite his reluctance. He knew better than to utter words that could undermine unity at such a critical juncture, nor could he display indifference, lest he invite gossip given his esteemed position as the Uchiha clan's elder. It is settled then. The Uchiha clan's elder made the decision and then began discussing the forbidden technique. Do you understand the detailed usage and information regarding Izanagi, Elder Yang? If you are not sufficiently informed, you may visit the clan's shrine to consult the forbidden scrolls or transcribe the necessary information. This was his way of granting Uchiha Yang the authorization to access the forbidden technique. Of course, no one in the Uchiha clan understands Izanagi better than I do. Uchiha Yang replied cryptically. The third and fourth elders shot him disdainful glances, thinking that his bravado was excessive for someone of his age and status. Even the Uchiha clan's elder furrowed his brow slightly, clearly sharing this sentiment. You, the weakest in attendance and the eldest among us, should think twice before making such claims. As if you have personally wielded Izanagi. Who could possibly know it better than you? Yet the four elders refrained from openly confronting him. And thus the high-level clan meeting came to a close. As dusk fell within the confinement chamber, a figure wearing a peculiar mask abruptly emerged from the ground. Clutching an envelope, the moment he materialized, Ryuun swiftly moved, seizing the intruder's neck with a powerful grip. Bang! The intruder was instantly reduced to smoke by the force of Ryuun's grip. Clearly, it was yet another shadow clone. This technique, combined with transformation, mirrored the tactics he had previously employed to vex Uchiha Madara. He was now personally experiencing the sensation of being toyed with by the sixth. What was happening? An elite ninja sensed an anomaly within the confinement chamber and rushed over to investigate, yet Ryuun chose to ignore his presence. This shadow clone, having emerged from the depths, was capable of evading everyone to stand before him, indicating that the true self must possess considerable strength. Unfortunately, the opponent acted with excessive caution, leaving Ryuun unable to grasp the essence of his being. He returned to a seated position on the ground, disregarding the Konoha Jonin stationed outside the confinement chamber, and opened the envelope that had been delivered to him. Inside the envelope lay an uneven hard object, and the moment Ryuun extracted it, his heart instinctively jolted. It was a beautifully crafted golden bell bracelet, one he had intended to gift to Kushina last year, but had ultimately left in his room. When Asuka cleaned his room, she had taken a keen interest in the bracelet, prompting Ryuun to gift it to his mother instead. Kushina had lamented over this for quite some time. But as Ryuun had given this precious item to his mother, she dared not voice her feelings, nor could she bring herself to mention that fateful night, as she felt it was her own oversensitivity that had led to the situation. Seeing this ornament that Asuka frequently wore brought tears to Ryuun's eyes, for he realized his mother was indeed in the hands of the enemy. Carefully placing the golden bracelet into his pocket, Ryuun retrieved a piece of paper from within the envelope. The note contained only a few words, succinctly stating, "Within 2 days, either you or Asuka must survive. Only upon confirming Ryuun's demise would they release her. Should he dare disregard Konoha's safety, resist, or flee, they would deliver Asuka's head to his doorstep." Upon reading this letter, rage coursed through Ryuun's veins, causing him to tremble with fury as he tore the missive to shreds. It was evident that they were attempting to force him into a corner, and yet he could not disregard Asuka's safety. That seemingly fragile woman held immense significance for him. He deeply appreciated the fierceness intertwined with tenderness that characterized his young mother. Though reluctant to admit it, in his heart, Asuka was someone worth sacrificing his life to protect. If the situation truly escalated to the point of only one survivor, Ryuun would undeniably choose to ensure his mother lived. In the world of Naruto, death does not always signify an end. Ryuun had long since sealed a small portion of his flesh and entrusted it to Orochimaru on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. This was a precaution against an untimely death amidst the brutal and unpredictable battlegrounds. After all, he was not the protagonist, and one misstep could lead him down the path of despair, thus ending his life. However, once Orochimaru mastered the reanimation jutsu and brought him back to life, combined with Ryuun's understanding of the world of Naruto and Orochimaru's grotesque scientific prowess, resurrection was not entirely out of reach. This was not a true escape route. Yet Ryuun had proactively devised a plan. Toanzo, should you survive this current crisis, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Ryuun vowed silently, instinctively attributing the letter to Shimura Danzo. In his perception, there was no evidence that Uchiha Madara was involved in the conspiracy against him. As such, Danzo remained his primary adversary. Chapter 211. From Death to Life. Asuka executes Uchiha Ryuun. Within the Hokage building, when Sarutobi Hiruzen received 2 letters from the front lines, he felt as if he had aged several years in an instant. It was the first time he felt the weight of being Hokage, and he even contemplated an early retirement. The letters were sent by 2 of his beloved students, one from Orochimaru and the other from Tsunade. Despite being on the front lines, both were aware of the turmoil unfolding within the village as time passed. The situation concerning Ryuun was impossible to keep under wraps. Orochimaru and Tsunade had both declared that if anything happened to Ryuun, they would return from the front lines to settle the score with him. Hiruzen understood this was merely a threat. He realized that even if Konoha abandoned Ryuun, the 2 would still fight to the end for the village. However, receiving these letters only deepened the anguish in Hiruzen's heart, for he did not wish to sacrifice his grandson. Yet as Hokage, he was bound by duty. Hokage-sama. Uchiha's elder requests an audience, an Umbu ninja reported as he entered. Let him in, Hiruzen replied wearily, placing the 2 letters into his drawer. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha elder greeted. Please, have a seat, Hiruzen responded absent-mindedly. Noticing Hiruzen's exhausted demeanor, the elder discerned his profound despondence and proceeded to state his purpose directly. The elders of the Uchiha clan have conferred and devised a perfect solution to resolve Ryuun's predicament. Oh, Hiruzen replied with a stoic expression, but suddenly, it seemed he comprehended the elder's words, and he sprang to his feet. What? Say that again. I said we have found a perfect solution to this matter. Seeing Hiruzen's outburst, the Uchiha elder couldn't help but chuckle. Quickly, what is this solution? Hiruzen hastily approached him, as if proximity would grant him clarity. The solution is to feign death and then be reborn. As night fell within the Konoha watchtower, an elderly man approached a certain confinement chamber. I wish to speak with Uchiha Ryuun alone. Please excuse yourselves. This is an order from the 3rd Hokage. Elder Uchiha Yang stated, presenting a Hokage's order to the Umbu captain overseeing Ryuun. The captain confirmed the order's authenticity and granted passage, allowing for a private meeting between the 2. He was not concerned about Ryuun attempting an escape. If the boy truly wished to flee, they would be powerless to stop him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Yang, the 5th elder of the Uchiha clan. I am here to save you tonight. Uchiha Yang wasted no time and directly conveyed his purpose for visiting Ryuun. Your family is already aware of your situation. Since the Cloud Ninja insist on your death before they relent, you shall feign death to deceive them. Upon hearing Elder Uchiha Yang's words, an expression of astonishment crossed Ryuun's face. The Uchiha clan possessed a forbidden technique known as Izanagi, which allowed one to alter an unfavorable reality and thus change their fate. In that moment, Ryuun's pupils constricted in shock. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha clan would conceive such an extraordinary plan. They intended for Ryuun to sacrifice one of his Three-Tomoe Sharingan to utilize Izanagi, altering the dire circumstances of death, thereby deceiving the Cloud Village envoy through a ruse of death. This truly was an ingenious solution, and the likelihood of successfully deceiving the Cloud Village was remarkably high. The clan has shown great consideration. Ryuun expressed his gratitude, for the Uchiha clan's willingness to assist him warranted his appreciation. You are the pride of the Uchiha clan. Aiding you through this crisis is a duty we old fools must fulfill. I will now instruct you on how to use the Izanagi technique. However, this powerful technique came with limitations and significant side effects. Elder Uchiha Ryuun began to explain the constraints and repercussions associated with the use of Izanagi. In truth, Ryuun was well aware of this, as he understood the price of blindness. Nevertheless, he quietly listened to the other party's description. To prevent the villagers of Yunin from uncovering this feigned death scheme, it was prudent to preset this forbidden technique within his Sharingan. After a period of time following his demise, the predetermined ocular technique would be activated, compelling him to alter the already settled fate at the cost of one eye's blindness. The moment Ryuun absorbed these words, his mind was abruptly transported back to the Valley of the End. Recalling how Uchiha Madara had deceived Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama with Izanagi, successfully fooling the entire ninja world. Before Uchiha Ryuun could finish explaining the method and hand seal sequence for setting the forbidden technique Izanagi, Ryuun sprang up from the ground, instinctively reaching out to grasp Uchiha Yang's slender neck. However, he suddenly halted, lowering his head involuntarily. Ryuun had momentarily suspected whether this individual was Uchiha Madara or perhaps a messenger sent by him, thus igniting an urge to kill. After all, only Uchiha Madara had employed such a nearly godlike technique within the original narrative. Yet, he also recalled that Izanagi had been extensively misused within the Uchiha clan for a period, making it reasonable for the clan to be aware of this method. The original work did not specify that the presetting of Izanagi was an invention of Uchiha Madara. Even Uchiha Itachi managed to implant the Mangekyo Sharingan techniques within his brother, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Thus, Ryuun momentarily quelled his murderous intent, fearing that he might wrongfully accuse a good person, especially since this individual appeared genuinely intent on assisting him. What do you intend to do? Uchiha Ryuun instinctively took a few steps back. My apologies, please continue, Ryuun said with a look of regret. Bowing respectfully towards Uchiha Ryuun. Uchiha Ryuun was bewildered by his actions, yet ultimately imparted the complete method and techniques for utilizing the forbidden technique Izanagi to Ryuun. Shortly after Elder Uchiha Ryuun departed from the detention center, the third Hokage once again arrived at the confinement room to meet Ryuun. That night, the two Hokage advisors finally received Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, officially announcing the decision to execute Uchiha Ryuun the following noon to the envoy from Yunin. Chapter 212. This is the last time, yielding to sacrifice. Inside the confinement room, Ryuun sat alone on the floor, deep in thought for a considerable time. The enemy had taken Asuka's life as leverage, and under the pressure of the situation, Ryuun ultimately agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desperate pleas, intending to resolve this incident by sacrificing one of his Three-Tomoe Sharingan. As a time traveler familiar with the original narrative, Ryuun believed that even employing the forbidden technique Izanagi did not necessarily equate to permanent blindness. The most typical representative remained Uchiha Madara. However, at that time, Uchiha Madara possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, constantly replenishing his ocular power. By activating the forbidden technique Izanagi, there remained a possibility of gradually recovering after a certain period, potentially leading to the reopening of his eyes. Alternatively, the influence of Hashirama's cells might restore his sight. Or perhaps the awakening of the Rinnegan could catalyze an evolution from blindness to clarity. These were all possibilities. Although Ryuun lacked the boundless ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and did not possess Hashirama's cells, he still dared to wager on the future with that one eye. If he lost sight in one eye, he had his father's eye. Once he absorbed that pair of Three-Tomoe Sharingan, there might be a chance for his vision to be restored. The Sharingan was enigmatic. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were nearly rendered blind, yet his brother Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, also on the brink of depletion, managed to recombine, achieving a pair of eternally sighted Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, in a certain sense, the Sharingan did not imply permanent blindness. It ultimately depended on the integrity of the Six Paths Bloodlines puzzle. As long as there remained opportunities for his eyes to regain clarity in the future, temporarily sealing one Three-Tomoe Sharingan was of little consequence to him. In truth, the Three-Tomoe Sharingan had already lost much of its initial enhancement to his strength, especially after he began learning Sage techniques. The eyes that should complement Sage mode were the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had already reached a level of power comparable to that of a Kage, rendering the Three-Tomoe Sharingan somewhat misaligned with his capabilities. Even temporarily sacrificing one eye would not significantly diminish his strength, which was one of the reasons he agreed to make the sacrifice. If time had permitted, he could have taken a Three-Tomoe Sharingan from the Uchiha clan as a consumable, preserving his own eyes. Unfortunately, the eye required transplantation and adaptation, making it challenging to utilize within a day or two. While it was not impossible to use within a short time frame, it necessitated the presence of Hashirama's cells for rapid recovery. The next morning, Ryuun, escorted by 2 Umbu captains and 6 elite jonin, proceeded towards the Hokage building. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with 2 senior advisors, Mito Kazan and Toketsu Kaharu, and the Uchiha clan's elders awaited him at the Hokage building entrance. Almost all of Konoha's upper echelon had gathered, with the exception of Shimura Danzo, who had refused to attend, and as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito was deliberately misled by Konoha and did not come either. The third Hokage had previously assured Uzumaki Mito that Ryuun would not come to harm, using Kushina's safety as an excuse to have her personally remain at home to watch over her. Sarutobi Hiruzen had even dispatched several Umbu under the guise of protecting Kushina, temporarily sealing off the entire Senju clan's territory. For the past few days, Kushina had been confined within the estate, attempting various means to escape the Senju territory. Yet she remained unaware of Ryuun's current situation, oblivious to the impending calamity he would face that day. With an impassive expression, Ryuun walked through the streets of Konoha, where the surroundings appeared eerily quiet. The streets had been cordoned off, and even the birds that usually chirped and leapt from rooftop to rooftop had vanished. The elite Umbu swiftly escorted him to the entrance of the Hokage building, where Ryuun cast a cold glance at the figures before him. Few dared to meet the gaze of his blood-red Three-Tomoe Sharingan, instinctively averting their eyes upon encountering Ryuun's stare. Where is Shimura Danzo? Why is he not here? Ryuun coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has been relieved from his position as root leader. Now he is obediently staying at home. I have already dispatched someone to keep an eye on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, then stepped aside, allowing Ryuun to enter the Hokage building unimpeded. You ensure he honors his promise. Upon my death, he must release my mother immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ryuun issued a final reminder as he neared Sarutobi Hiruzen. The statement was rather brusque, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not express any discontent. I understand. I will spare no effort to ensure he releases her. Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated his promise. I hope this won't be yet another laughable and powerless assurance. You have disappointed me far too many times. This is the last time, Ryuun declared before striding directly into the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in a daze for quite some time until Mito Kazan approached and patted his shoulder, rousing him to follow into the Hokage building. Upon entering the building, Ryuun was soon situated in the somewhat spacious center of a hall. As time elapsed, the Yun shinobi delegation promptly arrived at the Hokage tower, ultimately gathering in the very hall where Ryuun awaited. You are the one who has slain my comrades from the village, Uchiha Ryuun? The delegation leader, Sachi, could not restrain himself from posing this inquiry as he gazed at the youthful figure in the hall's center. Upon hearing this question, Ryuun remained silent, merely directing his eerily crimson gaze coldly at Sachi. The menacing glint in his eyes sent shivers down Sachi's spine, causing several of the Yun shinobi to be gripped by the overwhelming aura of murder and chakra emanating from Ryuun, resulting in them breaking out in cold sweat, their faces paling. As Ryuun continued his silence, Sachi, instinctively averse to the power of those eyes, shifted his gaze away and directed it toward the Hokage advisor nearby. Who else, at such a tender age, could awaken the Three-Tomoe Sharingan? Who else in the shinobi world could exude such an imposing presence? Mito Minyan spoke in a stoic tone. The Yun delegation was not lacking in sensory-type ninjas who could discern the strength of those present in an instant. I care not who you are, nor how formidable you may be, and certainly not about your renown. You have taken the lives of our hidden village's people, and for that, you shall pay with your own. Sachi suddenly scoffed at Ryuun. Regardless of strength or fame, what good would it do? Ultimately, he would simply have to cleanse his neck and await the inevitable reckoning from their hidden village.